Chapter 1, Good morning. The sky in Pengcheng always brightens unusually early. Before 6 o'clock, narrow roads crisscrossing among disorderly and low-rise buildings began to see figures one after another. A group of sanitation workers wearing fluorescent vests had swept away the mud and sand from these dry riverbeds ahead of time. As lights lit up one by one in the surrounding cement buildings with their mottled surfaces, sounds of cooking utensils mixed with faint human voices started to rise from all directions. It was as if droplets of water awakening briefly gathered in a short preparation before surging out of the alleys between the buildings, spilling onto the riverbeds. Gradually, carts and snack stalls appeared on the narrow branch roads nearby. The wheels made a continuous clattering sound against the uneven road surface, acting like natural alarm clocks that woke up more sleeping people in the surrounding buildings. And the carts themselves were pulled forcefully by rough hands, carrying goods, food, and their owners' heavy hopes, moving forward unevenly. Eventually, these carts and people converged into streams, passing through old streets until they flowed into the bustling world filled with cars and people outside. A city woke up. This scene happened every day in large and small urban villages throughout Pengcheng without exception. Here, there were the cheapest and dirtiest houses in the city, the most economical and unrefined fast food, the oldest stone slabs and bricks, the most rats and cockroaches, the lowest and meanest professions, and also the hardest working people. In one of the ordinary rural-style buildings, a young man in a tank top was just woken up by the clicking sound of a cart being dragged outside his window. He sat up groggily, dazed for a moment as though still not fully awake. But soon, a slight movement beside him stopped him from dozing off again. The young man quickly rubbed his face a few times to wake himself up thoroughly, then quietly turned over and got up. After getting up, he tucked the quilt on the bed inward. There was a small lump on the inside that was gently rising and falling. His large hand lightly patted the small lump for a while. Upon hearing the tiny breathing become long and steady again, he straightened up and walked towards the kitchen. Snap! A fire was lit on the stove. The water in the pot boiled quickly, and he took the last egg from the fridge, putting an empty bag on the trash can at the same time. The wooden cabinets had been darkened by countless years of moisture and the heat from the stove. Pressing down on the edge of the cabinet to prevent it from making too much noise, he rummaged through and found a bag of opened milk powder. Opening the iron clip, he scooped 2 spoonfuls of powder into a small porcelain bowl, preparing a bowl of warm milk with the aroma of milk. Only then did the young man have time to wash up by the sink. It's time to get up. After washing up, Zheng Haichuan casually wiped the clear water off his face with a towel. When he passed by the stove, he tested the temperature of the milk with the back of his hand before going to the bedside to uncover the small lump. There was only one ceiling light turned on in the room. The incandescent light looked somewhat dim, but it was enough to illuminate this small room. Under the light, the shadow of the young man standing by the bed was projected onto the grayish wall, appearing strong and capable. Yet, his action of bending down was gentle. The little grub on the bed struggled for a good while before finally poking its head out. Uncle Haichuan early. The little grub lifted a small arm shorter than Zheng Haichuan's palm, rubbing its eyes and yawning with the scent of milk. Early. Zheng Haichuan patted the little boy's head and handed him the clothes draped over the chair. Get up and eat. The boy on the bed looked very young, probably 2 or 3 years old. He had a small head, thin arms, and a slim body, but his eyes were disproportionately large compared to the rest of him. Yet, he didn't cling to the adult for care. Instead, he dressed himself in his small clothes and pants. After getting dressed, he went to wash his face and rinse his mouth on his own before running to the dining table. Uncle, what are you eating? No steamed buns. On the dining table, there was only a bowl of milk and a cracked boiled egg. The little boy climbed onto the stool and stared for a long time before timidly asking. There were usually steamed buns. Half for him, 3.5 for Uncle. Cough. Forgot to buy yesterday. Zheng Haichuan rubbed his nose and didn't tell the child the real reason. He nudged the egg closer to him, saying, Eat less this morning, Uncle will come back at noon to cook something delicious for you. Aha. The boy didn't ask further, lowering his head to obediently drink his milk. Meanwhile, Zheng Haichuan felt the emptiness of his pockets, planning to go to the construction site early today and ask the boss to settle part of his wages in advance. 7 a.m. Zheng Haichuan stepped out of the rental house holding his nephew. He was still wearing his sleeveless vest, but now had an additional layer of orange-yellow work uniform on top. Nephew Zheng Jiahe was securely held in one arm as Zheng Haichuan used his free hand to fish for keys and lock the door. Zheng Haichuan wasn't short, combined with the muscle tone he had built up from years of manual labor, holding little Jiahe felt like carrying a kitten, effortless. However, today the little nephew wasn't as obedient as usual. He kept squirming and pulling at Zheng Haichuan's clothes. After patting the boy's head, Zheng Haichuan finally managed to make him sit still. Once they got downstairs, Zheng Haichuan knocked on one of the doors. A while later, an iron gate opened just enough to show a crack. Sister Hong, sorry for troubling you again today. A simple, amiable smile crossed the young man's face, while the child also politely greeted the middle-aged woman inside, calling her Auntie Hong. The woman seemed half asleep, her wrinkles around the eyes and nose appearing even deeper than in daylight, giving her a somewhat severe look. Her eyeliner from her younger days had faded into a greenish hue, resembling two poor-quality straws stuck to her eyelids. Come in, she yawned, her tone kinder than her expression suggested. Sorry, I came earlier than usual today. As Zheng Haichuan set his nephew down, he added, today I should get paid. I'll pay you when I come back tonight. All right, hurry along. It's not like we're rushing for this or that. Sister Hong waved her hand impatiently, yet her action of bending down to take the boy's hand was surprisingly gentle. She was careful to avoid using her jagged nails that had begun chipping. You're fussier than a real mom. With the sound of a loud bang from closing the door, the neighbor's disapproval echoed toward Zheng Haichuan. Yet he didn't feel anger, just a slight tug at his nose before breaking into a wide grin after hearing the boy laugh joyfully inside. Pleased, he turned and left happily. Before opening the unit door of their building, he took the time to adjust a wooden table placed beside the hallway. Not satisfied after straightening it, he lifted the hem of his shirt and wiped the tabletop clean with a slightly cleaner part of his undershirt. Only then did he step out. Meanwhile, across the road from the urban village, skyscrapers were lighting up one by one. From an elevator inside one of the luxury apartment buildings emerged a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His upper body was clad in a light blue shirt whose cuffs were neatly rolled up just above his elbows, revealing a silver mechanical wristwatch. After exiting the elevator, he glanced at the time on his watch and shoved his hands into his trouser pockets. In the other hand, he carried a leather briefcase. On its side were several magazines containing cryptic and complex technical terms, incomprehensible to ordinary people. Upon leaving the neighborhood, the young man didn't walk towards the garage, nor did he hail a taxi. Instead, he walked directly toward the pedestrian crossing near the roadside. He had chosen to rent here because it was convenient for commuting to work. A mere few hundred meters beyond the street lay the hospital where he worked. Originally scheduled to start work at 8 a.m., Chiyu received a call from the ward early that morning. There was an issue with the patient he recently operated on, prompting him to leave earlier than planned. Even so, his strides were steady, fast without urgency, radiating both familiarity and calmness. It might also be said that there were very few things in the world capable of unsettling him. This reflected either a mental resilience or indifference to matters that held no significance to him. At the intersection, the red traffic light lit up, causing Chiyu to pause. By this hour, many office workers had already stepped outside to catch the morning rush. The sidewalk was crowded with young people. However, unlike almost everyone else who had their heads down glued to their phones, Chiyu made no move to check his. His hands remained in his pockets, while his eyes lazily swept around the surroundings, passing the time. This area was one of the most prosperous sections in the city. Located in the center, every square inch was expensive. Housing prices nearby had almost reached 2 million yuan per square meter. Even the shanty town across the street, despite being like a foul-smelling sewer, had minted countless millionaires due to its prime location. A flash of revulsion passed through the black pupils behind the gold-rimmed glasses before Chiyu averted his gaze from across the street. At that moment, however, a bright streak of orange-yellow flickered at a distance in a corner, catching his attention for a few seconds. That spot was surrounded by barriers, marking a construction site. It wasn't small, it had been cordoned off since last year, blocking parts of the overpass and diverting numerous bus routes. Rumors had it that a multi-line transfer hub was to be constructed along with a comprehensive commercial complex. Once completed, the nearby land prices would surely rise further. At this moment, a young man in work uniform stood outside the barriers, placing his phone on a stone block beside the barrier and enthusiastically gesturing as if speaking to someone. The back of his work uniform featured the emblem of the engineering bureau. From Chiyu's perspective, only the young man's robust arms and a half-smiling side face were visible. Hey, guys. What's up? It's me, Haichuan. Today's weather is great, so I want to show you all. It's sunny. How comfortable. The warmth feels so good. Can you guess what I'm holding? 2 steamed buns. Who do you think bought them for me? Hee, my little Jiaha. Yesterday, there was an issue at the site, and after finishing work, I forgot to grab breakfast. Jiaha felt sorry for me and secretly slipped 2 coins into my pocket this morning. That kid, despite being young, started worrying about me. I ate one this morning, and tonight when I get back, I'll buy tomorrow's breakfast. Well, that's all for today. I need to get back to work now. Everyone, wish me luck so I can get my salary today. If I do, I'll cook something special for you all when I return tonight. The early morning sunlight cast its glow onto the commercial office buildings beside the road, where countless smooth glass panels reflected shimmering spots of light and refracted beams downward. One of those beams happened to fall squarely on the smiling face of the young man, making his dazzling white teeth visible even from afar. Chiyu squinted slightly before quickly turning his gaze away. Beep 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 beep. The green light turned on, and the crosswalk signal chimed, prompting pedestrians buried in their phones to lift their heads and start moving again. The young man by the barrier swallowed the last bite of his bun hurriedly, while Chiyu joined the flow of people around him, heading toward the hospital at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. Chapter 2, Dr. Chi. The young worker recording short videos by the roadside didn't leave much of an impression on Chiyu. At most, he just remembered that mouthful of white teeth and a somewhat appealing sturdy figure. People who have been working physically for a long time do indeed have smoother muscle lines than those he sees at the gym. Compared to the human body model in his office, it was even more attractive. But this fleeting impression was like a light cloud dispersing in the early morning. By the time Chi reached the hospital, it had already vanished without a trace. Good morning, Dr. Chi. Morning, senior brother Chi is so early for the shift handover today. Morning, Dr. Chi. Chi nodded to greet his colleagues one by one. After placing his bag in the department, he walked into the changing room and put on the white coat that symbolized his profession. Pengcheng's winter is very short, but by March, the weather had already started to warm up. Fortunately, the hospital had its new air system turned on, so Chiyu didn't change clothes, directly covering his shirt with the physician's uniform. With slender fingers, he fastened each button on his chest carefully and unhurriedly, as if he were performing a familiar surgery, smoothing out every wrinkle in the coat sequentially. Only after all the preparations were completed did he lift his head and look toward the mirror. The person in the mirror had a cold expression, with narrow eyes. Though he looked professional and intimidating, Chiyu knew that he wasn't really associated with the term angel in white. After taking his post, Chiyu first went to check the patients with abnormal indicators and found that one blood oxygen saturation level was indeed a bit low. He adjusted the medication and instructed the nurse to do an electrocardiogram monitoring before heading off to hand over the shift with his night shift colleague. After a quick review of the latest conditions of the hospitalized patients, it was already 8 o'clock. All the doctors in the department gathered together, with Director Chiu Guoyang leading from the front. Chiyu followed a step behind, trailed by 7 or 8 young doctors, making an imposing procession starting their rounds. The grand rounds are routine work that the hospital conducts every week. The most senior attending physician leads all on-duty physicians through the wards, examining the patient's conditions. It also serves as a teaching session and evaluation for junior physicians. During this process, the superior physician would observe and inquire about the patient's status and understand the drug prescription and diagnosis of the junior physicians. Encountering complex cases sometimes leads to on-site discussions and questioning, and if someone answers incorrectly while the director is in a bad mood, a scolding is inevitable. How could you not understand such a simple question? How did you graduate? This is life and death matter. Without a second thought, you want to increase the dosage. Do you think it's appropriate? Look at his current platelet count. Unfortunately, their director was in a particularly foul mood today. A group of younger doctors trailed behind, stepping out of the ward quietly. The doctor who answered incorrectly dared not say a word, trying to reduce his presence by shrugging, while the rest were diligently jotting down notes. No one dared glance at the frowning director. Only Chiyu, lagging at the end, appeared calm, his hands still confidently placed in his pockets. Xiao Qi, teach them what they should do right now. Director Chiu, unable to catch anyone else, had no choice but to pull Chiyu, the one he found relatively decent. It seemed Chiyu was accustomed to such situations. He smoothly closed the ward door with his hand and simply gave the answer. Stop rivaroxaban and add prothrombin complex. Director Chiu's mood finally eased a bit. Their department might be currently experiencing a lull with many inexperienced staff, but at least they had some promising talent. Did you hear that? Write the case records carefully when you go back. You guys, learn more from your senior brother Chi. He only graduated a few years earlier than you all, and he's already a specialist physician. The eyelid under Chiyu's glasses twitched. This old man is stirring up resentment against him again. Alright, dismissed. Xiao Sun, Xiao Wang, prepare for the surgery this afternoon, you two will be first and second assistants. Xiao Qi, take my outpatient clinic shift this afternoon. When the leader spoke, there was nothing to do but agree. 2 young male and female doctors quickly stepped out from the team, following Director Chiu to the meeting room to understand the situation of the surgical patient. Other doctors scattered in groups, chatting idly as they headed towards the department's large office area. By the time this grand round was over, it was almost noon, but everyone still had unfinished tasks and no one was thinking about eating. They needed to return immediately to write the inspection records, then create medical histories, see patients, issue medical orders. The workload piled on endlessly without a break from morning till night. There was only a short time during the return to the office to relax and chat. However, Chiyu wasn't part of this relaxed atmosphere. Though they all appeared to be around the same age, none of them walked alongside the tall man with golden-rimmed glasses. Hey, why don't they hang out with Dr. Chi? Behind the nurse's station, a new young nurse cupped her face and quietly asked her colleague, is it because they're jealous of Dr. Chi being more handsome than them? The slightly older female nurse sighed, shoving the tray in her hand into the young nurse's arms, then grabbed an ice pack nearby and smacked it on her forehead. Ouch! The young nurse nearly fell backward. See? Who would want to sit next to an icy block that never warms up? The female nurse withdrew her hand and shrugged. So is it because Dr. Chi is too cold and doesn't talk much? Well, this is true. I've noticed he really doesn't like talking much. He probably speaks the most when addressing patients, right? As the image of his handsome demeanor despite the mask came to mind, the young nurse started daydreaming again. In that case, his patients must be really lucky. Hee hee. The senior nurse chuckled at her conclusion. You should watch more. She glanced at the girl sympathetically and reminded her, next time, you'd better just sit by the nursing station outside the consultation room when he's diagnosing. Listen to how he communicates with his patients. After you've heard him, your dreams might come back down to earth. At 2 in the afternoon, the outpatient clinic began calling for numbers. Nowadays, large hospitals have implemented information systems. Young people prefer online registration, and they arrive punctually at their scheduled times. Therefore, the waiting area in the outpatient department wasn't crowded, remaining fairly empty. The first patient Chi-Yu saw was an elderly woman with a herniated lumbar disc. The old lady limped slightly as she entered, hunched over, carrying a woven plastic bag on her shoulder. After conducting the routine checkup and questioning, Chi-Yu squeezed 2 pumps of alcohol gel from the bottle on the desk and started writing prescriptions on the computer. Go to the 10th floor for an anteroposterior and lateral x-ray of the lumbosacral vertebrae first, then come back to see me after the films are ready. Alright, doctor. Do I need surgery for this condition? The elderly woman nervously fidgeted with the woven bag, the wrinkles on her hands almost blending with the texture of the pocket. Let's look at the films first before we decide anything, Chi-Yu said without looking up. Oh, alright. Then later. The elderly woman wanted to say more, but suddenly a commotion outside the consulting room made Chi-Yu furrow his eyebrows. His tone was already cold, and his narrow eyes behind the lenses always lacked warmth. With the added frown, the old woman didn't dare to ask any more questions, merely thanked him and took her medical records to leave. Finally, Chi-Yu shifted his gaze from the computer. His eyes fell on the heavy-looking woven plastic bag. It seemed to contain vegetables. Despite her back pain, the elderly woman insisted on carrying it on her back rather than dragging it along the ground. Leave your things by the door, you can pick them up when you return. That was all he said, then he pressed the call button for the next patient. Sisters. Brother Ho is putting everything on the line today. If that doctor isn't as handsome as my fans claim, you'd better reimburse my registration fee. To think, it's been years since I last stepped foot into a hospital. Brother Ho has sacrificed his health for you all to see a handsome doctor. If I get diagnosed with some terminal illness, I'll cry myself to death here. Hey, what are you doing? This is a hospital. Stop filming and shouting randomly. Nurse sister, what you said isn't fair. Hospitals are public places too. Us common folk filming our daily experiences while seeing a doctor, why wouldn't that be okay? Then keep it quiet, don't disturb the other patients. And don't wave your phone around, focus on yourself. Alright, no problem. Shoo, see that? Nurse sister spoke. Brothers Ho went through so much trouble for you to see a handsome doctor. Sisters, show some love and start sending flowers and rockets now. We've already booked the number, soon we'll stream live as he sees patients. Thanks for the donuts from Xiao Meili, thanks for the kisses from Xiao Jiajun. Please proceed to examination room number 10, Ho Chao. Please proceed to examination room number 10, Ho Chao. At that moment, the voice announcement came from above. The skinny monkey-like young man squatting in the waiting room immediately sprang up and headed toward examination room number 6, completely ignoring the path ahead and keeping his eyes glued to the screen in his hand. Just as he reached the door of the consulting room, he bumped into the old woman who was just coming out. Showing off his agility, he hopped aside with a grin and said into his phone, "See? I'm super flexible. Back in the village, I was always the best climber." He continued talking arrogantly as he stepped inside, but before he could finish his sentence, something near the door tripped him up. Thud. He landed on both knees, sprawling face first onto the ground. Just to see a doctor, you don't need to bow this deeply. The white-clad doctor sitting inside glanced at the prostrate figure and said coolly, "You may rise." The originally quiet live-streaming room now exploded with a string of amused, ha-ha-ha comments, forcing Monkey Ho to twist his face into an unnatural smile. He quickly got up, brushed his hands off, and reverted back to his cheeky grin. "Dr. Chi, right? I came here specially for you to treat me." Monkey Ho wedged his phone against his chest, deliberately pointing the camera at the doctor facing him. "I've heard that you became a chief physician in your early 20s, so talented. Can you tell what's wrong with me?" Chi-Yu cast a glance at the black lens, feeling nothing but annoyance towards those seeking attention. "I'm here to cure diseases, not read fortunes." He didn't even bother lifting his eyelids and replied coldly. "What symptoms does Mr. Ho have? If you can't describe them, there's a Mazu temple around the corner to the left." The comments paused for a moment, then another round of ha-ha-ha-ha-ha erupted. Monkey Ho gritted his teeth upon seeing it but still hesitated to move. After some consideration, he finally pointed out something wrong with him. Well, I haven't been sleeping well lately, and sometimes my chest hurts. Could you check what's going on?" While typing records on the keyboard, Chi-Yu didn't even stir his lips. Instead, he raised one finger and pointed at a sign standing on his desk. "What?" Monkey Ho looked puzzled, so he maneuvered the phone camera attached to his chest and gazed together toward where the handsome doctor had pointed. There stood a hospital-issued directional board. On it were printed 8 bold characters: 6th Hospital Surgical Department, Orthopedics Outpatient. Mr. Ho, for chest pain, you should see the Cardiovascular Internal Medicine Department, thank you. Chi-Yu made a polite gesture asking him to leave and prepared to press the bell for the next patient. Hey, wait. Monkey Ho finally realized he'd hit a hard spot, yet stubbornly refused to give up. Still trying to bluff his way through, he said, well then, how about bone pain? My back, legs, and buttocks hurt, my whole body is uncomfortable. There was no way he wouldn't see the doctor today. Only then did Chi-Yu finally look up and seriously face the troublemaking patient in front of him. Adjusting his glasses, he scanned the person from head to toe and started asking questions. When did the pain start? Have you engaged in any sexual activity recently? How exactly does your back hurt? Is it intermittent or continuous pain? Specifically, where does your buttock pain occur, the anus or the cartilage? If you can't describe it clearly, you can lie down on the examination bed inside, and I'll give you a detailed inspection. Chapter 3. 3. Watching videos. Chi-Yu had to handle dozens or even hundreds of patients every day, and he was already used to facing all kinds of situations. There were cases like today where someone came in for trouble without being sick, but it was the first time that someone had come to the hospital specifically for a live stream. But it didn't make much difference, and it didn't affect his normal work. Chi-Yu easily handled the person and then continued to treat dozens of other patients normally. By the time he finished his shift and left work, it was already dark outside the hospital. He ate dinner at the cafeteria and then walked home under the night sky. The road was crowded with cars and people. Many young workers were leaving their shiny office buildings at this hour too, dragging their weary feet toward subway stations and bus stops. In Pengcheng, overtime and work were the norm of life. Or you could say there was no real life here. Everyone was just trying to earn money, betting on their lives for success. Chi-Yu moved among them, heading towards his accommodation. He wasn't really different from these people. The only difference might be that he didn't crave earning money by risking his life as much as they did. He thought his current job was pretty good. He held a stable position with an iron rice bowl and his salary was enough to maintain a comfortable and dignified life. He had no other needs. Passers-by who brushed past him almost all had their phones, either reading novels or watching short videos, seemingly relying on such mental food to relieve stress and anxiety brought by work. Chi-Yu recalled the man from this afternoon who jumped around like a monkey, and scowled in disgust. He detested these new trends entirely, believing that those playing with these things must have something wrong with their brains. His daily life was extremely regular: work, finish work, read literature, do research, exercise, and occasionally enjoy some fine dining. These activities basically occupied all of his time. Chi-Yu thought it was pretty good. However, occasionally, he would be criticized by his few friends, saying that he had reached a realm of boredom that was beyond ordinary human beings. Today, the not-quite-human Chi-Yu, as usual, after changing into a tracksuit when he got home, went to the gymnasium in the community to work out. He trained on some equipment for a while, pumped up his muscles, and then put on headphones to start running. The headphones played a latest report from a medical forum related to the academic topic Chi-Yu was currently studying. He didn't have time to check during his working hours in the day, so multitasking now felt pretty easy to him. It had been going well until notifications kept popping up, interrupting the voice inside. Chi-Yu finally grew annoyed by the disturbances and checked the messages. Usually, the one who would send a barrage of messages like this would be his childhood friend, Cheng Zijuan, who got along well with anyone. Chi-Yu slowed down the treadmill speed and opened WeChat. Cheng Zijuan, hurry up, Yuzi, give me a vote. Cheng Zijuan, my wife is doing a PK livestream today. Hurry, she's about to be surpassed. Cheng Zijuan, my account was banned earlier because I insulted someone. You quickly give her 10 rocket gifts. Cheng Zijuan, brother, please, brother Chi, help your younger brother out. Cheng Zijuan, she's your sister-in-law, super pretty. She'll take you out for a meal another day. Chi-Yu took a glance at the link sent by the other party. It came from the most popular short video platform at the moment, and the cover of the link featured a strikingly beautiful girl with bright makeup. Chi-Yu glanced at it and coldly replied. Yuzi, no time. The other side immediately responded swiftly. Cheng Zijuan, brother, do you mean you don't have time to eat, or you don't have time to vote? Cheng Zijuan, eating can happen anytime, but could you help brush up my treasures chart first? Please. Chi-Yu was repulsed by this tone and started typing. Yuzi, if you, Cheng Zijuan, dare to say another word, I'll block you. Cheng Zijuan, transfer payment. Cheng Zijuan, please.jpg. Chi-Yu sent 6 dots, ultimately giving in to the annoyance. Yuzi, shut up. Yuzi, 10 minutes. After workout. Finally, the other side stopped bombarding him and obediently sent an eager emoji. Chi-Yu ruthlessly closed his phone. After finishing his workout and returning to the apartment, Chi-Yu slowly showered and then sat on the couch, pulling out his phone and opening the rarely used short video app. Rarely used meant exceptions like today. Chi-Yu considered himself a native of Pengcheng, born and raised here. He'd known Cheng Zijuan since childhood. Later, when Chiyu went abroad to study medicine, he lost contact with many of his classmates and friends from home for a long time, but Ching Zijuan was an exception. This person seemed either too idle or a masochist, loving to chat with him and complain about all sorts of trivial matters. At the beginning, Chiyu would ignore such messages lazily, but later when he occasionally replied, it was usually something that could silence anyone half to death. But Ching Zijuan kept trying despite repeated rejections, maintaining an enthusiastic attitude, and over time, their friendship continued on like this. Ching Zijuan came from a wealthy family and even years after graduation showed no serious shape in his life. It wasn't until his father forced him that he reluctantly found a company to work for. He didn't worry at all about living off the meager salary, it was just a way to pass the time. His post-work entertainment activities every day included karaoke, drinking, and clubbing. In the past couple of years, as live streaming became increasingly popular, Ching Zijuan also found a new form of amusement, acting as a rich benefactor in the live streaming world. Chiyu had lost count of how many sister-in-laws Ching Zijuan had introduced him to. Anyway, once Ching Zijuan reached number 1 on the donor chart, the girl was pretty much his. Chiyu used the money transferred by Ching Zijuan to give 10 rocket gifts to the girl in the link and then planned to log out immediately. His hair was still wet, and whenever he looked down or up, water droplets fell from his hair onto the phone screen. Chiyu extended his finger and casually wiped the screen before pulling away. Without realizing, while wiping off the water droplets, the interface of the app changed from Discover to Nearby because of his finger movement. Hey, everyone, good evening. I'm Dutchwan. Hee, today's payday. The boss has already paid me the money for the first 10 days of this month. Thanks, everyone. After work, I bought a chicken. Tonight, I'm going to cook some chicken soup for my kid, plus some cold chicken shreds. It's going to be a feast. Pork prices have risen so sharply lately. Chicken is still affordable, so I got a free-range chicken. People around here love making soup, stewing it for several hours. It may be relaxing, but I don't have that kind of time. Luckily, the tenant in front of our house left us a pressure cooker, which benefits both my son and me. In the quiet room, a lively and spirited voice suddenly broke the silence. As each word flowed from the speaker, the somewhat dim and worn-out scene on the phone screen trembled a little, the lens moving along with a rough hand toward a solid chest. The man holding the camera wore a white muscle tank top, highlighting a healthy wheat-colored skin tone. The camera was perfectly positioned on his upper body, where his muscular arms and well-built chest filled up the whole screen. However, within just a couple of seconds, the main character pulled a russet red apron over his neck, instantly covering most of the strong lines. Then the lens shook again. Suddenly, a magnified face appeared directly in front of the viewer. On the screen was a young man. At first glance, he didn't seem too old, a youth with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a regular profile. Up close, under the extreme focus of the camera, the stubble on his chin, the pores on his skin, and the sunburn marks were fully exposed. It presented an unexpectedly mature and weathered demeanor for someone his age. But that feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next second, as the young man squinted and flashed a grin, his face instantly became simple and amiable. That dazzling set of white teeth made even the entire dimly lit background of the house brighter. Chapter 4, Chicken Soup. 4. Chicken Soup. Zheng Haichuan tightened his apron, propped his phone with a power bank in the corner of the kitchen, and made sure it was stable before starting to cook. He hung the vegetable bag on the door handle, where there was an entire freshly slaughtered chicken. Zheng Haichuan found a stainless steel basin, took the chicken out and placed it inside, then also emptied the requested liver into it before placing everything in the sink for rinsing. After washing off most of the blood and impurities, Zheng Haichuan chopped the chicken into large chunks on the cutting board and roughly washed them one last time. He then placed the stainless steel basin onto the stove. He turned on the gas cylinder under the counter, lit the fire, and blanched the chicken in boiling water. While waiting for the water to boil, he deftly rummaged through the small basket by the window, taking out a piece of ginger and some leftover scallions. He cut them into slices and segments. Still hanging on the doorknob was a bag of vegetables, consisting of several types of mushrooms. Zheng Haichuan washed them, sliced them with a cross, and set them aside. The soup will be fragrant if you fry the ingredients first. When you buy chickens, don't throw away the chicken fat. Just like me, first fry it in the pan, add scallions and ginger, stir-fry the chicken pieces a few times, and then put them in a pressure cooker. I guarantee it. If it's not delicious, come find me. As Zheng Haichuan said this, his hands didn't stop. His arms, used to physical labor, were very strong. With one hand, he easily lifted the iron wok, tilting it to pour the golden chicken pieces into the silvery pressure cooker with a powerful clinking sound. He washed the wok with ease, dried his wet hands on his apron, then picked up the phone at the table corner and adjusted the shooting angle. The phone's rear camera now faced the pressure cooker. Zheng Haichuan brought out a terracotta green thermos from the wall corner and poured hot water into the pressure cooker. The first-person lens watched as the boiling water flowed into the pot. Once enough water was added, he returned the thermos to its place, grabbed the cleaned mushrooms, and tossed them into the pot like dumplings. Done. It'll be ready in half an hour. He sealed the pot and summarized, repositioning the phone to face himself again. Just now, I pulled off the chicken breast. Now we'll make a cold dish of shredded chicken. He smiled at the camera, opening the fridge. There's still half a cucumber and some peanuts from my hometown. These peanuts were dug out by me from the field. They are all natural and chemical-free. Our family composts the fertilizer. He spoke naturally, but immediately paused after saying this. With a touch of annoyance, he slapped his mouth. Oh no, sorry. I forgot again. My words might be unpleasant, so just let them pass. Please don't report me anymore. I haven't figured out how to edit yet. When I learn, I'll definitely cut out that sentence. He pleaded and bowed toward the lens. In fact, this was Zheng Haichuan's reflex after being complained about. One of his earlier videos was taken down within days of being uploaded for violating platform guidelines. After much research and even calling customer service, he discovered that viewers had complained about him using vulgar language. After reviewing his recording multiple times, Zheng Haichuan finally realized, thanks to a friend's reminder, that he had mentioned feces. Honestly, Zheng Haichuan felt quite aggrieved. How could life be without poop? Why shouldn't it be mentioned? But since he relied on these viewers for attention, likes, and tips, Zheng Haichuan decided to take this lesson to heart and pay more attention during future video recordings to avoid mentioning vulgar terms that might upset people. Hey he meower, dinner is ready. As the pressure cooker hissed and emitted aroma, Zheng Haichuan drizzled the freshly splashed chili oil over the chicken threads. Spreading out the cucumber threads and sprinkling the peanuts mixed red, white, and green hues, making the dish look spicy and refreshing. The little boy playing with building blocks on the living room floor stood up upon hearing the call. He ran to the kitchen wanting to help carry the plate but couldn't reach his tall uncle. Laughing cheerfully, Zheng Haichuan picked him up and gently placed the dish on the dining table with his other hand. Come on, wash your hands. Do you remember what uncle told you? Zheng Jiahao obediently answered, wash your hands before eating, and you'll live until 99. Right. Zheng Haichuan set him on a small stool by the sink, picked up the soap to rub and scrub his little hands while praising, our young seedling is truly smart. On the face of the thin and small boy appeared shy dimples, earnestly staring at the big hand under the faucet. He thought, he wasn't actually that smart. Uncle E was the one who was smart. After washing their hands, the two of them also sat down at the dining table. Zheng Haichuan didn't immediately pick up the chopsticks to eat but instead first tidied up the messy things on the wooden table and carefully arranged the bowls on the table. Although it still didn't look very nice after being tidied, it at least somewhat resembled a proper dinner. Snap. He took a picture from above, then placed the phone aside, calling his nephew to start eating. During this time, Zheng Jiahao remained obediently seated in his spot. He knew, Uncle E was shooting videos. By including them, there would be money earned. With money, they could have enough food to eat. Hazel, drink more soup. Soak your rice in it, it's softer that way. After eating a few mouthfuls himself, Zheng Haichuan started serving food for his nephew. He moved the drumstick and wings to Zheng Jiahao's bowl, along with some mushrooms inside, saying, eat some vegetables too. Uncle E should eat as well. Today's meal was the most sumptuous one for the uncle-nephew duo this week, and Zheng Jiahao ate heartily, burying his little head and gulping down his rice. He was actually close to 4 years old, but due to insufficient nutrition, his body size looked smaller than those well-fed toddlers aged 2 or 3 outside. Zheng Haichuan watched with a heavy heart and had been trying every possible method since taking over the child's care to give him more nourishment. However, living in Pengcheng City turned out to be harder than he had imagined. The money he brought was almost depleted, and now he was spending every penny wisely, only able to provide decent meals within his capabilities. There's a lot of soup today, there's still meat left in the pot. We'll have chicken soup noodles tomorrow night, okay? Zheng Haichuan enjoyed today's meal while making arrangements for tomorrow's food. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiahao raised his head from the bowl happily and said, all right. The noodles Uncle E cooks are delicious too. Do you want anything else? I can buy more after work tomorrow. Zheng Jiahao shook his head with lips closed and hugged the bowl, saying, this is enough. Seeing his sensible young nephew made Zheng Haichuan feel uneasy, but he did not show it on his face. He simply rubbed the hair on his nephew's head from the rice bowl and added another piece of stewed tender meat into the little kid's bowl. Well, folks, that's all for today's video. I'm Dutchwan, working hard to earn money, wishing everyone good fortune every day. If you like my videos, please give them a thumbs up and follow me. I will try to update daily. Bye. After finishing the meal, Zheng Haichuan waved his hand to end the recording of the video. He sent his young nephew back to play in the living room and then took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen to tidy up. After everything was cleaned up, Zheng Haichuan took the dirty clothes he wore to work today and his nephew's soiled pants and socks to the toilet. He rolled up his pants and stripped off his top half. He filled a basin with water and squatted in the toilet to wash clothes. Even though summer hadn't arrived yet, Zheng Haichuan worked on construction sites where he sweat profusely every day. If the sweat-soaked clothes weren't washed, they'd stink terribly the next day. And if he lazily delayed washing them for a few days, he'd run out of clothes. Therefore, Zheng Haichuan was accustomed to washing clothes every day. Thin shirts and tank tops were not difficult, rubbing a few times and rinsing a few times would clean them basically. Nevertheless, these household chores, in many families, were usually done by women, whether it was the mother or the wife. Some willingly contributed to the family, while others had to bear the responsibility due to their roles. But generally in the eyes of ordinary people, such tasks should not fall upon a strong young man. However, Zheng Haichuan seemed quite adept at doing these things and showed no reluctance. First, there were fewer female members in his family from an early age. Besides his mother, all his siblings were male. Hence, apart from farming, Zheng Haichuan helped around the house with feeding pigs, chopping wood, and cooking when he was young, becoming used to handling various domestic duties. Second, he didn't have much choice in the matter. There were difficulties back home, and he also took care of this child, needing to meticulously budget every penny. Whatever could save money and be done by himself, he would handle personally. Washing clothes and cooking were far less strenuous than bricklaying and steel carrying, right? Zheng Haichuan genuinely treated doing these chores as a form of relaxation. He hummed a tune and scooped a spoon of detergent from the laundry bag onto the collar of his shirt. The wheat-colored arms naturally bulged with muscles, effortlessly scrubbing the clothes, while the dirt-stained water seeped out from the fabric, increasing the foam in the basin. Many of the bubbles clung to his arms and chest. Zheng Haichuan nonchalantly wiped his hands, turned on the faucet, and rinsed the clothes in the basin several times until the water became clear. After finishing, he casually pulled down his pants and hung them on the door handle, letting the cold water from the tap rinse over his body. With a body accustomed to years of hard labor, Zheng Haichuan shivered slightly when first hit by the cold water but quickly adjusted. He used soap for a quick rinse, then grabbed a clean towel and carelessly patted off the remaining droplets on his skin. His physique was strong yet not overweight, due to consuming less fatty food lately. His waistband had even loosened a bit. Fortunately, his muscles still retained their firmness. Particularly notable were the two bulging muscles on his chest, clearly shaped by heavy lifting work day after day. Because of the cold water's effect, the tiny buds on his chest stood out prominently, visible even as Zheng Haichuan slipped into his tank top. But there was only him and a 4-year-old child in the house, and Zheng Haichuan paid no attention to himself. No one admired this fleeting moment of his rugged frame, which soon vanished under the dim light. He hung the washed clothes outside the window to dry and, using the wet mop in the bathroom, gave the entire room a quick once-over. Noticing it was already 9 or 10 o'clock, Zheng Haichuan boiled a pot of water and called out to his young nephew to get ready for bed. One large and one small figure stood in the outdated kitchen, washing left and right until both face and mouth were cleaned, before climbing into bed together. This was Zheng Haichuan's everyday life. Wake up early, cook, go to work. Come home late, buy groceries, cook again, do laundry, mop floors, and tend to the young nephew's bedtime needs. Only when everything was done did he finally have time to lean against the headboard, his slightly clumsy fingers working carefully to edit the pre-recorded videos together. Even though few people watched. And there was still no income. Every time Zheng Haichuan clicked into his platform profile, he felt happy gazing at the clips that he had entirely filmed, edited, and uploaded on his own. Each glowing heart on his page brought a joy unmatched by any satisfaction derived from hard labor at the construction site. A deep sense of fulfillment that nothing else could replicate. Chapter 5, The Construction Site. The image on the phone screen ended with a simple face breaking into an innocent smile. Brothers, good evening, I'm Dutchwan. The video started over again from the beginning, and Chiyu quickly swiped up with his thumb to turn off the app when he heard that energetic voice once more. He couldn't quite understand why he had just finished watching such a poorly made and boring cooking video for no apparent reason. Judging by the video, the person filming must have been a worker living in some old, shabby rental apartment. The room was dimly lit, narrow, and the walls were so damp they had turned black. The stove and exhaust fan were caked with oil stains. In this environment, there was even a child to take care of. Chiyu didn't understand what this person found so amusing about their situation. If you can only drink one pot of soup over 2 days, what's there to be happy about? Chiyu just didn't get it. He put down his phone and hung the towel used to dry his hair onto the automatic clothes hanger on the balcony. Outside, night had fallen deep. Back in the living room, Chiyu originally intended to read a bit before going to bed, but as he passed the open kitchen, his steps slowed to a stop in front of the refrigerator. Maybe I didn't eat enough at the cafeteria tonight. He opened the fridge, took out 2 eggs and a sausage stick, and while heating up the non-stick pan, he thought to himself. It certainly wasn't because I got hungry from watching that video. In this city, most people lived lives that followed a straight line between 2 points. Every day commuting back and forth between their workplace and rental apartments, the only time they ever really looked up at the blue sky was during the journey to and from work. But there was a group of people who were different. They were almost always exposed to the sun. They could see the blue sky and white clouds whenever they wanted, but they also had to deal with the sun and rain, always facing various dangerous situations. Good morning, Engineer Zhang. Dutchwan's here. Hey, you brought your lunchbox too. That's nice, eating something tasty at noon. Engineer Zhang, don't make fun of me, it's just leftovers. Hurry up and put it away, I see your team leader is already counting people. Alright, I'll go right now. Zheng Haichuan quickened his pace and placed the thermal lunch box on the corner shelf before rushing to the assembly point with a large water pot in his arms. At this moment, the sun had just risen above the horizon, and the vast construction site was filled with various pieces of machinery not yet powered up. Bulldozers, cranes, concrete trucks, presses. From a distance, all sorts of machines looked like scattered mechanical toys in a sandbox, waiting for someone to activate them. Surrounding these toys, a multitude of workers in orange-yellow vests gathered from all directions. After a brief gathering, they dispersed quickly and got to work without pause. Transporting building materials, erecting scaffolds, tightening steel wires, mixing mortar, tasks unfolded orderly. Countless individuals sweat under the sun to construct a massive nest far exceeding the strength of their bodies. Qiyu somewhat indifferently shifted his gaze away from these industrious ants. He closed the gauze window, turned off his electric toothbrush, spat out the foam, rinsed his mouth with water, washed his face carefully with cleanser, and then neatly exited the bathroom. The neighborhood where he lived was perfect in every way except for its proximity to an ongoing construction site. During the day, the constant clanging of construction sounds irritated him, but fortunately, Qiyu wasn't usually home during the daytime. By the time the construction started, he was often already at work. By the time the crew clocked out, he might still be at the office working overtime, which is why he hadn't considered moving. As he walked down the stairs past the construction site, a middle-aged worker on an old, battered electric scooter zipped past Qiyu hurriedly. Behind him sat a little girl, and Qiyu promptly stepped back a few paces on the sidewalk to narrowly avoid a collision. The man, busy sending his child, didn't notice, but the young girl wearing a backpack for teenagers turned around and made an apologetic gesture toward Qiyu. Sleep, 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 lazy as pigs, impossible to wake up. I have to set up scaffolding today, and if I can't finish, I won't come to pick you up after school, just walk home yourself. Understood, Daddy, drive slowly, watch out for the cars. By this time, the pedestrian crossing signal light had turned green, and all the vehicles were stopped obediently. Qiyu finally took his steps forward, leaving behind the conversation carried on the wind from the father-daughter pair on the electric scooter. Qiyu mentally crossed off the scooter-riding man in his mind. Who knew how unlucky his daughter was to have such a father? A grown man accomplishing nothing and resorting to manual labor at a construction site, and he still has the audacity to yell at his daughter. There are always some people in this world who cannot support their families. This was just a little episode on the way to work, but it made Qiyu suddenly recall some past events. His gaze swept over the urban village across the street, and his cold eyes visibly frosted over. This icy demeanor did not thaw even at the hospital, causing today's interns and licensed doctors following Qiyu to be extremely apprehensive. No one dared to upset Dr. Qi. Meanwhile, on a construction site not far from the hospital, the workers were already drenched in sweat due to the blazing sun. Phew, it's only March, and there's not a breath of wind. It's so hot I can't take it. One of them, a skinny man in his 50s, removed his safety helmet and squatted on the steel-reinforced baseplate, half-heartedly waving to generate some air while cursing. Ha ha ha, old Gon, weren't you saying last New Year that you wanted to move from the north to Pengcheng because you liked the warm weather here? Another man sitting nearby chimed in, though his hands didn't stop working, one hand holding a bundle of wire, the other a small iron rod shaped like a hook, binding the wires into the rebar cage. Isn't it because you like the winter warmth? Old Gon waved his hand dismissively, it's just for bringing the kids over for a short stay. There's no way we could afford to move here, housing prices in Pengcheng are out of this world. I couldn't even buy a toilet here. Huh, true. If we worked on all the construction sites across Pengcheng and lived only off thin air, tying rebar our entire lives, maybe then we could consider it. You're right, old Gon. Work your ass off until you're 100 years old and maybe you can get a one-bedroom apartment for your kid. Screw off, screw off. Once my eyes close, who cares about anything? All I aim for is saving up enough money for my coffin board. After raising my child till he's 18, I've done what I have to do, it's up to him after that. Talk is cheap, can you really let go? The group of workers had nothing better to do while working on the construction site than banter and exchange gossip. When Old Gon brought up a subject everyone could deeply relate to, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but join in the conversation. Buying houses might be beyond our reach, but I think we should focus on educating our children. Zheng Haichuan finished tying up all the beams under his responsibility earlier in the morning. Now, he was hugging a large water pot almost as long as his forearm to quench his thirst while adding, Pengcheng offers decent educational resources and is close to Xiangjiang. If our kids work hard and study overseas for a few years later, they might make their fortune and buy themselves homes, they could achieve it. Ha ha ha. Big brother Dutchwan, you haven't even dated much, why start talking about your kids? Stop worrying about things that don't concern you. A head popped up from the neighboring wooden frame. It belonged to a man in his 40s. He had been late dropping his daughter off at school this morning and had hurried through the side door in a rush. Only now, after setting up one scaffold, could he finally catch a breather. Hey Li Quan, you don't know. Even though Dutchwan hasn't married yet, he probably has more experience with kids than you, given how you spend most of the year working away from home. I've already brought my youngest sister up here for schooling and look after her daily. How come I know less than him? What's going on with Dutchwan? Did he get someone pregnant before marriage? TSK, our Dutchwan is proper, not some lowlife. He's raising his brother's child. Ah, so it's that. But still, something's wrong. If the child is your brother's, why are you taking care of it? Li Quan's family was busy, so he came and left fast every day and always focused intently during work. Thus, he rarely chatted with others and didn't quite understand the situation. An elbow nudge from Old Gon reminded him that something serious must have happened within the family. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head, wanting to apologize, but Zheng Haichuan wasn't bothered and replied honestly with his usual earnest tone. My brother got injured last year while working. Now, he's back home recovering. My sister-in-law divorced him and didn't take the child along, so I took custody. Though his tone was somber when mentioning this, Zheng Haichuan quickly picked up his spirits. Our little Hemiao is exceptionally smart. Unlike me and my brother who are too dumb to learn anything from books, leaving us no choice but to work on construction sites. In the future, he'll definitely become a university student. His eyes lit up when speaking about his nephew, a wide grin breaking out on his face. In the future, I plan to have him study here in Pengcheng so he can broaden his horizons. True that, the resources available to children these days are far better than ours. There's the internet, and all kinds of after-school tutoring services. Exactly. Last weekend, I enrolled my son in an online class. It's much cheaper than finding a private teacher outside. Still, it cost me over 1,000 yuan. Sigh, we should spend where we need to. We can earn it back by working a few more days. We can't let the kids drop out of school, they must not end up like us, only being able to earn money by selling our physical strength. All the men in their 40s or 50s nodded in agreement when talking about their children's education. Zheng Haichuan was one of the younger ones among them. Their construction site also had many uncles and grandfathers in their 60s or even 70s who still worked tirelessly. Seeing that they could barely stand upright after a day of hard labor often made Zheng Haichuan feel heartache. But there was nothing they could do. People still had to make a living. Their hard work now was merely for the small amount of money needed to sustain their families. It was all for their family and children, so they could have a slightly better life. Chapter 6, Reinforcing Steel Worker. 6. Reinforcing Steel Worker. As long as a construction site is under construction, it will involve dozens to over 100 people. Outsiders may think the scene appears chaotic with no organization, but in fact, there's a clear division of labor within the workers. Each person belongs to their own specialized trade. Excavators, pile drivers, masons, concrete workers, scaffolders, reinforcing steel workers, bricklayers. Different stages of construction require different trades to perform tasks. What seems like simple operations such as brushing walls, applying plaster, or carrying bricks and building scaffolds actually involves a great deal of expertise. Just being able to read construction drawings already filters out many beginners who attempt to enter this field. Zhuanzi, you don't need to look at that paper. Just use the lead wire hook to bind the wire. Tie every other one. It was another regular workday. Zheng Haichuan had quickly completed his morning workload. He found a shady spot to eat lunch, temporarily using stone bricks to form a makeshift table. After glancing around for a few seconds, he couldn't help but turn his head and spoke to the young girl squatting on the reinforcing steel nearby. The girl looked to have just turned an adult. Her inexperienced face was sunburned red. Her tightly bound hair had strands damp from sweat sticking to her forehead, lacking the fine elegance of others her age elsewhere. However, she exhibited an unyielding resilience against hardships. At the moment, she hadn't even thought about eating lunch. She was awkwardly tying rebars one by one while her eyes occasionally flickered to the blueprints attached beside the rebars. Big brother Dayuan, I just want to learn more. Luo Xiaowan tugged nervously at her protective gloves as she explained hesitantly. Oh, is that so? Then you go ahead and look. If you don't understand anything, ask me. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, realizing he was prying unnecessarily. Big brother Dayuan, do you make 500 to 600 yuan per day now? Luo Xiaowan had only been on the construction site for a few days. Aside from a few older sisters from her hometown working together, she wasn't very familiar with the people around her. However, the young male worker everyone called Dayuan made her feel a sense of closeness. Perhaps it was because of his honest and pure gaze when he looked at her, or maybe it was because he took the initiative to teach her ways to reduce the effort in her work. In any case, Luo Xiaowan didn't feel intimidated by him and couldn't help but voice her curiosity. TCH, where would you get 500 to 600? Zheng Haichuan didn't feel the need to conceal his wage. As he fiddled with a stand pulled out from his lunchbox bag, he said to Luo Xiaowan, at most 400 tops, and that's during busy times. When there are fewer projects, some sites pay 200 to 300, and we still do the work. Ah, so low. I thought it would be much higher than for the small jobs. Luo Xiaowan came out to work thanks to the guidance of her fellow villagers. They had painted a grandiose picture initially, promising dreams of earning 10,000 yuan a month after arriving in Pengcheng, but once Luo Xiaowan arrived, she realized that no matter how hard she worked, she could barely save up a few thousand yuan a month. That's good already, Zheng Haichuan consoled her, our project is municipal, fair prices, timely payments. You're still new, doing less means earning less, normal stuff. Once you master the skills and become an experienced worker, making 500 to 600 isn't far-fetched. The latter part of what Zheng Haichuan said was slightly wishful thinking. Having been out working for half a year, he gradually understood the current market rates. Because of physical strength and various reasons, women generally can only do small-scale work on construction sites, making 100 or 200 yuan a day. Small workers are miscellaneous hands without fixed positions on construction sites. Their work mainly consists of assisting tasks, carrying bricks, mixing mortar, handling minor side tasks. Though they expend effort, the money they earn isn't much. On the other hand, experienced workers can independently complete technical tasks for specific trades. They know how to read blueprints and operate machinery, making a living through skilled work. The more proficient they become, the more sought after they get. Zheng Haichuan worked alongside his elder brother for a few years when he was young. Now that he's come back out to work, he hasn't forgotten the basic skills. Combined with his physical strength and steadfastness, the tasks he handles rarely encounter issues. Currently, the foreman pays him wages equivalent to those of an experienced worker. After all, among the workers, there are many who cheat or cut corners, so finding someone reliable is difficult, making long-term cooperation valuable. Even so, Zheng Haichuan's life in Pengcheng remains somewhat strained. After all, working on construction sites means unpredictable employment. Some sites have short schedules, lasting only 20 to 30 days before you might not find a new site for 1 or 2 months. Some foremen are crafty, settling accounts only once every few months and never fully paying at once, taking half a year or longer to completely settle the balance. In these situations, if your family encounters emergencies, the money in your hands can dwindle quickly. Therefore, Zheng Haichuan consoled Luo Xiaowan to be content and take it step by step, learning gradually. After all, the current treatment at this construction site was actually pretty good. Thank you, big brother Dayuan. Luo Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed slightly as she managed a weak smile toward Zheng Haichuan. She didn't mind the hardship, she just wanted to earn more money. The grain harvest at home had been terrible this year, and she also had a younger brother to raise. No problem, go eat quickly so you'll have energy to work in the afternoon. Zheng Haichuan had already set up the stand, placing his phone on it. Okay. Luo Xiaowan got up to tidy up, curiously observing Zheng Haichuan's movements as she asked, Big brother Dayuan, are you recording a video? Hee, yeah, just casually filming. Zheng Haichuan was busy with work during the day, so he could only record while eating. Even though he thought there was nothing particularly interesting about filming himself eating, each post would still get dozens of likes, which encouraged him to keep filming. Initially, when he set up his equipment, many workers gathered around out of curiosity, finding it novel. Zheng Haichuan acted openly, answering freely to anyone's questions and even inviting curious people to appear on camera, which scared most of them away. After all, most common folk aren't accustomed to being filmed. Zheng Haichuan wasn't comfortable with it at first either. After shooting for hours, only a few minutes of footage remained usable, and his gaze was often hesitant, looking awkward. But practice makes perfect, whether it's tying rebars or filming videos. Realizing he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, Zheng Haichuan made up for it with hard work. Since no one knew him online, he thick-skinnedly continued posting every day, filming and then posting again until gradually, he learned to face the lens confidently. During his breaks, he'd scroll through similar lifestyle videos to see how others did it. In his rented apartment, he kept a small notebook filled with scribbles of shooting techniques he found useful. By now, he had become adept at filming effortlessly. Good afternoon everyone, I'm Dayuan. Today I'm recording my lunch here on the construction site. What do you think I'm eating? He pressed the record button, pulled out his thermos lunch box as he spoke. Some leftover broccoli from last night, and this morning I cooked black fungus with pork slices. It's still warm. He brought the food closer to the camera to display it, then dumped the bottom layer of white rice onto the lid of the lunchbox. The lid was roughly the size of 2 clenched fists, but the rice in the box clearly exceeded that, forming a small mountain. His stomach was already growling, so he immediately picked up the chopsticks and couldn't wait to dig in. Let's start eating, I'm starving. In the phone's lens, the young worker wearing a tank top sat on a vast expanse of poured concrete and quietly ate. His makeshift table was a wooden board propped up by a large stone brick, his chair another piece of brick, the backdrop a gray cement wall. As he gulped down his meal in big mouthfuls of food and rice, although it lacked finesse, precisely because of this unrestrained roughness, he came across as straightforward and authentic, making viewers feel like the meal smelled appetizing. This video, like Zheng Haichuan's previous ones, stayed saved on his phone for a few days. When Zheng Haichuan had some free time, he stitched it together and uploaded it to the platform on an ordinary evening. Hey, Dr. Chi, what do you want to eat tonight? You're going to make your rounds later, right? I can bring something back for you from the cafeteria. In the spacious office of the orthopedics department of 6th Hospital, one of the 2 remaining staff stood up and broke the silence to say this. It was already dark outside. The hospital day shift had ended, and only the night shift and emergency medical staff were left. Dr. Chi was on duty tonight, busy writing patient records after a hectic stretch. Although the patients today had been somewhat numerous, and the contents tedious, making him a little impatient, he took a short break to check his phone. Thank you, pack something for me. Dr. Chi lifted his head from the desk, casually flipping his phone face down. What do you want? The doctor was just being polite, but unexpectedly, Dr. Chi responded, prompting him to hurriedly open the group chat on his phone. The cafeteria chef updated the menu daily in their work group. Fried pork in sweet garlic sauce, pickled cabbage, bitter melon omelette, black fungus with pork slices. Behind his glasses, Dr. Chi's eyes twinkled as he recalled the scene he'd just seen, the worker voraciously devouring his meal. I'll go with black fungus with pork slices. Thanks. Chapter 7, Emergency Room. The night shift for doctors is different from other professions. It doesn't just mean working at night. They need to start work in the morning of one day and continue straight through until handing over the next morning, completing a continuous 24-hour shift. If more patients are admitted on the following day, they can't leave immediately after their shift and might be busy until the afternoon or even evening before being able to go home. This kind of hardship isn't something that lasts for just a few days, it's something they have to endure month after month, year after year. Added to this are daily consultations involving hundreds of cases and surgeries requiring them to stand for 4 or 5 hours at a time, leading to various health problems as many doctors grow older. Even those who treat others often find it difficult to care for themselves, all because of this high-intensity work style. Fortunately, Chi-Yu's night shift was relatively quiet without any emergency admissions. He made 2 rounds during the night, finished updating patient records, and still had time to take a short nap in the office. However, this sleep was far from deep. At dawn, around 5 or 6 in the morning, the movement of patients' families in the corridor woke Chi-Yu up. Chi-Yu straightened himself in the chair, his fingers gently massaging his temples. Outside the window, the darkness of night had receded, giving way to the light of dawn. The lack of sleep made Chi-Yu's expression colder and more detached than usual. Not even sunlight could warm him up. Only after he put on his glasses did his demeanor soften somewhat, otherwise, it would surely scare the patients away. This comment was something only the experienced head nurse in his department dared to say to Chi-Yu. She originally intended to play matchmaker for Chi-Yu but gave up the idea after spending a few nights working alongside him. Although Dr. Chi looks handsome, his sharp tongue combined with his icy demeanor makes it impossible for any young girl to approach him. Even if someone dared, they'd either be scared off or irritated to the point of running away. After the head nurse's remarks spread throughout the 6th hospital, the swarms of admirers trying to get close to Chi-Yu finally diminished. Therefore, Chi-Yu specially bought her a set of high-end skincare products as a thank you gift for her unintentional assistance, which also helped solve one of his headaches. Because he simply wasn't interested in women. At the sight of those coquettish young girls trying to cozy up to him, Chi-Yu became exasperated. Moreover, he couldn't speak casually. One time he accidentally made a young nurse cry, prompting the head nurse to ensure he went 3 shifts without sleep. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the on-call phone in his pocket vibrated, and Chi-Yu picked it up. Dr. Chi, there's a patient in the emergency room with a compound fracture in the lower limbs. Could you please come down? Yes, I'm coming right away. After hanging up, Chi-Yu quickly readjusted his glasses and hurried downstairs. Although the 6th hospital was a general hospital, it wasn't particularly large. During night shifts, the ER didn't have subspecialty on-duty personnel. After patients with clear symptoms were given basic treatment, the relevant specialist doctor would usually be notified to take over. On the way, Chi-Yu moved swiftly, the white tails of his coat fluttering between his long legs. His figure was tall and upright, his face stern, making him appear both brisk and steady to bystanders, truly an extremely dependable doctor. Move aside. Move aside. Outside the ER doors, an ambulance had just screeched back into the parking area, stopping sharply. The rear door was forcefully opened from inside, and a stretcher worker in a nursing aide uniform jumped out, pulling the stretcher out. A medical staff member seated inside reached out to help but was stopped by a strong, tan-colored arm. I've got it. A youth wearing an orange jacket quickly grabbed the other end of the stretcher, firmly lifting the person lying on it out of the vehicle. Blood was smeared on his clothes and pants, though not nearly as much as the blood soaking the injured patient on the stretcher. "Oh brother, hold on a bit longer, we're already at the hospital." The young man hastily placed the stretcher onto a gurney and wheeled it toward the hospital while anxiously comforting the patient. "This way, follow me this way." The healthcare worker whose task was preempted now had no choice but to jog ahead to guide them. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu stood inside the emergency hall, facing the group rushing toward him. The injured person is a worker from a nearby construction site. He fell from a height. Preliminarily judged as having a compound tibia fracture. There's been substantial bleeding, but we've applied some basic bandages. The on-call doctor explained everything to Chi-Yu while pushing the patient into the emergency room. Alright, check the electrocardiogram first, and prepare for a CT scan immediately. Chi-Yu closely followed, conducting a brief physical examination on the injured person. He roughly had an idea of what was going on and methodically made the necessary arrangements. However, since this was his patient to take charge of, Chi-Yu needed to clarify the specific condition of the injured further, in case he missed anything that could affect subsequent treatments. Just now, the patient lost too much blood and was nearly going into shock. The one who knew the situation best should be the person who came along with him. Are you a relative of the patient Li Quan? Chiyu stepped out from the emergency room with the patient's file, cross-checking the names written in it as he asked the young man sitting dejectedly outside on a chair. Huh? I'm not, I'm his co-worker. Zheng Haichuan looked up upon hearing the voice and immediately locked eyes with a pair of icy cold eyes. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of narrow, indifferent eyes stared back at him. Zheng Haichuan immediately felt uneasy and stood up obediently, explaining to the young doctor in front of him honestly. As a matter of fact, when Chiyu saw the person he called, there was a rare moment of surprise beneath his mask. Chiyu never believed in the word destiny, but the face he just scrolled through on his phone earlier in the night appeared in front of him now, forcing him to admit that the world can sometimes indeed be small. Small enough that a stranger seen online could show up right in front of him in real life. How did he fall and injure himself? Do you know the exact process? Without any screen separating them, the face in front of him looked more vivid and real, even the sweat beads on the forehead and tip of his nose were crystal clear. Chiyu scanned the parched lips and blood-streaked strong body of the young man before quickly regaining his composure and beginning his routine questioning. Roughly, yes. Do you know or don't you know? Didn't they teach you Chinese in school? Chiyu frowned, speak clearly. If you're stuttering, write it down instead. The young doctor standing in front of him didn't look very old, yet he made Zheng Haichuan somewhat uneasy. Maybe it was his stern, cold tone that reminded him of his junior high school homeroom teacher, or perhaps the scolding brought back memories of being beaten by his father when he was little. He instinctively straightened up and carefully organized his words to answer. At that time, Brother Quan was setting up scaffolding next to me on the soil bedding layer. Oh, he's a scaffolder, he installs scaffolding on construction sites. Chiyu tapped his notebook edge with a pen, stick to the main points. Got it. Zheng Haichuan wiped his hands on the side of his thighs before continuing. We were building up to around the height of 3 or 4 floors. I didn't see it myself, but first I heard some steel pipes falling with a clang, and then later, Li Quan yelled once. When we turned to look, he was already lying on the ground. Have you notified his family? Chiyu quickly noted down the key points and asked again. He probably has been notified. Zheng Haichuan wasn't sure and started fumbling through his pockets for a long while until he pulled out his phone. Let me call the foreman to ask. So you sat here like a statue without knowing anything? Chiyu wanted to throw a few sarcastic remarks, but upon seeing the dried blood stain still uncleaned on the youth's hands, the words went round and round in his mouth before he retracted them. Notify his family to come sign the forms as soon as possible. His condition requires immediate surgery. Okay, thank you, doctor. Zheng Haichuan nodded repeatedly. He didn't know how to address the doctor standing in front of him, so all he could do was express his gratitude continuously. However, just as the doctor turned around to leave, Zheng Haichuan suddenly noticed the nameplate pinned on his chest. Dr. Liu. Zheng Haichuan had good eyesight and quickly spotted the name on the badge. But having good eyesight doesn't mean he knows many characters. After rolling those 2 words in his mouth for a while, he could only hesitantly call out a single character. You, isn't it pronounced Liu? He remembered the lawyer he once found for his brother-in-law, that character seemed the same. After giving the instructions, Chiyu was about to go check the results of the imaging tests when a wet, sticky yet burning temperature suddenly transmitted onto his arm, making him wrinkle his brows uncomfortably. At this moment, Zheng Haichuan failed to realize how rude his gesture was. Instead, he tightly grabbed the young doctor's hand and earnestly asked, Dr. Liu, will Brother Li Quan be okay? Chiyu's eyebrows instantly twisted upon hearing this mispronunciation. It's not my decision whether he survives or not, it depends on his own body. Chiyu thought to himself, truly someone who hadn't read books, this worker couldn't even recognize simple characters. Let go. Too lazy to waste more words explaining, he cast a cool glance that immediately made Zheng Haichuan release his grip. Chapter 8, The Ice Shaver. Good evening, everyone. This is Dechuan. I haven't posted many videos recently, I apologize for that. One of the older brothers on our construction site had an accident, and these past few days, the workers have been trying their best to help him. I didn't have the heart to record anything. Today, the foreman said he woke up. I plan to go visit him at the hospital with some fellow workers later. Since time is short, I just made some noodles tonight and thought I'd chat with you all while eating. The phone camera lens, held by a hand, wobbled slightly. In the dim light, the young man's face, up close, looked somewhat distorted but his features were still discernible. His expression appeared somber and dejected, even his furrowed brows were captured by the lens. You tell me, why is it so hard to make money? Zheng Haichuan took a slurp of his noodles. Uncle Quan is a really good person. Oh, Uncle Quan is the one who had the accident. He explained briefly to the viewers, then continued, Uncle Quan is in his early 40s. He works extremely diligently and is the hardest working scaffold worker we have. Last year, he brought his wife and child up here, planning to settle down in Pingcheng. Though he rents a small, old apartment in the urban village, just like me, at least his family is together now. With a bit more effort, they could still lead a decent life. After swallowing the noodles, his throat felt dry. Zheng Haichuan poured himself a cup of cold tea. 2 days ago, I still saw him send his daughter to school. I heard Aunt Quan works as a cleaner in a cleaning company, getting up at 4 in the morning every day to do 5 jobs. Zheng Haichuan hesitated as he spoke. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his face before forcing out a sad smile. It's fine. At least he's awake now, and he should get better. I asked the doctor the other day, and the doctor assured me he would definitely recover. Cough, well, that's all for today. I'm going to wash the dishes. The lens was covered by a rough hand, leaving only the young man's forced calm voice behind. I'll visit him soon and let you know if there's any good news. Bye-bye. Who promised everything would be alright? In the large orthopedic office, Chiyu, whose face originally showed complexity, turned off the video with an indifferent expression after hearing the young man's final words. His finger rested on the app icon until all the icons began to vibrate slightly. Chiyu found today's big data algorithms extremely irritating. Artificial algorithms arrogantly collect individual usage data, attempting to restore someone's personality, habits, preferences, values, and desires from these data, like a robber trying to control its owner's thoughts for profit. It was purely by chance that Chiyu once watched a video of this migrant worker, and ever since, this person kept appearing in his recommended follow list. Now, the latest video even prominently popped up on his homepage, making it impossible for him not to see it. For a moment, Chiyu thought about uninstalling the app, but after staring at the vibrating icon for a while, he relaxed his fingers. Why should he allow such things to bother him? The fleeting image of the young man's pitiful smile flashed through Chiyu's mind and was quickly discarded as he stood up, tidied his phone, and began preparing for the rounds. If he didn't want to watch anymore, he wouldn't. That would prove he wasn't being manipulated. Dr. Chi, are you checking on the patients? Su Meng, the nurse who had just changed a patient's for, grinned as she poked her head into the office and teasingly said to Chiyu, what a coincidence. Bed 59 said his leg hurts. You might want to check on him. Su Meng was new to the department. Although the senior nurses had warned her that Dr. Chi wasn't easy to approach, her youthful curiosity couldn't resist testing whether she might be different. But reality proved cruel. Not convenient, Chiyu didn't even raise his eyelids, yet his reply left Su Meng heartbroken. He just had an internal fixation surgery, it would be strange if he wasn't in pain. There were other doctors in the office, and having the young nurse lose face like this, she bit her lip, stomped her foot, and turned around in annoyance. Chiyu seemed completely oblivious to the change in the girl's attitude. He took out the stethoscope from the drawer, put it on, shoved his hands into his coat pockets, and walked out to conduct his inspections. After he left the office, the few young practicing physicians remaining broke the silence and started chatting quietly among themselves. Wow, isn't Dr. Chi too straightforward? The little nurse was playing cute, but he didn't even react. What are you thinking? You're just starting your training program, you don't know that Dr. Chi has a nickname among us. What nickname? The Ice Shaver. Pfft. What kind of strange nickname is that? You wouldn't get it. Sharp mouth, cold heart, what else could he be but an ice shaver? I see, you have a point. No wonder none of us dare talk to him normally. Though his look alive not welcome expression has already kept me from asking him any questions. Humph, actually, Dr. Chi is pretty solid in his field. Studied abroad for his PhD, published plenty of articles in top journals, aced every exam, and is now the youngest attending physician in our hospital. Wow. With those credentials, why does he stay here at our hospital? Word on the grapevine says it's because it's close to home. I heard when submitting some docs to HR before, they mentioned Dr. Chi hails from this very place, his registered residence is just nearby. The disparity of life, huh? Grew up locally, talent plus good looks. Fortunately, he's as frigid as an ice shaver. Ha ha ha. If Dr. Chi ever heard us say that, we'd probably never get to sleep during night shifts again. He'd freeze us out of our beds. Like you'd even sleep if you weren't trying so hard to sound clever all the time. Hey, maybe it's a good thing Dr. Chi's like that. Leaves all the cute nurse sisters for the rest of us. Fat chance for you, pal. Seriously though, who do you think can tame Dr. Chi? Kinda curious now. An ice shaver, right? Maybe a bigger piece of ice would jam him up, or just stick him under a blazing sun until he starts bubbling. Ugh, you're too much, too gross. Huh, scram. Dr. Chi, you had no idea his co-workers dared joke about him behind his back like this while he diligently made his rounds past each ward. By the time he reached bed 59, half an hour had passed. Before stepping inside, he could already hear a vigorous voice shouting within. All brother, take it. Not much, but it's from the brothers' hearts, please keep it. Ah, if you don't take it, we won't come to visit anymore. These voices were louder and sounded simpler than what Dr. Chi heard through his headphones earlier. Pushing the door open with a chill in his tone, he scolded, do you think this is the Red Cross? Keep quiet in the ward. Sure enough, standing by the bedside was none other than the man he'd seen just a while ago on his phone screen. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Hey, it's you. Dr. Liu. Dichuan Zheng instinctively straightened up, scratching his head foolishly. I didn't mean to. A middle-aged woman squeezed into the corner by the crowd of men shot a look of confusion. Hadn't her daughter said this doctor's last name was Chi? Bed 59, Li Quan. Dr. Chiyu ignored the rustic-looking young man and proceeded to address the patient lying in bed. Just now, you told the nurse your leg hurt. Where does it hurt? As soon as the doctor arrived, Dechuan Zheng and two other workers immediately fell silent and moved aside, anxiously watching how Li Quan reacted. Yes, it's right here where my leg bones ache. The man on the bed had almost one entire leg wrapped in bandages, stretched out flat. Pointing at his calf, he revealed a face twisted with the effort to endure his pain. Dr. Chiyu removed his hand from his coat pocket, moving closer to examine. After inquiring about a few routine questions, he pronounced his judgment, normal. You've got a comminuted fracture, with a steel plate fitted in. You'll be feeling pain for at least another 2 weeks. Li Quan turned pale, his lips quivering. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to say anything, merely nodding slightly. Thank you, doctor. Don't get out of bed unless there's an order. Dr. Chiyu also checked the intravenous medication and left further instructions before continuing to the next ward for patient 60. Behind him, the group of men jostled each other with their elbows and shoulders, exchanging glances to figure out who would ask Li Quan how he really felt. But no one ventured to speak up, not even Zheng Haichuan. They were all afraid to hear bad news. Just then, someone slipped quietly into the room unnoticed. Doctor brother, when will my dad feel better? Dr. Chiyu had just finished examining an old man in bed 60 when he felt a tug at the hem of his coat. Looking down, he saw a little girl holding a backpack gazing up at him, her eyes full of simplicity and longing. Aishio, come back here. The woman standing in the corner called out sharply, don't interfere with the doctor's examination. The little girl bit her lip, responding softly, okay. She released the cloth and stepped toward her mother. At that moment, Dr. Chiyu glimpsed the pattern on her somewhat worn backpack, a shimmering picture of cartoon princesses. Suddenly, a fragment of a certain morning came vividly to mind. It'll take at least half a year to recover. Chiyu glanced down and noticed the little girl turning her head, her eyes wide with surprise. Uncharacteristically, he added one more sentence. With proper rest, you'll be able to walk again, even ride a bike. When Chiyu walked out of the ward, the heavy, cold atmosphere behind him dissolved, replaced by cheerful chatter and unmistakable joy. Tucking the medical record into his pocket, Chiyu continued on toward the next room. Dr. Liu. But before he could turn the handle of the next door, an unexpectedly obnoxious voice rang out from behind. Chiyu gritted his teeth as his temple twitched, then shot a chilly glare at the person who interrupted him. Thank you, Dr. Liu. You're such a great doctor. Zheng Haichuan thrust 2 large red apples enthusiastically into the hands of the doctor in front of him, grinning broadly. Thank you for curing Brother Quan. His leg being healed is truly wonderful news. His dazzling white teeth were no longer filtered through a screen and seemed even more glaring now. Annoyingly bright. Chiyu dropped his hands, letting the apples fall to the ground with 2 dull thuds. Doctors don't accept bribes, he said expressionlessly. It seemed flawless reasoning, leaving nothing to criticize. After that, Chiyu didn't hesitate, he pressed the disinfectant dispenser twice against the wall, not even bothering to hide how much he detested this situation. Oh. I see. Zheng Haichuan stood there dazed for a moment, muttering hesitant apologies. Sorry, Dr. Liu. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bribe you. I just wanted to show my gratitude. Apples, they symbolize peace and health. Chiyu, of course, knew all along. He was doing it deliberately. And what did this man have to apologize for anyway? If it were Chiyu, he'd have flung those apples right back at the giver's face. Yet Zheng Haichuan merely squatted down to pick up the fallen apples, which he had carefully chosen earlier today. Clutching them close to his chest, he rubbed off the dirt gently. Chiyu stood beside him, watching silently with icy disdain. He thought surely after such an insult, the guy would disappear from sight. But instead, the person turned around once more and flashed him another foolish smile. So, Dr. Liu, if sending something doesn't count as bribery, how about a commendation letter? Would you accept that? I'll go ask all our workers to write you one. Chiyu. Not until he returned to his office did Chiyu remember, he had completely forgotten to correct the dumb worker's ridiculous mispronunciation of his name. He had zero relation to Liu, and certainly not to Green either. Chapter 9, No Malice. No malice. I'm telling you, my coworker's leg is going to heal. The doctors at the hospital are really skilled. You don't know, when Quan Gu fell, his leg, the bones were sticking out of the flesh. I saw it with my own eyes, and I was so scared that my hands were shaking when I helped him onto the ambulance. Thankfully, he was sent to the hospital in time. A lot of us were so shocked that we just froze there, but a young female worker quickly dialed 120. The ambulance came fast, within 5 minutes, and they rushed him to the hospital with all green lights. I went along, and Quan Ji's blood covered me entirely, it took me ages to wash it off. At that moment, I thought Quan Ji's leg was broken so badly that he would never walk or climb stairs like before. He might have to use a wheelchair. Turns out it's because I'm uneducated. I didn't realize medical technology has advanced this much now. Today, the doctor said his leg could recover completely. What great news. On the way home from the hospital, Zheng Haichuan started recording a short video again. The urban village where he lived was less than a kilometer away from the hospital. He didn't scan for a shared bike to save money and walked back after saying goodbye to his coworker. After 9 o'clock, the night lamps lit up in Pingcheng, and vehicles streamed by. Walking on the road, Zheng Haichuan had the blurred streetlights as the background, making his face almost indiscernible due to the dim light and the shaky camera. However, his grin and white teeth were clearly recorded into the video. The doctor who treated Quan Gu is good-looking, very talented, and looks younger than me. I heard from Quan Ji's wife that he studied abroad. How impressive. Unfortunately, he wouldn't accept anything, not even 2 apples I tried to give him. Zheng Haichuan pulled out red apples from his pocket and shook them. I'll take these home for my little Himiao instead. Since he won't take gifts, I'll show my gratitude in other ways. I plan to gather some literate workmates to write commendation letters for him. When I get home, I'll consult the big writer upstairs. He surely knows how to write it properly. Clearly, the rejection from Dr. LV at the hospital did not bother Zheng Haichuan in the slightest. Whether people call him coarse or say he's dumb, Zheng Haichuan truly didn't feel that Chiyu held any ill will towards him. He knew what real malice looked like. It was those curses behind closed doors when his elder brother lay in a deep coma. Why hasn't he died yet? It was the countless doors that remained unopened when he took injury reports to the boss, and it was Himiao always struggling to find a full meal. But in this world, while there are evil people, there are also kind ones. The fact that he could stand here now, earning money through labor, that his brother could recuperate back in their hometown, and that little Himiao became more spirited each day, all of this happened because of the kindness of good people. And Dr. LV, who cured and saved lives, was undoubtedly one of the good people. At most, he was just a bit too serious. Zheng Haichuan thought to himself, in the hospital, seriousness towards life and death situations was normal. This shower of praise from Zheng Haichuan only stopped when he reached the foot of his rental apartment building. He switched the lens from selfie mode to rear-facing. I'm home, let's bring our little Himiao back home. What appeared on the screen was a rusty, push-pull burglar-proof iron gate. Due to its long-term disrepair, the keypad was already malfunctioning, forcing residents to enter and exit using keys. But fortunately, during the day, this door usually stayed open. Behind the door, inside a barely 3 square meter small stairwell, someone still sat every day, operating a small business essential to survival. In the footage, the first thing captured was a table placed with a simple sewing machine. Scattered on the table were a few pieces of fabric, and draped over it was a dark blue pair of pants. The cuffs were pinned under the sewing machine's needle, moving back and forth. The hands operating the machine were no longer young. A thimble covered the thumb, but despite that, all 10 fingers were painted with bright pink nail polish. Due to poor quality materials, the nails looked slightly tacky, and large areas of polish had flaked off, giving them a patchy appearance. The owner of the hands was a lean middle-aged woman, sitting on a wooden stool, working diligently with a lowered gaze. Sister Hong, you're still busy working? Zheng Haichuan stepped over the threshold of the iron gate and greeted her. Dad. The woman was busy and didn't reply immediately. Instead, a delighted child's voice echoed from deeper inside the stairwell, and Zheng Jiahe popped out suddenly like a little mouse. Hey, slow down, be careful with your head. The stairwell on the first floor was triangular, with the staircase to the second floor directly above it. As a result, the innermost corner of the space wasn't even as tall as Zheng Haichuan's leg length. Fortunately, Zheng Jiahe was small for his age, and even when standing straight, he barely reached the grayish-white ceiling. Still, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but call out cautiously. Yao Ba, are you done visiting Uncle Li? The little boy emerged from the stairwell and dashed into Zheng Haichuan's arms, tilting his head back to ask politely. Yeah, I'm done. Zheng Haichuan gently patted the little boy's head, pulling an apple from his pocket and handing it to him. He took another one from the other pocket and placed it on Sister Hong's sewing table. Sister Hong, here's an apple for you. It's red Fuji, should be really sweet. Still got money to buy red Fuji? Sister Hong carefully secured the last hemline and shook the pair of dark blue pants before flicking her eyes upward to glance at Zheng Haichuan. With this money, you'd better buy more eggs for Jiahe. Well, it's about visiting sick people, can't go empty-handed, right? Zheng Haichuan didn't argue further. I shamelessly snagged 2 apples back. Take them, don't let them go to waste. What kind of person the young man was, everyone in the neighborhood knew after such a long time of interaction. Sister Hong had just voiced her thoughts offhandedly. Yet Zheng Haichuan was still patiently explaining, after you reminded me, I've been boiling an egg every morning for Jiahe. Zheng Haichuan pinched the chubby cheeks of his nephew, urging him to confirm, tell me yourself, am I neglecting you or not? No. Zheng Jiahe obediently shook his head, but he frowned earnestly, begging, Uncle, can I stop eating it? Young boys are growing. How can you not eat? This time, Sister Hong chimed in, her brows knitted tightly, looking exceptionally strict, which made Zheng Jiahe shrink his neck in fear. He just doesn't like eating the yolk. Zheng Haichuan smiled but sided with Sister Hong, refusing to loosen up for his young nephew as he taught Jing Jiahe. Hazards dislike it now, but you must eat it, no wasting, understand? And when you grow as tall as uncle, then you can stop. Okay. Jing Jiahe nodded obediently. He'd only said it casually. He knew that buying eggs required money, a single tiny egg was more expensive than 2 large steamed buns. Though the yolk was hard to eat, he wouldn't dare to throw it away. Alright, let's head back. Hesmail, say goodbye to Auntie Hong. Goodbye, Auntie Hong. Zheng Haichuan urged Sister Hong to rest early, then carried his nephew upstairs. The soft child's voice echoed along the staircase as each step they climbed produced rhythmic sounds. Zheng Haichuan asked what his nephew was doing, and Jing Jiahe counted on his fingers while explaining. I'm calculating how many eggs I need to eat to grow as tall as uncle. Zheng Haichuan burst into laughter, the sound echoing loud enough to trigger all the motion-activated lights higher up the stairs. Did you figure it out yet? How many eggs do you need? He bounced the small kid lightly in his arms. Jing Jiahe wrinkled his little forehead, looking troubled. I can't count. Seems like you haven't eaten enough eggs. With a couple of big steps, Zheng Haichuan carried the child into their rented apartment. So, uncle, can you count it clearly? As the old iron door clicked shut, a lingering echo filled the stairwell. One could hear Zheng Haichuan's otherwise cheerful tone falter slightly before he pretended confidently. At least 10,000. Chapter 10, Truly Fateful. Chiyu had not opened the short video app for several weeks. He usually sticks to his decisions and does not change them arbitrarily. He also didn't know who put that curse on him, making him watch those boring videos, which was quite abnormal for him. Chiyu thought it might be because he hadn't been exposed to much excitement lately, otherwise, why would even watching a day laborer cook and eat dinner make him watch from beginning to end? Although it's true that this worker looked slightly better than an average migrant worker, with a body shape that wasn't overly obese or skinny like some other men exposing their chests outside. However, these things couldn't hide the fact that he was still just a simple rural laborer at the bottom of society. Chiyu disliked people living in such environments. They were coarse, reckless, aimless, only focused on their small piece of life. But no matter how they struggled, they were always heading toward muddy ditches, never seeing the bright sun overhead. Indeed. In that crowded area filled with booths and goose houses where people huddled together in dilapidated apartment buildings, what kind of sun could be found there? When looking up, all one could see were clotheslines jutting out from iron grills, whitewashed underwear and tattered vests, and plastic trash hanging on electrical wires. The people living in places like that were bound to be crushed by life. No. Perhaps we should say it differently. They didn't have lives. Most of the people living there thought about only one thing, survival. This kind of environment had nothing to do with Chiyu for a long time. He now had a decent job, comfortable living conditions, a healthy lifestyle, and although he wasn't exceedingly rich, he had basic financial freedom. Compared to the day laborer in the video, they were worlds apart. Since they were from completely different worlds, there was no need to care or follow. Chiyu felt that although he wasn't a good person, he also had no interest in watching a cruel reality repeatedly torment someone who smiled innocently until that brightness faded from their eyes. He would occasionally think. Next time when Qingzi asks him to vote in the ranking contests. If there are leftover gifts for tips, he would casually toss them to the young man named Duchuan. It could also count as thanking him for the apple. Recently during the transition between spring and summer, it is also the peak flu season. We must pay more attention to patients with new strains of influenza during daily outpatient clinics and do a good job with the statistics reports. In the bright large conference room of the hospital, many doctors were sitting attentively below, listening to the dean arrange monthly work tasks. Each month's meeting follows a similar process. After the department heads share important cases and critical operational tasks on stage, the HR director wraps up the meeting, announcing recent violations and incidents for healthcare workers to learn from, while recognizing colleagues with accomplishments. Chiyu was openly skimming through medical journals during this session, irrelevant to him as usual. Apart from appearing once during the promotion to senior attending physician, he has been pretty low profile, uninterested in showcasing himself or participating in group activities. Fortunately, his professional knowledge is solid, and the old department head turns a blind eye, never causing trouble for him. However, today something strange happened. Chiyu actually heard his name called out. We have a commendable comrade in our orthopedic department too, working diligently, treating promptly. A relative of a patient sent several thank you letters to our dean's mailbox, deeply moving content. That doctor is none other than our young Chiyu, Dr. Chi. The thank you letters are very sincere. After visiting this patient and their relatives, we confirm high praise for Dr. Chi. Therefore, we give a top rating affirmation for Dr. Chi's overall performance assessment this month. Afterward, the thank you letters will be posted on the bulletin board. We hope all doctors can learn from Dr. Chi and strive to serve every patient well. Under thunderous applause and everyone's fervent gaze, Chiyu's cold face remained tightly stiff, though subtly showing signs of strain. That evening, when Chiyu left after his shift and passed the hospital bulletin board, he stopped momentarily. Adjusting his glasses, he quickly located the letter written on several sheets of notebook paper. With writing so clumsy it resembled a grade schooler's, the letter's content stretched on for paragraphs detailing a foolish journey, describing the anxiety over seeing someone fall and the frantic trip to the hospital, followed by worry whether the injured leg would recover until learning the joyful news of a full recovery. Throughout the letter, not a single bad word was mentioned about him, instead painting him as a humane, kind-hearted savior, a real-life angel in white. Chi-Yu could already imagine the migrant worker sitting awkwardly beside a shabby dining table, holding a ballpoint pen and scribbling away. After finishing the letter, he would surely take a relieved breath like an innocent fool. After skimming through one section roughly, Chi-Yu didn't read further. He was afraid that after finishing, his face might turn darker than tonight's night sky. What was wrong with that migrant worker? After being so harshly reprimanded by him and not even shown a good face, how dare he still shamelessly come over? A fire suddenly ignited in Chi-Yu's heart for no reason. The fire burned all the way until he returned home without dying down. After Chi-Yu entered his house, slipped off his shoes, and changed into loungewear, he sat on the sofa and opened the video software which he hadn't used for a long time. Although technology has developed rapidly nowadays, Chi-Yu sometimes felt the development curve fluctuated too much, making artificial intelligence often seem more like artificial stupidity. For example, now. He had already scrolled past at least 20 short videos, but the person who kept showing up earlier wasn't appearing yet. Impatiently, he swiped another silly video of someone pulling out two glow sticks from behind their back, inwardly scoffing, muscle lines taken under such dim light with fluorescent lamps might as well be covered by a pig trotter, it'd still look better. At the same time, he also thought how stupid it was for him to sit there scrolling through videos without doing any real work. Chi-Yu tried to pull the account name of that migrant worker out of his mind. What was it called again? Which one? He didn't know what this current obstinacy was about. Chi-Yu told himself, he would scroll for one more minute, and if he didn't find the guy, he wouldn't watch anymore. It seemed heaven heard his thoughts. Just as Chi-Yu's thumb touched the screen again in an attempt to swipe away, a somewhat familiar, honest voice came from the speaker. It's getting hot. I've been talking for days about changing the bedding, but recently I've been too busy, forgetting every single time. Finally remembered today. Little seedling got kicked her blanket off last night due to the heat, I gotta change it quickly. Otherwise, if she catches a cold with her stomach exposed during the night, we won't have money to see a doctor. In the dim screen, a young and strong figure appeared, standing by the bed fitting a duvet cover. The youth, with his back to the camera, wore knee-length large shorts, and his upper body was covered in a loose old man's vest. Two strong arms protruded from the holes of the vest. As the duvet cover fluttered, the blurry lamplight in the room created a shadow play, enhancing the visible curves of the muscles on his arms. This was already better to look at than those previous lightsaber nonsense things. Such thoughts flashed through Chi-Yu's mind but were soon dismissed. The person in the lens was just as clumsy as before, struggling endlessly to shake the duvet cover open. Hey, little seedling, come give me a hand. Unable to handle it alone, the young man asked for help from the only little helper in the house. The little boy writing at the dining table hopped down immediately, running to his side to grab the edge of the duvet. Don't pull that. Did you see those two corners? Grab one each. The youth waved the corner of the duvet in his hand, teaching the child. Oh, I get it. Jing Jiahe quickly grasped the concept and mimicked Zheng Heichuan's actions, tightly gripping the duvet corners. That's right, let's shake it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. With different strengths, the tacky peony flower pattern duvet flew up towards the ceiling together. It seemed like a slow-motion shot in a movie. Chi-Yu watched as those blooming flowers were illuminated by the top lamp with a dull yet gaudy color, then slowly fell down, covering the father-son duo like a veil. Ho ho, ho ho. Children always manage to find joy in these rather uninteresting affairs. Covered beneath the quilt, Zheng Jiahe's little head pushed around, shouting, Uncle, I can't see. Zheng Heichuan seemed infected by this laughter and burst out laughing heartily, then flipped the thin quilt forcefully, wrapping the whole thing around the tiny toddler like a cocoon. Ha! Got you! Ha 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 ha! The small boy, wrapped like a silkworm pupa, laughed merrily while rolling on the bed. Help, uncle, help. Do it yourself. Zheng Heichuan didn't untangle the child immediately but instead pinched his little nose, saying, if you can't undo it, sleep like this. After that, he tidied up the replaced cotton blanket by himself, folding it neatly and placing it on the top shelf inside the adjacent wardrobe. Then, he bent down, picked up the changed duvet cover, and carried it to the toilet to soak in a basin. After finishing, he walked back in front of the camera. Hey, still people watching? Zheng Heichuan rubbed his nose and quickly clicked to view the list of watchers, thanking each one. Thanks to Gao 2 charging station agent, thanks to user 648342231, thanks to Moon not as good as my heart, thanks to Juju Mom, thanks to Happy Season 513, thanks to Goo. When he read out the last viewer, he paused in pleasant surprise. Oh, this big brother has the same name as someone I've recently met. What a coincidence. Chapter 11, Change 1. 11, Change 1. A fateful head. Chi-Yu pinched his phone, his forehead throbbing with pain. He hadn't noticed it before, the content he saw today wasn't a pre-recorded video, but this guy was actually live streaming. Which idiot would thank each viewer in the live stream one by one? Nobody was even tipping him. For the first time, Chiyu felt what Qingzi had described to him, being publicly humiliated on social media. I'm just trying out live streaming, and I might not do it very well, so please forgive me. If you have anything you'd like to chat about, feel free to comment, and I should be able to see it. Or if there's anything specific you'd like me to broadcast. Anything I can do at home is fine, right? Thank you all for your support and following me. And if you could, I hope you might give me a tip, hehe. When Zheng Haichuan said that last sentence, he didn't dare look at the screen. His weak-colored cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. At this point in his life, he still remembered what his father once told him, make money with your own abilities. Whether as an apprentice in the past or as a worker now, Zheng Haichuan has always worked honestly, relying on his skills and hard labor for food. But asking complete strangers for gifts or tips now made him uncomfortable. It felt like getting something for nothing. During his first live stream, no one was in his audience. But oddly, Zheng Haichuan breathed a sigh of relief because of this. He decided to focus on doing his own thing, treating the whole affair as if it didn't exist. Later, a coworker who had introduced him to live streaming entered his room, observed his situation, and gave him a long lecture, gradually shifting Zheng Haichuan's perspective a little. According to his friend's reasoning, producing live streams cost electricity, time, and lots of energy, a form of effort. If the viewers enjoyed it and were satisfied, why wouldn't it be okay for them to offer some money? It was a win-win situation where neither party was wronged. Still, with his shy personality, Zheng Haichuan couldn't bring himself to ask for tips actively. He thought, if he managed to entertain the audience with what they wanted to see, and they happily tipped him, that would be great. Asking for more than that felt unnecessary to him. Meanwhile, the current audience in the live stream, of course, had heard Zheng Haichuan's comments. Originally, Chiyu had planned to exit the live stream, but when the young man spoke, several new messages popped up in the rolling comment section. User 648342231, want to watch cooking. Zhu's mom, would you read a picture book for kids? Moon less than my heart, could you change into a tighter tank top? This outfit looks bad. Zheng Haichuan noticed that people really left comments, and his expression lit up with joy. He quickly stopped tidying up the house and leaned toward the phone screen, reading each message aloud. Want to watch cooking, he said, then looked concerned and glanced at the wall clock behind him. Sorry, can I start my live stream earlier tomorrow? We've already finished eating and cleaned up tonight, and there's no extra stock of groceries. Continuing, Zheng Haichuan read the next comment, read picture books for children? This left Zheng Haichuan a bit puzzled. What are these picture books? Are they books filled with illustrations? He turned his head and looked at the nephew lying like a caterpillar on the bed and scratched his head while facing the camera. My little he meow hasn't started kindergarten yet. Before, we lived in the countryside and never learned about picture books. Now, I've bought some building blocks and those small character storybooks, there aren't any words though. After explaining, Zheng Haichuan apologized again to this Zhu's mom. He felt a bit disheartened, realizing he had overpromised earlier, and seemed unable to satisfy the fans' requests. Fortunately, the other side didn't mind, briefly explaining what a picture book was, and comfortingly sent him a 1 yuan gift, rose. When sending a gift, a short effect would appear on the live streaming software screen, lasting for 1 or 2 seconds. Not only can the audience watching the live stream see it, but the broadcaster will also receive a reminder. Therefore, after receiving the rose, Zheng Haichuan's surprised and thrilled face, looking like he had won a grand prize, was clearly captured by the live stream camera. Chiyu obviously saw this too. But he just sneered and pursed his lips slightly. Humph, such petty behavior. Thank you. Thank you so much for Zhu's mom's gift. I'm extremely grateful. Even though it was the cheapest tip in the gift section, amounting to only a few cents after the platform took its cut, for Zheng Haichuan, it represented recognition of his efforts from recording videos for so long. After repeatedly thanking this fan, he continued to read the comments. Change into a tighter tank top, this one looks bad. Zheng Haichuan pulled at his old sweatshirt as he looked down, are you referring to what I'm wearing? Zheng Haichuan clearly remembered that this tank top was bought for 10 yuan from a stall in town several years ago. He'd worn it for several years. Initially, it was fine to wear outside, but after washing it multiple times, it grew looser and looser, so he eventually started using it as pajamas inside the house. Although Zheng Haichuan didn't understand why the audience had this request, for him, this was finally something he could fulfill. With a sigh of relief, he stood up happily, sure, I'll change. Might as well wash this one while I'm at it. The camera phone was placed on a shelf, capturing most of the living room. Thus, the viewers in the live stream could now see Zheng Haichuan's actions as he approached the closet he'd just closed earlier, opened it again, and poked his head in to rummage through it. Hey, this one works, right? After some time, Zheng Haichuan found a rarely worn black H-style tank top made of pure cotton ribbing. It was something he'd purchased from a day shop downstairs the last time he received his wages. On screen, the viewer, Moon less than my heart, quickly typed, okay, very okay, even omitting punctuation marks for fear that her eagerness wouldn't be understood. However, Zheng Haichuan standing far away obviously hadn't noticed. Only Chiyu, who was still staring at the phone, unknowingly frowned. The young man on screen effortlessly grabbed the bottom corners of the shirt with both hands, forcefully lifted his arms, and easily removed the sweatshirt. And thus, his robust back and defined muscle lines were fully exposed to all the viewers through the live stream. Chapter 12, Irresponsible. Zheng Haichuan couldn't quite understand how just a moment of changing clothes could result in him receiving several tips when he returned to his phone. Among them, Moon can't compare with my heart, sent him a full 3 heart symbols, and user 648342231 also sent him 2 fluorescent sticks. 3 10 yuan gifts, 2 5 yuan gifts, altogether that was 40 yuan. That was equivalent to an hour's work for him. Unable to contain himself, Zheng Haichuan grinned widely, quickly standing in front of the phone and bowing gratefully to the audience who had tipped him, speaking cheerfully and sincerely. After such a harvest, his mood was high, and he continued to interact enthusiastically with the viewers in the live stream. However, while Zheng Haichuan wasn't paying attention, among the viewer list, an account named Yu had quietly left. Xiao Yu clearly disdained Zheng Haichuan's selling flesh behavior. He tossed his phone onto the sofa, irritably unbuttoning his shirt as he headed toward the bathroom. Xiao Yu thought to himself that he must have eaten too much to waste time watching a migrant worker live stream exposing his arms and chest. These people trying to make money from live streaming were obviously not taking the right path. They wanted wealth without effort, calling anyone with money father. TCH. As the shower water turned on, Xiao Yu closed his eyes under the shower head, starting to wash away the hospital disinfectant smell clinging to his body. In the reflection of the glass partition, stood a tall and lean figure. His build was sturdy, the skin over which the water flowed youthful and taut. There were no flabby muscles from overwork, nor overly defined muscle groups. Yet, whether he was leaning against the tiles washing his hair or tilting his head to rinse the soap off his body, every movement displayed hidden masculine strength beneath Xiao Yu's skin. Unlike the roughness of ordinary men, Xiao Yu's nails were neatly trimmed. The edges adhered to the flesh, but this did nothing to diminish the elegance of his long and clean hands. Those hands plunged into his slightly long hair, brushing it back behind his ears and revealing a slightly severe face. With no glasses obstructing his view, Xiao Yu's features appeared even more sharp-edged. In particular, his narrow eyes carried an icy, sharp gaze whenever he looked up at someone. It was like a scalpel. As the sound of water diminished, Xiao Yu turned off the faucet and stepped out of the glass partition, grabbing a towel from beneath the sink and wrapping it around his waist. While drying his hair, he approached the wardrobe, pulling out his pajamas. Most of his clothes were simple, mainly black, white, gray, and blue. These colors basically filled his wardrobe space. Xiao Yu took out a short-sleeved sleep robe, tied the belt, then pulled out his underwear and put it on. When fetching the underwear, the back of his hand brushed against the shirt folded beside it. He had many tank tops and fitted crossback tanks as well. Xiao Yu swept his gaze over his wardrobe, and once again, the image of that simple-minded migrant worker changing clothes popped into his mind, stirring up another wave of annoyance within him. TSK. Even though you're a parent already, you're still flirting with fans. Irresponsible. Despite thinking this, after getting into bed, Xiao Yu inexplicably reopened the video app on his phone again. He told himself that he was just finishing what he originally planned to do. Thus, Xiao Yu very quickly found Zheng Haichuan's account via search, Big Chuan Striving Earn. After entering this person's homepage, Xiao Yu flipped through all his recent recorded videos, finally spotting Zheng Haichuan's entire process of writing a letter of commendation in one of them. Indeed, as he had guessed, it was clumsily written word by word while crouching on the dining table. There was someone else nearby teaching him, showing only half their body as they gave instructions on how some characters should be written, and how some phrases ought to be constructed. As Xiao Yu watched, he sneered inwardly, needing external help just to write a little elementary school level essay. Stupid enough to die. By the end of the video, the camera finally shifted to show the person teaching him. Beside Zheng Haichuan, he introduced casually to the audience, "This is Brother Lu Jun who lives upstairs, Mr. Lu. He's an exceptionally talented writer. Mr. Lu writes poems, draws pictures, and everything our little Himalaya has learned so far, all taught by Mr. Lu." Sitting by the dining table was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was somewhat thin, appearing genteel and scholarly. He wore a faded white shirt, the fabric loose and empty, seemingly propped up by his bony frame. Facing the lens, he smiled casually, giving off an aura of someone who doesn't seek conflict with the world. "Not worthy of being called a teacher, just someone scraping by," he said. "Mr. Lu, what nonsense." The young man gave the man a slap on the back, disapprovingly saying, "You've only lived half your life, there's still much more good times ahead. Don't talk about dying like that." The young man's spirit seemed to have moved the middle-aged man, who now smiled more sincerely than before. He tapped the table lightly. "Are you done? Read it once." Zheng Haichuan had several characters he couldn't write, so he hastily pulled the paper toward Mr. Lu and asked. The topic was deftly shifted by Lu Jun. The camera then returned to Zheng Haichuan again. But as the video continued, Qiyu paused it and dragged the progress bar back to where the middle-aged man appeared. He took his not-so-thick glasses from the bedside table and put them on carefully. Qiyu pressed his lips together, bringing the phone closer to scrutinize the man in the lens. After observing for a while, Qiyu jumped out of this video and began searching through other videos of Zheng Haichuan's. Eventually, he found familiar people and scenes he remembered in some of those clips. Mr. Liu, Aunt Hong. Chiyu felt somewhat enlightened thinking, so they are still living there. Yo, Yuzi, you're back from school. At the roadside mini-pub, just as the neon lights lit up, a young woman with permed hair and wearing a miniskirt sat with her legs crossed, leaning against the wall smoking. A little boy with a backpack walked past her without paying any attention until his bag was grabbed, forcing him to unwillingly turn around and coldly say, Aunt Hong, let go. TSK, I told you to call me Sister Hong, you brat. The woman flicked her red nail at the boy's forehead. Not too old but already carrying such a heavy bag. Because of the height difference, the boy couldn't avoid her finger snap, enduring it silently. A bit of red appeared on his forehead, which made his otherwise cold face look even more lively and handsome. Hey, stop glaring at me like that, glaring enough to make me want to have a baby just to play with. The woman teased the stylish little boy, patting him, and waving him off. Hurry home, I can already smell your mom's cooking. Bye. The boy quickly retrieved his bag and rushed toward an old self-built building a few paces away. If I love you, I will never be like the clinging trumpet vine, boasting on your high branches. If I love you, I would never imitate infatuated birds, repeating monotonous songs for your verdant shade. Neither am I just a spring fountain that forever brings refreshing comfort, nor an imposing cliff adding to your height and supporting your majesty. Not even sunlight, or the spring rain. No, these are not enough. I must be a kapok tree standing close to you. As he climbed to the stairwell, he could hear the voice of a young man reading poetry from the rooftop. That reader recited line after line dramatically and emotionally, though he kept repeating the same few lines. Accompanied by the rewinding cassette tape and the button moving up and down, it wouldn't stop. The boy stopped for a moment, tilting his head to listen, then made a slight disdainful expression. It didn't sound nearly as good as their class representative reading during Chinese lessons. The short-legged climb up the stairs finally reached the third floor. The boy flipped open his bag lid and took out the key from the side of the bag. Last year, they had installed the latest type of brass anti-theft lock. The key was triangular and could be turned left or right. However, since someone was home, the boy slightly turned it to the right, and the door opened. Yubao, cough, you're back. From the kitchen came the crisp sounds of spatulas flipping over hot food. A gentle feminine voice carried from within, infused with the feeling of home. The boy took off his leather shoes and neatly arranged them in the shoe cabinet. Then he entered his room, dropped off his bag, and went to wash his hands in the bathroom. Even though young, he conducted himself systematically, behaving like a little adult. Fried food emanated a rich aroma from the kitchen. After washing his hands, the boy stood still by the hallway connecting the living room and bedroom, comparing his height against the ruler drawn on the wall panel, frowned unhappily staring at the mark for quite some time before stepping into the kitchen. Mom, what are you frying? Oh, frying small yellow croakers for you. In the pot, hot oil crackled loudly. The person wrapped in a terracotta red apron was using a spatula to transfer the crispy fried fish onto a plate and asked, Are you hungry? The boy noticed that today his mother seemed a bit taller and fatter, appearing stout from behind. He thought it was strange, but paid little attention because his stomach was growling. He nodded. Well, eat one first. It's really delicious. The person facing away from him turned, holding the tail of a small yellow croaker in her hand. Come on, Yubao, open your mouth. At this moment, the little boy was growing increasingly puzzled. Why, did his mother's voice suddenly sound like a man's? As he looked up, a strong arm suddenly scooped him up, and his small body collided into a firm yet soft chest. Be a good boy, open up, mommy will feed you. Yubao's whole body stiffened in shock. He abruptly sat up from the bed. Outside the window, the sun was rising, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Chapter 13, Deceiving Kids. 13, Deceiving Kids. One day, when Zheng Haichuan reported for work, he noticed there were fewer steelworkers and scaffolders in his worksite area. However, several concrete pump trucks had appeared on the empty ground, and more than a dozen concrete workers had already arrived to start working efficiently. Zheng Haichuan looked around, roughly estimating the progress of the project and gaining a general idea. As expected, before the end of the afternoon shift, the foreman called over a group of more than 10 steelworkers, informing them they wouldn't be needed for the next couple weeks. No one was surprised because this is how construction sites operated. A building project involves numerous procedures: excavating earthworks, shoring up foundation pits, surveying and layout, pile driving, scaffold erection, reinforcing steelwork, tower cranes, pouring concrete, water and electricity installation, waterproofing, etc. Even basic construction includes all these steps, let alone major municipal projects constructing transportation hubs and mixed-use complexes. The small section where Zheng Haichuan worked had already completed its foundational rebar construction, and now required concrete pouring, followed by curing until it solidified before proceeding to the next stage. Of course, the entire project was far from finished. Some areas were just beginning excavation for underground structures. There was still plenty of work ahead for Zheng Haichuan and others. However, at this specific stage, with labor oversupply, part of the rebar crew would have to take a temporary break until other preliminary works were complete so they could resume their tasks. Only a few veteran rebar workers, with over 20 years of experience, remained for reinforcement work, leaving Zheng Haichuan and the others temporarily without work. Although everyone understood the situation, an undertone of restlessness began to creep through the group. After all, no work meant no money, and many were already pondering their chances at other construction sites the following day. The only bit of good news came when the foreman pulled out a wad of cash from his briefcase tucked under his arm before dismissal, and then distributed payments according to each worker's performance since the year's new start. Zheng Haichuan received several thousand yuan. This, of course, was not the entirety of Zheng Haichuan's wages for this period. In most cases, construction sites did not pay workers all at once, some due to intentional withholding, others due to financial constraints, and still others as a way to retain workers for future needs. In short, getting paid on time as a migrant worker was as difficult as finding a perfect wife. Zheng Haichuan wasn't greedy, happy with the money in hand, he thanked the foreman with a cheerful smile. After all, these thousands of yuan were enough to support him and little Himir for several months. He carefully placed the money in his pocket, keeping his hand over it all the way home, then immediately deposited it into the bank card before letting out a relieved sigh. For dinner, Zheng Haichuan unusually prepared 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. There was a bowl of braised pork ribs with potatoes, a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork, sautéed baby bok choy, and a pot of cucumber and preserved egg soup. It felt like a feast. Uncle Yi, are any uncles or aunts coming over today? Jing Jiahe hadn't eaten such a lavish meal in a long time. While Zheng Haichuan was stewing the ribs in a pressure cooker, the boy kept sniffing toward the kitchen. When the dishes started coming out one after another, Jing Jiahe was practically drooling. Wow, if 2 more dishes were added, it would be enough for a village banquet of 9 grand platters. Despite being hungry, Jing Jiahe didn't rush toward the food with chopsticks as soon as he sat down at the table. Instead, he obediently perched on his high chair, waiting for his uncle's instructions. Then Zheng Haichuan, having just washed his hands, slapped his nephew's head affectionately. No one's coming. Can we afford a nice meal? Following his uncle's mannerisms, Jing Jiahe grinned, revealing a set of tiny white teeth. Yes. If it's worth it, eat up and have more. With that, Zheng Haichuan scooped a big bowl of rice into the special small bowl reserved for his nephew, saying, "Your Uncle Yi has been slaving away in the kitchen, smoking my whole head with the smell of the food. You'd better eat more to make up for it." Jing Jiahe laughed, stretching himself upright to confirm something, and Zheng Haichuan played along, bowing his head to bring it close to his nephew. "Smell it yourself." "Is it true?" Jing Jiahe nodded seriously. "Yeah. Uncle Yi worked hard. I'll give you a back rub later." The child might not have known many words to express deep feelings, but this simple childlike chatter warmed Zheng Haichuan's heart. Happy. Taking advantage of the mood, Zheng Haichuan made a deal. "You need to finish this dinner first. Then you'll have the energy to give Uncle Yi a massage." Little Jiahe had been in poor health since he was a child. No, it would be more accurate to say his condition had never been good. Even when eating meals, he ate like a bird pecking at food, and Zheng Haichuan noticed how the boy barely ate anything before feeling full. However, Jing Jiahe hadn't picked up on the earnest concern behind his uncle's observations. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all fixed on the meat dishes, quickly giving a perfunctory response, mm. The meal lasted about half an hour. An old TV screen of less than 30 inches had just finished broadcasting the evening news, followed by the weather forecast. Zheng Haichuan, who'd momentarily paused while clearing away the plates and bowls, caught part of the report, mentioning rain in the coming days. He inwardly felt grateful for his luck. If it rained and we were still working on the construction site, that would have truly been miserable, he thought. It was slippery, dangerous, and easy to catch a cold. It was almost as if half your life was at stake. Fortunately, he wouldn't be going to the site for the next few weeks. Tomorrow, he planned to clean up and head out to look for some odd jobs. "Jiahe, did you take your calcium tablets today?" Because of insufficient care during his early childhood, Jing Jiahe's growth had lagged behind. Now, he was much thinner and smaller than kids his age. After bringing him along, Zheng Haichuan had made every effort to nourish him properly. The calcium tablets were something recommended by fellow workers on the construction site, so Zheng Haichuan bought them for his young nephew. Recalling this during the dishwashing, he asked casually but received no affirmative reply from his nephew. "Jing Jiahe, I'm asking you." Zheng Haichuan's tone became slightly more serious. "Gone." Still standing on tiptoe and fiddling with a pillar in the living room, Jing Jiahe hesitated after hearing his uncle's inquiry. Only then did he straighten up and admit it. When did they run out? Having dried his hands after washing dishes, Zheng Haichuan went over to the coffee table where he rummaged through a metal tray of bottles and containers until he found the empty one. As he shook it, confirming its emptiness, a pang of frustration hit him. "Why didn't you tell me?" Zheng Haichuan turned to his nephew. Choking down his lips, Jing Jiahe started playing with his fingers. Realizing what might be going on, Zheng Haichuan walked toward the entrance corridor and roughly ruffled his nephew's hair. "What's a little kid like you thinking about so deeply?" Rarely raising his voice, Zheng Haichuan scolded him. "Money is something for adults to worry about. You eat and drink well. While Uncle Yi is here, you won't starve." Still looking down, Jing Jiahe remained silent. But quietly, a small pool of tears gathered on the floor tiles. What are you crying for? Real men and husbands-to-be don't have obstacles they can't overcome, did you hear me? Though Zheng Haichuan raised his voice again, seeing the increasing puddle of tears on the ground made him stop talking with remorse. He looked at the little one before him, who dared not utter a sound, and wiped his face with one hand. All right. Uncle Yi was wrong. He shouldn't have scolded you. With some helplessness, Zheng Haichuan squatted down and embraced his nephew. Your father and I aren't skilled enough, which forces you, even at such a young age, to consider these things. How about we both reflect a bit? Zheng Haichuan suggested awkwardly, patting the child's back gently yet tenderly. If Uncle Yi has limited money, I'll tell you. And from now on, you mustn't hide anything from Uncle Yi either. If you're hungry or lack anything, you should tell me, okay? His words were clumsy but filled with warmth. Hick. After a while, the little bean in his arms finally nodded. That's right. Big boys know how to correct their mistakes, right? Taking a breath of relief, Zheng Haichuan continued to soothe the child. Stop crying, or it'll become even harder for you to grow taller. That last line was purely made up by Zheng Haichuan, yet he confidently used it to deceive the child, even guiding Zheng Jiahe's hand to measure his height against the doorpost. Our bodies are made up of lots and lots of water. By crying, you're letting the water out, and in a couple of days, you'll shrink and get shorter. On the doorframe, from the base extending all the way to the top, there was a nearly faded long sticker, a measuring strip left by some previous tenant, firmly stuck on the edge of the doorway. It seemed most boys harbored a fixation with their height, and Zheng Jiahe was no exception. Ever since moving in, he'd quietly measured his height almost every day. And Zheng Haichuan's made-up story clearly convinced him, stopping his tears instantly. Years later, Zheng Jiahe would realize his revered and trusted younger uncle wasn't above deceiving people. But at this moment, Zheng Jiahe believed every word without any suspicion, fearing that further crying would indeed make him shrink tomorrow. Are you done crying? Then go wash your face. Zheng Haichuan loosened his grip on the little guy, patting his bottom. After washing, we'll go buy some calcium tablets. Okay. Chapter 14, Shopping at the Supermarket. Zheng Haichuan's residence is in one of the earliest developed areas of Pingcheng. Surrounding the dilapidated and overcrowded urban village, there are high-rise buildings standing closely together. In such a densely populated environment, there are also shopping malls that provide food, drinks, entertainment, and various kinds of consumption. Walking out of the village and turning right for 500 meters leads to a department store. This landmark building constructed more than a decade ago looks somewhat outdated today. The stores inside aren't as trendy or luxurious, but they meet the daily dining and shopping needs of the residents and office workers. Zheng Haichuan held his young nephew's hand and leisurely strolled here along the curb. To be honest, the little money Zheng Haichuan had just received wasn't enough to last long if spent in this mall. Zheng Haichuan still remembered when he was a teenager and came to Pingcheng with his brother for the first time. They visited a department store where he wanted to buy some local specialties to send back home. However, much to his surprise, a teacup pair that cost 10 yuan in their county town was priced with 4 zeros here, and the underpants made from 2 pieces of fabric displayed in the window were priced in the hundreds. Zheng Haichuan really couldn't understand such prices. But looking at the stylish city dwellers who casually pulled out their wallets and swiped cards, a sense of envy and inferiority arose in his young heart for the first time. He was wearing cloth shoes with a hole in them, a uniform shirt given by the kitchen in his county, and only had a few dozen yuan in cash on him. Standing on the shiny tiles, he felt like an old hen that had entered a golden nest. Although the people walking past were busy shopping without noticing him, his body stiffened. He struggled to imitate others by keeping his head up and chest puffed out, fearing that if he made any sudden moves, he would be exposed as a fraud and kicked out of the mall by security. At that time, Zheng Haichuan was not accustomed to such an environment, feeling uneasy all over. He didn't stay long before returning to his hometown. However, due to the widespread presence of television and the internet, his thoughts were not confined to the small rural area and county town. Zheng Haichuan, like his friends who hadn't been to big cities, eagerly absorbed information about external matters, gradually realizing how interesting the world could be and the variety of different people within it. Likewise, he gradually understood the gap between social classes. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and rats' children know how to dig holes. There are dragons and phoenixes in this world, but naturally, there are also rats and cockroaches. Zheng Haichuan knew that for 3 generations his family had been farmers. He wouldn't turn into a dragon or phoenix, but what did that matter? Dragons and phoenixes have their ways of flying high, and rats have their clever strategies for digging holes. Though the tastes of life may differ, as long as one has family, happiness can be found anywhere. Zheng Haichuan sincerely believed this until last year, when his elder brother was injured and taken back to their hometown. He ran around everywhere trying to resolve issues, realizing that some things were simpler in theory than in practice. What seemed like a simple step turned out to be a chasm that was difficult to cross. For others, waving a hand might solve the problem, but even after pleading and begging until his legs nearly fell off, Zheng Haichuan got no results. Why think about these things again? Zheng Haichuan slapped his face hard twice, drawing a concerned look from the little boy holding hands with him. No worries, Hemiawer, what do you want to buy? Zheng Haichuan bent down to pick up his young nephew, thinking to himself, whether by boat or wading, one can cross a river. He would eventually collect the medical expenses for his elder brother. Once his brother recovers, everything will get better. Even from mountain hollows, golden phoenixes can soar. His little Hmiaoer would surely have a bright future ahead, filled with good days. The uncle and nephew entered the mall, and Zheng Haichuan followed the signposts towards the escalator. Nowadays, Zheng Haichuan no longer feels the awkwardness and discomfort he once did upon entering these urban department stores. Around him were many nearby residents out for a stroll, some carrying baskets of groceries, others pushing baby strollers, no different from the county towns. It's all about eating, drinking, urinating, and defecating. Here, it's merely brighter and people have more money. Though Zheng Haichuan may not be smart, he thinks positively and accepts his current situation. If he spends his whole day envying and resenting others, wouldn't that make him unbearably miserable? Zheng Haichuan isn't foolish. He won't bother with that. He needs to work hard, earn money, and raise the little one in his arms. What do you want to buy? Uncle will buy it for you. Descending to the basement level, Zheng Haichuan asked Zheng Jiahe once again. The pharmacy was on this floor. In addition to daily medicinal shops, there was also a supermarket and a snack area. Zheng Haichuan noticed many children pulling their parents towards the place selling snacks. He followed the crowd in that direction. However, his sleeve was tugged by a small hand. No, I don't want to buy anything. Zheng Jiahe looked up seriously. Uncle, let's go home after we get the medicine. Even though he was only 4 years old, he understood things in a way that made your heart ache. Zheng Haichuan looked at his young nephew's skinny face with bright big eyes, feeling heavy inside. How did you promise me just now in the house? He lowered his head and nudged his nephew's forehead with his own. You promised not to deceive uncle, didn't you? Zheng Jiahe covered his little forehead, feeling a bit confused and aggrieved, but I really don't want anything. In a tiny voice, we already have everything at home. Clothes, shoes, food, drinks, uncle had prepared everything for him, Zheng Jiahe thought. He shouldn't be greedy. Mom. That woman used to say if you keep wanting things, sooner or later, the bear will catch you and eat you. Zheng Haichuan didn't know what his young nephew was thinking, but he noticed the clarity and honesty in the child's eyes, realizing the boy wasn't lying. This instead made Zheng Haichuan feel powerless. Impossible. He decided to bring Zheng Jiahe to the rows of snack stalls, walking past each one and asking, candy skewers? Not interested. How about little cakes with meat floss? These braised chicken wings smell good, huh? Let's try a stick. Oh, they're also selling sour and spicy noodles here, do you want a bowl? Zheng Jiahe's eyes were certainly drawn to the various kinds of snacks on display for a while. But after looking for a moment, he turned around and buried his little head into his uncle's shoulder. Really don't want anything? The head on his shoulder shook fiercely. I heard you swallow your saliva. Zheng Haichuan was fibbing again. The little body in his arms stiffened for a second before muttering sullenly, uncle makes better ones. Though Zheng Haichuan is the older one, he was tricked by his nephew's words. Chuckling happily, he said, that's true. Your uncle apprenticed at a restaurant. All these, your uncle can make them. If you don't want to buy them here, your uncle will buy the raw materials and make it for you, and it'll be more hygienic than these. Zheng Haichuan had come to terms with not pressuring his little seedling anymore, so he walked toward the other end of the mall instead. Which of those earlier do you want most? Your uncle will make it for you. He jiggled the person in his arms and urged, don't say none. You must pick one. Uncle just got paid today, there's no worry about our meals. After hearing this, Zheng Jiahe stopped resisting. After all, he's still a child, able to control himself to this extent was already quite remarkable. Knowing that the money at home was sufficient, Zheng Jiahe sniffed the air, licked his lips, and said, braised, chicken wings. Smelly, soft, even the bones could suck out juices to go with rice. Huh, fine, we'll buy some chicken wings after we get the medicine. Having received an answer, Zheng Haichuan was delighted, and his steps grew longer. It was almost 9 o'clock by then. The vegetable market in the village had already closed for the day. Luckily, there was a large supermarket on the basement level, where Zheng Haichuan planned to buy tomorrow's groceries. Though prices would be slightly higher than outside, it was within his budget and wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, Chiyu, who had just finished performing surgery and finished work, appeared in the same mall. He casually picked a fast food restaurant to solve his dinner, then pondered about the schedule for the next day, heading towards the supermarket. His recent scientific research project had reached a crucial phase, requiring a lot of time spent on simulation experiments. With tomorrow being a day off, he didn't want to go out and thus decided to buy ready-to-eat food and cold dishes in advance to save a lot of time. A certain figure suddenly flashed through his mind, but Chiyu dismissed it instantly. He isn't like certain idle people, wasting precious time on cooking and washing dishes every day. Chapter 15, Little Yellow Fish. Zheng Haichuan had no idea at this moment that someone was thinking ill of him. As soon as he walked into the supermarket, he sneezed so hard that he almost dropped his little nephew. Mom, I want a lollipop. Okay, I'll buy you one. But you can only eat one every day, otherwise your teeth will rot. I know, I promise, just one a day. A mother and son passed by, the little boy sitting in the small seat in front of the shopping cart, swinging his feet while whining cutely. Zheng Haichuan saw them and compared the size of the boy to the little child in his arms with a smile. He then pulled over a shopping cart himself. Come on, Hamiaoer, sit here. Zheng Jiahao stared at the small seat on the shopping cart and struggled a bit. He wanted to say that he was a big kid now and could walk by himself, but deep down, he felt a bit curious and excited. Seeing many other children sitting like this around him, he blushed and kept quiet, allowing Uncle Haichuan to place him gently into the metal basket. With a sense of novelty, he reached out to touch the wire frame, barely settling into it before the cart began moving beneath him. Zheng Jiahao quickly gripped the iron railing in front of him, looking up immediately for Zheng Haichuan's whereabouts. Huh, we're off. Flying car. The cheerful and comforting voice of Uncle Haichuan rang above his head, and Zheng Jiahao's racing little heart soon calmed down. As he felt the wind rush past his ears, he began laughing alongside Zheng Haichuan. Giggles echoed through the aisles, and finally, the usual cautious and timid face of the frail little boy regained the innocent happiness appropriate for his age. At the other end of the supermarket, in the ready-to-eat food section, a man in a casual shirt was beginning to select ingredients for tomorrow's meal. He didn't use a shopping cart, instead, he simply held the smallest supermarket shopping basket, wandering casually and occasionally placing selected dishes into the basket. With his shirt collar undone, he exuded a more relaxed demeanor than during working hours. Chiyu stood with one hand in his pocket, a wireless earphone hanging from his ear. He looked like any young elite common in the city, his every move radiating an aura of wealth and cultivation. Medical news habitually played through his earphones until it was interrupted abruptly by the sound of an incoming call. Chiyu lifted his hand to answer. What are you doing, you? Are you off work? Through the earphone came loud chatter mixed with chaotic music, making one's head ache. Shopping in the supermarket, Chiyu replied absent-mindedly. What kind of supermarket is open at this late hour? Come out and have some fun. If you really want to shop, I've got a supermarket too. Hee, sisters, brothers, all varieties can be arranged for you. It seemed like the person on the other side thought they'd cracked a hilarious joke and started pounding the table laughing loudly. However, beside them, a sweet feminine voice huffed, instantly cutting short the laughter as the person hurried to placate her. Chiyu didn't find it funny at all, his tone was even colder than the supermarket air conditioning. Qing Zijuan, it seems like you need to make an appointment at my hospital. No, brother, I want to live another 500 years. The person on the phone immediately restrained themselves. I sincerely invite you out for late-night snacks. Didn't we talk about it last time? Your younger brother and sister-in-law will treat us to a meal. You moved pretty fast. Chiyu smirked lightly in a somewhat approving manner. Rocket speed. Chiyu's memory was good, still remembering the scene when Qing Zijuan brought this up. Wasn't it just half a month ago when he asked him to help a female live stream anchor get on top of rankings by spending money? Isn't this all thanks to you? On the other end of the phone, Qing Zijuan sounded boastful as he kissed his new lover, speaking so loudly that it made Chiyu feel uncomfortable. Don't mention me, if you're lucky, it's because of the tenant renting from you. Speaking to his friend, Chiyu's sharp tongue lessened a bit. If you're happy to treat people because you found love, you could give them a free month's rent, benefit humanity. Even though these words didn't hit home, they did manage to stop the chatter on the other side of the line. Brother Chi. Qing Zijuan sighed dramatically, losing his previous cockiness. I rely on that rent to survive, giving them a free month would ruin me. Though saying this, Chiyu knew that Qing Zijuan was merely faking distress. Qing Zijuan was the quintessential example of a second-generation demolisher, having inherited many apartments from his family's compensation during urban redevelopment. He still collected rent on several buildings in the middle of the city, amounting to over 1 million yuan every month just from rent, not to mention his other investment incomes. These days, he truly enjoyed the luxury of making money off more money. Still, Qing Zijuan's dad disapproved of his lack of ambition and had only given him the rental income for living expenses. Regardless, Qing Zijuan lived comfortably and had no aspirations to strive toward any great ideals. Truthfully, most people in his circle led similar lifestyles. The sole exception was Chiyu, an oddity who excelled in academics, had strong personal opinions, earned a degree overseas, and came back to become a universally respected medical professional. In the eyes of their parents' generation, he was the ultimate other people's child, a benchmark against which their own underachieving children were compared. Unfortunately, early family squabbles left a stain on the otherwise harmonious Pengcheng clan image that emphasized unity. Hey, you sure you won't come? We've got overnight airship lobsters and hairy crabs ready for you. On the other end, Qing Zijuan sincerely extended an invitation to his childhood friend, but Chiyu, maintaining his discipline and focus on health preservation, refused with professional justification. Eating late at night increases the risk of diabetes and harms your stomach and intestines. Overconsumption of high protein and carbohydrates can also lead to fatty liver disease. Stop it. I'm sorry, brother, I shouldn't have called you at this time. Qing Zijuan clearly realized the consequence of his thoughtless remarks, his tone full of despair. After idly chatting with Qing Zijuan for a bit, Chiyu found that he'd almost finished selecting his groceries. As he prepared to hang up, his eyes scanned over the crispy fried little yellow fish on display at the food counter. For some reason, the sight triggered thoughts of a certain cheerful face in his mind. He adjusted his glasses and couldn't resist asking one last question. How much does your girlfriend make from a full night of live streaming? After hearing Chi Yu's question, Cheng Zijuan scratched his head. Ah, that's got me stumped. However, there's no need to worry. I'll have my sweetie answer online. Cheng Zijuan switched his phone to speaker mode and relayed his good friend's query to his beloved girlfriend. Come on, darling, tell Uncle Chi how much you earn in a single night of hard work. Oh, this varies quite a lot. The young girl's voice was delightfully sweet. After pondering for a moment, she provided an estimate. If fewer people are watching, I might just get hundreds of coins as gifts per night. But when the audience size is better, it could range from a few thousand to even tens of thousands. I'm not one of those super top-tier streamers though, so my fan base is rather average. Moments like when Big Brother Cheng spent over 10,000 promoting my ranking don't happen too often. Cheng Zijuan seemed pleased after hearing her response and happily thumped his chest while hugging his girlfriend, promising more frequent support in the future. Typically, whenever Chi Yu heard about Cheng Zijuan's extravagant lifestyle or income details, he remained completely unfazed. After all, others' spending and earnings were none of his business, and they had the freedom and right to choose the life they wanted. Yet, today was different. He didn't know why, but somehow, the conversation playing through his earphones began to irritate him. You continue eating. I'm hanging up. Chi Yu decided not to dwell further on known brutal realities, disconnecting the call and removing his earphone. Standing leisurely in the aisle by the fried food section, Chi Yu had been about to leave after putting away his earphones when a voice stopped him. Young man, would you like to try some fried little yellow fish? A supermarket staff member responsible for the fried goods mistook him for a potential customer and enthusiastically presented a plate of freshly cut, crispy fried fish before him. They're freshly fried, very fresh and crispy. Come, give them a try. No. Chi Yu opened his mouth to decline but happened to lock eyes with the middle-aged aunt wearing a promotional apron. Her years-etched laugh lines around her eyes bent into crescents with her beaming smile, softening even the wrinkles by her eyes and blending seamlessly into her streaked gray hair. Chi Yu looked at her briefly before lowering his gaze and reached out with a toothpick to pick up a piece of the offered food. Crunch. The flavors of egg yolk mixed with crispy oil and the savory freshness of the sea burst forth between his teeth. They're delicious, I swear, nothing but fresh. The aunt smiled genuinely beneath her transparent mask, her voice sincere. Would you like to buy some? We're on promotion now during the evening market. The absurd and terrifying scenes lingering in his mind from dreams earlier faded away amidst this flavorful treat until they were entirely displaced by the hopeful yet polite expression on the aunt's face. Chi Yu nodded. I'll take a pound, please. Coming right up. That aunt quickly and deftly began bagging and weighing the fish. At that moment, the sound of metal wire and rolling wheels tinkling together announced another voice near the food station. Little Hmeower, wasn't it the other day you said on TV that you wanted to eat fried little yellow fish? Your uncle Haichuan will buy you some. Chapter 16, Delicious. 16, Delicious. Chi Yu's expression was vacant as he watched the person beside him pushing a cart, carefully picking and choosing until they finally selected a small bag of yellow croakers. Right now, it felt like his brain had been invaded by a video app on his phone, with random comments scrolling through his mind. Why does this face keep showing up everywhere? Is this guy some kind of ghost? Is he following me? What does he want coming so close all the time? All he wears is a vest. Doesn't he ever change clothes? So unhygienic. Kids aren't being supervised properly, their legs are just dangling out there, easy to break if touched accidentally. Sis, can you give us 2 more bags of seasoning? I'm from Southwest China, we eat spicy. Sure. Anyway, I'm closing shop today. I'll pack the remaining packets for you. Thank you so much. Hee hee. Don't mention it, you're helping me finish my task too, haha. Chi Yu remained silently engrossed in the barrage of thoughts rolling through his mind, yet it did not interfere with Cheng Haichuan's conversation with the fried fish auntie beside him. The two chatted happily back and forth, the atmosphere warm. The aunt noticed a little child sitting on Cheng Haichuan's cart and quietly slipped a few golden fried large shrimp onto the tasting plate, extending it toward Jing Jiahe. Here, have a bite. In Jing Jiahe's eyes flashed a glint of greed, but he didn't move, only looking up at his young uncle. Auntie, there's no need. Aren't shrimp expensive? We won't buy them even if we taste. TSK, who cares about that? Plenty of people taste without buying. These were just what I had left over at the end of the day, couldn't sell them anyway. Kids love snacks, go ahead and try. But if you're concerned, don't worry about it. Not at all. Zheng Haichuan explained quickly, we usually eat plain food. What's there to be particular about? Then take it. The aunt enthusiastically pushed the plate towards the uncle and nephew again. Unable to resist such warmth, Zheng Haichuan reached up and stuffed one into his mouth. Seeing Yi Yi eat it, Zheng Jiahe also extended his little hand and grabbed one. It was fragrant and sweet. Big and small, both cheeks bulging, chewing shrimp at the same rhythm, the scene looked somewhat amusing. At this point, Chiyu finally managed to escape the mess of jumbled thoughts in his head and glanced at the two beside him. He realized he was overthinking things. The worker hadn't recognized him at all. This fact wasn't surprising, but it annoyed him slightly. Irritably, Chiyu tapped the weighing counter. My price tag, have you printed it already? He must be crazy to linger here for so long. Ah, yes, it's ready, sorry. The aunt also snapped back to reality, realizing her previous customer was still waiting. She quickly tied his bag and attached the price label. Sorry for making you wait so long, she said. Chiyu shook his head, saying nothing more. Taking the fish, he was about to leave. Hey, young man, wait. As Chiyu turned around, he was suddenly called back by the aunt. Turning his head, he saw the tasting plate that had just been in front of that simpleton, now offered right in front of him. Come on, have a couple of shrimp before you go. The aunt raised her hand, seemingly determined to chase after him if he refused. Although Chiyu wasn't very interested in the shrimp, when he glanced up, his eyes unexpectedly met a pair of bright, black eyes behind the aunt, accompanied by ceaselessly moving cheeks and an oily mouth. Chiyu. You eat it, it's delicious. Zheng Haichuan struggled to swallow the big shrimp in his mouth and grinned, enthusiastically marketing, on behalf of the aunt, these shrimp are super crispy. Super fragrant. Chiyu. Did I ask you? Despite having seen many videos of this man, Chiyu still couldn't understand how Zheng Haichuan's mind worked. However, it was clearly not the time to delve into this. Under the gaze of 2 adults and 1 child, 6 eyes altogether, Chiyu found himself mentally transported back to childhood visits to relatives during New Year celebrations. Though still feeling restless inside, this irritation felt different from before. Thanks. In the end, he still took a toothpick and popped the shrimp into his mouth. Satisfied, the aunt pulled back her hand and continued weighing the small yellow croaker for Zheng Haichuan. Yet Zheng Haichuan never took his eyes off the man in front of him. Zheng Haichuan always felt that the handsome man of similar height to himself seemed familiar. But he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Zheng Haichuan was told he looked foolish ever since he was a kid. Where did his foolishness come from? Just like now, when common people forget something, they simply let it go. But Zheng Haichuan didn't, he persisted on figuring it out until he felt comfortable. Thus Zheng Haichuan continued to stare at Chiyu, making no effort to hide his gaze. If this kind of behavior were from a young maiden, it could easily be labeled as harassment. However, between 2 men exchanging gazes, it only sparked some vague unknown energy. This was the second time, except for the previous encounter in the hospital, that Chiyu had dealt with Zheng Haichuan so closely. Chiyu didn't know what Zheng Haichuan was looking at, but he was also subtly observing this person, observing why this person was so special, earning such affection from the residents of the old building. Chiyu didn't see anything special. He only saw a face filled with youthful male hormones. That face appeared rougher than its age due to long hours working under the sun. His stubble wasn't shaved clean, his nose, though still quite high and straight, had dry skin. His cheeks moved foolishly, and only the eyes beneath his thick eyelashes looked decent enough. But they weren't pleasing anymore. Staring at him like a frog, wide-eyed, what was he trying to do? Chiyu frowned slightly, unwilling to waste any more time and energy on this irrelevant person. However, Zheng Haichuan suddenly became excited and moved closer to Chiyu. He casually wiped his hand that had just handled shrimp on his tank top, then placed his palm horizontally between them. His broad and meaty hand covered half of Zheng Haichuan's own face, and at the same time blocked Chiyu's view below the nose. Are you Dr. Liu? With an open smile showing all his white teeth, Zheng Haichuan loudly slapped his thigh with his other hand. The sound, pa, echoed, his excitement as if meeting an old friend in a foreign place. He knew it. Zheng Haichuan thought about it for a while without remembering who this handsome man was, but after seeing Chiyu frown, he immediately recalled the expressionless doctor he had met in the hospital, so alike in every way. Sure enough, after covering the lower half of Chiyu's face, this wasn't exactly a masked doctor. Dr. Liu, what a coincidence, you're also buying groceries. This was obviously a meaningless question, yet unconsciously Chiyu's squeezed eyebrows relaxed a little. Chiyu thought, this guy really is slow. It took him this long to recognize him. Zheng Haichuan was delighted to have encountered someone familiar. He pulled over the cart behind him, patted his nephew's head, and introduced the stranger, little seedling, greet him. This is Uncle Liu. At the sound, Chiyu directed his gaze toward the young child inside the cart who resembled the youth to some extent. After pausing momentarily on the tiny, thin face, Chiyu abruptly lost interest in conversing further with this migrant worker. Uncle? Why should he be called uncle by the son of a construction worker? They were not even close. Zheng Jiahe shrank his shoulders under Chiyu's glare. He hid half his body behind his younger uncle, timidly greeting, Uncle Green. Why Uncle Green? Not Uncle Red or Blue? The small Zheng Jiahe didn't know, nor dared to ask. He merely felt that this Uncle Green was scary and probably someone more authoritative than the village chief. Let's go. Chiyu didn't acknowledge Zheng Jiahe's weak call. Expressionless, he gave Zheng Haichuan a brief nod before turning around and heading towards the cash register. Even Chiyu's nod was barely noticeable compared to his usual head tilts checking his phone, extremely casual. But naturally easygoing Zheng Haichuan completely failed to notice, still happily recounting glorious tales about Qiyu to his nephew. That's a doctor from the municipal hospital. The one who repaired your Uncle Quan's leg. He studied abroad. During the past few times visiting his co-worker brother Quan in the hospital, Zheng Haichuan heard plenty of stories about Qiyu from some patients. Now, Zheng Haichuan was enthusiastically digging up those tales for Zheng Jiahe, without caring whether the young boy understood or not. He read his PhD in some foreign country. Do you know what a PhD is, little seedling? You'll first go to elementary school, then middle school, high school, followed by university. After graduating from university, you'll continue to grad school, and only after finishing there can you aim for a PhD. Impressive, right? Zheng Jiahe hadn't been to school, but his eyes sparkled with admiration. Impressive. Hee, our little Jiahe will be as great as Dr. Lu in the future. Zheng Haichuan confidently made a grand statement, then it won't be little seedling anymore, but a tree that can touch the sky. Zheng Jiahe clearly felt embarrassed by his uncle's praise, standing up from the cart and jumping into his arms. Zheng Haichuan couldn't help laughing at his shyness. The two of them started to play around happily in the supermarket, causing Zheng Haichuan's fleeting thought earlier to vanish again. He remembered, before Aunt Quan seemed to say. Dr. Lu isn't named Dr. Lu. What does that character pronounce? It sounds like someone else's surname he knows. Who was it? Oh, yes, he remembered. It sounds like his landlord Uncle Chi's last name, both pronounced QJ. Next time, he must remember, so he doesn't call it wrong again. But, actually calling him Dr. Lu also sounded quite nice. Zheng Haichuan vaguely remembered learning a phrase before dropping out of junior high, strict with oneself. He thought that Dr. Lu is just such a good doctor who is strict with oneself and lenient with others. His little Jiahe should gain more good fortune from hanging around with such a capable person, and perhaps one day become even greater too. Chapter 17, Job Hunting. 17, Job Hunting. Zheng Haichuan planned to go out the next day to look for a new job. Therefore, the night before, after returning from the supermarket, he quickly prepared the brine. In the kitchen, the old storage cabinet above the stove was already fully utilized in daily life. Zheng Haichuan rummaged through dozens of spices packaged in plastic bags, deftly picking out a few pieces of aged orange peel, grabbing a handful of bay leaves and corydalus, wrapping them in cheesecloth into a small package about half the size of a fist, and placing it aside for later use. The house always had scallions, ginger, and garlic on hand, so Zheng Haichuan quickly chopped them up, heated oil in the pan, and fried them until fragrant. He then added several large chunks of rock sugar, an appropriate amount of soy sauce and cooking wine into the hot oil, turning the originally golden transparent oil into a concentrated dark brown sauce that soon gave off a rich aroma while bubbling slightly. The urban village at night offered a different kind of bustle compared to daytime. Many young people who had just finished overtime work gathered in small groups on the side of the road, ordering baskets of grilled skewers or a bowl of spicy hot pot, or setting up small tables by the roadside to eat cold dishes with beer and play drinking games. The troubles of work and love were forgotten as they screamed and laughed, dissipating into the night along with various food aromas. Compared to the enticing smells wafting into the old rental apartments from time to time through the windows, the room where Uncle Zheng and his nephew lived tonight wasn't lagging behind in fragrance either. While explaining the method of making brine via his phone, Zheng Haichuan adjusted the base soup. When the steam in the pot began to rise, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This smell is right. Fortunately, I've eaten enough tonight, otherwise, my stomach would be growling. Next, just put the spice packet we prepared earlier into the pot, and the brine will simmer over low heat. He talked and acted simultaneously. Friends, it's not me bragging, this brine makes even shoelaces taste good when used for braising. Ha ha ha. As Zheng Haichuan spoke, he laughed so hard at his own exaggeration that he chuckled several times before continuing to stir the pot with an iron spoon. However, his movements gradually slowed because Zheng Haichuan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Oh no, I forgot to buy it. He slapped his forehead and hastily turned the heat down to its lowest setting before running out wearing his apron. As someone who had worked in restaurants, Zheng Haichuan's cooking skills were genuinely excellent. He was honest and hardworking, deeply favored by the head chef in the kitchen, who taught him many secret recipes. To make the braised dishes moist without being greasy, with a lingering savory aroma, there was one essential ingredient required in the braising liquid: beer. Yes, adding beer to the brine allows alcohol, malt, yeast, and other ingredients to slowly mix with other spices during the slow simmering process. This not only eliminates fishy odors but also adds an exquisite, smooth texture to the meat dishes, bringing out intensely fresh flavors that penetrate the taste buds thoroughly. Unfortunately, Zheng Haichuan didn't drink alcohol regularly, so there was none at home. Where could he find it now? He could only quickly run downstairs to the convenience store to buy a bottle, and he had to hurry, otherwise, the pot would burn. Are you really going to run around the block in your apron late at night? On his way to the first floor, Zheng Haichuan happened to encounter Hong Auntie, who was about to close her stall. Hong Auntie, don't mess with me. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, explaining, I'm making brine and I need beer. Beer? Let me know how much you need. Auntie Hong stood up from behind the sewing machine and casually asked. Ah. Half a bottle should suffice. Then there's no need to buy it. I'll give it to you. How can I accept that? That beer must be for you to drink. Zheng Haichuan refused immediately. I don't drink much anyway, said Auntie Hong as she headed toward the room on the first floor. It works out fine. You use half a bottle, and leave me the rest for my late-night snack. Auntie Hong looked slender but had an uncompromising character. Rumor had it that she was quite a renowned figure in this urban village during her younger days, beloved by men, shunned by women, yet despite numerous romantic entanglements, it hadn't affected her ability to live well until now. Well, okay then. Thank you, Hong Auntie. Calculating the time, Zheng Haichuan didn't reject Auntie Hong's kindness. Taking the beer, he said, after a bit, I'll braise some dishes and send them down to you along with the beer. Never mind that. By the time your dish is done, I'd be asleep having my beauty sleep. Hong Auntie waved her hand indifferently. Once you're done with the beer, let little Heimu take it down to me. Actually, most neighborhood relationships in this city are not like this. People come here from all over the country to work and make money. Aside from caring about their jobs and themselves, they mostly have a rather indifferent attitude towards everything else around them. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you either. Perhaps, a neighbor who you passed in the corridor the day before could leave the next day with a suitcase, never to be seen again as they drift far apart. The building where Zheng Haichuan lived was an exception. It was rumored that most of the tenants in the building had been renting for years, some had even stayed here for more than 10 or 20 years without changing their place. There were many reasons, but the house rent not soaring significantly was considered the primary factor for many people willing to continue living there. After all, the outsiders living here worked hard for 30 days every month, only to hand over a third of their income to the landlord at the end. However, here, it only cost a few hundred yuan for a bed and 1,000 or two for an entire room. Due to frequently seeing each other face-to-face year-round, everyone gradually got to know one another better. Whenever help was needed, people were willing to communicate. There was even a young couple on the floor who reportedly fell in love and married because they rented rooms in the same building. Now, they planned to settle down and opened a small noodle shop in the village. Zheng Haichuan was one of those who could easily become familiar with others quickly. In just half a year, he already knew almost everyone on the building's floors. Of course, a large part of the reason was due to the little child by his side, which forced him to build good relationships with neighbors. Otherwise, Zheng Haichuan would have no peace going to work. Today is the weekend, so there are many people coming and going on the first floor. Aunt Hong must be busy. Uncle, shall I take you to Teacher Lu's place? The next morning, Zheng Haichuan fished a tea egg that had been braised overnight from the pot, peeled it, and placed it on a plate for Zheng Jiahe. Then, he skillfully scooped out the milk powder and mixed it, placing it in front of the little nephew. Okay. Zheng Jiahe had no objections. In fact, when Uncle Zheng went to work, he usually roamed among various households in the building. Sometimes it was Aunt Hong downstairs, sometimes it was Uncle Lu upstairs, sometimes it was Aunt Luo or Uncle Wang across the street, and sometimes it was Grandpa Chi next door. In any case, he knew that Uncle Zheng paid them. He had lunch at these uncles' and aunts' houses, stayed all day until evening when his stomach began to rumble, and then Uncle came back. Zheng Jiahe knew he was a burden. He'd already made things very difficult for his uncle, so on a daily basis, he tried his best to behave well and obeyed wherever Uncle asked him to stay. You should bring the book that Teacher Lu taught you last time. Today ask him if he has time to teach you again. Zheng Haichuan picked 4 steamed buns from the steamer, tore half into Zheng Jiahe's bowl of milk, and while eating the remaining half himself, said, I'll take you upstairs shortly. I can ask Teacher Lu what picture books are. If they're good, next time I'll take you to the bookstore to buy a couple. What about you today, Uncle? Zheng Haichuan didn't hide the fact that he hadn't been to the construction site recently from Zheng Jiahe. Last time, he promised the little boy not to keep secrets about whether or not there was money. So, Zheng Haichuan stuck to his word and wouldn't treat him like a child too young to understand. He told little Seedling that since a part of his previous salary had been issued, they had a little savings at home now and there was no need to worry. But this also meant there might be no other income for the next few months, and he needed to find something else to earn money. For the past few days, Little Bean had been very concerned about what kind of job he would look for, whether it would be tiring, and how far it would be from home. Doesn't Mr. Yang on the 5th floor wear blue every day? Zheng Haichuan teased. Yeah, and carries a big bag jingling with tools. Zheng Jiahe remembered vividly, nodding. That's his toolbox. Zheng Haichuan finished half a bun, grabbed another one, and explained to his little nephew, he does water and electricity repairs. He works for some home services company, and every day he gets loads of jobs. Are you going too, Uncle? Yep, I asked him yesterday, and he said I can go try out, Zheng Haichuan said confidently, patting his chest. Your uncle has been through the renovation squad. Back in the village when we connected sewage lines and did waterproof repairs in towns, I did it, I'm good at it. You're the best, Uncle. Zheng Jiahe responded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. There will surely be loads of work. Probably not, Zheng Haichuan laughed and ruffled his little nephew's head. It's nice to get paid on time and finish work early. Taking care of you is more important. I can take care of myself. Zheng Jiahe pouted. Alright, our little Seedling can take care of oneself now, great job. When Uncle gets old in the future, I'll rely on you to take care of me. That's for sure. Huh, good, uncle has noted that. But first, finish this egg so you can grow strong. Okay. Why the long face? This is a tea egg, the yolk doesn't have that fishy smell. Eat up quick. Tonight when I get back, I'll braise chicken wings for you. And also some chicken feet and gizzards, there'll be dishes for the entire week. As the warm chatter continued between the uncle and his young nephew at the dining table, a new day brimming with vitality began once more. Chapter 18, Water Outage. 18, Water Outage. For many people, weekends are a great time to take a break and relax. However, there are still some who, even during this time, remain busy with tasks that simply cannot wait. Zheng Haichuan was one such person, as was Qi Yu. As a doctor, Qi Yu's responsibilities did not end merely by going to work and treating patients. Beyond the regular daily work, being a doctor means having an ongoing commitment to learning. Natural evolution has never paused, medicine keeps evolving, and diseases too keep changing. If doctors only focus on current treatment methods, thinking that what they've learned so far is already enough, it would not only be irresponsible to patients but also disrespectful to life. The hospital where Qi Yu currently worked may not be large in scale, but the doctors there were very conscientious and committed. Their eagerness to learn after work was also high. Even their head of department, nearing 60 years old, would often use his free time to review the latest international literature on his tablet. Qi Yu had graduated with a PhD and had worked on numerous research projects in school. Initially, his purpose for studying abroad was to conduct more in-depth research into certain difficult medical conditions, but since the results he obtained didn't have a practical application place afterward, he chose clinical work instead. Nowadays, Qi Yu doesn't have any other hobbies. During his leisure time, he picks up some interesting research topics and does some basic research on his own. Research involving biology or pathology requires conducting experiments in dedicated labs, but in the medical fields more related to physical studies such as sound, light, and electricity, the environmental requirements aren't as high. Before clinical trials, such research involves tuning a large number of electronic instruments, sometimes even linking with computer and artificial intelligence technologies, relying more on human-machine interaction. And this was exactly what Qi Yu was working on at home, one type of research in this area. He focused on optical-related medical technologies which can be widely applied in orthopedics, ophthalmology, cardiology, etc., and have reached a relatively mature level internationally. However, due to technology monopolies, introducing related equipment domestically requires exorbitant patent and machinery fees. Not every hospital can afford it. Therefore, in previous years, many patients with related conditions could only be treated with more conservative plans, and some even missed the best rescue opportunities as a result. Qi Yu studied this field under his mentor abroad and simultaneously pursued supplementary education in computer programming. Now, he runs programs at home and modifies a few old devices for simulation experiments. This kind of work doesn't require much physical effort but is extremely mentally taxing. Sometimes, a program can run all night without yielding results, and bugs pop up frequently requiring debugging. Qi Yu pulled an all-nighter on Saturday, solving a particularly tough problem, and then decided to take a break. He slept straight through until Sunday afternoon. When he woke up, the sky had already grown somewhat dim. His head felt a bit heavy, and at the moment, he wasn't planning to delve back into academics. Instead, he slumped around in his slippers and walked to the open kitchen in the living room, pulling out a packet of instant noodles. In the eyes of outsiders, Qi Yu looked like a classic urbanite youth who washes his chopsticks 3 times before eating. But this refinement didn't stop this elegant man from enjoying instant noodles with those meticulously washed chopsticks. Qi Yu has endured hardships. It was precisely because he had gone through them that he especially cherished his current comfort. But when something else was more important than quality of life or gustatory pleasure, he wasn't so particular anymore. Like now. Compared to going out to look for dinner, he preferred to take a hot shower first. After staying up all night, his unkempt appearance made him cringe just glancing at himself in the mirror. Qi Yu turned on the water heater, filling the kettle with purified water from the filter under the sink to boil for later. Passing by the fridge, he remembered some leftover ready-to-eat food from the supermarket 2 days ago and took it out to defrost. Schla. Lifting the faucet in the bathroom, hot water soon began to flow. The transparent glass door of the shower quickly became hazy. If you want to know about Qi Yu's perfectionism, you need only look at the apartment he rented. Despite living alone, he rented a 2-bedroom apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 study, an outside living room connected to the kitchen, enough space for a family of 3. Combined with a wide open-air balcony, it was almost luxurious for one person. People might assume he had a lover somewhere inside. But Qi Yu enjoyed this spacious tranquility. No interruptions, complete silence, and he could do whatever he wanted alone. If one were to really say, there was only one disadvantage to living in such a place, each household lived their own life with the door closed, having absolutely no sense of neighborhood. If something happened to a person at home, it would be hard to find anyone to help. Even more bluntly speaking, even if someone unexpectedly passed away, it might take several weeks before they were discovered. And now, Qi Yu had run into an entirely unforeseen emergency. It was happening at his place. There was no water supply. What's worse, Qi Yu was halfway through washing his hair, his head already covered with a heap of foam. Fuck. As a doctor who could remain calm while sewing up ruptured blood vessels during surgery, Chi-Yu's face betrayed little emotion apart from the single word that slipped out just moments ago. He merely repeated the motions of turning the faucet on and off several times, twisting the shower head left and right multiple times as well. Clearly, Dr. Chi was an amateur in this field. No matter how hard he tried, the water wouldn't flow again. As the foggy glass gradually returned to transparency, the faint chill in the air made Chi-Yu take a deep breath. He abandoned the futile struggle, stepped out of the shower cabin, and grabbed a clean towel to temporarily wipe off the foam on his head. The stickiness of soap that hadn't been fully rinsed still clung to his body and hands, which didn't exactly improve Chi-Yu's mood. Under these circumstances, Chi-Yu did not want to bother dressing. After simply wrapping a bath towel around his lower half, he walked out of the bathroom, figuring he'd have to wash again soon anyway. Opening his phone, Chi-Yu checked the property management group without hesitation. Normally, if the water was cut off across the entire residential area, the property management would notify residents in advance. But after flipping back several pages in the chat, Chi-Yu didn't find any message about a water outage, nor were there any new notifications popping up. So Chi-Yu assumed it was an issue unique to his apartment. Thus, Chi-Yu scrolled to the chat history with his landlord and found a number. At the time of signing the lease, the landlord had left a contact for home maintenance services. He told Chi-Yu that if there was any urgent problem with the apartment, he could directly reach out to this company, all of them acquaintances with a shop nearby, so repairs could be carried out quickly. Afterward, Chi-Yu could settle accounts with the landlord by deducting the repair costs from the rent. The landlord owned several properties here and wasn't particularly concerned about money. Seeing how straightforward Chi-Yu had been when signing the lease, he confidently assured him that all maintenance fees, provided they weren't due to deliberate damage, would be covered by him entirely. Chi-Yu wasn't concerned about the money either, all he wanted now was immediate, instantaneous water, so he could finish his shower. Chapter 19, House Call Repair. When the door was knocked, Chi-Yu was pouring boiled water from the kettle over his hair. Of course, by now, the boiling water had cooled down. The temperature on the scalp was just about right for him to endure. Only this time, the object that usually served to boil water for instant noodles had been upgraded and found a higher purpose, cleaning Chi-Yu's slightly long hair. It was already dark outside, but Chi-Yu had no appetite for dinner. Luckily, the kettle he bought had a decent capacity. After washing out most of the sticky shampoo from his head, it slightly soothed his irritable mood. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, house call repair service. The high-grade security door muffled the sounds from outside, but in Chi-Yu's ears, it was like hearing celestial music. He casually gathered the residual water from his hair into the sink, continued drying his hair with the towel draped over his shoulder, and reached out to open the door. Standing outside was a repairman wearing a cap, dressed in a navy blue coverall. He was bending over, carefully slipping shoe covers onto his shoes. Chi-Yu noticed the name of the company printed on the man's clothing. It was indeed the one he had contacted. Please come in. There was an unpleasant odor subtly wafting through the air. Chi-Yu pushed the door wider. Glancing at the slightly dirty and damp work uniform of the repairman, he stepped aside near the cabinet to make room for him to enter. Hey, thanks. The young repairman quickly expressed his gratitude, his voice sounding somewhat familiar. He picked up the toolbox from the ground and carefully stepped into the clean, bright apartment, asking, I heard from customer service that you found the faucet wasn't running while taking a shower. This was Zheng Haichuan's fourth job of the day. Yesterday morning, he went to apply at a housekeeping services company. It wasn't exactly a company, just a studio supported by a group of repairmen, movers, and cleaning staff. On average aged 40+, many employees here were also freelancers who took on other jobs simultaneously, and when orders came in, they would be dispatched online. Maybe due to the favor from his neighbor Old Yang, the manager didn't put him through too much difficulty. In the afternoon, a veteran worker led him to do one job, then informed Zheng Haichuan that he had passed. With a set of work clothes, he started working immediately. Someone might say, in a legitimate company, you usually need a few months of probation before starting directly. This method sounds unreliable. However, when it comes to home renovation or repairs, things are not as complicated. Customers value whether their problems can be effectively resolved rather than caring about your educational background or qualifications. If you have skills, you eat. If you can't solve the problem, you're done. It's quite straightforward. That's how Zheng Haichuan got assigned to the plumbing and electricity section. On the first day, he signed a simple labor contract and familiarized himself with the operation of the order-receiving app and some essential tools. By today, he still had time in the morning to shadow a veteran worker and learn the skills, but in the afternoon, the customer service center already started assigning orders solely to him. They couldn't help it, business was particularly busy on weekends. And Zheng Haichuan, a bold guy, didn't hesitate even when doing his first solo job and charged ahead. The first two assignments were relatively easy, one was a broken heater failing to ignite, the other a leaking tap. These minor issues were common for Zheng Haichuan back in his hometown, so he handled them easily. The third assignment was more troublesome. A young girl's bathroom drain was blocked. The girl looked fair-skinned and delicate, but her room was so messy that even Zheng Haichuan, a grown man, struggled to take it in. He could only focus straight ahead and made his way directly to the bathroom, where he surprisingly found water almost overflowing past the threshold. I really have no choice. I still need to wash my hair, rush to finish makeup, and get out. The girl responded matter-of-factly. If not for the floating tissues and sanitary products in the water, she'd appear elegant enough for Jing Haichuan to compliment on her looks. Jing Haichuan had no choice either. Since he took the job, he needed to earn money, and there was nothing else to do but proceed. Sighing heavily, he put on shoe covers, borrowed a pair of disposable chopsticks from the girl, and began tidying up the bathroom for her. Once he dealt with the flooded water by temporarily redirecting it into another outlet, Jing Haichuan spent half an hour pulling out several big handfuls of blackish red hair from the clogged drain using a steel wire. Good grief. Had it not been for De Chuan's bravery in facing anything ghost-like, he'd probably end up cuddling little He Miao tonight because of this spooky experience. Strand after strand of it, far scarier than any Sadako. It was precisely because of this last job that Jing Haichuan was now somewhat dirty all over. After all, the sewer wasn't just filled with hair, it also contained plenty of other disgusting substances. Jing Haichuan had already tidied himself up a bit at the public water tap downstairs before coming here, but the result was less than satisfactory. He had been in this smell for so long he no longer noticed it, but Chiyu, who had been breathing clean air, could hardly endure it. Especially when Jing Haichuan took off the work cap on his head and revealed a face that Chiyu would recognize even in sleep. Why are you here? Chiyu couldn't help covering his nose with a wet towel, feeling as if he were hallucinating due to the stench. What kind of nonsense is this? A new type of anesthetic? One that caused hallucinations upon inhalation. Dr. Lu. Is that you? Jing Haichuan only realized now who the homeowner was. Oh dear. What a coincidence. An acquaintance. They must be destined to meet. Jing Haichuan's gloomy mood from the previous job instantly vanished, and he grinned widely, showing off his white teeth. Dr. Lu, I didn't know you lived here. Cheerful as if he'd returned home, Jing Haichuan glanced around the living room, sincerely complimenting, this house is really nice. It suits you. Chiyu didn't respond, he was still processing how this person kept showing up in his life like a lingering ghost. Especially today, when everything seemed to be going wrong, seeing Jing Haichuan grinning after doing such dirty work, an inexplicable annoyance welled up inside him. Were you just crawling out of a cesspool? His words naturally carried a sharp edge. Upon hearing this, Jing Haichuan turned his head and immediately noticed the slight frown and look of distaste in the man's eyes. Sorry about that. Yes, it does smell. Jing Haichuan didn't mind what Chiyu said. He even confidently lifted his arm and sniffed, it really does reek. Rubbing his nose, Jing Haichuan moved a few steps away from Chiyu, considerately saying, some dirty stuff got onto my clothes while clearing the drain earlier, sorry Dr. Lu. Perhaps I should take off my jacket first. According to company regulations, repairmen like Jing Haichuan were required to wear the company uniform and equipment throughout their time at clients' homes. This not only guaranteed there would be no service disputes but also served as advertising to highlight professionalism. But that was for strangers. To Jing Haichuan, Chiyu, whom he'd seen several times, was clearly not just an ordinary customer. This was a doctor whom he genuinely respected, and someone who had once saved the life of his coworker. How could he compare to the average person? Jing Haichuan had already decided in his heart that no matter what needed fixing for Dr. Lu today, he wouldn't charge a cent. Oh, wait, he probably called Dr. Lu by the wrong name again. Shouldn't he correct it? Jing Haichuan opened his mouth to amend it, but at that moment, Chiyu had already walked toward the bathroom with some impatience, leaving only his backside and the phrase, whatever, behind. As Jing Haichuan followed the sturdy, broad back of Chiyu, he quickly forgot about correcting his address. He scratched his head and thought silently, who would have known that this doctor who sees patients every day in the hospital could maintain such good physique? Apart from being slightly whiter, the muscles on his back and arms didn't seem any smaller. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lu turned out to be one of those men that young girls often described. What was it called again? Oh yes, slim in clothes but muscled without them. It must be from running up and down checking rooms and performing surgeries every day, which really helps keep the body fit. Doctors truly work hard. Chiyu walking so fast ahead had two purposes. First, to get Jing Haichuan to shut up and start the actual work. Second, to go and temporarily put on some clothes. He hadn't expected the visitor to be someone he knew. With only a bath towel wrapped around his body, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. People are peculiar creatures. In front of completely unfamiliar individuals, many emotions and aspects of oneself can be freely expressed. However, when dealing with acquaintances, one instinctively restrains some inner truths. Especially when facing someone entirely different from oneself. Yet his current state had already been seen by Jing Haichuan. Seeing how casual Chiyu was at home, Jing Haichuan naturally became more relaxed and thought, since they were both men, Dr. Lu surely wouldn't mind if he took off his work uniform too. After running errands all day, this work outfit was indeed unclean. He couldn't bear to dirty Dr. Lu's house later. So, while Chiyu stepped into a partition to quickly change into clothes and pants, Jing Haichuan zipped down the work uniform smoothly in the living room from top to bottom in one motion. Now he was left wearing only a white tank top and big shorts underneath. Chapter 20, Not Fixed. Not Fixed. When Zheng Haichuan walked into the bathroom, Qiyu raised his eyes and saw the young man's solid muscles with a weak color. So you came to my place to take a shower? Qiyu wanted to say this sarcastically, but he remembered his earlier, whatever, and swallowed the words back down. Forget it, consider himself unlucky today. Unlucky that the water ran out halfway through washing, unlucky to meet such an unreliable repairman. Yes, Dr. Qi did not think that Zheng Haichuan could solve the problem with the shower water. This person looked like someone who relies on physical strength for work. Carrying bricks and steel bars is fine, and perhaps a bit better than other migrant workers in cooking, but that doesn't mean he can do everything. Dr. Qi, slightly arrogant, thought, if even I couldn't fix it, why would this oaf? And the fact of the matter was indeed comforting to Dr. Qi. Zheng Haichuan really didn't fix it. Ouch, should not be so. Zheng Haichuan put down the wrench, stood on the stool and tightened the hot water heater valve outside the shower again. Unfortunately, even though he nearly twisted his head around 360 degrees, he still couldn't find the problem. Zheng Haichuan had already checked all the pipes and cleaned the place prone to accumulating scale, which by logic should now be clear enough for water flow. Zheng Haichuan squatted on a small stool, somewhat embarrassingly looking at the person nearby. Dr. Lu, are you sure it's not the whole neighborhood without water? Zheng Haichuan actually asked this question without much confidence. After all, he just started this job, some professional problems might be something he hasn't encountered before, and now he also couldn't guarantee he could definitely fix it. What do you think? Dr. Qi was too lazy to reply. The underlying meaning was, if the entire neighborhood were without water, would I have nothing better to do than call a repairman to play around? What Dr. Qi didn't know was that in a few minutes he would be proven wrong himself. Right now he was still confidently insisting, if you can't fix it, come down, I'll call someone else. Hey, no, don't. Let me check again. Zheng Haichuan got nervous. You can trust me, as long as it's not the whole water supply pipe burst, I will surely find the reason and fix it. Don't talk big when you're not good for much. Dr. Qi gave a soft sneer, but didn't stop Zheng Haichuan either. This is after all this plumber's own job, isn't it? During the inspection just now, Zheng Haichuan had already familiarly chatted with Dr. Qi, although most of the chat was one-sided, but Dr. Qi therefore, learned about Zheng Haichuan's full process of transformation from rebar worker to plumber. How strange, the fuse hasn't blown either. The apartment Dr. Qi rented, its bathroom is separated between wet and dry areas. They both stood at the separation point, Zheng Haichuan standing on the stool inspecting, Dr. Qi leaning against the glass door. The bathroom space was only so large, and Zheng Haichuan stuck out in front of Dr. Qi, making his gaze involuntarily sweep over certain parts of him more than a few times. With the doctor's critical and aesthetic view towards the human body, even Dr. Qi, despite being sharp-tongued, could only silently tisk internally. This farmer worker may be stupid, but his figure is indeed quite good. Looks better than those tendon muscles hard-trained in gyms. Just. Isn't his but a little too big? I'll check the faucet again, maybe there's a spring clip stuck inside. After checking the water heater, Zheng Haichuan turned his body facing Dr. Qi. While talking, he hopped off the stool. Since there was nowhere for the stool to lean, Zheng Haichuan borrowed Dr. Qi's shoulder, who was conveniently standing nearby. This support made Dr. Qi tense up a little to give the hand resting on his shoulder some support. But it's unclear whether Zheng Haichuan's physique exceeded the plastic small stool's range or perhaps the stool placed on the wet floor was covered with shampoo residue. Zheng Haichuan's foot hadn't even touched the ground when both people heard a sound from the stool. Snap. Hey. Zheng Haichuan flustered trying to steady himself, but the center of gravity still brought him toppling toward Dr. Qi. Boom. This time, it wasn't the stool breaking. It was the sound of bodies hitting the glass door. Dr. Qi and Zheng Haichuan, two big men, their body types were similar. If Dr. Qi wasn't originally leaning against the glass door, this thin layer of glass might not have withstood the impact from both of them. Even so, Dr. Qi's back hit hard on the glass. You don't seem like someone who's here to fix the plumbing. Someone here to cause trouble, instead. Qiyu didn't say the latter half of his sentence, mainly because the current situation made him somewhat distracted. The sensation on his chest was a subtle plumpness and elasticity. Qiyu struggled to describe this feeling with one word. If he had to, it would be like taking the mattress in his bedroom that he spent a fortune on, cutting it into a human shape, and then throwing it at him. Not as heavy and oppressive, just a large mass of warmth. With Qiyu's back pressed tightly against the glass, Zheng Haichuan had nearly all of his weight pressing forward onto him. As a result, during the earlier chaos, Qiyu's hands naturally held onto a certain part of the young man's body, since the contact position was so specific that there wasn't even a single gap left. Firmly filled, and indeed quite large. Yet unexpectedly soft and round. If this person hadn't looked so innocent and straightforward at first glance, Qiyu would have thought Zheng Haichuan was intentionally throwing himself into his arms. But clearly, the simpleton in front of him lacked such scheming thoughts. He still had the mood to laugh. Dr. Lu, you've got quite some strength. I thought I was about to land face down. Zheng Haichuan said this while actually slapping a loud smack on the back of Qiyu's waist. That force almost made Qiyu sit straight down on the ground. Get off. Qiyu scowled darkly, wanting nothing more than to return a slap. He took a deep breath, persuading himself not to stoop to the level of a big idiot. Still, his piercing glares kept darting towards Zheng Haichuan. I'll give you one last chance to check. If you can't fix it, get lost. Alright, this time for sure I'll find out what's wrong. If only Zheng Haichuan had sleeves, he would have definitely rolled them up by now, getting ready to work with fervor. But today, underneath his work uniform, he only wore a sleeveless tank top, so now he could only take off the showerhead bare-chested and start disassembling it by hand. There wasn't much choice, the drain pipes were already checked, the water heater restarted, and now only the showerhead hadn't been closely examined yet, maybe it was clogged here. Zheng Haichuan secretly prayed in his heart to quickly discover the problem. Hurry up. He'd just declared he wouldn't charge Dr. Lu if he fixed it. Now he couldn't even find the issue, let alone talk about fixing or not. Zheng Haichuan felt utterly embarrassed, as if there was no place to hide his shame. And Qiyu, in order to calm down his constantly fluctuating emotions due to someone nearby, walked out of the bathroom and glanced at his phone. He initially intended to ask the landlord if there were any other recommended repairmen, but when he opened WeChat, he noticed that the property management group messages had jumped to the top of the notification bar. Little Wong from property management, everyone, please stay calm, stay calm. The water company has arranged for people to make emergency repairs. They should be done soon. Apt 1103 Building A, on weekends of all times, every household needs water, and now there's a problem. So annoying. Apt 508 Building B, exactly. Without water, we can't even wash our vegetables. Ordering takeout again tonight, ruining my diet. Apt 407 Building A, alright, everyone understands. It wasn't easy for property management either. The pipeline was accidentally cut by the construction site outside, who could have foreseen it? Apt 1103 Building A, speaking of that construction site, they are truly irritating, working clang all day. I want to file a complaint. Apt 710 Building C, it won't do any good. I complained before, and the government department said their working hours are within regulation. What can we commoners do but keep quiet? Apt 1103 Building A, I've already ordered a decibel meter. During the day is fine, but if they dare clang at night, I will certainly write a letter to the mayor's mailbox. The topic veered off track, but Qiyu had already figured out the reason for the water outage. Dr. Lu, are you sure it's not the whole neighborhood without water? Rest assured, as long as the entire water supply pipe isn't burst, I promise to find the cause and fix it. These words exchanged just a moment ago replayed in Chiyu's mind like comment spam, making his face ache. Qiyu rubbed his temple, put down his phone, and turned to walk back toward the bathroom. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have reported this repair today. However, because he put the phone down too quickly, he missed the latest message that popped up in the homeowners group. Little Wong from property management, good news, I just received the notice. The pipe has been repaired. Little Wong from property management, everyone please make sure to close your faucets at home first, the water is coming right away. Chapter 21, Wiping Hair. 21, Wiping Hair. It was already dark outside, and Qiyu thought that his bad luck for the day had finally come to an end. But people always find it hard to predict which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. Take right now, for example. Qiyu's hair was almost dry, and his body gradually felt refreshed again. But just as he stood outside the shower talking with Zheng Haichuan, neither of them expected that the nozzle in Zheng Haichuan's hand, from which the showerhead cover had been removed, would suddenly squirt water. Qiyu only had time to close his mouth before a jet of icy water with a metallic taste drenched his face. From head to toe. It thoroughly soaked him. With no water diverter to block the spray, under the sudden water pressure, streams of water surged out uncontrollably, causing the entire shower hose to twist and sway like a snake dance. Zheng Haichuan originally wanted to grab the hose to turn off the water, but during his earlier inspection, he hadn't noticed turning the faucet handle all the way to the highest temperature setting. At this moment, after the cool water accumulated in the pipes was drained, the ensuing stream of water was scalding hot. Hiss. Ah. Ow. It's burning, hot. Hot. Originally, the word fuck was on the tip of Qiyu's tongue, but he was stopped by the sight of someone jumping around like a monkey in the bathroom trying to avoid the water, making him burst out laughing. I give up. He lifted his hand and pushed the wet hair plaster to his head back, revealing a handsome face usually devoid of expression but now showing both resignation and a hint of amusement. Get out. Idiot. Seeing Zheng Haichuan still jumping around inside, Qiyu reached out and caught his wildly flailing wrist, pulling him out of the bathroom in one swift motion. If Zheng Haichuan stayed in there any longer, Qiyu was afraid he'd have to call an ambulance tonight. Hey, my goodness. How did the water suddenly come back? Dazed, Zheng Haichuan was rescued by Qiyu from the scorching heat and took several deep breaths before managing to speak. Initially, he'd stripped off his work uniform to wear something lighter. Now drenched, not only had his white tank top become see-through, but the shorts underneath had turned into swim trunks clinging tightly to his thighs. Every inch of his body could be seen clearly. If the timing wasn't so wrong, Qiyu might have taken a closer look. But with water still splashing everywhere in the bathroom, Qiyu quickly shut off the main valve of the water heater, avoiding a ridiculous scald injury for the two of them as summer approached. Dry yourself. After shutting the valve, Chiyu rummaged through the storage cabinet and pulled out a clean towel, handing it over to the person standing in front of him who looked even more disheveled than himself. Zheng Haichuan didn't take it, instead leaning against the glass door and shaking his head continuously. No need, no need. I'm already dirty. Zheng Haichuan didn't feel the least bit regretful about how much effort he exerted in vain earlier or the complaints he endured. He still wore his usual silly grin and carefree attitude, casually saying, I'll wash up when I get home. Don't waste your towel on me. At the sight of his demeanor, a surge of inexplicable annoyance rose in Chiyu's chest. So he simply tore open the towel and threw it over the irritating face right in front of him. If I tell you to dry, then dry. As he spoke, Chiyu grabbed both ends of the towel and pulled down. Unable to break free, Zheng Haichuan had no choice but to passively accept this warm-hearted concern from Dr. Lu. After cooling down by pressing against the glass, Zheng Haichuan slid and squatted on the ground. At this moment, with one standing and the other sitting, Zheng Haichuan resembled a big dog that had received its owner's command to stay still, hunching his shoulders and lowering his head obediently, letting a pair of long fingers fiddle with his scalp through the towel until every trace of moisture in his hair was absorbed. The bright bathroom lights were mostly blocked by the cloth, leaving only faint beams filtering through the fibers, casting soft light onto Zheng Haichuan's face. It reminded him of the comfort of resting under steel beams on a summer day. Speaking of which, Dr. Lu's place was cleaner than even the girl's house from earlier. Zheng Haichuan remembered not seeing a single stray item in the living room earlier, and even the bottles and jars in this bathroom were arranged very neatly, sorted by height and size, making it look extremely comfortable and soothing. Zheng Haichuan thought Dr. Lu was such a proper person. And now this proper person was drying his hair for him. Wow! What good karma had he accumulated in his past life? Lost in random thoughts, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but break out into a foolish smile. At the same time, his nose also detected a very faint but persistent crisp aroma surrounding him. It smelled like the fresh spring water by the mountains back home, or the pine needles that fell just before winter. Clean, and pleasant. Zheng Haichuan's eyes were blocked by the towel so he couldn't see, but his sense of smell became sharper. Without thinking, he instinctively wanted to know where this smell came from, sniffing here and there with his nose, stretching his neck, and moving his body towards the source of the fragrance. Bang! Until his forehead collided with something hard. Chiyu had felt a tiny bit guilty toward Zheng Haichuan, considering he'd caused him to waste so much time for nothing. So when Zheng Haichuan didn't take over to dry his own hair earlier, Chiyu just helped out himself. For a man who usually preferred not to involve himself in anything unnecessary, it had been a long while since Chiyu last did such a meaningless thing as spending time on someone else. He rubbed Zheng Haichuan's short hair, his movements far more patient than when he wiped his own. However, what Chiyu hadn't expected was that Zheng Haichuan would return the favor by head-butting him. Hiss, you're some kind of dog, huh? Chiyu took off his glasses, holding his sore nose as anger bubbled up. Why are you flailing around like that? Quickly pulling the towel down to his neck, Zheng Haichuan scratched his head sheepishly to apologize. Whoops, I didn't see it, sorry. His eyes regained sight, and Zheng Haichuan looked up only to meet a face that was strikingly handsome and dignified. Dr. Lu. Without the wire-rimmed glasses obstructing the view, those narrow eye slits appeared even sharper, yet because of the previous collision, there was now an added ripple of liveliness in them. At this moment, the two were standing face to face, so close they could see into each other's eyes. Zheng Haichuan's words caught in his throat mid-sentence, as in the pause he silently marveled inside. Dr. Lu really is good-looking. Even better looking than those TV stars. However, this fleeting admiration was soon pushed out of Zheng Haichuan's mind. What he remembered next was the smell he had detected earlier. Oh right, what kind of soap are you using? It smells great. Zheng Haichuan wasn't particularly picky, he simply realized that the soap at home was almost used up, and now he could try Dr. Lu's kind. Just smelling it made his whole body relax, which surely meant working would feel even more energetic. Chiyu raised his hand, pushing the face sniffing too close away with his palm. There's no soap in my house. Once again, he pondered if this person in front of him had some sort of interest in him. This wasn't due to any self-conceit from Chiyu. Every single move Zheng Haichuan made was more straightforward than those foreigners who pursued him abroad. It was as if all Zheng Haichuan needed was for Chiyu to say he had soap at home, and the next sentence would be an invitation. You're right. Dr. Lu's house is so high-end, surely you don't use regular soap. Zheng Haichuan had no idea that his esteemed Dr. Lu was currently speculating about strange things. All he did was scratch his head in simple-minded embarrassment and return to the shower stall, sticking his bottom up while examining the nozzle that fell to the ground earlier. Dr. Lu, the water supply has resumed. I've also checked the other parts of the pipeline, and they're all fine. Zheng Haichuan reinstalled the shower head and asked Chiyu to open the gate valve to test it again. But with that sudden burst earlier, the nozzle of the shower head got slightly misaligned. Zheng Haichuan thought it might have been caused because he wasn't careful enough, and he felt deeply apologetic. If you need to shower urgently, you can make do with it. If not, I can immediately go to the shop and get you a new one. There's even an automatic adjustable 3-speed kind. Although Chiyu often had sharp words, he wasn't an unreasonable person. No need, he shook his head, saying, you've already done me a favor today. But the less Chiyu cared, the more Zheng Haichuan felt uneasy. We will replace it. Saying that, Zheng Haichuan walked toward the living room, muttering, "How could it be acceptable for me to repair something and break your items in the process? Wait here, our store is right across the street. It'll just take half an hour, and I'll bring one over right away." Chapter 22, My Friend. 22, My Friend. For someone like Zheng Haichuan, who was as stubborn as they come, Qiyu had no way of persuading him. Besides, Qiyu wasn't the most enthusiastic person either. If others didn't listen to what he said, he wouldn't bother repeating himself. Thus, Zheng Haichuan ran out of Qiyu's house with his work clothes and bag, looking as though he were escaping after being caught stealing, moving so fast it seemed like he was trying to get away quickly. Qiyu had always found it hard to understand Zheng Haichuan's thought process. He watched silently, speechless, as that sturdy and naive figure ran into the elevator. He eventually closed his door and dealt with his own urgent issue, taking a shower. Immediately, right away, from head to toe, he wanted to wash himself clean. Men generally showered quite fast. Even though Qiyu was a relatively meticulous man, his shower, including washing his hair, only took about 10 minutes. He changed into a fresh, loose set of loungewear and walked to the kitchen, refilling the empty kettle next to the stove before pressing the water boiling button. The wall clock showed it was almost 8 o'clock, and at this moment, Qiyu started to feel hungry. The instant noodles lid was opened on standby, the oven preheated. Qiyu first wrapped the long-thawed small yellow croaker in aluminum foil and placed it inside the smart oven. Today, he had only eaten one meal, and now his stomach felt empty. He added more toppings to his noodle dish, grabbing an egg from the fridge, he heated some oil in the non-stick pan and started frying. Sizzling. The yellowish-white egg liquid gradually solidified and formed its shape in the pan. Qiyu stared at the edges of the sizzling fried egg and suddenly zoned out. That fool. Would he really bring things over? If Cheng Zijuan had said something like this, Qiyu wouldn't even need to think about it, he could just lock the door and go to bed. That kid talked too much nonsense, and anyone who believed him was foolish. But these words came from Zheng Haichuan's mouth. Although Qiyu didn't want to admit it, he instinctively regarded them as a promise. Zheng Haichuan lacked many skills. But his words, strangely enough, were always easy to believe. The egg in the pan was already half burnt, just how Qiyu liked it. He used the spatula to scoop it up and placed it on top of the instant noodles. Even though dinner preparations were complete, just waiting for the water to boil to cook the noodles, Qiyu looked at the neat, empty stove and, for no reason at all, once again opened the fridge and took out another egg. Hey everyone, that's how it is. So recently, Big Chuan won't be streaming daily life at the construction site anymore. There will be more cooking videos and sharing experiences related to repair jobs. You can check them out if you're interested. But when I go to serve customers at their homes, it's not appropriate to film around their houses, so I apologize for that. I'll explore this for a while. If later the homeowners agree, I'll share tips on how to deal with clogged pipes or leaks myself. While Qiyu was preparing dinner, he casually cracked open the apartment door a little. His flat had an open-plan kitchen. Right after stepping in, there was the kitchen area. He just opened the door to ventilate the kitchen smoke, but unexpectedly, after hearing the sound of the elevator doors ding-donging open and closing, what came through the crack in the door was the voice of someone doing a live broadcast outside. All right, let me stop here for now. The owner of the voice realized it wasn't the right place to speak, glancing around at the grandly lit hallway of the luxurious apartment building, and then lowered their voice, speaking softly into the phone. I've arrived at my friend's place now. I still have to install a shower head for him. If I have time afterward, I'll chat with all of you once I get home. Who's your friend? Qiyu couldn't fathom where Zheng Haichuan got the nerve. They had only met a few times, right? Were friends now just made by saying it out loud like this? Hey Dr. Liu, didn't you close your door? Zheng Haichuan moved fast, it only took him less than half an hour round trip, and he managed to complete his daily livestream task along the way. Now in good spirits, he knocked on the door, pushed it open and peeked his head in, smiling at Qiyu. Qiyu's annoyance hadn't dissipated yet, and seeing Zheng Haichuan acting like this, he couldn't help but say something cutting. Why should I close the door? To lock in a dog. Ah. Yet the person poking their head through the gap didn't pick up on the subtle insult and instead curiously craned their neck to look around the living room. Dr. Liu, do you have a dog at home? As if I'd keep a dog like you. Qiyu lost all ability to communicate. He simply pulled the door wide open and let the guy in. If he continued to chat with this person, he might feel full from talking without even eating. Wait a moment, I'll put on shoe covers. This time when Zheng Haichuan came over, he wasn't carrying his enormous tool bag. He only had a pair of disposable shoe covers in his pocket and was holding 2 bags in his hands. Qiyu noticed that the youth had changed his clothes, and his hair was drier than before. Curious, he couldn't help but ask, did you go back home just to take a shower? He seemed fast. Hee, yeah. After putting on the shoe covers, Zheng Haichuan stepped onto Qiyu's clean tiles and explained, the clothes I had on earlier smelled awful. I didn't want to stink up your place, so since our company office is on my street, I quickly went back for what I call a fighting shower. Indeed, the person who passed by no longer carried any peculiar odors, just an artificial lemon fragrance lingered faintly. Qiyu pursed his lips and said nothing more. Zheng Haichuan held 2 bags, and Qiyu initially thought they were all tools for repairs. But Zheng Haichuan placed one of them on the kitchen countertop before walking to the bathroom with the other. Qiyu didn't follow him inside. By now, he trusted Zheng Haichuan's skills completely. Let the guy do his thing, it was just a faucet, after all. The water in the kettle had already boiled. Qiyu opened the instant noodle lid and poured hot water into the bowl. As he returned the kettle, his gaze unconsciously shifted toward the plastic bag Zheng Haichuan had brought over. Had this man brought it here for him? Since that was the case, checking its contents wouldn't make much of a difference, would it? With this thought, Qiyu very naturally extended his long fingers and loosened the knot tied at the top of the plastic bag slightly. Dr. Lu, I've replaced it for you. The old shower head I'll take with me, since you probably don't have any use for it. I'll fix it at home and see if I can resell it secondhand. Changing a shower head was indeed a simple task. Zheng Haichuan finished in no time. Carrying the old shower head out of the bathroom, he found the host already seated at the dining table in the living room. On the table were 2 bowls of instant noodles, a plate of small yellow croakers, and one familiar-looking plastic bag. Hey, you've started eating already. Sure enough, Zheng Haichuan confirmed mentally that Dr. Lu hadn't eaten dinner yet. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, on my way home, I picked up some homemade braised dishes for you. They're super hygienic. Try them out. Qiyu, of course, knew exactly what Zheng Haichuan had brought, he'd seen it already. Lifting his chin slightly, he pointed to the empty seat across from him and gestured toward Zheng Haichuan, sit. Ah. No need for me to sit, really. Zheng Haichuan waved his hand dismissively. It's getting late. I don't want to disturb your meal or rest, so I'll be off. Qiyu didn't intend to repeat himself. Yet, perhaps the savory smell of the braised dishes appealed to an empty stomach, as he maintained a calm tone while lightly tapping the table, come and sit. For some reason, Zheng Haichuan felt uneasy despite Dr. Lu only uttering a few words, not even sounding angry. He somehow felt like a student about to get scolded by their teacher. Thus, he didn't dare refuse again. His hands fidgeted awkwardly along the seams of his pants, and Zheng Haichuan obediently shuffled to the dining table and sat down. But only half of his bottom touched the leather stool, sitting very cautiously. He remained extremely reserved throughout. Chapter 23, Aren't You Tired? Qiyu's rented apartment was very simple, and if one were to label its style, it would be the most trendy minimalist style of today. Apart from black, white, and gray, no other colors could be seen. But at this moment, on the pristine marble tabletop, the food laid out seemed quite inconsistent with the bland decor of the place: 2 buckets of red braised beef instant noodles topped with fried eggs, a plate of leftover overnight pan-fried small yellow croakers, and a dish of braised pig's head meat served in a chipped peony-patterned porcelain bowl. The vibrant colors looked just like the kitschy styles that could only be found in Zheng Haichuan's videos. These small yellow croakers also taste great soaked in noodle soup. At the 2 ends of the dining table, one side was eating quietly and concentrating fully, while on the other side, slurping sounds accompanied incessant chatter. I ate one when I bought them that day and left the rest for my little Himiao to eat. Zheng Haichuan chewed on a crispy fish bone, his face filled with satisfaction. I didn't expect to get a bite here at Dr. Lu's place. Qiyu raised an eyelid to glance at him and didn't even bother to respond. Leftover food, what was this man so happy about? Hey, Dr. Lu, don't just eat noodles. Try this pig's head meat. Zheng Haichuan, feeling grateful for Qiyu's hospitality, diligently added a full chopstick of braised meat into Qiyu's bucket of noodles. I specially picked the marble portion, it was simmered for over an hour at noon, very fragrant when chewed. At this point, Qiyu was in a peaceful mood and didn't reject Zheng Haichuan's kindness. After putting a piece in his mouth, he casually remarked, isn't it supposed to be braised chicken wings? He remembered that in this person's latest video, they were teaching people how to quickly defrost chicken wings and braise them. Ah, chicken wings. My little Himiao ate all of them. Zheng Haichuan didn't notice the implications behind Qiyu's words as he freely shared his family matters with Qiyu. Haha, that boy is weird, doesn't like eating chicken or eggs but loves chicken wings. When Zheng Haichuan talked about his young nephew, he was no different from Qiyu's colleagues who always posted pictures of their children on social media. The kid doesn't restrain his appetite. Yesterday, he ate 2 meals, then had another today at noon. His tongue already has blisters, yet he still craves more. Zheng Haichuan sounded somewhat helpless. Fortunately, I only bought a pound of it, so after eating it, there wasn't any more. This morning, I went to the market to buy some vegetables and pig's head meat to braise. The vegetables aren't presentable enough, so I brought you some braised meat. In the spacious living room with nearly 3-meter ceilings, merely because of the addition of one person, there was a touch of domesticity that was unseen before. The rambling conversations from Zheng Haichuan were not particularly insightful, filled with trivial gossip about family affairs, but Qiyu never interrupted. Only after he finished his long speech did Qiyu speak up with a nonchalant remark. You're really a good dad. Zheng Haichuan was completely confused. Good dad? How about it, aren't you aiming to be a mom instead? Qiyu hadn't realized he'd misunderstood something and continued sneering. Anyway, I've never seen which father enjoys cooking, making baby formula, and washing clothes every day. Inside, Qiyu was implying sarcastically that Zheng Haichuan took joy in doing housework. However, what surprised him was that just as soon as he spoke, the person across the table burst out laughing uncontrollably, shaking shoulders and hands holding chopsticks. Chiyu. Which sentence provoked Parkinson's in this guy? Ha 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 ha. After laughing uncontrollably for quite some time, Zheng Haichuan finally said to Chiyu, Dr. Lu, surely you don't think Xiao Hemiao is my son? Isn't he calling you, Dad? Chiyu furrowed his brows, certain that he hadn't heard wrong before. Do you enjoy being mistaken as a father by others? Pfft. Seeing Chiyu's expression, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but find it funnier. Yet fearing Chiyu might glare at him, he covered his mouth to suppress the laughter. Dr. Lu, what you heard was Yao Ba, not Ba. As a native of Pengcheng, Chiyu didn't understand much about the distinction between the two terms. On normal days, Zheng Haichuan conversed in Mandarin with others. However, when speaking with fellow townsfolk or alone at home with Zheng Jiahao, he switched to their hometown dialect. Though outsiders could mostly understand it, certain words carried meanings only local residents understood. For instance, Zheng Jiahao often called Zheng Haichuan Yao Ba. Yao Ba means uncle. Xiahemio is actually my nephew. Zheng Haichuan had a low laugh threshold. If he hadn't noticed Chiyu's darkening expression, he might have continued laughing for a while. But at the moment, sensing the chilly air, he tried his best to compose himself. Ahem, he's my nephew, my brother's son. My brother is currently convalescing in our hometown. My father is also getting older and can't take care of that little rascal, so I brought him here with me when I came to work. A long explanation driven by Zheng Haichuan's strong will to survive did restore a bit of warmth to the cold atmosphere in the living room. Chiyu's face still lacked expression, but deep inside, he felt somewhat relieved after realizing his earlier judgment was wrong. Humph, he had thought so. This guy who constantly behaves flirtatiously in front of the camera, lacking decorum, clearly didn't have a wife. With this thought in mind, Chiyu took another piece of braised meat into his mouth. Half of it was fatty pork belly, stewed until extremely tender, melting smoothly with just a bite. The other half was lean meat, infused with rich soy sauce flavor, releasing its fragrance with every chew. This skill, he didn't actually need a wife. You work every day, cook when you get home, and take care of your nephew. Aren't you tired? Perhaps moved by the young man's laughter earlier, or perhaps due to the comfortable temperature in the house tonight, Chiyu asked a question he had wanted to ask since the day he met Zheng Haichuan. This migrant worker, waking up early and working late, doing physically demanding jobs like carrying bricks and tiles, eating the cheapest steamed buns and cabbage, coming home to mop floors, wash clothes, cook, and take care of a child who isn't even his own, wasn't he tired? Why does he still have the energy to shoot videos no one watches? Why can he still smile at the camera? Why, despite having such roughened skin and hands from the elements, do those eyes still shine brightly, and those 2 rows of white teeth still grin widely? Life is so bitter, yet in Zheng Haichuan, Chiyu could hardly feel the taste of bitterness. Chiyu didn't understand. He had once seen many people living such lives. Some had divorced and estranged from their children, some had lost everything, others wore away their love in the grind of poverty, and others cursed at injustice without the power to resist. Most of them became zombies without any ambition, their faces numb, enduring day by day as much as they could. But Zheng Haichuan was unlike anyone Chiyu had ever seen. Dr. Lu, do you suffer from insomnia? Chiyu's question wasn't answered directly by the young man opposite him, who instead threw back an apparently unrelated question to Chiyu. Sometimes, Chiyu replied, setting down his chopsticks as he was almost full. Sometimes before sleeping, he would ponder research directions, making his thoughts more active the more he thought about them. Or after pulling an all-nighter at work, Chiyu needed a while to settle down and fall asleep when he got home. From a medical perspective, insomnia has much to do with overthinking or excessive psychological stress. Although Chiyu didn't think he had obvious symptoms, it was an unavoidable phenomenon among today's young people. Zheng Haichuan was still eating. He slurped up a mouthful of instant noodles, cheeks bulging on both sides. He talked naturally as if stating something completely open and honest, I never suffer from insomnia. His mouth was full of noodles, but he spoke plainly, every day I'm too busy. I wake up at 6 something in the morning, wash up, and make breakfast. Then I head out to work at 7 and work till around 6 or 7 in the evening. For most of the day, I'm busily rushing without stopping. Once I finish household chores when I get home, it's usually around 9 or 10 o'clock. After tucking the kid in bed, I close my eyes and start snoring. And then, when I wake up the next day, it's already bright again. Zheng Haichuan's account was simple and plain. In a few sentences, he summed up the mundane life of a migrant worker who came to the city to work. After swallowing what was left in his mouth, Zheng Haichuan licked his lips, which weren't quite so dry anymore, and earnestly responded to the question Chiyu had asked earlier, are you tired? To say that I'm not tired sometimes would be lying, but when do I have time to think about these things? As long as I can still work, I'll earn as much as possible. I still need to support the kid. Chiyu fell silent for a while. What about yourself? Me? I'm just like this. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head awkwardly, resuming his usual simple-minded demeanor and smiling at Chiyu, Dr. Lu, I'm nowhere near as smart as you. I didn't even finish school. My entire life has no great aspirations, I just want to eat well and sleep well. When I grow little Hemiao up, I'll retire and go back to the countryside to farm. Chiyu frowned disapprovingly. Do you plan to raise him forever? What about raising someone else's child without forming your own family? With no money, car, or house, it's all the same whether I find someone or not. Zheng Haichuan waved his hand as if it didn't matter, though there was a hint of shyness in his voice. Little Hemiao is family, I will definitely raise him up. But if I have a partner in the future, I'd hope she could accept him too. Not many women want to marry a guy with baggage, Chiyu spoke bluntly, unkind words tumbling out easily. Well, then I'll just let it be. I won't drag some other good girl down into this. Zheng Haichuan's mood dipped slightly under Chiyu's words, his head hanging low. After all, he was still a young man in his 20s, didn't everyone daydream about their better half? But in no time, he adjusted his attitude and grinned foolishly. Living alone isn't bad either, it saves money. So, what kind of person do you like? Chiyu didn't know what came over him, asking such a question as if he were one of those overly enthusiastic matchmakers from the hospital. He regretted it immediately after saying it, but Zheng Haichuan had already given an earnest response. Maybe someone gentle. I'm dumb, so as long as she doesn't yell at me. There wasn't a clear picture in Zheng Haichuan's mind, he described it vaguely. His eyes locked onto the last small yellow croaker left on the plate, his hand following where his gaze landed. Just as his chopsticks were about to grab it. They were preempted by another pair of chopsticks reaching out from across the table. Crunch. Without any expression, Chiyu shoved the last piece of small yellow croaker into his mouth, biting into it hard. You're better off staying single anyway, he sneered, it's the most suitable option. Chapter 24, Unreasonable. 24, Unreasonable. Perhaps influenced by Zheng Haichuan's words, Chiyu did not suffer from insomnia that night but instead had a dream. In the dream, a young boy was gently pushed into a food shop on the street corner by a warm pair of hands. Soon after, a group of people wielding sticks shouted and walked over, advancing all the way into the apartment building where he lived, making an enormous racket as they pounded on the iron gate. Mom! The boy saw which floor the crowd had reached and immediately started running home. But before he could run out of the store door, a strong arm stopped him. Shoo, young master you, don't make a fuss. The bearded owner motioned for silence to the young teenager, then turned and pushed him behind an old woman while pulling down the shop's iron gate by half. Young master you, be a good boy, stay with Grandma Gue. Uncle Weiming will make your favorite sweet soup. The kind old woman patted the boy's back and coaxed him, it's adults' business, children shouldn't interfere. Wait here for your mom to come pick you up. Realizing he wouldn't be able to break free from the bearded man's blockage, the boy clenched his fists tightly and allowed himself to be arranged in the farthest corner of the restaurant table. Not long after, the old woman placed a bowl of milk-white dessert in front of him. He stared at it coldly, his eyes glued to the outside world, not touching even a bite. Alas, no merit indeed. Those people are coming again demanding money randomly. Where is Ji gone now? He left Ah Feng and her 2 children at home. Where? At the mahjong table missing 1 player. Serves him right. Once having money, he goes bad instantly. It wasn't like this before. In the kitchen, the mother-son duo conversed quietly in the local dialect. They were both old residents here and had practically watched the boy grow up. They roughly understood the cause of the current incident. After speaking softly for a moment, the bearded man glanced at the young boy and interrupted his mother's idle chatter, picking up 2 bamboo steamers and placing them on the steamer rack. All right mom, stop talking. Little brother you is still outside. I estimate he hasn't eaten yet, let me steam these shrimp dumplings for him. Okay. Let me check the situation outside once more. Be careful, mom. Take your cane along. Across the street, in a 3-story farmer's building housing many incoming tenants, a pale-looking woman stood by an iron ventilation door arguing with debt collectors. No money. With such a big house here, you tell me there's no money? Hey woman, listen up, if you can't gather enough cash today, your husband will lose a finger. Don't say we're bullying women. This is his own IOU paper, and we're not entirely unreasonable people. How did she fall? Don't you dare faint, damn it. My brothers and I didn't do much to you. F***K. Bad luck. Go, find Mr. Ji. Dr. Chi, your outpatient shift today. After the morning staff meeting, a group of duty doctors returned to their offices to prepare for the day's work. The head nurse adjusted the latest updates on each bed on a small blackboard and also informed Dr. Chiyu, who was walking last. But when she turned to look at Chiyu, she noticed the usually cold-faced young man appeared somewhat sullen, startling her. What's wrong? Why does your face look so terrible? Chiyu adjusted his glasses and shook his head. I didn't sleep well last night. Then, Dr. Chi, would you like to switch shifts with another doctor? Behind the head nurse, a little head popped out. It was young nurse Su Meng, who still harbored fantasies about Dr. Chi. She offered concern, take some leave and rest in the lounge. Su Meng was new to her career, unaware that her suggestion essentially offended everyone in the office. No one's work was easy, but due to her youth, nobody commented. However, Dr. Chi did not indulge her whims, replying icily, "If someone like me went to rest every time they feel tired, wouldn't you push every patient with slightly poor complexion upstairs to ICU?" The office instantly became deathly silent. After finishing his words, Chiyu took the notepad and went downstairs for the clinic, leaving a group of speechless medical staff behind, looking at each other awkwardly. Their gazes toward Su Meng shifted from dissatisfaction to pity. Poor Nurse Su, liking anyone else would have been fine, why fixate on Dr. Chi? Does Dr. Chi's mouth seem like it could attract any partner? In the waiting hall on the first floor, the clock ticked from 7:59 to 8 o'clock, and at the same moment, doctors in various outpatient rooms were already seated in place. The intelligent broadcasting system began to call out patient numbers one by one. Patient number 001, please proceed to room 8 for consultation. Patient number 002, please proceed to room 14 for consultation. Patient number 003, please proceed to room 10 for consultation. Even though it was very early on a weekday, there were no fewer people in the waiting hall than on weekends. Disease, much like poverty, usually does not warn people of its impending arrival. By the time people start to take notice, it often has already disturbed their lives. The hospital is a very special place. Birth, aging, sickness, death, meeting with unpleasant people, being forced apart from loved ones, and unattainable desires, the 7 sufferings of human life are played out daily here. People release their most extreme emotions either willingly or unwillingly in this place. And when these emotions and pain have no outlet, doctors and nurses sometimes become the objects of their venting. What right do you have to stop us from going in? Don't you see that my son is in so much pain he can't even hold his phone? Are you responsible if he faints? You nurses are nothing but desk sitters, what makes you qualified to block me? We want to see the doctor. Do you want to kill us? Are you letting us live anymore, heaven? You black-hearted nurse, refusing to save lives. The clock hit 11 a.m., and Chiyu had already seen more than 30 patients. He was writing a medical record for a young programmer who already had a herniated disc when the noise from outside reached his ears. Sir, please calm down. It's not that we won't let you in, you need to register first. Everyone sitting around here is waiting patiently. Everyone is anxious. How would they feel if you cut in line? The young nurse was earnestly explaining the rules, but the man outside insisted stubbornly, "Who says everyone's in a hurry? Don't you see my son is about to faint? What's wrong with cutting in? It's a matter of life and death. What's wrong with cutting in for just once?" Chiyu listened carefully for a few moments, then decisively picked up the phone and dialed the security office. Orthopedics outpatient. Someone is causing a disturbance here. Please come over as soon as possible. The programmer sitting across from him became curious. Won't you go out and check the situation? There's no need. People like this appear every few days, Chiyu continued typing calmly. Professionals handle professional matters. My job is to diagnose patients here, and the security guards outside will be more useful. The programmer clearly found this explanation convincing and stroked his bald forehead thoughtfully. That's true, professionals also encounter their own professional problems. After all, working daily in front of a computer meant more than just backache for him. Chiyu glanced at his head and handed over the prescription along with the traction instructions, expressing compassion as he said, "Turn right upon exiting the clinic, the dermatology department can assist further." "Alright, thank you." The programmer took the medical record with a bitter smile, got up, and left after deliberately closing the clinic door for Dr. Chiyu. What he didn't know was that, after he walked out, the cold-faced doctor did not immediately call the next patient number but rather tilted his head, listening to the commotion outside. Seeing no sign of the incident calming down, Chiyu stood up from his seat and walked toward the door of the outpatient room. Outside, the troublemaker was still being relentless. Not that the others in line don't mind, why must you act haughty like a dog trying to show off the master's authority? I'm telling you, if you keep stopping me from entering, I'll complain about you. You, how unreasonable can you be? Generally, only 1 to 2 nurses would be stationed at each outpatient guide counter in different departments. This morning, the orthopedic triage desk had only Su Meng alone. She had just recovered from the heartless blow from her unrequited affection for a doctor and was barely adjusting her mood when she encountered such an irrational person. So what if I'm unreasonable? A middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket despite the scorching heat held his head high with an air of arrogance, carrying a child nearly 10 years old in his arms. He raised a hand, swatting at the young nurse like shooing away flies. You just get out of my way, don't delay me taking my kid to the doctor. Though saying this, everyone present could see that the boy in his arms was engrossed in playing games, showing no signs of serious illness as the man claimed. Hey, young man, if you're seeing the doctor, then do it quietly, don't cause unnecessary troubles. At this point, an elderly woman with silver hair finally stepped forward, supporting herself with a cane as she placed herself in front of Su Meng. Hey! Old lady, don't meddle in other people's business. The leather-jacketed man, after making such a fuss for so long and realizing he wasn't getting his way, started to get angry and took it out on the elderly woman. But the old woman stood her ground behind her protective stance, unafraid of him, and instead raised her wooden cane to rest near his foot. The next number is mine, but I'll give it to you, don't scare this young nurse anymore. The old woman, being experienced in life, didn't want a direct confrontation with such a person and tried to defuse the situation. Hurry up and take your boy to see the doctor. Someone had extended an olive branch, and the leather-jacketed man was happy to accept it. However, as someone who values face, seeing the patients and their families around him whispering and pointing fingers at him, his pride couldn't bear it. He then lashed out at the wooden cane by the old woman's feet. Clang! He kicked out fiercely with one foot, sending the reddish-brown wooden cane flying to the side. Had it not been for Su Meng's quick reflexes in holding on to the elderly woman, the old lady would have certainly fallen to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? That's going too far. Exactly, bullying the elderly. This guy really has no manners. Judging from his behavior, he won't teach his kid well either. People in the country enjoy watching drama unfold, often content to spectate without involving themselves, wary of creating trouble for themselves. But when someone crosses the moral line and provokes public anger, people won't just turn a blind eye. Seeing the man vent his anger on an elderly person, many of those there to seek treatment were appalled. At the same time, the security guards who had been notified finally arrived, albeit somewhat late. However, before the crowd could step in, a doctor dressed in a white coat firmly grabbed the leather-jacketed man's hand as he was about to show off again. Apologize. A leg that doesn't do good things can be amputated. Our hospital has the equipment. Chapter 25, You're extorting people. Being stabbed in the heart by Chi Yu's cold dagger was an unpleasant feeling, but watching Dr. Chi verbally stab others with his words felt rather satisfying. Su Meng, supporting the elderly woman's body, glanced at the tall man standing in front of her. Ouch, let go. Release me. The jacket-clad man hadn't expected someone to suddenly play the hero. He had planned to use his old tricks and insult people, but upon noticing Chi Yu's clothing and work ID badge, he lost a bit of his confidence. I just accidentally tripped over her because I wasn't steady on my feet. And, his eyes flickered as if he'd found a point to attack. You, as a doctor, shouldn't be speaking to patients like that, right? I came here to see a doctor. Oh, you're sick. Chi Yu raised an eyebrow. Could it be cerebellar atrophy? His tone didn't carry much mockery. Instead, it was straightforward, almost like a normal diagnostic question. Cerebellar degeneration is often characterized by unsteadiness when standing, coordination problems, unclear speech, and cognitive impairments. The young, handsome doctor examined the jacket-clad man from head to toe with a meaningful look under his golden wire-rimmed glasses and said deeply, judging from your symptoms, it does seem likely. But unfortunately, he looked at him with apparent pity, there's currently no effective treatment for cerebellar atrophy in medical science. If you're interested, you can reserve a spot at a nursing home in advance. At first, the jacket-clad man thought Dr. Chi was seriously diagnosing him. However, the more he listened, the less it seemed to make sense. By the time everyone around started snickering, he realized. The doctor was actually cursing at him. Shit. The jacket-clad man was extremely furious, raising his shaking finger to point at Dr. Chi's nose but couldn't find any proper words to curse back with. At this moment, security guards arrived in front of the group, holding their safety batons to separate the jacket-clad man from the medical staff. What are you doing? What do you intend to do to the doctors and nurses? The jacket-clad man was almost driven mad. It's obviously him who is attacking me. Nonsense. We didn't see anything like that. Indeed, we will testify, it was him who tried to kick the elderly lady before. Onlookers enjoyed the commotion and became even more enthusiastic about helping, emboldened by the growing crowd. The man, caught in the wrong, could only argue forcefully, kick an elderly person. I merely accidentally kicked a cane. Canes get kicked around. Chi Yu walked to the corner and picked up the cane, its surface marked with natural wood grain and red-brown patina showing years of use. The handle had several uneven lines, resembling the clumsy handwriting of a child. It's cracked. Chi Yu touched the bottom of the stick, his voice icy. If it's broken, fine, I'll pay for it. By now, quite a few people had gathered in the hall. Realizing that things might not end well, the jacket-clad man's bravado decreased further. Finally, he put down the little boy he'd been cradling in his arms, rummaged through his satchel while muttering curses. Fine, tell me, what's this about money anyway, as if I can't afford it. And I'll buy your appointment spot too. Upon hearing this, the disgust inside Chi Yu somewhat dissipated. In this world, there are always some people who don't understand their place, thinking they're extraordinarily gifted and powerful, believing everyone should revolve around them. These kinds of people are quite pitiful, since they always live in their own little worlds and are hard to wake up from their delusions. The best way to deal with these kinds of people is simply to ignore them, depriving them of their stage. Of course, there's another method, which can shock them awake completely. Just now, when Chi Yu noticed a muscular, bearded man entering from the outpatient entrance, his lips curled into a friendly yet playful smile. You really want to compensate? Chi Yu handed the cane back to the elderly woman gently, even lightly patting the elderly hands dotted with age spots in comfort. Compensate. The jacket-clad man looked at the group with disdain and arrogance, seemingly thinking that his current social status and wealth far outstripped everyone else's. Huh? Who's going to compensate for my mom's cane? With a booming interrogation, a middle-aged man wearing a white tank top and flip-flops walked up to the crowd. He was tall and burly, with thick hair covering all exposed skin, looking like an angry gorilla capable of lifting someone with one hand. Are you the one offering compensation? His gaze swept around the room, first carefully examining the condition of his own mother, then pausing on Chiyu for a moment before finally shifting to the jacket-clad man. His eyes bulged, teeth bared in an aggressive scowl. Compensate, compensate. By this point, the tone of the jacket-clad man had weakened to little more than a breathy whisper. Facing such a muscular man, the jacket-clad man immediately began fumbling anxiously through his satchel to pull out money, fearing that the man might attack him. However, the next sentence from the bearded man froze the jacket-clad man's hand mid-reach, suspended awkwardly in the air. Ha, not bad kid, you've got good eyesight. This cane is actually made from one wally wood. The bearded man chuckled coldly and said without restraint, it's been passed down for over a decade now. No need for much compensation, just 30,000 yuan will do. Take the stick home with you, split it up, and you can even make a string of beads out of it. 10,000. The jacket-clad man clearly had been frightened by the bearded man's words, staring incredulously at the cane. What kind of rotten wood costs 30,000 yuan? All he had in his bag was barely 10,000 yuan, which he'd just taken out from his construction wages for bragging during drinks outside. Now, for some old walking stick, he was being asked to pay 30,000 yuan. This gorilla must, definitely be trying to swindle him. So, are you all in on this together? The jacket-clad man came up with a new guess, raising his finger and pointing at the young nurse, then to Chiyu, then to the elderly woman, and finally stopping at the bearded man. You medical staff and patients are colluding to frame me and extort my money. Just because you think I don't see it. This old lady doesn't look like she owns much money, and that guy's outfit looks like it didn't cost more than 100 yuan, how could they afford a 30,000 yuan cane? You're deliberately scamming me for money. After loudly proclaiming his suspicions, he started believing it even more and increased his volume, yelling at the security guards, security. Why aren't you taking these fraudsters away? What, do you think you're somebody? Frustrated, the bearded man reverted to his local accent, twisting the finger the jacket-clad man pointed at him and sneering, do you really think my mom and I need to scam your money? Ignoring the jacket-clad man's howls of pain, the bearded man pulled another object from his big shorts pocket with his other hand. Clang. Clang. Everyone present heard the crisp sound of metal clinking together. With each clear chime, the bearded man revealed a large keychain full of keys, dangling heavily and casually flicked twice in his palm. Clang clang clang, the overlapping sounds were loud and resonant, making it impossible at a glance to count how many keys were strung onto the keyring. Here, the bearded man said humorously, these are the houses where we collect rent every month. Do you really think that my mom and I are short of your 30,000 yuan? Chapter 26, Go home more often. People are very realistic creatures. When you find that the gap between you and others seems to be just within reach, you usually strive to work hard because you don't believe in fate, believing that one day you can make it too. But when you realize that there's an insurmountable gap between you and them, and short of starting over, you'll never become like them, you'll then be more able to see reality clearly and realize that you're not as invincible as you imagined. So after the man with a full beard confidently took out that large set of keys, the jacketed man's arrogance completely disappeared, not even leaving a trace. He chuckled nervously and lowered his head that had been held high since entering the hospital. He blocked his son with his body and said, Big brother, ma'am, it's my fault. Isn't it also because I'm worried about my child's health? Sir, please be generous, don't take offense at me. This farce thus came to an end. The bearded man wasn't someone who lacked money, he was just concerned about his mother's health. Seeing the jacketed man backing down, and his mother showing no further pursuit, he chose not to press the matter any further. As for compensation, he dismissed it after receiving the business card that the jacketed man forcefully handed over and a pile of gratuitous compliments. With a dismissive wave of his hand, like swatting away flies, he allowed the jacketed man to take his child inside for treatment. Dr. Chiyu was on duty. In less than 5 minutes, father and son came out from the examination room. The jacketed man's attitude was markedly different from before. Polite and humble, he bowed deeply before quickly snatching the phone from his son's hands and whispering some curses. But upon seeing his child start to cry and fuss as a result, he couldn't resist handing back the phone and picking up his son to go get medication at the pharmacy. Tisk, indulging your child is like killing them. The people around couldn't help but sigh. Next patient, it was the turn of the bearded man and his mother. The elderly woman, having seen the situation earlier with the father and son duo, asked Dr. Chiyu with concern, what illness does that little boy have? Tenosynovitis. Too much playing with the mobile phone, Dr. Chiyu said nonchalantly. Young people nowadays spend their days playing with their phones. Holding their fingers in one position for too long often leads to such conditions. However, it was rare to see someone so young with this disease. That little boy was obviously glued to his phone, still engrossed in gaming even during the checkup using just one hand. Even if temporarily cured, the condition would surely recur. Meeting an acquaintance, Dr. Chiyu didn't dwell on the topic of those two father-son pairings. He stood up, supporting the elderly woman with a cane onto a seat, greeting them politely, Grandma Gui, Uncle Wei Ming. Ah, good boy, you've done well. Blink, and you're already a doctor. The bearded middle-aged man stroked his beard thoughtfully, why does it feel like I've grown old hearing you call me that? The old woman gave her son a light smack beside her with an admonishing glance. You're past 40, and yet you say you're not old. Goe Wei Ming laughed heartily. That's true. Chi Yu's face showed warmth, unaffected by Goe Wei Ming's teasing, not even getting angry. He looked at the elderly woman with concern. Grandma Goe, where do you feel discomfort? Why did you come to see a doctor? I'm old now, having soreness in my waist and legs. Grandma Goe bent down tapping her leg, but her expression was peaceful. I said no need for worry, but Wei Ming insisted I come. Goe Wei Ming frowned. Sometimes I'm not home, how could I be at ease if there's something wrong with your body? If you're feeling unwell, you must visit the hospital. Chi Yu stood firmly by Goe Wei Ming's side, earnestly advising the elder woman. Alright, Grandma Goe seemed particularly fond of Chi Yu. She patted his hand affectionately and agreed, let you treat me. If there's sickness, Grandma will seek treatment. Previously, Chi Yu had noticed that Goe Wei Ming held some papers in his hands, and he arrived a little late, probably fetching something elsewhere. Sure enough, at this moment, Goe Wei Ming passed the sheet to Chi Yu, saying, I took her for a medical checkup last week, and the results just came out yesterday. The doctor recommended we consult a bone specialist. Yesterday, while registering online via my phone, I immediately saw your name listed. Grandma Goe cheerfully chimed in from the side, yeah, it has to be you. Just the other day, I ran into your dad, and he mentioned you became a doctor after returning to the country. In the dialect of Pengcheng City, Lao Dao means father. But when Grandma Goe mentioned Chi Yu's family, his facial expression didn't improve much. He didn't respond to her statement but silently looked down to review the health check report. Goe family mother and son exchanged glances, their eyes filled with understanding and helplessness. Grandma Goe, you've developed osteoporosis. Chi Yu quickly scanned through the report and pointed at the bone density test results to explain to the two of them, this value has already dropped below -1. Grandma Goe's bone tissue is decreasing, but fortunately, it hasn't reached a severe point yet. Chi Yu then inquired about Grandma Goe's usual symptoms before continuing, Grandma must pay attention in her daily life. Don't walk too fast, and above all, avoid falling. The pain you feel now is because your bones can't bear the weight they used to. If you happen to bump or fall accidentally, it will be easier for you to fracture than others. Right now, we'll focus on basic preventive treatment. Chi Yu lowered his head and typed into the computer with calmness born from professional confidence. Uncle Wei Ming can buy some calcium and vitamin D supplements for Grandma after we return home. I'll prescribe alendronate sodium for you first, taking 1 dose per week regularly should be enough. In the eyes of patients who didn't know Chi Yu, he looked quite intimidating. Usually, such patients wouldn't dare ask any questions, only thinking that though this doctor was young, his cold demeanor made him seem unapproachable. But for the Goe family mother and son, who had watched Chi Yu grow up since childhood, seeing how accomplished he was now brought them genuine joy. A phone would be happy if she saw you like this today. Grandma Goe couldn't help but sigh as she commented. Upon hearing these words, Chi Yu's fingers froze mid-typing, pausing for quite a while before resuming his actions again. Seeing Chi Yu once more silent without responding, Grandma Goe sighed, things in this world are not black and white. You shouldn't brood over it so much. Your father wasn't doing well either in those years. Regardless, come back more often when you have time. The neighbors in the village miss you. Alright, I understand, thank you Grandma. Chi Yu nodded lightly, not wanting to elaborate further. Alright, Mom, stop distracting Dr. Chi during his consultations. Let's go get the prescription filled. For many years, Goe Wei Ming had mixed with all sorts in society. Despite accumulating considerable wealth now, his talent for reading people hadn't waned. He realized Chi Yu's knot in his heart still remained unopened, thus interrupting his own mother's idle chat. He helped her rise, took her leave, and exchanged phone numbers with Chi Yu, setting the next appointment time for their visit. Meanwhile, in the urban village mentioned earlier, an emaciated old man in his 50s or 60s stood behind someone named Zheng Haichuan's farmer's house. Squatting at the corner wall, he started copying down electricity meter readings. Brother Ji, are you here collecting rent? Sister Hong poked her head out from the stairwell to greet the old man. Have you paid yours? The old man pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one in his mouth and offering another to Sister Hong. I've paid, long ago. And you don't even check transfer records. Sister Hong gave a tisk, rising from behind the sewing table to take the cigarette, thank you. I guess good cigarettes are something I can only enjoy from you. Want more? Help yourself. The old man showed no reluctance upon hearing her remark, throwing the entire remaining pack to her as he buried himself in copywriting meter data. Don't need too many, just 2 sticks will do. Too much makes it taste worse. As Sister Hong drew only one more cigarette from the pack and tucked it aside, her voice carried a note of contentment, it's best in moderation. Sister Hong, Uncle Chi, what are you both doing outside? Zheng Haichuan ended his morning work early and came back to prepare lunch, intending to cook upstairs. Smoking, Sister Hong puckered her red lipstick painted lips, asking the young man, Haichuan, try one. No thanks, I don't smoke. Zheng Haichuan waved his hand holding a vegetable bag. Just one try, and you'll learn. Sister Hong, in a good mood today, enjoyed teasing Zheng Haichuan. She flipped another stick out of the box and tried to stuff it into his mouth, saying, "When troubles find you, you'll understand the benefit of this cigarette." Take a puff. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes, lines of age hidden by the curling smoke circles, and it'll feel as if gods have blessed you. But Zheng Haichuan avoided it like encountering a snake, dashing to the second floor in 3 strides. All he left behind for Sister Hong to hear were silly words, "I won't learn. Cigarettes are too expensive, I can't afford them." Chapter 27, Teacher Lu. Seeing landlord Uncle Chi, Zheng Haichuan suddenly remembered that he was almost due to pay the rent. To think of it, it was quite lucky for Zheng Haichuan to have found such a cheap place when he first arrived. When he came to this city for the first time, his work was introduced by an old colleague of his elder brother. He knew even less about where to live. By coincidence, one of his colleagues had a second child in his family and planned to leave the city to return to their hometown, so he transferred the rental of this appropriately sized and reasonably priced apartment to Zheng Haichuan. This colleague mentioned that the landlord was an old man surnamed Chi, who was quite peculiar. Even though he earned substantial rent from the whole building, he didn't stay at home enjoying life. On the contrary, he could often be seen running a taxi business around town. However, despite Mr. Chi appearing stern and not being very talkative, he was actually pretty decent and straightforward. For many years, he did not increase the rent, and even if Zheng paid late occasionally, he would never rush him. Because of this, Zheng Haichuan respectfully addressed his landlord as Uncle Chi. In Pengcheng, where land is incredibly expensive, anyone who could help him save a little money in his pocket was considered a great person in Zheng Haichuan's heart. Zheng Haichuan himself was also a conscientious person. If someone did him one favor, he would try to repay them tenfold. So during the 6 months he had been renting, he hadn't really ever delayed paying the rent. He prioritized setting aside the rent for his living expenses and then lived frugally according to what was left over. Today, after bumping into Uncle Chi downstairs early on, Zheng Haichuan's first thing to do upon returning home was to carry his bank card with the intention of transferring the rent to Uncle Chi before heading to work in the afternoon. In fact, nowadays various online payment methods were extremely convenient, and many people were used to making direct online payments or transfers. However, Zheng Haichuan believed that keeping money either in hand or in the bank was most secure, always carrying cash in his pockets as well. You could call it paranoid, you might even call it stingy, but Zheng Haichuan felt having some cash gave him peace of mind. Later, Chiyu tried to correct Zheng Haichuan's seemingly unnecessary, troublesome, and useless peasant mindset. Zheng Haichuan obediently listened to the education but firmly decided not to change his habits, still accustomed to carrying loose change in his pants pockets every day. Chiyu, after trying multiple times with no success, simply went to the bank to exchange a few thousand yuan worth of loose coins and kept them in a drawer of the shoe cabinet by the entrance. If you must carry it, at least keep it clean. At this moment, Zheng Haichuan didn't know that in the future, he wouldn't need to worry too much about money. He was currently cleaning up the ingredients he had carefully calculated while shopping at the market and was stir-frying a simple dish of pork. After finishing frying the pork, there was no need to wash the pot, and he proceeded to fry dry chili peppers and bok choy in the leftover oil. The quick-cooked vegetarian dish was out of the wok within minutes. His young nephew, Jing Jiahao, had been sent upstairs earlier in the morning to neighbor Teacher Lu's place. After coming back home, Zheng Haichuan did not immediately go up to retrieve the boy but only took the dishes he had prepared upstairs to knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Teacher Lu. Little Yemio. After waiting a bit, from behind the iron door that wasn't soundproof, came the light, quick footsteps of a small child. One uncle. The door opened slightly, and then Zheng Haichuan felt both his legs being tightly hugged by his young nephew. Hey, slow down, your one uncle is holding something. Zheng Haichuan withstood the impact of his little nephew and held the bowls high in his hands, greeting Teacher Lu with a smile. Teacher Lu, good afternoon. I made some food. Since little Yemio will be under your care again this afternoon, we might as well eat together casually. Lu stood up from beside the desk, slightly discontented. Brother Chuan, don't do this. You bring food every time, next time I'll be hesitant to take care of little Yemio. Ah, Teacher Lu, what kind of talk is that? While Zheng Haichuan winked at his little nephew, indicating that he should take the food inside, he bowed respectfully. If you refuse to accept our simple meal, I'll feel uncomfortable giving little Yemio over for your care in the future. How could it be said otherwise that Jing Jiahao and Zheng Haichuan are real uncle and nephew? Upon seeing his uncle gesturing to him, Jing Jiahao immediately stretched up to take the small basket of food from Zheng Haichuan, clattering across the floor in his tiny slippers towards Teacher Lu's living room. 1 plate, 2 plates, all the hot dishes carried in the basket were neatly arranged on the table by small hands. Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu. Big and small alike, they both looked eagerly at Teacher Lu, awaiting his nod of approval. Seeing this, Teacher Lu found it both amusing and helpless. Ultimately, he still waved his hand, inviting Haichuan Jing into the house. You've already said everything you wanted to say and done what you intended. What am I supposed to say? He wasn't truly angry. The matter had come this far, and so he could only accept Zheng Haichuan's goodwill as he beckoned him in, saying, sit down. There are some leftovers in my fridge. I'll heat them up in the microwave, we can just eat together. Hey. Sure. Having achieved his goal, Zheng Haichuan cheerfully walked into Mr. Lu's home, bending down to pick up his young nephew. What did you do this morning? He pinched little Jia Zheng's nose playfully. Teacher Lu taught me, drawing. Zheng Jiahao pulled Zheng Haichuan's hand over to the low table that served as a desk and raised a paper covered with colors. Wow! Our little Jiahao is truly amazing. Although Zheng Haichuan didn't quite understand what Zheng Jiahao had drawn, he still closed his eyes and gave lavish praise. Little Jiahao is quite smart, learning things quickly after being taught just once. While turning on the microwave, Lu Jun said to Zheng Haichuan, who was acting as the boy's parent, I've already taught him pinyin and some simple Chinese characters before, and during these few tests, he could still write them all by heart. But Brother Duchuan, I'm no real teacher, little Jiahao should attend school to receive systematic education. Everyone in this building called Mr. Lu, Teacher Lu, but it was actually just out of respect. Everyone knew that Mr. Lu had nothing to do with any teachers at schools. Mr. Lu used to be a worker. He hadn't studied much, dropping out of school in his early teens to start working, laboring in a factory for nearly 2 decades. He had stuck shoe soles, twisted screws, punched holes, filled duck down. However, apart from being an ordinary production line worker, he also loved reading books, loved literature, and enjoyed reciting poetry. When his colleagues on the same production line would go drinking or sing karaoke or visit internet cafes after work, what Mr. Lu most often did was huddle in the 6-person rental room and painstakingly copy down texts he liked. Word by word, he would dissect complex texts into parts he had handled. Screws, iron wires, glue, and packaging bags. Every early morning or late night, he'd open his eyes and stubbornly yet clumsily tighten the strokes and sentences in his mind. Over and over again until he managed to piece together the pictures he wanted to portray in his mind. Later, as some of his roommates quit to work on another production line or became foremen in the workshop whom they once disliked, through constant writing and submitting manuscripts, Mr. Lu luckily won several awards and received royalties that allowed him to get by for a while. Afterward, due to certain events leaving Mr. Lu jobless, he decided to rent the place left entirely to him and became a full-time writer. But in today's society, people with ideals alone cannot survive. Thus, most of the time Mr. Lu earned rent money and living expenses by ghostwriting for others. Only after completing such work could he afford to empty his mind and pour his true inner thoughts onto the page. It was precisely for this reason that he usually stayed cooped up in his rental room, and thus had the time to take care of his neighbor's child. Teacher Lu, I know. The meal was already on the table, and since they were already familiar neighbors, there was no formalities among them. While serving himself food, Zheng Haichuan nodded, I've been inquiring about nearby schools recently. He glanced down at his obedient nephew eating quietly, not avoiding Jiaha. Next year, when little Jiahao turns 5, I want him to go straight to primary school. You know my situation, joining a kindergarten class now would mean going to a private one. We don't have that kind of economic capability. Lu nodded, affectionately patting little Jiaha's head on the side, all right. Then I will teach him the basics for now, trying to ensure little Jiahao keeps up once he enters primary school. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Zheng Haichuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. You shouldn't expect too much, Lu self-deprecatingly remarked, my level isn't particularly high, all wild teachings, can only give basic lessons. That's already good enough. Zheng Haichuan was easily satisfied, Teacher Lu, you rest assured, I know my position. It's always said, a master leads one through the door, but practice depends on oneself. When I was a cooking apprentice, all under the same master, some made delicious dishes, while others couldn't even eat their own creations. Zheng Haichuan said, little Jiahao is still small anyway, how well he learns doesn't really matter. Hearing his uncle's words, Zheng Jiahao lifted his head from his bowl. I will learn well. His slim, tiny face was unusually serious for his age, studying hard every day. Later, I'll go to university, support grandfather, father, and uncle. Oh wow. Both Zheng Haichuan and Lu Jun burst into laughter from the little bean sprout's grandiose declaration. Mr. Lu knew a little about the Zheng family situation and avoided bringing up anything that could hurt young Jiahao's feelings. Instead, he jokingly teased Haichuan. Teasing young Jiahao, he said, are you just going to take care of your uncle? If your uncle finds an auntie one day, will you take care of her too? Little Jiahao blinked his eyes, sure. Jiahao then turned to glance at his own uncle, muttering, uncle eats so much, he needs to find someone who can feed him. Hey, you brat. Haichuan heard it loud and clear, not holding back as he pinched his nephew's chubby cheeks, or rather, what little there was left of them, I can take care of myself even if I eat a lot. And I can take care of you too. The most important thing for you right now is to eat more. Gain some weight. Okay. Zheng Jiahao quickly stuffed his mouth full of food, puffing out his cheeks to avoid his uncle's mischievous hands. Chapter 28, The Next Door Room. After finishing lunch, Zheng Haichuan left his young nephew at Lu Jun's house and departed with his vegetable basket. When he descended to the 3rd floor of his own home, Zheng Haichuan saw Uncle Qi, the landlord, locking the door as he exited the house next to his. Come to think of it, it was strange. The 7-story farmer building where Zheng Haichuan rented had 4 apartments per floor on all the other levels, but somehow his 3rd floor was designed with 5 units. His room faced south, meaning that in addition to the east, west, and north directions having single rooms each, there was also a south-facing room next to his. However, since Zheng Haichuan moved in, he had never seen anyone living in the adjacent unit. Later, Zheng Haichuan learned from Sister Hong that originally the room he occupied and the one next door were connected, housing a family of 3 from Uncle Chi's household. After an incident in Uncle Chi's family requiring urgent funds, the space they originally lived in was divided into 2 separate rooms, with half being rented out. As Pingcheng developed rapidly, the influx of people increased, and housing in the village became extremely valuable. Uncle Chi was no longer short of money, and after moving out, he let the entire building be rented by tenants. Besides some old neighbors who had been long-term residents, there were also quite a few young people who came to Pingcheng seeking opportunities. These individuals often lived for the moment, spending their wages from this month without saving for the next, so tenants in the building would change regularly, which was quite common in Pingcheng. Still, there were plenty of familiar faces who remained, and Zheng Haichuan gradually became one of them. "Uncle Chi, has this room not been rented out yet?" Zheng Haichuan struck up small talk, exchanging pleasantries with the landlord. The thin old man turned and glanced at him before nodding stiffly, With that brief sound, his response ended. Zheng Haichuan didn't mind. With a cheerful laugh, he opened the door to his home and casually suggested, "Isn't it wasteful to leave the room empty? Do you urgently need to rent it out? I can ask my colleagues if anyone needs a place." But the old man dismissed his offer coldly. "No, I don't want to rent it." Oh, Zheng Haichuan simply couldn't understand what rich people were thinking sometimes. Scratching his head, he forgot about it as soon as the words left his lips. "All right, Uncle Chi, see you later. I'll transfer this month's rent to you this afternoon." The old man gave another nonchalant reply before hunching over and walking down the stairs, seemingly showing no attachment or fondness for this building that could sustain him for life. Life carried on quietly and methodically like this. Every day, besides taking orders to solve plumbing and electrical problems for customers, Zheng Haichuan also learned about home renovation and various appliances maintenance and repair techniques from master teacher in the shop, acquiring a lot of new knowledge in the process. At the same time, whenever he had spare moments, he recorded videos, sharing simple tricks for home maintenance with his meager group of dozens of fans on his platform, slowly gaining just a few more subscribers. Among them, there was one named Lu. Yes, indeed, it was a certain doctor who realized that video platforms automatically link to WeChat nicknames and changed his name to avoid exposure. Speaking of which, during the last visit when Zheng Haichuan repaired the faucet at Dr. Chiyu's place, the two had unexpectedly shared a meal together. When leaving, Zheng Haichuan deliberately added Chiyu's WeChat contact. Zheng Haichuan thought simply, being out in the world, having more friends means having more avenues for help. Moreover, someone as outstanding as Dr. Lu, it was only natural to first establish a good relationship with him. If ever there were some health issues in the future, perhaps one could seek immediate online advice from him. What Zheng Haichuan hadn't anticipated, though, was that even before he had the chance to ask Dr. Lu for online help, Chiyu found him first. One early morning, just as he clocked in for work and was heading toward a customer's home carrying his toolbox. Are you around?" Because work required Zheng Haichuan to answer calls at any time, his phone ringtone was set unbearably loud. As soon as the message came in, he noticed. Instant reply. "Dechuan, yes, here. Chubby teeth. Good morning." Presumably, the other party didn't expect such a quick reply, so he started off politely with a "good morning." "Dechuan, Dr. Lu, good morning to you." Zheng Haichuan usually preferred using the pinyin input method. However, something peculiar happened today that left Zheng Haichuan utterly baffled. He flipped through the keyboard for nearly 15 pages but couldn't find the character "yu" in Chiyu's name. At this point, Zheng Haichuan's rather simple-minded brain hadn't yet realized that he'd been misnaming the other person for quite some time. On the contrary, due to his foul mood after pulling an all-nighter at the hospital, Chiyu typed back coldly. "Zheng Haichuan, do you have a dictionary at home?" "Dechuan, eh? Dechuan, no. Dechuan, oh wait, yes." Zheng Haichuan remembered that Mr. Lu had just given him an old Xinhua dictionary so he could teach Little Hato phonetics. Go check my name when you get back. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, a bit confused. What? Is Dr. Lu so famous that his name has been published in the Xinhua dictionary? Wow. But Zheng Haichuan always listened to what others said, so he nodded and agreed. Dechuan, alright, I'll check as soon as I get back. Zheng Haichuan thought that he would leave this task to Little Hato. At the same time, he could test how much Little Hato had learned recently. Hey, that's great. Meanwhile, after finishing washing up at home and lying on his bed trying to fall asleep, Chiyu realized that if he didn't mention the main issue, he'd be led astray again. So, Chiyu finally brought up the reason for contacting Zheng Haichuan. Are you still in touch with the people from the previous construction site? Dechuan, yes, I am. Dechuan, Dr. Lu, are you looking for someone? Let me see if I have his number. Not necessary. Could you ask something for me? How much longer will your construction site keep driving piles? Chiyu was close to losing his temper. Recently, it was busy at the hospital, and he had worked several night shifts in a row. Every time he finished a night shift and returned home, hoping to sleep the day away, there were clang 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 loud hammering noises disturbing him. Even with all the windows and doors tightly shut in his room, it barely helped. If Zheng Haichuan saw him at that moment, he would definitely be shocked and gape open-mouthed. Because Dr. Lu, who was usually handsome and meticulous about his appearance, now had prominent dark circles under his stunning eyebrows, so deep that even his gold-rimmed glasses couldn't hide them. Chapter 29, Where to Stay. Zheng Haichuan replied to Qiyu that the pile-driving project would last at least 1 to 2 more months. Upon seeing this message, Qiyu lost his usual sharp-tongued temper. With a deadpan face, he grabbed his phone and pajamas, directly taking a taxi to a business hotel 1 kilometer away from home, where he couldn't hear any construction noise, and booked a room. Only then did he sleep soundly for an entire day. So comfortably in fact that when Qiyu woke up, he started seriously considering the idea of staying in the hotel for 1 or 2 months. After all, for someone like Qiyu, a good quality of life was more important than anything else. But Qiyu still had some sense of reason. His current work income could support renting a solo living apartment, but if he added another month-long stay in the hotel, he might have to start living like a big fool, eating coarse food every day. Thinking about this made Qiyu feel somewhat restless. He got up just as he saw his friend Cheng Zijuan sending a message inviting him to dinner, so he agreed. Qiyu followed his memory to find the street stall where Cheng Zijuan had invited him. In the middle of the city's congested alleys, this large stall stood out with its unusually spacious storefront. Layers of transparent fish tanks were placed at the entrance, showing live fish, shrimp, and crabs inside. You could order and slaughter them on the spot. Wearing leather aprons, chefs waved their knives, scattering fish scales onto chopping boards and the ground, flowing in another direction towards dirty drains and sewers. The environmental hygiene of such establishments wasn't something you could count on. The tiled floors were covered in footprints and never looked clean. The wooden tables, with years of wear, had accumulated layers of grease, though they were covered by disposable napkins that allowed diners to choose to overlook it. Qiyu stood at the entrance, looking up at the faded sign above his head, appearing somewhat dazed. Hey, you, what are you doing? The dishes have been ordered already, come on over. Cheng Zijuan's loud voice echoed from inside the store, snapping Qiyu out of his daze, and he stepped into the store. Behind him, a maintenance worker wearing a navy blue coverall walked into the corner vegetable market with his child, picking ingredients for tomorrow's meal. Hey Mu, what do you want to eat? While selecting vegetables, Zheng Haichuan asked the little nephew in his arms. However, the boy seemed captivated by something behind him, resting his chin on Zheng Haichuan's shoulder and staring off into the distance. What are you looking at? Zheng Haichuan bounced him gently, trying to regain Zheng Jiahe's attention. Baby fish. The boy looked across the street, mumbling a word indistinctly. Hearing this, Zheng Haichuan laughed helplessly. How can you be craving fish again? Didn't we just eat it recently? Still, he indulged this obedient little nephew. Alright, if you want to eat fish, we'll have it. Uncle Hai can afford it. While saying this, he took a step toward the fish vendor. Let's do steamed fish this time. I'll slice the fish meat and cook porridge for you. Last time, Sister Hong mentioned the special preparation method here, which sounded pretty good. Zheng Jiahe had no objections to his dry uncle's decision. Anyway, he could always finish every meal. As he gazed at the restaurant on the other side of the street, he thought, isn't that the green uncle we saw last time? Why do people call him baby fish? Is it because he looks green? Just browse, what kind of fish do you want? We have grass carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and blackfish. The fish stand owner set down his phone, which was playing short videos, and stood up to greet the customers. Boss, what type of fish is suitable for making fish slice congee? Grass carp, blackfish, both will do. Blackfish has fewer bones. Alright, please weigh one for me, around 2 to 3 catties should be fine. Brother, stop procrastinating, I'll place the order first. Cantonese-style poached fish slices, porridge, shrimp, stir-fried clams, these are our regulars. Plus oyster pancake and roasted meats platter. What else do you think we should add? Cheng Zijuan rinsed the bowls and chopsticks with hot tea while calling Qiyu over. That's enough, we can add more later if needed. Qiyu yawned, rarely exuding a bit of warmth and not acting as aloof as usual. Wow, how many days have you been pulling all-nighters? Cheng Zijuan noticed Qiyu's tired eyes and scrutinized him curiously, laughing mischievously, or did some little which drain you dry. Qiyu gave Cheng Zijuan a big eye roll. Do you think everyone's like you, waiting around to grab Tang Monk's flesh? Tisk, Tang Monk himself was quite extraordinary, wasn't he? Cheng Zijuan flicked his forehead hair back. Even if most people value my money, isn't money also part of who I am? That's reasonable. Qiyu summoned the waiter and added a plate of crabs. Today we thank the master who shows mercy and saves all beings for treating us. Cheng Zijuan, your mouth really can get you lonely until death. Zijuan, do you dare call me again? Qiyu raised his eyebrows. Call me brother. Cheng Zijuan smirked. Back in elementary school, I was 1 grade higher than you. If it wasn't for the year your father let you skip in middle school. As he went on, Cheng Zijuan noticed Qiyu's darkening expression and quickly changed the subject. Come on, the dishes are here. Let's eat shrimp first. Although these roadside restaurants seem to lack special characteristics, with patrons mostly being local common folk, their taste might not be inferior to that of high-end restaurants. After all, with so many food establishments and expensive rents in the urban village, without real skills, it's hard to survive long in such bustling alleys. The boss and chef of this large stall are authentic Chaos Han people, making their seafood and home-style dishes truly affordable and delicious, impossible to stop eating. Chiyu remembered coming here with his mom when it first opened. Back then, she liked this place's fried rice noodles, saying they had the fresh aroma of seafood. Hey, so the construction site downstairs at your place will continue hammering for another month or two? During the meal, Chiyu also shared the recent troubles with his friend, Cheng Zijuan worried for him. You shouldn't just tough it out like this. I'm really afraid one day you'll die suddenly in the hospital. This isn't something to joke about. Although Cheng Zijuan seems casual about work, he knows a lot about various industries. Although not many jobs are easy or relaxed, doctors, besides having busy schedules and constant night shifts, also bear the heavy responsibility of patients' lives. The dual strain of mental and physical labor has led to continuous news reports of young doctors in the country dying suddenly. Moreover, Cheng Zijuan knew deep down that Chiyu wasn't someone with much passion for life. Chiyu has always been more mature and self-disciplined than other kids his age. When others were playing with mud, Chiyu could read a book all afternoon. Later, Cheng Zijuan became interested in martial arts and dragged Chiyu along to learn. He himself gave up after 3 days and didn't learn shoulder throws even now, but Chiyu, after only 1 year of study, could beat debt collectors. Then, Chiyu's mother fell ill, and he went abroad to study medicine. Later, Aunt Feng passed away, and Cheng Zijuan watched as Chiyu lost more and more vitality. Although Chiyu appears to live well and carefree now, Cheng Zijuan feels that his childhood friend doesn't have much left to care about anymore. Cheng Zijuan believes that Chiyu could very well end up dedicating all his energy to medicine, recklessly harming his own health. Cheng Zijuan really fears hearing bad news about Chiyu one day. You, Chi bro, why don't you come stay with me for a couple of months? Having known Chiyu for so many years, Cheng Zijuan knows that he responds better to gentle persuasion rather than force, so he kindly says, brother, I've nothing else, just lots of houses. No need to worry about ruining my place. Chiyu had indeed thought about this idea but still shakes his head, too far, too much trouble. Cheng Zijuan's area has been demolished, and the compensated house is in the new district, not too far from here, and Chiyu is reluctant to waste too much time commuting every day. Then are you going to keep living in hotels? Cheng Zijuan slurped some crab roe, his eyes darting around mischievously. It's not impossible. Every day there's someone to clean, though moving things is a bit troublesome, but you could manage to stay. Do you think I have so much money I can burn it? Sometimes, Chiyu really wishes he didn't have to talk to this big fool who's missing a string in his brain. Come on, if you want, you can definitely have enough money to burn, right? The conversation finally veered towards the direction Cheng Zijuan hoped for. He nods toward the street next door with his mouth. Billions of properties await your inheritance. The next street over was exactly where Chiyu lived as a child. Shut up. Hearing this, Chiyu's expression turns unpleasant once again. Don't you know we severed all relations with him long ago? Hey, bro. Cheng Zijuan frowned, recalling a scene from a few years ago. Uncle Chi, who was the same age as his own dad, had somehow become old and dispirited. The gray-haired little man shoved a key into his hand, asking him to pass it on to Chiyu. That key was still jingling in his pocket. Cheng Zijuan felt the pressure building, yet he never found an opportunity to deliver it. Right at this moment, he finally discovered a good opportunity and slapped the key onto the table with a "pa" sound. Bro, do you want money, life, or face now? That place originally belongs to your family, it's your house. If you want to live there, just do it. Leaving it empty is just benefiting others, isn't it? Chapter 30, Picking Up Trash. Perhaps it was because of the natural tone of Cheng Zijuan's words, or perhaps it was because he kept seeing familiar old acquaintances recently. It could also be due to the short videos he often came across, where familiar figures and street scenes evoked a sense of that Chiyu had long abandoned. Ultimately, Chiyu still took out the key Cheng Zijuan had forcibly handed over, returning on a weekend after many years to a place where he had lived for a considerable period of time. A small, noisy, and bustling street, an old farmer's building that he would not walk by even with his eyes closed, and an iron door thickened so as not to break from kicks. Click. Chiyu unlocked the door, and the furnishings inside seemed almost unchanged from when he last left. It was as if the next second, a gentle voice would greet him saying, "You Bauer, you're back." But the house was empty, there was no one. Chiyu turned on the light, and the dim yellow bulb that used to flicker before lighting up in his memory was replaced by a bright ceiling lamp. Chiyu blinked a few times to adjust his vision before reopening his eyes to look around. Upon this glance, he realized he had made a mistake earlier. This place was already very different from what he remembered. The wicker chair that used to be placed in the living room was replaced with a leather sofa, and on the wall hung a new flat-screen TV. The dining table was upgraded to a high-end marble top, and even the cabinets were repainted in an ostentatious reddish-brown color. At first glance, there was hardly any resemblance to his youth except for a few photo frames still standing in their original places on the cabinet. Chiyu lowered his gaze, walked over, and picked up the family portrait. Staring at the plain smiles of the three people in the picture, Chiyu gave a cold sneer. They're all dead. For whom did old man Chi do all these things? With a loud "pa," Chiyu flipped the family portrait shut, leaving only a single photo of his younger self and his mother together, which he placed upright in the center of the cabinet. This time, Chiyu didn't plan to stay here for long. He told himself that this was merely a temporary measure. Once the construction site near the apartment was done causing chaos, he'd move back immediately. Therefore, the items he brought were minimal. A small suitcase was enough to carry everything. Toiletries, bed sheets, a computer, research literature, and a pair of earplugs that helped him tune out the noise. After organizing his luggage, Chiyu also cleaned the entire house thoroughly. He grabbed a big bag, throwing all the old belongings related to Old Man Chi into it, and then dumped them by the door. Anyway, they had cut ties long ago, barely different from being enemies. Why should he keep these annoying broken things within sight? Chiyu thought one of Cheng Zijuan's statements was right. This was originally his home. This set of rooms had specifically been registered under his mom's name by the uncle. Now that his mom was gone, the property certificate bore his own name. Whether he chose not to live here in the past was his decision, but since he's returned now, the stuff in the house should be under his control. Let Old Man Chi and everyone else around this entire building live comfortably elsewhere. Don't bring trouble to his place. He wasn't that dumb little kid anymore. Every weekend, Zheng Haichuan's repair work orders would be full to the brim. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Zheng Haichuan finally managed to complete all his tasks for the day. While happily calculating the commission income displayed on the back end for this month, he carried his toolbox homeward. Passing by the small market, Zheng Haichuan pulled out his phone and went in to buy some cauliflower and tofu. Since it was a bit late today, and little Hima was waiting at home for her meal, he wouldn't bother with dishes that take too much time to prepare. There are still 2 strips of cured meat in my house. Slice them into small cubes and stir-fry with cauliflower. Wow, the taste is incredible. No kidding. Nothing else needs to be added. Just cook it simply, dry cooking. It tastes so good you'd want to lick your lips off. Hey, yesterday when I cooked, there was a little bit of leftover bok choy. Let me make a soup out of that. Boss, weigh the cauliflower for me, and kindly pack me a piece of tender tofu. Let me tell you all, if you're making tofu soup, it's best to buy soft tofu rather than hard tofu. The soft kind has more water content and a smoother texture. Once I get home, I'll teach you all a quick tip to make a delicious tofu soup. Strangely enough, recently Zheng Haichuan seemed to be getting better at shooting videos. He realized he didn't need to pre-plan performances or dialogue, his simple mind couldn't think of great ideas anyway, and trying too hard only made fewer people interested. He took the opportunity to shoot clips of his daily work routine, the street views on his commute, and various chores such as grocery shopping, cooking, and doing housework. It seemed that the viewers were quite interested and willing to give him likes. Mr. Liu said that this was called something about specifically meeting the particular psychological needs of the audience. Some people, living in comfort, wanted to see how ordinary working-class folks got by. Others, who also worked hard every day, could relate to his content. Some who didn't know how to fix pipes could solve small troubles in their lives by watching his videos, and those who might be in a low point in life, seeing someone methodically make delicious meals, would feel relaxed and happy. Zheng Haichuan didn't understand much about these kinds of needs. All he knew was that his fan count had risen a bit, his likes and comments increased, and his earnings through the platform had gone up a little. That was enough to make him happy. Now, he already dared to pull out his phone in front of people and speak into the camera. It seemed there wasn't the scorn or judgment he used to fear, everyone was busy with their own lives, and very few paid attention to what he was doing. Hey, it was really great. Zheng Haichuan finished buying his groceries while also shooting video material. Humming a tune, he walked into the hallway of the rented apartment building, planning to call Himao downstairs for dinner once the meal was almost ready. But when he reached the 3rd floor, Zheng Haichuan suddenly noticed that the house next door, which had never been rented out, actually had someone living in it now. While fumbling for his keys to open the door, he glanced curiously at the large bag of trash discarded by the new neighbors who just moved in. Looks like they're pretty tidy people. Seeing items like bed covers, sheets, pots, and pans in the bag that seemed perfectly fine, Zheng Haichuan muttered to himself, if it were him living there, he wouldn't throw away these good things left behind by the previous tenants. Zheng Haichuan even spotted a photo frame inside the bag. Hey, isn't that Uncle Chi? So Uncle Chi was quite handsome when he was younger. At a quick glance, Zheng Haichuan felt that the person in the photo resembled someone he'd seen before, but he didn't dwell on it much longer. The thought passed quickly, overshadowed by other things. Zheng Haichuan believed that photos held some memorial significance. He wondered whether Uncle Chi had forgotten to clean up his belongings when renting out the place, and now they were being thrown away. It was a pity indeed. Thus, Zheng Haichuan squatted down outside the new neighbor's door and began sorting through the big bag of garbage. He planned to take the photo of Uncle Chi, intending to return it to him later. However, just as Zheng Haichuan had sorted halfway through the trash, the neighbor's door suddenly opened. Chiyu stood at the entrance, outlined against the light, ready to eat, locking eyes with the young man squatting by the door. Although from Zheng Haichuan's previously shot videos of the house layout, Chiyu roughly guessed that he lived somewhere in this building. Chiyu certainly hadn't expected this guy to live right next door to him. Watching Zheng Haichuan's current behavior, Chiyu felt somewhat exasperated but spared him an insult this time. Now you've started, picking up garbage too. How poorly is this dumb migrant worker really faring? Chapter 31, pulled into the room. Zheng Haichuan didn't hear a word Qiyu said. He saw someone familiar suddenly appear from the empty house next to his own and became so excited that he jumped high in joy. Dr. Lu. So it was you who rented this place. Zheng Haichuan vaguely remembered what the TV had said about the four great joys of life: drought-ending rains, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Even though his education wasn't good, he still grasped the underlying meaning. Wasn't he just like meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land? To live with a friend whom he'd already interacted with multiple times before, Zheng Haichuan was overjoyed. Having such a young and accomplished neighbor made Zheng suddenly feel as if, what was that phrase? The walls of his rented room seemed to brighten up. Hee. Qiyu had no idea what Zheng Haichuan was thinking right now, otherwise, he would have surely given 2 huge eye rolls. He only thought, humph, this fool really didn't look up the definition in the dictionary. Whatever, let him call it whatever he wants. Was he really that bothered by it? Humph, who was this person to him anyway? It's not like they were close. Hey, Dr. Lu, are you going out to eat? Seeing that Qiyu only carried his phone and keys, Zheng Haichuan quickly asked. Qiyu kept one hand in his pocket, planning to greet Zheng Haichuan briefly and then walk downstairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his foot, Zheng Haichuan pulled his wrist forcefully. Hey, why go out to eat? Don't waste the money. I've bought vegetables, there's food at home, you should just make do with my place tonight. No need. Had it not been for Qiyu's steady stance, he might have been directly dragged inside by Zheng Haichuan. This guy wasto everyone like this? Qiyu didn't know how to respond, even wanting to say that they weren't that close and it wasn't necessary, but when he looked into those glittering eyes resembling a puppy's, the words in his mouth turned around. I don't want to bother you. Ah, how could this be considered a bother? Zheng Haichuan simply hung the vegetables on the door handle and, with all his strength, opened the door that was just half open, dragging Qiyu into the house. You've helped me so many times before, treated my co-workers' illnesses, took care of my business. And you even invited me to eat at your place. As Zheng Haichuan spoke more, the more he felt that today's meal absolutely needed to have Dr. Lu stay and eat, and we're going to be super close neighbors in the future. What's one meal? The brute strength of twisting steel bars met with the gentleness of doing precise surgery, the difference was immediately apparent. Though Qiyu wasn't bad at handling himself, because he never expected this man to be so stubborn, he was unexpectedly pulled into the neighboring house by Zheng Haichuan. Feel free to sit down, I'll turn the TV on for you. The place is a bit messy, Dr. Lu, don't mind it. Let me start cooking rice first and stir-fry a couple of dishes, it'll be quick. Qiyu was forcibly seated in the living room by Zheng Haichuan. As he listened to the present homeowner chatter endlessly, he glanced around this familiar apartment which was similar to the one next door. I thought the place next door wouldn't be rented, didn't expect it to end up being rented to you, Dr. Lu. While washing rice in the kitchen, Zheng Haichuan continued speaking from the open doorway. How much rent did you pay, Dr. Lu? I'll tell you secretly, nobody has lived there for a long time. If Uncle Qi quoted a high price, you must negotiate hard. This village isn't comparable to your fancy apartments, the rent shouldn't be too high. And these 2 rooms we have, I heard they used to be one large house, separated later. So, renting them separately is cheaper. Look at my place, there's no bedroom, just a big living room connected to a kitchen, but it's enough for living. Your side should have a smaller living room and a larger bedroom. Oh yeah, Uncle Qi is the landlord, have you met him? Qi from Qi Tian de Sheng, he looks a bit stern and doesn't talk much. Upon hearing Zheng Haichuan blabbering non-stop, Qiyu finally couldn't help but interrupt. Who told you his last name is Qi from Qi Tian de Sheng? Isn't the surname Qi only Qi from Qi Tian de Sheng? While cooking rice, Zheng Haichuan was breaking cauliflower stalks. As he broke them, he stuck his head out from the kitchen. Is there another Qi? Naturally, the reason this man mispronounced his name was not without its reasons. Oh, that's right. Your last name also sounds like Qi. Suddenly, Zheng Haichuan remembered the character he had forgotten earlier, Qi Lu, Qi Lu. Sounds nice. Actually, at the beginning I didn't know how to write your surname, so I just pronounced it from your name, calling you Dr. Lu, hee, and I can't seem to change it. Zheng Haichuan was chatting enthusiastically without noticing Qiyu's big eye roll in the living room. Big brother Chuan, his name is Qiyu, not Qi Lu. Because of the custom back in Zheng Haichuan's hometown where the door would remain open when there were guests inside as a sign of welcome, the door of Zheng's rented house was wide open. Neither of them noticed someone coming down the stairs until they heard the voice and turned around. Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu. Both simultaneously greeted the person standing at the doorway. After hearing Teacher Lu's words, Zheng Haichuan first stared in shock at Qiyu. He had never imagined that he had been mispronouncing his name for such a long time. After Qiyu greeted Teacher Lu with familiarity, Zheng Haichuan's astonished gaze shifted to Teacher Lu. What's going on? How does Dr. Lu? You know Teacher Lu. I saw you hadn't come up to pick up Little, so I brought him down while heading out. After Teacher Lu spoke, a little boy carrying a small backpack appeared behind him. Uncle Yi. Zheng Jiahe greeted his uncle and then his eyes fell on the guest in the living room. He tilted his head, thought for 2 seconds, and then loudly said, "Hello, Uncle Green." The 3 adults inside and outside the room remained silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Even Chiyu, who was usually like a giant ice cube, couldn't help but shake his head with a corner of his mouth slightly curling. Forget it. It seemed that even if he corrected it, he wouldn't escape being mispronounced by this simpleton Jing Haichuan. Speaking of which, the name, you, which is hard to recognize, should blame me. Teacher Lu originally planned to go out for dinner, but upon meeting an old acquaintance he wasn't in a hurry anymore. He sent Jing Jiahe into the house and then sat in the living room of the Jing family himself. How come? Jing Haichuan was full of curiosity, rushing to the kitchen to grab a basket, filling it with washed vegetables, and sitting beside the small coffee table in the living room, looking forward to hearing the story. Actually, the name, you, was my suggestion back then. Teacher Lu held his fist near his mouth somewhat bashfully, laughing gently. Back in the day, his grandfather, along with his parents, all hoped that the newborn baby would be highly talented and academically successful, bringing glory to the family. You, in ancient times, was referred to as pen. Chu calls it you, Wu calls it not, and can refer to beautiful writing. At that time, I happened to be reading history, and mentioned it casually. I didn't expect that his parents would end up using it. Chiyu had always thought Teacher Lu was just an ordinary neighbor who lived here all along, without realizing that they had such a connection. It was only today that he found out the origin of his name, and a sense of long-lost feedback from life stirred within him. Then, can I still call you Dr. Lu? Zheng Haichuan, who had never been a cultured person, scratched his head and asked after listening to Teacher Lu's explanation. This Lu and you business already confused him. They sounded the same in ancient times, so could he continue calling him that way? Anyway, it's just adding a radical, right? Pretty much the same. Chapter 32, Eating Together. A brief exchange ensued, and Lu Jun was preparing to take his leave. Hey, Mr. Lu, why don't you stay and have a meal with us? Zheng Haichuan quickly tried to persuade him. I'll cook up a couple of dishes in no time. Lu Jun waved his hand dismissively. I'll eat downstairs. What's so great about the fast food places downstairs? Zheng Haichuan was always warm-hearted towards his friends and protested, Mr. Lu, please don't be formal with me. It's not that. Big brother Chuan, who do you think has bad-tasting food? Huh? Suddenly from the hallway, a resonant male voice boomed out, followed immediately by a scruffy-looking head popping up from the stairs below. Mr. Gui. Mr. Gui. Zheng Haichuan just then remembered that opposite his house was a popular Tiacha restaurant frequented by the neighborhood, which served some open-air stall dishes and desserts. The owner was none other than Gui Wei Ming, also known as Mr. Gui. Mr. Gui, I was talking about others. Your food is both abundant and economical, there's no comparison. Zheng Haichuan quickly apologized in a somewhat silly manner. Gui Wei Ming had originally been making a joke, but when he noticed Chiyu standing inside Zheng Haichuan's apartment, he couldn't help but add another jest. Wow, big brother Chuan, are you trying to snatch away all my old customers? Huh? Zheng Haichuan was utterly confused. There's no need to talk about Mr. Lu. Gui Wei Ming pointed his finger at Chiyu within the room, but even little you, who used to frequent my shop since childhood, has now been pulled into your place. We're all neighbors. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head. It's more lively this way with everyone together. Hey. Chiyu wanted to correct Gui Wei Ming inside the house. What does pulled into the house mean? He had only been unceremoniously dragged here for a meal. In the narrow hallway, several big men suddenly crowded in, taking up all the space. It was dinner time, and there were people passing back and forth. Gui Wei Ming hadn't come up just to chat, so after exchanging a few words with Zheng Haichuan, he tugged Lu Jun down the stairs. Hey! Uncle Wei, slow down a bit. Lu Jun was slim-built, wearing a white shirt that looked like it could be blown away by the wind. How could he withstand being dragged by Gui Wei Ming, who resembled a gorilla? His feet barely touched the ground as he was practically hauled down the stairs. In the hallway was left Gui Wei Ming's grumpy complaint. Why is it so hard for you to accept my invitation for a meal? I've been researching these new dishes for half a year. Today, I finally made one that I'm extremely satisfied with, and yet you keep delaying. Even the daylily buds will have gone cold by the time you show up. Zheng Haichuan was initially puzzled about why Mr. Gui had come upstairs, but upon hearing these words, everything became clear. Oh, it turns out he came to find Teacher Lu as a taste tester. Mr. Gui really knows how to socialize. Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but exclaim, he doesn't forget about his neighbors even while tasting dishes. Chiyu, watching over the entire sequence of events, seeing Zheng Haichuan with an expression of complete understanding on his face, couldn't hold back any longer. Do you think anyone can be a taste tester? What? Not everyone gets the chance, said Zheng Haichuan, walking back into the kitchen to continue cooking. It must mean they have a good relationship. I heard Sister Hong say that they've been neighbors for over 10 years, Zheng Haichuan remarked. They often say distant relatives aren't as helpful as close neighbors. Being neighbors for so long means they're basically family. Chiyu rolled his eyes. Uncle Wei Ming certainly wishes that. Hot oil sizzled in the pan, and through the splattering sounds, Zheng Haichuan loudly finished his remaining sentence in the kitchen. Dr. Lu, isn't it just like how it will be between us two? Once we live together for a long time, our bond will definitely become very strong. Chi-yu. Get lost. Who's close with you? Chi-yu didn't know how he ended up eating dinner at Zheng Haichuan's place without even realizing it. At the dining table, Zheng Haichuan sat near the kitchen on the west side, Chi-yu's seat faced south, and Zheng Jai, little rice sprout, was situated on the other side of Zheng Haichuan. The variety of dishes on the table wasn't abundant. One meat dish, one vegetarian, and one soup constituted the meal. The bits of meat on the plate of cured pork with cauliflower were mostly translucent fatty pork pieces that had been smoked. To say they looked particularly appealing would be a stretch. Yet, something strange occurred, placing this humble meat dish on an old porcelain plate with a chipped edge, and positioning it on this wooden table of indeterminate age, along with the continuous news broadcasts from the television and the various cacophonous sounds from outside, suddenly made the simple meal appetizing. It was the feeling of returning home after a tiring day outside, shedding the weariness and realizing how empty your stomach was, making you desire a feast. Using 2 chopsticks, Chi-yu picked up a piece of cauliflower and ate it along with the shredded meat mixed within. The familiar, smoky flavor of life, exploded in his mouth. The cured meat had been stir-fried to bring out its salty, savory flavor, carrying a faint aroma of wood shavings and firewood that tantalized the taste buds, yet remained balanced thanks to cauliflower's mildness. The vegetable served as a perfect seasoning, enhancing each tiny floret without overpowering it. Paired with a bite of rice, everything felt perfectly harmonious. During the meal, Zheng Haichuan noticed both the young and old on either side silently eating, and he cheerfully ran to the kitchen to fetch 2 more bowls. He ladled each of them a bowl of green vegetables and tofu soup, placing it beside their rice bowls. Uncle needs to drink too, Zheng Jai, noticing her uncle didn't have a soup bowl, said with cheeks puffed up while swallowing her rice. You guys drink first, Zheng Haichuan patted his little nephew's head, guiding the bowl toward his mouth, uncle knows. After all, as a guest, Chi-yu politely glanced at the host's actions. Facing Chi-yu, Zheng Haichuan wasn't so casual anymore, he picked up the soup pot and poured some into his own rice bowl, I'll just drink like this. Mixed with rice, it's delicious. His honest manner seemed almost like a live performance showing how he intended to eat. Once again, Chi-yu was left speechless. This person, did they never know how foolish they looked? Chi-yu simply lowered his gaze, picked up his soup bowl, and took a sip for himself. He thought avoiding the sight would prevent irritation. Unbeknownst to him, in the reflection of the soup bowl, behind his glasses, there was a fleeting flicker of amusement in his narrow eyes. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 33, Steamed Eggs. 33, Steamed Eggs. One must always experience the sense of existence, even turning it into something deliberately done. Because if not deliberate, life will pass by unknowingly. When light seeped through the gaps in the curtains and sounds from the hallway and streets outside reached his ears, a noisy yet lively array of daily sounds, Chi-yu suddenly thought of this phrase. Ever since he was little, he knew that the house he lived in was converted from a farmer's house. Initially, there were only 2 floors, housing their grand-uncle and their family. Later, as more and more people came to the city to work, the area grew busier and busier. Grand-uncle also grew old, so he expanded the house to 4 stories, rented out a few rooms. Then after grand-uncle passed away, old man Chi inherited the property, becoming complacent and starting to live extravagantly. Afterward, the family became so poor they almost had to sell the house. Having once feared hunger, they managed to repay gambling debts piece by piece, scrimping and saving until eventually building the 7-story building seen today. This building could be said to have accompanied Chi-yu's growth, witnessing all sorts of times from his birth through adolescence. During those times, Chi-yu experienced happiness, annoyance, and pain. People came and went within the building, past events drifted like the wind, and the only constant was the old building itself, standing here long and silently. Knock, 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 Sister Hong. I've placed my pants under your desk outside, okay? The zipper broke, could you fix it for me? I'll pick them up when I come back tonight. Got it. You can just leave them in the usual spot. Don't disturb my dreams. One brother, 1 bowl of mixed sauce noodles. All right. As usual. Spicy mixed sauce. Zhang's sister, good morning. Dragging the cart so early. Have you eaten breakfast? Yeah, the garbage collection truck is already at the station, Lao Chen has just finished his shift. I need to quickly move these 2 full boxes over there or else it'll stink too much. I'll eat after I'm done, Lao Chen has prepared something for me inside. You're lucky to have such a considerate husband who cooks for you after work. Our men in southwestern China are great. Look at Dutchwan on the 3rd floor, he cooks and takes care of the children as well, and works equally hard. Hey. Who's calling me? Click. The gauze window next door was abruptly pushed open, the crisp collision sound reaching the side of Chi-yu's bedside. Chi-yu naturally woke up due to his biological clock but planned to lie in bed for a bit longer. Now that the neighbor's actions disrupted his rest, sleep was impossible. He rubbed his temples, put on his glasses, and thought, no special efforts needed, the person living beside him already had a very strong presence. Dutchwan, up so early? Zhang's sister, the sanitation worker downstairs, called up to greet Zheng Haichuan who had poked his head out of the window. Good morning, Zhang's sister. Zheng Haichuan scratched his hair with both hands, smiling down at her. Hee, it's not early at all, I got up to prepare breakfast and will go to work soon. Good. Young man, getting up early is a good habit. The middle-aged woman in the reflective vest flashed an honest smile, waved at Zheng Haichuan, and then bent over, dragging a mobile trash bin 3 times her size toward the garbage collection station behind the urban village. Inside the rented apartment on the 3rd floor, Zheng Haichuan hummed happily while setting up his phone. He woke up his sleeping nephew in bed and started recording his new video for the day. Recently, I haven't gone to the construction site, no heavy physical work, and found myself sleeping a little longer. This morning simple breakfast again, eating steamed buns. But we still have some cured meat left, so I'm slicing a few pieces to steam it. Later, we'll add it into the steamed bun. It's absolutely incredible. A fragrant taste all day long eating that early in the morning. Today, we're not boiling eggs, as I see Himai seems to have developed some reverse psychology against it. Today, we're doing steamed egg. Do you know how to make steamed egg smooth and tender? Actually, the trick is pretty simple, just add warm water. The ratio of water to eggs is about 1.5 to 1. Add water that has been boiled and mix the egg liquid quickly with chopsticks for a while, then remove the bubbles from the top layer. If you have a strainer, use that. Cheesecloth works too. I'm not that meticulous, so I just use a spoon. Oh, don't forget to add a pinch of salt. Then cover the bowl with a large plate and steam for 10 minutes. After removing from heat, you can add a little soy sauce and sesame oil. Wow, let me tell you, there aren't many kids who can resist this dish. While speaking, Zheng Haichuan's hands didn't stop for a moment. In swift movements, he followed his usual steps to prepare the egg mixture until placing it in the pot to start steaming, finally freeing up to press the stop button on the recording. Uncle Yababa, are we eating steamed egg today? But before he could finish, a little cannonball rushed into the kitchen. The skinny boy, with spindly arms and legs, ran like the wind. However, upon entering, he accidentally stepped on a puddle of water on the floor, slipping with a plop. Ouch, my little seedling, not watching where you're going. Zheng Haichuan hurried over and picked him up. Does it hurt? Zheng Jiahe felt a slight pain in his elbow but shook his head. No. Really, even if you're starving and want to eat, you shouldn't be this hasty, do you understand? Zheng Haichuan scolded while lightly pinching his nephew's tiny nose. Zheng Jiahe blushed a little. I know. After the brief incident passed, Zheng Jiahe went to the sink to rinse his mouth, gargling while asking with a toothbrush still in his mouth, Uncle Yababa, can we have steamed egg every day from now on? You wish. Zheng Haichuan also prepared the cured meat, placing it on a small plate inside the steamer and said, steamed egg requires 2 eggs minimum. You can only eat it when you behave well. Okay. Though Zheng Jiahe pouted slightly, he was reasonable enough not to insist further. Instead, he obediently replied, then I'll try, 3 good days out of a week. That way, he could have steamed egg for 3 days. Ha ha ha. Zheng Haichuan found his little nephew adorable. If you can behave well for 7 whole days in a week, Uncle Yababa will make steamed egg every day. An extra egg isn't a big deal, he can definitely afford such a small expense. Yes. Zheng Jiahe quickly agreed, flashing his little white teeth, which were still frothy, just as cheerfully as his uncle. Rinse your mouth properly. Looking at his state, Zheng Haichuan stepped out of the kitchen to grab a little jacket for Zheng Jiahe to wear. It's still chilly in the morning, don't catch a cold. I know. Fearing that Uncle Yababa would keep nagging, Zheng Jiahe quickly gargled and ran off. Well, everyone, that's all for today's video. I'll go to work after breakfast. Hope there are more orders today. If I earn a lot this month, I'll buy myself a couple more clothes, so you won't say I always wear the same thing, hee. Oh, I need to get some new books for drawing for little seedling Jiahe, plus those picture books and pinyin cards. When you add it all up, it's quite a bit again. Forget it, let's start working early then. Good morning everyone. I'm Dutchwan who works hard to earn money. Wish everyone earns money every day. Chapter 34, Popularity. Back to the place he once lived, Chiyu thought he wouldn't be able to adapt. In reality, after quite a few days had passed, Chiyu realized that he hadn't even opened the earplug box. Previously, when sleeping in his apartment, no matter how quiet it was outside, he always wore earplugs to settle down and fall asleep. But now living in an environment where the surroundings were constantly filled with noise, Chiyu slept soundly every night. Another good night's sleep. After waking up, Dr. Chi felt refreshed, his mood significantly improved, and he didn't wear a cold expression all day at the hospital. In fact, for the past period of time, Chiyu had been in this state, leading many colleagues to whisper privately, discussing what had caused Dr. Chi's perpetual ice machine to suddenly stop freezing. After all, compared to his previous fatigue, irritability, and freezing output, Dr. Chi's recent condition was visibly more approachable, as everyone could see. The frequency of his sarcasm had dropped to an all-time low, and his work efficiency was terrifyingly high. Specifically, the number of times patients asked for his contact information kept increasing, and the frequency of being called by the head doctor to assist in surgeries, or even perform them himself, kept going up. Even many new intern doctors dared to speak with him. It must be that he has a partner now. Young nurse Su Meng hid behind the nursing station, speculating wildly with her junior colleagues. Nah, haven't you seen how energetic Dr. Chi is during night shifts? Walking briskly with hands in his pockets, never taking out his phone except for emergency calls, could this be a sign of having a partner? Her younger colleague had started a year earlier and once harbored a fantasy about the young and handsome Dr. Chi, but quickly shied away due to reality. You're right, Dr. Chi is just a hardcore workaholic. Su Meng had almost given up on thinking highly of Chiyu, but the last time Dr. Chi stood up to protect the old grandmother, and herself, it made the girl who loved the damsel in distress trope infatuated again. If only Dr. Chi would remain single forever, I feel like no girl could possibly tame him. Su Meng cupped her face, he looks so cool, standing apart from the world. I think both of you are daydreaming. The head nurse suddenly appeared, rapping each one on the head from behind, arms akimbo, we're about to hand over duties, and you're still gossiping. Su Meng stuck out her tongue quickly, not afraid of their heart-soft mouth-hard head nurse, and instead interrogated her, head nurse, you're well connected, do you know if anything has changed with Dr. Chi recently? What change? He's just become more human. Don't make such a fuss about it. The head nurse, older with sharp insight, taught the two young nurses, they say compassion is a physician's heart, but behind that compassion lies great strength. As doctors and nurses, we must have a strong mind. There's too much joy and sorrow in hospitals, and we need to maintain an objective and calm attitude to better help our patients. So there's nothing wrong with the way Dr. Chi used to be, he just seemed unapproachable, but his medical skills and ethics have been impeccable. Now, it could be because of a change in environment that altered his mindset somewhat, the head nurse smiled, people grow, don't they? Do you think our orthopedic director Chio was always like this? Huh. Wasn't he? Looking at Director Chio's eyebrows and facial muscle trend lines, you can tell he's always been prone to yelling and getting angry. The two young girls quietly critiqued under their breaths. Huh, our Director Chio back in the day was actually well known as a good-natured person in the hospital. The head nurse shook her head laughing, so many patients traveled long distances just to present him with banners of gratitude. Not really, how did he become so mean today? Su Meng couldn't believe it, but before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by a nudge from her colleague beside her, seemingly aware of the backstory. Some people use knives to save lives, others use knives to harm people. The head nurse left it at that and then called the two of them to the shift handover meeting. However, on the way, the junior colleague whispered some old stories she heard from other colleagues to Su Meng. Turned out, Director Chio was injured by a knife-wielding patient when he was young, cutting 2 fingers. That patient attributed his worsening health to Director Chio's overly gentle demeanor and convincing diagnoses, stubbornly believing his judgments lacked authority, leading to an unfortunate incident. Luckily, Director Chio's injuries weren't serious enough to affect his nerves, and he recovered, returning to work. However, this event altered Director Chio's work style, turning him into the cautious, disciplined person who speaks with absolute certainty he is now. Little Chi, today's amputation surgery is simple. You do it. Outside the operating room, Director Chiu Guoyang, head of orthopedics at the 6th hospital, was briefing Chiyu on the final instructions. The patient is one you've been following closely in previous treatments. You know his condition well, so I don't need to say much more. This time, the hospital is launching new surgical equipment that you've already participated in studying and testing. You may even be more familiar with it than me. However, the cutting position is a bit off-center, so let's see how accurate you are. No worries, I'll be nearby if there's any issue. Understood, Director. Chiyu stood by the sink, fingers raised as he carefully cleaned his hands and wrists, calm expression. I can handle it. Director Chiu, satisfied with the composed demeanor of the young man, remarked, this surgery shouldn't take long. Once you're done, come to my office for a chat. What about the experiment results from the intracorporeal laser minimal invasion technique you've been researching? They're out. Current consistency meets requirements, but there's still some stage before we can proceed clinically. I plan to first use Simulation A for an assessment to further improve sensitivity and specificity before conducting clinical trials. Good, you have free access to the hospital's lab. A few of my old classmates at the university also have experimental devices, just let me know if you need anything. It was rare to see such delight in Chiu Guoyang's face. If this really succeeds, you'll achieve something monumental. Can't imagine how many lives could be saved. We'll see, it might not succeed. Chiyu did not share Chiu Guoyang's excitement. He responded indifferently, sometimes diseases don't wait. Little Chi, the past is over. Those who have passed away cannot be brought back. Chiu Guoyang served as both Chiyu's mentor and a witness to Chiyu's journey down the medical path. He knew all too well that Chiyu had chosen this career due to his mother's illness. As doctors, we should focus on the present and future, he said gravely, we must try our best to save as many people as possible. Director, Chiyu lowered his eyes, you know why I chose medicine, I just wanted to save one person. Unfortunately, he couldn't. But when you become a doctor, Chiu Guoyang's expression turned solemn, your mission isn't confined to that. The elder hand, now aged 60+, reached into the sterile box to fetch gloves, revealing faint traces of old injuries at the fingertips. He handed one pair to Chiyu, and solemnly put on another himself. You carry the hopes of so many more people. Chi-yu accepted the gloves, yet at that moment, he didn't respond to what Director Chiu said. It wasn't until not long after that he truly realized the gravity of these words. Chapter 35, Seigo. Chi-yu bought a bowl of soup noodles at the Gue family's food shop on his way home from work. Most of the old house kitchen had been partitioned off, leaving only a very narrow section. Chi-yu didn't plan to live there long term, so he hadn't even bothered to buy kitchen utensils and was just going to get by on takeout for this period. Gue's food shop was somewhere he'd eaten since he was a child, and old lady Gue had often looked after him when he was young. Now that Chi-yu had grown up and become successful, he naturally wanted to help support their business. Of course, in reality, the Gue family, who owned far more urban village properties than his own family or Qing Zijuan's, were not short of money. This business was simply a long-standing family trade and something to pass the time. Old lady Gue was so happy to see Chi-yu visit that she didn't even let him pay. Beyond the soup noodles, she also packed 2 servings of sweet soup and insisted that Chi-yu take them home to drink. All these are what you like to eat as a child, take them back. Chi-yu tried to refuse. Old lady Gue, I'm already grown up, I don't have sweets at night. How big? The elder scolded and tapped him lightly, no matter what, in my eyes, you're still a little boy. Old lady Gue had watched Chi-yu grow up, so in her eyes, Chi-yu would always be a child. It wasn't wrong. When an elder gives something, it is impolite to refuse, and although Chi-yu didn't have a pleasant expression for most people, he couldn't bear to do so against the kind-hearted old lady Gue. He reluctantly took it and then reminded old lady Gue to go to the hospital for a follow-up health check without needing to make an appointment. She could just show him the report when he came back from work. After bidding farewell to the elder, he headed towards the old house across the street. Still as popular as ever, Yuzi. As soon as he walked through the always open iron gate, Chi-yu heard a teasing jest. Aunt Hong, Chi-yu politely addressed her, that line should apply to you. The thin woman with faded eyeliner and eyebrow tattoos didn't look like someone who was popular at all. She rolled her eyes at Chi-yu ungraciously, I thank you very much. Sitting beside the sewing machine, Aunt Hong appeared nothing like the flirtatious beauty she was in her youth, but the soul beneath the surface remained just as straightforward and free-spirited as before. She waved the trouser hem she was working on, if your old lady was still as popular, I wouldn't be here fixing broken pants. Chi-yu usually knew how to insult others, but seeing Aunt Hong self-deprecate left him momentarily silent before responding. A beautiful appearance pleases others, and good skills please oneself. Anyway, they're both about making a living, no difference. Aunt Hong didn't expect that the silent, aloof little kid from her childhood could say something so profound. She lifted her head curiously, looking at Chi-yu for a while, then lowered her head to ponder his words further. The more she thought about it, the better her mood became. Yes, back in the day, she too had ruled Kowloon with power. How many men had spent money on her willingly? Now even if no man desired her, at least she could support herself, right? Ha! Compared to those women who relied on men for food, does she fare any worse? No. Leaving. Chi-yu never had much to say to women, so he stepped forward to head upstairs. But as he passed the stairway entrance, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure curled up under the stairs, near Aunt Hong's tailor stall. Uncle Lu. Jing Jiahe, who was writing at the small desk, saw Chi-yu and called out timidly. Chi-yu slightly nodded, recalling the item in his hand. He opened it, took it out, and handed it over. Eat it. After all, the boy did call him uncle. While Chi-yu disliked being called Uncle Lu, and didn't want to accept such a title, he had no ill feelings toward well-behaved children. And certainly not the disgust and exasperation he felt for his so-called stupid cousin. Jing Jiahe hesitated somewhat. Uncle Lu's box was colorful. It seemed to contain milk, but the contents were smooth and bouncy, topped with red and green fruits. It looked so delicious. But Big Brother said not to take things from strangers easily. But Uncle Lu. Big Brother said Uncle Lu was a remarkable person, Big Brother's friend, and their neighbor. Does that count as a stranger? Just take it, little herb. Anyway, your Uncle Lu has passed the age for drinking sweet water. Aunt Hong cajoled Jing Jiahe, smilingly encouraging him to take it, adding, if you don't eat it, you can leave it for your brother. Jing Jiahe, hearing this, extended his hand to take it. However, Chi-yu decided he'd rather retract his hand. If Zheng Haiquan that dimwit had eaten it, he'd probably knock on his door again and drag him out for another weird meal. What a hassle. But the kid's hand was already reaching out, so Chi-yu had no choice but to hand it over. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Jing Jiahe raised his hand to hold the bowl and politely thanked him. Chi-yu nodded and casually placed another box beside Hong's sewing table. You're getting old and still this thin. You need more sugar in your blood. This compliment didn't sound like one at all. Is a woman's figure something you can comment on? Sister Hong rolled her eyes again, but she didn't refuse and kept doing her sewing work. At that moment, Chi-yu's peripheral vision caught the wrist of the little boy carefully withdrawing after receiving the dessert box, and his gaze paused momentarily. Why is this kid's wrist so thin? But above the elbow, there was still some meat. Chi-yu attributed the problem to a certain Zheng surname migrant worker not knowing how to raise children, and didn't think much of it as he went upstairs to go home. After all, every family has its own troubles, and he's no bodhisattva, he couldn't save everyone. But back in his house while eating the soup noodles at the dining table, Chiyu kept recalling that little guy's hand from before and increasingly felt something abnormal. He had seen the little boy a few times previously. The boy always wore long sleeves and pants, making him seem very small and frail. But by vaguely observing the contours of Jingjiahe's limbs and exposed parts of his hands and feet, Chiyu could roughly determine his bone size. Comparing today's forearm and upper arm, Jingjiahe's bones above the elbow were obviously developing differently from other parts. Although within normal range compared to peers, on such a skinny child, they instead seemed abnormally swollen. As a medical professional, this instinctively made Chiyu start analyzing possible conditions. But from just a brief glance earlier, he couldn't truly discover the actual issue. Thus, after several days passed, Chiyu reopened the video software once again. This time, he was extremely calm. In the next room separated only by a wall, Zheng Haikuan had just returned home and was now happily slurping the sweet soup with little seedling. Wow, it's getting hotter every day. Every time I get home, my clothes are practically dripping water. Today was lucky. A neighbor gave us cool and refreshing drinks, they're simply life-saving things. Zheng Haikuan hadn't been live streaming for more than a few minutes. At present, the live stream room was mostly empty with almost no viewers, but he didn't mind, happily chatting to himself in front of the camera. Let me show you, this is authentic Cantonese sweet soup, personally made by the grandma downstairs, people come from far away just to drink it. While speaking, Zheng Haikuan held up the bowl in front of the lens, scooping a spoonful of milk-white liquid containing fine transparent particles. This should be called sago pudding. Milk-flavored, honey must have been added too, and the ice hasn't melted yet. He said this while shoving the spoonful of sweet soup into his mouth in one motion, the gesture careless and rough. However, when those thick lips touched the broth, the defined facial features of his usually rugged face took on an indescribable charm. This feels too comfortable. Zheng Haikuan swallowed a mouthful of cold sugar water and sighed contentedly. There was still a slight chill on his lips. He stuck out his tongue to lick up a small sago grain that had escaped, slurping it into his mouth. Our little seedlings drinking double-layer milk pudding, with red beans on top. Zheng Haikuan moved the camera towards the small child sitting on the other side of the table. Tell everyone if it tastes good or not, little seedling. It's delicious. Jingjiahe held the spoon in his left hand, taking small sips while frequently nodding. Hehe, did you thank them when you received it? Zheng Haikuan seized the chance to educate the young one. I heard from Auntie Hong, this was sent by your Uncle Green next door. I did thank. Jingjiahe, being young and forgetful, repeated what he remembered. Uncle Green said it will replenish blood, for your bowl. Zheng Haikuan stared blankly at the milky white soup bowl for a long time. This can replenish blood. He stared at the milky sweet soup but saw nothing resembling ingredients beneficial for replenishing blood. Well, I shouldn't have accepted it then, Auntie Red should have drank it. What does a big man like me need blood replenishment for? Zheng Haikuan scratched his nose awkwardly, but since he'd already drunk it, he quickly took another large gulp. Never mind, even though I don't need blood replenishment, having more can't hurt. Hehe. Saying that, he tipped his head back and gulped down the rest of the sago pudding until the bottom showed. On the other end of the phone, Chi watched the youth's moistened lips and the prominent moving Adam's apple, unknowingly forgetting the reason why he opened the live stream. He just felt that the soup noodles he ate today were a bit spicy, making his mouth dry, so he also wanted to drink some sugary water. Chapter 36, Getting Ideas. Chi Yu's understanding of his own sexual orientation originated from an encounter during his youth, when he witnessed two men kissing. A tall, carefree man in the hallway above his home leaned against the railing and pressed another man into a corner, embracing and kissing him without restraint. At that moment, Chi Yu simply found it novel. Men didn't just kiss women, same-sex individuals could also kiss each other. Through the crack of a door at that time, amid the shadows created by the interplay of railings and light, he watched as two male lips collided passionately and roughly. Twisting, grinding, sucking, they viciously bit each other's lips, fervently drawing in invisible fiery breaths. Their red tongues darted in and out of their mouths with urgency, quickly diving back inside one another to wander around again. They were like two reckless wild beasts in a jungle or a pair of stray cats and dogs nestled in the corner, seemingly oblivious to everything but each other. Many years had passed, but while Chi Yu no longer remembered the faces or details of that moment, he still vaguely recalled that vivid and intense scene of the kiss. Now, looking at Zheng Haikuan drinking sugared water on the screen, for some inexplicable reason, Chi Yu was reminded of that old memory. This time, however, in the image playing in his mind, one person turned into himself, while the other, pressed into a corner by him, was someone whose plump lips glistened with traces of milk sugar liquid. Chi Yu couldn't believe it, yet he had no choice but to confront what seemed to him an absurd reality. He, Chi Yu, was actually getting ideas about a simple and unsophisticated migrant worker. What qualities of this person made him attractive? Speaking of which, I took on a job today, a clogged toilet. The family has a child the same age as our little he, referring affectionately to the boy. Zheng Haikuan recounted after struggling for a while only to find that a ball thrown by the kid was causing the blockage. Wow, that ball is something else, it's a part of some robot, worth thousands. Zheng Haikuan marveled, thank goodness I didn't toss it aside accidentally, otherwise, we'd be left eating northwestern winds this month. Zheng Haichuan sighed a bit about the expensive toys rich people owned, then naturally pulled a napkin off the table to wipe the drool from the corner of the mouth of the young boy sitting next to him. Even though we don't have money, playing cards or marbles felt pretty fun when we were kids, right? Ha, don't you think so, little he? On the screen, the young man grinned widely with large white teeth, displaying a usual simplicity and honesty in his expression. He wore a faded white tank top, revealing a neck and arms bronzed from years of sun exposure, looking every inch a robust but somewhat dim-witted youth. Born in the countryside and doing one of the lowest-tier jobs, his actions and words were often crude, appearing unremarkable from any angle. But there was something paradoxically tender, detailed, and resilient about him too. He did many household chores most men wouldn't bother with, feeding the baby daily and carefully planning every penny yet willingly spent on high-quality meat for the care of a child not even his own. Life seemed to offer him little kindness, yet he never complained about its trivial hardships and muddy struggles. This kind of person was exactly such a person. Suddenly, Qiyu was unsure how to define Zheng Haichuan. In front of him was a person clearly ordinary, perhaps even carrying several traits he personally disliked, yet this clumsy fellow unknowingly kept capturing his attention, time and again, holding his focus. Ha! Little he, why are you using your left hand to eat today? The youth on the screen suddenly noticed something amiss and looked down at the boy next to him. The quiet boy who had been sipping his sugar water hastily hid his right hand behind his back upon hearing the comment, unable to escape the keen gaze of his uncle. What happened to your hand? With a slight change in his expression, Zheng Haichuan immediately restrained the movement of his nephew and began inspecting the boy's right hand. I fell yesterday, and it kind of hurts. Zheng Jiahe mumbled softly, shrinking his neck. Zheng Haichuan recalled the moment from yesterday when the little one had rushed into the kitchen, startling him. If you hurt yourself, why didn't you say anything? He asked loudly. I thought it wasn't serious. Zheng Jiahe looked down, timidly muttering. Hey, you brat. Both worried and angry, Zheng Haichuan lifted the child onto his lap and carefully examined his hand. Let me see. Where does it hurt? Here. Or here. Zheng Haichuan lightly pressed fingertips from Zheng Jiahe's wrist upwards, checking along the forearm towards the elbow. Here. Zheng Jiahe indicated that his pain was in the elbow, and Zheng Haichuan turned his nephew's elbow over, only to discover a large purplish bruise clearly on the joint of the little boy. Zheng Jiahe. Both heartbroken and enraged, Zheng Haichuan's voice grew fierce. It's this serious. And you didn't say anything? Uncle. Rarely had Zheng Jiahe seen his youngest uncle lose his temper, so now he dared not speak, just pressing his lips together with reddened eyes. You sit on the sofa, don't move an inch. At this point, Zheng Haichuan wasn't concerned with managing the child's emotions. After sitting his nephew down on the living room couch, he rummaged through the first aid kit. I remember there being some red flower oil. I'll rub it on first, and then take you to the hospital tomorrow. Qiyu had been lost in his thoughts up until he heard the conversation coming from his phone, prompting him to quickly type a couple of messages in the live stream. Law, a child's body is more fragile. Law, without clear symptoms, don't randomly apply red flower oil. Indeed, the man was still a great fool. He knew nothing yet dared to use medicine recklessly. Zheng Haichuan had already prepared to medicate Zheng Jiahe but suddenly remembered the live stream was still on. Walking over to the dining table intending to turn it off, he caught sight of Qiyu's message by chance. Ah, that's right. He patted his head, my little he has always had a weak constitution, I can't make it worse for him. He thanked the viewer repeatedly, thank you, Law, for your reminder. So, I'll wait until tomorrow and take you to the hospital. Qiyu pressed his lips together. This man probably didn't even know about pre-registering for hospital visits online, and tomorrow he'd end up waiting in line for half the day, if even able to get an appointment at all. Calling him stupid truly fit. There was clearly an expert neighbor nearby who could have been consulted, yet he didn't even think to utilize it. Qiyu felt somewhat irritated. He thought about turning off his phone and leaving it be, but as he glanced at the face struggling to maintain a smile within the screen and saw those worried brows and large eyes furrowed with anxiety, he ultimately typed out another message. Law, if conditions permit, find someone knowledgeable in these areas. After that sentence, the live broadcast went black. However, not long after, a knock sounded at Qiyu's door. Through the slightly opened gap appeared Zheng Haichuan's big face, beseeching earnestly, Dr. Liu, could I bother you with a favor? Chapter 37, How to Remedy. As a surgeon, Qiyu spends a significant portion of his working hours on the operating table. The symptoms that can be easily and quickly identified during outpatient visits often make up only a minority, while many others require X-rays, CT scans, MRI, or pathological tests for diagnosis. Thus, after asking Zheng Jiahe a few routine questions and having him perform some simple physical movements, Qiyu did not reach a definite conclusion in his mind. Dr. Liu, has my little seedling, Xiaohomes, not sustained any major injuries? During the examination by Qiyu, Zheng Haichuan stayed silently beside, until he noticed Qiyu removing his gloves before anxiously inquiring. From what I currently see on the surface, there is just soft tissue swelling and subcutaneous bruising. With a child still around, Qiyu conservatively told Zheng Haichuan, under normal circumstances, after a few days, once the bruises fade, it will be fine. Zheng Haiquan didn't catch on to the unspoken undertone in Chi Yu's voice, sighing with great relief, thinking his nephew had suffered merely an ordinary fall. He picked up Jing Jiahe and gave his little nephew's bottom a slight slap, irritably saying, "Xiaoholmes, if you run recklessly like this again next time, your uncle will borrow Aunt Luo's carrying cloth from downstairs and have you bound too." Little Near is the daughter of a young couple living on the second floor of this building, just 2 years old. The couple runs a small noodle shop across the street. When busy, they use a piece of fabric and a long rope to tie their daughter on their back so they can carry on with work. By saying this, Zheng Haiquan made Jing Jiahe, who had just started understanding right and wrong, feel somewhat embarrassed and angry. No. He definitely didn't want to be strapped to uncle's back. How embarrassing. Zheng Haiquan was merely making an empty threat, scaring the child, and then continued turning his head to ask the expert Chi Yu, "Hey, Dr. Lu, now his arm is bruised, can we rub red flower oil on it to help break down the bruise?" In construction sites where minor falls and collisions happen daily, he found applying a bit of red flower oil always helped heal quicker. Apply ice instead, no need for medicine. After pondering for a moment, Chi Yu told Zheng Haiquan, "Observe him. If there's no reduction in swelling in a few days, you'd better take him to the hospital for a full physical checkup." During the examination, Chi Yu found that Jing Jiahe's growth seemed stunted. There was very little fat in all parts of his body. However, strangely, the skeletal muscles of the upper limbs looked larger than those of other children his age, which is what Chi Yu noticed when he first saw him downstairs, the initial kind of swelling. It was hard to tell from external inspection whether this was a normal variation in muscle development or if there were some abnormal issues in bone growth. Professional habits made Chi Yu refrain from hastily concluding anything without seeing radiological imaging first. Ah. Does he need another checkup? Zheng Haiquan didn't expect a mere bump to lead to needing a full physical exam. Physical exams aren't cheap. Not long ago, his brother spent several thousand just on medical examinations alone. But worry about money was only part of it. After hearing Chi Yu's advice, Zheng Haiquan, though a bit slow-witted, finally caught on to something, putting his little nephew back on the sofa to watch TV. He then pulled Chi Yu into the kitchen and asked in a lowered voice, "Dr. Lu, could you have possibly detected any other issues with Xiaoholmes?" Zheng Haiquan still remembered vividly the shock and heartbreak he felt the first time he met Xiaoholmes. The tiny boy was sitting on the cement ground, unknowingly grabbing mud to stuff into his mouth. It was already past summer, yet the child was still dressed in short sleeves, and his clothes were filthy as if they hadn't been washed for a long time. Snot was smeared all over his face, and his entire body looked frail, like he could break with just a touch. "Our little seedling, Xiaoholmes, hasn't received adequate nutrition since childhood, but I'm trying my best to nourish him now. If you find something that needs particular replenishment, please let me know. I surely won't hesitate at the cost." Zheng Haiquan said urgently. "How exactly are you planning to replenish him?" Just then, Chi Yu realized that he might be developing a slightly different interest towards the man standing before him, which brought him no joy, but rather an instinctive rejection. Chi Yu had witnessed his mother compromise due to love over countless ridiculous acts by his father. He also saw infidelity in the village leading to women cursing in the streets, wealthy individuals being conned by those poorer, and poor ones scheming and taking advantage to get by. Amidst such daily struggles against poverty and hunger, human nature's ugliness and greed were magnified to the extreme, leaving Chi Yu both repulsed and disdainful. And yet, here he was, realizing he cared about someone who had his hands full with a family he could barely support himself. This realization struck him as absurd. Just like this overly optimistic individual in front of him, absurd indeed. The narrow kitchen looked even more dilapidated in the twilight, and the pungent cooking fumes drifting through the window curled a few times in the heavy air before dissipating toward the grease-streaked range hood. Beneath the range hood, the stove was neatly stacked with pots, pans, and utensils. Even in the corner, there was a rectangular iron box filled with soil, where several rows of unevenly grown green onions sprouted. "A human body isn't like flowers or plants that can recover just by watering them when they wilt," Chi Yu said coldly, his gaze shifting away from the green onions. "If the foundation is broken, or if the child was born with underlying health issues, no matter how much you try to make up for it later, it'll be futile. You're working so hard to earn money now," Chi Yu continued, perhaps unaware of how cruel his words sounded at this moment, or perhaps fully aware but still choosing to speak them regardless. With a wooden expression, he remained calm and rational, but sometimes, simply having a healthy body is itself harder than earning money. Just like how I worked so hard to study back then, just like how rich old man Chi became later on. But what good did it do? Chi Yu paused. The people we wanted to take care of still couldn't stay. There are 9 out of 10 things in life that don't go as planned. And that last bit? It's probably just the delusions of those trying to console themselves for their disappointments. Chapter 38, Afflicted with Disease. Zheng Haiquan was so disturbed by Chi Yu's words that he didn't sleep well for several consecutive days. Every day, the first thing he did after getting up early and coming home late was to check if his little nephew's arm had improved. Fortunately, it took less than a week. After just 3 or 4 days, Xiaohamao's elbow bruise had faded, returning to its usual delicate state. Zheng Haiquan sighed in great relief, finally no longer distracted at work and accidentally taking the customer's toilet plunger as a tool. Dr. Lu almost scared me to death. Thinking that his child was fine now, Zheng Haiquan mentioned this matter casually when he picked up the kid from Sister Hong that day after work. But I understand. As doctors, they see so many strange and bizarre diseases every day. They must think everyone has some sort of issue. With his worries gone, Zheng Haichuan resumed his usual cheerful and silly grin, saying lightheartedly, I sometimes watch live streams where health experts talk about things like liver stagnation or back and arm pain, and I start to feel like I have some serious illness. Everyone has diseases. The only difference is dying earlier or later. Sister Hong snipped off extra sewing thread with scissors while holding a cigarette in her mouth, unconcerned. Sometimes kicking your legs and closing your eyes might be easier. Being sick without dying is suffering alive. Ah, but you shouldn't say that. Zheng Haichuan felt something wasn't right with what she said, but he couldn't quite figure out what exactly. Scratching his head, he said according to his own thinking, as long as one is alive, there's always hope. Looking at the sky and earth every day, eating good food, and walking around here and there is better than having nothing, isn't it? TCH, fools have their own blessings. Sister Hong didn't want to argue more with Zheng Haichuan, who seemed like a single-celled organism, and waved him away. If you're not sick, go home quickly, eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink, and take your little brat away. Zheng Jiahimo was painting and reading in the stairwell as usual. Hearing this, he quickly packed his little notebook into his backpack. At the same time, Aunt Zhang, the sanitation worker living on the 4th floor, was carrying a large black bag and entering the old building's iron gate. Oh, why are you all crowded here? Aunt Zhang was nearing 60, with white temples, but still had a vibrant spirit, calling out to Brother Haichuan, are you going home after work? What dishes are you planning to cook today? Let's stir-fry some leftovers meat. Zheng Haichuan shook the bag of meat in his hand, then led Zheng Jiahimo, who had just emerged from the stairwell, upstairs together with Aunt Zhang, looking back and saying hello to Sister Hong, thank you again, Sister Hong. We'll head up first. Go already. Sister Hong didn't even look up, focused on her work, dismissing them as though shooing away flies. Aunt Zhang stood silently watching from the side throughout, not uttering a word until they reached the 2nd floor. Then she tugged on Zheng Haichuan's sleeve and quietly advised him, you'd better limit how much contact your son Hamao has with her. In theory, since everyone in the building lived close to each other, they should be neighbors familiar enough to become friends. But Aunt Zhang apparently disliked Sister Hong and rarely greeted her in daily life. Zheng Haichuan thought for a moment to realize whom Aunt Zhang referred to by her, confused, why? Sister Hong is pretty nice. Humph. Stomping her foot, Aunt Zhang quickly climbed a couple of extra steps, leaning closer to whisper in Zheng Haichuan's ear, she used to be involved with many men before. And let me tell you, she contracted some kind of disease. Seeing Zheng Haichuan looking blank and not understanding, Aunt Zhang stamped her foot in exasperation, pointing toward a certain area of her body, ah, that kind of disease. If I hadn't seen you from the same hometown, I wouldn't have bothered telling you these things. She earnestly warned Zheng Haichuan, you should stop assuming all people are good. Now that she's old and not in demand anymore, but she used to be wild. Bringing different men home every night. Aunt Zhang made a face of disdain, glancing down the stairs and added, I just heard you mention that Hamao got sick, so I wanted to give you a reminder. Though she claims she's been cured in the hospital, who knows if it's contagious. Little kids have weak resistance, don't be careless. Although Zheng Haichuan hasn't experienced such matters, the mixed community in this urban village meant that sometimes when he came back late, he could still see young women dressed provocatively hanging around dim alleyways. On construction sites filled with men, during their rest periods, conversations would often include jokes about those types of places. Zheng Haichuan knew there were places where, beyond washing heads and feet, one could also pay for sexual services. He had also heard that those places were chaotic, easily leading to contracting dirty diseases. In the past, some co-workers had urged him to go try those places out, but Zheng Haichuan was scared and shook his head repeatedly, slipping away as soon as his shift ended. His father had told him, their family may be poor, but they must keep their integrity. A man must marry and take responsibility. Even if he hasn't married yet, he can't randomly take advantage of other girls. But Zheng Haichuan never imagined that Sister Hong could also have been infected with that kind of disease. His expression was utterly shocked, and for a moment, he couldn't even speak. It was only when little Hamao noticed his uncle wasn't heading upstairs that he tugged on his arm. That. Zhang big sister, thank you. Not knowing what else to say, Zheng Haichuan awkwardly expressed his gratitude and added a word in defense of Sister Hong, my little Hamao fell before, it has nothing to do with Sister Hong. Alright, as long as you've got it in your mind. Seeing her point had been made, Zhang's sister waved goodbye and walked upstairs. Before leaving, she turned around and threw in one more sentence, we're all neighbors, I don't want to be the bad guy. Just know yourself and don't spread it around. Oh, you can count on me. Zheng Haichuan quickly reassured her. After seeing Zhang's sister ascend to the 4th floor, uncle and nephew arrived at their door on the 3rd floor. That's when Zheng Jiahimo asked with confusion in his voice, Uncle, what's wrong with Aunt Hong? Is she sick too? Zheng Haichuan didn't know about any previous health issues Sister Hong might have had. He just patted the little boy's head, Hamao, does Aunt Hong treat you well? Yes, very well. Although young, Zheng Jiahimo understood things well. At a very early age, he had observed various attitudes people had toward him. Though Aunt Hong appeared stern, she had never truly scolded him and often gave him treats. That's good then. Having no experience raising children, Zheng Haichuan could only break down the lessons he deemed right for his young nephew. We should not inquire into others' privacy lightly. Privacy is like things people haven't shown us yet, and Aunt Hong's health condition is one of them. If she doesn't mention it, we shouldn't ask, alright? Aha. Zheng Jiahimo nodded vaguely, appearing to understand partially, and what if she tells us? Zheng Haichuan looked at his nephew, thinking he was making something up. What did she tell you? Zheng Jiahimo fiddled with his schoolbag strap, which Sister Hong had mended for him, and repeated something Sister Hong had said to him for his uncle. Sister Hong said, "She cannot have babies anymore. She said since I call her auntie, and something else round, she treats me as her baby." Uncle, why can't Sister Hong have babies? In the pure eyes of the young child lay only innocence and genuine fondness for someone who has been kind to him. Because. Zheng Haichuan roughly guessed it might be related to the illness Sister Hong contracted earlier, but he couldn't explain the reason, only feeling slightly sad inside. At that very moment, steady footsteps echoed through the hallway along with another cold voice. The voice carried subtle emotion, uttering a straightforward sentence simple enough for a child to understand. It's because she no longer has the tool to make babies. Just like if you don't have a pen, you can't write your homework. Chapter 39, Playing Around. Qiyu actually overheard Zheng Haichuan and Aunt Zhang's conversation from the stairs. After all, the staircase of this old building was made of cement with railings only serving as basic barriers. There was no soundproofing to expect. Not only did he hear it, but Red Auntie sitting in the corner on the first floor also got the gist of their conversation. "Won't you explain?" Qiyu didn't want to run into Zheng Haichuan upstairs, so he lingered a bit longer on the ground floor, talking to Red Auntie. "What's there to explain?" Red Auntie lazily raised an eyelid before lowering her head again to do her sewing work. "People are entitled to say whatever they like. Over all these years, if I had confronted every gossipmonger, I'd have been exhausted long ago." Qiyu is quite similar to Red Auntie in some aspects, so he chuckled after hearing that. That makes sense. He remembered the occasional scenes of his childhood where Red Auntie used to rule the village and squabble with various women, adding a comment, "Your mentality seems more at peace now that you're older. Dead kid, still can't say something nice even now." Red Auntie spat unhappily at Qiyu. "Can a woman be told she's getting old? How annoying. Your grandma will always be 18. Oh. Qiyu replied nonchalantly, "So physiologically, 48. Get out. Get out. Get out." Red Auntie continued shooing flies. "Just looking at young whippersnappers like you gets me angry. In my youth, men I played around with weren't as annoying as you guys. The dumb ones were dumb, and the venomous-tongued ones were venomous. None of them knew how to romance properly. Oh. Getting old means fewer outbursts. Liver fire flaring up isn't good for your health." With that, Qiyu decided not to bother Red Auntie further and started to walk upstairs, tucking his hands in his pockets. Before leaving, he showed a rare side of kindness by giving her some advice, which earned him a button as a response from Red Auntie. "Dr. Lu. Hey, keep it down." As Qiyu's voice trailed off, his tall figure appeared on the third floor. Zheng Haichuan heard him bluntly discussing Red Auntie's health issues without any tact, quickly opened the door with his key, pushed Xiao Hemiao inside with one hand, grabbed Qiyu with the other, and brought them both into his house. Click. After closing the door, Zheng Haichuan lowered his voice, speaking to Qiyu with a slightly reproachful tone. "Why would you openly discuss someone's private health issues like that? Geez, how much would Red Auntie be hurt upon hearing that?" It was the first time Qiyu had received life lessons from a construction worker, raising an eyebrow. "You're not her. Why assume she would be upset?" Zheng Haichuan suddenly got stuck when asked. Well. Normally, when people have physical deficiencies and others point fingers, who wouldn't feel bad? Isn't this common knowledge? And why should anyone care? He had felt bad for days as a kid when classmates mocked him for not being able to read. Zheng Haichuan looked at the neatly dressed, talented man before him and thought. The great Dr. Lu seems to be clueless in some simple social graces. Anyway, Dr. Lu, don't talk about these things in front of others. Now it was Zheng Haichuan's turn to give earnest advice. He said to Qiyu, "Some people have very poor mental resilience. At our site, we once had a coworker who jumped off a ceiling just because of a little argument with his girlfriend." Qiyu was confused. If the person chose death voluntarily, what does that have to do with others? But if he hadn't argued with his girlfriend, wouldn't he have avoided dying? Zheng Haichuan explained. He has immature psychology. If it wasn't this girlfriend, it'd be another girlfriend arguing with him eventually. Geez. Zheng Haichuan was practically tearing his hair out, trying to reason with Dr. Lu. If he's already that way, then why add fuel to the fire? Saving a life is better than building a 7-tier pagoda. Qiyu couldn't understand Zheng Haichuan's logic, nor did he wish to understand. How many lives have I saved? Hasn't heaven ignored the one he truly cares about during times of dire need? Qiyu sneered and turned around, ready to twist the doorknob and leave. Pointless. How did he get dragged in here again by this guy? Hey, Dr. Lu, don't go yet. Though Zheng Haichuan didn't understand how he'd managed to offend Qiyu, he had just fetched Xia Hemio's health checkup results and needed the doctor's help. Panicking, he reached out from behind and hugged Chiyu tightly around the waist. Chiyu glanced downward at the thick arm horizontally blocking his waist and began to feel a dull pain in his temples. This fool, did he really think he was easy to push around? Thrown, pulled, and now directly grabbed. Does he take him for what? A little girl or boy that he could easily pick up? Chiyu was already feeling due to the vague thoughts lurking in his heart. When he saw Zheng Haichuan treating him as if he were someone to be summoned around at will, his face instantly turned cold. He lifted his right hand, and with a graceful movement of his 5 long, clean fingers, he grabbed Zheng Haichuan's wrist at his waist. The pale hand, which seemed devoid of strength, tensed up. Chiyu pressed his thumb against Zheng Haichuan's pulse point while the other 4 fingers curled into a gripping position. With a subtle exertion of force from his wrist, he deftly twisted Zheng Haichuan's arm until it bent 90 degrees. Zheng Haichuan felt a sudden numbness in his arm, losing all strength, and then his entire body was pinned against the wall by Chiyu. Think doctors lack physical power? This time, it was Chiyu's arm pressing against the back of Zheng Haichuan's neck. His narrow eyes slightly narrowed further, exuding an icy chill tinged with a trace of irritation that he himself hadn't noticed. Leaning against the wall, Zheng Haichuan first stared blankly for a few seconds, then quickly raised both hands in surrender. Yet his expression didn't show any fear because of Chiyu's actions. On the contrary, he revealed a fresh look of admiration. Wow, Dr. Lu, you know these moves. My goodness, that's too cool. Zheng Haichuan praised sincerely, even extending 2 fingers to pinch the taut yet lean arm of the person in front of him, full of curiosity. What's this called? Joint lock techniques. I always thought those things on TV where people could subdue others with a couple of quick moves were fake. Zheng Haichuan clearly didn't feel restrained in his vital areas, instead opening his mouth wide with white teeth, and said to Chiyu, when are you going to teach me? If I know this trick, next time I can fight without running away. At this point, Chiyu had yet to notice when exactly Zheng Haichuan, who always treated others kindly, might engage in a fight. He only realized how easily his brain got fuzzy whenever he encountered this dimwit, and now he was being provoked to feel a tooth-itching annoyance. So, with his free hand, he reached out and gently snapped Zheng Haichuan's fingers which were randomly pinching on his arm. Ouch, ouch. Brother, lighter, lighter. Zheng Haichuan begged incessantly. Technically, Chiyu was a few years older than Zheng Haichuan, so it wasn't wrong for him to call Chiyu brother. But unfortunately, Chiyu noticed how familiar Zheng Haichuan's tone was when calling him, combined with their current close proximity stance. As he watched the vivid expressions of pain on the rough face before him, along with the faint red flush on Zheng Haichuan's cheeks and his pained breathing, Chiyu suddenly felt an unfamiliar urge rising within him. Fuck. He cursed softly under his breath. Don't hit my uncle. At this moment, realizing something was off between the two, Zheng Jiahe hurried over to try and intervene, and Chiyu took the opportunity to release his hold on Zheng Haichuan. No problem, little hedgehog, your uncle and Uncle Lu were just fooling around. Zheng Haichuan quickly squatted down to comfort his little nephew, simultaneously looking up at Chiyu for cooperation. Right, Dr. Lu. As Chiyu lowered his head, he met Zheng Haichuan's pair of bright, pure black pupils, as well as the protruding swellings underneath the loose old vest that failed to conceal them. In an instant, he suddenly stiffened his entire body. He didn't linger in place any longer but walked straight toward the bathroom in the Zheng household with a resounding boom, closing the wobbly old wooden door behind him. Chapter 40, Physical Examination Report. Chiyu ultimately couldn't avoid having dinner at Zheng Haichuan's house. When he picked up the last morsel of sour, sweet, salty, and spicy fish-flavored shredded pork, chewed it together with his rice, and swallowed it down, Chiyu thought to himself, this would be the last time. Zheng Haichuan had a favor to ask of him, wanting him to help check a child's physical examination report. Chiyu decided to consider this meal as the diagnostic fee. After all, he never owed anyone any favors, nor did he want to owe this man one. It was best to settle everything face-to-face so that they could keep their distance the next time they met. Dr. Lu, can you help take a look? Xiao Hemao should have no issues with his body, right? After getting off the dining table, Zheng Haichuan didn't rush to wash the dishes but instead pulled out a crumpled physical examination report from his trouser pocket and handed it over earnestly to Chiyu. I even stopped a doctor to ask when I got the report, and he said all the indicators were normal. If someone else has already checked it, why are you asking me? Following Zheng Haichuan's footsteps towards the living room couch, Chiyu intended to turn back home after hearing this, with an unpleasant expression on his face. Hey, how could that be the same? Zheng Haichuan quickly pulled him towards the sofa. I don't even know that doctor, who knows if he was wearing a bathrobe or a white coat. But Dr. Lu, you're our own family member, and we trust you. Chiyu's lips twitched slightly as he thought that only someone blind wouldn't be able to tell a bathrobe from a lab coat. He gave Zheng Haichuan a glance but didn't try to stop him as before, allowing himself to be pulled and sat down on the sofa. Still, he muttered disdainfully, who says I'm your family member? Have some shame. We're neighbors. Zheng Haichuan showed no sign of offense, still laughing cheerfully. Close enough, close enough. Seeing that big white toothy grin made Chiyu feel chest tightness, so he simply looked down at the medical report. Meanwhile, Zheng Haichuan quieted down, placing both hands on his knees, sitting so properly like a well-behaved elementary school student waiting for the teacher to grade a test. The real soon-to-be elementary school kid, Zheng Jia, quietly tiptoed and began tidying up the plates and bowls on the dining table into the kitchen sink, soaking them in water with vegetables so that Uncle Yi wouldn't need to scrub too hard later. What about the X-rays? A few minutes later, Qiyu had reviewed all the indicators on the physical exam sheet and held out a hand to Zheng Haiquan, asking for additional test results. Huh? What X-rays? Zheng Haiquan looked completely lost. They just gave me this thing after the physical checkup. And it cost me hundreds of bucks. X-rays, CT scans, MRI, Qiyu replied expressionlessly. Did none of those happen? Zheng Haiquan shook his head for each mentioned item. Nope, not one. Qiyu was utterly speechless, but standard health checks usually include DR frontal and lateral views. How come there's none? Oh, that thing with the English terms. Zheng Haiquan remembered, scratching his head. The nurse told me we could skip that to save a couple $100, so I opted not to do it. Besides, there are other indicators anyway, right? That thing taking pictures of bones probably wouldn't show much anyway. Isn't there radiation involved or something? Our little Hamao is still young. I figured doing it might cause more harm. Qiyu chuckled with annoyance. Are you the doctor or am I? And you think? It's not like we're doing it every day. The amount of radiation is negligible. Well. Zheng Haiquan felt a bit unreasonable himself, timidly asking, then, should we do it? Qiyu let out a cold laugh. What do you think? Qiyu realized that unless he clearly explained the risks, this simple-minded man probably wouldn't spend the money on these tests. Such cases were fairly common. Those dragged to the hospital by their families often initially paid no attention to early symptoms, thinking it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't until the symptoms became unbearable severe that they rushed to the hospital expecting a quick fix with medicine. By then, however, many conditions were already in their middle to late stages, beyond remedy. At that moment, the topic's protagonist, little Zheng Jia, was playing with toys in the corner of the living room. Qiyu called the boy over and once again lifted his right arm, which he noticed was abnormal during the previous encounter. A few days had passed, and the bruise on the elbow joint of the little boy was almost gone, appearing white and smooth, though still extremely thin and fragile, as if it could snap easily. However, when he rolled up the sleeve further, his right upper arm appeared abnormally swollen. To facilitate comparison, Qiyu asked Zheng Jia to take off his long sleeves. Zheng Haiquan quickly rummaged through the closet and put a little tank top on his nephew. Do you see it? His right upper arm. After returning home briefly, Qiyu brought out a measuring tape to gauge the difference in thickness between Zheng Jia's arms. He simultaneously informed Zheng Haiquan, it's not too obvious now, but the circumference of his right arm doesn't match the overall development of his skeletal system. The bones are bigger than elsewhere, and there is an abnormal curvature in the middle section, making it asymmetrical compared to the left side. After finishing the measurement, Qiyu pressed several spots on Zheng Jia's upper arm while asking, does this hurt? How about here? Qiyu had conducted similar examinations days ago. At that time, whether due to more intense pain at the elbow or because the child was afraid of being scolded, he shook his head to all these questions. But after reviewing today's health check report, Qiyu had formed a rough idea and became more targeted with his actions, causing Zheng Jia to repeatedly nod. It hurts. Is it very painful? A little. It hurts when pressed. Qiyu pondered for a moment, still unwilling to jump to any hasty conclusions. Tomorrow, bring him to the hospital, he instructed, handing back the examination report to Zheng Haiquan. Go to the 12th floor and find me, I'll take you guys for a CT scan. His symptoms aren't easily diagnosed just from the physical examination form, but currently, both his alkaline phosphatase levels and bone density show some abnormalities on the indicators, which still require attention. At this point, Zheng Haiquan no longer cared about how much extra a CT scan would cost. His usual cheerful and ruddy complexion disappeared, leaving him unsure what to do next as he clutched the examination report. Looking alternately at Qiyu and his obediently standing young nephew undergoing the tests, Zheng Haiquan's hands and lips trembled. Dr. Qi, please don't scare me. He pulled Zheng Jia into his arms anxiously, hastily redressing him in the long sleeves. Our little seedling, although he went hungry often since childhood, eating more meat in the future will surely help him grow strong again. How could it be possible that there's something wrong with the bones? If so, can it even be cured? Losing weight can recover over time, but how can one treat damaged bones? How much would it cost to fix? Most importantly, can the issue even be solved by money? Zheng Haiquan didn't know. This was the first time he cursed himself for lacking enough knowledge and thus failed to fully comprehend the severity of the problem mentioned by Dr. Qi. His head was buzzing so much that he could barely understand what Qiyu said. Chapter 41, We're Not Afraid. Despite not sleeping well all night, Zheng Haiquan still got up early the next morning. After taking a leave from the repair shop, he went home to help his young nephew get up, wash, and eat breakfast, and was busy until about 9 or 10 o'clock. After learning that Zheng Jia's arm bone might have issues, Zheng Haiquan didn't let the child do anything strenuous. He helped Zheng Jia with washing his face and dressing, and supervised him brushing his teeth with his left hand. Better safe than sorry. Even just before leaving the house, Zheng Haiquan rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out one of his old vests. He cut it in half with scissors and clumsily made an arm sling for Jingjiahe's right hand, placing the fabric under his elbow and tying the straps around his neck. Uncle, am I going to die? On their way down the stairs with Jingjiahe sitting on Jing Haichuan's arm, bouncing slightly as they descended, the little boy timidly grabbed onto Jing Haichuan's collar with his left hand and asked. Tut. Don't talk nonsense. You're fine, why would you die? Jing Haichuan mentally cursed himself for being too crude, so focused on his own worries that he hadn't calmed little Jiahe's emotions properly. Though the 4-year-old still seemed innocent, their young Jiahe had matured early. He had definitely picked up some of the conversations between him and Dr. Lu the previous night. Honey, don't be afraid, said Jing Haichuan as he walked along the road, single-handedly holding his small nephew firmly. With the other hand, he gently patted Jingjiahe's back. We're just going to the hospital for a routine checkup. It's like how you always check your crayons before drawing to make sure the tips aren't too sharp, it's normal. Taking a cue from Qiyu, Jing Haichuan tried explaining the situation simply. But it wasn't very effective. What if the tips aren't sharp enough? Should we sharpen them? Jingjiahe fearfully hugged his right arm and shivered. I once had a crayon whose tip broke. Teacher LV said we needed to chop off a piece and then shave it. Wah, uncle, is my hand going to be chopped off too? Oh no, no, hands are not like pens. Jing Haichuan was flustered by Jingjiahe's tears. He cursed at his inability to express himself clearly. If Dr. Lu were here, he'd surely explain everything quickly to the little kid. But now, all he could do was stutter and explain anxiously, don't be afraid, we're just doing some checks. At most, take some medicine, sleep a bit, and you'll be good. Our little Jiahe has strong arms and legs, they won't break, and you will grow stronger than your uncle later on. Wah, hiccup, is it really true? The tiny face, no bigger than a palm, had eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. Jing Haichuan felt even more heartbroken and soft-hearted. He thought, there's no way God would be so unreasonable and harm such a cute little kid, right? Without hesitation, he puffed his chest and promised, of course, truer than pearls. Don't you believe uncle? The tears in Jingjiahe's eyes were shaken off as he nodded, full of trust, I believe. Uncle is the best. That's right, be a good boy. We're not afraid. As they talked, the two arrived at the entrance of the 6th hospital, not far from home. Looking around at the doctors and patients walking past, Jing Haichuan struggled to suppress the anxiety in his heart and held little Jiahe tightly as they headed towards the 12th floor where Qiyu had instructed. Dr. Qi, someone's looking for you. The doors to the on-duty rooms of each department in the hospital were wide open, making it convenient for rounds and emergency consultations. After finishing his ward rounds, Qiyu was sitting at his desk writing medical records when he heard the nurse calling him. He hummed absent-mindedly, continuing to write with his pen without immediately looking up. However, after a few strokes, he suddenly remembered what he had promised someone last night, paused momentarily, and tilted his head to look outside. Hee, Doctor. Dr. Qi. Jing Haichuan showed half his face behind the young nurse, flashing white teeth while waving at Dr. Qiyu. Sure enough, it was this simpleton. Dr. Sun, can you watch over patient 38 for a moment? I have something to do outside and will be back in about half an hour. Sure thing, no problem. Qiyu put down his pen, briefly informed his colleague next door, and then got up and walked toward the door. What is this thing you tied around the child? Oh, the kid moves around too much, I was worried he'd accidentally bump his bone, so I just imitated the TV shows and gave him a bandage, so the arm hangs there and doesn't use force. Can you also learn from TV and do bone scraping therapy? Are you trying to replicate everything you see? I'd better not. This kind of thing should be left to professional people like Dr. Lu. Shut up. Let me tear it off. Oh, alright. Hey, don't throw it away, I can still use it as a rag at home. Back and forth they went, heading towards the radiology area. The young nurse who had informed them along the way returned to the nursing station, where she was immediately stopped by her female colleague Su Meng, her face full of curiosity. Sis, who was that person just now looking for Dr. Qi? No idea. A friend maybe. He looks quite young, doesn't he? Why was he with a kid? If you got closer, you wouldn't think so. His skin is dark and rough, he looks like someone who does manual labor. But his features are actually quite handsome and pleasing. That kid seems pretty clean and well taken care of though. Could it be Dr. Qi's child? Xiao Meng, didn't you already figure out Dr. Qi's personal situation long ago? Unmarried, no children, living locally, definitely a golden bachelor. What I mean is, that child might be Dr. Qi's nephew or something. Look, Dr. Qi even touched the kid's neck. Possibly. So, are you interested in impressing him? Let me think about it. Actually, I'm still a bit scared of Dr. Qi's cold attitude. Sis, isn't being happy in the present good enough? Why go out of your way to approach an ice machine? Don't you fear freezing to death? But Dr. Qi, isn't always that icy cold all the time, right? As Su Meng spoke, as if trying to validate her words, she once again looked toward the diagnostic counter nearby. Not far away, two men of roughly the same height were walking side by side down the corridor. The one who looked more robust had one arm around a little boy while animatedly saying something. Next to him, the doctor dressed in a white coat with a lean figure occasionally turned his head to look at him. Faintly visible were those prominent eyebrows and angular features, carrying a casual and relaxed warmth. Chapter 42, Extra Rounds. With Chi Yu, the insider, leading the way, Zheng Haichuan and Zheng Jiahe didn't have to struggle again due to unfamiliarity with the medical process. They quickly finished taking X-rays and CT scans. Originally, Chi Yu wanted Zheng Jiahe to do an MRI as well because the MR could show different characteristics compared to the other two tests, providing better assistance in helping doctors diagnose and identify lesions. However, noticing the pained expression on Zheng Haichuan's face as he paid at the window, Chi Yu decided not to let the poor man pay for all three procedures at once. Well then, just check through X-rays and CT scans first, that should also show the condition of the lesion. It takes some time after shooting to get the images out. Chi Yu still had work to do, so he instructed Zheng Haichuan to wait by sitting outside the department or come back later after going home. It's fine, I've taken a day off today. Before getting the accurate results, the rock in Zheng Haichuan's chest couldn't be lifted. He casually waved his hand to send Chi Yu away. Dr. Chi, go take care of your business. We'll wait here, it's no trouble. Once we get the images, we'll come find you. Chi Yu noticed that from last night onward, the young man in front of him had changed the way he addressed him. Though this was the correct and normal way to address him, for some reason, Chi Yu felt inexplicably unsettled inside. It was like when an experiment was running smoothly on the equipment, but suddenly a bug popped up. He lowered his eyelids, telling himself that this clearly was about fixing the bug. In his mouth, he said to Zheng Haichuan, no time during the day. I'll look at them when I have time tonight. After finishing speaking, he put both hands in the pockets of his white coat and left with a cold demeanor, leaving Zheng Haichuan feeling somewhat confused. He sighed to his little nephew, see? Money isn't easy to earn. Doctors have it tough too. Zheng Jiahe was sitting on a green stool next to him, swinging his feet, and looking sideways at the fluttering white gown of Dr. Chi, with a hint of doubt in his heart. Is Uncle Green mad? When his mother got angry in the past, she would turn around like that and disappear in a flash. Although Chi Yu's words were tinged with emotion, he really was busy. By the time he came back to his senses, it was already lunchtime. Come on, let's quickly go to the cafeteria to grab food. There's braised spare ribs today, and my favorite shrimp and winter melon stew. We'd better hurry before the patients' families snatch it all up. A few doctors in the on-duty room called out to each other as they headed upstairs to the cafeteria. Just as they were about to leave, one remembered to politely ask Chi Yu, who was still writing case notes at his desk, Dr. Chi, are you coming? All right. Although Chi Yu's mouth was venomous and his relationship with colleagues wasn't intimate, he still understood the importance of maintaining basic workplace social etiquette. He put down his current task, shoved his hands into his pockets, and went up to the roof with a few colleagues. Their cafeteria was set up there, offering a variety of meat and vegetable options daily. Although it lacked richness, and the taste was barely acceptable, at least it was clean and healthy, which is how Chi Yu justified eating it. Today, there were a few signature dishes by the chef, and when it was the doctor's turn to queue, there were only a few portions left. The head nurse seems to be preparing something for this afternoon's surgery. Let me prepare a meal for her. Dr. Sun ahead of Chi Yu was good at interpersonal relationships, asking the cook for an extra portion and specifically requesting less spicy food options. Chi Yu recalled seeing Zheng Haichuan and his nephew still sitting in the waiting area while ascending the stairs, and began to hesitate slightly. Hey buddy, what would you like? It was already his turn to pick food. Trying to cast off whatever mysterious concern lingered in his mind, Chi Yu pointed to a few decent-looking dishes and added, make that 3 portions, please, thank you. Uncle, you eat. Uncle isn't hungry. Good boy, Jiahe, you eat. At noon, the number of people flowing in and out of the hospital significantly decreased. In the radiology department waiting area, there were only 2 figures seated closely together on green plastic chairs, sharing something between them. In the distance, the scent of roasted sweet potatoes wafted over. This city is too greedy. A single sweet potato costs 5 yuan. Zheng Haichuan peeled the skin off a sweet potato for his young nephew while lamenting, back home, we dig them out of the ground every autumn and stack them until winter ends without needing money. Though he said this, Zheng Haichuan didn't hesitate much when paying. He saw that his young nephew was craving it. Open your mouth. The sweet potato freshly pulled out from the big iron furnace was scorching hot. Zheng Haichuan alternated between his 2 hands to hold it, broke off a small piece of sweet potato, and fed the part roasted golden yellow and soft into Zheng Jiahe's mouth while he himself sucked on a burnt peel that only had a little bit of sweet potato flesh left. Indeed it tastes just like those we used to bury in the firewood pile. Uncle, I miss Dad and Grandpa. Zheng Jiahe was eating the sweet potato quietly and said gloomily. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haichuan froze for a moment and became silent too. After a long pause, he resumed peeling the sweet potato, yeah, Uncle misses them too. When can we go back to our hometown? The little boy lifted his tiny head. Jiahe, isn't the city nice? Zheng Haichuan fed another bite of sweet potato to Zheng Jiahe and asked, in the countryside back then, weren't those kids all bullying you? Now here, Uncle is taking care of you, Aunt Hong, Teacher Lu, Grandma Gui all like you, and also the little girl downstairs likes you as her older brother, right? But... Jing Jiahe lowered his head and swung his little feet suspended under the chair, but in the countryside, there's a lot of space. I can play in many places. He paused after saying that and added half a sentence, by myself. Although Zheng Haichuan hadn't eaten much of the sweet potato, he felt something clogging his throat. It's because uncle hasn't done well. He felt he was such an unqualified uncle, or rather, he had been too preoccupied with earning money day and night, forgetting to look up and see, forgetting the original purpose of making money was to ensure this little boy could grow up happily. Uncle will take you out more often, okay? He sympathetically patted his little nephew's still slightly thin cheek. We'll start school next year. When you're in school, you'll make lots of new friends, learn more knowledge, and in the future, you can go wherever you want. Our little he should be someone who sees the world. Can you endure a bit now? Zheng Haichuan continued to break the sweet potato for Jing Jiahe. Once dad's leg gets better, uncle will ask him to take you to Disney. Disney? Jing Jiahe's eyes lit up. Really? Sure. If we don't go, uncle will report it to grandpa, and let grandpa punish dad. Zheng Haichuan made promises without hesitation on behalf of his eldest brother. Hee, uncle is the best. The little kid quickly got cheered up by such a grand promise, covering his mouth and sneaking a laugh while still biting a large piece of sweet potato through the gap of his fingers. Hush, don't say that in front of dad, say it in front of me, Zheng Haichuan negotiated with his little nephew, otherwise, dad would beat me instead. Okay. Jing Jiahe quickly nodded obediently. Cough. Qiyu, who unintentionally overheard the conversation between uncle and nephew for quite a while at the corner, finally found the right time to show up. He looked as if he didn't pay much attention but casually walked up to them and asked Zheng Haichuan, are the films ready yet? Oh, Dr. Qi, are you done with your work? Zheng Haichuan stopped talking nonsense with his little nephew and stood up to greet Qiyu, not yet, haven't received any notification. Let me check. Qiyu nodded and handed over the 2 boxed meals he was carrying to Zheng Haichuan. I ordered extra, eat it. Ah. Zheng Haichuan looked shocked and honored, you got it for us? Oh no, it's unnecessary. I plan to eat when I go home later. And look, our little he has already eaten half of the sweet potato. I said extra, seeing that Zheng Haichuan didn't take it, Qiyu frowned, eat if you like, otherwise throw it into the trash if you don't. Saying so, Qiyu slammed the lunchbox heavily onto the empty bench beside him, then turned around and entered the radiology duty room. How could Zheng Haichuan bear wasting food? Moreover, his stomach had already been rumbling for a while since he'd been standing here for half a day. He picked up the lunchbox and touched its still steaming temperature, couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Little he, in the future, you must respect Uncle Qi, understand? While opening the lid of the lunchbox, Zheng Haichuan educated Jing Jiahe, although he is our neighbor, he doesn't have any obligation to do these things for us. Not only does he help us with medical treatment, but he also brings us lunch. He is really very kind-hearted. We must treat him well in the future. Mutual benefits are what makes relationships work. We mustn't be ungrateful. I understand, Jing Jiahe nodded but had some doubts, isn't he Uncle Green? How did Uncle Green change names? So, when people grow up, they can have several names. Hey, Zheng Haichuan originally wanted to correct his young nephew's title but gave up considering he also often called him wrong. Forget it, just call whatever you like. Oh. Jing Jiahe no longer dwelled on such matters, he had seen the meat in the lunchbox and his eyes were glued to it. Uncle, I want to eat spare ribs. Eat as much as you want, all for you, as long as your little belly can hold it. Zheng Haichuan hurriedly picked up a piece to feed Jing Jiahe. I'll do it myself. Jing Jiahe bit into the rib and extended his right hand to reach for the chopsticks. Alright, slowly, Zheng Haichuan saw that there was nothing unusual with his little nephew's right hand, so he handed over the chopsticks to this determined little fellow, be careful, go slow. And when Qiyu walked out of the radiology department with the films, what he saw was just such a scene. The big and small ones squatted on the bench, sharing mouthful by mouthful, their heads bowed as they chewed at the same frequency. Occasionally, the uncle and nephew exchanged a couple of words, their faces beaming with simple and unsophisticated smiles, their conversation filled with ordinary and mundane details of daily life. Surrounded by 4 walls of pure white, these 2 side-by-side individuals eating rice became a common yet unique brightness in this otherwise desolate space. Qiyu, observing this scene, suddenly felt that the films in his hands seemed awkward to hold. These light-as-air X-ray films could very well change the course of someone's life. Chapter 43, Unable to Bear. Jing Jiahe's radiographic results confirmed Qiyu's earlier suspicions. The child indeed did not suffer from ordinary bone overgrowth or osteoporosis, but rather an extremely rare condition, fibrous dysplasia. This condition remains undetermined by the medical community, with no clear cause attributed to heredity, infection, endocrine issues, or external injuries. Instead, what can be observed is that patients exhibit fibrotic bone lesions along with abnormal bone deformities and swelling. Qiyu had multiple suspicions upon first seeing Jing Jiahe's arm, yet he hadn't quite considered this specific diagnosis. Not until he personally examined the child and cross-referenced several odd physical examination indicators did he roughly confirm the direction of the illness. Now, with the X-rays in hand, it was merely a final verification and confirmation. This disease could be severe if considered akin to a bone tumor. Patients with malignant transformations might experience fractures, limb deformities, functional disabilities, blindness, and deafness. However, with timely detection and proper treatment, most cases can be resolved through surgical intervention. In reality, apart from being somewhat rare, the complexity of solving this ailment wasn't very high, certainly simpler than many conditions Chi-Yu had dealt with in the past. Resection of the lesion, followed by bone transplantation. A standard orthopedic surgery. But as Chi-Yu watched the father and son pair happily eating their boxed meal, he realized he couldn't simply and directly deliver the information as he usually would when consulting with other patients and their families. He already had an idea of the questions this fool, Zhenghai Chuan, would ask. Can it be treated? Yeah, surgery will be needed. But the operation costs aren't cheap. Several 10,000 yuan, probably. On the 12th floor corridor of the surgery department, Chi-Yu answered Zhenghai Chuan's consecutive questions while keeping his hands in his pockets. Oh, good, can be treated. It's fine as long as it can be treated. Zhenghai Chuan nodded hesitantly. He repeated several variations of the same line according to Chi-Yu's answers, then lapsed into a prolonged silence. Qing Jiahe had been temporarily entrusted to the nurse on duty at the nursing station for care, and Chi-Yu discussed her condition with Zhenghai Chuan privately. Even though the boy was sensible, these weren't things appropriate for someone of his age to worry about. Moreover, Chi-Yu also felt this shouldn't actually fall on Zhenghai Chuan's shoulders either. If only this man took care of himself, he could easily earn enough money just by his strength alone. Yet, willingly taking care of a burden like a nephew, waking up early every day, working tirelessly till late, worrying not just about feeding another mouth but also about the child's future schooling and books, all such troublesome matters. He was truly bringing troubles upon himself. Human nature is selfish, involving any form of interest often amplifies that selfishness infinitely. Murdering one's spouse for insurance fraud, fighting over inheritance, abandoning newborns. Aren't these kinds of stories rampant on social news? Did this naive person actually expect raising this nephew as a way to ensure his old age? Chi-Yu wanted to mock him, don't count on it. Money only feels real in your own pocket, depending on others is futile. The closer the kinship, the higher the likelihood of losing both people and money. His mother had depended on his father, hadn't she? But his father enjoyed the flattery of his relatives living off his connections, while his mother fell seriously ill without anyone bothering to send her to the hospital, a ridiculous situation altogether. The disease usually progresses slowly, so immediate surgery isn't necessary. You can take some time to raise the money. Chi-Yu rarely saw Zhenghai Chuan remain so silent for such a long period, eventually breaking the quiet. He knew Zhenghai Chuan's family circumstances weren't good. He remembered how this person mentioned that his elder brother was injured and being treated back home. The family likely had no savings. In this situation, finding the funds to treat his nephew immediately seemed unrealistic. Okay, alright. Finally, Zhenghai Chuan responded. With a heavy nod, he forced a smile that looked even worse than crying. Thank you, Dr. Chi. By the end of May, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely outside. The strong sunlight reflecting off the glass windows on the 12th floor of the hospital created a hot, glaring, and irritating atmosphere. Fortunately, the hospital's air conditioning system had already started functioning, creating coolness just beyond the window. Their standing position happened to be beneath a vent blowing chilled air, sending a steady stream of cold wind that ruffled the hem of Chi-Yu's white coat, as well as causing the bag containing the X-rays in Zhenghai Chuan's hand to shake continuously. For a moment, Chi-Yu wasn't sure what else to say. He opened and closed his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Not until he watched the large white bag drift and drop from the young man's fingers to the floor, and saw Zhenghai Chuan's originally rough yet sturdy hands now covering his face, an expression you couldn't see. All he could observe was Zhenghai Chuan weakly sliding down against the hospital wall to sit on the ground. The surroundings buzzed with an unavoidable cacophony of noises, the commotion of patients, doctors soothing them, worried murmurs from families, and the incessant calls at the nurse's station. Amidst all this, a particularly tender voice stood out. Sister nurse, does getting a shot hurt? I'll tell you secretly, I'm actually a little scared of pain. It doesn't hurt. It feels like a mosquito bite. Oh, then I'm not afraid. I can handle 10 mosquito bites. Wow, our little kid is so brave. Hee, I get bitten every night. There are always mosquitoes at my house, and mosquito coils don't work. But my uncle gets bitten more than me, and he never complains about it. Chi-Yu lowered his gaze and noticed a pair of shoulders that quivered as though enduring unbearable pain. How much pain will the surgery cause? Cutting through the bone and replacing it. And why does he have to suffer from this disease? Our little Himayo is so obedient and well-behaved, never doing anything bad. He hasn't lived a single good day since birth. His mom didn't care for him, his dad worked far away, unable to come home for years. Since childhood, he's been malnourished and cold-weathered, bullied without end. Life just began to improve a bit when dad got into trouble, mom left, and now even worse things happen. Zhenghai Chuan couldn't continue speaking, his voice choking up. Dr. LV, do you think there's real justice in this world? Zhenghai Chuan's tone was filled with confusion and helplessness. Why won't heaven take pity on such a young child? Chiyu's fingers inside his pockets involuntarily clenched together. He didn't answer Zheng Haichuan. Because he knew that what Zheng Haichuan needed wasn't his reply. The young man didn't even need him standing there, it was simply a desire for someone to listen, to share his sudden burden that he could no longer carry alone. Chiyu's fingers inside his pocket opened and closed several times. After a long pause, he finally pulled his right hand out of his overcoat pocket. 5 slender and clean fingers slightly spread open, pausing briefly in the air before landing gently on Zheng Haichuan's short crew cut. The coarse hair pricked Chiyu's palm, making it itch slightly and ache faintly. Increasing the pressure, Chiyu pressed the dispirited forehead upward slightly. There are too many pitiful people for heaven to take care of them all. The young doctor in the white coat looked directly into Zheng Haichuan's eyes and spoke calmly. His silhouette was illuminated from behind by light, tall and lean, like an evergreen fir tree that never fell. His voice was sharp and rational, yet brought a fleeting clarity to Zheng Haichuan's otherwise confused heart. You have to rely on yourself. You must snatch fate back from heaven. Chapter 44, Manual Lifting. For several weeks after that, Chiyu had not bumped into Zheng Haichuan. His shifts were irregular, often working for 30 to 40 hours straight. Whenever he returned home, it was either noon or midnight. Each time he opened the door, he noticed how quiet the next door always was, as if no one lived there. When living in the apartment before, Chiyu had never cared about who his neighbors were or whether they were at home. But now, for some reason, he couldn't help but think about what the simple-hearted man next door was doing. Sometimes it was seeing distraught families of patients crying at the hospital, sometimes it was brushing shoulders with a sweat-soaked migrant worker, and sometimes it was waking up early in the morning from an indescribable dream. His mind would always conjure up one person. Was he still rushing around different places for plumbing and pipe repairs? Or did he take on a new job, trying to raise money for surgery? Or perhaps he thought this boring city was intolerable and planned to move elsewhere for development. Many times, Chiyu squashed these thoughts, not knowing what Zheng Haichuan was busy with, but assumed it was likely related to making money to get by. At least, he could occasionally see Zheng Haichuan's little nephew at Red Sisters downstairs, otherwise, Chiyu might have guessed that this uncle-nephew pair had moved somewhere cheaper to live. Chiyu originally thought that his feelings toward Zheng Haichuan were just temporary physical urges. Perhaps it was due to being too long without intimacy, leading him to be indiscriminate in hunger. Or maybe it was because of their frequent encounters during the last period, which made him misjudge his feelings. In any case, it certainly couldn't be real affection. In fact, having witnessed the relationship and lives of his parents, Chiyu felt that he could never feel such an intangible thing called love. What is love? Is it passion? Blindness? Sentimentality? Obsession? Maybe among these things there's gentleness and joy, but most of what he has seen are bitterness and pain. This kind of emotion only makes people lose control, allowing themselves to be manipulated. Chiyu once saw a sentence in a school library that said, friendship is something that happens between generations, whereas love is two people falling apart after each other. He still finds this phrase very reasonable. Isn't life just one stupid thing after another? And love, quite obviously, is two fools chasing each other. He didn't think of himself as a fool and didn't want to become one. Yet, what the heart truly thinks is often different from the superficial judgments and rationality of the cerebral cortex. Instead, it's full of madness that its owner can't even fantasize about during the day. After waking up again from a chaotic and unrestrained dream, Chiyu breathed heavily in the darkness. He turned on the air conditioner in the room, calming down the unusual excitement in his body with the cold air. Chiyu found it hard to believe, but the lingering desire in his mind forced him to face his hidden thoughts. Naked flesh, pleading nasal sounds, honey-colored arms, flowing liquid, abundant breasts, moist grass stems, sticky entanglements, images kept emerging, almost making Chiyu feel as if they were real. His throat rolled. After quite a while, he finally lifted the thin blanket and got out of bed. This clean freak didn't even wear slippers, stepping barefoot on the cold floor, heading to the living room to drink a cup of cold water. Even then, it wasn't enough, so he went to the bathroom and adjusted the water temperature much lower than usual, washing off the irritability and sweat from his body. When he climbed back into bed, the sky outside had already begun to brighten. Chiyu no longer had the mood to sleep, so he picked up the fully charged phone beside his bed. After replying to a few messages from his department, Chiyu tapped open a video app. No surprises, the first person who popped up was none other than the main character wreaking havoc in Chiyu's dreams. Hello everyone, today I'll perform carrying rebar manually. Today's beam work uses size 28 rebar. This 28 foot doesn't mean a single bar weighs 28 kilograms, it means the diameter cross-section of the rebar is 28 millimeters. Here, let me show you how thick it is. Thankfully, the foreman isn't here today. Stand far enough for a better shot. Don't underestimate this single piece. It's 9 meters long, and one bar alone weighs 50 kilograms. Normally, we generally have two people carrying it together, taking 3 or 4 bars at a time back and forth many trips to finish the day's quota. But now it's noon, so my coworker went to eat first while I come here alone to move a load before going to lunch. Also, yesterday a friend said he wanted to see this, so today I arranged it. I've said it, if I can meet everyone's requests, I will try my best. Hehe, I just hope everyone can support me more, if you're satisfied, please give more tips. So, let me begin, I'll just put the phone down on the ground. You can rest assured, there'll be no fakery. I'm gonna try and see if I can carry 4 bars alone at once. In the video, a face tanned pitch black with redness flashed its signature white teeth toward the camera. Then came a slight shake, after which the lens was fixed in a position that could directly film the construction site. The young man, still wearing his work vest, jogged lightly over to the place where steel materials were piled up. He bent down and pawed around with dirty safety gloves for a couple of seconds before pulling out 4 long and thick rebars. For bars, it was 200 kilograms. About 3 times the weight of an adult male. This sounded like an impossible challenge. But with a loud shout of, "Ha!" the 4 long rebars were truly hoisted up by the robust arms of the young man. An arc traced through the air, and they landed heavily on his broad shoulders. Firmly braced in place, only the ends swayed slightly. As his figure took steady steps, the rebar moved forward in parallel motion. Yet, the tightly stretched shoulder, as it advanced 1 step after another, gradually began to yield under the pressure. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Just as he was about to walk out of the shooting range of the lens, the bent body ultimately couldn't withstand the massive weight pressing down. Splash. A few heavy thuds echoed as the rebars fell to the ground. For an instant, all that remained in the video was an empty field and a series of indistinct panting sounds. After 10 to 20 seconds, the figure at the edge of the frame finally stood up again. He wiped his face, then waved to the phone, still smiling cheerfully despite the distance. With a raised voice straining against the distance, the young man shouted to the camera, "Too heavy. Can't lift it, this time I can only manage 3 bars." Saying that, he bent down again and rose up. This time, 3 rebars were firmly balanced on his shoulders. Meter by meter, along with each resolute step he took forward, the shadow of the person carrying the rebar disappeared from view, leaving only the edges of the lens. Chapter 45, Tip Fee. S account on the video platform was the highest level platinum member. All these points came from the accumulated efforts of helping Cheng Zijuan's little girlfriends with voting and chart boosting. Chiyu had never paid attention to them, until today he realized that these points could be exchanged for tip gifts. He threw all the remaining hundreds of yuan in the account, together with into the latest video shot by Zheng Haichuan. Chiyu did not expect that this simpleton would return to the construction site. In June, the sun in Pengcheng never took a break, so scorching that it almost could cook an egg. To catch up with the schedule, the construction site began operations early in the morning, and the workers hoped to do more while the clouds were still there. After enduring until lunch break, they would go inside the built cement walls to cool off. In such a sweltering midday during the humid summer, there was actually still a fool earning a meager amount of tips under the blazing sun, silently carrying steel bars. Idiot. Doesn't he fear knocking himself out with a concussion? Then the nephew wouldn't have his illness cured because he would end up in ICU first. Chiyu cursed him like this in his heart, but his thumb kept clicking on the screen. Until he tipped away all the balance in his account. He stared at the replayed short video from the beginning, absent-mindedly poking the face covered with dust and dirt in the center of the screen with both annoyance and helplessness. Zheng Haichuan felt itchy on his cheeks. With his eyes closed, he raised his hand and slapped his own face. The itch disappeared quickly, and he turned over on the bamboo mat, continuing to immerse himself in a wonderful dream. In the dream, he was digging vegetables in his hometown field when his host suddenly got stuck on a hard object. He prodded around a bit and saw a hint of gold through the mud. Gold? Is it really gold? Did he find gold? If so, wouldn't that mean he can afford medical treatments for Xiao Himai and his brother? In the dream, Zheng Haichuan's mouth curled up to his ears as he stretched out his hand to dig out the gold. But then, he suddenly felt a faint itching sensation on his right cheek again. Zheng Haichuan thought unhappily, what a perfect timing these mosquitoes choose. Unable to bear the itching, he changed the direction of the hand that was reaching for the gold and slapped his face again. Ouch! Instead of killing a mosquito, Zheng Haichuan caught a mischievous little hand. Zheng Jiahe. The dream about the gold disappeared instantly. Enraged, Zheng Haichuan grabbed the little arm and bit down hard with his teeth. Eating people. Help, Uncle Yababa is eating people. Humph. Zheng Haichuan held the little one tightly in his arms, pretending to be fierce. Uncle Yababa will chew off your little paws if you keep causing trouble. Zheng Jiahe showed no fear and laughed while shrinking his neck, giggle. I won't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore. After playing around with Zheng Jiahe on the bed for a while, Zheng Haichuan got up to help the little boy get dressed and wash up. Before dressing Zheng Jiahe, Zheng Haichuan checked his nephew's right arm as usual. Comparing the little boy's thin arms with his fingers, Zheng Haichuan noticed that his palm was so large that even after encircling Zheng Jiahe's arm, there was still plenty of space left. Since the last hospital visit, Zheng Haichuan insisted on measuring every morning. On the first day, he used a soft tape measure, but later he became familiar enough with the size that he no longer needed the ruler. Using just the lines on his fingers, he could measure accordingly. Does it hurt? Not hurting. Zheng Jiahe shook his head and slipped his arm into the sleeve of his shirt. If it hurts, don't endure it, remember to tell Uncle Yi, understood? Zheng Haichuan emphasized worriedly. Zheng Haichuan still wasn't entirely clear how to treat the illness affecting Zheng Jiahe. That day, Chiyu told him that the medical community couldn't yet determine how this disease might progress in the future. It could just mean that the bones appear slightly thicker than normal, or worse, they could bend and become deformed, affecting the development of other bones and the spine, potentially leading to disability. The best method is surgical operation, cutting the bones and replacing them with artificial ones. But there's always a chance of recurrence. Everything is unknown, the only thing we can do now is take action as soon as possible given its early detection. Xiao Himai is young, and the symptoms aren't very noticeable, so immediate surgery isn't necessary. However, children grow rapidly. If there's any significant increase in bone deformities or obvious pain during growth, they must immediately prepare for the surgery and replace the bones. Ever since Zheng Haichuan heard this news, he has been dazed ever since. Up to now, his heart hasn't found a stable resting place. However, he dared not show his unease in front of his young nephew and could only pretend that there was nothing serious so that life could continue on as normal. Understood, Uncle Yi. Although Zheng Jiahe had heard these words countless times over the past few weeks, he showed no impatience, only nodding obediently. It doesn't hurt. Uncle Green said, if it doesn't hurt, there's nothing to fear. Good boy. Get down from the bed. Zheng Haichuan didn't dare to say more, only patting the little one's bottom gently. Be slow. Try to use your left hand as much as you can for brushing teeth and washing your face. Southpaw. Zheng Jiahe used his left arm to support himself as he hopped off the bed while using a new term he'd learned from Aunt Red. That's right. They all say people who are southpaws are smarter. Zheng Haichuan forced a smile to joke with his young nephew. But we don't need to try specifically, the right hand must be used too, just take care to go lightly. In the future, our little seedling will use both hands and will surely be smarter than anyone else. At Zheng Jiahe's age, he already wasn't someone who would believe everything adults said. But he still completely listened to what his Uncle Yi had told him, shyly grinning, I need to take the college entrance exam and make lots of money. Our little seedling is truly well behaved. Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but rub the soft hair of his nephew. Definitely possible. Zheng Haichuan vowed solemnly in his heart. He must find a way to quickly earn more money and save up enough for his little seedling's medical fees as soon as possible. Once he saves enough, he'll seek out Dr. Qi for the best operation. The most expensive kind. There absolutely won't be any problems. Outside their apartment building, the street buzzed with morning activity just beginning. Today, Zheng Haichuan woke up a bit earlier, having time to steam the refrigerated mantou after getting up and then sitting on the sofa for a while to check his phone. In recent times, Zheng Haichuan had been scrolling through his phone far more often than before. He wanted to earn more money, so he went to the foreman and begged until he finally managed to return to the construction site ahead of schedule. But now he hasn't stopped his work as a repairman either. With Mr. Yang from upstairs vouching for him, he could keep it as a side job and take orders at night. At the same time, Zheng Haichuan increased the frequency of his live streams and videos, aiming to shoot at least once a day. He stayed up 2 nights in a row to figure out how to record during live streaming, which meant he wouldn't have to separately record videos anymore and could double the time asking for likes and tips. Before, Zheng Haichuan still felt embarrassed about asking viewers for favors. Now, however, needing funds for Xiao Himai's surgery, he decided to put his pride aside. Each broadcast session ended with him shamelessly pleading for donations. Every single person's contribution mattered. Only now did Zheng Haichuan realize that having a high number of video plays and likes also brought in money. He saw an extremely popular streamer disclose that they could easily rake in several thousand per month just from likes traffic fees. Add to that the gifts from the audience, gosh, tens of thousands flowed effortlessly into their pocket. Zheng Haichuan didn't expect to make as much from filming videos, but even a little extra income would help. If he saved a few more yuan every month, perhaps it would bring them one step closer to funding his little Himai's surgery. Still, Zheng Haichuan currently only had a few hundred followers, barely exceeding 3 digits recently, and his back-end income was negligible, nowhere near being able to withdraw any significant amount, let alone contribute meaningfully to Zheng Jiahe's surgery fund. But strangely, as soon as Zheng Haichuan opened his video app this morning, a series of notification sounds popped up all at once. With the sound effects accompanying virtual gold coins and gifts, Zheng Haichuan astonishingly found that his account balance suddenly increased by a full 1,000 yuan. Whoa! Zheng Haichuan thought he might still be dreaming from this morning. With trembling hands, he clicked open the source of the tip, wondering if someone had mistakenly sent it to the wrong person. To his surprise, he discovered that this generous donation came from none other than a fan who was actively following him. No mistake. This money was really intended for him. Oh. This was too embarrassing. It was too overwhelming. Chapter 46, Big Boss. Guys, we're not filming me carrying steel bars at noon today. I'll be streaming my lunch instead, hehe. The main reason is that one of my big fans said they don't like to see me carry steel bars, so I'll just stop for now. No favoritism here, every fan and viewer is my good friend. But when some people tell me what to do and others tell me not to, I get confused. Let me eat first, then I'll think about what else I can film for everyone. Let you all see what I'm eating today. With a hearty voice, the camera was momentarily covered by a large hand reaching out, and when it cleared, it showed a basin full of greasy spicy dishes. Yes, a whole basin. The size of the bowl was much larger than the video shooter's palm. It was filled with various ingredients. See. Water-boiled meat slices. A pair of wooden chopsticks stirred in the basin as Jing Haichuan pointed at the dish. There isn't too much meat, but I added lots of vegetables. Bean sprouts, lettuce, potatoes, black fungus, mushrooms. Many of them are dried goods from my hometown. Just soak them and cook. It's hot recently, even my little doesn't want to eat rice. He'll only have a few more bites if it's something flavorful. In the middle of the day, not many people were watching videos. Even fewer to Jing Haichuan's tiny insignificant live stream, there were merely a dozen or so viewers. But even in front of just a dozen people, Jing Haichuan remained very enthusiastic, his speech lively and expressive. After showing the food to the audience, Jing Haichuan placed the phone back in front of him. He had built a simple bracket with bricks a meter away, allowing the phone to stand upright on top of it. An insulated bucket was turned upside down over another iron basin, spilling out a full basin of rice. Recently, I've been working a lot and my appetite has increased. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. My dad has always called me a rice barrel since I was young. But I think being a rice barrel is a compliment. Eating well is a blessing, right? Eat more, grow faster, work hard, and make more money. As he spoke, he dug into a big mouthful of rice, followed by a bite of meat and vegetables, shoving it all into his mouth at once. Jing Haichuan's way of eating was far from elegant. The only reason he didn't look completely rude was due to his honest face, although dark, still somewhat handsome. Chewing loudly, he glanced up at the screen during breaks in digestion. User, my fart talks a lot, brother, this meal costs half your day's wages. Oh. User, my fart talks a lot, but it looks quite fragrant. User, my fart talks a lot, today at noon, it's pickles and steamed buns, but watching your video makes it more appetizing. User, moon doesn't match my heart, big brother Dechuan has made money today, enjoying a lavish feast. There weren't many comments, but Jing Haichuan read each one aloud. This friend, my fart talks a lot, ha, thank you for supporting me. Not really, not half my wage. If it were, I'd be losing too much doing this job. A majority of my ingredients come from my hometown, from our own fields, free of charge. Only spent money on pork, which was pig neck meat, pretty reasonable pricing. Brothers, lunch should still be eaten well. Pickled vegetables alone aren't nutritious enough. But eating a few more steamed buns will keep hunger at bay. Clearly experienced, Jing Haichuan shared several tips on how to make steamed buns taste better before continuing to the next comment. Moon doesn't match my heart, that name seems familiar. Are you an old fan? Hehe, thanks for liking my content. But this isn't a lavish feast, just water-boiled dishes. Jing Haichuan grinned widely, revealing his teeth. I definitely haven't made much money yet, or would I still be on the construction site? User, Light Cloud, there are millionaires among construction bosses too. If I could reach that level, Jing Haichuan licked his tongue, why would I even record videos? I'd give you all $100 each as appreciation. User, my fart talks a lot, earn $1 million to reward 100. User, my fart talks a lot, you're too stingy. User, Light Cloud, understand, life isn't easy. User, moon doesn't match my heart, I see brother Dechuan's clothes are torn, go buy some new ones. Following this message, this fan sent a fluorescent stick to the live room. A 5 yuan gift that made a small fluorescent stick appear in the center of the screen for a few seconds. The colorful lights looked somewhat childish, but it warmed Jing Haichuan's heart. Thank you, Moon. Thank this friend for tipping. On the construction site, I don't dare to wear good clothes. Rest assured, I do have clothes to wear. His smile stretched all the way up to his ears as he cheerfully spoke into the camera. Eating and dressing are secondary, having all of you here makes me feel like life is more energetic. This sounded a bit fake, but when paired with Jing Haichuan's thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a sincere, smiling face, alongside the 10 yuan bowl that could buy 3 portions, and the dusty, sun-baked construction site behind him, it conveyed a palpable sense of genuineness and simplicity to those watching. It was precisely for this reason that, while Jing Haichuan wasn't paying attention, a few more fans had appeared. By the way, I wonder if any of my other fans are watching my live stream. After receiving the tip, Jing Haichuan suddenly remembered the unexpected surprise from this morning and slapped his forehead. Whether they're watching or not, I have to sincerely thank them. Thank the fan friend named Lu. Jing Haichuan's eyes sparkled brightly under the sunlight. This Lu boss sent an overwhelming amount of gifts on my video last night. Although Jing Haichuan now remembered Chi Yu's name, he still occasionally called him Dr. Lu by mouth, though in his mind he always associated it with the character Yu. Thus, he never linked this online fan Lu with his considerate neighbor and doctor next door. To tell you the truth, I never imagined I would receive such extravagant tips. Once again, thank you, boss Lu, for your generosity. In fact, there was no need to send so many tips, just a little gesture would have been enough. I feel like my content isn't worth that much money. At this point, Jing Haichuan put down his chopsticks, scratching his head shyly. He himself didn't know how to phrase it well, so he let the thoughts bubbling in his mind flow directly into his heartfelt words spoken towards the camera since the morning. I am just an ordinary migrant worker, who came to the city to earn a living. I don't have any special skills, relying only on sheer strength. You guys are willing to watch my videos, which are rather dull, and chat with me, I'm already very happy. Now, my family is facing some difficulties, so I've mustered the courage to ask for tips. If you're willing to give, please do, if not, it's fine too, we can just be friends. I don't want to take your money for nothing, after all, money doesn't grow on trees. Therefore, if you want me to film something specific or provide something entertaining, just say the word, and I'll do my best to fulfill your wishes. But this is just for entertainment. You shouldn't spend too much money on me. I think that money should be spent on oneself and one's family, that's what really matters, right? Hee hee. After speaking his mind in one breath, Zheng Haichuan initially thought he had said everything well. But upon reflection, he felt a bit regretful. Who gives back money after receiving it? He still needed to save for his little surgery cost. He truly was being, what was that term again? Sentimental. Zheng Haichuan's face was already sunburnt red, but after contemplating his own sentimentality for a while, it turned even redder. But since he had already spoken, there was no taking it back. Deciding to focus solely on eating instead, he buried his head in his meal. What he didn't know was that at the other end of the lens and through the network, the person he wanted to thank had truly heard his gratitude and experienced his inner conflict throughout. A moment later, a few quiet messages appeared discreetly at the bottom of the otherwise silent screen. Lu, overthinking. Lu, we don't lack this bit of money. Lu, instead of carrying steel bars, use your energy to cook more. Lu, it looks somewhat appetizing. Oh, Dr. Chi, are you starting to browse short videos? In the orthopedic department office, a group of medical staff gradually returned from the cafeteria, ready to eat their lunch. Dr. Sun, who had a fairly decent relationship with Dr. Chi, happened to notice that Dr. Chi, who usually ate without ever touching his phone or joining in their chats, was actually watching a video with headphones on. Dr. Sun was quite surprised and couldn't help making a comment. Dr. Chi didn't hide it. He placed the phone casually on the desk and replied indifferently, to enhance my appetite. Dr. Sun leaned over and glanced at the screen showing the red, spicy water-boiled meat dish, then looked down at their respective meal boxes filled with stir-fried cabbage and plain boiled shrimp. He nodded in agreement. Watching food broadcasts does enhance one's appetite. Chiyu lowered his eyes and let out a soft chuckle in his heart. Food broadcaster. If this guy could stick to being a food broadcaster, he wouldn't mind tipping him a bit more. Make more food? Sure, no problem. Turns out Boss Lu likes watching me cook. Hee hee, not to boast, but I'm actually pretty good at cooking. I worked as an apprentice in restaurants for years. Back then, I almost opened my own place. Zheng Haichuan patted his chest, making a bold promise, his heart leaping with joy. This was a big boss. One tip and it's already over $1,000. He had to take care of this one well, there was no way he'd let such a quality fan slip away. Though it's not like he was after daily tips from this person or anything, but if Boss Lu occasionally threw some gifts his way when feeling happy, that'd be great too, right? Thinking about this, Zheng Haichuan felt his meal tasting even better. Chuckling happily, he dug into his food again, quickly clearing the iron bowl of its contents. Soon, all that remained in his hand was a few final mouthfuls. This is the last bite for today, he held up the empty bowl to the camera before tilting it back and shoveling the last bits into his mouth. With a muffled voice, he added, absolutely committed to finishing everything, no rice wasted. Chapter 47, Eating Zongzi. Chiyu's day shift went smoothly today, with no emergencies or surgeries, and he managed to go home right on time. As usual, he stopped by the supermarket to buy some cooked food and marinated dishes for dinner. The supermarket was playing a cheerful traditional folk song. Chiyu noticed the colorful silk threads and small Zongzi toys hanging from the ceiling and shelves around him, and only then realized that the Dragon Boat Festival was just around the corner. He had been living alone for many years, now working shifts, and except for Spring Festival, he hardly paid attention to other regular holidays anymore, nor did he feel the need to celebrate them. The supermarket sales aunties kept recommending various flavors of Zongzi to him, but Chiyu uniformly refused coldly. However, when he reached the old house building, Grandma Gui sitting at the shop's entrance insisted on stuffing 2 Zongzi into his hands. Chiyu couldn't refuse, so he could only carry them upstairs with him. As soon as he stepped onto the third-floor staircase, he heard a mock-strict voice coming from a half-open door with mugwort hanging on it. Jing Jiahe, stop eating. If you eat too much now, you won't be able to eat your meal later. There isn't any left, came the muffled childlike reply, his throat audibly full of sticky rice chewiness. Zheng Haichuan walked out of the kitchen holding a Zongzi, and immediately saw his chubby-cheeked nephew. On the table was an empty plate with only packaging remaining, and Zheng Haichuan helplessly pinched his nephew's cheeks. Eating too much glutinous rice will cause bloating. Zheng Haichuan had just arrived home. When he picked up little He earlier downstairs, he discovered that his nephew had several rice dumplings in his pocket, which Sister Hong said were made by neighbor Grandma Gui across the street. Grateful in his heart, Zheng Haichuan quickly took the little guy to thank her, but unexpectedly, she forced even more freshly wrapped Zongzi into their hands, making him feel awkward and wanting to pay her. Grandma Goe wouldn't take the money Jing Haichuan offered, merely smiling and patting Jing Jiahe's head, saying, "Eat more, so you grow taller." Aha! Jing Jiahe nodded seriously. "I want to grow as tall as Uncle Yo." Jing Haichuan couldn't help but laugh wryly, remembering this favor from Grandma Goe. After expressing his gratitude, he brought his nephew upstairs to cook dinner. There was still leftover boiled dish seasoning from yesterday. Originally, Jing Haichuan planned to make do with leftovers tonight, but during lunchtime, one of his fan bosses mentioned wanting to see his cooking videos, so Jing Haichuan bought a fish after finishing work, intending to shoot a video of Sichuan boiled fish for dinner. That boss who paid, that big spending LV boss, has already become one of the most important people in Jing Haichuan's mind. To thank the boss for his support, he really needed to make something decent. Conveniently, with the zongzi, there was no need to cook rice. Jing Jiahe tried to turn his head away from Uncle Yo's face pinching but ended up catching sight of Chiyu walking upstairs instead. He immediately politely greeted him, "Uncle Lu." Chiyu had intended to simply open the door and go straight home but was momentarily halted. Hey, LV. Dr. Chi. Jing Haichuan almost followed his nephew's mispronunciation, but corrected himself quickly and greeted Chiyu, "Have you eaten?" Chiyu and Jing Haichuan exchanged a glance, with Chiyu looking away first. "Not yet." He bent down to look for his keys inside his briefcase. After digesting things on his own over these past few days, Chiyu gradually recognized that he actually liked this migrant worker before him, a fact that filled him with both resistance and a constant, uncontrollable desire to focus on him, making him extremely conflicted. This conflict was not only reflected in his unprecedented behavior of tipping the man large sums online but also evident in his present dialogue with Jing Haichuan. "If you haven't eaten, why don't you come over and eat together?" Jing Haichuan pushed the door wide open eagerly and sincerely invited Chiyu over. In Jing Haichuan's mind, Dr. Chi was not only a neighbor friend but also a great benefactor for noticing his son's illness, so proper hospitality was mandatory. "No need." Chiyu raised his arm, showing off the prepared meals he had bought. Didn't Grandma Goe give you zongzi as well?" Jing Haichuan noticed the string of zongzi similar to those in his own plate in Chiyu's hand, laughing even wider, "It's Dragon Boat Festival, and I've got plenty ready. Just steamed a batch. Bring yours over so we can steam them together, and you won't have to wash pots afterwards." Chiyu recalled that indeed, his kitchen at home had nothing. He caught the whiff of bamboo leaves scent drifting from Jing Haichuan's place and involuntarily loosened his grip on the keys. Rarely was the dining table at Jing Haichuan's house filled with so many dishes again. In the center of the table was a large iron dish filled with boiled fish. A vibrant red broth formed its base, supporting a hefty grass carp that weighed several caddies, lying lengthwise and scored by the knife for even seasoning penetration. Its surface brimmed with spices, numbing peppercorns, star anise, green onions, chili peppers. Beneath the main ingredients lay thinly sliced potatoes, lotus root, bean sprouts, and cucumber slices. The dish alone looked fresh and spicy scented, while its aroma of fried soy sauce lingered enticingly in the air. Next to the boiled fish were two cold dishes. One was mixed shredded vegetables, and the other was a roasted deli platter. The colors were all fresh, as though they had just been poured from plastic takeaway boxes. The cured meats had been reheated in steam baskets, now releasing a rich salty aroma. Another large porcelain plate sat on the table, filled with freshly steamed zongzi, their cotton thread still tied around their bamboo leaves after being taken out of the pot. "I'm not sure what flavor these zongzi are. I've prepared 2 dipping sauces, Dr. Chi, so you can choose yourself." Jing Haichuan was the last to take his seat at the table, placing 2 hand-sized dipping plates in front of Chiyu, one with sugar and the other with red chili oil. He then set another red oil dipping plate between himself and little he. Chiyu stared at the chili oil in front of him, his usually expressionless face breaking slightly. "You dip your zongzi in chili sauce when you eat them?" Jing Haichuan gave him an entirely matter-of-fact response. "Yeah. It's much more fragrant this way." Chiyu had never felt so inexperienced in life before. He subtly used the chopstick's legs to push the plate of red oil sauce further away from himself. Sitting across from Chiyu, Jing Haichuan caught sight of this subtle move. He tried hard to suppress a laugh but found Chiyu's cool demeanor slightly intimidating, forcing him to quickly lower his head to unwrap a zongzi and bite back his chuckle. How strange, Dr. Lu looked just like his little Jiahe, didn't he? And there, picky eating tendencies. Perhaps peeking into the hidden warmth behind Chiyu's icy exterior or simply feeling that their relationship had reached a comfortable friendship, Jing Haichuan suddenly felt a playful urge arise. Holding a zongzi he'd just peeled into 2 halves, Jing Haichuan dipped both pieces in the red oil chili sauce, and then placed one half in Jing Jiahe's bowl and extended the other half directly to Chiyu. "Wanna try?" The young man's arm muscles bulged with strength, his biceps curving as he flexed, but his movements remained careful and gentle. Even his other hand came beneath the zongzi to catch any rice balls that might drop. Chiyu glanced up, only to find the spice-flavored zongzi already delivered to his lips. And the person feeding him grinned broadly, revealing pearly white teeth that shone brighter than the sticky rice beside his lips. "Just have one bite, it's really good." Chapter 48, There's a Fool. Many times, people say life often has its share of sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness. But for ordinary people, daily life is in fact mostly bland. Like the workers who work away from home like Jing Haikuan, they exchange their physical strength and sweat under the blazing sun for wages. Medical professionals like Chiyu rely on technology and mental labor to race against death. And there are many young children like Jing Jiahe, who at this age can still play carefree without worrying about making a living or the troubles of daily chores. This kind of life is regular and repetitive, seemingly uninteresting, but time marches on, and the people and events that each person experiences also change. The construction site where Jing Haikuan worked gradually had cement injected into it, and the building began to take shape. The patients Chiyu treated were discharged from the hospital, and idle beds welcomed new guests. Jing Jiahe's body gradually grew with age, while the changes in his arms may not be noticeable, they were stretching toward an unpredictable direction. Before they knew it, time had flown by, and it was the end of summer. Originally intending to just temporarily stay in the urban village, Chiyu did not know why he had lived there for several months without moving. He told himself it was because every day after work, he could hear the noise from the construction site at home, but Chiyu actually also knew deep down that the reason he stayed here was not just because of the construction site, but also someone working on the site. During this period of time, Chiyu occasionally went to Jing Haichuan's house for dinner. Of course, he was always invited enthusiastically by Jing Haikuan, though Chiyu's refusal weakened more and more over time. Jing Haikuan had plenty of reasons to invite him, treating young Hima's illness. One feels indebted when accepting another's hospitality. Though Chiyu hadn't eaten too many meals there, he had long been concerned about Jing Jiahe's illness. Not to mention the dedication of Jing Haikuan in earning money for his nephew's surgery, whether dealing with him normally or through live streaming videos, Chiyu saw clearly that sometimes he even wanted to tell Jing Haikuan not to bother so much, working stupidly until exhaustion while forcing smiles for the camera, yet earning in a day less than what others get from collecting rent. When Chiyu moved into this old building, he didn't bring much stuff, but a bank card has always been tucked in the side pocket of his suitcase. He hadn't touched that card since graduation, but there was far more money in the card than what Jing Haikuan might earn in a lifetime. At times when facing Jing Haichuan's weary yet foolishly laughing face, Chiyu was very tempted to take out the card and slap it onto his face, telling him he could lend him the money. But Chiyu never acted on it. Because he knew Jing Haikuan wouldn't accept. Chiyu always thought that he didn't understand people like Jing Haikuan. Living such a hard and tiring life. Yet being joyful all day. But now he realized, it wasn't that he didn't understand. It was that he didn't want to understand. Because people like this disappeared from his mind long ago. But at the same time, this kind of person was also deeply buried in his heart, what he most yearned for. Chiyu's memories probably began around the ages of 3 or 4. Back then, his family was still considered outsiders newly residing at the patriarch's home. The young couple, to raise their child, moved from the countryside to this special economic zone full of reform and opening up momentum, hoping to achieve something here. Their clan's patriarch became their refuge. The patriarch's village had been completely renovated a few years prior. Factories were built nearby, and the village had constructed new small buildings. The patriarch lived alone on one large floor of the house and generously allowed them a family of 3 to occupy half of it. Both members of the young couple entered the factory. The husband became a workshop worker, and the wife filled electronic components on the assembly line. Life passed by peacefully and comfortably. Later, more people entered the factory, the surrounding population grew, and many villagers started planting buildings, procuring building materials through various channels to make single-story houses into 2-story ones, or 2-story ones into 3-story ones. The taller the building grew, the more rents it generated. Qi Guangji, Chiyu's father, also joined the trend of planting buildings. With help from colleagues and friends, he procured a lot of building materials, took matters into his own hands, and transformed Grandpa Qi's bungalow into a 3-story building. The family moved into the 3rd floor. Grandpa Qi resided on the 1st floor due to his old age, and the 2nd floor was rented out. At that time, Qi Guangji still had a kind heart. His effort to build the house was solely to repay Grandpa Qi for taking care of their entire family. Collecting some rent ensured that Grandpa Qi, at his old age, no longer needed to find work outside. People's hearts are all made of flesh, and Grandpa Qi lived alone in Pingcheng. The appearance of Chiyu's family also accompanied him through his lonely later years. Therefore, when he passed away, he handed over his house to the couple. Grandpa Qi was kind-hearted. He thought that this house would allow the young family of 3 to live better in the city, but he forgot that sometimes when people own too much that doesn't belong to them, they change into a different form. In some sense, Chiyu's family indeed lived better and better. The land beneath their feet appreciated every day, and Qi Guangji quit his job altogether, spending several more years expanding the 3-story building into 7 stories. After that, the family's income kept increasing. The tenants in the house came and went, but the rooms were always there, meaning there was always money coming in. Qi Guangji started to spend extravagantly. He began socializing with unsavory friends, bragging, drinking, singing karaoke, and playing cards. But no matter how much money one has, it can't withstand constant squandering. Later, Qi Guangji fell prey to a scammer and incurred a huge debt. Debt collectors visited frequently, and if it weren't for Qi Yu's mother, Zhang Wanfeng, supporting the family, it would have collapsed by then. At that time, Zhang Wanfeng emptied their savings to pay off the debts, but her health suddenly deteriorated. She spent a long time in the hospital without discovering the cause of her illness. Qi Guangji sobered up and realized his wife was sick and his son hated him. His family was falling apart, which finally prompted him to repent and swear under the heavens never to do foolish things again. Qi Yu was pacified by his kind-hearted mother, who had no choice but to bury this unpleasant experience deep in his heart, and from then on stopped treating Qi Guangji as a father. Those years were tough for the family. They mortgaged the house, and their living space shrank by half. After struggling for a few years, they repaid all the debts. During this process, Qi Yu grew from a boy into an adult, witnessing many filthy and disgraceful matters in the urban village. It seemed like life was gradually heading toward a better direction again. But with another sudden surge in land value, distant relatives of Qi's family started to eye the self-built building. There were those asking for loans, claiming kinship, or forging connections, with someone visiting almost every day. Qi Guangji, having fallen into a trap once, tightly clutched his money. However, this didn't stop him from enjoying the admiration of friends and relatives. Thus, whenever he was idle, he wandered around the village chatting, drinking tea, and gossiping. Qi Yu was annoyed by these matters and, worried about his mother's illness, chose to study abroad. However, with no one at home to take care of things, Zhang Wanfeng suddenly fell ill and remained undetected for a long time. By the time Qi Guangji returned home, his wife was already in a deep coma, and due to the narrow, congested roads in the village, the ambulance couldn't arrive in time. When Qi Yu received the notification, his mother was beyond saving. Qi Yu immediately bought a ticket and returned home overnight. He saw his mother for the last time and since then refused to recognize his nominal father ever again. In this urban village, Qi Yu witnessed far too many people and events that filled him with disdain. The rich here could indulge in luxury and splurge recklessly, while the poor schemed in the dark corners of streets and alleys, figuring out how to just get by. Here resided the carefree landlords who rented out properties, young white-collar workers commuting to office buildings, hair salon girls willing to work for a meager salary, old men who rushed to grab cardboard whenever they saw garbage being thrown away, petty thieves who could easily pick 2 phones and 3 wallets while casually walking through a crowd, and part-time laborers whose daily wages were enough to keep them in internet cafes for a week. When Qi Yu's family was wealthy, he had seen too many people making money effortlessly. When they were not, he also saw too many people bending their backs and losing their dignity for money. In countless crowded farmers' houses and gloomy handshake buildings, densely packed were various kinds of ordinary citizens. Most of them worried about money every day and could even turn monstrous because of it. Qi Yu did not deny that there were many normal people among them. In fact, many of his neighbors were gentle and harmless, diligently doing their work, silently rushing around every day, and willing to lend a hand to their neighbors. But when it came to monetary interests, the tone of many matters changed. People's behaviors also changed. Even Sister Hong, Teacher Lu, and Mr. Gui, who had substantial wealth, as Qi Yu once accidentally heard from street gossip, had all fallen victim to such pitfalls before. After the loss of his beloved one, Qi Yu could no longer harbor any good feelings for this place. This place was like a cage, trapping countless people struggling to make a living. Gloomy, depressing, suffocating. Narrow streets, petty-minded people, here it was hard for good people to survive, only the profit-driven ones could break free from the net. Qi Yu thought he would never return here. He no longer believed that anyone could bear the hardships of life with integrity. He no longer believed that anyone would not treat money as their life, just for sustenance without seeking anything else. But after meeting Zheng Haichuan, Qi Yu realized that there are still fools in this world. Fools who, despite the grim world around them, still stubbornly cling to hope and face the light with gritted teeth. And he, Qi Yu, found himself unable to resist such a fool. Chapter 49, Urgent to the Point of Desperation. The night shift at the hospital was not much easier than the day. Many patients who came at night had emergencies or critical conditions. Doctors had to quickly make judgments and respond accordingly. Severe cases required immediate surgery organization. After finally finishing a hectic period and being able to rest for a bit, the light of dawn would already be breaking through the window. Qi Yu returned to his workstation, somewhat tired as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He had gone to the emergency room earlier that night to help out and had just come back to catch his breath. He went to the tea room and mixed a packet of instant coffee, then sat down and continued flipping through the documents on his desk. Regarding the illness of the young patient next door, Qi Yu recently had some new ideas. This stemmed from the research topic he was working on. One of the main reasons Qi Yu went abroad initially was due to his mother's illness. At that time, domestic diagnostic techniques were not precise enough, and the risks of surgery were significant. Qi Yu studied under the most renowned expert in the field, beginning research on safer and more accurate minimally invasive ablation technology. He hoped that after mastering this knowledge, he could restore his mother's health by himself. However, just when his research made some breakthroughs, the person he wanted to save was already gone. Qi Yu didn't continue his further studies but instead came back and worked as an ordinary doctor near home. Later, Director Chiu Guoyang from his department somehow found out about his previous research direction. During his spare time, he assigned several research topics to Qi Yu, urging him to pick one and do something with it. Frankly speaking, Qi Yu did not have any lofty aspirations to save lives or humanity. He chose this profession at first solely to save the person he loved the most. When his mother passed away, Qi Yu even lost the motivation to keep moving forward. Even though he had some interest in medicine, such interest was only enough to sustain practicing medicine as a job he excelled at and that provided livelihood. Chiyu didn't think he possessed the ability or compassion to save all the suffering people in the world. Sometimes, when he looked at patients with poor prognosis, he even felt that death might be a form of relief. Yet he also knew that for the patient's family, relief itself was a false proposition. Unless the patient truly recovers, they endure pain and torment no less than what the patient experiences. So Chiyu accepted the research topic. With the integration of the latest computer and optoelectronic technologies, he began researching advanced internal tissue detection and minimally invasive procedures. Now his research project has achieved certain experimental results, and animal experiments have been successfully completed. It is entering the clinical validation stage. Originally, Chiyu's research focus was laser minimally invasive ablation of limb arteries. However, during one experiment, he suddenly had an epiphany and operated the instrument to manipulate the joint cavity and bone tissues of the simulated limb. He discovered that simply adjusting certain parameters and the operation probe, the new device in his hands could potentially play an unexpected role in another field. Chiyu informed Director Chiu of this conclusion and contacted his former mentor and classmates overseas. Experts on both sides organized various discussions and studies, and are now conducting final validations. If the validation succeeds, then perhaps Xingjiaxia Hemio's disease does not require open surgery or bone replacement. A small incision in the upper limb could suffice, using optoelectronic fibers to precisely locate the affected area, followed by minimally invasive ablation of diseased tissue. If it really works this way, well, the fool will probably laugh non-stop for 3 days straight without closing his mouth. An image of Zheng Haichuan smiling broadly appeared in Chiyu's mind. He unconsciously curled his lips, took a sip of coffee, and continued to flip through literature and data. Before the early morning shift handover, Chiyu conducted his final round of ward checks. He inspected patients in each room with several intern doctors following him. Along the way, he encountered a family member of a patient who had just undergone appendectomy, making unreasonable trouble. Chiyu efficiently resolved the issue and also checked the condition and symptoms of a young woman admitted to the emergency room last night. The girl looked rather petite in the face, yet something about her seemed peculiar to Chiyu. Despite her thin appearance, her skeletal contour resembled that of a male. But Chiyu didn't dwell on it. He rarely wasted time on things or people he wasn't concerned about. He only briefly explained to the interns how to handle such situations during the night shift, since although they were specialists, sometimes they still needed to handle emergency situations flexibly. In fact, Chiyu's attention was slightly scattered at the moment. He was thinking about whether, after the shift change, he should buy more breakfast from the cafeteria. Yesterday, he had casually glanced at Zheng Haichuan's latest video. The silly man was moaning pitifully about the price of steamed buns rising and how eggs were becoming unaffordable, with a box of 8 costing 10 yuan. He was even thinking of finding other ways to make some money. Chiyu casually threw in a 100 yuan tip, but since it wasn't live streaming, he didn't follow up on Zheng Haichuan's reaction afterward. Sometimes when his night shift ended early, he would bump into Zheng Haichuan on the way home. Chiyu figured that anyway, he couldn't spend all the money in his meal card, so buying more eggs and steamed buns and giving them away wouldn't hurt. After all, he'd eaten so many meals at Zheng Haichuan's house, this was simply returning the favor. Just as Chiyu's thoughts were wandering, the nurse's station received an internal line call. After hanging up, a nurse quickly poked her head out to call for Chiyu. Dr. Chi, there's a worker from the construction site next door who got injured by falling objects. He's being brought over right now and needs immediate surgery. Chiyu's face changed. He didn't know what he was thinking just then, only feeling his mind buzzing. He rushed off, leaving the interns behind, and quickly made his way downstairs toward the emergency room. On his way down, Chiyu kept scolding Zheng Haichuan in his mind. He better not be the one involved. If it really turned out to be that idiot, he'd tell the anesthesiologist not to give him any anesthesia during the operation. Let that fool feel the pain. By the time Chiyu reached the gurney where the groaning man was holding his ribs, the lump of resentment in his throat finally dissipated. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Not him. Not Zheng Haichuan. Chiyu tucked his slightly trembling hands into his coat pockets to hide them, his white lab coat covering him steadily as he spoke calmly and composedly, prepare for debridement and move him into the sterile room. After finishing one surgery, another 2 hours had passed. The hospital cafeteria had already transitioned from serving breakfast to lunch, but Chiyu didn't have the energy to go out anymore. He ate something randomly and went home, exhausted, collapsing straight into bed. He slept all the way until evening. Chiyu woke up due to the noise outside his house. Frowning, he got up and dressed, originally not wanting to meddle, but hearing what sounded like a little boy crying nearby changed his mind. What's going on? Chiyu opened the door with a cold expression. Oh, young master you. It was Hongjie from the first floor, along with Mr. Lu from upstairs. Do you have any other contact details for Dutchwan? We've called his phone multiple times but there's no answer, and he hasn't come back either. It's almost 9 o'clock, he has never been this late without coming back. Little Hamao is waiting for him and hasn't eaten dinner yet, this is driving us crazy. Chapter 50, Medical Expenses. Jing Jiahe was temporarily taken back to Chiyu's room. Sister Hong had made plans to play mahjong in the evening. After waiting and waiting without seeing Zheng Haichuan come back, she decided to send Little upstairs to Teacher Lu first. But Teacher Lu had a book club meeting that night, and they met at the stairwell, realizing Zheng Haichuan couldn't be reached. The two became slightly worried something might have happened, but little did they know their guess was overheard by Zheng Jiahe, who began sobbing right away. Wah! Uncle Yeo, has Uncle Yeo left me too? I'll be good, please don't leave me. I won't go out to play anymore. I will eat eggs every day, Uncle Yeo, hiccup. Uncle Yeo, come back quickly. The adults around listened to the little one's words, feeling uneasy in their hearts. What nonsense are you thinking about? Sister Hong scolded as she lightly tapped the back of Little S' head. Your Uncle Yeo not wanting someone means he wouldn't not want you. Exactly, Little, don't overthink things, kids who think too much won't grow tall. Teacher Lu also squatted beside the child to soothe him. Maybe your Uncle Yeo went to queue up for some delicious food for you and will be back soon. Standing idly in the corridor wasn't going to solve anything. Chi Yu stared at the tightly shut door of Zhang's house for a moment before decisively taking Zheng Jiahe back to his own home temporarily. His reason was quite sound. We live next door. If I keep him here, we can see him as soon as you're back. After Sister Hong and Teacher Lu left with some reassurance. Only Chi Yu and Zheng Jiahe were left behind. One sat with a cold face, while the other sniffled pitifully, sitting on Chi Yu's couch facing each other awkwardly. What do you feel like eating? Chi Yu truly lacked experience interacting alone with a child. The air remained quiet for a long while before he finally asked. By this time, Zheng Jiahe had stopped crying, but occasionally let out a silent sob. I'm not picky. The small boy, sitting on the clean fabric sofa, clutched the cushion beneath his bottom tensely, saying quietly. Knowing he wouldn't get much more out of him, Chi Yu lowered his head and opened his phone, ordering a few home-style dishes for delivery. He remembered how much this child seemed to enjoy such dishes when he was at Zheng Haichuan's place before. After placing the order, Chi Yu switched on the rarely used TV in his home and tuned it to the children's channel for Zheng Jiahe. The little one's attention was soon captured by cartoon characters on the TV. Chi Yu relaxed internally, lowering his eyes again to continue scrolling through his phone screen. He wondered if the person unreachable by phone would leave any traces online. So, Chi Yu opened a video app and found Zheng Haichuan's latest live stream replay. The video's date showed today unmistakably. Hey everyone, I'm De Chuan working hard to make money. For lunch, I didn't bring my own meal, so I bought takeout. Bought a self-selection set meal from the village opposite the construction site, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, all for 15 yuan, still manageable. Take a look, there's stir-fried meat with pepper, kung pao chicken, and quick stir-fried cabbage, although these meat dishes don't have much meat, all peppers and peanuts. Ha! Today I'll broadcast only briefly since I have to go to another construction site this afternoon. Not doing 2 jobs at once. Although, technically I am working 2 jobs, but fixing water and electricity isn't very tiring. Doing 2 tasks on site simultaneously would be unbearable. Why? It's just too exhausting. You might think moving and twisting rebars is an easy task, but those large beams and columns aren't simple to handle. If the foreman checks and finds they can be easily loosened, then you won't even get your pay. Forget that. I'm not going there to work, I'm going to find someone. In the video, the young man chattered amiably with the audience. At that moment, a 50-something slim worker passed by. That worker held his safety helmet loosely under his arm, came in, took a glance at Zheng Haichuan's meal, and remarked, not bad, De Chuan, you're eating pretty well. Big brother gone. Seeing the man, Zheng Haichuan reached out from a corner filmed by the video to grab another unopened boxed meal and grinned as he handed it to the thin man. Here, I got it for you. Huh? You got it for me? Old Gon revealed his smoke-stained yellow teeth with surprise, exclaiming, how can I accept this? This afternoon, I won't be here. The reinforcement bars on the beam side will need you to handle. This is what you deserve. Zheng Haichuan forcibly stuffed the box into Old Gon's hands. Hey, it's no big deal. The more I work, the more money I earn. Zheng Haichuan had already told his co-worker Old Gon in the morning that he would temporarily leave in the afternoon and asked Old Gon to help him with his work, offering him half a day's wages. People who worked here were all chasing money. If they could make a bit more, who wouldn't be willing? Besides, Old Gon was an experienced master who could handle the extra workload. Even though he said it casually, Old Gon did not refuse Zheng Haichuan's kindness and took the meal box. All these people working away from home often exchanged favors like this, which added a little flavor to their dull lives. After Old Gon left, Zheng Haichuan continued talking to the camera. Some new fans may not know the situation. Last year, my brother got injured at a construction site and broke his leg. Now, he is recovering in our hometown. When he was sent to the hospital, the damned foreman only paid for the surgery and then disappeared. My brother didn't have much money and also lacked medical insurance, so he had to be discharged and returned home to recover. I've visited their construction site many times before. I knew the foreman was there, but he always avoided seeing me. Today, one of the co-workers on that site messaged me saying that the big boss will be inspecting the site. In the afternoon, I'm going to intercept him early to reclaim my brother's medical expenses. If I'm lucky, maybe I can even get some compensation for damages for little. Zheng Haichuan briefly explained his afternoon plan as he ate a few mouthfuls of rice. The spicy peppers made him cough slightly, so he drank 2 sips from his large water pot before continuing. Anyway, everyone should study more and not become workers. Not only is the pay unstable, but when something happens, there's nowhere to go for justice. We're lowly, so we rarely see officials. Now, I have no choice but to learn from TV dramas and block the road to cry for injustice. Ha! The young man wearing a gray-white tank top chuckled to himself after speaking, perhaps feeling somewhat foolish about his own actions. Well, that's all for today. Everyone, wish me luck this afternoon. The young man scratched his head and waved goofily at the camera, and the next second, the screen went black. Chi-yu stared at the finished video, his face cold even under the phone's dark screen reflection. What an idiot. He planned to single-handedly claim money from the construction bosses. Not considering how many shady characters are involved in this industry, just looking at the other side's previous behavior suggests how this attempt will end. What gave him the courage to attend alone? His twisted rebar. And, if Chi-yu wasn't mistaken, he recalled his surgical patient from the afternoon. That skinny man whose leg was broken by falling debris and rushed to the ER with a pale face turned out to be none other than the old Gon featured in Zheng Haichuan's video. It's often said that smart people tend to overcomplicate things. At least in Chi-yu's mind, he'd already connected these incidents into several versions of conspiracies, each causing increasing concern. Chi-yu exited the video and immediately opened his contact list to call Cheng Zijuan. As the son of a demolition contractor, the Cheng family still knew many architectural engineering bosses. Originally, Chi-yu wanted to inquire from Cheng Zijuan about the background of the construction site where Zheng Haichuan went. But after calling, he suddenly realized that Zheng Haichuan never mentioned exactly where he was heading. What an idiot. Dead without anyone knowing where the body lies. Hello. Fishy boy, what do you need? On the other end of the phone, Cheng Zijuan looked confused, placing the phone near his ear, hearing nothing for a while. Hello. Hello. Brother Chi. Hello. Is anyone there? Cheng Zijuan brought the phone closer to his eyes, it was indeed his childhood friend. How rare. It was hard to believe that Chi-yu was voluntarily making this call, leading Cheng Zijuan to think that surely the sun must be rising from the west. That video app. Since the call was answered, Chi-yu couldn't just hang up right away. With a blank expression, he asked Cheng Zijuan. How do you set live stream notifications? Chi-yu couldn't help but think that if he had watched that dumb guy's live stream during lunchtime, maybe he could have stopped him. What the heck? Cheng Zijuan was lying lazily on the couch at home. Upon hearing this, he sat up abruptly. Oh my goodness. Which pretty lady caught the eye of our handsome brother Chi? Hurry up and send it over for me to check out. I really want to see who could possibly make our brother Chi chase after live streams. Just because Chi-yu couldn't do anything about Zheng Haichuan didn't mean he would let Cheng Zijuan get away with teasing him. He gave a cold laugh. Do you want me to take screenshots of all the tips I've sent and send them to your little sister? Cheng Zijuan's current girlfriend was nice, and they'd been steady for a few months. Chi-yu had even joined them for dinner once. The three of them were in a small group chat. Brother, I'm sorry, brother. Cheng Zijuan quickly begged for mercy, answering Chi-yu's questions honestly. For live stream notifications, you need to set the user as special attention. It's on the top right corner of the broadcaster's page, just click there. After setting up special attention, you'll get notified when they go live. I understand. You're really not going to spill the beans. Cheng Zijuan chattered incessantly over the phone. Brother, I just want to take a peek, satisfy my curiosity, see what the sister-in-law looks like, maybe even acknowledge her officially. No ulterior motives, promise. Chi-yu hung up coldly before Cheng Zijuan could finish his sentence. What does she look like? A sight so maddeningly endearing it could drive anyone crazy, that's what. Chapter 51, No Brain. 51, No Brain. Chi-yu calculated that if Zheng Haichuan hadn't returned by the time he and little one finished dinner, he would report to the police first. This city appeared to be filled with the bright light of high technology and modernization, but there were still many unseen corners adhering to traditional and old orders and unwritten rules. Zheng Haichuan had rushed over to stop someone, and Chi-yu deep down did not think it would end well. Facts also proved that Chi-yu was right. Not long after the deliverman brought the meal and the food boxes on the dining table were still steaming hot, a series of somewhat heavy footsteps came from the hallway. Chi-yu and Jing Jiahe sitting opposite him quickly lifted their heads and looked outside. The motion-sensitive lights on this floor had just lit up. The figure climbing upstairs moved unusually slowly, the yellowish light shining down from above casting a shadow of slow-moving gloom on the stairs. The young man's head was lowered, so his facial expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, the color of his tank top was illuminated clearly, patches here and there, unknown whether they were mud stains or blood stains, the dark color stained the gray-white fabric in disarray. In addition to the tank top, there were also multiple bruises on the wheat-colored arm holding onto the railing, while the other arm in equally bad shape was supporting his waist covered by clothing, helping with the steps upward. Screech. The wooden chair made a sharp and ear-piercing sound as it slid against the floor. Zheng Haichuan, who was slowly climbing the stairs, immediately looked up at the noise. Through the half-opened door, Zheng Haichuan met the gaze of a pair of narrow eyes. Those eyes were filled with emotions he could not yet comprehend, even though blocked by gold-rimmed glasses, the anger and heat rolling inside could not be concealed. Zheng Haichuan felt he didn't have the face to see anyone in his current condition. Therefore, his tall and robust body instinctively shrugged and hunched over, trying to shrink into a shrimp unnoticed within the shadows of the railing. Nevertheless, such avoidance was evidently meaningless when Chiyu strode forward and seized his arm. The grip was rather strong, but it loosened almost instantly, leaving only a faint touch. Despite this, it shifted Zheng Haichuan's center of gravity, leaning one side of his body against Chiyu's shoulders. "Hey, Dr. Liu." Zheng Haichuan flinched slightly, hesitantly moving his lips to try and flash an appearance of nothing wrong silly smile upwards at Chiyu. But there was a crack on his lower lip, and even a small movement hurt a little. "Dr. Chi, no, it's unnecessary trouble." Zheng Haichuan wanted to get away from Chiyu's support and walk himself, but then a glance from Chiyu flew across like a blade. "Shut up." "Oh." Zheng Haichuan didn't dare to make a sound anymore. He was obediently led back home by Chiyu, who was half supporting and half carrying him. "Uncle." When Zheng Haichuan sat down on the sofa in Chiyu's house, Zheng Jia, who had been anxiously waiting for a long time beside him, pounced. "Uncle, you finally returned." "Ouch ouchoo, take it easy, kid." Zheng Haichuan winced as he caught his young nephew, patting his head apologetically. "Sorry, uncle came back late today." Zheng Jia shook his head, noticing the blotches on his uncle's body. The little boy's eyes showed the worry of a little adult. "Uncle, what happened?" He reached out to touch. I fell on the road." Zheng Haichuan fabricated a poor lie. He held his nephew's hand, kneading it gently before placing it back beside him, advising, "Sit properly, don't move around. Your uncle is now more fragile than an egg." "Huh." At that moment, Chiyu emerged from the bedroom with something in his hand, sneering upon hearing Zheng Haichuan's words. "Eggs?" He slammed the first aid kit on the coffee table with ill grace and glared at Zheng Haichuan. "Didn't you just end up looking black and blue and having your eggs all scattered?" "Ah. Hee, it's kind of similar." Zheng Haichuan himself didn't know why he felt inexplicably guilty under Chiyu's glare. He tugged at Chiyu's pants and gave him a look on the sly, silently saying, "Dr. Liu, help me cover it up from little Jia." He hadn't noticed that unconsciously, he switched back to the older form of a dress, but Chiyu did notice, and his complexion softened a bit. "Jia, continue eating." Chiyu's eyes turned towards the little boy by his side. The takeout delivered just moments ago had just begun to be eaten by both. When Chiyu gave instructions, Zheng Jia dared not resist. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the injuries on Zheng Haichuan, filled with reluctance. "Listen to Uncle Liu, go eat." Zheng Haichuan quickly chimed in with Chiyu's words to hustle him along. "Uncle Liu is here to help your father bandage his wounds. After you finish eating, your uncle will be all better." Since his uncle had returned, the uneasiness in Zheng Jia's heart gradually faded away as he obediently headed towards the dining table with a simple, "Oh." In the mind of this small boy, his uncle was capable of anything. Even if he fell, it must have been the floor cracking, his uncle surely wouldn't have been hurt. At least he could still take down 3 people with one punch. One punch to knock down 3. In the bright living room, a well-built body, naked from the waist up, leaned sideways half laid on the sofa. When Zheng Haichuan had come back, he'd looked deflated, but now he appeared energized and enthusiastically describing to Chiyu his heroic feats from the afternoon when he fearlessly stood up against someone more powerful on the construction site. Chiyu had just soaked the cotton swab with hydrogen peroxide. Repeating Zheng Haichuan's words, he held onto Zheng Haichuan's wrist while prodding the wound with the cotton swab. "You used fists, they used sticks, and yet you're still proud about it." Hiss. "Dr. Liu, easier, please, easier." Zheng Haichuan sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice dropped low and weakly continued, "I didn't expect this either. Who would have thought in today's rule of law society, there are still such criminal-like behaviors." Chiyu truly wasn't sure whether to say Zheng Haichuan was naive or plain stupid. He was an adult already, strong enough to carry steel bars effortlessly, yet he seemed to leave his brain at home every time he stepped out. He said coldly, "You should feel lucky that they merely sent some people to beat you up and not bury you alive in a pit." "Huh, that's too exaggerated." Zheng Haichuan originally thought Chiyu was joking around, but the sudden chill down his back made him shiver and stutter nervously. No way, broad daylight." Chiyu decided not to mention his co-worker's injury right then and there. This big-hearted man had a softer heart than women. If he found out that a co-worker was injured for covering his shift, there was no doubt he'd immediately get up from the couch and rush off to the hospital. Chiyu, however, was the type who kept everything close to his chest, tough and hard inside, with little room for many people. At the moment, he only hoped that the person in front of him would remain peaceful and quietly lie there recuperating. The next street over. Throwing the blood-stained cotton swabs into the trash bin, Chiyu drew 2 clean ones to continue cleaning Zheng Haichuan's wounds, saying casually, "Just around the corner, a garbage can. A few years ago, someone uncovered body parts inside." "What?" "Stone blocks." Zheng Haichuan didn't hear clearly. Chiyu's cotton swab swept over Zheng Haichuan's scraped elbow, cool and wet, tracing across his arm, followed by a calm voice, "After untying the plastic bag, you can see a severed finger attached to one of the body parts." This time, Zheng Haichuan finally understood clearly, sending a shiver down his spine. Dr. Lu, don't scare me like this. The muscles bundled behind his shoulder tightened, pressing against Chi Yu's fingers. I'm not scaring you. Chi Yu remained utterly composed, calmly locking eyes with Zheng Haichuan's frightened sidelong glance. It was Aunt Zhang, the sanitation worker upstairs, who discovered it. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself. Gulp. Zheng Haichuan felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Good lord, so it turns out reality could also bring one so close to murder scenes from TV dramas. Chi Yu lowered his gaze, clearly able to see the individual sweat hairs rising on the golden-brown skin just inches away. The fury in his eyes slowly subsided, replaced by a hint of a faint smile. Deserved. He deserved to learn what fear means in those two written characters. Chapter 52, Care for Him. Zheng Haichuan's injuries were mainly concentrated on his limbs and back. His face also took a punch. Chi Yu conducted a quick examination and felt a mixture of frustration and relief. Thankfully, this man only suffered flesh wounds, without any damage to tissues or bones. In a bit, follow me to the hospital, then go to the police station tomorrow morning. He declared. For now, Chi Yu only performed basic cleaning and bandaging to stop the bleeding. However, Zheng Haichuan had a long cut on his arm, which Chi Yu judged would be best treated with stitches, and he also needed a tetanus shot. Do we still need to go to the hospital? It should be fine, right? During normal days, Zheng Haichuan's body would often bruise or bleed from carrying steel rods and bricks. Although today he was beaten quite badly, it wasn't much of a concern for him. He simply felt that going to the hospital would waste another sum of money, thinking it better to just apply some medicine and rest for a few days. But before Zheng Haichuan could even say this, under the icy stare of the man in front of him, these words silently swallowed themselves. Dr. Lu today seemed a little different. Zheng Haichuan couldn't exactly describe the feeling. He used to fear Dr. Lu when he'd get a frosty look, but today though Dr. Lu didn't seem pleased either, somehow, he didn't feel as scared. Instead, he wanted to say something, or do something, to make Dr. Lu happy. Alright, I'll go if you want. Sitting up, Zheng Haichuan looked at Chi Yu with a hint of hesitancy. Dr. Lu, will you take me? Or what? Chi Yu sneered impatiently. If I don't keep an eye on you, who knows where you'll run off to again. I certainly don't want to babysit you, nor do I plan to deal with emergency cases involving broken arms or legs tomorrow. At the dining table, Jing Jiahe, who was quietly eating, glanced up blankly, then resumed his meal under Chi Yu's gaze. Humph, this dish isn't as good as Uncle Yeo's cooking. Hey, given my current state, how dare I even think about running around more? Zheng Haichuan quickly swore by heaven, but, do we really have to go to the police station? Such minor injuries shouldn't bother the police officers, right? As an ordinary citizen, Zheng Haichuan naturally harbored a deep respect for people in professions like doctors and police officers. Minor injury? Chi Yu nearly grabbed Zheng Haichuan's ear to show him how his coworker looked so pitiful that if not sent in time, he might have required amputation. In comparison with those who've endured bone fractures fixed with metal plates, although Zheng Haichuan's condition was indeed slightly better, it wasn't great by any means. Red, blue, and purple all over, flowering across his wheat-colored skin. Are you planning to wait until you're discovered in a trash bin to count as severely injured? Then you won't have to earn or beg for money anymore, Chi Yu spoke coldly, grinding his molars. Just lie down in your coffin, and let your nephew wear morning clothes for you. Isn't that more relaxing? Everyone who heard Chi Yu's sharp tongue knew its power. However, for Zheng Haichuan, it seemed he could instinctively detect the vigor and gentleness behind Chi Yu's razor-sharp words. That is, only when someone truly mattered, would there unconsciously emanate such a piercing energy. It could saw through steel and wood, yet shield against storms and rain. Though Zheng Haichuan couldn't think of such culturally profound metaphors at the moment, he did deeply understand that Dr. Lu genuinely cared about him, fearing anything bad might happen to him. I'm wrong, yes, to the police station, go. Zheng Haichuan hurriedly covered Chi Yu's mouth, begging for mercy. Dr. Lu, please stop talking. If you continue, I'll dig up the ground to bury myself out of guilt. In the living room, colorful cartoons played on the TV, their music attracting the eyes of the little child eating by the dining table. Zheng Haichuan turned his head to look at his earnestly dining young nephew and internally agreed with Chi Yu's words. Today, he acted too rashly. His thoughts were overly simple, assuming reasoning with people would help him recover money. Yet, reality suggested another possibility, that not only would he not get the money, but might end up in trouble himself. If it weren't for his strength and agility today, allowing him to escape, things might have turned out much worse. At that point, what would happen to his young rice sprout? With both father and uncle absent, a 4-year-old child left alone in this chaotic urban village, what misfortunes might occur? Zheng Haichuan felt fearful just thinking about it. Thus, he dared not let Chi Yu speak further. Just picturing the imaginary scenario chilled him. The palm pressing against his lips, rough and fiery like its owner. Chi Yu lowered his gaze, clearly seeing the torn edges of the fingernails. In his breath, there was not only the smell of medicine evaporation but also the dust and sweat odor from a whole day's hustle. It was a smell that Chi Yu used to detest. The professional habit of a doctor made him very fond of cleanliness. Meanwhile, due to his youthful experiences, he had a natural aversion to the complex odors emanating from people who worked at the bottom levels of society. Rotten leaves, smelly gutters, camphor balls at the bottom of boxes, moldy dampness that wouldn't dry, long unwashed clothes, grease sticking to hair ends. Whenever these smells invaded his nostrils, they always instinctively made him wrinkle his brow. Now, the scent detected at the tip of his nose wasn't much better than those. But Chi Yu did not pull away, nor did he knock off Zheng Haichuan's hand. He just heavily stared at the person in front of him. Staring at the honest thick eyebrows and big eyes, staring at the tanned face flushed with pain endurance, staring at the rough lips dried and peeling, and at the corner of the lips where someone had struck him, leaving behind a crack with blood scab. Chi Yu felt something restless churning within his blood. Zheng Haichuan was scorched by Chi Yu's gaze. He retracted his hand, feeling uneasy under Dr. LV's stare across his whole body. Summer nights were hot, but the air conditioner in Chi Yu's house had been on for quite some time, making the temperature pleasant. Unconsciously, Zheng Haichuan picked up the shirt he'd shed to apply medication and put it back on, simultaneously showing a toothy grin as he sought approval from Chi Yu. Then after little seedling falls asleep, we'll go. It sounded like a married couple planning their night life after the child goes to sleep. Chi Yu startled himself with his extended musings. He abruptly stood up, snatched a short-sleeved shirt that had just dried from the balcony rack, and threw it on Zheng Haichuan's face, covering his bare torso. Out of sight, out of mind. Whatever you want. At this point, he still thought about the kid first. Chi Yu was angry at himself for ever finding someone like this attractive, yet simultaneously his limits crumbled again because of what he said. Put your clothes on, come over and have dinner. Chapter 53, Shocked. Zheng Haichuan usually wears a casual vest and finds it weird to put on Chi Yu's shirt. I've never looked this decent before. He saw his reflection in the hospital elevator and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Looking decent while getting beaten up, looking decent while getting stitched. Chi Yu added coldly from the side. Cough. Zheng Haichuan immediately straightened his chest and promised, there won't be a next time, Dr. LV. You're right, we need to pursue legal means to uphold justice. Zheng Haichuan repeated every word of what Chi Yu had said to him on their way to the hospital, making Chi Yu speechless. Chi Yu could only glare at him and look at the tightly stretched shirt buttons due to Zheng Haichuan's build. Their bone structures were roughly the same, so why did the clothes look so improper on this hick? At the end of the day, it was all because of his thick skin. Too much meat, too resilient. In today's society governed by rule of law, beating people for no reason constitutes a crime. Chi Yu was unsure whether it fell under intentional injury or provoking trouble, but Zheng Haichuan's injuries were evident. After filing a police report and undergoing an injury assessment, there would be a basis for subsequent compensation and accountability. Thus, after Zheng Haichuan finished dealing with his wounds at the hospital, Chi Yu took him to the local police station to file a report. Almost everything that night, Zheng Haichuan let Chi Yu lead the way. He watched Chi Yu contact doctors and nurses, watched Chi Yu get medicine at the front desk, watched Chi Yu concisely explain the events to the officer, calm, rational, full of logic. Zheng Haichuan hardly needed to think about anything, he just followed Chi Yu's instructions. There seemed to have never been such a person in Zheng Haichuan's life. His parents were farmers who tilled the soil with their faces toward the earth and backs toward the sky, illiterate and without any sense of initiative. Zheng Haichuan didn't like studying, and neither did the teachers care about him. He grew up in a savage manner until he reached the age of understanding. Later, he went out to work with his elder brother, and indeed experienced a different world. However, his surroundings still consisted of those who came from the countryside, living similar lives with meager incomes. People belonged to different social circles, and Zheng Haichuan always knew this. He wasn't envious because it was useless anyway. But if asked whether he wanted to meet those brilliant, capable people, Zheng Haichuan would certainly nod without hesitation. In Zheng Haichuan's eyes, Chi Yu was such a person. Graduated from a prestigious university, young and promising, in a respected profession of saving lives, earning a wage that came from intelligence and wisdom. Not to mention that such a person was also very handsome and attractive, drawing countless glances wherever they stood. Zheng Haichuan noticed that during the case registration, at least 5 young and beautiful drunk girls in the police station hall focused their attention on Chi Yu. One even got up from her seat, wobbling unsteadily as she tried to throw herself at Chi Yu. Hey, hey! Zheng Haichuan quickly stopped her. But he forgot about his own injuries, and the struggle almost caused his freshly sewn stitches to burst open. Hearing the commotion, Chi Yu turned around from the registration counter and saw the blood seeping through Zheng Haichuan's bandage. Do you want your hand to break? He irritably grabbed the youth's waist and pulled Zheng Haichuan behind him, then raised an eyebrow as he glared at the intruder. What is it? Hiccup. Standing behind Chi Yu, Zheng Haichuan witnessed a drunken short-haired girl throwing flirtatious eyes at Chi Yu. Handsome guy, can I have your contact info? The moment the girl spoke, Zheng Haichuan's expression turned rather surprised. How come? This voice sounds like a boy's. Chi Yu quickly sized up the person, discerning their gender in an instant. Are you an adult? He asked coldly. Yes, the boy felt chilly, so he wanted to lean against Chi Yu, appearing limp and weak. Don't worry, big brother, I'm already an adult. We can book a room with an ID card. Drunk people spoke freely, and the voice wasn't small. His companion sitting nearby also heard it, and his face turned pale green as he came over and dragged the person away. Shit, am I not enough for you? Can't you stop seducing others every day? The boy didn't seem afraid, instead grinning as he leaned into the man's embrace. Ah, that's not how it should be. Life is so long, I can't tie myself to one tree forever. After their tussle, they found themselves at the far-off mediation area. There stood a pugnacious youth with a bruised nose and swollen face, his spiky hair standing out as he yelled, "Then what am I? You're another towering tree in my forest. Oh, big brother tree, why have you changed color?" "What color?" "Green enough to shine." "That's how I feel too." Their banter finally reached the limits of the officer recording the incident nearby. He slammed his hand on the desk. "Hey! Show some respect for the place. What is wrong with young people these days? Not only do they mess around indiscriminately between genders, but now even multiple relationships among guys cause trouble, escalating into disputes that reached the precinct." The group of teenagers was soon ushered into the mediation room. Chiyu had already disengaged his attention, focusing instead on discussing the case with the police officer. Left alone was Zheng Haichuan, his eyes trailing after those bright and vibrant young men, mouth agape and expression frozen in shock, taking an eternity to recover. What does this mean? That person from before was a boy. A boy asked Dr. LV for his number. Maybe, he misinterpreted it. Perhaps the kid just wanted to befriend Dr. LV like him, seeking future consultations about illnesses. But, no, that doesn't make sense either. The two boys who tagged along later said something about not satisfying him or attracting others. Even if his Chinese wasn't strong, he still knew exactly what they meant. For the first time, Zheng Haichuan felt as if he might not be keeping up with the times. Especially when one of the boys pinned another down onto a chair and started kissing him, only to get yanked away by another male who then took over the kissing session. His eyes widened in stupefaction as the policeman stepped in to separate the trio. Zheng Haichuan felt as though he hadn't understood anything at all. Yet, he was deeply shocked. This sensation persisted long after both of them finished registering at the police station and made their way back to the urban village. It never quite faded. Chapter 54, No Way. 54, No Way. Feel sick. After midnight, the hustle and bustle of the urban village gradually subsided. Almost all the small shops along the street were closed, leaving only a few barbecue stalls and convenience stores on both sides of the dim alley, emitting bright lights. Since Zheng Haichuan returned, Chiyu noticed he had been lost in thought. Recalling the minor friction that happened earlier in the police station hall, Chiyu decided to directly ask. He also wanted to know what Zheng Haichuan thought about such matters. Huh? Zheng Haichuan was stunned for a moment before realizing what Chiyu was asking. His first reaction was to check Chiyu's expression, but the man beside him had a cold face as usual, showing no expressions, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. So Zheng Haichuan shook his head following his inner feelings. It's just, feels a bit strange. How strange? Chiyu wasn't satisfied with this answer. At a young age, Zheng Haichuan remembered that pretty boy who looked indifferent while being pulled by two boys, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, going so far. Chiyu frowned, feeling that this simpleton beside him was rigid to an extreme. The Qin dynasty has been gone for how many years, Zheng Haichuan? Just because some youngsters kissed each other, why is it considered going too far? As expected. This person still thinks that it's abnormal for men to be together, doesn't he? Chiyu's face turned cold, clouded with gloom due to this thought. Ah, what does the fall of the Qin dynasty have to do with anything? Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, puzzled by what Chiyu meant. But after pondering for a while, he suddenly understood. That's right, ancient people could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and now maybe, the little boy was just mimicking that setup. Getting along well with one person isn't enough, you must also get along with another. Not satisfied with these two yet, they actually dared to approach Dr. Lu. That's outrageous. Zheng Haichuan sincerely felt, from the bottom of his heart, that just as Dr. Lu said, the Qin dynasty may have fallen, but these outdated customs shouldn't be emulated. How can a person fall in love with several people at once? Although Zheng Haichuan hasn't experienced romance, he believed deep down that if you're good with someone, that's a lifetime commitment. If he ever had a partner, he would undoubtedly want to offer everything good under heaven to them. How could he let others misunderstand or make them sad? Even if he picked a bunch of wildflowers on the side of the road, he would never split them and give half to someone else, he would only focus on placing them into his partner's hands. Therefore, Zheng Haichuan couldn't understand the boy's behavior back in the police station. He found it very odd. The relationship between men should not differ much from relationships between men and women, right? No matter what, it should be something between two people. How could you like one person and then another? Zheng Haichuan always felt uneasy. He should still go back to the right path. Hence, he sighed instinctively. At this moment, Chiyu didn't know what Zheng Haichuan was thinking. All he heard was this sigh. From Chiyu's perspective, in the police station, he only remembered seeing 2 young boys arguing about their relationship, later hugging and affectionately whispering until they were separated. He hadn't noticed a third party throughout, thus completely losing touch with Zheng Haichuan's line of thinking. Therefore, Zheng Haichuan's phrase, back to the right path, left Qi Yu without any desire to continue the conversation. Issues of sexual orientation are always the unbridgeable chasm between straight men and gay men. Qi Yu wasn't really surprised. Someone like Zheng Haichuan, looking every bit the traditional farmer, could he possibly be naturally attracted to men? It was only that Qi Yu couldn't help but nurture a little hope within him. When that hope was shattered, there wasn't much disappointment. Despite thinking this way, Qi Yu couldn't stop the ripples of emotions within him. Coupled with barely sleeping during the last night shift and operating through the next day until noon, he was now in a state of extreme fatigue. In the dim night, Qi Yu took off the golden wire-rimmed glasses perched on his face and pinched his nose with one hand. Zheng Haichuan hadn't noticed the deep turmoil within his companion. He merely vaguely sensed that Qi Yu's aura had become quieter, mistaking it for the tiredness after spending so long accompanying him. He felt somewhat apologetic. "Dr. Lu, sorry. I've dragged you into my mess until midnight." Zheng Haichuan turned his head. In the faint light, the man without glasses looked less serious and professional than usual, exuding instead a sense of casualness and sharpness. Especially when those narrow eyes glanced over. It made Zheng Haichuan's heart inexplicably skip a beat. Knowing how to cause trouble, don't do such troublesome things next time. Qi Yu's mood was bad, so he didn't want to say much. He had expected Zheng Haichuan to solemnly swear as he did before when they applied medicine that he wouldn't do anything stupid again. But this time, Zheng Haichuan gave him a bitter smile in response. "Dr. Lu, there's no way around it." The two walked side by side on the narrow street, with no one else around them. Occasionally, food delivery riders would rush past brushing their arms, leaving behind a jingling sound of orders being hurried. "My father called me a few days ago. He said my brother's leg is not recovering well, he can't even walk now. The harvest this year at home isn't good either. My brother still needs medicine, so I quickly sent some more money back. Actually, I can survive however it turns out." The young man kept his head low, stepping randomly on the uneven ground. "But little Hema is in the growing phase and needs better nutrition. My father is old, his body can't handle work anymore. Living here is expensive, everything costs money. We also need to save for little Hema's surgery fee. Dr. Lu, it's because there's no other way out that I thought about going after the medical fees." At this point, who has time to slowly argue reasonably? If being beaten could get me the money, it wouldn't matter. They can beat me again. It doesn't matter. There were no stars in the night tonight. Thick clouds hung heavily, dark as if they were about to drop sandstones. It was humid all around, water seemed to seep from pores, making people feel uneasy. A few drops of rain splashed onto his face. Just as Zheng Haichuan was about to raise his arm to wipe them away, a long finger suddenly tapped his forehead with a crisp bang. "Hey." Perplexed, he covered his forehead and looked at the person beside him. "You're already dumb. Getting hit a few more times will make you stupider." Qi Yu's face remained cold as he put his fingers back into his trouser pocket. "Zheng Haichuan, let me ask you. How many thick steel bars can you carry alone?" 3, maybe 4. "Are you tired?" "Not too. A bit." Under that calm and rational gaze, Zheng Haichuan felt as if his heart was seen through, and couldn't lie. "How about 2 people carrying them?" "That would be much easier. We usually move them together." "To build the construction site you're working on now, how many steel bars does it take to construct a house?" "Oh. That's countless. If it's a shopping mall, there must be hundreds or even thousands of tons of steel." "So?" Qi Yu's gaze fell on Zheng Haichuan's arm wrapped with bandages and plasters, his expression cold and stern. "So why worry so much? You can't build a house by carrying all the steel bars alone. All the crap you're facing right now, trying to deal with it all by yourself, aren't you asking to be crushed? Stupid or what?" But before they knew it, the two had walked up the street into an old apartment building, climbing step after step until they reached the door of Zheng Haichuan's home. As Zheng Haichuan pulled out the keys, he looked up at Qi Yu. "But my family depends on me now. If I don't hold it together, what else can I do?" In fact, since his elder brother got injured, Zheng Haichuan had felt like he was being pushed forward by something invisible. This thing came down on him from nowhere, cloaking him entirely, unseen and intangible, slightly oppressive but not suffocating. He only vaguely felt the weight on his shoulders getting heavier with each careful step. He had strength and had been walking steadily so far. But now, the burden was pressing down so hard that he was finding it hard to take another step. Zheng Haichuan didn't know how helpless and dependent his current gaze toward Qi Yu appeared. It was like a lost big dog, sad with its ears and tail drooping, its once golden and shiny fur dulled. Only his eyes retained some light, looking beseechingly at the young doctor in front of him. Seemingly unconsciously, Zheng Haichuan had come to accept in his heart, whatever the situation, the person in front of him would always give the most correct answers, the most stable guidance, the most reliable support. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered on and off, illuminating Qi Yu's glimmering eyes. In the end, Qi Yu still couldn't help but take his cold fingers out of his pocket and press them hard on Zheng Haichuan's head, muttering in a hoarse voice. "If you don't want to keep holding it together, then stop forcing yourself. Go back and have a good sleep." Who knows, when you wake up, the roof beams might already be reinforced with steel bars. And you won't be needed as the pillar anymore. Chapter 55, Being Grounded. Chiyu's words didn't linger in Jing Haichuan's mind. But when he finished washing up and lay in bed, recalling the man's comfort in a quiet room, he couldn't help but touch the top of Xiao Himai's head who was sleeping soundly beside him. Then he moved his hand to his own short hair and pulled at it a bit. Did Dr. Lu just treat him like a child a while ago? But somehow, his mood did seem a little better. In the pitch blackness, Jing Haichuan slightly curled the corner of his lips before drifting off to sleep deeply. Compared to the peaceful slumber next door, Chiyu spent a restless night. Jing Haichuan's words tonight reopened an issue that Chiyu had deliberately ignored. The person Chiyu liked wasn't even interested in him. At first, Chiyu looked down on Jing Haichuan. He despised this earthy and dull migrant worker and found all of Jing Haichuan's actions exasperating. Later, he roughly understood the sincerity behind this man's clumsiness, although still not fully comprehending it, he couldn't bring himself to say overly offensive things. As the young man continuously barged into his life, Chiyu, as if struck with madness, couldn't help but focus his gaze on this seemingly foolish person, and his heart inexplicably leaned more and more towards the direction of the neighboring room. Once upon a time, he always believed that love was the stupidest thing ever. Now, however, he had willingly fallen into the swamp of folly. And the root cause of all this seemed completely oblivious to where the swamp even was. Instead, he just blindly squatted by the shore, burying his head in cultivating the land for food. Chiyu had read a lot of books and experienced many things. He wasn't like Jing Haichuan, so stubbornly fixated on one thought that he wouldn't let go once he decided something. His reason told him that without any return, he should cut his losses in time. Even if the sunk cost was high, it was better than ending up completely defeated. Moreover, now, he merely felt a faint fondness for this person, only for the first time in his life thought that having meals and living with another person might not be bad. The dead water state of his mood would often stir up messy ripples due to this person. There wasn't anything particularly significant about it. All he needed to do was quickly sever his ties and restore his previous tranquility. This is how Chiyu convinced himself. However, before falling asleep, the last fleeting thought in his mind was, tomorrow, he would have Qingzi investigate whose construction site it was. And then find all the thugs who acted recklessly and teach them how to behave properly. Hey, Yuzi, my bro Chiyu. Basking under the scorching sunlight that had just risen, two handsome young men got out of a jeep parked by the roadside. One of them yawned rudely, inadvertently inhaling a mouthful of dust, which caused him to cough violently. What early morning nonsense is this? Why don't we just eat something? Qingzi finally stopped coughing, pushing his designer sunglasses onto his forehead, looking around while lamenting, dim sum, fried dough sticks, western breakfast, you can choose whatever you want. Why insist on coming here to the construction site and suffer from all this dust? Chiyu remained very calm, pulling out two masks from the bag he carried with him. He put one on after opening it, handing the other to Qingzi. Once we're done handling things, you can eat whatever you want. I'll definitely have a feast at your expense. Qingzi was genuinely curious at this point. After all, his childhood friend has always been obstinate since they were kids and rarely asked for favors. Today he was making him use connections to help someone, probably enchanted by some sort of curse. Hey Yuzi, could our sister-in-law be live streaming in there? Qingzi nodded towards the dusty and messy construction site. Chiyu didn't respond, only stepping inside. But this already counted as a response. Qingzi inwardly exclaimed no way, but his eyes couldn't help but scan the surroundings. After all, people staying in places like these were either laborers who earned their keep through hard work or chefs cooking for the workers, along with project supervisors. But whoever they were, it was impossible to maintain sophistication and beauty in such harsh outdoor environments. Even the most beautiful makeup couldn't withstand the blazing sun, and the finest dresses couldn't keep the dust at bay. Any girl, regardless of how attractive she was, staying here for a week could turn from Shishir to Naiwu. Qingzi couldn't imagine what kind of pretty person could catch Chiyu's eye. Who is this Chiyu, his bro? Smart enough to attend a top university, capable enough to take on thug hooligans, becoming a young chief physician, and possessing a handsome appearance, does he lack girlfriends? Clearly not. Obviously, it's just that he hasn't met anyone who caught his eye before. Qing Zijuan still remembered when he first asked Chiyu for help in tipping and voting for the female streamer he fancied. At that time, Chiyu's expression was full of disdain and discomfort. He had secretly marveled back then, just what kind of celestial beauty would ever catch his brother Chi's attention. Now looking at it, this celestial beauty seems to be quite down to earth. Qing Zijuan speculated that the person Chiyu liked must be the family member of some worker on this construction site. Then, with her beauty and unconventional demeanor rising above the filth, she finally managed to attract their brother Chi's interest. After all, men sometimes like uniqueness. Exceptional beauty counts as one. Exceptionally, down to earth, should also count as one. Anyway, Qing Zijuan had already defined the characteristics of his future sister-in-law in his mind. Come to think of it, beauties are always welcome wherever they go. Especially in an environment surrounded by wolves like this, there's bound to be some conflicts or drama. And here it is, this situation melted his ice snow lotus-like brother Chi and made him descend from his pedestal to save people. Perfect logic loop. It has to be said, Cheng Zijuan's misunderstanding was quite beautiful. He assumed she wanted him to introduce the site supervisor because of some heroic rescue story involving a beauty. In a sense, this judgment wasn't completely wrong. Just that the person Chiyu intended to rescue wasn't any celestial beauty. Only a rather clumsy brick-moving worker. This plot of land isn't small, it's planned to construct high-end twin office buildings, as well as a commercial center combining commerce and residential units. It's not too far from our village, 1 or 2 kilometers away. Once the transportation hub under your apartment building gets built and everything is connected, there'll be good potential for value appreciation. Funnily enough, guess whose land the developer bought here? The two walked deeper into the construction site while talking. After receiving Chi Yu's request, Cheng Zijuan had begun asking around about the situation of this construction site. Although he himself wasn't doing particularly well, his network of connections was pretty solid, including several second-generation friends of demolition contractors. These families more or less benefited from urban development, transitioning from simple farmers into car-owning bosses, but their work remained closely tied to the earth. The village of Shueishan. Chi Yu paused for a moment and threw out his answer. Damn, impressive. Cheng Zijuan whistled. Brother you've been gone for a few years, but you're still so familiar with this area. Alright, you've got deep affection for this land. Shut up. Chi Yu and Cheng Zijuan originally lived in a city village called Shasue, which used to be adjacent to Shueishan village. In ancient times, a river flowed through this area, and villages located upstream and downstream were named accordingly. With urban development, the original village areas have gradually been replaced by towering skyscrapers. The village committees responsible for collective village affairs also transformed into industrial stock companies. These companies handled the properties, demolitions, and land transactions in the village in a business-like manner, and the villagers became shareholders eligible for dividends. Chi Yu and Cheng Zijuan's families were among the small shareholders of Shasue village. Cheng's father, due to his previous role as a villager representative, even rose to become a senior executive now. Land generates rent, money generates more money, and Cheng's inheritance was substantial enough. For 3 generations, the Cheng family lived in Pengcheng City, witnessing its transformation. Their clan held shares in various villages, and Shueishan village was no exception. Cheng Zijuan's cousin was even employed idly by the village's industrial company. My cousin says that the land developing company is a veteran real estate corporation, and the construction contractor they hired is state-owned. They have ample resources. Theoretically, they wouldn't cut corners on workers' wages and medical fees. Cheng Zijuan remembered Chi Yu mentioned how the construction contractor deducted medical expenses from injured migrant workers and even dispatched people to beat those coming to claim payment. Such cases were indeed common in chaotic construction sites but were usually caused by disreputable subcontractors. After all, regulations were getting stricter nowadays, and major corporations didn't want lawsuits to tarnish their reputations. Main contractors are generally more regulated. Chi Yu stepped over a few steel bars, his eyes landing on the ones thicker than an arm. But given the massive scale of this project, if it's subcontracted to smaller construction firms, anything can happen. Chi Yu stopped, bent down, and gripped a bar tightly, raising it with a flexed elbow. Today, he dressed relatively casually, wearing a lightweight work shirt. His sleeves, slightly loose at first, became taut with his biceps bulging as he lifted the heavy steel bar until the entire long piece was off the ground before letting it go. Clang! A heavy sound reverberated on the cement ground, hitting deep into Chi Yu's heart. Originally, this guy lifts stuff of this weight every day. Hey Yuzi, do you also want to come experience the hard life of laborers? Cheng Zijuan thought that Chi Yu was just using this as a chance to finish today's fitness task, so he grinned and bent down to grab a steel bar like it was a dumbbell to lift it up. Result. Hey, yeah. Until Cheng Zijuan's face beneath his mask turned beet red, he still couldn't lift the several meter-long steel bar off the ground. Shit, this was very awkward. He had no choice but to let go, pat the dust off his hands, and cough lightly. By the way, do you remember that mangy Chen who used to always come to your house to collect debts? Cheng Zijuan changed the subject. Back in the day, the things he did chasing cats and beating dogs were despicable, but now I hear he has actually become a small subcontractor. Humph. Chi Yu stood on the open construction site, gazing at the workers bustling under the blazing sun in the distance, and the foreman nearby barking orders. He took out a wet wipe from his pocket, carefully cleaning each of his dirt-blackened fingers one by one, his tone dark and cold. So, these are the underground criminal forces hiding in the shadows. They deserve to be eradicated sooner or later. Chapter 56, Evidence. Chi Yu was not the overbearing CEO from a novel, he didn't have the power to instantly bring ruin upon others. But he was smart, knew the law, and understood how to mobilize the most reasonable resources in today's society, using leverage to solve tricky problems. He and Cheng Zijuan wandered around the construction site, learning quite a bit from the workers. As they had suspected, the construction project on this plot of land had been subcontracted to several contractors. Some were large-scale operations while others were just private foremen who had pulled some strings to obtain their construction qualifications privately. These foremen had unclear backgrounds, and their hired workers were known for slacking off. However, they tended to stick together, forming small groups with relatively young and strong members. Other workers mostly avoided them. A few who were bullied and couldn't take it tried to fight back or file complaints but ended up being beaten and forced to leave before they could succeed. Truly, wherever there's light, there's darkness. The sun was high and glaring, and Cheng Zijuan stood in an area where steel bars had just been set up. He wiped the sweat continuously streaming down his neck, sighing while at the same time pushing his sunglasses back up to his nose, appearing like an irascible rich. Rats in the sewer. Chiyu glanced down at a small device tucked into his collar and remarked casually, they usually die as soon as they see the light. Have you taken quite a few shots? Wow, even in 4K HD, what luck. Cheng Zijuan curiously leaned closer to take a look at the device near Chiyu's collar. Bro, are you saying this isn't for my sister-in-law? If you didn't care, would you be going through all this trouble? Would you prepare so meticulously? Just something modified from lab equipment, is it really that hard, came Chiyu's somewhat smug response. Cheng Zijuan was momentarily stumped but quickly retaliated by snatching the half-deflated bag from his friend's hand and giving it a slap. You even brought cash, which is rare these days, just to collect evidence. And you're still saying this is just a casual look around without putting much effort into it? Chiyu took the bag back and clutched it under his arm but remained silent. Humph. Having won one round, Cheng Zijuan jubilantly teased him, I'm not going to ask too many questions, but clearly you haven't caught her yet. Yuzi, better try harder, alright. With an air of great wisdom, he patted Chiyu's shoulder. Once you've succeeded, I'll throw you and your sister-in-law a party at the most expensive restaurant. Normally, Cheng Zijuan could easily guess what sharp retort Chiyu would throw next with his eyes closed. But today, his usually sarcastic friend simply gave him a deep look and said. If it ever happens. I'll arrange it for you. What seemed impossible was somehow easy to promise. But only Chiyu himself knowingly ignored the reason deep inside why, despite thinking it improbable, he still let such words escape his lips. After staying on the construction site for a little longer, the project manager finally rushed over nervously holding his safety helmet, having received word from higher-ups. You two must be Mr. Cheng and Mr. Chi, right? Sorry for making you wait. I was inspecting the other side of the site just now. Hearing they were from the developer side, the bald project manager touched his own forehead, smiling ingratiatingly. What would you gentlemen like to know? We can talk while we walk. Although both appeared quite young, the project manager did not dare underestimate them. One looked coldly aloof with his hands in his pockets, obviously not someone to be messed with, and the other though amiable looking with his glasses brand and fashionable attire, represented clothes and shoes that cost more than several months of his salary. We don't have much time, no need for a tour. Cheng Zijuan embodied the arrogant attitude of a wealthy person perfectly, crossing his arms and raising his chin. We heard there was a serious assault here yesterday. Tell us frankly, which unlucky one offended my friend? The project manager quickly informed on the problematic contractor. Honestly speaking, he was just an employee himself, turning a blind eye to a lot of things as long as they didn't delay the project progress. Usually, he would issue verbal warnings. However, these two youngsters were clearly backed by powerful connections. The project manager didn't want to get into trouble. So he willingly divulged information, leaving the quarreling to them while keeping himself out of it. He thought he had everything figured out, but he didn't realize that one thing led to another. When the issue of unpaid medical bills for the workers later escalated, he, as the supervisor from headquarters, also didn't escape responsibility. At this moment, the project manager was still able to explain very smoothly to Chiyu and Cheng Zijuan, there are so many subcontractors and hundreds or even thousands of workers, it's really impossible to supervise them all. I heard that it was someone under old Chen who did this, which is indeed despicable. We hire workers through legitimate channels, violence is definitely not allowed. Would the two of you consider this approach? The project manager glanced at the small device on Chiyu's chest and smiled courteously, if you have evidence that a worker intentionally provoked and assaulted someone, why not report it directly to the authorities? I can assure you, we will absolutely not cover up for any wrongdoer. If it turns out to be old Chen's instruction, I'll immediately report to the company and revoke his subcontractor qualification. The underlying meaning of this statement was, without evidence, there's nothing I can do about it, so stop talking nonsense here. Alright, I'll remember that. The information obtained was already sufficient, and Chiyu didn't plan to argue further with such an old fox, it would be meaningless. Thus, he simply nodded without further ado. But what surprised him was, after so many years, he ran into the same person who had come wielding sticks to his home demanding debt payment with violence back more than a decade ago. Their behavior hadn't changed a bit, they were bullying people again, his people this time. This time, he wouldn't let it go easily. While considering how best to deal with this situation, Chiyu suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of his eye, a pigtailed head peeking cautiously from behind a half-built wall as if eavesdropping on their conversation. He found the face somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where he'd seen her. It took some searching in his mind before he finally remembered, from Zheng Haichuan's video. If his memory served him right, that was one of the workers like Zheng Haichuan twisting steel bars at the construction site. However, this worker was quite young and female. Zheng Haichuan seemed to call her Wan Zi. After the slick project manager left, Chiyu led Cheng Zijuan to the wall. Behind it crouched a young girl who looked barely of age. When she saw them approaching, she nervously shrank her neck but didn't run away. You know Zheng Haichuan? It wasn't a question but an affirmation. Luo Xiaojun's sunburnt yet innocent face flashed with surprise, as though she hadn't expected such a prominent figure speaking on behalf of supervisors to recognize her. But soon, she nodded. Why you? Do you mean yesterday when Big Brother Duchuan got beaten? Qiyu noticed the girl's bright, concerned eyes when mentioning Zheng Haichuan and felt a slight discomfort in his heart. Nevertheless, he asked, yes. What do you know? I. Luo Xiaojun fidgeted anxiously with her work uniform and couldn't help but ask first, is Big Brother Duchuan okay? Ha, that simpleton, not bad luck after all. He won't die. Qiyu responded coldly. But almost. There isn't much good flesh left on his body. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaojun widened her eyes. Was it really this severe? It's my fault. It's me who harmed Big Brother Duchuan. Her eyes misted over with guilt as she lowered her head. I shouldn't have told him. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have been beaten. What did you do? Qiyu's voice turned icily stern. Startled, Luo Xiaojun trembled, her shoulders shrinking even further, but she still sobbed out her confession amidst tears. Turns out, these laborers doing smaller tasks weren't comparable to the bigger contractors, they couldn't stay long at a single site. Workers performing less strenuous tasks that could be easily replaced usually only stayed 1 or 2 months before moving on to another job to avoid starvation. Luo Xiaojun initially worked twisting steel bars at the construction site where Zheng Haichuan was employed. After finishing the rebar work, the foreman paid her off, and she moved here to find new employment. Construction sites had large staff turnovers, often bidding each other farewell permanently. But now with the internet and social media, many continued their connections online. This was the case with Luo Xiaojun and Zheng Haichuan. Luo Xiaojun always admired Zheng Haichuan for being reliable and kind-hearted. Knowing he recorded videos and live-streamed, she followed his broadcasts closely after switching sites, occasionally giving him likes. Once, while working at her current site, Luo Xiaojun thought she recognized Zheng Haichuan's silhouette and joyfully sent him a private message online to check. However, Zheng Haichuan's reply deeply saddened Luo Xiaojun. Luo Xiaojun also supported her family through her own labor and thus completely understood Zheng Haichuan's struggles. She had asked Zheng Haichuan for photos of the foreman and boss who employed the Chens back then. One reason was out of self-interest, she wanted to keep her distance from these people in the future. Another reason was that she wished to help this considerate co-worker brother who cared about her. Thus, she promised Zheng Haichuan that if she ever saw the boss, she would inform him immediately. Yesterday, actually, I almost got beaten up too. It was Big Brother Duchuan who pushed me away and told me to run quickly, otherwise, I wouldn't be okay right now. Luo Xiaojun wiped her tears, hesitating anxiously yet hoping earnestly as she asked Qiyu, will those bad people get arrested? She overheard a bit of their conversation earlier and realized the two of them were here to help Big Brother Duchuan. Not necessarily. Qiyu showed no emotion, uttering cruel words, we don't have direct evidence right now. Even if Zheng Haichuan reports it and gets his injuries assessed, we can't convict those people without more solid proof. Uneducated, Luo Xiaojun clutched her orange-yellow work vest tightly and asked, what is direct evidence? It's the proof showing that they beat up that so-called Duchuan, you know. Cheng Zijuan had been standing under the sun, feeling nearly roasted, and said impatiently, photos, videos, audio recordings, witnesses, physical evidence, all that stuff. As he spoke, he turned his head around looking around and suggested to Qiyu, hey, why not check the surveillance cameras on the construction site? There might be some clues. No use, Qiyu shook his head and subtly glanced at Luo Xiaojuan's tightly clenched hand. These people are always lurking around the site, do you think they wouldn't know where there are cameras or blind spots? In that case, there's nothing we can do. Even Cheng Zijuan's wealth seemed powerless now, sensing that today would yield no results. He shrugged at Qiyu, let's head back, then. Qiyu opened his bag, took out 100 yuan, and stuffed it into the young girl's hand. Still, thank you for helping him. No matter what, the girl had good intentions. Not much smarter than Zheng Haichuan's simple-mindedness. But she had only just come of age. While many girls her age were still enjoying carefree school lives and shopping with friends, this little girl had already started supporting her family with her frail body. Luo Xiaojun stared down at the bright red banknote in her hand, dazed for a moment. Her hand holding the money looked even darker and rougher than the bald project manager's hand earlier. She held the bill tightly, looking lost. When Qiyu and Cheng Zijuan turned to leave, her other hand hidden in her pocket suddenly spasmed, gripping onto the departing Qiyu's sleeve. What if I tell you that I have direct evidence? Could you send the bad guys who beat Big Brother Duchuan to jail? Chapter 57, Sullen Mood. Zheng Haichuan was ordered by Qiyu to rest at home for 3 days. Originally, according to Qiyu's judgment, he should have rested for at least a week, but facing Zheng Haichuan's pleading eyes, as if resting a few more days would be fatal, Qiyu ultimately compromised and changed his words. 3 days, not a day less. The stitches haven't healed yet, and you're rushing towards death. Do you think working a couple more days will earn you more money? If the stitches break, you'll still end up in the hospital. You can pay for your own doctor fees and surgery next time, don't come asking me for help again. In just a few sentences, Qiyu left Zheng Haichuan speechless and convinced, so he obediently stayed home to recuperate. But for Zheng Haichuan, a rebar worker who barely knew the concept of having rest days throughout the year, suddenly having idle time made him uncertain about what to do. Now that he was home, his young nephew didn't need to be entrusted to the neighbors for care. After breakfast, Zheng Jiahe was settled at a small table in the living room drawing and scribbling. With nothing else to do, Zheng Haichuan started cleaning the house, making beds, doing chores, washing clothes. He thought keeping himself busy would make the time pass quickly, but after finishing everything, he glanced at his phone to find it wasn't even 11 yet. So Zheng Haichuan decided to go out and buy groceries. Although he was a bit strapped for cash now, Zheng Haichuan still planned to buy something decent. The state he was in yesterday must have scared little Hemiao. He needed to comfort the child. Oh, and there was one more thing, he had to properly thank Dr. Lu, who had run errands for him yesterday. Since he neither had money nor much skill to offer anything in return, making a meal was the least he could do. Uncle Wei Ming, quick. I want to eat red rice sausages. And shrimp dumplings, chicken claws, ox tripe, roasted squab, get all of them for us. Oh, don't forget my favorite steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce and custard buns. Alright, coming right up. So it's just you and Young Yu eating? Yes, we're starving. Oh, and don't forget, it's on Young Yu. Huh, fine, no charge. Speaking of which, when you two were kids, eating just a basket of buns was enough to fill you up. Now look at you, you've grown into big guys with great appetites. That's for sure. Hey, almost forgot Grandma's famous double-layer milk pudding. Get us 2 bowls. Hey, Grandma, stay seated, let me serve it. Just as Zheng Haichuan walked out of the old building's entrance with his cloth bag, a hearty shout came from across the street. He looked over and saw a familiar figure. By the roadside at the Gui family food shop, 2 young people were chatting enthusiastically with Mr. and Mrs. Gui. One of them, dressed quite expensively, was clumsily carrying a steaming bamboo basket full of dim sum to a table, while sitting beside him was none other than the person Zheng Haichuan had been thinking about just moments before. Ah. So Dr. Lu was having a meal with friends today. Zheng Haichuan thought to himself that maybe the groceries he intended to buy could be fewer now. Although saving money should have brought joy, Zheng Haichuan did not feel particularly happy. Instead, seeing the other person chatting and laughing casually with Dr. Lu left him feeling somehow sullen. He thumped his chest a few times and shook his head. Perhaps this was a lingering effect of yesterday's beating. His body hadn't fully recovered yet. Hey, Yuzi, is that man your tenant? Cheng Zijuan had taken a bite of shrimp dumpling and was raising his head, blowing off steam when he noticed the foolish gestures of the youth standing outside the old building. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong with him, hitting his chest like Tarzan? Is he practicing being King Kong? But he does look pretty sturdy. Is he some kind of fitness trainer? If so, Yuzi, you won't even need to go to the gym anymore, you can simply train with him directly. What service, huh? Without even leaving the house. Cheng Zijuan was lazy and always preferred staying home to going out. That's why he spent so much money live streaming instead. Qiyu originally wanted to roll his eyes at Cheng Zijuan, but following his friend's gaze, his expression shifted slightly. And just then, the person across from them also looked in their direction. Wow! Cheng Zijuan couldn't help but exclaim upon catching sight of the young man's face. Did a bee sting him? SSS, why is he so swollen? But it has a certain comedic flair. Haha, Yuzi, have you seen that meme, you know? What was it? Cheng Zijuan was about to say a few more words when suddenly, someone stuffed a large custard bun into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, all sound disappeared. Shut up and eat your meal. The person beside him glanced over with a cold glare, radiating icy air. How did he get so angry all of a sudden? Cheng Zijuan trembled a bit in confusion but obediently took a bite of the bun, quiet as a chicken. Then, he saw his friend put down the chopsticks, his expression turning gloomy as he waved toward the street opposite. Is that someone he knows? As Cheng Zijuan watched the youth he had mocked earlier walk over, he hadn't even swallowed the first bite yet when the person arrived at the shop's entrance. Dr. Lu, are you on leave today? On closer inspection, Cheng Zijuan realized the young man's face wasn't stung by anything, it was bruised from blood clots, looking rather frightening. But the injured individual seemed completely unconcerned, flashing a polite grin despite his chipped teeth as he greeted Cheng Zijuan and Qiyu. I won't disturb your meal. I'm just here to buy groceries. Cheng Zijuan was still chewing on the bun but quickly nodded politely in response. He thought his friend was merely exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance, but unexpectedly heard Qiyu speak. Come here. The tone was harsher than usual, directed at him. Sit down. Listen to this stern and cold voice, who wouldn't obey upon hearing it? Cheng Zijuan marveled internally. Sure enough, the youth froze upon hearing Qiyu's command, halting his departure. Dr. Lu, I've already had breakfast. Come here and sit. Don't make me repeat myself. Oh. What happened to your face? Did you fall on your face while sleeping last night? At this, Cheng Zijuan almost burst out laughing. Indeed, no one could escape the sharp tongue of Brother Qi. But what was this, Dr. Lu? Fell on my face. No, it's just. I got beaten yesterday. Zheng Haichuan subconsciously touched his face under Qiyu's scrutiny, letting out a soft "ss" as he said, "It seems a little swollen. It felt a bit painful when I washed my face this morning." Is that a little? Qiyu really wanted to sigh at the absurdity of this person. You're not doing yourself any favors by rubbing it, aren't you scared you'll ruin your looks or something? Zheng Haichuan hastily withdrew his hand with a nervous laugh. Qiyu was infuriated by the man's disheveled appearance at the moment. Things didn't look that bad yesterday, what on earth has this guy been doing since then? He wanted to examine the bruises carefully and roughly grabbed the collar of the worker's shirt, pulling the young man across the dining table right in front of him. Forced forward, Zheng Haichuan quickly steadied the table to avoid knocking over any food, leaning toward Qiyu. Don't move. After wiping his hands clean with a wet wipe, Qiyu stretched out a finger and began pressing lightly on Zheng Haichuan's swollen cheekbone. With the evaporation of alcohol, the coolness of Qiyu's fingers felt refreshing against the skin, causing Zheng Haichuan to relax, his eyes closed without flinching. Did it swell this morning? Should be. Does it hurt here? No feeling at all. How about here? A tiny bit. Here. Ow, ow, ow. Humph, thought you were so tough, huh? You didn't answer yesterday. That, isn't it because I forgot? Last night, the rest of my body hurt more. Qing Zijuan finally realized that the man in front of them must be today's main character, the guy who got beat up at the construction site by a heartless foreman. But, wasn't his brother Qi Wei too familiar with the guy? This kind of conversation and exchange. TSK, even closer than with him. I'll apply medicine when we get back. Alright. How about the rest of your body? Not too bad, just my waist hurts a bit. Did the stitches split? Nope. I was super careful, I didn't dare to strain. Don't shower for the time being. Got it, I can go a week without washing, no problem. Zheng Haichuan, do you think you're messy or what? That's because Dr. Lu told me not to wash. Seated beside them, Qing Zijuan somehow found the filling of the custard buns in his mouth strangely cloying. He hurriedly swallowed, nearly choking, and took several gulps of tea to wash it down. The dialogue between the two people next to him continued. Qing Zijuan had no way to interject, so he quietly moved all the steamed baskets on the table to his side. Humph, he needs to eat more. When this guy gets hungry, his mind tends to get cloudy. It makes him prone to coming up with all sorts of strange ideas. Chapter 58, Red Rice Sausage. Bruises typically form within a few hours after an injury, though some may not appear until more than 10 hours later. Zheng Haichuan was already tanned, and with the poor lighting last night, Qiyu Guang was focused on his lip wound and didn't notice the severe situation that hadn't yet become visible on Zheng Haichuan's face. Under natural light now, the swollen area on the left cheekbone of Zheng Haichuan looked quite frightening. Uncle Wei Ming, could you please fetch some ice? After inspecting carefully for a while with a grave expression, Qiyu turned to Goe Wei Ming and asked him for a favor. All right. Goe Wei Ming quickly searched in the freezer in the back kitchen and handed a piece of edible ice to Qiyu. When Qiyu took the ice, he drew a clean wet tissue from his pocket and wrapped it around the ice before applying it to the highly swollen cheekbone of Zheng Haichuan. Hiss, Zheng Haichuan flinched at the cold. Hold it. Qiyu gave him no chance to escape, glancing at him sharply, if this keeps swelling, you'll end up blind. He wasn't joking. If the person who hit Zheng Haichuan had aimed just a few centimeters higher, they would have struck Zheng Haichuan's temple or eye socket. Even if the injured area is the cheek, it could still compress the optic nerve. Oh, I didn't say I wouldn't hold it. Zheng Haichuan meekly responded. He felt somewhat disheartened after being scolded by Qiyu one time after another today. Despite looking dejected, Zheng Haichuan raised his hand to catch the ice block. Dr. Lu, I can do it myself, don't freeze your hands. His rough palm completely covered the elegant fingers. Qiyu hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his fingers from the narrow gap between heat and cold, unconsciously curling his fingertips into his palm. Do not press too hard, just stick it against your face. His tone was still awkward, but it had eased slightly. Zheng Haichuan glanced at Qiyu's face. Realizing Dr. Lu might no longer be angry with him, he perked up accordingly. Oh, okay. Just then, another familiar face walked into Gui's shop. Odd, why are all of you gathered here today? Lu Jun came in with a cheerful smile. He greeted Auntie Gui first and then handed over some fruit to Gui Wei Ming. These fruits were sent by my little sister, freshly picked from home. I brought them for you and Auntie Gui to try. It was a bunch of green grapes, shiny as if they had been washed right before bringing them. Lu Jun did not expect to bump into Qiyu and Zheng Haichuan there, feeling a bit shy. I've saved some for both of you, Dechuan and Yuzai, and will deliver them to your room soon. Both Qiyu and Zheng Haichuan thanked him, except for Qing Zijuan, who complained teasingly, Teacher Lu, I'm standing right here as a full-grown adult. Qing Zijuan had moved away from this urban village a few years ago, so Lu Jun failed to recognize him instantly. Once Qing Zijuan spoke up, Lu Jun recognized him as a kid who used to play around nearby frequently, now all grown up. Sorry. I really didn't expect you'd be here. Lu Jun, who usually has a quiet and reserved personality, blushed even redder. Goe Wei Ming couldn't bear it watching silently from the side, giving Cheng Zijuan a light slap on the back of his head. You could afford enough land to grow crops on several acres. Why don't you buy your own food? Hey! Uncle Wei Ming, you shouldn't talk like that. With rice intestines stuffed into his mouth, Cheng Zijuan yelled out stubbornly, you can buy yachts and live in villas with your wealth. So why do you bother selling pastries every day? Upon hearing these words, Goe Wei Ming turned green in the face, hurriedly scanning Lu Jun's expression. He wanted nothing more than to shred this kid limb by limb inside. I do it because I want to. Spotting Cheng Zijuan's hand reaching shamelessly towards the fruit bag, Goe Wei Ming immediately twisted his wrist, snatching the bag and hiding it under his apron. Are you done stuffing yourself? He gave a cold snort, picking up the vegetable dish in front of Cheng Zijuan and taking it straight to the kitchen. Cheng Zijuan screamed in agony, no, my red rice sausage. Lu Jun burst into laughter thanks to Cheng Zijuan's antics, and the discomfort on his face disappeared. But when he turned his head and clearly saw Zheng Haichuan's face, his expression changed to surprise and worry. De Chuan, what happened to you? Ultimately, Cheng Zijuan managed to get his red rice sausage back. With Zheng Haichuan's face swollen and Qiyu uncommunicative, the whole story needed Cheng Zijuan to recount. So he indulged himself as he explained while eating, narrating everything he had learned at the construction site earlier to everyone present. However, only toward the end did Cheng Zijuan belatedly realize. Hold on. How exactly did things escalate to this point? Wasn't Yu Zai going to secure a spot for the female live streamer he liked? Why is it that after all these incidents, they haven't seen any woman besides the Rebar sister? Cheng Zijuan knew his brain wasn't as sharp as Brother Qi's, but he wasn't stupid either. The interaction between the two people earlier replayed in Cheng Zijuan's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Taking advantage of the other's conversation, Cheng Zijuan quietly pulled out his phone and opened the short video app, flipping directly into Qiyu's personal profile page. He wanted to see who this special attention was that Qiyu had asked him about that day. And the answer was clear as day. Because Qiyu's list of followed accounts contained only one live streamer account. And the toothy grin displayed on that live streamer's avatar looked exactly like the young man sitting across from him at the dining table. At this moment, Cheng Zijuan could do nothing but forcefully close his gaping mouth, then once again meticulously inspect every inch of Zheng Haichuan seated before him. If this were a phone screen right now, he'd definitely use all four limbs, typing out 100 shocking comments as barrages. That scumbag Chen has never been a good person. Outside of Cheng Zijuan, the other few individuals inside Goe's eatery were discussing the instigator who injured Zheng Haichuan. Goe Wei Ming had lived here in the urban village longer than the age of these young people like Qiyu, so he knew many things they weren't aware of. Back in the day, he was under the loan shark, doing debt collection and protection fees, never stopping with his mischief. He muttered a couple curses in dialect, then explained to Zheng Haichuan and Lu Jun who didn't understand what he said, there used to be a local tyrant around here who ran high-interest loans. Scabbyhead Chen worked under him collecting debts, demanding payments, and extortionating protection money. Later when law enforcement improved and the boss got caught, he also seemed to have served a few years in prison. Who would have thought he's now somehow become a small-time boss? The real estate industry does bring in loads of cash easily. As long as he isn't caught, his tricks will work anywhere. Goe Wei Ming shook his head, then glanced at Qiyu and sighed, back during the heavy crackdowns, I remember you providing the police with quite a bit of evidence. It seems he's offended you, which brought trouble back to your head again. Qiyu let out a cold snort, this time, there's no way he'll escape. For Qiyu, regarding what he intended to do, he wouldn't care at all about others' opinions. Back then, both his mother and old man Qi tried to persuade him, if the family owed money, just repay it and avoid tangling with those bad and dangerous types, fearing retaliation. But Qiyu not only diligently studied boxing and brutally beat up those small-time debt collectors, he also gathered plenty of evidence about their petty thefts and crimes, submitting them all to the authorities. Now, his intent to expose these attackers and bring them to justice didn't actually rely on Zheng Haichuan's reaction, because this was something Qiyu decided to do himself, unrelated to Zheng Haichuan. That simpleton was already hurt so badly, what else could he possibly do? Qiyu thought this. But it was impossible to ignore the intense gaze of the person sitting opposite him, whose eyes shone even brighter and hotter than the sun outside. It completely drew Qiyu's attention, making him irritable and restless. Qiyu lowered his head and ate, enduring the unyielding gaze for a while before finally giving in. He lifted his eyelids to meet the youth's stare, almost drowning in a pool of fiery sunlight. Sizzling steam arose, capable of melting ice instantly within the blink of an eye. What are you staring at? Qiyu turned away quickly, repeatedly warning himself internally that the simpleton in front definitely didn't like him, thus suppressing the unsettling yet fervent emotions rising inside. But his hand acted against his will, grabbing a chopstickful of red rice sausage and shoving it into Zheng Haichuan's mouth. Eat. The fragrant rice sausage dressed in a rose-colored coat first encountered crispy fried rice paper as soon as the teeth took a bite. When a little more force was applied, the rice skin cracked crisply, revealing the inner filling of shrimp and egg yolk mixed with glutinous rice. The soft and dense texture exploded in the mouth. It was a taste no one could resist. Chapter 59, 100 points. The red rice sausage in his mouth was crispy and fragrant, something Zheng Haichuan rarely got to eat in his daily life. However, at the moment, he wasn't paying much attention to tasting this delicious snack, because all his attention was on Chiyu. Even though he still had food in his mouth, Zheng Haichuan's eyes were firmly fixed on the man in front of him, not moving an inch. It was as if he had summoned the same determination he used to study how to twist rebar or take good videos, trying to look right into Chiyu's heart. On the contrary, it was Chiyu who first looked away, pretending everything was fine as he continued talking with Gue Weiming, who stood nearby. Zheng Haichuan didn't realize how fervent his gaze was and kept staring at Chiyu intently. It turns out, Dr. LV actually cared so much about him. At first, Zheng Haichuan thought that Chiyu had gone to work today. Later, when he saw him in the Gue family bakery, he assumed it was just a casual gathering with friends. But for either scenario, Zheng Haichuan never once thought it had anything to do with himself. They were just neighbors. Although he always shamelessly called himself a friend of Dr. LV, Zheng Haichuan was clear that the two of them had identities worlds apart. He didn't have the same qualifications as the wealthy young man beside Dr. LV, with whom they could casually hang out and be intimate. Their birth and past experiences determined that they weren't people who walked the same path. Zheng Haichuan had never felt inferior. But walking alongside someone as excellent as Dr. LV, he still felt unworthy. He believed he wasn't worthy to be friends with Dr. LV. But in fact, Zheng Haichuan realized he seemed to always be troubling the other person. First, there was Xiao Heman's illness, then the beating he took himself. He originally thought that last night, when Dr. LV treated his wounds and went through so much trouble handling the injuries and filing a report, it was already more than enough kindness. However, today, Dr. LV had specially gone to that construction site, investigating what happened to him and standing up for him. Zheng Haichuan had never met such a person before. In his over 20 years of life experience, no one had ever cared about him like this. His mother passed away giving birth to him, and Zheng Haichuan grew up in the countryside. His father was busy farming, and his elder brother left early to work elsewhere. Zheng Haichuan pretty much grew up alone, into the person he is now. The only expectation his father had for him was to grow strong so the family could gain another laborer. Admittedly, Zheng Haichuan didn't read many books and had traveled to few places. But over the years, Zheng Haichuan had met all kinds of people, made friends, and been excluded by others too. He knew that most people in this world didn't have completely malicious intentions, but he also knew how rare it was for someone to sincerely care for another. More often, people held an attitude of, mind your own business, when making friends or doing things. And once it involved their interests or affected their lives, what was called friendship and trust would crumble. When he was an apprentice, kitchen apprentices would trip each other up to learn the master chef's techniques, and when his elder brother was hospitalized with a leg injury, they couldn't find anyone to confirm it as a work-related injury. His sister-in-law even ran off with the remaining money from home. Zheng Haichuan had been upset and angry, but he realized he couldn't change anything. All he could do was not become that kind of person. So he stayed optimistic, cheerful, willing to smile and extend kindness to everyone. Zheng Haichuan always thought that if he gave 10 points of goodwill, getting even 1 point back would be worthwhile. After all, accumulating little by little, one day, these might come in handy. But Zheng Haichuan had never imagined that someone would give him 10 points. No, it was even more than that. Listening to the serious planning that Chiyu and Mr. Gue were doing for him, Zheng Haichuan thought. At least 100 points. What Dr. LV gave him was an overwhelming amount of goodness that he couldn't even count. It's good that you have evidence. With evidence, everything can be solved. Gue Weiming reviewed the interviews Chiyu recorded using a miniature camera. Many workers mentioned their observations and could testify that there was indeed a group of tyrannical thugs on that construction site who had bullied others multiple times. Someone even revealed hearing rumors about how the gang threw a disobedient team leader into the foundation and poured concrete on him. How despicable. These people are devoid of humanity. LV Jun, who was also watching, clenched his teeth in anger. Gue Weiming patted LV Jun's back, though his brows were still furrowed. Still, this content lacks punch. It's all hearsay, and even filing a case might be difficult. What if we have videos of them beating someone on the spot? Cheng Zijuan spoke up from the side, boasting proudly, we've actually managed to obtain direct evidence. Someone filmed a video of Brother Duchuan being beaten. The face and person are captured clearly, it'll nab those guys right away. Ever since realizing that this construction worker youth in front of him could potentially be his future sister-in-law, Cheng Zijuan hadn't been as casual in his speech. He dutifully called Zheng Haichuan brother once, earning a bland glance from his friend beside him. Though the look was neutral, it wasn't cold at all. On deeper reflection, it even seemed somewhat approving. Cheng Zijuan considered himself familiar with his longtime friend's aloof expression after so many years of research. At this moment, upon mulling over Chiyu's demeanor, he couldn't help but mock internally, if he called out, sister-in-law, right now, would his brother Chi throw a party for him right here? Never mind, never mind. Not worth it. It would be better left unsaid for later. He would see how he could properly tease Uz. This person. Following Cheng Zijuan's comment, Chiyu simply played the video segment of Zheng Haichuan being assaulted for Gue Weiming and LV Jun to watch. He had already glanced through it on the way back. But he merely scanned it briefly. Just seeing the young man on the screen being overwhelmed by others, crouching down in a corner holding his head while trying to avoid blows with silent cries, made him feel his limbs go icy cold, his breathing constricted, and an overwhelming urge to smash each of those club-wielding thugs to the ground before kicking them twice. However, Guo Weiming carefully examined the footage, not only identifying those who gang-beaten Zheng Haichuan but also noticing a man in the video corner who stood idly with arms crossed. This person was wearing a jacket, obviously different from the workers dressed in fluorescent vests. "Yuz, isn't this the guy who broke my mom's cane in the hospital last time?" Guo Weiming paused the mobile video, enlarged the person's face, and handed it to Qiyu. "Do you remember? That was the guy with the kid who tried to cut the line." Qiyu immediately took the phone, his memory was excellent, and he instantly recognized the man. "It's him. I remember his surname is Chen too, which means he must be a relative or fellow villager of Scabby Chen." Zheng Haichuan also leaned in to look, nodding continuously. "He was the one handling the medical fees for my brother. He's the foreman under Boss Chen, overseeing dozens of workers. When my brother got injured, he sent him to the hospital, leading us to believe he was good-hearted. But after paying once, he disappeared entirely. Even when I sought him multiple times, he kept claiming that he had no money left and to ask Boss Chen for more. If it weren't for this, Zheng Haichuan wouldn't have run around futilely so many times, failing to reclaim his brother's medical expenses till now." Qiyu's eyes darkened. He remembered the cash-filled handbag this jacket-clad man carried during their encounter in the hospital, easily containing tens of thousands of yuan. And this was what he called having no money? Damn. At the time, I thought he looked pitiable enough with all his begging and kneeling, so I didn't demand compensation from him. Guo Weiming felt duped, angry enough for his beard to quiver violently. No wonder, no wonder. A guy like that who can even bully an unarmed old woman like my mom must have done plenty similar stuff. If I see him again, I'll beat him to death. This time, it was LV Jun's turn to calm the furious Guo Weiming. He spoke softly yet reasonably, "Now isn't the time to curse. Since this guy is a habitual offender, let's just settle accounts with him accordingly." "How do we settle?" Both Guo Weiming, Cheng Zijuan, and Zheng Haichuan, three simple-minded individuals, turned their earnest gazes towards LV Jun. LV Jun felt extremely uncomfortable under their stares and conveniently passed the burden on to Qiyu. Cough. With all the things Yuz has recorded, he must already have a plan, right? Chapter 60, Tell the Truth. 60, Tell the Truth. Qiyu indeed had a plan from the start. His original plan was actually quite simple: file a case, conduct an injury assessment, find evidence that could identify the attackers, report the crime to the police, and then bring Zheng Haichuan to accuse the people in person. This is the fairest way for ordinary citizens to seek justice. However, after listening to the workers recounting one tragedy after another that had happened on the construction site, watching the video handed over by Luo Xiaojun about how Zheng Haichuan was bullied and beaten, and realizing that Hanzi now not only had multiple injuries on his body but also had a face swollen like a pig's head, Qiyu did not want to simply hand these people over. Whether it was the workers involved in the fighting, the arrogant jacket-wearing foreman who gave the orders, or the ringleader hiding behind the scenes, Lai Tu Chen, he wanted to strip them bare so there was no place for them to hide. "I want to expose this online." Qiyu's index finger lightly tapped on the table, his tone calm. Yet, when he looked at Zheng Haichuan, there was still a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. If possible, Qiyu didn't really want Zheng Haichuan to get involved in this matter again. After all, this wasn't something worth promoting. Instead, it would reveal Zheng Haichuan's pitiful state and vulnerabilities, inviting much questioning and criticism. This simpleton had already suffered enough, and Qiyu didn't want to see the smile on his face disappear because of some unrelated people. But Qiyu's concerns were evidently unfounded. The young man in front of him, upon hearing what he said, didn't hesitate at all. The look in his eyes was filled with surprise and admiration. He even excitedly grabbed Qiyu's hand and shook it as if congratulating him on coming up with such a brilliant idea. "I can even do a live stream." Zheng Haichuan, expanding on the idea, brightly told Qiyu, "I'm willing to make a public appeal and confront them." Qiyu lightly slapped his hand back in annoyance. What's the rush? This guy was always impulsive, doing everything recklessly. Posting videos is the first step, he continued tapping on the desk thoughtfully. You have so few fans, how many people would see your live stream? This needs to wait until public emotions heat up and attention grows, making follow-up actions easier. Cheng Zijuan, having listened beside them, suddenly slapped his hands together, brilliant. If this gets big, we won't even need to lift a finger, countless criticisms and condemnations will ensure those people don't get away scot-free. Guo Weiming also caught on, this method works. Nowadays with the internet so advanced, information is transparent everywhere, any truth can be uncovered. LV Jun also agreed, Haichuan is the victim anyway, he doesn't need to exaggerate anything. Just telling the truth will do. Qiyu nodded. That was also his thinking. This simpleton just needs to be himself. No need to contemplate any tricks. Isn't the most genuine the most touching? By the way, it was only after I knew that Haichuan was filming videos that I learned how to deal with short video live streams. Guo Weiming enthusiastically pulled out his phone at this moment to show everyone, now I'm also a blogger. With quite a few fans, I'll forward for Haichuan when the time comes. Wow, Uncle Wei Ming, you're impressive. You're almost 50 and yet keep pace with the times. Qing Zijuan stretched his neck curiously to take a look at Guo Wei Ming's account but didn't think too much of it. After all, he had once been the top supporter of many beautiful sisters, knowing full well how hard it is to earn traffic in the era of video self-media today. Either you sell laughs or expose your skin, or you create topics that will cause a stir. It's not easy for ordinary people to gain fans. Uncle Wei Ming must be around the same level as Brother Duchuan, maybe with a few hundred fans. Qing Zijuan shook his head inwardly. If we're going to handle this thing, looks like he, Qing Zi, will have to take the lead. Just as Qing Zijuan was figuring out how to boast a bit about his connections in the live streaming world to everyone sitting around, he heard Jing Haikuan exclaim with honest amazement across the table, "Wow! Boss Guo, you have more than 20,000 fans. Then you're a huge internet celebrity." "Hold on, what? More than 20,000? Qing Zijuan immediately slid the sunglasses perched on his nose back to the top of his head and looked closely. "Damn, there are indeed over 20,000 followers." Uncle Wei Ming, Qing Zijuan stood up on tiptoes and patted the tall, robust middle-aged man earnestly. "At your age, you shouldn't have to stoop just for a few fans." He noticed the distinctive bearded face on each video cover of Guo Wei Ming and assumed that Guo Boss attracted so many fans through some burly uncle gimmick. "Stoop yourself, you big fool." Guo Wei Ming gave Qing Zijuan a smack in annoyance, then proudly raised his chin. "I just casually filmed things here and there, not expecting so many people would enjoy watching." Before I knew it, the number of fans kept growing. Qiyu thought on the side that these words sounded somewhat stimulating. His eyes couldn't help but turn to Jing Haikuan again, but as expected, this silly fellow didn't seem stimulated at all. Instead, he was extremely pleased for Guo Wei Ming, asking with a wide grin, "Mr. Guo, what have you been filming? Wow, I need to follow your account right away and learn from you. More than 200,000 fans. If each person tips only 50 cents, it's enough to cover his salary for 1 or 2 years. Just random stuff." Guo Wei Ming felt somewhat bashful seeing Jing Haikuan earnestly learning from him. "Since I go around every month collecting rent anyway, walking through streets is quite boring, so I picked up my phone and started filming." Later on, for some reason, a lot of people became interested in how I collect rents and asked about rent prices, so I just replied to their queries. Guo Wei Ming scratched his heavy beard. "Let me tell you, this method works pretty well. Through it, I managed to rent out several idle apartments." "Impressive." Qing Zijuan gave a thumbs up, fully convinced without a word. "Uncle Wei Ming, you've hit on the pain points of today's young people who are short of money but dream of becoming landlords. He'd deserve to be struck by lightning if he doesn't become famous. But isn't it kind of boring since it's always the same process when you collect money?" Guo Wei Ming genuinely couldn't understand. You should film Teacher Lu reciting poetry instead. Nowadays these youngsters, they surf online endlessly, wouldn't it be better to expose them to more cultural refinement? Lu Jun sitting nearby turned red with embarrassment. He couldn't resist tugging lightly at Guo Wei Ming's apron string, whispering reproachfully, "Away, stop talking nonsense. Mine are just self-entertainment, they're not sophisticated enough to share." "How is it not sophisticated enough?" Guo Wei Ming disliked most hearing such self-deprecation from Lu Jun. Seeing that Lu Jun still refused to agree, Guo Wei Ming pulled out his phone notes and began hollering to get everyone's witness. "Listen to this poem, does it sound good?" In the scorching noon of the city village. Young workers had scattered off early to various places in the city, but there were still many lingering behind in this village, crowding together, loitering, and shouting. Groups of 3 or 4 played poker, leaned against handmade job advertisements for dozing, while the fastest-running man won the opportunity to carry furniture. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, he descended swaying under the weight of a refrigerator from an old building without an elevator. At the market, a mother holding her child had already waited 10 minutes at a stall over a mere 20-cent discount. The fish butcher stealthily stuffed the fish bubble into a regular customer's pocket, receiving in return a hard-stuffed pear. Blue and yellow helmets zipped through the maze-like streets like chased beams, diving into the next labyrinth before the countdown reached 0. In this ordinary yet lively afternoon, within a small eatery, a middle-aged owner with a full beard leaned by the cash register, an arm draped over the shoulder of a slim, refined man, a hand high raising the phone. Regardless of his companion's attempt to pull him back, he loudly read with his rough voice, syllable by careful syllable. "This city has been enduring a long-lasting rain. From underground, rising to heaven. Irrigating countless assembly lines and roaring machines. The moving people tumble amidst the thunderous noise, staggered and washed away by flowing water. Washed to the next workstation, next production line, next floor. Until water fills up the rooftop. Screws shatter bones, glue rebonds them together. Files turn calluses into leather covers. A night breeze dries them. Covered in sweat and fingerprints red paint. Paint will dry eventually. Just like people. When tides rise, seaweeds swell. New ripples form beneath work caps. Ripples keep crashing onto the shore, hitting the moving parts of rivers. Parts are put together. Assembled into invisible ships. Inspected, certified, stamped. Whistling toward machinery. Then, twisted between molds and gears. A fish made of iron squeezes out. Amongst thousands of iron fish in this city. They flow into rivers, then oceans, carrying sand with them, leaping up in the blazing heat of a boiling furnace, melting into the sun at the edge of the sky. Outside, the sun was intense, yet a damp layer seemed to hang in the air. The streets remained noisy and bustling, but in the Guay family eatery, for a while, only the buzzing of the exhaust fan and ceiling fans could be heard, quietening everything down for quite some time. It wasn't until the tissue box by the dining table was hooked by a slender hand. The distinct knuckles quickly pulled 2 tissues and pressed them onto the face of the young man who had been sitting there in a daze after hearing the poem. Teacher Lu. Chiyu covered Zheng Haichuan's eyes, which had unknowingly become teary, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The writing work for the campaign will be your responsibility, please. Chapter 61, A Piece of Sky. Swear to God, this was the moment Jiang Shiyu had been waiting for since she entered her 3rd year of college. If the 1st and 2nd years of university were still somewhat academically driven, the 3rd year felt like lying around without a care in the world. What Jiang Shiyu loved most doing during her free time was reading novels and scrolling through short video apps. She'd even once joked with her roommates that as long as there was electricity and an internet connection, she could survive all 4 years holed up in her dorm. On this particular lunch break, Jiang Shiyu was doing what she usually did, eating while aimlessly browsing through short videos on her phone. Her phone's algorithms had already figured out her preferences and were predominantly serving her content related to fashion and makeup. However, because Jiang Shiyu majored in sociology, she often followed discussions about social hot topics, which meant her feed also contained a mix of news updates and public interest stories. While mindlessly swiping past another over-the-top makeup tutorial, a new video suddenly caught her attention. The video quality wasn't particularly clear and the camera was shaky, but it was precisely this imperfection that gave it an authentic feel. The scene appeared to take place at an unfinished construction site. A young man's face looked frantic as he chased after a group of workers who were walking shoulder to shoulder. The worker leading the pack was a middle-aged fat man with scabs on his head, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. With gold jewelry and shiny accessories, like the ostentatious gold watch on his wrist and a glittering belt buckle around his waist, he exuded wealth. Behind him, walking slightly askew, was a man in a leather jacket carrying a briefcase under his arm, flatteringly speaking while pointing towards construction equipment further away. The youth realized he couldn't push through, so instead, he quickly ran ahead from the side, blocking their path. From his pocket, he pulled out several pieces of paper, among them x-rays from a hospital, passionately explaining something to the boss Chen, his expression earnest and sincere. Mr. Chen, please help. My brother broke his leg in a work accident before New Year's, and now he still can't walk. We've already spent all the money on medications, and the hospital bill remains unpaid. Now he needs treatment again. Could you possibly cover the medical fees? I assure you, I won't ask for more. Look, here are the receipts from the hospital, and these are the reimbursement forms. The smile on the face of the fat man disappeared instantly. He cast a dark look at the leather-jacketed man by his side, who immediately understood and reached out to drag the youth toward the road. What is your problem? Weren't the fees paid already? Why do you keep coming back asking for more money? No, Mr. Chen, you only covered the deposit. My brother needed surgery and medication later on, but you didn't pay for any of that. What kind of deposit? He got injured due to his own negligence. Bringing him to the hospital was already my utmost kindness, and I've already paid the fee. That he doesn't have to compensate me for lost work hours is already generous enough. Move aside and don't block Boss Chen when he's checking things out. Why are you acting this way? How dare you lie like this? I won't leave, not until I get answers. Mr. Chen, please wait. After arguing a few sentences with the leather-jacketed man, realizing no reasoning would change anything, the youth tried chasing after the fat boss again. However, the leather-jacketed man didn't give him another chance, signaling silently to a bunch of uncouth-looking workers who were smoking and bare-chested. They surrounded the young man instantly. What happened next made Jiang Shiyu cover her mouth, unable to bear watching. Wooden sticks, steel pipes, and fists rained down upon the young man one after another. At first, the youth could put up some resistance, but ultimately, 2 hands could not hold off 4. As time passed, his movements grew weaker, until finally, he could only clutch his head to protect the crucial parts of his body. Despite all this, those assailants took quite a long time to stop, spewing curses as they warned the young man that each visit would mean another beating, and next time it wouldn't be so easy, they could let him experience being thrown into cement barrels. The beating video ended shortly thereafter. Jiang Shiyu was burning with rage, gasping for air, as she forwarded the shocking video to her class group and opened her account on a social media platform, pounding the keyboard angrily as she quickly composed a denunciation of the perpetrator's cruel actions. As she typed, the final image from the video kept flashing before her eyes. In the last frame, the beaten young man sat in a cramped, old rented apartment. Under dim yellow light, his swollen face glared directly at the camera, his black glossy eyes filled with confusion and resolve as he asked. Are migrant workers' injuries less worthy than others? Is their money less valuable? Are their lives less precious? In just half a day after the video was posted, it quickly climbed to the top of the short video rankings. The original account that published it belonged to a local social news media outlet in Pengcheng City. They usually covered trivial household matters and accepted leads and submissions from their audience. Though not very interesting to many young people, they unexpectedly had a group of middle-aged and elderly followers. Marked with the hashtag migrant worker beaten while demanding medical fee, the video immediately sparked heated discussions among its tens of thousands of followers due to its realistic portrayal relatable to grassroots workers, as well as the audacity displayed by the assailants during the beating. The last few poignant questions posed by the victim struck deeply, provoking countless viewers to reflect on and grieve over the tragic plight of today's migrant workers. Are incidents like this the only one? Are such brutal acts happening endlessly in corners unseen by anyone? Under the push of big data algorithms, this video rapidly spread across public platforms. Other social media sites also forwarded it extensively, continuously drawing more attention. Daily News Watch, gang violence in broad daylight, do we live in a civilized era? Excerpt Gazette, is the construction site a breeding ground for organized crime? Who gave them the audacity to assault others? Focus Information Desk, with infrastructure booming, how can the rights of migrant workers be safeguarded? Compared to the media, the voices of the onlookers were much more straightforward and sharp. Being a worker is hard. You work without earning any money, and instead, you get beaten by other workers. Bandit behavior. Must punish severely. They're too outrageous. Who's that fat guy? He definitely has some connections if he dared do something like this, and it's probably not his first time either. That young man is so pitiful. Beaten to a pulp with no way to fight back. If it had been me, I'd probably have died right there. To the comment above, dying would at least be a relief. Now he didn't get his brother's medical fee, and he'll end up having to pay his own hospital bill too. I feel he's in an even worse situation. It truly makes my spine chill. I thought living in a Tier 1 city was safe until I realized that darkness exists here too. Passing by that construction site yesterday now feels terrifying. What if I get dragged in next time and beaten up? Look carefully in the video, several wooden sticks have nails on them. That young man had quite a stroke of luck. If those nails had pierced his skull, he'd be unsavable. Of course, there were also a few who made snide remarks, but they were soon silenced by angry crowds demanding truth. Only the fervent calls for justice continued to spread online, escalating further and further. Among the 140 million people, Zheng Haichuan was but a minuscule speck in the vast ocean. But it was this tiny grain of millet who bore the blows with his body, shielded insults with his sturdy shoulders, and kindled flames with hands that twisted rebar, allowing him to ignite a wildfire that revealed a sliver of darkness, exposing all kinds of demons under the light. Success. Inside the Zheng family's rented apartment, Cheng Zijuan, watching the surging popularity on various platforms, happily jumped up and slapped palms with Gui Weiming. Gui Weiming also cheerfully scrolled through his short video backend. He had reposted the video early on, accompanied by his own call for support. Fans following him understood the entire situation right away and commented extensively in support, vowing to amplify the heat around the issue. On Cheng Zijuan's side, he pulled together a group of female streamers he had once tipped and followed, using the authority of a top donor to beg several beauties to share the post. The effect was great, although somewhat unexpected. Hey, brother De Yuan, someone actually asked me for your account. Cheng Zijuan smirked slyly, his words seemingly directed at Zheng Haichuan but his sidelong glance flickering toward Qiyu. As expected, his icy friend's face grew frostier. Unaware, Zheng Haichuan happily opened his WeChat page. Wow, cool. I can mutually follow and interact with them. Brother Zijuan, let me add you, I'll share my video account with you. Zheng Haichuan thought the person was just another small streamer or blogger like himself and enthusiastically wanted to make friends. Unexpectedly, his phone was snatched away by Qiyu, who coldly said, "You're at the center of attention now. It won't take long before someone digs up your account. Are you sure you want to add so many women right now?" Startled, Zheng Haichuan immediately straightened up and shook his head obediently. No adding. Watching this from the side, Cheng Zijuan was almost dying laughing. Struggling to hold back laughter, he silently thought to himself that this time his brother Qi might have truly fallen. Just look at this overly protective attitude, it's as if he's afraid his wife will be stolen. Alright, no need to take further actions today. Let's wait for things to develop naturally. I'll process the remaining videos tonight, and the contents of those workers we interviewed on the construction site this morning can be released tomorrow. Qiyu glanced at Cheng Zijuan with a warning not to mess things up, then continued to arrange matters in an orderly fashion. I've already informed the media side, they will keep the front page headlines ready, and when it's time, we'll bother Uncle Wei Ming and you, Cheng Zi, to forward it again to stir up the heat. Cheng Zijuan quickly patted his chest to assure, no problem. Don't be so formal about these things. Gui Wei Ming also waved his hand. Dichuan isn't just your friend, he's quite familiar with us too. Helping out is simply standing up for justice. If we can help Dichuan reclaim his money while punishing those people, that would be a great merit. That's right, Teacher Lu joined in from the side. They say it takes 3 helpers to make 1 hero. Now, if everyone chips in a little, things will get done. Between friends, there's no need to be overly polite. Zheng Haichuan had been quietly standing aside all along, watching as everyone bustled about for him. Now, it seemed he finally got a chance to speak up. He suddenly stood up, his eyes rimmed red as he bowed deeply to everyone present. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Gui. Thanks, Teacher Lu. And Brother Ching Zi too. I really don't know how to thank all of you. Thanks for taking so much care of my affairs. I don't have anything else to offer. Tonight, don't leave tonight. Please stay over for dinner at my place. Chi Yu was behind him, casually leaning against the standing cabinet, allowing Zheng Haichuan to express his gratitude without stopping him. Instead, when the others intended to leave, Chi Yu stopped them on behalf of Zheng Haichuan. There are still some details to discuss. He directly made the decision. I ordered some takeout, and Zheng Haichuan will prepare a couple more dishes, let's just roughly eat something. Zheng Haichuan eagerly nodded his agreement with Chi Yu's words, yes, no need for complications. Just make do, we'll just eat casually. Seeing this, the other few couldn't refuse, so they smiled and accepted the invitation. This was the third day after Zheng Haichuan had been beaten. While enduring punches and wooden sticks battering his body, Zheng Haichuan thought that life ahead would likely become hard once again. His injuries, Xiao Huimio's illness, his older brother's leg. All these issues piled one upon another without any resolution. But as he dragged his tired heart and wounded feet heavily up the stairs, only to be lifted by a strong hand, everything seemed to change completely. The pain and heaviness in his body began fading away bit by bit. It felt as if someone had opened up a clear patch of sky for him. Outside the old farmer building, the scorching sun after days of intense heat was now obscured by clouds, making the weather bright yet serene. Fine raindrops fell from the clouds, bringing refreshing breezes and misty moisture into the air. It seemed an unseen calm coolness draped itself onto Zheng Haichuan, soothing his aches and mending his wounds. The clean and sharp scent of pine needles wrapped around him. With one breath, Zheng Haichuan took in a sweet sensation. Chapter 62, Gaining Followers. Subsequent events became much simpler. The police station's officers took the initiative to contact them the next day. Gan Chiyu had already assisted Zheng Haichuan in filing a case and verifying his injuries, so this time it was mainly about supplementing records and gathering evidence. Chiyu submitted all video evidence to the police. The detective handling the case was Officer Zhao, who couldn't help but exclaim after collecting the evidence, "You two are really well prepared." His tone was half joking, half meaningful. This incident caused a huge stir online, attracting attention from all sides and putting significant pressure on their precinct. Detective Zhao had been called into the station late last night for meetings and organizing case information, and now his head was pounding. There's nothing we can do, ordinary people have little power. When bullied, we can only rely on legal protection, Chiyu responded meaningfully. Fortunately, there are many kind-hearted people helping. Detective Zhao recalled his initial casual attitude when registering the case information and awkwardly coughed. Rest assured, our station is taking this matter very seriously and will investigate as soon as possible. If, as the crowd in the video indicated, they have other previous offenses, we definitely won't overlook them. Recalling the demands stated in the complaint, Detective Zhao solemnly told Zheng Haichuan, "Comrade Zheng, you don't need to worry about your family members' medical expenses. If the evidence is solid, after the case is reviewed, what is rightfully yours will be given to you." Good. I'm not worried, I believe in the state. Zheng Haichuan looked moved, "Thank you for your hard work in solving the case." Officer Zhao waved his hand, "It's our duty." However, Chiyu wasn't as easily appeased as Zheng Haichuan. He asked, "When will those assailants be caught and dealt with?" "Although we have videos and photos, checking and comparing personnel information still requires some time," Officer Zhao, an experienced veteran, calmly replied. "After verification, we will bring each of them back for questioning." Chiyu frowned at such a method of handling things. Those people under Chen Litu had been around Pengcheng for years, they were more slippery than snakes. If they sensed something amiss beforehand and fled, it might lead to other potential complications. But, as the police pointed out, it does take time to verify and investigate individuals' information. Those workers come from all over the place, and some don't even use their real ID cards. To apprehend them right away would indeed require some effort. Actually, the fastest way is to pull one thread from a tangled mess and unravel the entire bundle based on that single strand. In the adjacent mediation room, a couple was fiercely arguing over the custody of their young child. The child cried loudly beside them. Soon, the door was closed tightly again by the coordinating officer, silencing the argument. However, the image of the man in the jacket's wild face suddenly appeared in Chiyu's mind. "Officer Zhao, would you accompany me to the hospital?" Chiyu relaxed his furrowed brow and addressed the officer. "We can directly find the detailed information of one of the instigators there. People go through many things in life, some are joyful, some are painful, some leave deep impressions, others pass by swiftly. But at some point in the future, they reappear in our lives in another form." If Chiyu hadn't stepped out of the consultation room that day and interfered unnecessarily, if he hadn't encountered the man in the jacket, then perhaps today he wouldn't be able to provide that man's information to the police. Maybe the man in the jacket could have slipped away unnoticed, making it harder for the rest to track them down. And if that day the man in the jacket hadn't caused trouble in the hospital but instead quietly brought the child to see a doctor, he wouldn't have drawn Chiyu's attention, thus hiding his trail. Sometimes, choices in life are determined early on by one's actions, which shape how life reacts back. Thus, the man in the jacket was quickly captured. And based on his confession, the rest of his henchmen, those who participated in beating others that day, were also successively brought back to the police station for investigation. Things seemed to be progressing smoothly, except for the top boss, Chen Lai-tu, who was yet to be found. But this was something the police should worry about. The rest gradually resumed their normal daily routines. Chi-yu continued working shifts at the hospital, busy between consultations and surgeries. After recovering from his wounds, Zheng Haichuan immediately returned to the construction site, continuing to twist rebars. The only change might be Zheng Haichuan's increased presence on the internet. From being a small-time influencer with only a few hundred followers to suddenly becoming nearly a household name, even old classmates from his hometown who hadn't been in touch for years sent Zheng Haichuan messages of sympathy. They said they had seen the video of his brutal beating and supported his fight for justice. Zheng Haichuan replied with gratitude to each message but declined any offers of pity or assistance. He continued living his life as usual, getting up early every day to cook for his young daughter Hihi, doing chores, and filming snippets of his daily routine. However, Chi-yu had advised him to pause updates for a while until the public attention died down before going back on camera. Thus, Zheng Haichuan obediently refrained from posting anything, keeping all new videos stored on his phone instead. Zheng Haichuan didn't know much about cyberbullying or keyboard warriors, but he trusted that Dr. Chi would never harm him, so he followed all of Chi-yu's arrangements without hesitation. As it turned out, Chi-yu's advice was spot on. During the more than a week that Zheng Haichuan stopped updating, his video account was uncovered by relentless netizens. Curiosity is innate to human nature. People often sympathize with perceived underdogs, yet they are also cautious about whether their sympathy might be misplaced. Moreover, there were always conspiracy theorists trying to dig up alternative truths, skeptical of the overwhelming evidence presented before them. But those who doubted Zheng Haichuan's authenticity ended up disappointed. Netizens traced through all his videos, from the most recent one to the earliest ones posted. Each episode, every appearance on screen, every word Zheng Haichuan spoke offered nothing for critics to attack. This unschooled countryman, this migrant worker enduring the hardest labor, did nothing but present his life in the simplest and most sincere way. He wasn't selling goods, didn't run advertisements, nor was he signed with any talent agency. His sole deviation from ordinary life, if at all, was earning tips from fans by uploading videos during breaks between work and family responsibilities. Even then, these tips came purely from verbal encouragement, totaling no more than a few hundred yuan in earnings, a stark contrast to other online influencers who bought followers, faked popularity, and relied on gimmicks to attract traffic. Zheng Haichuan's approach was too simple to provide fodder for criticism. Those with ill intentions left disgruntled, while others driven by curiosity and genuine concern found themselves intrigued. They grew fascinated learning more about Zheng Haichuan's background and past actions. Some appreciated his optimistic outlook, others found the unfamiliar life of construction sites intriguing. There were still others who simply enjoyed watching Zheng Haichuan's wide-toothed smile, listening to his chatty narrations of mundane everyday moments, feeling their stress dissolve into comfort and tranquility. They realized that, despite the hardships of life, there are those who can find sweetness amidst the bitterness. Chapter 63, Progress. Dr. Chi, patient in bed 35 needs a medication change. It was Dr. Chi's night shift today. He had just finished the handover when the nurse knocked on the door to remind him. As Chi was about to make his rounds, he asked the nurse to prepare the medications first while he carried his stethoscope and percussion hammer towards the ward with a composed stride. He started patrolling from bed number 1. It wasn't long before he arrived outside room 35 where the patient was a migrant worker named Lao Gan who had been injured by falling objects at the construction site some time ago. After his surgery, he was kept under observation in the hospital. Chi-yu was responsible as his attending physician. At this moment, there were two individuals sitting by the bed, one larger adult speaking to Lao Gan. The child beside him played quietly with interlocking chains, not making a sound. Brother Gan. I really didn't expect that replacing your shift would end up getting you so badly hurt. Zheng Haichuan only learned after restarting work that his colleague, Brother Gan, had been hospitalized due to a workplace injury. Not long ago, another colleague Uncle Quan had broken his leg, and now Brother Gan followed closely behind into the hospital. Although their worksite indeed posed high risks of various accidents leading to injuries, Brother Gan's accident happened precisely on the day they swapped shifts, allowing Zheng Haichuan to go claim his overdue wages smoothly. This made Zheng Haichuan unable to help but doubt if it was his fate to get injured instead. Ho ho, how could this be your fault? Who the hell knew that piece of steel pipe would fall down right then? Lao Gan waved his hand dismissively. Big Chuan, we don't talk nonsense between each other, your nose is bruised and your face swollen too. You're not doing much better than me. Since being hospitalized and immobilized, Lao Gan's entertainment consisted mainly of watching TV and scrolling through his phone. Zheng Haichuan's plight had already spread widely among their group of colleagues, yet he came here to comfort Haichuan instead. You take care of yourself first. You've got a little kid with you. Pay more attention to safety. Don't risk your life for a bit of money. Lao Gan was nearly a generation older than Zheng Haichuan, viewing him like a younger relative. He appreciated this diligent and honest young man working at the construction site. Now, seeing Zheng Haichuan still dispirited, Lao Gan pulled back the covers, exposing his belly tightly wrapped in bandages with his other hand, saying, I'll tell you what, because of your incident, our foreman has been running to the hospital pretty frequently. He's visited me several times already, even paid my medical bills early and sent the receipts photo to me specially. Ha! I didn't spend a single cent. Lao Gan spoke earnestly. Big Chuan, you did a good deed. Following online leads, Lao Gan also saw numerous past videos featuring Zheng Haichuan. Before, when he'd see Zheng Haichuan fiddling with his phone on the construction site, he would always shake his head, thinking the young people were neglecting their duties. But he never imagined that it was precisely through this mobile phone that millions of people could glimpse their real working conditions, and the mundane yet arduous hardships they endured. My son called me a few days ago. Lao Gan smiled in satisfaction. That boy used to think my job was embarrassing and insisted that my wife attended parent-teacher meetings. A few days ago, probably after seeing your video, he specifically called to warn this old man not to challenge those tough ones, and if the work became too dangerous, switch to another construction site. Though he said those words, I know he is still worried about me. Lao Gan glanced at Jing Jiahe playing with toys beside them and consoled Zheng Haichuan, young man, you should not be overly bold without considering risks. It was good luck this time, but what if next time they beat you to death and you can't dodge? Your family and friends, and all the people who care about you, will be heartbroken if something terrible happens. Just at this moment, the nurse, having prepared the medication, walked into the ward. Coincidentally, Qiyu entered together. Hearing the sound, Zheng Haichuan looked up and momentarily froze upon seeing Dr. Qi appear. The tall figure dressed immaculately in white stood out, with a calm and handsome demeanor, further enhancing his appearance of stability and reliability with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. However, before Zheng Haichuan's eyes, he vividly recalled the panic and anxiety behind those glasses when he was injured that day. Uncle Zheng Haichuan was unsure whether he had misinterpreted things back then, but Lao Gan was absolutely right. This time was sheer luck. Next time, he must learn from Dr. Lu to act more prudently. Bed 35, how are you feeling today? Qiyu moved to the side of the bed, lowering his head to examine Lao Gan's wound. Today, Zheng Haichuan and his nephew were visiting with him, which was no surprise to Qiyu. Zheng Haichuan's arm wound was ready for stitches removal, and Zheng Jiahe had been brought along at Qiyu's request. The minimally invasive surgery project he was involved in had recently carried out multiple preclinical trials, soon to enter the formal clinical phase. A certain number of trial patients would be recruited, and Qiyu intended to re-examine Zheng Jiahe's current condition. Qiyu didn't expect that Zheng Haichuan seemed to know the hospital's layout better than him after just a few visits. Upon arriving at the hospital, he disappeared from sight, only to turn up chatting with his workmates. Feels alright, Dr. Qi. Lao Gan chuckled, revealing his nicotine-stained yellow teeth, it's just that lying in bed all day has softened my bones. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haichuan's eyes showed agreement. Indeed. Not working and staying indoors all the time was too awkward. Qiyu skillfully put on his stethoscope, examining Lao Gan's breathing while sneaking a glance at the person sitting beside him with his peripheral vision. Bones are pretty much set after adulthood, they don't soften that easily. Who nowadays isn't capable of lying down instead of sitting or sitting instead of standing? Yet here were these two who couldn't stay still even while recuperating. Qiyu recalled seeing Zheng Haichuan grunt and sweat as he moved furniture next door before heading out for work tonight, an action which had nearly given him a headache. If not kept under watchful eyes, this fool can barely behave for a second. Dr. Lu, will Brother Gan fully recover? Zheng Haichuan watched anxiously as Qiyu performed the examination, interjecting his question. He always subconsciously blamed himself for Lao Gan's injury. If Brother Gan suffered any after-effects, like those in his brother's case, he'd be overwhelmed with guilt. I can't guarantee it. Qiyu put away his stethoscope and coolly replied, he was stabbed through and through, it wasn't just a scrape. We did everything possible during the operation, and so far, the recovery looks good. There is a fairly high probability that he will regain normal function. Often, doctors are seen as saviors capable of determining life or death for their patients. But in reality, doctors are just ordinary people trying to snatch lives from fate. They can only do their utmost to increase the patient's chances of recovery. No one could give guarantees. However, the heavy burden of people's hopes and expectations constantly rests on the shoulders of medical personnel. Qiyu was an exception. He had a clear understanding of his duties. He fulfilled them conscientiously, using his knowledge and skills to treat and save lives, but he wouldn't allow patients' and families' expectations or doubts to affect his emotions. Each individual should only take responsibility for themselves, this was Qiyu's past belief. At this moment, Zheng Haichuan also belatedly realized he'd asked a foolish question. His words faltered as he noticed Qiyu's increasingly cold expression, making him feel uneasy and ashamed. Dr. Lu worked so hard, putting so much effort into treating patients, and yet here he was complaining unnecessarily without experiencing any pain himself, truly excessive. He slapped himself on the face, secretly hating how clumsy he often was. Qiyu noticed Zheng Haichuan's actions, feeling speechless for a moment but also catching a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. This fool actually realized he was upset. It seemed he had improved somewhat compared to before. Qiyu bent down to remove the bandages from Lao Gan's wound, checking the exudate while taking medication from the nurse's tray to change the dressing. He reflected on the earlier conversation by the door and remembered the incident between Zheng Haichuan and Lao Gan captured in Zheng Haichuan's videos. Another hypothesis formed in his mind. If Lao Gan's accident wasn't actually accidental. Then there existed a far more chilling possibility. Qiyu found himself somewhat relieved now that, on that day, Zheng Haichuan had switched shifts with Lao Gan. He knew Chen Lao Tu as someone very cunning and obsessed with saving face. Perhaps when Zheng Haichuan unexpectedly disrupted his plans without warning, Chen Lao Tu responded by staging a public beating to establish authority. Otherwise, handling the situation through such an accident, quietly disposing of a person without anyone noticing, would seem far more convenient for him. Qiyu never considered himself a good person and wasn't shy about hypothesizing others' dark and ruthless motives. Without meeting Zheng Haichuan, he might not have noticed the subtle pain hidden beneath Lao Gan's gaunt features during the dressing change, merely following medical protocol and conducting the procedure. But now, upon noticing the taut posture of the lean middle-aged man due to the pull on his wound, he eased his actions, even adding an extra word, "It's normal, if there were no reaction, that would be troublesome. As your bones heal and the flesh grows back, you'll feel itchy too, so prepare yourself mentally." This instead made Lao Gan chuckle, "Sure thing, Dr. Qi. You can count on me, I've been used to hard work and don't fear pain. Just grit my teeth and bear it, if only I can get better, then nothing else matters." Meanwhile, Zheng Haichuan sat by the side, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Dr. Qiyu's motions as he applied ointment and wrapped the bandage. Once again, his mind wandered. He thought. Dr. Lu really looks very focused and handsome when he's working. Chapter 64, Wanting to say thank you. Today's night shift was unusually not too busy. After completing his rounds, Qiyu had no other tasks and decided to take Xingjiahe for a CT scan. It would take some time for the results, so Qiyu took the opportunity to discuss work matters with a colleague from the radiology department while Xingjiahe stood quietly beside him without making a sound. Not long after, Qiyu suddenly noticed something heavy on his leg. Could someone really fall asleep standing up? Stopping his conversation with his colleague, Qiyu looked down at the little one for a few seconds before bending over and gently picking him up. "I'll go first. Call me when the results are out." "Sure," the colleague responded curiously. Qiyu cradled Xingjiahe in one arm and slowly made his way back to his own department. Behind him, a doctor from the anesthesia department shook his head and smiled. Who said Dr. Qi was cold and unapproachable? Just look how gentle his movements were with the child, clearly, he's experienced. Truth be told, Qiyu had never held a child before. But having seen Zheng Haichuan do it many times, he found it wasn't that difficult. Besides, he gently bounced the boy in his arm and thought, this little bumpkin eats so well himself, why doesn't he feed the child more? This tiny weight is lighter than the instruments in his lab. Upon returning to the orthopedics department, Qiyu saw that Zheng Haichuan had already come out of his patient's room and was chatting with several nurses at the nursing station. They seemed to be laughing about something funny. The young man first widened his eyes in disbelief, then burst into laughter. His hearty laugh was infectious, prompting a group of young girls to giggle along. Humph. As Zheng Haichuan laughed, he suddenly heard a scoff by his ear. The nurses quickly realized someone had arrived and returned to their tasks, except Zheng Haichuan, who hadn't yet caught on. Turning around with a grin, he said, "Oh, Dr. Lu, you're back. We were just talking about you." Qiyu cast a cold glance at the elegantly dressed young ladies before turning his attention to Zheng Haichuan, saying sarcastically, "You certainly get along well everywhere." There was the female live streamer wanting his WeChat ID, and now there was this nurse flirting with him. Zheng Haichuan, though perplexed, didn't argue against Qiyu's accusations but instead noticed the sleeping nephew in Qiyu's arms and lowered his voice instinctively. He approached Qiyu and asked, "Is he asleep?" Qiyu merely grunted an affirmative response. "It's about time for him to sleep." Zheng Haichuan glanced at the clock and smiled at Qiyu, "Thank you, Dr. Lu." Faced with such earnest and amicable behavior, even Qiyu couldn't stay mad. "Don't disturb others' work," he gave Zheng Haichuan a sideways glance, "let's go. I'll find an empty ward for you two to wait in." "Alright, but isn't it bothering you? If you're worried about troubling me, stay put and stop sowing discord everywhere." "Oh, got it. I won't wander around, Dr. Lu can do your thing. I'm working right now." The nurses watched as the two men walked further down the ward corridor, sighing with relief before resuming their quiet chatter. He must be Dr. Qi's friend. That explains how he knows so much about Dr. Qi. Why does he call Dr. Qi Dr. Lu? Sounds odd. Maybe it's Dr. Qi's nickname or something. Huh, interesting. Still, don't you think? If they swapped genders, carrying that kid like that, wouldn't they look like a family of three? Shoo, are you crazy? Don't joke about Dr. Qi like that. Oh well, it's just random talk. He can't hear us anyway. Besides, haven't you noticed that Dr. Qi's temper has gotten better recently? I feel less coldness from him now. Right, Meng Meng? One nurse nudged another who had been staring at Dr. Qi's retreating figure, casually asking. Yeah. Su Meng gazed at Dr. Qi's handsome profile as he turned his head to talk to the youth, her lips tightly pressed together. Stubbornly, she insisted, Dr. Qi has always been nice. He's just treating friends normally. We're just not close enough to him. The nurses exchanged glances and dared not say more. Everyone knew Su Meng liked Dr. Qi, but Dr. Qi had never treated her kindly. Now he was being so friendly with a simple worker. If it were someone they liked, they'd naturally feel uneasy. Zheng Haiquan, who followed Qiyu into the empty ward, had no idea about the gossip and jealousy behind him. He looked around the ward, always feeling it wasn't right to rest here for free. He thought it might be better to wait on the bench outside. Turning around, he was about to tell Qiyu this, but noticed that the latter had already placed little Hamao on one of the beds. The beddings are changed every day. Seeing Zheng Haiquan standing there in a daze, Qiyu thought he was worried about the things in the ward, so he explained. Of course, Zheng Haiquan didn't care about these trivial matters. He went over to take off his young nephew's pants, shoes, and socks, whispering gratefully, "Dr. Lu. I don't know how to thank you enough. All these recent favors, one after another." Zheng Haiquan hadn't found a chance to properly thank Qiyu, and now the latter was once again taking care of little Hamao's situation. "Want to say thank you?" Qiyu walked to the other empty bed, gesturing for Zheng Haiquan to sit over. Without any suspicion, Zheng Haiquan quickly sat down on the bed. In the dimly lit ward with no lights on, only a small glass window on the door projected a faint glow from the corridor into the room. Looking up, Zheng Haiquan gazed at the man beside him. The tall figure stood there, draped in a white doctor's coat, with a stethoscope hanging around his neck, hands casually tucked into the pockets of the robe, looking relaxed yet aloof. That handsome face was now bent slightly toward him, the fine nose framed by delicate gold-rimmed glasses. The eyes behind the lenses were long and deep, like the mysterious woods Zheng Haiquan accidentally wandered into during his childhood nights. The shadows flickered, the wooden leaves rustled silently. It made one feel both timid and curious. Then Zheng Haiquan saw the clear, sharp lips of the man before him part, and heard him say, "If you want to say thank you, take your clothes off." Chapter 65, Don't Move Around. Chapter 65, Don't Move Around. In the dimly lit hospital room, the focused bedside lamp cast a bright halo of light over a broad and naked back. Zheng Haiquan was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his back to Qiyu, only able to see his reflection on the wall, showing the actions being done to him at the moment. Shouldn't the superficial wounds be healed by now? It had been 3 or 4 days since Zheng Haiquan returned to work. At this moment, he was honestly a bit nervous. He feared that Dr. Lu would examine his wounds and issue another house arrest order, keeping him at home. Qiyu opened the medicinal alcohol with one hand and used the other to hold cotton with tweezers, soaking it before applying it to Zheng Haiquan's wound. In a detached tone, he said, "Am I the doctor or are you?" Startled by the cold sensation on his back, Zheng Haiquan truthfully answered, "You." "Then shut up," Qiyu continued treating the wound. On the side, scattered in a medical tray, were the dressings and sutures removed just now. With nothing to do as he sat there idly, Zheng Haiquan raised his hand to look at the scar that had healed on his arm. A long streak of it, a few days ago it was a ghastly wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. Now, it was covered with tender, pink flesh that coiled into patterns like closed tree branches. Zheng Haiquan remembered seeing a kind of tree in the countryside. If someone cut into the trunk with a knife or axe, a translucent resin would seep out from the white core of the tree, which would then heal the split. When viewed again after some time, the tree would still have dense branches and leaves, with no visible signs of injury. People were far more fragile than trees. However, Zheng Haiquan felt luckier than that tree. Although he couldn't heal himself, he had Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu was like the best medicine in the world. With him, any big injuries or small illnesses didn't need to be feared. "Dr. Lu, let me tell you something." Suddenly recalling something joyful, Zheng Haiquan enthusiastically began, "My video account has actually gained more than 100,000 followers. There are so many more comments under each video, and, moreover, I've received quite a few tips." Lowering his head, Zheng Haiquan opened his phone to show Qiyu. "Look, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. My follower count is about to catch up with Mr. Gui." Ha! Zheng Haiquan had never imagined that he would attract so much attention overnight. It still felt somewhat surreal to him. "Sit still, don't move around." Qiyu glanced at Zheng Haiquan's phone screen and then reached out to press on his shoulder. This person stood shirtless in front of him, already testing his self-control, and now he was moving all over the place. Was he trying to see how much he could endure? Unaware of this, Zheng Haiquan simply sat straighter and read aloud several comments he liked. This person says, "Big Chuan's videos in the fast-paced present make people feel peaceful and rediscover the original taste of life." But what is the original taste of life? How do I not know? And this one, I'm also on a construction site. Big Chuan's videos are very realistic. Life goes better than mine. After watching your video, tomorrow I won't eat instant noodles either but will buy vegetables and cook myself a good meal. Haha, who would have thought I can make someone eat more? This statement also made me feel so good. No matter where life truly is, it is always full of repetition and monotony. Some people envy farming in the mountains, while others envy being office workers in the city. Every lifestyle ultimately returns to simplicity, but just as Romain Rolland said, true heroism lies in loving life even after recognizing its truths. Wow. This is really well put. Zheng Haiquan pondered over the last comment again and again, sighing deeply. Although he could understand the general meaning of these words, he was still a bit muddled inside. However, this did not prevent him from thinking they were well stated. Thus, Zheng Haichuan not only followed these fans online but also embarrassingly rubbed his nose as he said, "I don't think my stuff is that good." Qiyu had been listening attentively to this man talking to himself and finally opened his mouth. Excessive modesty is pride. His hands remained steady while treating Zheng Haichuan's wounds as he added, "People have a consensus on beautiful things. If you don't think so, it's because you're stupid." It took Zheng Haichuan a while to realize what was happening. "Dr. Lu, you're complimenting me." He was delighted inside, twisting towards Qiyu, "Do you also think I shoot well?" "Wow, I am so glad." This person really couldn't sit still. Seeing Zheng Haichuan's stubborn attempt to turn his face and talk to him, Qiyu mentally disliked it and sighed, letting the man turn around. Anyway, the wounds on his back were almost all treated. "You actually reply to every fan one by one." He caught a glimpse of Zheng Haichuan's operations on the screen and disapproved again, "Over 10,000 people, do you not want to sleep or are you trying to break your fingers?" No, I just follow a few who left me many comments." Zheng Haichuan hurriedly explained, "They're all so earnest, saying so many supportive words to me. I don't know how to thank them, but if I follow them back, I'd like to give them likes and comments in the future." "Do as you please." For some reason, Qiyu felt a bit irritated. Especially when he noticed there were actually 2 people on this fool's special attention list. "Who did you put on special attention?" He held out for a while but couldn't help asking. "Oh. Ah, you mean this." Following Qiyu's question, Zheng Haichuan opened the list. "One is Mr. Gui, we've already mutual followed before. The other is a really nice big boss. He gave me a lot of tips before." The dim light from the screen was still bright enough for Qiyu to see the account names on Zheng Haichuan's only 2 follows. "This law boss has been following me for a long time. At that time, I didn't even have many fans. Every time he tips me dozens to hundreds, I've never met such a generous person. Oh yeah, Xiao Himiao's illness was first noticed and reminded to me by him." The more Zheng Haichuan talked, the more moved he became, clenching his fists earnestly and said, "Once he gets better, I must specially tell him to thank him for saving her life." The young man in front had an honest expression, and Qiyu barely managed not to reveal his own identity. His mood cleared up after seeing the account name, but watching this fool only knowing to thank strangers behind the internet without any gratitude towards him made him inexplicably annoyed. "I should exactly tell you, there's a treatment method for Xingjia's disease that doesn't cost money." He was holding the medicinal cotton pressing against the chest of the young man, feeling the sudden tension coming from the muscles underneath. Qiyu chuckled, "Your big boss counts as a savior, then what about me?" Chapter 66, This One Bite. After listening to Dr. Qiyu's plan for Xiao Himiao's surgery, Zheng Haichuan looked at Qiyu with eyes nearly twinkling like stars. "Dr. Lu, how could you be so incredibly good?" Zheng Haichuan didn't know how to express his gratitude. Right now, he only felt a surging warmth rising from his chest. It was as if on a winter day, he had placed frozen hands over a fire to warm them. Warmth spread through his body, soft and comforting, but without pain, his whole self enveloped in gentle light, almost melting. How could there exist such a wonderful person? He stared at the man before him, murmuring silently in his heart. Zheng Haichuan wondered what good deed he must have done in a past life to deserve meeting Dr. Lu. He had thought it would take at least a year or 2 to gather enough money for his young nephew's surgery. But unexpectedly, Qiyu told him that all he needed to do now was fill out some forms, and his Xiao Himiao could receive the best equipment, the finest doctors, the most advanced treatments, all without spending a single cent. Finally, Zheng Haichuan understood why people always referred to doctors as angels in white. Now, looking at the man before him, it seemed like the white coat around him was surrounded by an ethereal glow. Isn't this more than just an angel? This is clearly a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva who relieves suffering. Though Dr. Qiyu anticipated that the current simple-minded person would be grateful, he hadn't foreseen such an intense reaction from Zheng Haichuan. "I should warn you beforehand, this clinical trial comes with certain risks." He applied medicine to the last wound on Zheng Haichuan's waist and turned to dispose of medical waste, deliberately lowering the other's expectations. "His arm won't require a bone replacement. Instead, we'll attempt to remove the affected area via minimally invasive techniques. However, if the test results aren't ideal or if significant risks are identified during the clinical validation phase, we will revert to traditional surgical methods." "I understand," Zheng Haichuan nodded. "Everything has risks, right? Even when working at construction sites, we face risks too. It's not like we stop working just because we're afraid of work-related injuries." He shifted his gaze to the little one sound asleep on the neighboring bed, speaking softly, "Little Himiao still has a long road ahead. If she can go through it without missing a single piece of her body, that'd be the best outcome. Even if we really need to cut the bone, as long as she survives, other problems can gradually be tackled." Dr. Qiyu removed his medical gloves, dispensed hand sanitizer, and washed his hands while pressing his index finger lightly against Zheng Haichuan's forehead. "Are you underestimating me, or underestimating modern medicine? Even in the worst-case scenario, it merely involves replacing the bone with an artificial one. How could someone with perfectly healthy limbs ever stoop to, as long as she's alive?" Zheng Haichuan almost fell backward at the single touch from Dr. Qiyu's finger. However, he didn't feel upset in the slightest. On the contrary, after hearing Dr. Chiyu's words, he eagerly leaned forward again with a wide grin full of white teeth. It's because I'm uneducated and thought incorrectly, Dr. Lu. You're magnanimous, please don't hold it against me. Whether it was due to half the worry being lifted off his shoulders, Zheng Haichuan appeared relaxed and spirited at this moment. It was akin to a patch of grass unfolding freely, where plants and leaves swayed gracefully in the balmy breeze. Under the sunlight, beads of water sparkled invitingly, making everything seem fresh and moist. The distance between the two people had been unconsciously closed by Zheng Haichuan. One sitting, the other standing, their proximity mere inches apart. The seated individual remained shirtless, his robust chest exposed and glistening with a tempting honey tone under the lamp. The scattered wounds, varying in shades of greenish blue and purple, were slowly fading over time and newly covered by patches of ointment, resembling fields crisscrossed with mist and snow. The standing figure stood immaculate in white, fully wrapped in a pristine lab coat, only exposing a pair of deft hands and a neck, excessively clean, overly abstinent. The sharp eyes behind those lenses revealed the sole crack in his restrained logic, the reflection of the young man's naked, strong torso etched within his pupils. Beyond the window on the 12th floor hung a bright moon. But at this moment, Chiyu felt himself directly exposed beneath the scorching sun. These eyes in front of him shone too brightly, scattering the surrounding gloom and tranquility, revealing every trace of dependency and joy lurking in their depths, even awakening a tiny sprout deep within his own heart that had been nearly discarded, stirring slightly, emerging hesitantly from the soil. Zheng Haichuan. Chiyu silently wished, don't look at me like this. Stop looking at me like you're laying everything out before me. Dr. Lu, you can rest assured. Zheng Haichuan remained oblivious and stretched out both of his large palms to grasp the fingers Chiyu had placed against his forehead. In the future, if you want me to do anything, just say so. The young man tightly held onto the cool, slender fingers of the other, earnestly making a simple yet sincere promise. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do it without hesitation. A breeze stirred under the sun, carrying with it a stifling clamor of hot air, ruffling Chiyu's already restless and irritable mood. He looked at the man before him who was talking nonsense all on his own. It made him feel amused, irritated, and an inexplicable impulse rose in him. He wanted to ask, what should I be worried about? He wanted to say, I don't need you to do anything. Even more, he wished to press this person onto the bed, silence that annoying mouth, grip his flexible waist, and use fingers moistened by sweat to forcefully knead those stubborn muscles until this fool could no longer utter another self-assumed word of idiocy. Dr. Lu. The room was quiet, silent except for the soft breathing of the little boy in the next bed and the nervous call from the person in front of him. In Chiyu's ears echoed the youth's recent sigh. It's just a bit strange. I hope he returns to the right path. He suddenly closed his eyes, pulling back his gaze which exposed too much desire. Don't tempt me anymore, Zheng Haichuan. Chiyu moved his lips but didn't speak these words aloud. He thought it best not to terrify this simpleton and leave some last modicum of dignity for each of them. Once Zheng Jiahe's illness is dealt with, they would go their separate ways. This was his final compromise. However, Zheng Haichuan did not know what terrible thoughts were going through the man before him. He merely acutely sensed something was off about Chiyu's emotions now. Still gripping Chiyu's fingers, Zheng Haichuan instinctively tightened his hold. Sensing the other's gaze returning to him, he inquired anxiously, Dr. Lu, is there something wrong with you? The eyes in front of him brimmed with a hue he couldn't comprehend. Like thick winter fog, yet resembling shadows cast by summer nights. So intense that it made one inexplicably tense. Did I say something wrong? Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but swallow audibly, hesitantly questioning. Sitting bare-chested on the bed and tilting his head upwards, the youth resembled a convict waiting submissively for execution. Chiyu shifted his fingers, which were tightly gripped by Zheng Haichuan, reflecting inward. A prisoner solely belonging to him. Honest and pure, completely unguarded towards him both inside and out. At this instant, Chiyu's concealed lust and longing swelled to their peak due to Zheng Haichuan's unwavering trust in him. He drew back his hand clutched by the youth and covered those luminous eyes with it. You haven't said anything wrong. Chiyu sighed softly, just too much. Excessively abundant to the point of becoming troubling, provoking thoughts, and causing restlessness, stirring up emotions deep within him like vigorous sprouting grass. Warm yellow light was cast on the white walls of the hospital room, forming a shadow bending over. The tall figure bent slightly, one hand shading the eyes of the young man sitting on the bed, the other propping on the edge of the bed. He leaned down and kissed the youth's lips. That single bite. Leaking sunlight brought spring back again. Chapter 67, Consider It. Suddenly, Chiyu's desire to delve deeper was interrupted by the abrupt ringing of his mobile phone. Chiyu lowered his gaze, his eyes still locked onto the back of his own hand. On the other side of the hand, there were someone else's eyes. Outside the hospital room, footsteps seemed to approach and then recede, while the murmurs of patients' conversation seeped through the cracks in the door. For the first time in his life, Chiyu felt that his job was so untimely. The mobile phone was vibrating in his pocket, while at the same time, the lashes of the person trembling beneath his palm kept tickling him. For a moment, Chiyu couldn't distinguish which sensation made him more anxious, the itchiness spread from his palm straight to his bones. Qiyu could vividly imagine how wide Jing Haichuan's eyes under his palm would be open, perhaps like grapes struggling to break free from the vine, begging to be bitten until their pulp yielded juice. Despite this, Qiyu did not remove his hand. He still firmly covered Jing Haichuan's eyes with one hand and picked up the official mobile phone with the other to answer the call. Hello. Which bed? Understood. I'll be right there. His voice was steady and calm. The colleague on the other end of the line had no way of knowing that the person currently talking to them was actually pinning a patient to the edge of the bed with ill intent. While speaking, Qiyu continued his actions unabated. He even suspended his lips just above the youth before him, deliberately letting his breath wash over the face of the person who was now half open-mouthed out of fright. A mere millimeter apart. When Jing Haichuan slightly recovered enough to press his lips together, their lip edges almost brushed against each other in an intimate angle. Just now, after the impulse in his heart was realized, Qiyu suddenly didn't want to deny himself anymore. The touch of overlapping lips was dry and rough, the cracking dryness even brought Qiyu a slight sting. But it was precisely such a kiss that made Qiyu acutely aware of one fact: he didn't actually want to go separate ways with the person in front of him at all. Not at all. Even though this person understood nothing, even though they always acted so stupid that it left him speechless, even though they may fundamentally dislike men, he still could not take his gaze or attention away from Jing Haichuan. Let alone withdrawing, the more this simpleton riled him up, the more the barriers in his heart crumbled. Until he could no longer control his desire to kiss, or worse yet, to push this person down and do more intimate and improper things. Qiyu did not know what it was like for others to fall in love. As far as he was concerned, his awakening to love was roughly pulled apart by the coarse hands that twisted steel bars in the heat of summer. The accumulated ice of his years melted completely under the scorching heat. His previously steadfast resistance to temptation could not withstand the allure of Jing Haichuan. If he couldn't resist, then he wouldn't try. He, Qiyu, wasn't exactly a good person either. He had given this simpleton many chances already, but this person kept drawing near, always using that expression, those looks, disturbing his life in a way that drove him mad. It was as if the man had no awareness, or as if he knew too much to fear. Initially, Qiyu harbored some thoughts about teaching the fool in front of him a lesson, scaring him a bit. But when he felt the incessant tremor in his palm and saw the stiff but obedient strong body in front of him without any attempts at resistance, all he felt was another kind of irritation. Jing Haichuan. Had the timing been different, Qiyu's irritations might have been resolved in a simpler and more straightforward way. But at this moment, Qiyu could only reluctantly withdraw his hand, leaving behind a sentence as Jing Haichuan looked at him with confusion and shock. You should consider carefully. Jing Haichuan had no idea what Dr. Qi wanted him to consider. In fact, after Dr. Qi kissed him that time, Jing Haichuan's brain was in complete disarray. Until he returned home with the sleeping little Hemiao, lying on his hard wooden plank bed, his thoughts were still circling around the same question: did Dr. Lu actually kiss him? It wasn't an accidental bump, but rather a deliberate lip-to-lip kiss. Jing Haichuan didn't understand why Dr. Lu would do such a thing to him. Or perhaps, he had a faint, hazy suspicion buried deep inside, but dared not contemplate further. There was work to do the next day, so Jing Haichuan tried to close his eyes and sleep. In the darkness, unable to see, the other senses became so magnified that they were impossible to ignore. Jing Haichuan vaguely felt as if he was back in the quiet ward, his eyes covered by a cool palm. Unable to see, he could only rely on his five senses and wild imagination to sketch out what was happening around him. A scene from not long ago suddenly popped into his mind. It had been at the police station when he saw two boys entwined, one of them being passionately kissed by the other, their bodies so close they seemed to melt together into one. Without realizing it, Jing Haichuan had replaced one of those boys with Qiyu, while he himself became the one being passionately embraced by Dr. Lu. The events of that evening in the ward seemed to unfurl before him from another perspective, making Jing Haichuan feel like there was still a trace of cold lingering on his lips, a frosty scent of pine needles sharp enough to make him dazed. Jing Haichuan had never considered himself to have a good memory during his school years, but tonight, every movement of Qiyu replayed crystal clear in his mind over and over again. Dr. Lu walking toward him, single-handedly holding little Hemiao. Dr. Lu smirking faintly as he instructed Jing Haichuan to take off his clothes. Dr. Lu lowering his gaze seriously as he applied medicine. Dr. Lu raising an eyebrow mischievously and asking how Jing planned to repay his debt of gratitude. A debt of gratitude. Should he offer his body in repayment? For some inexplicable reason, that exact phrase jumped into Jing Haichuan's mind. The exchange had seemed entirely proper at the time, yet now Jing Haichuan couldn't help but reinterpret the words differently. His face flushed crimson almost immediately. Romantic scenes from old TV dramas that he used to watch idly kept bubbling up uncontrollably, except in these memories, the male leads' faces were blurred and replaced by Dr. Lu's. Panicking, Jing Haichuan shook his head violently, trying to expel these inappropriate thoughts. He and Dr. Lu. They were supposed to be good friends. It must have been a mistake on Dr. Lu's part, he had touched Jing accidentally. How could Dr. Lu possibly like men? Just yesterday, Jing had heard at the nurse's station about several pretty nurses who fancied Dr. Lu. Even if we go through the wildest of assumptions, and Dr. Lu did fancy men. Why would he ever look twice at someone like Jing Haichuan? He was just a steelworker, lacking education, good looks, or wealth. What possible reason would Dr. Lu have for liking him? Am I insane? Dr. Lu definitely wasn't crazy, it must be him who has gone mad. Struggling, Zheng Haichuan vigorously shook his head again, trying to drive the absurd notions out of his mind. His motion was too forceful, rousing the sleeping child beside him, who mumbled and shifted restlessly. Startled, Zheng Haichuan stopped moving and gently patted the little boy's back, calming him back to sleep. As he soothed the boy, Zheng envied his 4-year-old nephew. If only he could be asleep like little Hemiao in that hospital room. That way, he wouldn't have to hear Dr. Lu speak, wouldn't have been kissed by him, and wouldn't have spent this whole night worrying and imagining nonsense. Outside, the first rays of dawn began breaking through the horizon. Just before slipping into an uneasy slumber, Zheng Haichuan's last conscious thought echoed inside his head. What exactly is Dr. Lu asking me to consider? Chapter 68, I'm hungry. Zheng Haichuan used to take pride in the fact that he never suffered from insomnia, always sleeping soundly and waking up fully refreshed every day. This allowed him to tackle work with energy and enthusiasm. However, this time, perhaps because his mind was cluttered with too many disorganized thoughts the previous night and couldn't come up with any reasonable conclusions, he tossed and turned until almost dawn before finally drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Zheng Jiahe was the first to wake up. Seeing that Uncle Chow, who usually had already put on an apron to prepare breakfast by this time, was still sound asleep, Zheng Jiahe quietly climbed out of bed and got dressed. The small child stepped carefully over the youth sprawled across the bed, then climbed down and walked lightly to the bathroom outside to brush his teeth and wash his face. Usually, after washing his face, Uncle Chow would wring out the washcloth for him, but today Zheng Jiahe did it himself, standing on tiptoe to hang it on the rack. But since he didn't have much strength, even though he tried his best, the cloth still dripped wetly onto the countertop, leaving a series of cute water rings. Following the example of what Uncle Chow had done before, Zheng Jiahe took steamed buns and eggs from the fridge. When picking the eggs, Zheng Jiahe hesitated slightly for a moment. Ultimately, furrowing his brows, he decided to take 2 eggs out. Uncle Chow said one must eat eggs every day to grow as tall as he is. Previously, they would only boil 1 egg, but Zheng Jiahe remembered what Uncle Lu had said when treating Uncle Chow's wounds, that Uncle Chow, being injured, should rest more and eat well to recover properly. So, Zheng Jiahe thought Uncle Chow should also eat 1 egg. Though, if Uncle Chow wanted to eat 2, that could be fine too. Growing a little shorter wouldn't be bad either. Breakfast was usually prepared by Zheng Haichuan using an iron pot to steam food. He filled half a pot with water, placed the eggs under the water, set the steamer basket in the middle, and arranged the buns on top. After covering the pot and letting it steam for 10 minutes, it would be ready to serve, hot and aromatic. Zheng Jiahe also wanted to try filling the pot with water like Uncle Chow, but the iron pot was so heavy that he struggled on tiptoes with all his might but still couldn't lift it. Disappointed, Zheng Jiahe pouted, but after scanning the stove twice, he came up with a new plan. He picked up his daily milk drinking bowl, ran to the sink to fill it completely with water, then slowly carried it to the side of the iron pot and poured the water in. Back and forth several times, the water eventually covered the eggs. The steamer basket and buns were already ready. After preparing these, Zheng Jiahe excitedly ran back to the living room bed to wake someone. Uncle Chow had told him absolutely not to touch fire. Zheng Jiahe was actually a bit regretful. He thought he had long understood how to use the gas stove, it was simple, simpler than cooking with wood back in the countryside. But since Uncle Chow had forbidden it, he refrained. Uncle Chow, Uncle Chow. In his dream, Zheng Haichuan felt something heavy on his body. He hadn't slept deeply, but he had been dreaming continuously, and the man with a cold face kept asking him if he had made up his mind yet. Zheng Haichuan's heart was in turmoil, so in the end, he bluntly asked what the man wanted him to decide. Unexpectedly, the man's lips curved slightly upward, leaned over and covered Zheng Haichuan, pressing against him while saying, I'm hungry. Zheng Haichuan suddenly sat up in bed, jostling the small figure beside him to roll to the foot of the bed. Thinking Uncle Chow was playing with him, Zheng Jiahe giggled as he clambered back onto Zheng Haichuan, speaking babyishly, Uncle Chow, hurry up and get up to make food for me. Hugging his young nephew, Zheng Haichuan froze momentarily before clumsily wiping his face. Cough, all right. Young sprout, get up first, let Uncle Chow cook for you. Zheng Haichuan had already returned to work several days ago, and the little one at home still needed the neighbor to look after him during the day. Thus, after breakfast, Zheng Haichuan sent Zheng Jiahe upstairs to Mrs. Lu's place, and wouldn't pick up his nephew until evening when work was done. Throughout the entire day, Zheng Haichuan remained in a somewhat dazed state. His mind was preoccupied, making his work efficiency much lower than usual, managing to tie up only 2/3 of the rebar allocated to his area. The foreman assumed it was because his injuries hadn't fully healed and offered Zheng Haichuan permission to leave work early without worrying about a few days' delay. Zheng Haichuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had never been one to slack off or take advantage, so at this moment, wanting to explain he was fine, he opened his mouth but didn't know how to phrase it. Rather than saying anything, he continued working silently. Only when there were hardly any people left on the construction site did Zheng Haichuan finish his workload for the day. Stopping his movements, he removed his blackened labor gloves and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then casually picked up the phone lying beside him which had been recording. Today, while working, Zheng Haichuan was so absorbed in his thoughts that he hardly exchanged a word with the camera. It wasn't until near the end of his work shift that he finally managed to flash an honest smile at the screen, his forehead smudged with 3 black fingerprints that only made him look more endearingly simple. Work efficiency was a bit low today, and it's almost dark. Thank you all for your attention and encouragement during this time. My injuries are almost fully healed. The things I do every day are quite ordinary and boring. You don't need to spend too much money tipping me, a little gesture is enough. Hee hee. I feel incredibly lucky to have met so many kind-hearted people, including the good friends who took care of me, and now the bad guys have been caught. I truly thank everyone from the bottom of my heart. Please rest assured, I'll continue to work hard and earn money. After wrapping up the recording, Zheng Haichuan got up from the dusty construction site and prepared to head home. Walking toward the entrance of the construction site, this after-work route wasn't very long, but today his gaze was drawn to a lively area along the way that he usually paid little attention to. It was a long strip-shaped zone built with mobile prefabricated houses, housing the canteen and convenience store for the workers, the offices of supervisors and project managers, as well as cheap dormitories for some of the laborers. If Zheng Haichuan didn't have Zheng Jiahe to take care of, he would also have chosen to stay there for its affordability and convenience. A tiny prefabricated room could be divided into 8 cramped beds. Each bed cost only a few yuan per day, much cheaper than renting a place outside. However, such an environment offered virtually no living space beyond the bed. The only activity area available was one's own bed, or at most, a narrow passageway wide enough for just one person. It was a place where you wouldn't want to stay unless you were sleeping. Therefore, these dormitories mostly housed single men, but there were also impoverished couples or married pairs squeezing together to save half the cost by sharing one bed. As Zheng Haichuan passed by on his way off work today, he noticed a middle-aged couple sitting at a small muddy plank table outside their prefabricated house, having dinner. Zheng Haichuan had occasionally seen this couple while carrying rebar. The man was a carpenter responsible for building formwork and scaffolding, and the woman was a casual worker doing odd jobs. They worked separately during the day but always stayed together during mealtime and breaks. They must have been married for many years. Both appeared humble and gentle in nature, they rarely quarreled. Sometimes, when the man finished his task, he even helped his wife by passing her tools. Now, the two of them were eating self-cooked dishes outside their dormitory. The food was served directly in the wok. The man ate more roughly, shoveling large bites of rice into his mouth, while the woman chewed slowly and leisurely, chatting about interesting things she had seen during the day. The man remained silent but nodded continuously in response. There was little meat among the vegetables in the pot. The woman picked out a piece of fatty pork belly with her chopsticks but did not eat it herself. Instead, she slipped it into the man's bowl. When the man tried to avoid it by holding up his bowl, one stern glare from the woman stopped him in his tracks. He then obediently lowered his head and ate the piece of pork. For some reason, Zheng Haichuan was reminded of the red rice sausage he ate that day at Mr. Goy's shop. When Dr. Lu inserted that bite of food into his mouth. What exactly was he thinking about? Chapter 69, Good Friend. 69, Good Friend. It was already dark when they returned to the old building, and Zheng Haichuan hurried to Lu Jun's house to pick up little Himiao. Sorry, Teacher Lu, I came back a bit late today. But just as the door opened, Zheng Haichuan smelled a savory aroma that made his mouth water. Following the scent, he saw that his young nephew had already taken his place at Lu Jun's dining table, holding a large pig trotter in his tiny hands, his face shining with grease as he chewed enthusiastically. Zheng Jiahe. Zheng Haichuan frowned. What did uncle say? Hearing this, Zheng Jiahe immediately put down the pig trotter, whispering timidly, not to eat or drink casually from uncles or aunts. Lu Jun shielded the little boy with his body, instead taking on an authoritative tone to scold Zheng Haichuan. Dechuan, it's because I let little Himiao eat. Why are you yelling at him? The kid is growing up. You, his uncle, are always busy outside, so what's wrong with me giving the child some good food? Zheng Haichuan immediately lost his vigor, hunching his shoulders and trying to charm Lu Jun with a smile. Teacher Lu, you know I didn't mean that. It's already troubling enough that Himiao ate lunch here at noon. How can we bother you again for dinner tonight? I'm already embarrassed enough. You should have said that to Gui Wei Ming. Lu Jun turned back into the room. He tried making a new dish but failed. Not wanting to waste it, he shoved everything to me. I couldn't finish it all alone, and not wanting it to go to waste, I let little Himiao eat more. He then grabbed another set of chopsticks and bowls from the kitchen and gestured toward Zheng Haichuan. Even the two of us won't be able to finish it. Dechuan, stop going downstairs to cook. Quickly help me finish this so nothing gets wasted. Though Zheng Haichuan's head was already spinning today, after hearing Lu Jun talk about waste a few times, he became even more confused. In the end, he sat at Lu Jun's dining table dazedly, just like his young nephew, holding and gnawing at the fragrant and soft pig trotters. In the middle of the meal, the door of Lu Jun's home opened again. The door opened but no one was visible at first, only a deep voice carried in from outside, Jun, I made extra oil-stirred vegetables, did you? Zheng Haichuan still had a piece of pig trotter in his mouth, and he turned around bewildered to see a familiar bearded man walking in, one hand holding a plate and the other fiddling with the keys. Dechuan, what are you doing here so late? Gue Wei-ming had this first thought, but before finishing his sentence, he caught Lu Jun glaring at him warningly, promptly shutting his mouth and naturally tucking the key into his pocket as if nothing happened. Cough, eating at Teacher Lu's tonight. Very good, very good. Mr. Gue, nice evening. Lu Jun gave Zheng Haichuan a nervous glance but saw that he was happily greeting Gue Wei-ming and continuing to devour the pig trotter without much notice. Relieved, he spun around and chased Gue Wei-ming away. There's no way we're eating any more. Are you running a restaurant or raising pigs? Originally musing over the meaning of Jun, as referred to by Mr. Gue earlier, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help laughing silently upon hearing Lu Jun, who was normally genteel, bluntly berating someone. Gue Wei-ming, undeterred, placed the plate on the dining table, smiling cunningly, I wish I could go back to the countryside to raise pigs. Unfortunately, those piglets I've been feeding for so many years haven't fattened up. So I can only think of ways to cook better dishes for them. Lu Jun. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haichuan gained newfound respect for the pig trotter in his hand, saying, so this piglet has eaten so many good things provided by Mr. Gue. No wonder the trotter tastes so delicious. As he said this, he took another bite and educated his nephew sitting beside him, Jing Jiahe, don't waste it, alright? Clean every corner. Jing Jiahe's cheeks were dripping with grease as he nodded in agreement, At this point it was Gue Wei-ming's turn to be speechless. Lu Jun burst out laughing at these jokers, shaking his head and recovering his usual gentle demeanor. Glancing at Gue Wei-ming, he asked, have you eaten? Want to join us? Surprisingly honored, Gue Wei-ming regretfully waved a hand, still guests at the shop. I'll just bring the dishes upstairs for you, take your time, I'll go downstairs now. He came and went quickly, something Lu Jun seemed quite used to. However, Zheng Haichuan, while eating a hot, freshly cooked plate of stir-fried vegetables, couldn't help but comment, Teacher Lu, you and Mr. Gue really do have great feelings. Caught off guard, Lu Jun paused with his chopsticks mid-air, softly replying, yeah. We're just, good friends. Zheng Haichuan didn't notice Lu Jun's slightly awkward pause. Still entangled and confused in his relationship with Qiyu, he couldn't help but seek advice from the most learned person around him aside from Qiyu. Teacher Lu, what is a good friend really like? Zheng Haichuan chewed on his chopsticks, eyes full of bewilderment. I regard someone as an extremely good friend, but I don't know how he regards me. Seeing that Zheng Haichuan's attention was not on himself, Lu Jun became more at ease in his expression. After thinking for a moment, he slowly responded. A good friend is someone, you can expose all your worst moments to them, and you're also willing to share both your happiness and sadness. When you're with them, even silence feels comfortable because just from your gestures or look in your eyes, they already understand what you're trying to say. A good friend is someone who helps ease your bad mood, someone who stands by your side and wants to defend you, someone who thinks of you when they come across something nice and keeps the messy unpleasant things away from you. After finishing his meal and placing down the chopsticks, Lu Jun's gaze lingered on the dish of oil-sautéed lettuce. His gaze carried the weight of distant memories, as though lost in reflection, yet he continued speaking. A good friend is someone who stands firmly by your side when the whole world isolates and betrays you. Maybe you don't see each other often, but you're always in each other's thoughts. Perhaps there have been conflicts and misunderstandings, and you've gone your separate ways, but still, you remain a watchful presence in each other's lives. Just knowing that they are doing well is enough to bring satisfaction. They make you feel no longer alone. In Wang Xiaobo's words, you find in them a kind of eternal spirit that surpasses everything in an ordinary life. At first, Zheng Haichuan could keep up with Teacher Lu's explanations. But as he listened on, it got fuzzier, feeling as if he were back in school listening to his teacher emphasize key points on stage. It sounded incredibly reasonable, but upon close inspection, it seemed like he hadn't grasped anything after all. Realizing his doubts remained unresolved, Zheng Haichuan simply scratched his crew cut, somewhat recklessly asking. So Teacher Lu, do good friends? Do they kiss? Teacher Lu, shakingly covering little He Miao's ears to Chuan, tell me who your good friend is first. Mr. Gue, setting off fireworks outside the shop door. Yes, they absolutely do. Chapter 70, Yourself. After dinner, Zheng Haichuan first took little He back downstairs to be coaxed into sleep, and only then was he led by a somewhat complicated-looking Lu Jun to the rooftop terrace upstairs to continue the unfinished conversation from the dinner table. So, who kissed you? Yuzi. Lu Jun leaned against the railing at the edge of the terrace, tilting his head as he tentatively asked Zheng Haichuan. He had spent a long time thinking about it in the house, but only one name came to mind. Even though Lu Jun clearly knew there weren't many people like him in the world, he couldn't help making this outlandish guess. Perhaps, he envied the atmosphere between these two too much. Lu Jun recalled how calm and committed Qiyu had been when dealing with Zheng Haichuan being attacked, and how completely Zheng Haichuan trusted and obeyed him. He couldn't help but think the relationship between these two kids ran deep. Wow! How did you know, Teacher Lu? Zheng Haichuan instinctively covered his mouth, then quickly let go. Well, isn't it obvious? I mean, he's my only good friend. Zheng Haichuan rubbed his nose, noticing Teacher Lu looking over and hurriedly added, both you and Mr. Gue are my friends. It's just that I respect you all as elders. Lu Jun found it amusing inside, thinking that he and Wei certainly didn't want to be this kind of good friend. Do you want to talk about it? Lu Jun smiled warmly and looked toward Jing Haichuan. If you feel like it, you can casually chat with me. At the dinner table, Lu Jun had noticed something odd about Jing Haichuan and it reminded him of his younger days, so he couldn't help but interfere. The July summer evening breeze was warm yet not stuffy. Jing Haichuan mimicked Lu Jun, leaning on the balcony rail and looking down at the bustling streets below filled with countless lights, as well as pedestrians and diners weaving through them. With excellent eyesight, Jing Haichuan spotted a few high school students fooling around near a fried skewer shop and also saw a young couple seated roadside, quietly sharing a bowl of hot pot. He noticed Da holding her baby while fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, chatting away with fellow mahjong players at the alley entrance about someone's gossip. The husband and wife running the noodle shop were packaging an order for delivery, and Aunt Zhang from upstairs who had just swept the street was dragging a garbage cart bigger than she was towards the waste station. Standing atop the roof, Jing Haichuan could see far, even glimpsing deeper into the urban village 2 streets away. He briefly caught sight of a tall figure but it vanished instantly into the dimness of a narrow alley corner. Jing Haichuan rubbed his eyes, unable to locate the person again. He thought he must have mistaken it. Dr. LV should still be home taking a nap, right? I don't know how to say it. Returning to the present, Jing Haichuan looked at Lu Jun with an open yet confused gaze. Teacher Lu, I feel like something is off with me. What's wrong with you? Lu Jun nodded, encouraging him to continue. It's just, these last 2 days, I keep thinking about Dr. LV. Jing Haichuan felt like someone from a TV drama under some sort of spell. He couldn't focus on anything else, his mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of Chi-Yu. Lu Jun guided patiently, do you think about him as a person or, about the kiss itself? Jing Haichuan thought deeply for a moment, shaking his head, I don't know. It seems I've been thinking about both. Lu Jun changed the way he asked, when he kissed you, did you feel disgust, nausea, or repulsion? How could I? Jing Haichuan shook his head rapidly, Dr. LV is so clean and smells so good. Jing Haichuan instead thought he himself was dirty, as he hadn't washed his hair that night, and his clothes were sweaty from a whole day of work. He wondered if Dr. LV might find him repulsive. Lu Jun was amused by Jing Haichuan's description. He remembered that Yu seemed quite stylish in front of Dechuan, dressing handsomely and spraying cologne. If Chi-Yu knew what Lu Jun was thinking now, he would surely frown coldly and argue that he's always like that. But since he wasn't here, obviously, the only 2 people on the rooftop could freely speculate. Lu Jun continued asking Jing Haichuan, what was your first reaction after it happened? Jing Haichuan paused to collect his words before saying with difficulty, I didn't know what to do. Dr. LV told me to think it over, but I don't know what he wants me to think about, and I'm anxious. I consider him a good friend, he has helped me so much. I don't want him to be angry or unhappy. I'm afraid if I don't respond properly, Dr. LV will ignore me. Jing Haichuan wasn't sure what he wanted to express, so he irritably scratched his head until Lu Jun handed him a can of cool tea, chilling his hand. Dechuan. Lu Jun said slowly, have you noticed a problem? Jing Haichuan was confused. Didn't you notice that everything you just said was all about Chi-Yu? Lu Jun, who read and wrote every day, had spotted the essence of the matter at this moment. What about yourself? What do you think about doing such a thing? Without considering Chi-Yu, do you like it yourself? Are you willing to do such things with him? Jing Haichuan hadn't realized this himself. But in the eyes of others, even if he wasn't already deeply embroiled, he had been pulled to the edge of a pit, ready to jump in without care. Lu Jun could guess Chi-Yu's intentions. Little Yu was someone he'd watched grow up since childhood, always clever, with plans and calculations for everything. Lu Jun didn't believe that Chi-Yu's feelings toward Jing Haichuan were just a spur-of-the-moment fancy. Maybe they had been planned long ago. But seeing how foolishly Jing Haichuan was spinning around someone else without realizing it, he worried that later on he might be fooled and happily count his loss as gain. Lu Jun felt some compassion. He had also been coaxed and deceived in his youth. Reflecting back later, he always thought that if someone clear-headed had advised him earlier, it would have been better. So at this point, he did not intend to side with Chi-Yu. Dechuan, our talk tonight about good friends actually applies to lovers as well, much of the time. Only compared to the attributes of good friends, a lover is more unique, more profound. A friend can exist between you and many others. A lover, however, can only be 2 people exclusively focused on each other. No one else can interfere. He is the only one, special, and you cannot do with anyone else what you have done with him. He will give you the greatest joy in life, the most enthusiasm, the warmest contentment, the hottest passion, the softest affection. Similarly, he may also make you feel pain, lose your rationality and become foolish, experience constant worries and sufferings, yet you remain willing to endure it all. Lu Jun looked at Jing Haichuan's gradually confused gaze and sighed softly inside. This simple guy, probably newly encountering these feelings, wouldn't understand what he was saying. Unless, he let him experience it all personally. In short, Dechuan, you need to figure out first what kind of feeling you have for Chi-Yu. Lu Jun simplified the complexities and patted Jing Haichuan's chest, ask yourself, what exactly does he mean to you? Can you accept Chi-Yu doing with others what he has done with you? Do you want your relationship with him to grow closer and deeper, or stay the same, or even move further apart? When he encounters sorrow and difficulties, what do you wish to do? When he's unhappy, what do you hope to do? Don't think about others, just follow your heart. As Lu Jun spoke, he understood himself more and more thoroughly. He looked down at the snack stall downstairs that still emitted smoke, watching the large bearded man bent over, diligently cleaning the meal cart. Memories and emotions flooded his mind with countless tastes. Lu Jun finished the cold tea in his hand in one go, and said to Jing Haichuan, I think, what he wants you to consider should be this. Chapter 71, Can't Wait. Jing Haichuan returned home with an even messier mind. The words Mr. Lu said made a lot of sense to him, but they were as if covered by a veil, hazy and unclear. Only the last few sentences did he fully understand. Especially when Mr. Lu asked him if he could accept Dr. Lu doing that kind of thing to other people, Jing Haichuan instinctively felt unwilling. Dr. Lu kissing other people? Who? That Qingzi brother? Or the little nurse at the nursing station who said she really liked Dr. Lu? After pondering for a while, Jing Haichuan started to feel a bit suffocated in his chest. When Lu Jun asked him whether he wanted their relationship to be closer or further apart, Jing Haichuan immediately rejected the latter. How could being further away be better? Dr. Lu was so good, helped him so much. He would be heartless if he thought he should stay away from Dr. Lu. He was just a bit bewildered by the kiss, but he never intended to distance himself from Dr. Lu. Jing Haichuan didn't know what Qiyu meant to him, nor did he know exactly what he should figure out. He only knew that he wanted Dr. Lu to be happy, wanted to give everything he could to Dr. Lu, and wanted to see Dr. Lu talking to him every day. Jing Haichuan didn't know if this was gratitude, friendship, or something done by someone one likes, but he knew deep down that he truly cared about Dr. Lu. This kind of care was something Jing Haichuan had never experienced before. Even towards his own older brother or Xiao Humai, Jing Haichuan would only worry about them or be happy for them, rarely thinking about what he could gain from them. But Qiyu gave him too much on his own initiative, making Jing Haichuan's heart heavy. But this heaviness did not make him feel tired, instead, it brought a stable peace. With such a Qiyu, such a Dr. Lu, how could he possibly avoid him? Jing Haichuan paced back and forth in his living room, gradually finding an answer in his heart. He licked his dry lips and thought. If Dr. Lu would be happy just by kissing him, then it wouldn't matter if he let him. Qiyu didn't know that one word from him could make Jing Haichuan's thoughts twist endlessly. After the night shift, Qiyu went home first and had a good rest. In Qiyu's view, it was impossible for Jing Haichuan, that simpleton, to figure things out on his own. He just wanted to pierce through that veil first, and then, take things slowly. With him keeping an eye, how could that simpleton escape? Because of having made up his mind, and after sharing a fleeting joy with the person he liked, Qiyu had a very comfortable nap and slept until dusk. When he woke up, he lazily turned on his phone and started browsing Jing Haichuan's latest videos. Jing Haichuan's most recent video was quieter than usual, constantly working hard and only speaking to the camera when the video was about to end. Comments were concerned if he was still worried about the aftermath of the beating incident. But only Qiyu knew that the simpleton was definitely thinking about him. Jing Haichuan couldn't hide anything on his face. At least not from Qiyu. It was easy for him to tell what the simpleton was thinking. For instance, just now after resting after carrying rebar, Jing Haichuan picked up a large water pot to drink. After gulping several times, he suddenly stood still. Others thought he was lost in thought, but Qiyu noticed that Jing Haichuan pressed his lips twice and unconsciously licked his lower lip with his tongue. It was the spot he had gently bitten last night before leaving. A soft, leisurely laugh echoed in the quiet room. Qiyu smiled pleasantly, yet his gaze was locked firmly on Jing Haichuan's thick lips that had just been moistened by cool water. He suddenly felt impatient to do something that would make the simpleton fantasize even more. After finishing the video, Qiyu scrolled down the comment section. Previously, Jing Haichuan said he gained many followers, but Qiyu didn't really notice until he saw that the usually empty comment section now had hundreds of comments. Then he realized that the person once visible only to him had become an object of attention and admiration for many others. Wei Xing, first time I found a guy moving steel bars can be this handsome. By Yi Xiao, Big Brother De Yuan, talk to us more. I like listening to you talk about the construction site. It feels like I've learned a lot of knowledge that textbooks don't offer. Polar Bear, this physique, moving bricks is a waste. Brother, our gym needs coaches, interested. Amin 211, a real man should sweat, not cry. Brother Dutchwan, I support you. Best_tomorrow, let's be honest, men at the construction site may not be well educated, but their muscles crush some popular young actors with no effort. No_excuse 886, this arm strength. Brother Lao Tai's actions of tying rebar and bending hooks are so amazing. It feels like he could twist a person with his bare hands, ha ha ha. Xiaojang_bend, he, want to be hugged by Brother Duchuan's big chest. As Qiyu scrolled down, he increasingly felt the content was unbearable to look at. Dissatisfied, he made an irritated, tisk sound, frowned, and long pressed, Xiaojang_bend, comment to report it. Then his eyes lingered on, no_excuse 886, message for a moment before quietly giving it a like. Comments were sorted by heat. After scrolling for a while, Qiyu decided to close the app, out of sight, out of mind. But just before exiting, he accidentally caught a highly offensive negative comment amidst all the concerns and compliments. Big chin bro, stinky brick mover, overestimating yourself. You'll regret this, wait and see if I don't finish you off. In Pengcheng, gua meant the same as hang, so the latter half of the sentence meant, sooner or later, I will kill you, eliminate you. Others might think this person was joking, but upon seeing the commenter's nickname, Chiyu immediately associated it with someone, the one who instigated the beating incident the police hadn't yet caught, Baldhead Chen. Chiyu immediately turned serious and entered, Big Chin Bro's main page. This person's previous videos featured luxurious banquets and boasting about cars and houses, yet none revealed the shooter's appearance. Some were likely hidden already, and what remained were those with many likes that he didn't bear to delete. Chiyu immediately forwarded this person's information to Officer Zhao in charge of the case. Meanwhile, he opened each of Big Chin Bro's still public videos one by one. When he flipped to an older video posted quite a while ago, his hand paused. Chiyu carefully examined the shooting location of this Big Chin Bro and the woman who appeared in it. Realizing something, he quickly got dressed, then went downstairs to the first floor. On the first floor staircase, Aunt Hong was playing on her phone and smoking while waiting for customers. Chiyu walked up to her sewing table, showing her the screenshot of the woman on his phone screen and asked, I remember, isn't she your friend? Although Baldhead Chen had hidden his personal information, he didn't care about the people appearing in other videos. Several videos featured a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman giggling while shopping, all which Baldhead Chen readily agreed to buy. Chiyu always remembered things well. He thought for a moment and vaguely recalled possibly seeing Aunt Hong drink and play cards with her years ago. But it had been a few years since then, so he wasn't sure if this woman was indeed the one from his memory. Hey, isn't that Lily? Holding her cigarette, Aunt Hong enlarged the image and took a closer look. She's been doing better these past few years. Look at all the gold and jewelry on her. Have you been in contact with her recently? Not in a long time. Aunt Hong shook her head and gestured towards the scraps of fabric on her sewing table. I do this work now, they wouldn't look at me twice. Not too long ago, a former friend passed by and gave me a snarky lecture, laughing at how I do this kind of broken work. Aunt Hong rolled her eyes. They think lying down and spreading their legs means they're not doing trash jobs. She obviously couldn't hang out with her old friends anymore, but Aunt Hong stayed strong-hearted. I told her right there that I would cut her so-called Gucci bag with my scissors, scaring her enough that she grabbed the bag and ran away. Ha ha ha. Chiyu joked along, next time, you can even ask her to pay you to sew a made in China on the back of her bag. Aunt Hong burst into laughter due to Chiyu's suggestion, laughing for a while before continuing, for this Lily, I should still have her contact details. But why do you need her? Rumor has it that she's been kept by some big boss, living in a villa and driving luxury cars long ago. She probably still has a place in the village. Chiyu tapped his fingers on the table, pulled up the video shot by Baldhead Chen and showed it to Aunt Hong. This place I remember is around 2nd Street in the village. All combined, the entire Shaoshui city urban village consisted of several hundred alleyways, divided internally and externally into 7 or 8 smaller districts. The deeper inside, the smaller the numbers and worse the condition of the houses, with more complex and mixed inhabitants. Though surveillance cameras have been installed everywhere nowadays, in those narrow inner alleys between buildings only half a meter apart, no one really knew who lived there. Sister Hong scrutinized the photo for a while before hesitantly nodding, yes, it's the 2nd Street side. I remember Lily lived there for quite some time a long time ago. Aunt Hong, do you remember the exact location? Chiyu adjusted his glasses, feeling more confident about his speculation. If he was correct, the elusive Baldhead Chen that the police hadn't found might be hiding in some dark gutter within this urban village. It was dangerously close, close enough that he could potentially show up anytime, rallying people and striking Jing Haichuan again. As they were talking, a few voices drifted down from the empty staircase above. Teacher Liu, let me put to sleep first, and then I'll come back and chat with you. Alright, no rush, you go ahead. Uncle Yeo, I don't need to be coaxed. I can fall asleep by myself. By yourself? Can you wash your face, soak your feet, climb into bed, and turn off the light all on your own, he meow. Don't worry, when you grow up, Uncle Yeo won't bother with you anymore. Oh. The cheerful laughter of a young man mixed with the childish voice of a toddler, creating an unexpectedly tender atmosphere. Chiyu lowered his eyes and said to Sister Hong, could you help me find out? Sure, I'll ask around. Seeing the serious look on Chiyu's face, Sister Hong didn't hesitate. She quickly tapped on her old friend's number she hadn't contacted for a while glancing sideways at Chiyu to confirm, you're sure you just want her address? Chiyu slid his hands into his pockets, calmly replying, don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous. His fingers slowly rubbed against the keychain inside his pocket. Hanging from it was a small black object. A quick press on its end would eject a spring-loaded sharp tip. It was a multi-purpose tactical knife Chiyu had been carrying with him since his teenage years. Chapter 72, Dead Bastard. Sister Hong did not directly find out from Lily where she lived. That woman was slippery. As soon as Sister Hong asked, she deflected the conversation elsewhere. Sister Hong didn't bother to waste words with her and hung up, relying on her years of connections in the urban village to find out approximately where Lily lived through other channels. Only know that she lives in this village house. Don't know the exact door number. Sister Hong told Chiyu about a place while warning him, there are many big stalls and fish ball stalls over there. Neither the demolition families nor the grooms are easy to deal with, don't go provoking them yourself. Sister Hong mentioned several words in one sentence that were black jargon unsuitable for direct talk, but Chiyu could roughly understand them. Either they were selling drugs or selling themselves. He grew up in the village since childhood, how could he not know about all sorts of riffraff? Chiyu nodded, got it. Thanks Aunt Hong. After saying that, he walked out of the first floor iron gate with his hand in his pocket, leaving behind Sister Hong's disapproving gaze as he went alone towards 2nd Street. Sister Hong sat at the staircase holding a cigarette, cursing under her breath, unreliable little bastard. This kid had always been stubborn since young, refusing to be disciplined. He dared to fight with someone wielding steel pipes before he was even an adult, and now he dare guarantee that he won't do dangerous things. Ha! It's probably because he doesn't even feel danger. Really, his courage surpasses his father's by no small amount. Who knows who he takes after? Sister Hong thought left and right, feeling it wasn't steady enough. After muttering curses while biting her cigarette butt, she finally dialed a long untouched phone number. Hey, it's me. Can't I call if there's nothing? Don't beat around the bush. You go check out around 2nd Street for me, help Yezi if something happens. Yes, that Yezi you've seen. Roll your eyes old man, what are you thinking? Besides, even if this old hag dates a younger man, it's none of your business. Go away, whether you like it or not. Ho ho, said not to show up in front of this old hag again. If there's nothing, just get lost. It has to be said, having watched Chiyu grow up, Sister Hong certainly wasn't off, Chiyu really did go solo. It's not that he arrogantly thought he could handle local strongman Lao Tu-chen who had dominated the area for years solely on his own. Chiyu just wanted to scout the situation first so that Officer Zhao wouldn't cause an alarm when he arrives with people later, making it harder to catch the culprits. Chiyu was also very familiar with the paths in the village. With 7 twists and 8 turns, he reached the residence Sister Hong mentioned. It was the farthest end of a narrow alley. The outside still had some lights on, such as barber shops and pork shops, but deeper inside, there was no light at all, only the sound of footsteps on the uneven stone tiles echoing. Chiyu casually crossed the dark, long alleyway. Occasionally from the pitch-black side alleys beside him came sounds evoking lascivious thoughts, soft moans and low groans. Chiyu ignored them, keeping his narrow eyes fixed on the faint stairwell light not far ahead. He knew that was probably where Lao Tu-chen was hiding. He wandered inside briefly with his hands in his pockets and then calmly returned to the main road outside. He sat down at a dessert shop where he could directly see the alley entrance, ordering a sweet soup, then looked at his phone while keeping an eye on the people coming out from the alley with his peripheral vision. His phone had just received a reply from Officer Zhao. He told him that he was already bringing people here, arriving in about 10 minutes. Chiyu was considering following the police to catch the guy. If there's a chance, better yet create one if there isn't, settle some debts on behalf of Jing Haiquan from Lao Tu-chen. Foolhardy bravery is behavior of brutes. Chiyu considered himself fundamentally different from Jing Haiquan, that dimwit. Hence, he hadn't planned to trouble Lao Tu-chen alone. Back in the day, when he sought out debt collectors and beat them one by one, it wasn't like taking on 10 at once. Nowadays, after being chased around by Lao Tu-chen, who knows how much anger had accumulated in him and how many brothers might be waiting for revenge. He'd be crazy to go alone to die. When there are more legitimate and less labor-intensive ways to solve problems, why resort to violence? Chiyu, who had received higher education, felt that he should educate Jing Jiahe, that little kid, in the future if given the opportunity. Do not learn from his uncle, who relied on fists and muscles every day, without using his brain at all. This plan seemed to be going smoothly, but sometimes, heaven does not give people the chance to act according to plans. It was such a coincidence that just as the shop owner had served Chiyu's sweet soup and his body blocked Chiyu's view momentarily, there emerged a middle-aged fat man bending his back as he walked out of the alley. Even on this hot summer night, the fat man was still wearing a baseball cap. Any passerby would simply sigh, thinking he must not be bothered by the heat. But Chiyu knew well that it was to cover up his very distinctive head full of scabies. That man was none other than Lao Tu-chen. Lao Tu-chen came out alone, without any Brotherhood members or women following him. Perhaps sensing a crisis after Hong's sister's call earlier, Lao Tu-chen kept looking around as he walked, apparently observing whether there were any suspicious people nearby. He carried nothing with him except for a black briefcase under his armpit, which looked bloated but whose contents couldn't be identified. However, the chubby arm held it firmly. After pondering for only a few seconds, Chiyu decisively settled the bill and stood up, keeping a safe distance behind Lao Tu-chen. Such opportunities didn't come often. Chiyu feared that Lao Tu-chen might slip away right in front of his eyes. He quickly sent his real-time location to Officer Zhao. But because all his attention was focused on Lao Tu-chen who was weaving through the crowd ahead, Chiyu failed to notice that the position he shared was actually sent to Jing Haichuan's WeChat instead of Officer Zhao. As Lao Tu-chen made turns through various streets and alleys in the urban village, Chiyu skillfully moved through the lively crowd. But as time passed, fewer and fewer pedestrians appeared on the path, and the steps of the person in front became increasingly slower. Finally, when Lao Tu-chen stopped in front of a semi-open repair shop, he turned around and locked eyes directly with Chiyu. So, who has been asking about me? Lao Tu-Chen didn't bother to hide anymore. He threw his hat on the ground, wiping off his head full of scabies. Oh, it's you little bastard. Lao Tu-Chen spat toward Chi Yu and showed his overly yellow teeth due to heavy smoking. Among them, one front tooth gleamed particularly golden, set with gold plating. Upon seeing Lao Tu-Chen recognized him, Chi Yu didn't show a bit of nervousness. Standing a few meters away from Lao Tu-Chen on the road, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice icy cold. It's an honor. I didn't expect Big Brother Chen to remember me. Humph. Even though the kid didn't wear glasses back then, Lao Tu-Chen could never forget this face. My tooth was ruined by you, how could I forget? Shit. Back then, he merely went up to collect some debt, but in the least expected situation, he was ambushed by this son of a bitch, breaking one of his front teeth, damn it. That incident wasn't settled well, which led to his being despised by loan sharks, forcing him to survive on his own and finally making it to this current state. Who would have thought that now that he had become a big boss, respected by others, a simple lesson to a bricklaying peasant worker would result in his painstakingly built empire almost being destroyed. Nowadays, Lao Tu-Chen's teeth not only hurt, his whole body hurt. What relationship do you have with that peasant worker? Lao Tu-Chen deemed that the trouble he got into lately was probably just about beating up the peasant worker a while ago. If the young man standing in front of him said he had something to do with this matter too. Lao Tu-Chen grimaced angrily, grinding his teeth. In his mind, he decided that both new and old grudges wouldn't be resolved unless he cemented this little brat alive. Chi Yu did not disappoint Lao Tu-Chen's expectations. He slightly smiled, but the smile was colder than the moonlight in the sky. What a coincidence. He also belongs to my family. Back then, you caused my mom's sudden illness due to your threats, and now it's you again, leaving him covered in injuries. Big Brother Chen, tell me, how should we settle these accounts? Saving face. Does this deadbeat even consider saving face? Lao Tu-Chen internally ranted, I haven't even talked about settling scores yet. Damn it, I'm always the injured party spitting blood, okay? Fuck, fuck, fuck. You're really seeking death. Lao Tu-Chen felt choked with anger in his chest, his teeth almost shattered, determined in his mind, tonight, this guy is not going to leave this alley. Brothers, get your weapons ready. With one yell, the previously half-closed garage door of the repair shop was suddenly pulled open, and several scruffy thugs stepped out. Meanwhile, Zheng Haiquan, having received the address Chi Yu shared, stared at his phone confused, taking step by step towards the place where Chi Yu was located. At that moment, he had just figured out his feelings, cheerfully pondering, could it be that Dr. LV has considered carefully and wants to invite him for a late-night snack and to have a heartfelt conversation? Chapter 73, Go Home. Chi Yu knew, as soon as he saw the sudden emergence of a group of people in the repair shop, that things wouldn't end well today. He had just said he wouldn't rush in like a fool, but his actions were utterly impulsive. Human behavior always follows the heart. Chi Yu felt that he must have been infected by Zheng Haiquan and started to act recklessly too. Lai Tu-Chen has been hanging around with the underworld for so many years, how could he hide in the village without any backing? Chi Yu didn't regret following him either. A frontal attack is always better than a sneak one. Anyway, he had already informed the police, and he believed he could hold out for a few minutes. There was no reason why Zheng Haiquan, the fool who got beaten up, would be jumping around, while he, someone who had formally studied how to fight, would cower and flee. Ha! Chi Yu took out a tactical pen from his pocket and gripped it firmly, glaring coldly at Lai Tu-Chen as he asked with icy tones. Big Brother Chen, aren't you coming to take your revenge? Lai Tu-Chen did want to do it himself. But seeing Chi Yu's fearless demeanor made him suddenly remember the moment over a decade ago when he got brutally beaten by the teenager. TSK. I've got my brothers. Why dirty my own hands? He bluffed and bellowed loudly behind a group of thugs. I wouldn't mind dirtying my hands again tonight. Chi Yu curled his lips, taking a step forward. That step wasn't large, but it scared Lai Tu-Chen enough to retreat half a meter. Feeling both fear and anger about his instinctive reaction, Lai Tu-Chen couldn't stand Chi Yu's arrogance anymore, so he directly gave orders to his people, beat him to death for me. Upon hearing those words, the henchmen who were waiting for their cue immediately grabbed the wrenches and mallets they were holding and rushed toward Chi Yu. This alley was at the most remote part of 2nd Street, extremely deep inside, ending with merely a garbage station. Normal people didn't even walk this way. By now, all the shops on both sides had long closed for business, looking pitch black. This place seemed perfectly suited for murder or arson. Although Chi Yu kept provoking Lai Tu-Chen just now, his peripheral vision had never ceased examining the surroundings. He figured that if he charged out momentarily, he might be able to catch Lai Tu-Chen directly. If not, and reinforcements hadn't arrived, he needed to find a way to extricate himself completely. His plan was carefully thought through, and the sharp tip of the tactical pen in his hand had already been extended. Chi Yu had anticipated a hard battle, something he hadn't encountered for a long time. However, unexpectedly, the group of people charging toward him with such momentum actually stopped abruptly, as if on cue, when they were only a few meters away from him. Some of the younger ones even retreated a few steps, just like Lai Tu-Chen did earlier. Chi Yu? Only then did he realize there was some subtle sound behind him, as if several sets of deliberately muted footsteps were approaching. Before Chi-yu could turn around, his collar was suddenly yanked by someone. He was still gripping the sharp tactical pen tightly. Unaware of the situation, he accidentally cut his finger. The slight stinging pain alerted Chi-yu mentally. Initially, he assumed it was another group of Lai Tu-chen's men trying to sandwich him from the back, but instead of attacking, the person pulling his collar shoved his entire body forcefully toward a corner nearby while muttering impatiently, "Move aside. Kid, don't cause trouble." Chi-yu caught sight of a heavily tattooed arm grabbing him. There was a big red flower tattooed on it, the dye having stayed in the skin for unknown numbers of years, fading into an old-fashioned burgundy red. Still, the man made no effort to cover the somewhat unappealing red flower exposed boldly on his arm. "Who are you?" Furrowing his brows, Chi-yu broke free from the grasp of the man and patted his collar. Bathed in the weak light at the mouth of the alley, he observed this unexpected guest, feeling unfamiliar with him. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Dressed like a common laborer seen often in the village, a few others followed him, roughly the same age. Despite their appearance, they emitted an aura that was far from amiable and appeared similarly nefarious as Lai Tu-chen's gang. The middle-aged man ignored him, pushing Chi-yu further into the corner. "Come on, go, hurry up and go. Little pretty face, go home and sleep. Don't come here at night looking for trouble." Chi-yu. If it weren't for the familiar-looking tattoo on the man's arm, Chi-yu would very much want to put aside his quarrel with Lai Tu-chen, beat this guy up first, and ask questions later. Who was this self-proclaimed, outspoken uncle? Fortunately, Chi-yu had just recalled some things from his youth today. After some contemplation, he suddenly remembered where he had seen this tattoo before. It was a long time ago indeed. When he was a child, on many afternoons after school, Chi-yu would see a skinny young man squatting outside Sister Hong's door. Sometimes he had a bowl of noodles in his hand, sometimes he was sleeping leaning against the wall corner. Occasionally, when Sister Hong opened her door and saw him still lingering outside, she would scold him and drag him inside. Chi-yu rarely spoke since childhood, so he never curiously asked his parents what business Aunt Hong did. When he grew up and understood things, he knew without asking. Even though Chi-yu didn't look down on Sister Hong, he genuinely disliked her laissez-faire attitude back then. Later, after a period when Sister Hong stopped entertaining guests altogether, that thin young man became the only male who frequently visited her house. On his arm was a proudly tattooed red flower, he would flaunt it to anyone. Sister Hong just smiled and joked around as he went. Later, when Chi-yu's mother fell ill and they frequented the hospital, he once by chance saw Sister Hong being carried into the hospital, drenched in blood. The person carrying her, with great effort, had the red flower on his arm vividly dyed even redder. Afterward, Chi-yu left for studies elsewhere and returned to find Sister Hong guarding the tailor shop all alone, believing her ties to the past were long severed. But he never expected. Chi-yu re-examined the middle-aged man more carefully, his demeanor now was far more imposing than his earlier, thin-stick, self. "So you're Aunt Red's?" Initially intending to ask, "Are you Aunt Red's ex-boyfriend?" before he finished half of it, the man quickly interjected, "Ahem, you can call me Uncle Lee." The man had not been too friendly towards Chi-yu, but upon hearing the term Aunt Red, he instantly softened. "Are you little you? Haven't seen you for years, you've grown so much. I'm Li Fei. Aunt Red entrusted me to keep an eye on you. Just stay nearby now, and let us adults handle this matter." Chi-yu. He was almost 30 already, what game was Sister Hong playing? Damn, you brat actually brought reinforcements. Upon seeing the large, tough men appearing behind Chi-yu, Lai Tu-chen tensed immediately and shouted, "Hey, you brothers over there. This is our private issue. You'd better stay out of it." Li Fei had been speaking kindly to Chi-yu until interrupted, looking quite annoyed. He turned to Lai Tu-chen with menace, "He's my nephew. If you mess with him, you mess with me. We both know the rules. Let fists do the talking." Lai Tu-chen felt stumped and ordered his subordinates again, "Do it. Beat them. I'll give 10,000 yuan in cash bonus to everyone if we win." At the mention of money, hesitation disappeared from those gangsters' eyes. Money talks. 10,000 yuan could last months in the village, beating some guy wasn't something to fear. With support here, Chi-yu felt a bit more reassured. Though he thought Li Fei looked rather foolish, at least he owed Sister Hong this favor. He told Li Fei, "You don't have to care about the others, just catch that scoundrel in the back when the time comes." Got it. So, both sides assumed a brawl was inevitable. In the secluded alley, the atmosphere was deadly serious and heavy. Unlike its usual quietness at night, this moment's silence seemed more like preparation for a grand confrontation. Dozens of meters away on the street, passers-by strolled in groups. Friends and couples were enjoying their midnight snacks and venting about hard work days. No one realized a violent fight was about to erupt under the cover of the night not far from them. Chi-yu's eyes were tightly locked on Lai Tu-chen. Both parties had arranged their postures face to face, a full-on melee was moments away. "Make way. Make way. Get further. What are you looking at? It's late, go home early. You sure this is the place?" Right at this critical juncture, noisy voices came from the alley entrance behind Chi-yu. Both factions waited for these people to pass before engaging, but instead, the voices drew closer, seemingly heading directly toward them. From the conversations among several people, one voice, particularly urgent and tense, said. "Yeah, officer, my phone shows it's right here. I checked the address, it should be on the other side of 2nd Street. Maybe check there first." "No. Can't move. Didn't you say Chiyu was going after Baldy Chen? Criminals can always be caught, but Dr. Liu went in alone, what if he's in danger?" "Officer Zhao, as a policeman, how could you let citizens be in danger? Never knew your tongue could be this sharp. Fine. We'll search through this alley first. If no one's here, we'll go check the other side." Thank you. By the time these voices reached Chiyu's ears, Lai Tu-chen had already sensed something was amiss upon hearing them too. Lai Tu-chen always kept himself informed, he knew a good number of his underlings had been nabbed. Yet, with a clever mind and nimble wit, weeks passed without the police showing up in the village, and he had grown quite complacent. He had planned everything out perfectly. Once the heat died down, he'd leave the province to lay low for a while. Then he could return and continue living luxuriously as before. But who would have thought that today's luck was so bad? A young upstart had tricked him. Lai Tu-chen was convinced the police were summoned by Chiyu. Internally fuming, all he wanted was revenge. But faced with the situation, he only had one plan, to escape. There would be plenty of opportunities later to get back at that little bastard. At that moment, Lai Tu-chen immediately turned and ran, scampering like a rat toward the garbage station behind him. He knew there was a small door there leading straight out of the village. Though heavy-set and struggling to run fast, when he finally made it to the garbage station just needing to climb over a barrel to slip into the exit, Officer Zhao and his team entering the alley had already spotted the standoff between the two groups. Officer Zhao worked this jurisdiction for years. He naturally knew the village harbored no shortage of unsavory characters often involved in brawls. But what shocked him was how, in the aftermath of a recent serious incident in his district, someone dared to defy orders so brazenly. Far too arrogant. Seeing both sides armed and ready to attack any second, Officer Zhao immediately pulled out his baton from his belt and roared, "What's going on here? Police! Stand still!" The few auxiliary officers accompanying him rushed forward, signaling for backup while separating the two factions, instructing everyone to drop their weapons. Hearing the police's order, Lai Tu-chen climbed the trash can even faster. Daring not to look back, his sole focus was on escaping through the small door and locking it behind him. This would force the police to take a long detour around, giving him enough time to get away. However, Lai Tu-chen didn't notice that a tall figure had silently trailed him. Just as he heaved with great effort trying to clear the trash can, a powerful kick landed squarely on his rear end. Clang! This loud sound drowned out Officer Zhao's commanding voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Whether it was the thugs pleading for mercy, Li Fei standing aside watching amused, or the police officer seriously dealing with the situation, all witnessed Lai Tu-chen headfirst plunging into the trash can, leaving only his fat legs flailing outside. Meanwhile, Chiyu casually retracted his leg, standing composed nearby. Facing the complex gazes from everyone, Chiyu said calmly. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone clean up trash?" Upon hearing this sentence, silence blanketed the scene for 5 seconds. Then Officer Zhao turned around and began ordering the auxiliary officers to separate the two groups and document the situation accordingly. The hooligans obediently dropped their weapons, raised their hands in surrender, squatted quietly at the curb without uttering a word, responding only when questioned. Meanwhile, Li Fei's group cooperatively claimed they were just common folk, intervening in an act of justice using merely flat bars, fans, and folding stools, never intending to provoke trouble. The entire crowd selectively ignored Lai Tu-chen trapped in the trash can, whose occasional pitiful, muffled struggles emanated from the bucket, yet drew no sympathy or attention. Suddenly, only 2 individuals remained among the spectators. One of them had hastily rushed to the side of the other, anxiously palpating every inch of Chiyu's body. While examining, he worriedly but continuously asked. "Are you all right? Did anyone hurt you? Where does it hurt? Where's the pain? How reckless of you, Dr. Liu. You always criticize me, yet today your actions far surpass my recklessness. These people are dangerous. Your impulsiveness is alarming." To be honest, Chiyu wasn't even slightly disheveled at the moment. Yet he let Jing Haichuan touch him here and there, calmly lowering his eyes to observe the youth's nervous movements. Listening to each reproachful remark, Chiyu gazed at Jing Haichuan with a calm tenderness beyond his own awareness. After enduring a thorough checkup, Chiyu was about to say he was fine, when suddenly his hand was gripped tightly by large palms sweaty with worry. Jing Haichuan's voice trembled. "Dr. Liu. Why you're bleeding." With the dim light from afar, Jing Haichuan noticed the alarming red color on Chiyu's hand. It was blood red. His fingers came away wet and sticky. Jing Haichuan's heart clenched, but his movements were careful as he gently cradled Chiyu's injured finger, muttering anxiously like a headless fly. "What should we do? Your hands are priceless, Dr. Liu. You're a doctor. How could your hand get injured? That bastard Lai Tu-chen. I shouldn't have run away, I should have held him back and beaten Lai Tu-chen. How despicable can he be? He already harmed my brother, now he's hurting you." As his hand was enveloped in care, Chiyu felt as though his heart was wrapped in warm hot springs. He curled his fingers slightly but did not pull away. Instead, he used his other hand to rub Zheng Haichuan's short hair. That's enough, don't worry, it's nothing. Zheng Haichuan immediately believed him, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Really? Something stirred in Qiyu's heart. He cleared his throat lightly and suddenly leaned weakly against Zheng Haichuan's side. Seems like I'm feeling a bit unwell. It must be because you lost too much blood. Zheng Haichuan said decisively. His concern deepened. What should we do? Should I call 120? Yes, Dr. Lu, please wait while I dial 120 right away. With that, Zheng Haichuan fumbled for his phone in a panic. But perhaps due to his haste, he failed multiple times to unlock it. It was then that Qiyu reached out, blocking the screen and holding onto Zheng Haichuan's rough fingers. The moonlight wasn't cold anymore. The tropical breeze had already blown away the winter chill as summer approached, yet ice that had lingered for so long melted slowly. Only now did the cold air disperse, blending into the bright stars across the vast sky. Qiyu glanced sideways at the tiny wound on his finger and quietly told Zheng Haichuan. Let's go home, there's a first aid kit at home. Chapter 74, You Are Medicine. Chapter 74, You Are Medicine. Qiyu was busy persuading people to go home and fall in love, leaving a bunch of people and matters in the alley for the great public servant, Officer Zhao, to handle without a hint of guilt. When he was half supported, half led back to the old building by Zheng Haichuan, Qiyu noticed Sister Hong still guarding at the staircase. He took the initiative to thank her. Hey, look who's back, our big hero who always overreaches. Sister Hong greeted him sarcastically, but upon seeing Qiyu leaning on Zheng Haichuan looking rather weak, she softened somewhat. Didn't you promise it wouldn't be dangerous? So why do you need support now? Her words sounded mocking, yet there was undeniable concern in them. It was the first time in his life that Qiyu was pretending to be weak. Coughing lightly now, he didn't intend to argue back. On the contrary, Zheng Haichuan couldn't bear it anymore and stepped in front of Qiyu to explain to Sister Hong, Dr. Lu got injured because of me. Please don't blame him. If anyone is to blame, it's me. Where did he get hurt? Sister Hong, now unable to scold further, inwardly cursed someone else. Hadn't he promised earlier on the phone that he would keep an eye on things? Here, the hand. Without giving Qiyu a chance to stop him, Zheng Haichuan held up Qiyu's hand toward Sister Hong. Dr. Lu uses this hand for surgeries with a scalpel, it's very precious. He continued murmuring, that lousy Chen was so bad. I just forgot that I should have kicked him 2 more times earlier. It was too good for him. Qiyu squeezed Zheng Haichuan's palm gently, don't worry. He'll suffer far more later than he does now. Only after hearing this did Zheng Haichuan stop complaining, though his face still clearly showed his dissatisfaction. But when Sister Hong looked down at the hand being carefully held by Zheng Haichuan, she saw nothing on the clean and long fingers for quite some time. It wasn't until Qiyu tilted his index finger slightly that Sister Hong spotted a small scratch less than half an inch long on the side of his finger. Sister Hong was speechless. What kind of injury was this worth making such a fuss about? She'd bled more sewing clothes when pricked by a needle. Were these two messing with her? Zheng Haichuan had no idea what Sister Hong was thinking. Uncharacteristically, he tore off a paper towel from Sister Hong's sewing table without asking, wrapping it loosely around Qiyu's finger while muttering to himself, we should shield it from the wind, otherwise bacteria might easily get in. Dr. Lu, aren't we going to the hospital? The medicines there are more complete, and maybe even stitches are needed. Zheng Haichuan was still worried inside. Qiyu, calm as ever, squeezed his palm again, no need. I'm a doctor. Well, if you say so. Although Zheng Haichuan was still worried, in his heart, whatever Dr. Lu said was always right, so he didn't insist any longer. Listening to their conversation as if she wasn't even there, Sister Hong wanted to roll her eyes heavily. Listen, Zheng Haichuan, do you think he's your several-year-old little sprout or some frail young wife who falls over when the wind blows? Really, a porcelain doll? You're getting so worked up over a little cut. She didn't realize the odd atmosphere between the two yet and impatiently shooed them upstairs. Go up and put on the medicine quickly. At this rate, your wound might heal before you even treat it properly. Qiyu's lips curled upwards, suppressing laughter, while Zheng Haichuan suddenly flushed red hearing something Sister Hong had said. Not daring to look at the man beside him, Zheng Haichuan kept his head down, trying to help Qiyu go upstairs. Instead, Qiyu turned his hand around and grabbed Zheng Haichuan's wrist, replying to Sister Hong cheerfully, almost forgot, there was a man who helped me earlier, claiming to be my Uncle Hong. Aunt Hong, are you married to him? Marriage to his grandmother's leg. Upon hearing this, Sister Hong immediately stopped bothering with the two of them and started cursing another person loudly, I haven't had a dime's worth of relationship with him since ages ago. Tell him to go far away. As Qiyu had already led Zheng Haichuan upstairs, he sent down a slow response, that's perfect then. He may end up being taken to the police station tonight, probably far enough not to bother you. Although Sister Hong knew there must be more behind Qiyu's words and understood that based on Qiyu's character, someone she'd known since he was little, it was impossible for him to let the helper take the punishment alone. Still, reason aside, emotionally, she walked around in the stairwell twice, then slammed the door and locked up her shop, slinging her little leather bag onto her shoulder and striding furiously toward the police station. She wasn't visiting that jerk. She was just returning the favor of the night. Upon hearing the hurried sound of Sister Hong leaving, Chiyu felt absolutely unsurprised inside. In the spirit of Li Fei giving him this wound, he didn't mind helping a bit. Sister Hong had it rough all these years too, and no matter how big their resentment was, it was already replaced by deeper emotions whenever she was willing to reconnect. Chiyu now bathed in warm sunshine, his heart melted and suddenly understood warmth and compassion. Zheng Haichuan had been to Chiyu's house several times before and knew the way like the back of his hand, so he took Chiyu directly to the living room couch. "Dr. Lu, where is your first aid kit?" Concerned about Chiyu's wound, Zheng Haichuan turned his head around looking for the first aid kit as soon as they walked in, quickly spotting a silver large box on one of the cabinets. It was the same one Dr. Lu carried over to his place to treat him after he got beaten up last time. Zheng Haichuan prepared to fetch it over, but after standing up, he realized his hand was still held. "Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu." Zheng Haichuan looked at Chiyu, assuming the man was holding him because there was something else. But when he glanced over, he met a pair of dark eyes. In those black eyes, all the dense fog and shadow he used to be unable to understand had long dissipated, and now they resembled two clear cold springs. The reflection of his figure flickered in the spring water, then suddenly swirled into vortices as if trying to engulf his gaze deep into an unfathomable abyss. Zheng Haichuan was slightly dazed. He felt as if he had become some incredible treasure that someone stared at, tightly afraid of losing. He quickly shook off this absurd thought and called out to Chiyu again. "Dr. Lu, could you let go a little?" He gently shook his wrist still held, coaxing the man who wouldn't let go like coaxing his little sprout. "I'll go get the medicine box for you." Chiyu lowered his gaze to their intertwined hands. The wrist tan from the sun was several shades darker than the back of his hand covering it. Though both their arms were about the same thickness and length, perhaps due to years of heavy labor, the youth's arm looked more solid and muscular, with rougher fingers that revealed clearly lifted cuticles and dead skin at a mere glance. Suddenly, Chiyu no longer wanted to pretend to be fragile. The person in front of him obviously needed care even more. No, not just now, this good-for-nothing fellow seemed always busy caring for others all the time. Chiyu's hand slid down along the youth's wrist smoothly, reaching his palm. "Zheng Haichuan." Chiyu called out almost as if sighing. Just as Zheng Haichuan looked over to him again, Chiyu spread his 5 long fingers apart, each one forcefully yet ambiguously interlocking between Zheng Haichuan's fingers. "Zheng Haichuan, we don't need medicine." The sudden coolness that squeezed into his hand made Zheng Haichuan momentarily blank-minded. Staring at their intertwined hands, his eyes gradually widened, forgetting what he intended to say, mumbling, but. Chiyu silenced Zheng Haichuan's unfinished words in another way. There were no buts about it. "You are the medicine." Zheng Haichuan felt his hand pulled sharply towards him, losing his balance and tilting onto the sofa. The person sitting on the sofa leaned over swiftly, covering him. The bright light was blocked by a handsome face, allowing Zheng Haichuan to only see the 2 deep pools of water mere inches away. The original chill of the pool was covered by surging heat, making Zheng Haichuan feel woozy. Without any defense, he fell right into the boiling, churning whirlpool. Chapter 75, Wife. Zheng Haichuan felt his mouth being kissed again. The last time at the hospital, Zheng Haichuan was too shocked to fully recall the details. He only faintly remembered his lips being enveloped by a cool touch, like the refreshing sea breeze on a scorching summer day. But this coolness stayed on his lips for only a few seconds before it abruptly disappeared, leaving behind the sensation of fleeting waves retreating just as suddenly as they had come. A lingering clean pine scent remained in Zheng Haichuan's mouth for quite some time. Right now, this same sensation once again engulfed him. However, this time it wasn't fleeting. Zheng Haichuan could feel the breath against his face growing intense and fervent, filling his senses with the distinctively crisp aroma that belonged exclusively to the man in front of him, slightly cooling. Yet whatever parted his lips now felt warm instead. Hot, soft, unrestrained, it forcefully made its way into his mouth. Zheng Haichuan's mind went blank. It wasn't until Chiyu's tongue retreated from his mouth and their lips parted that his brain still remained in a daze. Why did he kiss me again? Wasn't he supposed to apply medicine? Recalling what Chiyu had said moments ago, Zheng Haichuan's cheeks turned crimson in an instant. How did I become the medicine? Dr. Lu, a graduate of a prestigious university, shouldn't be spouting nonsense like some quack. Unconsciously, Zheng Haichuan looked at the person in front of him, only to get caught staring at Chiyu's slightly wet lips. The usually straight-lined corners of those lips were now curved into a pleased arc, while the pale lips, which were often cold, now gleamed with a beautiful red color, more stunning than any flower Zheng Haichuan had ever seen. The person in front of him had sharp, handsome features. His forehead, eyes, nose, and lips, no matter where Zheng Haichuan's gaze lingered, he couldn't find even the tiniest fault. Gradually, he found himself entranced. Zheng Haichuan didn't know exactly what he was looking at, but just watching Dr. Lu gave him an indescribable sense of peace and contentment. It seemed like Dr. Lu was also looking at him. Zheng Haichuan thought there wasn't much interesting about himself, yet the deep black pupils of the man clearly reflected his large face, nothing else included. It was as if just by gazing at him, the man could look straight into his heart, hold him, cherish him, as if it were his utmost priority. Have you thought it over? Still lost in thought, Zheng Haichuan saw the man who'd kissed him suddenly move. The uninjured hand of Chiyu lifted, inching closer and closer until his palm rested gently against Cheng Haichuan's cheek. Chiyu asked, "Have you considered clearly the question I asked you the other day?" Even though Cheng Haichuan had already roughly clarified his thoughts with Teacher Lu before going out, after witnessing Chiyu's injury and getting kissed again, his mind became a muddle once more. Mentally confused, he repeated hesitantly, consider what? Chiyu smiled. This time, he didn't hide his laughter. Even his normally narrow eyes crinkled with amusement. Chiyu raised his thumb and pressed it lightly, almost teasingly, against Cheng Haichuan's soft lower lip. What do you think? The pad of his thumb moved back and forth slowly, patiently smearing the remaining moisture from before across Cheng Haichuan's lips. Cheng Haichuan, Chiyu murmured lowly, I've already kissed you. What do you think, what do I want to do, asked Chiyu softly. The words Aunt Hong had mentioned downstairs earlier popped up suddenly in Cheng Haichuan's mind. And the images from the police station of several young people entwined together stuck firmly in his thoughts again. The presence on his lips grew too strong to ignore, and the heat in the gaze fixed on him intensified. In a dazed state, the words escaped from Cheng Haichuan's throat involuntarily. Do you, want to be my wife? Cheng Haichuan was a straightforward person, he could only process one logic at a time. Before, he had regarded Dr. Lu simply as a good friend, so all he could think about was whether friends kissing would be okay. Then, Teacher Lu told him that kissing meant liking someone. Friends don't kiss, lovers do. Lovers are partners. Partners can only kiss. And the roles in a partnership are men and wives. He was the man. Dr. Lu, isn't she the wife? This logic was very clear, orderly, and easy to understand. So even though Cheng Haichuan's brain was confused by the beauty in front of him, he still managed to maintain a bit of clarity in his thoughts. However, this clarity only lasted until Chiyu hadn't moved yet. After hearing the young man's answer, the smile at the corner of Chiyu's mouth paused for a moment, but then became even wider in the blink of an eye. Wife. He applied slight force with the hand against Cheng Haichuan's cheek, gazing at the rough face tinged with a noticeable blush that couldn't be ignored, and chuckled softly. There's nothing wrong with that. Chiyu leaned in again and took a bite on this simpleton's lips. His hand quietly moved to the well-built chest of the person in front of him and gave it a firm pinch. I want you to be my wife. Chiyu's words were too soft, and mixed between their lips, so Cheng Haichuan didn't hear clearly several words. For a long time afterward, Cheng Haichuan sincerely devoted himself to taking good care of Chiyu as if she were his beautiful wife. It wasn't until later, when the man pinned him down on the bed, unable to move, that Cheng Haichuan slowly realized that their roles seemed, something was off. And now, while being patted on the face and pinched on the chest by Chiyu, Cheng Haichuan had no notion that he was being taken advantage of. He just felt his heart continuously thumping. It wouldn't stop, and it was beating stronger and faster. Especially after Dr. Lu said his answer was correct and kissed him again. Cheng Haichuan had been single for over 20 years and had never tasted the flavor of romance. He witnessed the uneventful life of his elder brother and sister-in-law, also observed the overly sweet performances in TV dramas that could make people blush, overheard the vulgar talk of bachelor co-workers, and listened to married friends bragging about their wives with great fanfare. All these different pieces of information left Cheng Haichuan utterly bewildered, and he fundamentally didn't know what love was like. But he knew how he felt when he saw Dr. Lu. Happy, at ease, expectant, joyful. Only Dr. Lu. He had experienced such feelings only from Chiyu in his entire life. Cheng Haichuan thought. Whether as a friend or lover, if he could see Dr. Lu every day and spend time with her every day, that would be pretty good. This way, the next time Dr. Lu did something, he could find out first, and events like today wouldn't happen, almost scaring him half to death. Cheng Haichuan. Seeing the person in front of him start to drift into thought again, Chiyu found it both amusing and exasperating. He felt that forcing this dolt to this point was already quite an achievement. As long as this person didn't reject it and was even willing to consider it, Chiyu believed he had already reached the optimal solution. Perhaps this wasn't the shortest path between the two of them, but this river that knew only to charge ahead mindlessly was willing to slow down for him, or even actively create a tributary, which made Chiyu feel it was already enough. He indeed dug a pit deliberately in front of Cheng Haichuan. But Cheng Haichuan not only jumped into it foolishly but also filled it with water voluntarily, which was more than Chiyu had expected. As for the future road they had to walk together, carving it out would be sufficient. Cheng Haichuan, will you go out with me? Chiyu no longer spoke vaguely like before, this time, he asked clearly. He pulled the young man in front of him to his side, their bodies as tightly connected as their intertwined fingers. Chiyu firmly held onto his waist despite Cheng Haichuan's nervous attempt to jump up and asked, will you date me, a man who loves men? The kind where we kiss, go to bed, eat together, and live life together. Chapter 76, Can't Sleep. After asking his question, Chiyu kept staring at Cheng Haichuan, waiting for his response. The face in front of him, which usually only grinned stupidly, was now red as if two patches of vibrant flowers had suddenly bloomed on a barren plain. Under Chiyu's gaze, the sea of wildflowers gradually covered the dry and rough gravel. The colors he used to disdain as gaudy were now beautifully mingled on the cheeks of the person he liked, like sunlight-filled rainbows, stern but with honey-like softness, making one want to take a bite and make those cheeks blush even more alluringly. Qiyu wasn't worried that Zheng Haichuan would reject him. Saying so might make it seem like he was blindly confident, but in fact, Zheng Haichuan's consistent behavior was what gave Qiyu this confidence. Whether during their daily interactions, or when Qiyu was anxious about something, or even in Zheng Haichuan's reactions to their previous kisses, they all made Qiyu already mark the young man mentally as his other half. Even if this stubborn fellow pushed him away today without a clear reason, Qiyu was confident he would eventually win him over. What? You're asking what if Zheng Haichuan doesn't like men? Qiyu sneered inwardly. He was a doctor who could mend broken legs, how hard could it be to change someone's orientation? Huh. And Zheng Haichuan, tightly held by Qiyu, indeed didn't say anything to upset him. He just felt that the hand around his waist was burning hot, making him restless. But the man was holding onto him too tightly, so there was no way for him to escape from the couch. He could only stammer under Chiyu's hot and embarrassing gaze. Kiss, eat, we, can. Qiyu squinted slightly, his tone somewhat dangerous. You don't want to live with me? Yes. I do. Zheng Haichuan hastily denied, I'm just afraid of letting you down. When Zheng Haichuan was teased by co-workers about when he'd marry, he had already formed a very clear idea. Although at the time he did not have someone special yet, he had firmly decided to treat his future wife well. Knowing that he had limited abilities and couldn't afford fancy houses or cars, he still promised himself that whatever he had, he would give it to her. After all, it was about two people supporting each other while living together. In Zheng Haichuan's mind, such a relationship was the closest form of kinship, and he would rather let himself suffer than let his partner endure any hardship. But this thought was merely fleeting. Zheng Haichuan knew he had neither money nor skills, he was just a laborer twisting rebars on a construction site. What girl could possibly like him? His brother had told him that if he worked well in the city for 3 or 5 years, he could save enough money to return home and build a grand villa, which would make finding a wife much easier. He had calculated it this way, and in the earlier years, he had saved some money. However, later, after his brother got married, the couple would fight whenever they met, scaring Zheng Haichuan into completely forgetting about marriage altogether. He certainly didn't want to find someone who pinched his ears every day, calling him stupid and rude. What difference was there between that and a head teacher scolding students back in school? Zheng Haichuan thought that enduring pain during school years was fine, but choosing someone who would cause him lifelong suffering sounded like a terrible idea. Then, after his brother got into an accident, Xiao Hezel came under his care, leaving Zheng Haichuan with no energy to think about matters of love. All his focus was on earning money, raising Xiao Hezel well, and helping his brother's leg recover soon. Now, he was dirt poor, counting every penny he spent each day. His rented house was old and small, and looking at things from any perspective, Zheng Haichuan didn't feel he had the means to get a wife. He had nothing worth presenting to the person he loved. But even so, despite being this kind of him, this person in front of him still said he wanted to date him. He wanted to fall in love with him. He wanted to spend their lives together happily. Zheng Haichuan felt like a first-time apprentice stepping into a kitchen for the first time. A dish that he couldn't afford was placed in front of him, fragrant, expensive, and beautiful. When he tentatively reached out to grab it, he clumsily knocked over a bunch of spice bottles. Sweet, sour, spicy, all sorts of tastes surged chaotically in his chest. Letting down. While Zheng Haichuan was lost in thoughts about what he could offer Dr. LV, he felt a slight pain on his cheek. Zheng Haichuan, quite full of yourself, aren't you? Qiyu pinched him lightly, then said with a hint of mockery in his voice, we haven't even started, and you're already imagining letting me down. Tell me, how exactly are you going to let me down? Huh? Could it be that you think you can rely on your strength? As Qiyu spoke, he flicked the young man's firm arm muscles. He realized that ever since he started developing feelings for this person, he couldn't help but want to touch him more and more. Chiyu's action was light, and Zheng Haichuan didn't feel pain, just an itchy sensation. Zheng Haichuan felt like he couldn't bear to see Dr. LV smiling. Whenever Dr. LV smiled at him, his mind froze up. You. Zheng Haichuan's gaze swept across Chiyu's curled lips, the sharp jawline, and rested on his long neck and slightly open collar. Today, Chiyu wore a striped shirt as usual, fitting his always clean-cut appearance. When they went out in the evening, it was too hot, so he had unbuttoned 2 extra buttons, looking more casual and charming than usual at work. Below the half-open collar, there was a visible Adam's apple and a chest covered with lean muscles. There was nothing feminine about it, yet it made Zheng Haichuan dizzy and uneasy, forcing him to look away. Once, Zheng Haichuan accidentally saw his co-workers huddled in a corner around their phones laughing softly. When he approached, all he heard was a pitiful wailing from the phone speaker. At that time, he didn't understand much, but now when Chiyu repeatedly mentioned something about being wronged, the memory came rushing back. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Zheng Haichuan hurriedly shook his head, his face turning redder still, noticeable enough for even Chiyu to spot that something was off. Chiyu's eyes darkened, he almost wanted to pull the man's head down again for a kiss. But he held back for the moment and pushed Zheng Haichuan to talk. What are you brooding about? Chiyu lightly grabbed Zheng Haichuan's chin, continuing the earlier interrupted topic. Willing to kiss me, eat with me, and live life together. Chiyu repeated the things Zheng Haichuan had agreed to earlier before suddenly changing tone. There is one more thing, isn't there? Leaning forward, he pinned Zheng Haichuan against the backrest of the sofa, the distance between them returning to the intimacy they'd shared just moments before. Zheng Haichuan. Qiyu asked in a hoarse voice, is sleeping with me not allowed? Now Zheng Haichuan's ears and neck were flushed red, blending into the rosy color of his face. No. No 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 no. Zheng Haichuan shook his head furiously like a drum rattle. So does that mean everything you promised earlier was just teasing me? A fake glare appeared on Qiyu's face. TSK, Zheng Haichuan, I knew it. You still think it's disgusting, right? At first, Qiyu was just teasing Zheng Haichuan, but as he spoke, he suddenly remembered what Zheng Haichuan had said last time when they returned home from the police station regarding other homosexuals. For some reason, Qiyu's tone became serious. Do you still think that this isn't the right path? The right path? What right path? Zheng Haichuan had no idea what Qiyu meant. He stared at the increasingly grave expression on the man in front of him with confusion clouding his mind. Before he could figure it out, Qiyu stood up. The closeness between the two that had existed just moments ago suddenly disappeared, replaced by a noticeable distance. Zheng Haichuan panicked. No. This time, it was Zheng Haichuan who sprang up, wrapping his arms tightly around Qiyu's waist. Dr. LV, don't go. Zheng Haichuan urged frantically, I wasn't teasing you, and I don't find it disgusting. As for what's the right or wrong path, well, I'm happy walking the same path as you. His words lacked coherence, I'm glad. And I want to date you. I'm clumsy, can't speak properly, but please don't dislike me, I'll change. The arms holding onto Qiyu's waist were tight and forceful. It was as if he wanted to twist steel rods to secure Qiyu by his side. Such force would surely hurt anyone it touched. But Qiyu found himself softening under such a grip. He didn't struggle. After listening to Zheng Haichuan's incoherent string of words, all he did was gently cover the hand gripping his waist with his own. He soothingly massaged Zheng Haichuan's fingers one by one. Pfft, what a fool. I don't dislike you. Qiyu lowered his head, unable to resist brushing his lips against the perspiring tip of the other's nose. Idiot. Who wouldn't like you? Zheng Haichuan felt as though he had suddenly fallen into a patch of soft sand. He didn't dare move, afraid that any slight movement would make the sand rush up from nowhere, scorching him and leaving him breathless. With his body stiff, Zheng Haichuan could only continue to try and mend the clumsy words he had spoken earlier. On the bed. I mean, sleep. He stammered, the bed is a bit small, and there's Xiaohe at home. You might feel a bit crowded when you come. We might not sleep well. After hearing these words, Qiyu fell silent for a few seconds, then fiercely ruffled Zheng Haichuan's bristly buzz cut, laughing silently while hugging the simpleton in front of him. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled, causing both of them to topple onto the sofa. All the discomfort from inside out was smoothed over by Zheng Haichuan. With such a completely sincere fool around, Qiyu thought, it would be impossible for him to not be happy every day from now on. Zheng Haichuan, you're really... In the past, Qiyu would have definitely thought this person was utterly foolish. But now, all Qiyu could think of was one thing. How could someone be so foolish yet adorable? Qiyu propped himself up on the sofa, staring down at the young man lying beneath him. When he noticed Zheng Haichuan getting nervous again, he finally smiled and said slowly. It's fine, my bed is big. You can sleep at my place in the future. Chapter 77, 77. Pan-fried cod. 77, pan-fried cod. Jing Jiahe woke up in the morning to a delicious aroma. Last night, he was coaxed to sleep by Uncle Yi very early. When he got up in the middle of the night to pee, he found that Uncle Yi had just come home and was still taking a shower in the bathroom with the lights on, singing as he washed himself. Jing Jiahe pouted, thinking Uncle Yi had tricked him. Humph. He had told Jing Jiahe that going to bed and waking up early would help him grow tall, but here Uncle Yi was staying up so late. He decided that when he grew up, he'd play until the stars came out before sleeping, allowing him to sleep until noon the next day. Skipping breakfast would mean one less egg to eat. Jing Jiahe thought he was quite clever. After he finished peeing into his little pot, he climbed back into bed and went to sleep, unaware that his Uncle Yi was particularly excited tonight, having stayed up after taking a bath. Instead of sleeping, he defrosted some cod strips that had been frozen in the fridge for quite a while, lightly hummed as he added seasoning, then cleaned up the kitchen before finally turning off the lights and climbing into bed. The new day arrived as usual. As always, the streets downstairs were filled with the hustle and bustle of the morning. The sunlight peeked through the cracks in the curtains, bobbing gently in the breeze. Jing Jiahe rubbed his eyes, yawned, and put on his small clothes and pants, then climbed down from the bed. Uncle Yi, it smells so good. What's for breakfast? Jing Jiahe sniffed the air and called out twice towards the kitchen. Every day, his uncle would respond to him right away, but today, Uncle Yi seemed to be murmuring alone in the kitchen, ignoring him completely. Jing Jiahe scratched his head, thinking that the sound of the kitchen exhaust fan must have drowned out his voice since Uncle Yi was busy making a fragrant breakfast. This considerate child quickly rationalized the situation and didn't get angry. All Jing Jiahe could think about was the appetizing smell coming from the room. So, wearing his little slippers, he pattered into the half-open kitchen and threw his arms around the long legs of the person standing by the stove. Uncle Yi, I'm hungry. He wanted to eat, better yet, he wanted to sneak a piece. When Jingjiahe first joined Uncle Haichuan's family, he was quite shy. But living with an outgoing and optimistic Uncle Yi made him feel more relaxed at home. In little Jingjiahe's heart, Uncle Yi was the best. He never had to worry about being hit or yelled at. Uncle Yi always encouraged him to speak more and took care of him, holding and protecting him from harm outside. And Uncle Yi was willing to give him whatever he desired. Jingjiahe loved his Uncle Yi immensely. The most in the whole world. But what Jingjiahe didn't know was that starting from today, his favorite person in the world also had someone else they liked. Not him. Hemulang, wait a moment to eat. Go wash your face first. Upon hearing this familiar voice beside him, Jingjiahe felt his bottom lightly smacked. However, Jingjiahe wondered, he was clearly still hugging Uncle Ye's legs, and both of Uncle Ye's hands were within sight. One hand rested in the pocket of his pants, while the other held a plate of food. Then whose hand smacked his bottom? Confused, Jingjiahe rubbed his eyes and looked up at the figure he was hugging. To his surprise, he met the stern gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses, not Uncle Yi, but Uncle Green. Green, Uncle Green. Jingjiahe called out in bewilderment, realizing he'd mistaken someone else for Uncle Yi. By the time Chiyu lifted him up to rinse his mouth by the sink, Jingjiahe realized there was a guest in their house so early in the morning. Cheerfully, Jingjiahe asked, Uncle Green, are you here to have breakfast with us? Chiyu leaned down and patted the little one's head. After a pause, he added, I'll be coming over for meals often. Even though he was speaking to the young master of the house, Chiyu's gaze briefly turned to the owner of the house wielding the spatula, asking, is that okay? With a sizzle, the frying pan made a sound as the fish flipped, nearly breaking apart. Zheng Haichuan quickly saved the breakfast, feeling his cheeks flushed by the heat from the oil. With a child present, he only glanced discreetly at Chiyu who spoke seriously, then said, well. Whoa, every day. Unexpectedly, his nephew interrupted his words, even more excited, Uncle Green, come. I'll. At first, the little boy spoke loudly, but his voice gradually diminished, and in the end, he tiptoed up to whisper something into Chiyu's ear that Zheng Haichuan couldn't hear. He only noticed that Dr. LV had very seriously nodded his head, said a few words to little Himayo, and the two of them even hooked pinkies. Zheng Haichuan was both curious and extremely pleased. Seeing the two people he cared about most getting along so harmoniously, to say it exaggeratingly, Zheng Haichuan felt like his entire life had been worth it. In the past, he had only thought that the house being this small, adding one more person would definitely make it feel even more cramped. But in reality, when this morning he opened the door and saw Dr. LV standing there, Zheng Haichuan could not think at all about the size of the home. All he could feel was an uncontrollable joy swelling within him. It was his wife coming over. His beautiful wife fresh from last night's agreement. After seeing Dr. LV this morning, Zheng Haichuan felt his mood was like a hydrogen balloon tied up in the village convenience store. Too much air had been pumped in, filling his chest completely until it was bulging. His happiness was overflowing, almost as if an entire room couldn't contain the joy, and he himself wanted to float out of the window. Fortunately, the oil fumes and the cooking smell brought him back from his dazed state of unreality. The fish in the pot was what Teacher Lu gave him during the holiday. It was reportedly a personal catch from going out to sea, and Zheng Haichuan had never been willing to eat it. Last night, he applied some seasoning, and this morning fried it in oil, fully bringing out the rich aroma of the seasoned fish meat, which smelled tempting enough to drive anyone crazy. Zheng Haichuan didn't have much to offer his partner. He could only give Chiyu as much as possible of what he considered to be good things. As the first rays of dawn broke, white-collar workers upstairs struggled to hit their incessantly ringing alarms and rushed out of their homes with bags in hand. In front of breakfast shops, people came and went endlessly, steaming buns and custard rolls being carried away by buses and subways towards all corners of the city. At the market, the early market had already started. Vegetable sellers called out together in a clamor, and the merchants lazily pulled up the rolling doors. The courier boys pulling carts had already started their second round of deliveries. The pace of the morning seemed naturally faster than at night, everything being tightly packed. But in this old rural rental apartment building, time seemed to pass a bit slower than outside. It was as if just staying with the person you liked, doing dishes, having meals, and talking made the days stretch on indefinitely. During the intervals while cooking, Zheng Haichuan stole many glances at the pair, big and small. He wasn't curious anymore, continuing to focus on preparing breakfast for the two of them. He planned to ask Dr. LV privately what they had discussed, since the little guy had more and more ideas lately. Zheng Haichuan thought this was a good thing, he didn't want to stop him at all. In fact, Jingjiahe had only secretly told Uncle Green. I'll share my eggs with you. While speaking, he covered his mouth, looking quite guilty. Chiyu had heard Zheng Haichuan mention several times that the little guy didn't like egg yolks. He also didn't reveal the child's little thoughts, simply replying with a Supplementing nutrition didn't have to be limited to one kind of food. Previously, Chiyu didn't have much to say about Zheng Haichuan's child-rearing methods. Now that he had officially become someone's partner, occasionally taking care of the child wasn't entirely out of the question. Let the hardship allowance come from his uncle then. So, Chiyu patiently explained to Jingjiahe that in the future, he could divide every egg in half with him. In exchange for sharing, he would also bring other tasty treats. After hearing Uncle Green's words, Zheng Jiahe laughed even more happily behind his hands. Wow! Wasn't he too happy? Every time guests came, father would always cook something delicious, and now Uncle Green was going to bring even more delicious things. Wouldn't that mean he could eat 2 extra servings of even better tasting foods every day? And he could trade away the eggs. Zheng Jiahe decided, from now on Uncle Green would be his second favorite person. To tell the truth, Zheng Jiahe had always been somewhat intimidated by Uncle Green's cold face before. So icy, so scary. But father had said Uncle Green was a good person, particularly kind, a hero who could save a lot of people. Then Zheng Jiahe wasn't afraid anymore. A hero. One who could defeat bad guys. He wanted to be a hero in the future too. In the recent cartoons Zheng Jiahe had been watching, there was a hero with immense strength whose whole body was green. Not recognizing many characters yet, one pronunciation corresponded to only one concept, so in his little mind, he equated Chiyu with that big green giant. He wondered, maybe one day Uncle Green would transform too. Deep in young Zheng Jiahe's heart, holding the dream of becoming a hero, a seed of curiosity had been planted. It wasn't until one day later when Zheng Jiahe secretly saw Uncle Green easily pick up his strong dad and carry him into Uncle Green's big bedroom that the curiosity in his heart finally found its answer. As expected, Uncle Green was truly remarkable. For now, the Uncle Green he knew had yet to undergo any transformation. He just quietly stood beside his dad, holding a plate to steadily catch the fish cutlets his dad had fried. Chapter 78, 78. Do it for me. 78, do it for me. This breakfast was enjoyed by everyone. With one bite of the cod strips fried golden brown and crispy, a crunch echoed in the air. The fresh fragrance of the fish and the complexity of the spices were fully brought out by the oil temperature. Paired with refreshing green leaf lettuce, steamed white flour buns that were tender and soft, and slightly burnt pancakes, these mixed together created such an appealing combination that even little Himai, who usually disliked eggs, ate voraciously, his mouth shining with grease. Chiyu had the habit of chewing slowly while eating. He held a cup of soy milk in one hand and, with every chew, would pick up some cod and buns with his chopsticks, eating in measured bites. In contrast, Zheng Haichuan was much more rough. He tore the palm-sized bun into 2 halves, placed a piece of lettuce on it, laid down a layer of pancake, and added a few cod strips. Once the bun covered it all, it transformed into an odd Chinese-style hamburger. With one big bite, a crescent moon shape appeared. Such a way of eating was neither delicate nor good-looking, but it made people's appetites roar as if even the most ordinary dishes tasted like delicacies from mountain and sea. Chiyu looked up briefly, then leisurely sipped his soy milk before lifting his head again to continue watching Zheng Haichuan eat. By the time Zheng Haichuan realized, only the last bite of the bun remained in his hand. Green as silvery muddy wants to eat too. With bulging cheeks, Zheng Haichuan's words were so slurred that only he could understand them. Chiyu guessed the gist, but he stayed silent, waiting to see what Zheng Haichuan planned to do next. Zheng Haichuan didn't disappoint. In 3 quick moves, he shoved the last bit of bun into his mouth, then took another from the steamer, broke it open, placed vegetables inside, and added meat. This time, Zheng Haichuan stuffed twice as many cod strips inside as before, only stopping when it was nearly impossible to press everything together with the pieces of bun. Dr. Lu, you should eat this too. Thinking that his wife also craved it, Zheng Haichuan carefully prepared the parcel and eagerly handed it over to Chiyu. You're working all day, have more. Chiyu. Yes, he had to work all day, but it wasn't as though he planned to eat only once a day. Yet, faced with the earnest and enthusiastic look from the young man, Chiyu moved his fingers slightly, set aside his somewhat genteel chopsticks, and caught hold of this heavily packed layered bun. Mimicking Zheng Haichuan's move, he bit into it and was suddenly reminded of a past scene where he had dinner with Cheng Zijuan and his newly acquainted girlfriend. The coquettish little girl had just done her nails in flashy designs. She pointed at the menu, wanting to eat this now and that later. Cheng Zijuan generously waved away all charges and paid the bill. Delighted, the girl fed him a piece of cake, making Cheng Zijuan instantly grin like a happy idiot ready to float to heaven. Chiyu glanced at Zheng Haichuan's large and rough hands. Just then, the owner of those hands began tidying up the empty plates with alacrity, still finding time to wipe his nephew's mouth and telling him to eat slower. Chiyu suddenly understood why Cheng Zijuan had seemed so annoying back then. At that time, he was alone, busying himself daily in the hospital, having all sorts of things after work that made life appear full and rich. In reality, however, he lived within a vacuum zone of his own creation. No one could enter, and he didn't want to leave. Back then, he had no attachment to the past and no thoughts about the future. Not like now, just a plain meat-filled bun, which he used to look down upon, tasted fragrant and unforgettable. What do you feel like eating tonight? After devouring his boyfriend's new love breakfast bite by bite, Chiyu wiped his mouth and hands clean with wet wipes and asked Zheng Haichuan. Zheng Haichuan hesitated. In the past, he always decided what to eat right before dinner without much thought. Life was carefree back then. But now, with a partner, Zheng Haichuan reminded himself not to be as crude as before, paying more attention. He wasn't taking care of just one child anymore. He needed to take care of his wife as well. What does Dr. Lu want to eat? Thus, Zheng Haichuan quickly counter-asked. Honestly speaking, Chiyu felt rather full from eating so much earlier and had no strong craving for dinner. But this didn't stop him from dating. Whatever I want, will you make it for me? Lifting his eyelids slightly, he turned his gaze toward the sturdy youth wrapped in an apron looking diligent beside the dining table. Sure. For some reason, Zheng Haichuan felt a bit nervous under the man's steady gaze. Zheng Haichuan had been stared at by Chiyu before, but he had never felt as uncomfortable as he did now. Perhaps it was because the relationship between the two of them had changed. Whenever Zheng Haichuan thought about the person staring at him being his partner, someone who liked to kiss him, wanted to spend their lives together, and also, wanted to sleep in the same bed with him, he didn't know where to put his hands. Zheng Haichuan rubbed his hands on his apron. Dr. Lu, what do you feel like eating? I'll go to the market after work tonight and buy the ingredients to cook it for you. He said this while picking up a cloth to wipe the table. All right. Chiyu smiled slightly, leaning his chin on his palm as he watched Zheng Haichuan doing chores. No need to go to the market, he replied in his usual calm tone, but with a hint of summer warmth mixed in. Just come home and cook for me. Chapter 79, Be Careful. Zheng Haichuan went to the construction site to work that day, and his efficiency was exceptionally high. They actually had a fixed daily working hour as day laborers, and they could only leave at a specific time. But some experienced workers who worked efficiently and had good relationships with the foreman could finish their assigned tasks in advance within the designated area and no one would say anything about leaving earlier. Everyone on the construction site was selling their strength and sweat, how much work each person completed was clearly visible, and everyone knew it in their hearts. Some old hands would even conserve their energy and pretend to be busy, requiring constant supervision by the overseer. However, for workers like Zheng Haichuan, who were young and hardworking, occasionally leaving early would not provoke any comments from the foreman, especially when they had already exceeded their quotas. Hey, Dechuan, are you pumped up today? Tian, an experienced rebar worker in the same work group as Zheng Haichuan, wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead and couldn't help but ask someone nearby. That day, he and Zheng Haichuan were binding the beams together. He had only finished half of his section when he looked up and saw the young man nearly finishing off and sealing the top. Tian considered himself a diligent worker, reluctant to admit that his slower pace was merely because of his age. What? I guess it's going pretty well. Zheng Haichuan stood on the scaffolding, and hearing this, grinned widely to reveal a mouth full of white teeth to Lao Tian. I just feel energized today, bind early, go home early. What do you have planned after work? Got a date or something? Another middle-aged man stuck his head out from beside, teasing, Dechuan must be onto something. You're looking rosy. That was Li Quan, the scaffolder who had fallen and broken his leg months before, sent to the hospital by Zheng Haichuan for surgery. Several months had passed since then, his injured leg had healed, and he had returned to work a few days ago. In fact, the doctor still recommended that Li Quan rest a while longer. But Li Quan couldn't stay idle, having a wife and child to support. Feeling capable enough to resume work, he came back. The site was always short on manpower and didn't turn people away, but the wage was slightly less than before. After all, given Li Quan's current condition, they couldn't assign him too much workload. Even though the salary decreased, Li Quan accepted it. After brushing with death, Li Quan became more detached from money. In his own words, money is useless if you don't live long enough to spend it. If I'm gone, whose favor would my cash serve? I can't let some other man raise my wife and children. This statement resonated with most married co-workers. Zheng Haichuan hadn't thought much of this before, but after his own ordeal of being attacked, he empathized deeply. Now, he cherished his life even more. He was already a husband. If something happened to him, his brother could take care of He Miao, but Dr. Lu, what would happen to her? Whenever Zheng Haichuan thought about Chiu Yu entering another person's home, kissing someone else, or saying those blush-inducing words to anyone but him, he felt uneasy. Zheng Haichuan didn't yet know this feeling as possessiveness. He simply felt that Dr. Lu was so good, but this goodness should not be shared with others. In conclusion, Zheng Haichuan had made up his mind to eat well and sleep well. He would work hard for money, but not overexert himself. He wanted to live a long life. Only then could he and Dr. Lu last forever. At this moment, the sun was shining from the west, still more than an hour before the normal end of the shift. In the past, Zheng Haichuan wouldn't have bothered to calculate how much work he'd already completed, continuing to toil until the clock struck quitting time. But today, with other things on his mind, he efficiently wrapped up his quota and decided not to keep going. Zheng Haichuan descended from the scaffolding while replying to Li Quan's earlier comment, Brother Quan, I'll just go home early and cook. Date. Zheng Haichuan had never been on one. But he wondered, did cooking count as a date? Meanwhile, Chiyu, on the day shift, rarely checked his phone so often before it was time to leave. They say people in love become very clingy, inseparable from each other. Chiyu had observed plenty of couples around him obsessively staring at their phones all day, chuckling foolishly. He used to look down on such behavior, but now, with not a single new message received all day, he found himself frowning in discontent. Chiyu was well aware that Zheng Haichuan couldn't always check his phone while on the construction site, but even so, didn't that oaf have rest breaks or time for meals? Didn't he even try contacting Zheng Haichuan? Were they really so out of things to say to each other? Qiyu frowned and stared at the WeChat chat interface. The last conversation between him and Zheng Haichuan turned out to be when he mistakenly sent a location. The one before that? When they were handling the records after Zheng Haichuan got attacked, Qiyu reminded him what to say and not to say. It seemed, indeed, their online interactions had been scarce. Qiyu wasn't someone who drowned himself in the online world. Apart from work groups, he only occasionally exchanged messages with Qing Zijuan. On the other hand, Zheng Haichuan preferred face-to-face conversations rather than communicating through a screen. He liked direct and simple exchanges. Data networks felt like a veil to him, complicated and hard to decipher. Feeling somewhat dim-witted, he wasn't sure if the person behind the screen was good or bad, truthful or deceptive, which was why he believed meeting people in person was the best way to tell. As a result, despite first encountering each other online, all subsequent exchanges happened in person. If it weren't for this, perhaps chasing after Zheng Haichuan would have been an even more twisted path, full of obstacles. But now wasn't the time for logic. What Qiyu wanted now was nothing more than 10 or 8 messages from Zheng Haichuan showing care and concern. It would be even better if the oaf could report where he was and what he was doing voluntarily instead of forcing Qiyu to search his videos and live streams repeatedly. Yes. That big oaf had time to shoot videos but no time to send him messages. For the first time falling in love, Dr. Qi couldn't help feeling inexplicably wronged. With a cold face, he opened the video platform and discovered that the person he had specially followed started a live stream just moments ago. Humph, Qiyu chuckled softly. He glared at the huge face blocking the screen, thinking that sooner or later, this big oaf would drive him mad. Hello everyone. Today I finished early and will take you around the market. At this time, there should still be plenty of good stuff left in the market. Come on, let me teach you how to pick meat and vegetables. The young man was wearing his construction jacket, his cheeks and exposed arms sunburnt red from the scorching heat. Walking down the street, he leaned into the camera. Can someone who bends rebar also cook? This viewer must be a new follower, thanks for subscribing. Actually, I used to be a chef apprentice, nearly became a cook too. Cooking is easy for me. If you don't believe me, I'll show you soon. Today, I'll prepare some grand dishes for you all to see my skills. One of you asked, did Dutchwan experience something good today? Why is he so happy in preparing such fancy dishes? Reading another new comment, he reached up to touch his cheeks. Am I really that obvious? Saying this, he laughed again. Hee, sort of, it's good news. It's not payday yet. No, I haven't received compensation either. Tisk, why are you all so obsessed with money? Though my nickname is Hardworking Dutchwan, I'm not fixated on earning. Seeing that none of the comments guessed correctly, the young man couldn't contain his satisfaction. He bit back a wide grin full of white teeth. It's something even better than making money. Hee. His animated expressions intrigued the curious audience flooding in, all asking what exactly this good thing was. Alright, no more teasing. At that moment, he also arrived at the bustling vegetable market in the village. Standing by a lively vegetable stall surrounded by vividly colored produce, he proudly and enthusiastically bragged into the camera lens. I've got a wife now. Wife. Do you know what that means? A lover. My girlfriend. She wants me to cook dinner for her tonight, and I'm going to do it for her. All of Qiyu's accumulated resentment disappeared in an instant. His long fingers lifted slightly and lightly tapped the screen. Unable to resist, Qiyu tapped the face on the screen. He thought, eventually, this man would learn who the real wife was. For now, given how dense this big oaf was, letting him enjoy this blissful ignorance for a little longer wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, in Zheng Haichuan's plain live broadcast room, a few dancing little hearts suddenly appeared on the screen. They were red and soft, silently transmitted through the network, unseen from one person's fingertips to another's eyes. Chapter 80, Bought Groceries. Zheng Haichuan ultimately failed to buy the groceries. As soon as he walked into the market, he received a call from Qiyu. The groceries are already bought. I'll hand them over at the entrance in a bit. Zheng Haichuan had no idea that his boyfriend was closely monitoring his movements. He just thought it was quite coincidental. Just as he was about to buy groceries, Qiyu's call came in. Had it been any later, they would have ended up buying the same items. Cheerfully agreeing, Zheng Haichuan hung up and immediately turned back to his live stream audience, grinning as he said, no need to buy any more. My wife has already prepared everything in advance. Come on, let's head home and I'll show you how to cook. Qiyu placed the order online. The community delivery was fast, and just a few minutes after Zheng Haichuan returned home, the delivery guy was knocking at the door. The live stream was still running on his phone, so Zheng Haichuan held up his phone while opening the door. He assumed Dr. Lu might have just bought a few vegetables, so he told the viewers, we're not making spicy dishes today. My wife prefers a light flavor. I was considering heading to the market to get some shrimp for a seafood stew, but now let's see what she's bought first, haha. As he talked, Zheng Haichuan opened the door. He expected to face a delivery man wearing a riding helmet, but instead, he found himself blocked by 2 super large bags right at the doorway. Meanwhile, the delivery boy was huffing and puffing as he carried a third package upstairs, complaining to Zheng Haichuan all the way, this urban village of yours, phew, it's killing for delivery guys. Phew, these stairs almost killed me. And you buy so much stuff. Here, take this quickly, there's still one more bag. I'll go downstairs and carry it up for you. Remember to leave a good review, buddy. After waving goodbye to the delivery guy and closing the door, Zheng Haichuan stood there stunned, gazing at several huge packages of groceries on the floor, his mouth wide open and unable to recover for a long time. The live stream was still ongoing. Though it wasn't peak viewing hours, quite a number of people who had just finished work were idly browsing through. Some old fans of Zheng Haichuan started teasing him. Zhu mom, wow, so many things, take a look at what was bought. I'm super chatty, wow, our brother Duchuan really has a considerate wife. Very caring towards her husband. Tan Wei plus Yun, is this considered an unconventional unboxing of food delivery? Not settling 886, haha, old mate, did you marry a rich woman? Feeding you so much stuff at once. Amin 211, envious, I also want a rich woman to be close with. Moon falls short of my heart, am I the only one wanting to be a rich woman? I want to cuddle up against brother Duchuan's abs. Most of Zheng Haichuan's older fans were ordinary workers like him, not particular about the content of his videos. Whether he filmed himself working on construction sites or eating and washing dishes, they always enjoyed watching. Some even chatted with each other in the live room, and quite a few mothers picked up tips on enhancing their dishes' flavors from him. Long-term following brought not only amusement but also a peculiar sense of connection. They didn't view Zheng Haichuan as merely a distant live streamer but more like an online friend, junior, or big brother. Therefore, they usually welcomed whatever Zheng Haichuan chose to stream. However, after the earlier incident where he was beaten, Zheng Haichuan gained more followers, which included a more mixed crowd. Many new fans followed him under the label of the poor construction worker beaten and injured. Naturally, these people had preconceived notions about Zheng Haichuan and wanted to see him sweat hard on the construction site, exposed to the scorching sun doing labor-intensive work. Seeing such scenes made them sympathize with the broadcaster's hardships, lament the difficulties of life, and some even donated a little out of pity. After all, compared to the manual laborers building bricks, carrying cement, and twisting steel bars in a construction yard, being able to sit comfortably at home, enjoying air-conditioned rooms while playing on phones and watching streams seemed extremely fortunate. Discovering satisfaction through such contrasts, finding solace in the notion that their own lives weren't as bad, was easy and cost-efficient. There was nothing more relaxing than indulging in such pastimes. But the footage Zheng Haichuan captured at this moment clearly differed from what certain people hoped to see. What they desired to see was the pain and suffering of someone's wound, the sight of blood flowing from it, not the scar healing nor the careful bandage applied to make sure it no longer hurts, nor the tender and soft regenerated skin that emerged post-healing. Therefore, as Zheng Haichuan lifted the delivery bags into the house and the camera casually panned over the goods inside the bags, discordant comments appeared. Baoshiji 911, wow, Australian beef tenderloin. Such a large box must cost hundreds. Human sentiment, incredible, was I just seeing things? That kiwi is imported from New Zealand, and the price, 3 digits. User _ 243587, is the streamer really a rebar worker? Can he afford to buy food from such an expensive import supermarket? I wouldn't dare to buy it. Spicy pickled pork 3, the person upstairs, didn't you see? He's been dating a rich woman. Red wealthy earth 5 blocks 3 pounds, TSK, once one becomes famous, the money flows in easily. We pity him daily by contributing our traffic here, but look at how effortlessly he munches on fruits worth hundreds to thousands of dollars. JVWG, feeling envious. I'm just wondering if working as a rebar carrier pays this well, I quit my job and come join you. Zheng Haichuan propped his phone up on the table and was busy organizing these several big bags of items, not noticing the barrage of comments streaming into his live room at first. He was just marveling that Dr. Lu had bought so much in one go, feeling like they wouldn't be able to finish all these ingredients in a week. Zheng Haichuan thought that when Dr. Lu came back in the evening, he would have to talk to her seriously about it, telling her not to buy so much next time, only purchase according to their needs, otherwise wasting food would be no good. Their fridge wasn't very big, so today he'd better cook up those perishable ingredients right away. While contemplating, Zheng Haichuan began taking the items out of the bags one by one. At first, everything seemed pretty normal: lettuce, Chinese broccoli, potatoes, cucumbers. Apart from being packaged more elegantly, with larger and fresher-looking sizes, these vegetables weren't much different from what Zheng Haichuan usually bought at the market. However, as item after item was pulled out, Zheng Haichuan's casual musings gradually transformed into surprise. Vacuum-sealed live air-flown shrimps, luxury gift-boxed hairy crabs with an accompanying 8-piece dining set, unheard-of foreign-sourced tomahawk steaks, grapes each as large as little seedlings' fists. It finally dawned on Zheng Haichuan just how big the difference was between Chiyu's groceries and what he usually bought. His mouth opened wide for a moment, his first instinct being to call the delivery guy and ask whether he might have delivered to the wrong person. But when Zheng Haichuan flipped through the delivery slips pasted on the bag, he clearly saw the name, Mr. Zheng, marked on the receipt for the order, as well as the note left by the person who placed the order saying, urgent, please deliver as soon as possible, upstairs. Seemingly, Zheng Haichuan returned to the same dazed state he had been in the previous night. His head was muddled. The situation felt unreal, surprising yet filled with some anxiety. Compared to last night, there was now an added sense of indescribable pressure this time around. Zheng Haichuan finally picked up the phone propped on the table for shooting. Only then did he realize the number of people in the live room had surged to over 1,000, and almost all of the continuously scrolling comment barrage was filled with harsh criticisms. Chapter 81, I want to see. 81, I want to see. So wealthy. As expected, they're all playing a role. Was the beating before also an act? Intentional? Or has the poverty-stricken image backfired? Can a bricklayer afford such expensive food? Turned out, I'm the real clown. This crab, to be honest, I saw it at the supermarket one day. My child wanted to eat it, but I couldn't bear to buy it. There must be someone backing him up behind the scenes, right? He probably signed with a company. Is he about to start live streaming product sales next? Right, this is acting, right? An ad? Incredible, even a construction worker can get ads of such caliber now. I can't afford it, I can't even afford a grape. Messages on the screen popped up one by one and were quickly overtaken by new mockery. Zheng Haichuan blankly opened his mouth, taking quite a while to understand what they were saying. Not like that. He anxiously waved his hand in front of the camera. It's not some act, not an ad, these are just vegetables my partner bought. Although it wasn't the evening peak time, there were still many people browsing streams after work. Especially when encountering such suspected drama, more and more curious onlookers flocked to watch, and netizens left comments enthusiastically. Humph, smile without speaking. Rich mistress. Seems like another meat seller. U1S1, the streamer's figure is indeed good. A deadbeat rising up, why bother going to the construction site anymore? Lying flat with a rich woman would do, right? Probably a set built in Hengdian too. Partner bought stuff unrelated to the streamer. Isn't his wife's money his as well? Reasonable, let me go ask my wife for pocket money then. Streamers stop showing off, interesting to tease fans. Reported. +1 on the floor above. Boring, going over to Old Wong playing with tower cranes, the perspective from hundreds of meters high is way cooler than this. Continue streaming, ignore them. After watching for so long, how about giving out a freebie? I'd like that Arctic scallop. Fatty beef, count me in, draw me please. Zheng Haichuan was not smart but had a straightforward heart. In response to everyone's doubts, his attitude was to seriously respond to each comment. Not some rich old woman, but my legitimate partner. Selling what kind of meat? I twist steel bars, don't sell meat. Why not go to the construction site? I have to work to earn money. Hengdian. Construction site sheds are all mobile panel rooms now, disassembled and reused when switching sites. My wife's money belongs to her, mine is mine, but I'm willing to spend mine on her. What does luring fans mean? You guys want to eat? These are for my wife. Next time, I'll treat you all. After answering for a while, Zheng Haichuan realized he simply couldn't keep up with the barrage speed. The things said inside got nastier and nastier, and his complexion became paler and paler. Zheng Haichuan had received negative comments before. When he first started learning to shoot videos, he was reported because his speech was too vulgar. Back then, he was puzzled and upset, not understanding why just a casual mention of poo and pee could lead to complaints and reports. Later, Zheng Haichuan learned to behave better, trying to imitate city people's ways of talking. However, some still pointed fingers at and criticized his content. Some colleagues questioned whether his beam tying speed was too fast, some others asked how much oil he put in the dishes, and after the beat-up incident happened, some even rudely asked when he'd seek revenge. For the questions within his expertise, Zheng Haichuan would carefully reply. For those baseless comments stirring up trouble, Zheng Haichuan slowly learned to ignore them. What else could he do? If he deleted them, those people would curse even more energetically. If he responded, they'd say he's making unfounded arguments. Zheng Haichuan didn't read much, but through years of working away from home, he learned the truth: when you encounter unreasonable people, just ignore them and continue with your own tasks. Eventually, those people will find it uninteresting and walk away, it's not worth arguing for breath. But this only applied to himself. Zheng Haichuan could endure these strangers pointing fingers at him. After all, separated by a net line, no one knows who anyone else is, being insulted a few times won't lose him any flesh. But Zheng Haichuan couldn't stand these people slandering Dr. LV. Dr. LV was so good, why should she be defamed by these people? These people didn't know Dr. LV at all, they had no idea how wonderful she was. Why were they telling lies with their eyes wide open? You have no evidence to talk nonsense. That's the money he earned from working. My partner is a really good person who helped me a lot. Stop saying bad things about him or I'll get angry. He's not some rich old woman. He saves a lot of people every day. There's no PV transaction. What's PV even mean? Zheng Haichuan earnestly said many things in front of the screen, picking out those who criticized Dr. Chi the most and responding to them one by one, but the messages flashed by too quickly for him to keep up, and there were also many terms he didn't understand. Before Zheng Haichuan got dizzy and disoriented, he caught sight of a question from someone. You can only twist rebars, you're not even as good as someone doing construction work. Your partner spends so much money buying you nice things, what does he see in you? What does he like about you? The tone of this person carried an envious yet resentful bitterness, but the question left Zheng Haichuan momentarily speechless. That's right. What exactly does Dr. LV see in him? This was a question Zheng Haichuan hadn't figured out since receiving Dr. Chi's clear confession, not since Dr. Chi first kissed him until now. What does he see in me? I don't know either. Zheng Haichuan's voice lost the certainty it had earlier when he was replying to the mockery. His tone became less confident, and quieter. But I know. Suddenly his voice rose again, his dark bright eyes lifting to directly look into the camera lens, his sincere determination aiming straight for those waiting to laugh at him, intending to render them speechless. I know he's serious, and I am too. I like him. You can say whatever you want about me, but don't say anything about him. With that, Zheng Haichuan decided to turn off the live stream. He was a bit upset. Dr. LV should be returning soon after her shift, and he still needed to cook dinner. He didn't want to keep seeing these strangers speaking ill of Dr. LV anymore. With his lips pursed, Zheng Haichuan brought his face close to the phone, preparing to tap on the button to end the live stream. But just then, on the cracked phone screen where his big face appeared horizontally across its length, a huge firework suddenly exploded. It was very large, dazzlingly colorful with extremely advanced 3D special effects, creating a magnificent display. The last time Zheng Haichuan saw fireworks was a few years ago when he went home for the spring festival. At that time, setting off fireworks was still allowed in rural areas. There was someone who came back wealthy, not only driving a small car, but also bringing a large box of fireworks behind it. On New Year's Eve night, the countryside's darkness made it pitch black, impossible to see your hand in front of your face. Zheng Haichuan sat in his courtyard burning wood and keeping warm by the fire. At that time, baby He Miao had just been born, his elder brother and sister-in-law were watching TV indoors while the little one cried loudly and wouldn't stop screaming, no matter who tried to comfort him. Zheng Haichuan simply wrapped the baby warmly in a coat and took him outside. Who knows if it was because he naturally knew how to soothe babies, or whether his musculature provided a comfortable spot for infants to lie on. Anyway, little He Miao stopped crying shortly and stared at him, blinking innocently while sucking on her thumb. Suddenly, the sky thundered with a loud boom. Instinctively, Zheng Haichuan covered the ears of the baby, but realized the little tyke in his arms was pointing up laughing cheerfully, opening his toothless mouth. Looking up along with him, Zheng Haichuan happened to catch sight of the sparks falling after the fireworks burst. Now, it was far from the eve of the spring festival, and the sky outside was not yet completely dark. But inside the shabby dim rental house, Zheng Haichuan didn't need to raise his head, the clusters of dazzling firework reflections could already be seen in his pupils. And as the pleasant default system sound effect played, when the fireworks burst open, message after message of comments from the giver also popped up on the screen. LV, don't have partners. LV, or are they unable to afford food? LV, normal people are trying hard to make money, giant babies will only open their mouths to curse others and wait to be fed. LV, go make food. LV, I want to watch. Chapter 82. The Big Gate Crab. Chiyu's fireworks was one of the expensive gifts for rewarding on live streaming platforms. After sending it out, a cluster of 5-second fireworks would accompany with a text barrage, and there would be an exaggerated special effect displayed on the screen that was impossible to ignore. Each one cost several hundred yuan, making it very suitable for some wealthy bosses to attract the attention of streamers. It was also Zheng Haichuan's first time receiving such a generous gift from a viewer, and he even received 5 at once. At this moment, Zheng Haichuan still hadn't connected Lu and Yu. For him, although he usually called him Dr. Lu, what actually popped into his mind was Dr. Yu, just that due to habitual mispronunciation, he always forgot to correct it. And the word Lu in front of him, he still recognized it. With one more radical double person, it was certainly different from Chiyu's Yu. Therefore, in his eyes, Boss Lu and Dr. Lu had always been two separate individuals. The person rewarding him in the phone was a long-term supporter, a rich boss who had given many rewards before. And his boyfriend Chiyu was a doctor busy curing diseases every day, his salary stable but probably not too high. These two people aside from their names sounding alike had no other similarities. Besides, Dr. Lu was so busy, how could he possibly have time to watch his live streams? Zheng Haichuan was very grateful to Boss Lu, but wouldn't have any particular feelings because of his generosity today. He just thought this boss was really magnanimous, had money to spare, and especially supported him. He was already a very loyal fan. After calculating the price of those few fireworks in his heart, Zheng Haichuan sincerely told Boss Lu in front of the camera not to spend any more. Now that he had resumed work, and Xiao Hamao's disease had a new treatment method which should not require much money, Zheng Haichuan didn't intend to seek tips from fans anymore. He never had thick skin and wasn't accustomed to this way of earning money. Previously, his demanding for gifts was purely out of necessity forced by life. Now, as life is improving, he was happy to maintain a simpler relationship with his fans. That said, sometimes the effects money could bring were obvious. The sarcastic doubts in the bullet chat disappeared significantly due to the explosion of these few bundles of fireworks. More people began to comment on how extravagant this wealthy fan was, and some old fans also took the opportunity to reward Zheng Haichuan with some small gifts, completely covering up the bad comments. It's unknown if it was started by Lu, but the next gifts brushed alongside all came with the message. Moon can't match my heart, go cook, I want to watch. Zhu mommy, go cook, I want to watch. Daunting plus Yun, go cook, I want to watch. My many words, go cook, I want to watch. All the gratitude in Zheng Haichuan's belly was laughed away by their bullet chats. He originally intended to shut off the broadcast and stop filming, but seeing so many fans still supporting him now, Zheng Haichuan continued to place his phone aside and started organizing a large pile of things on the ground. All bought by Dr. Lu. Although Zheng Haichuan felt sorry about the money spent by Qiyu, now since the money had already been spent, he preferred to make good use of it and avoid wasting even a bit. Thus, while a man who had just finished his shift in a hospital building separated by only a street scowled and pulled out his bank card to charge the platform preparing to argue against online trolls dozens of rounds, Zheng Haichuan had already neatly categorized and organized a large batch of vegetable supplies, entering the kitchen to start cooking with concentration. Qiyu glanced at the noble crown mark suddenly upgraded on top of the account name, then looked at the young man tucked in a tiny broken-down kitchen sweating hotly as he boiled rice and cooked vegetables. All the fury and frustration in his heart instantly turned into another kind of boiling warmth. As the sizzling sound of hot oil in the wok erupted within the live streaming room, it bubbled furiously in his heart. This dinner was the most abundant, most luxurious night meal Zheng Haichuan had eaten in years. Boston lobsters, Yangqing Lake big gate crabs, golden needle mushroom soup made with Australian beef, everything was something he had only heard of before but never tasted. So good that Zheng Haichuan always felt that making them with ordinary cooking methods was simply wasteful. But the other two diners at the table ate with great satisfaction. Little Hamao held a lobster bigger than her faceplate and ate diligently, full of novelty and contentment. Meanwhile, Qiyu still ate gracefully and elegantly, leaving Zheng Haichuan sitting somewhat awkwardly, only picking the nearest dishes in front of him. Qiyu disassembled a crab, casually flicking the crab meat to the little one beside him, then added another crab to Zheng Haichuan's bowl. When he finished eating another crab after bowing his head and working on it, he noticed that Zheng Haichuan was still struggling awkwardly with the crab claw in front of him, looking endearingly clumsy. Qiyu laughed softly. He leisurely wiped his hands clean, then naturally leaned towards his boyfriend's seat. He began teaching Zheng Haichuan step by step how to dismantle crabs and peel shrimp. By the time they reached the end, their hands had slipped and pressed together. The tools were discarded by Qiyu, and the man who usually cared about cleanliness now held the suntanned rough hands of the youth. They lifted the crab shell together, picked out the crab heart, broke open the crab's body, and finally offered the golden, succulent crab roe to Zheng Haichuan's lips. Eat. His tone was calm, almost like a command, but there was an unknown joy hidden in it. Dr. Lu, you should have it, Zheng Haichuan stammered, startled. Zheng Haichuan had fed little Hamao milk, mush, and meals countless times, but he had never been fed by anyone. His face flushed crimson as he tried to dodge the luxurious food near his mouth, but when he looked up and met the eyes just inches away, his movement froze. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of narrow eyes stared at him intently. This reminded Zheng Haichuan of the sudden phone call he'd received at the market, the large bundles of ingredients too many for the fridge, and the delivery note reading, urgent, please deliver as soon as possible, carry upstairs. Qiyu's long fingers continued to hold the crab while crab oil dripped slowly down toward his arm. Zheng Haichuan saw his brow furrow slightly, yet his hand remained steady as he persisted holding the crab in front of him, as if he wouldn't put it down until Zheng Haichuan ate. I ate all the ones you dismantled. The ones you did, will you refuse to eat? His voice carried a faint accusation. The steamed Yangqing Lake crabs were already sweet and tender from cooking. The 8 legs and 2 large pincers lay neatly dismembered on the plate before Qiyu. However, Zheng Haichuan's plate was a mess of disarray, full of broken limbs that looked pitiful. You didn't get much. Zheng Haichuan recalled the moment when Qiyu leaned down hard and snatched the crab roe, which he had barely touched, leaving only the size of a thumbnail, making his gaze even more evasive and his face redder. Qiyu simply smiled enigmatically. Just temporarily full, Qiyu stated lightly. In Zheng Haichuan's other hand, there was still a piece of crab claw. Originally, he planned to eat the meat inside, but now his fingers felt pinched gently upon hearing the words. It was ticklish, not painful at all, just an itch spreading up his arm into his chest. Still holding his hand high, the crab oil was about to drip down to his elbow. Zheng Haichuan quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe it off for him, unconsciously opening his mouth slightly in the process. The food was thus fed directly into his mouth. It was fresh but not greasy, soft but not fishy. As Zheng Haichuan savored the crab roe with his tongue, he accidentally licked Qiyu's fingertip. He felt a gentle pressure on his lower lip, then the cool finger withdrew, leaving only a rich, creamy sweetness filling his mouth, soft and mellow. It was the kind of tenderness hidden beneath the hard crab shell that dissolved in the first bite. After Zheng Haichuan momentarily enjoyed this taste, his mind drifted back into reality. Chapter 83, Half Price. This evening's atmosphere was quite warm, until Zheng Haichuan lulled the drowsy little Hemiao to sleep. Qiyu still lingered at the Zheng family residence, refusing to leave. Zheng Haichuan quietly began tidying up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and with nothing better to do, Qiyu also helped by sweeping the leftover scraps into the trash can. Although Qiyu didn't believe in love before, he understood that normal couples usually divide labor in daily life. For instance, one person mops while the other washes clothes, or one cooks and the other cleans the dishes, or one handles external affairs while the other manages household duties. In short, they both need to contribute a little effort to their home for the sense of mutual dependence to shine through. But indeed, he didn't like washing dishes, his cooking skills were barely satisfactory, he used to hire a cleaner for housekeeping, and he got used to throwing clothes directly into the washing machine. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, staring at the diligent youth washing dishes with his back turned to him, Chiyu thought with great pleasure. The person managing internal affairs seemed already very competent, so from now on, he could be the one handling external matters. Such a good mood continued until Zheng Haichuan finished washing the dishes and started organizing the remaining ingredients. There were too many dishes made tonight, several of them weren't finished and had been placed in lunch boxes to freeze in the fridge for eating tomorrow. But when Zheng Haichuan opened the fridge, he remembered that Dr. Lu had sent too many ingredients, leaving no space in the fridge. Zheng Haichuan had to take out some bulky vegetables and tried to cram the lunch box into the refrigerator compartment. Seeing Zheng Haichuan struggling, Chiyu decided to lend a hand, but Zheng Haichuan quickly shoved a few expensive-looking fruits and vegetables into Chiyu's arms. "Dr. Lu, these are too pricey, you take them back and eat them." While Zheng Haichuan continued organizing, he didn't notice the slight downward curve of the man's lips as he spoke. "Take them back to eat." Chiyu looked down at the food in his arms, then raised his eyes toward Zheng Haichuan, his dark pupils deepening. "Take them where?" Unaware of the change in tone behind him, Zheng Haichuan was trying hard to put together the condiments in the drawer to save space, and casually said without much thought, "Your place, your fridge is bigger anyway. Don't waste such expensive items, take them out again next time you want to eat." Chiyu's expression brightened slightly, only to turn completely gloomy once Zheng Haichuan added another sentence. Because Zheng Haichuan, while handing him things, blurted out, "Dr. Lu, you must have spent a lot of money on all these things, how about I pay for half of it?" This thought had been lingering in Zheng Haichuan's mind all night, and only now did he have the chance to voice it. He knew Dr. Lu bought these vegetables out of goodwill, but after calculating the total cost of those several bags of goods, Zheng Haichuan felt this favor was too heavy. Too heavy that he felt undeserving, overwhelmed by the generosity. Though Zheng Haichuan knew his wealth couldn't match Dr. Lu's, he still hoped, at least, let him shoulder half the burden. They say even a single pole needs two ends to balance. If each of them takes one end, they will walk more steadily, right? Though that's what he thought inside, Zheng Haichuan's spoken words skipped over all these considerations and went straight to the conclusion. Since he considered himself not particularly sharp-minded, he habitually spoke plainly and acted simply, unknowingly causing such straightforwardness to sometimes lead to misunderstanding in relationships, making those who cared overthink and generate misconceptions. The heat in the small kitchen suddenly became stifling, then abruptly shifted as it was torn open by a voice filled with frost. "So eager to make everything clear between us?" Chiyu glanced at the ingredients in his hands, recalling how meticulously he'd chosen each item and carefully completed the order in the afternoon, feeling suddenly like an idiot. "All right, you give me the money." He carelessly tossed all the fragile items onto the stove, crossed his arms coldly, and stared at Zheng Haichuan. "You've taken the trouble to cook tonight. How would you like to charge for the cooking fees?" Zheng Haichuan was still struggling to fit the leftovers into the fridge, and once the fridge door finally closed, he had the time to ponder what Chiyu had just said. He belatedly realized something was off about the man's tone. Stopping his frantic actions, Zheng Haichuan turned around in confusion to look at the handsome man standing indifferently by the kitchen door. The lighting in the kitchen was darker than outside, and with the light behind him, Zheng Haichuan couldn't clearly see Chiyu's expression. But the heavy, oppressive atmosphere within the confined space was enough to make him feel the man's unhappiness. That's not what I meant." Zheng Haichuan opened his mouth, wanting to explain. "You won't accept it, huh?" But the man seemed unwilling to listen to his explanation, coldly sneering, "Then fine, consider it even." After that, he didn't utter another word, directly turning around and leaving Zheng Haichuan's line of sight. With a bang, in the blink of an eye, the small rented apartment of the Zheng family was left with only Zheng Haichuan still awake. The little Hemiao in bed was startled by the sound of Chiyu closing the door without checking. However, upon hazily opening his eyes and seeing Uncle Xiao still there, he turned over and went back to sleep. Standing in the kitchen, Zheng Haichuan blankly stood for a while before understanding what Chiyu's last sentence meant. He no longer bothered with the precious ingredients on the stove that hadn't been properly arranged, hastily ran out of the kitchen, opened his front door, and stepped out to the iron gate of Chiyu's home next door. Zheng Haichuan stared at this tightly closed, cold heavy iron gate, his expression restless and flustered. "Dr. Lu. Is Dr. Lu angry with him?" "Yes. It must be." Lifting his arm, Zheng Haichuan wanted to knock on the door. He wanted to knock, wanting to say that he wasn't concerned about money, wanting to explain to Chiyu that he didn't mean to separate things so clearly, wanting to tell Chiyu that he was actually very happy tonight too. But after going through their previous conversation again in his mind, Zheng Haichuan finally let his raised hand fall. Slowly leaning against the door and crouching down on the ground, Zheng Haichuan's face flashed with confusion and helplessness, eventually turning into silence. Quietly hugging his head, Zheng Haichuan regretfully thought. A person like him. Certainly. Dr. Lu must regret being his partner, right? On the other side of the door, back at his own place, Chiyu's mood was agitated to the extreme. He hadn't anticipated that his relationship had encountered such a massive crisis just one day after it started. Whenever Chiyu thought about Jing Haichuan saying that he would pay for half the grocery bill, anger surged up within him like crazy. Give money. Split evenly. An AA system. Listen, hear that, could these be words spoken by lovers? Did he, Jing Haichuan, think that he merely found a stingy guy to share living expenses with? Doesn't he, Chiyu, look as if he lacks money or food? For the first time in his life, Chiyu truly liked someone and solely wanted to bestow everything good and great onto his boyfriend. Knowing Jing Haichuan had lived a hard life in the past, putting it kindly, it was saving. Partially speaking, there was simply no quality of life to speak of. After becoming that naive person's official boyfriend, the first thing he wanted to do was let his dumb partner eat well and dress better. Was there anything wrong with that? In fact, Chiyu had originally planned to take Jing Haichuan shopping at the mall during the weekend, buying him some breathable undershirts and sun protective sleeves. That simpleton always worked under the scorching sun at the construction site, his skin could get dried out easily. Wearing better clothes would at least make him more comfortable when working. Now though, Chiyu thought, let whoever wants to buy go ahead and buy. He certainly doesn't want to be repaid after buying something, with someone awkwardly trying to push a wad of cash into his hands. Chiyu really couldn't understand why, by just buying groceries, it would lead to calculating who spent how much, needing to pull out an abacus between them. If this is the case, they would have many more places where expenses are needed in their future relationship. Would Jing Haichuan also need to whip out a small notebook, meticulously noting down every single expense? As Chiyu thought about it, his chest tightened. When he recalled some of Jing Haichuan's past, foolish actions, Chiyu deeply felt that the other party might indeed engage in such behavior. So after returning home and taking a cold water shower to calm himself down, lying in bed, an image suddenly floated in Chiyu's mind, a burly youth finishing housework at night, sitting by his side, nestled in the corner of the sofa to record accounts. While recording, he scrupulously calculated the money using his fingers. Occasionally looking up at him, and once met with his glare, pitifully shrinking back and hugging the account book to his chest. Chiyu became extremely irritated from imagining this scenario himself. This time, however, his irritation was mixed with a dark desire to bully the other person even more harshly, harsh enough to make Jing Haichuan unable to speak. Chapter 84, Presumption. Jing Haichuan squatted outside Chiyu's house for a long time that night but couldn't figure out how to apologize and explain things to Chiyu. Perhaps because deep down he didn't truly feel his actions were wrong, he had no idea where to start. So when he heard movement from behind the iron gate, he instinctively panicked and scurried back to his own home, as if fleeing from an unwanted but possibly inevitable reality. As for Chiyu, who was about to turn off the lights after washing up and climb into bed, he inexplicably decided to open the door for one last glance. Naturally, all he saw was an empty hallway dimly lit by a yellowish light. That night, neither of them slept well. This unpleasant state carried on until the weekend. Chiyu, having seen plenty of absurd things in his life, never would have imagined the most ridiculous thing would happen to him. Yes, it hadn't even been a week since he started dating, and he'd already spent 5 days in a cold war with his partner. Oh, calling it a cold war was Chiyu's unilateral conclusion. But wasn't it accurate? He hadn't seen Mr. Zheng in days. If this continued, the dimwit next door might be happily embracing bachelorhood already. It only goes to show that love can indeed lower someone's IQ at times. Look, it even made Dr. Chi, usually known for his sharp-tongued critiques of others, mutter complaints about himself, brimming with resentment and utterly unable to calm down without a wife around to console him. Dr. Chi obviously forgot that he had started pulling day and night shifts right after their argument, practically living at the hospital and making it impossible for anyone to find him. On this day shift, he had already performed 2 surgeries in succession until 10 o'clock at night. Staying up another night might send him directly to the operating table himself. But Dr. Chi found something comforting about being busy. It stopped him from thinking too much about how infuriating that certain neighbor could be. After finishing his handover with colleagues, Chiyu trudged back to the urban village under the moonlit sky, tiredly ascending the staircase step by step. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, standing beneath the flickering glow of the motion-activated lights, he stared at the closed door of the neighboring room for a while. This building was in a state of serious disrepair. The railings on the stairs were rusted, covered in green spots. The surrounding walls shed gypsum powder every day, while countless advertisements offering services like unclogging drains, unlocking doors, or repairing appliances were plastered everywhere, forming garishly colored makeshift wallpaper. For just a moment, Chiyu wondered why he chose to stay here rather than live comfortably in an apartment. Then in the next second, he seemed to hear a determined voice saying, "I know he's serious, and so am I. I like him. You can say whatever you want about me, but don't talk about him like that." It seemed the people inside the rented place had already fallen asleep. After some time of silence, the overhead motion-activated lights dimmed. In the darkness, Chiyu lowered his eyes, pulled out his keys, and unlocked his door fumblingly. Once inside, he threw his briefcase onto the sofa, untucked his neatly tucked-in white shirt, and loosened his collar. He didn't bother turning on the lights in the room, sitting quietly in the dark for a while before picking up his phone and making a call. "Hey. Let's go drink." When Ching Zijuan parked his supercar outside the urban village and wandered in flip-flops through the winding streets for what felt like an eternity, finally finding Chiyu, his normally emotionless and impeccably dressed childhood friend had already polished off the third bottle of liquor. What happened? Ching Zijuan was puzzled, moving closer to ask softly while Gue Weiming, leaning on the cash register scrolling through short videos, glanced up and met his gaze with an air of worldly wisdom. It's heartbreak, Gue said simply. Ching Zijuan blinked rapidly, confused. Wait, heartbreak? What kind of heartbreak? Hadn't his brother Chi been dominating the singles world for years? When did he ever date? And how could he fall victim to romantic troubles? If his memory served right, hadn't brother Chi Haoyu once even mocked in front of him, saying, love is nothing more than two fools chasing each other? How, after just a few weeks, had he degraded into one of those fools? Looking at his despondent childhood friend, Ching Zijuan suddenly recalled scenes that had unfolded not long ago in this very spot. One face surfaced immediately in his mind. A thick-headed young man with dark skin, a sturdy build, Cheng Haichuan. Ching Zijuan scanned Chiyu's almost soulless expression carefully, then suddenly slapped his thigh, comprehending everything instantly. Oh, it's not about willingly falling into depravity. It's like a fish without seawater, it's stranded. Hee. Zijuan Ching burst out laughing wildly inside, feeling as though all the ridicule he endured from Yu Qi in the past was now finally avenged. Little you, big brother Qi, who would have thought that there would be a day like this for you? It wasn't that Zijuan lacked brotherhood, it's just that the current appearance of Qi Yu was incredibly rare. Throughout his life, Zijuan had mostly seen the cold and arrogant demeanor of Qi Yu, a look-down-on-everyone attitude that, though cool, was also rather irksome. Unable to beat him, Zijuan joined him, gradually adopting an equally annoying persona but standing at the other extreme from Qi Yu. After gloating enough, Zijuan Cheng still very cooperatively sat next to Qi Yu and opened a beer. Alright, buddy, your pal is here today to drink until we drop. What's troubling you? Let me give some advice. Did your confession fail? Or did you break up? Bro, breaking up isn't scary. Did you watch that thing, 33 Days of Heartbreak? While moping over one, a new love can bloom. The next one will be better. From the start, Zijuan let loose with a barrage of motivational sayings aimed at Yu Qi. He considered himself finally back on familiar ground. From high school to college and now dominating the live streaming world, the girlfriends he'd dated numbered not in the thousands, but surely in the hundreds. Giving a friend emotional support came naturally to him, or so he thought. However, the moment Zijuan spoke those words, the next one will be better, he received a lethal glare from across the table. That icy, piercing stare was like merciless needles, ready to pierce through his lips at any moment. Chiyu, if your mouth isn't useful, I'll sew it shut. Ching Zijuan immediately clapped his hand over his mouth. Seeing silence finally settle around him, Chiyu turned his head and croaked to Uncle Wei Ming beside him, Uncle Wei Ming, could you get us another bottle of alcohol? As usual, the urban village was bustling with activity late at night, filled with couples and friends dining and snacking by the roadside stalls. But inside the Gui family eatery, it was quiet, disturbed only by the occasional crisp sound of bottles being placed onto the wooden table. Gui Weiming typically closed shop at this hour. He didn't lack money, nor need to sacrifice sleep for business survival, but today, before closing, he encountered Chiyu looking absolutely wretched and couldn't help extending some goodwill. Watching him grow up since childhood, the kid once helped him out many times after all. So, what's going on? The curtain of the Gui family eatery was already halfway drawn down, ensuring that no outside patrons would disturb their intimate conversation. Gui Weiming put his phone aside. He was older and tired, instead of staying up all night, it would be better to counsel the young man out of this funk so that perhaps tomorrow, on the weekend, he might spend some time with Jun. Uncle Wei Ming, you. Only when Wei Ming fetched a bottle of liquor and sat down beside him did Chiyu find the desire to speak. Yu Qi glanced at the man in front of him, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard in his 40s, and momentarily reminisced about something he saw in his youth. Unable to resist, Yu Qi asked. Over all these years, haven't you felt hurt? Chiyu remembered vividly seeing two men kissing in the stairwell when he was a teenager, an image that left him shaken and initiated a vague understanding of sexuality. At that time, the uncle before him was still a rash, impulsive youth taking over the small grocery store originally run by grandmother Alma. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu worked on the production line in a factory. Usually, the two men merely passed each other occasionally downstairs, one being a customer, the other the boss. Sometimes, Mr. Lu even took his boyfriend over to dine at Guo Wei Ming's eatery. Ah yes, the homosexual couple Chiyu saw in the corridor back then were none other than Mr. Lu and his lover. Only, the lover wasn't this robust uncle before him but another wealthy young man who seemed quite frivolous. Later on, Mr. Lu broke up with that person and lived alone in this urban village for more than 10 years. And Guo Wei Ming stayed by for over a decade. Chiyu didn't quite understand why Mr. Lu never agreed to Uncle Wei Ming's affections, yet Wei Ming's persistence and sacrifices were undoubtedly real and constant. Even amidst all the changes occurring in this urban village during Chiyu's studies, overseas study, and work life, Uncle Wei Ming remained unwavering year after year. Chiyu struggled to comprehend such devotion. Why continue offering love and affection without reciprocation? Didn't it hurt? Hadn't it made him feel like a fool? Next to him, Cheng Zijuan failed to grasp what Qiyu was saying, but Gue Weiming understood completely. The middle-aged man casually cracked open the beer bottle against the table edge, tilted his head back, and took a big swig, letting the liquid soak his bearded jaw before wiping it off with the back of his hand in one clean motion. Ha! What's eating you? Gue Weiming looked carefree, without a trace of the gloom that clung to Qiyu. What I want to do is my business. Whether he accepts it or not, that's on him. The uncle's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he patted Qiyu's shoulder meaningfully. Feelings can't be forced. You can't strong-arm love. When you see him happy, you feel happiness too. When you see him upset, you share in his pain. Gue Weiming may have spent over a decade chasing someone who didn't reciprocate his feelings, but his experience far surpassed that of the two youngsters sitting across from him. With the demeanor of an elder imparting life lessons, he lectured both Qiyu and Cheng Zijuan. Everyone has different backgrounds, experiences, environments. We can't impose our own views onto others. Sometimes what seems like kindness to you might just be unnecessary, or even worse, insignificant, to the other person. Or it could unknowingly be the straw that breaks the camel's back. When we care for someone, we must place ourselves on an equal footing with them. We should make them feel comfortable, make them happy. Not act according to what we assume they need. Chapter 85, Telling Stories. While Mr. Gue was stroking his big beard and imparting love advice to the two young men, upstairs, Teacher Lu had just finished dealing with a mature student's repeat plea for help. At dinner time, Zheng Haichuan, who had just finished work, knocked on the door with some things in his arms. Teacher Lu thought Zheng Haichuan was just there to pick up little Hamao, but unexpectedly, he brought several kinds of vegetables and fruits as well. The tags were all labeled with foreign names, clearly not cheap. Zheng Haichuan insisted on giving them to him, saying it was a return gift for the codfish that Lu had given before, being very courteous. Teacher Lu originally intended to decline, but seeing Zheng Haichuan's expression seemed a bit off, he accepted. He casually invited Zheng Haichuan to sit down at his place, wanting to know if anything was wrong, which explained why their usually cheerful Dutchwan looked so disheartened. Zheng Haichuan hesitated, glancing downstairs several times as if waiting for someone to come back. But in the hallway, there was nothing but trivial matters from each household and the sound of stir-frying, without any other movements. After wavering at the staircase entrance for a moment, Zheng Haichuan finally entered Teacher Lu's home. He remembered that the last time he had something confusing, it was Teacher Lu who clarified it for him. Maybe this time, he could give him some advice too. Dr. Lu hasn't been home for 3 days. Zheng Haichuan felt a little panicked inside. He felt like he was watching something important slip away through his fingers while trying hard to hold on to it, but couldn't. Teacher Lu's rented apartment was neatly and simply decorated, with an overall beige color tone, without much decoration. The most decoration was books. All sorts of books and magazines filled the bookshelves and scattered around the counter, showing that this is where Teacher Lu spent the majority of his time. This room that Teacher Lu rented used to be a workers' dormitory shared by many. After he rented the entire place by himself, it became less crowded. However, after living here for so many years, the house was full of traces of life everywhere. Zheng Haichuan even glimpsed a pair of black waterproof boots on Teacher Lu's small balcony, apparently larger than his foot size, evidently prepared for going out during heavy rain. If it were under normal circumstances, these little details in life would have easily become topics for Zheng Haichuan to cheerfully chat about, but today, Zheng Haichuan had no desire to talk about these things. His heart only clung to one person and one thing. Everything else had to take a back seat. Teacher Lu went to the kitchen to wash the fruit that Zheng Haichuan had brought. He cut a small part and sent it to little Hamao, who was diligently drawing diagrams in a small room, then returned to the living room to start talking with Zheng Haichuan. What's wrong? The slim man's voice was gentle, looking over Zheng Haichuan with concern as an elder would. Are you tired from work? Zheng Haichuan shook his head. Then is it that the boss has withheld your salary? Zheng Haichuan still shook his head. Then, Teacher Lu had a thought, remembering Zheng Haichuan's shocking confession last time, and couldn't help but ask, is it because of an argument with a friend? This time, Zheng Haichuan didn't shake his head, his eyes only fixated on the fruit on the coffee table. Teacher Lu tentatively continued asking, with your boyfriend? Zheng Haichuan nodded, Teacher Lu asked again, you Zai? Zheng Haichuan nodded again, The young man in front of him had no intention of concealing anything, his straightforward manner left Teacher Lu uncertain whether to laugh or sigh at his simplicity. Teacher Lu couldn't help thinking that if he had possessed Dachwan's good mindset back then, it wouldn't have. Teacher Lu quickly pulled himself out of his distraction and followed Zheng Haichuan's gaze towards the items placed on the plate on the coffee table. Grapes, strawberries, kiwis, all were very nutritious fruits. They didn't seem like the kind of thing that Zheng Haichuan would buy. Teacher Lu knew about Zheng Haichuan's job and also how difficult it was for this young man to raise a child alone. He, too, had lived through poverty, knowing that when one is struggling to make ends meet, they wouldn't splurge on such luxuries. Looking at those fruits now, Zheng Haichuan's expression toward them was both like viewing them as treasures and as something scaldingly hot, extremely complex. Teacher Lu instantly guessed the origin of these fruits. At the same time, probably due to once having gone through a similar mindset, Teacher Lu suddenly understood why Zheng Haichuan appeared different today. It was the unease of a person who has suddenly obtained something beyond their imagination, fearing its loss. It was the self-doubt of someone previously unnoticed, now suddenly cherished. It was the conflict and confusion of someone who had never been loved suddenly being overwhelmed by love, wanting to indulge in it yet fearing to do so. Zheng Haichuan hesitantly told Mr. Lu about the origin of the fruit on the table, naturally also mentioning his interactions and conversations with Chiyu, and how Chiyu had left angrily in the end. Zheng Haichuan clutched onto Mr. Lu's hand, looking somewhat at a loss. Mr. Lu, did I say something wrong? I'll go apologize to Dr. LV, I won't mention money anymore. Do you think he'll forgive me? Mr. Lu glanced at the young man whose panic and concern were all over his face and sighed lightly. Take it easy. He picked up the fruit platter from the coffee table and shoved it into Zheng Haichuan's hands. Listen to a story first. Mr. Lu took one for himself, nibbling on it lightly, then gazed at the pitch-black sky outside the window, slowly saying, more than a decade ago, a young man came here from another city to work. Our Mr. Lu was quite handsome back then. Slim and neat, always reading a book, clearly a cultured person. I had just taken over this shop at that time. The meals grandma made were cheap, and every day we welcomed mostly workers. Our Mr. Lu occasionally would dine with some colleagues from downstairs. In the Gue family eatery, Gue Weiming took another sip of beer, glancing through the gaps of the roller-shuttered door towards the residential building across the street. I had never seen anyone eat while holding a book so closely before. Once, when serving food, a few drops of grease splattered onto the cover of his book, and he gave me several dirty looks. Gue Weiming still found it amusing now as the mouth hidden under his sideburns stretched into a grin. So what happened next? Asked Qing Zijuan, already scooping out a handful of braised peanuts from the boiler and placing them on the central table, full of gossip. Was it that Uncle Weiming apologized humbly, bought Mr. Lu a new book, and then they too? What are you thinking? Gue Weiming shelled a peanut and threw it into his mouth, then tossed the peanut shells at Qing Zijuan grinning sneakily. I wasn't familiar with him back then. On the side, Chiyu didn't make a sound but listened quietly. He knew that what old Gue said was true. And his eyes also followed the direction old Gue had just looked at, occasionally gazing toward the upper floors of the old building opposite. Young Mr. Lu back then was handsome, though he was a worker on the assembly line, there was something inherently different about him compared to other workers. While others were smoking and playing cards, he was reading books and listening to tapes, and while others enjoyed their leisure after work, he spent his evenings writing on his dorm bed. Many colleagues secretly called him aloof and haughty, but Mr. Lu acted as if he didn't hear anything, focusing solely on doing what he liked. He knew he was different from others. Despite their shared humble origins and monotonous work lives, Mr. Lu just knew he was different. He had ideals and passions, he believed that someday he would achieve his dream. Among young intellectuals' dreams, aside from the careers they were passionate about, there was certainly also room for the romantic and sentimental kind of love. Mr. Lu had always longed for a unique and irreplaceable love, preferably intense and selfless, exactly like those dramatic tales written in books. Coincidentally, Mr. Lu indeed met such a person. It was the son of the factory owner where he worked. Good-looking and recently returned from studying abroad, with an accent that carried a hint of British charm. At the time, Mr. Lu was naive, almost foolish. This young gentleman only needed to casually employ a few courting techniques, and Mr. Lu fell head over heels. That time felt like the highlight of Mr. Lu's life. The articles he submitted were continuously published, his work went smoothly without any trouble, and he even had a lover he liked. As for Gue Weiming, he was merely an unimportant backdrop character, appearing occasionally in Mr. Lu's life but never attracting even a fraction of his attention. It is often said that prosperity inevitably leads to decline. What Mr. Lu thought to be his happy times only lasted a few months before plummeting straight to the depths of despair. The parents of the young gentleman discovered this relationship, which could be considered a scandal at the time. The wife of the factory manager personally confronted him, using Mr. Lu's future career prospects and a significant amount of money to half coax, half threaten him into leaving their son. But in young Mr. Lu's heart, love was sacred and should not be profaned. How could he let something as beautiful as love be defiled by these worldly matters? Mr. Lu tore up the check offered by the factory manager's wife, rejected offers of high salaries from other factories, and defiantly told her that homosexuality wasn't a disease, liking a man wasn't a mistake. The factory manager's wife had no patience to listen to his rambling nonsense. As soon as she turned back, she had Mr. LV fired and even sent someone to the urban village to spread rumors everywhere, portraying Mr. LV as a man-harassing pervert. Mr. LV was afraid to go out for a while. His roommates, fearing he might be sick, moved out one after another, leaving Mr. LV alone. At that time, there weren't as many ways to contact people as there are now. He couldn't get through to his lover's phone, and when he went to the factory, he was stopped at the gate. He had no choice but to hide in the rental house every day, reading books and writing, hoping that one day his lover would come looking for him. But wait and wait he did, until he finished all the books in the house, until his lack of appetite reduced him to skin and bones, yet the person who had sworn their undying love never showed up. Later, Gue Weiming couldn't bear to watch anymore. He managed to find out where the young gentleman was living now through connections, and casually mentioned it to Mr. LV when he was throwing out the trash. As expected, Mr. LV went there. At that moment, that person was coming out of his house with a girl wrapped in his arms. Seeing the emaciated Mr. LV, he showed surprise, disdain, but not a shred of pity. The young gentleman said very offhandedly, I was just looking for something new, didn't think you'd take it seriously. There's only me and my family, I definitely need to get married and have kids. Besides, how could you, someone who tightens screws for a living, expect to be with me for so long? Wasn't the money your mother gave you enough for your spending? It was then that Mr. LV realized for the first time that normal people can also become speechless. He didn't want to explain what he hadn't done, he just wanted to ask his ex-lover what their past vows meant. Mr. LV had a lot to say on his chest, but when the time came to speak, not a word came out. He felt like a clownfish suddenly pulled out of the water, struggling to grip tightly onto his own clothes, breathing heavily. Seeing him in this state, the other person turned away like avoiding a virus, dragging his girlfriend away. Mr. LV was left standing dumbly in the middle of the road, as if he were about to suffocate and die from lack of air. It was a sudden slap on his back that snapped him back to reality. A stubbly-chinned man wearing flip-flops and large shorts appeared and hoisted him up like a chick. Before Mr. LV had time to react, the man shoved him into a tricycle bound for the village. That man happened to be Gui Weiming, who was, coincidentally, passing by to collect rent. Unknowingly witnessing this avant-garde emotional drama unfold. The drama came quickly, went quickly, but its aftertaste lingered long. In the subsequent long years, the backdrop of Mr. LV's life became a bleak grayish-blue, dreary and meaningless. He no longer believed in emotions, nor in himself, burying himself in reading and writing day after day, relying on the power of words to draw the strength to survive. And Gui Weiming, during the times when Mr. LV wasn't paying attention, gradually emerged from that background, in a slow but indelible way, forcing clusters of rosy mustaches into Mr. LV's monotonous life. Chapter 86, Relationships. 86, Relationships. As Lu Jun recounted his past experiences, his tone was very calm, so calm that Zheng Haichuan initially thought he was telling a story. Zheng Haichuan's emotions fluctuated with the mood of the protagonist in Lu Jun's story. He cursed the young lord as being no better than pigs and dogs, then berated the factory manager's wife for her haughty attitude. Not until the end, when a bearded man who ran a food shop appeared by the protagonist's side, occasionally delivering vegetables or dragging him home when he got drenched on the rooftop, did Zheng Haichuan slowly realize whose story Master Lu was actually telling. Master Lu, you. Caught up in the story, Zheng Haichuan had been munching on grapes, peaches, and honeydews from the fruit plate all along. But it turned out that he was unknowingly eating into the life of the person who lived in this house. Swallowing the overly sweet fruit in his mouth with effort, he stared at Lu Jun with bright eyes, so you and Mr. Gui also. Since finding love himself, Zheng Haichuan seemed less dull-witted. In the past, he probably wouldn't have picked up on the faint hints of something special in Master Lu's words about Mr. Gui. But Lu Jun shook his head slightly and interrupted Zheng Haichuan's unfinished words. By lowering his eyes, he could see the reflection of his own face, worn down by years, on the coffee table. Softly, he said, I'm already this old, I don't want to inconvenience others. In his youth, blinded, he mistook reckless passion for the grand chapter of a monotonous life. Now, after so many years, he had long realized that the beauty of simple enduring things was life's true celebration. But still, it just felt too late. Huh? How is that wasting anyone's time? Zheng Haichuan strongly disagreed, earnestly lecturing Lu Jun instead, you're really mistaken, Master Lu. In our village, there are people your age who are just having children. This is the prime time for a man's vitality, we've got a whole lifetime ahead of us. Didn't you advise me before, Master Lu? You told me, yes, that I should follow my heart and not consider others' opinions too much. This was what they discussed during their last midnight chat on the rooftop. Lu Jun didn't expect Zheng Haichuan would remember it. He smiled gently and nodded, I understand, I'll deal with it myself. Actually, Lu Jun should thank Zheng Haichuan. If this young man hadn't come knocking on his door asking him to look after little Himiao, he might have continued to confine himself indoors, himself unwilling to go out and others unable to enter. Because of little Himiao, his rental apartment, which usually only smelled of paper, gained some fresh, milk-sweet vibes. Lu Jun would go to bookstores to find suitable books for little Himiao, buy groceries to ensure the little one ate nutritionally, exchange childcare advice with Ms. Hong, or chat with the neighbors occasionally encountered in the hallway about which vegetable vendors' prices were rising again. For a very long time, Lu Jun could only seek a sense of existence and recognition through texts. Back then, he was completely rejected, by the person he liked and even their parents. From gender to physique, from job to personality, although later on Gui Weiming, provided occasional counsel, he remained stuck in his ways. It was like sinking into an inescapable bog, sometimes even thinking about letting himself be pulled under forever. But now, in Zheng Haichuan, Lu Jun saw another possibility in life. An upward-moving, joyful, simple kind, a resilience and honesty that nothing could knock down. Lu Jun truly liked this junior. Don't talk about me anymore, let's get back to you. Lu Jun patted Zheng Haichuan's shoulder, I told you this story just to tell you, money can't be ignored in relationships, but it shouldn't be the only focus either. I once thought that person looked down on me because of money. But later I found out that even if I had money, we couldn't still be together. Because they weren't truly concerned about me. They never cared whether I'd suffer heatstroke in hot weather, if the windowsill leaked in rainy weather, or if anything happened to me after not going out for 5 days. They spent money on me, but they never really paid attention. Lu Jun paused. It had been quite a while since he last examined the depths of his own soul. He had long grown accustomed to retreating into a corner, unwilling to confront the sharp rumors and vicious whispers outside. But at some point, his corner had grown large enough for him to comfortably stretch out his limbs. And beyond that corner, there was a towering figure like a great ape, shielding him from all sorts of harm. Dachuan, a person who truly cares about you will be mindful. They will keep you in mind and consider your feelings. But you also need to learn how to express your feelings clearly, don't make others guess. Because many relationships get ruined by guessing and suspicion. You both like each other, wanting to give the best to each other, which isn't wrong. This best thing doesn't have to be the most expensive, but it must be the most thoughtful. It's when you think he is worth it, and he thinks you are worthy. Yuzi hasn't lacked food or clothing since he was young, and his current job is also high-paying and stable. For him, buying some pricier vegetables and fruits is no burden, perhaps he just wants you to eat better, you deserve it. As for you, you put so much heart into preparing meals, simply because you want Yuzi to eat happily and feel satisfied. You offer to split the costs not out of greed, but out of kindness, hoping to share his financial burdens. Yuzi deserves this treatment from you. In this way, neither of you seems to be doing anything wrong. But from another angle, both of you did commit some mistakes. Lu Jun, seeing the youth becoming bewildered again due to his words, decided to pause patiently, allowing Zheng Haichuan to digest everything. Just then, little Zheng Jiahe, who had been playing alone in the small room, peeked his head out through the door crack, as if curious about what their youngest uncle and Mr. Lu were whispering. Lu Jun gestured invitingly at Zheng Jiahe, causing the little being to come running over beside the sofa with quick steps. Have you finished your homework? Lu Jun had taught little Jiahe a few pinyin letters that day and instructed him to copy and trace them according to picture cards earlier. It could serve as a kind of preschool education. Zheng Jiahe obediently nodded, finished. Good, the teacher will check tonight. If there are any errors, you'll have to rewrite 10 times tomorrow. Lu Jun treated the little one with even greater patience. 10 times. Zheng Jiahe twisted his fingers nervously, suddenly feeling an urge to review his work again. Lu Jun looked at little Jiahe's troubled face and couldn't help but smile. At the same moment, the little one's uncle gave him a similarly perplexed expression, brimming with curiosity. Mr. Lu, can you tell me what our mistakes were? This made Lu Jun genuinely chuckle. He realized his previous explanations might have been somewhat obscure, so he decided to take advantage of an immediate example to clarify things for Zheng Haichuan. Alright, say you're asked to write down a misspelled character 10 times. Would you find it difficult? Zheng Haichuan blinked, then shook his head. Although reading wasn't his strong suit, copying one wrong word was fairly straightforward for him. But look, Lu Jun lifted up young Zheng Jiahe gently so that Zheng Haichuan could see the boy's anxious little face, then asked him directly, Jiahe, do you think rewriting 10 times is hard? The little guy nodded furiously, hard. Writing is much harder than writing pinyin. It makes my hand hurt. With a pouty mouth, he pitifully pleaded, Teacher Lu, can I just rewrite 5 times? Lu Jun set the little one down and affectionately patted his head while delivering his cruel verdict, nope. Shouldn't little Jiahe avoid making mistakes altogether? Then you won't have to copy it once. As they watched little Jiahe dash back into the room to double-check his assignment, Lu Jun turned to Zheng Haichuan and spoke. Dachuan, both you and Yuzi are showing concern for each other in your own ways. But fundamentally, relationships are based on emotional reciprocity. You need to reflect more on why he does what he does. And he should also put more thought into considering your comfort and show his care in a way that makes you feel good. Partner. If neither of you step into the other's shoes to understand them, then what sort of partner are you talking about? Chapter 87, Waiting for You. Gue Weiming's shop had only one case of beer left, and it was all gone before midnight. On the messy table lay Cheng Zijuan, already very drunk. His head was tilted, his face flushed, and he drunkenly pointed at Chiyu, shaking his finger. You, sometimes you are really, belch, over the top. Friends have been together for so many years. I don't look for you and you just ignore me. Cheng Zijuan sounded particularly aggrieved. You, tell me how many times you've reached out first. Good thing there are sweet, adorable sisters around to keep me company. Chiyu slapped his hand away and shot him a deadpan glare. Then today, why don't you just blame the ghosts for bringing you here to drink? Heh, hee. Cheng Zijuan chuckled foolishly but then changed the subject. But lately, you've improved a lot. Could this be the magic of love? Belch. Chiyu didn't want to talk to the drunkard anymore, propping his forehead with one hand as he looked at his phone. Still, the ends of his eyes beneath his golden wire-rimmed glasses were already tinged red from the alcohol. Oh yeah. Suddenly Cheng Zijuan slammed his hand on the table as if he'd remembered something important, pointing at Chiyu. You, what about the promised party? Bring your wife too. Let's go together. To the highest revolving restaurant for the party. And pool party. Yeah. Chiyu's temples began to throb from the noise, and he threw his phone, which showed no new messages, onto the table. He coldly threw a damp napkin on Cheng Zijuan's face that was still yapping. Party. Alright, we'll wash your brain in the pool then. However, neither noticed that the phone tossed aside to the corner of the table buzzed slightly. Gue Weiming was by far the most sober person there. For him, this amount of alcohol barely wetted his throat. Laughing as he listened to the two young men talking nonsense, when Cheng Zijuan started flailing on his chair, thinking he was drowning, Gue finally tore open the towel, picking him up. "Alright, let's go. I'll take this guy upstairs to sleep, there's still an empty room." He opened the roller shutter door, hoisted Cheng Zijuan, who was drunk, over his shoulder, and turned back to confirm with Chiyu, "Can you make it home yourself?" The young man standing behind him, with an upright posture, seemed normal enough, but his reply came half a beat late. "Yeah. You kid." Gue Weiming smiled, "Be careful on your way home, don't trip on the stairs." "Yeah." The moon was high in the sky, and the lively urban village of the day had gradually returned to silence. Chiyu strode across the street and walked again into the pitch-black staircase. The old building hadn't been repaired for years, and the floor lamps were still old-fashioned motion sensor bulbs. Someone would need to make some sound or stomp their steps harder for them to slowly light up. Step by step, Chiyu climbed the stairs more wearily than he did when returning home after work. As if his body was dragging suddenly complicated thoughts, unable to cope at once, even dragging his steps along slowly. His mind was still replaying the words Gue Weiming had said. Before tonight, Chiyu had never really thought carefully about the barriers between him and Zheng Haichuan. For him, from admitting his feelings for Zheng Haichuan to taking the initiative to confess and making Zheng Haichuan his partner, Chiyu felt he had already crossed a significant gap. This was entirely an unexpected event that disrupted his living habits and life plans, though somewhat impulsive, but Chiyu had never regretted it. Because of harboring too much expectation, he selectively ignored the jagged rocks below the ravine, forgetting that rivers, seas, and asphalt roads were inherently separate. He thought that simply switching roles would allow him to help Zheng Haichuan resolve life's hardships and constraints effortlessly, neglecting the fact that beyond being a lover, Zheng Haichuan was still a simple and honest man who supported himself and his family through hard work. Zheng Haichuan hasn't yet grown accustomed to relying on him, and clearly, he also hasn't learned how to properly like someone. In the silent corridor at midnight, only the somber footfalls echoed through. You can never truly understand a person until you walk a mile in their shoes. A sudden sentence flashed through Chiyu's disordered mind. It was from a novel he flipped through casually during a flight once. It was a highly recommended and praised work, but Chiyu found it uninteresting after reading it, soon discarding it from his memory. But now as he recalls it, its content resounded in his heart like the striking of a heavy bell. You can never truly understand a person until you walk a mile in their shoes. But when you really do walk that path, you find even passing by difficult. The sound of footsteps echoed as Chiyu suddenly recalled the last time on a night like this, when he opened the door to see a face with a bruised nose and swollen eyes. The owner of that face looked disheveled but still tried to smile foolishly at him. Chiyu suddenly felt like he couldn't catch his breath. He was just, what nonsense had he actually done? Tap. Having lingered too long on the second floor, the hallway lights flickered on and off again. Chiyu tugged at his collar and paused in the corner for quite a while, until he managed to suppress the urge to give himself a beating for throwing a tantrum days ago. Only then did he continue stepping towards the third floor. The vivid memories of things that happened in this building during his youth were clear as day. Yet, at some point, how had he become exactly the kind of person he detested most? Old Mr. Chi's proudest moments were when he returned home every month with heaps of rent money, waving his hand nonchalantly as if letting his wife and son freely spend it on food and clothing, only to turn around and immerse himself at the mahjong table with his pals. Chi remembered how his mother would always quietly put the money away, smiling faintly as she said she was saving it for his education, but then turning her back to secretly wipe her tears. In his life, Chiyu despised this kind of scumbag more than anything. But looking back now, wasn't he doing the same thing as old Mr. Chi? He thought Chingzi was right, he really was pretty unreasonable. Chiyu suddenly regretted losing his temper over something so meaningless and not checking up on Zheng Haichuan for all these days. It was clearly his fault for leading Zheng Haichuan onto this path. He had been plagued by frustration for such a long time. How could that stubborn man deal with it all alone without wandering into some ditch somewhere? Zheng Haichuan. Under the influence of alcohol, Chiyu couldn't help but call out the name he'd been thinking about for several days. He wondered, had his simpleton gone home and been wiping away tears these few days? In the quiet hallway, this muttered voice didn't carry far, but it still spread upward along the iron railing and open stairwell gaps. The motion sensor light on the third floor wasn't triggered, yet several seconds later it abruptly lit up. Along with the light came a puzzled from above. Chiyu's steps suddenly froze mid-hallway. There were only 7 more steps between him and reaching the front door on the third floor. But sitting atop the highest step was a figure. As the darkness lit up momentarily, Chiyu saw the person rub their blurry eyes and then greet him with the usual kind and surprised smile. Dr. Liu. At this moment, Chiyu's heart thudded wildly in his chest, like a confined prisoner catching sight of a bright sun once more. Zheng. His throat was hoarse, trying many times before finally dryly calling out the name, Zheng Haichuan, what are you doing, sitting there? The young man in the vest had just raised himself off his knees, looking up at him. The left side of his face bore imprints from fabric folds, indicating he'd been crouching there for who knows how long. I'm waiting for you. Chiyu heard the young man's tone filled with certainty. Was Dr. Liu working overtime tonight? How do you even know I'm on day shift? Chiyu felt his throat closing up even more tightly. If I was on night shift, would you sit here all night? There was no breeze in the summer evening corridor, making it unbearably hot, let alone the relentless mosquito bites all over. Even with a glance, Chiyu could spot multiple red, swollen welts on the young man's arms and legs. Of course not, I'm not that dumb. Zheng Haichuan grinned. I asked at your hospital after work today, and they said you're on the day shift. But you were already in surgery, so I went home first. Then I texted you just now but got no reply, so I got a bit sleepy waiting. He yawned as he spoke. After coming home, Zheng Haichuan went upstairs to visit Mr. Liu, not expecting to come out so late. After eating dinner and putting little Hasong to sleep, he still found the neighboring door unresponsive upon knocking. Thus, he simply decided to wait in the hallway, ensuring he wouldn't miss Chiyu returning home. Zheng Haichuan figured that after a few days, Dr. Liu should have cooled down a little, so he resolved to definitely intercept him today and apologize. Mr. Liu was correct, both of them were at fault in this matter. He, as a grown man, should naturally take the initiative to admit his mistake toward Dr. Liu, who was his wife. When he was a child, his father had taught him that being a man meant standing tall outside, but there was nothing wrong with being humble in front of one's spouse at home, they were family after all. Moreover, after reflecting further under Mr. Liu's guidance, Zheng Haichuan realized that at its root, it was his aloofness that ruined Dr. Liu's goodwill. Since they were dating now, it was perfectly fine for his wife to be nice and spend money on him. He could just return the favor by spending it back, couldn't he? All in all, it was still his own stupidity. Zheng Haichuan didn't notice that he had just negated his own claim of not being dumb moments after saying it, but Chiyu did. After hearing Zheng Haichuan's words, he took 2 strides up the steps. Standing before Zheng Haichuan, Chiyu reached out and placed his hand on the man's left cheek marked with comical imprints from sleeping, and whispered softly. Still say you're not stupid. The man's thumb gently grazed over the youth's cheek, brimming with an overwhelming tide of emotion he could hardly suppress. Willing to be with someone like me? There's no one dumber than you. Chapter 88, Can't Kiss. Zheng Haichuan was pulled into the room by Chiyu. Actually, during these few days, he always found himself unconsciously hanging around in front of this iron gate after work, but never once did the door open. Now that the owner of the house personally caught his hand and let him inside, Zheng Haichuan truly felt somewhat honored and surprised. But soon, this surprise turned into another kind of shock. In the pitch darkness, he was forcefully pressed against the back of the door by Chiyu. Zheng Haichuan considered himself fairly strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to twist or carry steel bars for such a long time. He had never thought he could be so easily controlled by another man, his entire back tightly pressed against the cold iron door, and his chest covered by a heated body. Alright, Zheng Haichuan admitted it was because he wasn't initially on guard. By the time he reacted, he immediately wanted to break free from the man's grip. Sniffing the faint smell of alcohol on Chiyu, Zheng Haichuan thought Dr. Liu must be drunk, and he should help the man stand up, turn on the light, and rest on the bed. However, Zheng Haichuan quickly realized that no matter how hard he struggled with both wrists, he couldn't escape the man's control. It was as if his wrists were tied with 2 surgical straps that couldn't be torn away. No pushing could free him. Dr. Liu. Zheng Haichuan widened his eyes, wanting to ask what the man intended to do and why, despite being drunk, he was still so strong. But in the dark, his eyes were stretched wide open and yet he could not see the man's face clearly, only feeling wave after wave of burning breath rushing toward him, closer and closer. With a puff. The last perceptible heat disappeared between their lips touching. Zheng Haichuan's lips were pried apart. The man's tongue hastily drilled into his mouth, brushing over his lips, skimming through the gaps in his teeth, and eagerly licking toward his tongue, curling it, pulling it outward as though trying to suck it into his own territory. This wasn't the first time the man had kissed him like this, yet Zheng Haichuan still panicked and didn't know what to do. He stiffened his body, held his breath, and let his tongue be licked and played with by Chiyu, without any notion of resistance. Dazedly, he thought that Dr. Liu's lips were much hotter than the last time, and could drinking really increase the heat? The person kissing him seemed to notice his wandering thoughts. Even though Zheng Haichuan obediently opened his mouth for the kiss, Chiyu still thought it wasn't enough. Slightly tilting his head, he made their lips meet more tightly inseparable. The left hand that held Zheng Haichuan then traveled up along the youth's shoulder and arm until it again rested on the slightly rough cheek. This time, Chiyu's fingertips didn't linger on the cheeks anymore but slid straight to the center of Zheng Haichuan's chin, gently pressing down and forcing the young man's mouth to open wider. Wide enough for him to travel along the groove of the tongue and lick all the way to the deepest part of the young man's throat. A tickling sensation rose deep within Zheng Haichuan's throat. He moaned but received no sympathy from the man, whose tongue went wild and his mouth even more crazily. Saliva involuntarily overflowed from his mouth, and with the released hand, he pushed Chiyu as hard as he could. Only then did the man reluctantly ease off this storm of passionate kisses, lightly wiping the wetness from the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Zheng Haichuan. Chuaner. Chiyu's face retreated slightly, just shallowly touching the wet lips of the youth he had just kissed. With a hoarse voice, he said, "You shouldn't keep tempting me." Zheng Haichuan's face flushed red, obviously dazed from the kiss, while what tempting? Inside his mind, he wondered what Dr. Liu called him earlier. Chuaner. And And nobody had ever called him that before. It sounded good, but it also made him quite embarrassed. The man in front of him chuckled at his question, laughing softly for a while before kissing him again and saying, like this. Unknowingly drawing him in, yet completely messing with his composure. Question mark. Zheng Haichuan was even more confused, although it didn't stop him from being charmed by Qi Yu's demeanor, feeling happy inside. Dr. Lu was definitely not mad anymore. He happily thought, realizing that if he had waited in the hallway, he could have calmed him down. He should have started squatting there days ago. Really, he had wasted a few good days with his wife. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but pout his lips and kiss the man in front of him. Pop. This sound rang especially loud in the empty room. In the complete darkness, Zheng Haichuan hadn't realized how red his proactive kiss had made the eyes of the man in front of him. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, he was pressed against the door again, this time accompanied by an even more overwhelming wave. It submerged him entirely from his brow bone to the roots of his teeth. By the time Zheng Haichuan regained the ability to breathe smoothly and see clearly, it was already several minutes later. Dazed, he was hugged and dragged onto the sofa. Qi Yu's new leather sofa at home was nothing like the wooden chairs in Zheng Haichuan's place which dug into his buttocks. Sitting on the sofa felt as if sitting on a sponge. Furthermore, with someone lying on top of him, Zheng Haichuan felt himself almost sinking into it. Dr. Lu. After being kissed for another while, Zheng Haichuan was finally released. Qi Yu, however, leaned against one side, one hand still supporting the back of Zheng Haichuan's head, idly stroking it. Zheng Haichuan finally understood why his head had been unable to move earlier. Looking at Qi Yu, he found that the man's eyes behind his glasses were still fixed on his lips. Hastily lifting both hands, Zheng Haichuan covered his mouth. Can't kiss anymore. Another kiss would rub the skin off. Qi Yu abruptly stopped rubbing Zheng Haichuan's head and stared at him with a deep gaze. Do you not like being kissed by me? The tone carried an unusual directness and reproach rarely seen in his daily demeanor. Startled, Zheng Haichuan stuttered, I didn't dislike it, it's just. His rugged face flushed red as he turned away, unwilling to look at his beautiful spouse, just a little. A little what? Qi Yu immediately pursued the answer. Can't catch my breath, Zheng Haichuan shut his eyes tightly, throwing caution to the wind, and, my tongue hurts. From all the sucking. After shouting this, Zheng Haichuan kept his eyes closed. He felt ashamed that as a man, he had begged for mercy due to kissing his own wife. However, after hearing no sound for quite some time, he couldn't help but crack open an eye to take a peek. Only to meet a pair of smiling eyes. In front of him, the man wore a lazy smile, with traces of self-assured cheerfulness around his brows and eyes that Zheng Haichuan couldn't describe. Then, he watched as the man casually removed his gold-rimmed glasses from his nose bridge and tossed them aside. Suddenly, those narrow, slightly bloodshot eyes moved very close to his. He heard the man say, next time, I'll be gentler. That tone was light and gentle, clear and soothing. Like a trickling stream, or a soft breeze. Once again, cooler lips and tongues enveloped him. Zheng Haichuan didn't expect that Qi Yu's next time would come so soon. Chapter 89, You're Drunk. This night, Zheng Haichuan didn't know how many times he had been kissed. After making the promise, Qi Yu did indeed go a little easier, but it was hard to resist the number of times. By the end, Zheng Haichuan really felt that his lips were raw, and they hurt with even a light touch. Don't kiss anymore, don't cover me. Seeing that his boyfriend absolutely wouldn't let him kiss, Qi Yu could only regretfully release him and pecked at Zheng Haichuan's hand. Zheng Haichuan hesitated to look at him for a long time before lowering his hand somewhat skeptically. But in the blink of an eye, his hand was grasped by the man again. Qi Yu gently stroked his fingers, one by one, causing Zheng Haichuan to feel both ticklish and uneasy. Dr. Lu, Zheng Haichuan tried to pull his hand back but couldn't, so he tentatively asked, Are you drunk? What do you think, Chuaner? Qi Yu leaned one hand on the armrest of the sofa, half-closed eyes, still gazing at the youth's red lips. Drunk, must be. Otherwise, why would he be so? Zheng Haichuan couldn't exactly put into words what so referred to. He just thought that Dr. Lu tonight seemed particularly different, as if there was something he hadn't possessed before, or as if something that had always been restrained inside him had suddenly been unleashed. They say alcohol makes people act unlike themselves. After Zheng Haichuan summed this up, he concluded that Dr. Lu was definitely drunk. Oh, being drunk could result in kissing you like this? Qi Yu chuckled lightly, grabbing Zheng Haichuan's fingers to let him feel his own swollen lips. He then pulled the startled fingertips curling up near his mouth and bit them gently. Qi Yu wasn't drunk, but the alcohol had indeed made him more unrestrained than usual. At this moment, he rather liked the idea of taking advantage of his intoxication to do some more bad things. Dr. Lu. Zheng Haichuan didn't expect that after drinking, Qi Yu would love physical contact so much. Not right, it was oral actions. Biting his lips wasn't enough, now he wanted to bite his hand. Would he next be biting other places? The more Zheng Haichuan thought about it, the redder his face became. He finally mustered his strength and used brute force to carry Qi Yu towards the bedroom. You're drunk, time to sleep, he grumbled. Both men were about the same size, but Chi-yu was still a little taller than Jing Haichuan. Surprisingly carried toward the bedroom without warning, Chi-yu's half-body pressed against Jing Haichuan's back, his feet dragging awkwardly on the ground. If this had been the old Chi-yu, he'd have certainly shown off some husband strength in this situation. Ridiculous, how could the wife carry the husband? After all, he had practiced judo martial arts for several years and was skilled at using cunning instead of brute force. Controlling someone as strong as Jing Haichuan wasn't too hard for him. But after tonight, Chi-yu didn't mind letting his homegrown sweetheart take care of him and be kind in this way. Only when you love someone will you bother to worry about them and exert energy for them. The effort Jing Haichuan expended at the moment, he could compensate later in other ways. So with one person having intention and another willing to cooperate, Chi-yu was smoothly brought to the bedside by Jing Haichuan. Only when Jing Haichuan tried to lay him down on the bed did Chi-yu become motionless. Jing Haichuan pushed him a bit more gently and coaxed, "It's pretty late, don't you have work tomorrow? Go to sleep quickly." Chi-yu buried his head in the young man's neck and negated, "Tomorrow is rest day. But even then, you still need to sleep." The hot breath from the man on Jing Haichuan's neck tickled him, and he shrank his neck, but his hands firmly supported Chi-yu's waist. "Sit down, I'll help you take off your clothes and shoes." "No." Chi-yu refused. "Then take off yourself." "No." Jing Haichuan began to worry, feeling that his wife-like figure was harder to console than Xiao Humayo. "What do you want to do then?" he asked straightforwardly. Meanwhile, he bit his lip, thinking that he shouldn't ask for kisses again. Although kissing does feel good, he still has to work tomorrow. It can't be that his colleagues notice his lips are broken. One cannot get into the bed without bathing first. Dr. Lu was particular even to himself when drunk, "Let's bathe first." "Ah." Jing Haichuan was stunned for a second, unsure why his face turned red again, stuttering, Then I'll go prepare the water for you. Can you stand steadily?" Chi-yu caught his hand promptly, "You also need to bathe." A whiff of sweat smelled. I'll wash after I go home." The person buried in his neck lifted their head, and the lens-free eyes appeared less sharp than usual, but more hazy due to alcohol, calling out to him, "Jing Haichuan." What?" Chi-yu said seriously, "I'm drunk. People who drink alone are prone to sudden death when showering." He sounded so serious, with not a hint of improvisation. The warm water poured down from the top of their heads. Jing Haichuan couldn't dodge in time and got splashed all over his face, his tank top and shorts were soaked through as well. "Dr. Lu." His tone finally grew heavier, but softened again when he met Chi-yu's seemingly innocent and indifferent gaze. In a low voice, he said, "We need to take off our clothes first, honey." Well, his sweetheart was drunk, so he would just have to be more accommodating. With this thought, Jing Haichuan hesitated for a long moment as he held the man's hand before slowly raising it to unbutton Chi-yu's shirt. He absolutely wasn't taking advantage of the situation. Jing Haichuan convinced himself that he was simply doing what was right by caring for the person who belonged to him. As a rookie at dating, Jing Haichuan was still mentally wrestling with the sudden progress of their shared bath, and completely failed to notice how the instigator calmly retracted his long fingers from turning off the faucet and then naturally pressed them against his waist. "Chuana." In the rising steam, Chi-yu's voice became deeper and stickier, like it carried hooks, "Why are you so good?" His back wasn't as rigid as usual, instead, it curved comfortably as he rested his chin on the young man's shoulder and whispered into his ear. Am I good?" Jing Haichuan's ears turned red, yet he still strained to support the man leaning toward him. "I'm just average." He felt he couldn't possibly be any more ordinary. In the past, Jing Haichuan wouldn't even say average, because he thought most people in the world were more capable and more excellent than him. But now, maybe because such an outstanding man in front of him liked him, Jing Haichuan felt like he was floating, and somehow also deserved to be considered average. Not average. Jing Haichuan felt the person above him laughing lightly, then his ears burned as a puff of hot air entered his ear canal, whispering, "You're the best I've ever met." So good. It made one want to eat them whole. The temperature in the shower with the hot water had risen significantly, but Jing Haichuan still felt hotter than the water. His ears were burning, his neck was burning, and his waist felt just as fiery too. A hand had slipped inside his tank top, brushing up along his belly until it pushed the top to his armpit and paused, hovering over his chest. "Dr. Lu, Dr. Lu." Jing Haichuan's hands were still fumbling with Chi-yu's shirt buttons but hadn't managed to unfasten any. He murmured weakly, "Let me do it myself, you should take yours off first." While speaking, he tried to pull his hands back, only to find the way blocked by Chi-yu's arm. "Didn't you come in here to help me?" The man's voice no longer held its usual coldness. "Help me undress." The hot water continued to pour down from the showerhead, wetting both their clothes and dampening the exposed bare skin revealed in the air. Jing Haichuan's hands were still clumsily fumbling with Chi-yu's buttons, one by one. On the other hand, Chi-yu's hand, hidden under the cascading droplets, silently touched the broad chest he'd coveted for so long. Chapter 90, a little bit. 90, a little bit. Before Chi-yu fell in love with Jing Haichuan, he had been disdainful of his profession and considered him simple-minded at times. But there was one thing he had never looked down upon, Jing Haichuan's physique. For Chi-yu, who majored in medicine, human bones and muscles were the things he knew best. He had touched specimens, dissected bodies, and performed countless real medical diagnoses on patients. When practicing medicine, these bones and muscles were just supporting evidence for diagnosing a patient's condition. But stepping away from the professional side, Chiyu had his own definition of beauty concerning the human body. Unlike the current trend that glorifies paleness, thinness, and youth, Chiyu always preferred healthy and robust figures, ones brimming with strength. Such a form is a respect for life itself and also highlights the power and vitality given to humans by life. The first time Chiyu saw Jing Haichuan was when he passed by a construction worker shooting videos on the roadside. At that moment, he merely thought momentarily how the young man's naturally formed muscle lines appeared more fluid and beautiful compared to those he got from working out in the gym. As they became familiar with each other later, Chiyu witnessed Jing Haichuan bare-armed in real-life scenarios while fixing water and electricity and also online as he stripped off his shirt to carry bricks under the camera. Chiyu gradually grew more accustomed to Jing Haichuan's figure. He became so familiar with it that sometimes, even in dreams, he would pinch the young man's strong waist and massage the full muscles on his chest, imagining actions that stirred his blood intensely. Such lewd thoughts had never occurred in Chiyu's past 20-odd years. He wasn't someone consumed by desire but also wouldn't deliberately suppress physiological urges. It was just that before he had never encountered anyone capable of easily arousing such desires in him, let alone having them triggered unknowingly by the other party. Like now, for instance. Chiyu's hand was already pressed against Jing Haichuan's chest, yet the latter still continued doing his work, completely unaware, diligently unbuttoning his shirt buttons. Looking down, Chiyu could see the whirl of hair on Jing Haichuan's short-haired scalp spiraling into an arc identical to its owner. This person. Are you not angry at me? Chiyu interlaced 4 fingers with the rolled-up vest, while the thumb lightly stroked Jing Haichuan's chest. He wanted to immediately have his way with him, but at the same time, he wanted to know what the young man thought about him at this very moment. They hadn't spoken a word for a week. Chiyu thought that when he returned, he'd face a lover who was upset and sulking at him, but instead, he met only a faithful dog patiently waiting for him by the door. Chiyu felt unworthy of such treatment. Thinking this way, he heard the muffled voice of the person currently undoing his buttons mutter, "A little bit." Jing Haichuan thought that during the days he didn't see Dr. LV, he felt really depressed inside. How much is a little bit? Chiyu's fingertip brushed against a point, lightly pressing against it. Ugh. The muscles beneath his palm quivered slightly, almost causing the button to be accidentally ripped off. Dr. LV. How much is a little bit? Chiyu ignored the exclamation in front of him, persistently pursuing answers. Just a little bit. Eventually, Jing Haichuan couldn't concentrate on unbuttoning anymore. He resisted the heat and ticklish sensation and caught Chiyu's wrist. Don't. He had never been touched like this before by anyone. Then do you still like me? Chiyu turned around, catching the youth's fingers again. Do you still like me, Chuaner? Jing Haichuan felt his heart nearly jump out of his chest. Thump thump, it beat following every word Chiyu spoke. Why yes, I like you. He also held on to the man's fingers. How could he not like someone this good? Dr. LV seemed to ask an unnecessary question. However, the person suddenly said, but I don't like myself. What? Jing Haichuan choked. The previous me was disgusting. The chest freed by unfastened half the buttons pressed tightly against his. Under the rinsing water, Jing Haichuan heard the hoarse but deeply serious voice, it won't happen again. Won't, what? Jing Haichuan realized his brain was unable to keep up, filled with images of Dr. LV's handsome face, wetted with droplets, and his exposed skin. I won't do those immature things anymore. Chiyu leaned down, kissing the young man's lips once again, promising, I'll take good care of our relationship. I will do things that make you happy, try to say words that aren't annoying, and continue to like someone who makes my heart ache. Oh. Jing Haichuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked into Chiyu's narrow eyes, unobstructed by glasses, his heart trembling. All he saw was himself reflected in them. Not immature. Unable to resist, Jing Haichuan touched the man's hair drenched by hot water with his other hand. Dr. LV has always been good. Recalling his own behavior at the time, Jing Haichuan bowed his head in self-reflection, it was me being too stupid. Stupid enough to the goodwill of his significant other. Not stupid. Dr. Chiyu, known for his sharp tongue, surprisingly activated his sweet talk skills for the first time. Turning Jing Haichuan's face towards him, he corrected, this is called wisdom disguised as folly. They were too close, so close that as soon as one raised their eyes, their gazes intertwined and stayed locked. Amidst the rippling water, they could see each other's cheeks, slightly flushed from the rising heat. One was blushing from the compliment. The other was stirred by passion. Steam filled the air, the running shower had already been on for quite some time, yet the one using it seemed not yet ready to get to the main point. The two individuals who'd endured a cold war for days finally took on the appearance of lovers, whispering to each other in the corner of the bathroom for a long while. However, this place obviously wasn't suitable for conversation, it easily led to an unintended escalation, flames quickly spreading everywhere. Splash, splash. Jing Haichuan felt like a brick that had been broken off, its surface softened by water seeping into the earth. His cheap, worn-out soil body was being reshaped by the man's elegant hands, molded into something that no longer resembled a human shape. What did it resemble? As water poured over him, drenching him and making him dizzy, Zheng Haichuan momentarily drifted away in thought. Perhaps it resembled clouds in the sky. Light and airy, with just a breeze, it could float far up into the clouds beyond reach. But now, the cloud remained atop the peak. Tangled and squeezed by the branches of a tall snow pine, it merged into its body, transforming into flickering mist and morning light. Chapter 91, Tulu Piao. 91, Tulu Piao. This weather is really going to bake us dry. As August arrived, the land of Shenzhou seemed to be suffering everywhere under the scorching sun. Droughts, water shortages, and power outages frequently appeared in social news broadcasts, and even Pingcheng, a coastal city in the southeast, couldn't escape the heat wave. At a construction site in the main urban area, taking advantage of the time before the sun fully rose, a group of workers were racing against the clock to meet their deadlines. Busy with their tasks, their mouths weren't idle either as they chatted idly with co-workers. Who's to say otherwise? Look at the streets, there's barely anyone walking around. In this heat, it seems only us laborers are sweating outside. One middle-aged worker who was squatting on the ground twisting steel rods wiped his sweat, straightened up and patted his sore back from being bent over for so long, sighing, "Money is hard to earn, life is tough, now I truly regret not studying harder back then. Otherwise, working as a small clerk in any company would have been better than moving bricks right now. Our generation might not hope for much, but let's count on the next one." A middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet perched on the scaffolding nearby joined the conversation. "My youngest daughter will be entering 3rd grade in September. Last semester she came home with top scores, 200s, hee. All I want now is for her grades to last until 6th grade, get into a good junior high school. And later a good university. Wow, Lianxuan, never thought you had such a sharp mind, yet your daughter turned out so smart." The other workers chuckled teasingly. "Of course." Lianxuan proudly held his head high. "During my illness when I stayed at home recovering, every day our Xiaoxiu came back after finishing her homework and fed me meals. She managed these excellent results despite that. It must be due to inheriting the fine genes of our old Li family." Lianxuan went on, recalling the care package his family had previously received, bringing up another topic about someone else working nearby. "Hey, Dutchwan, isn't your child Xiao Hesileo starting school soon? Do you need textbooks? I still have all the 1st grade books from my youngest daughter, take them if you want." Everyone's eyes moved with Lianxuan's words to focus on a young worker tying vertical rebar near a pillar wall. That worker hadn't joined much in their idle talk, but he had always been listening, turning happily now at this news. "Really? That would be great, thank you brother Lien. I'm currently checking schools and plan to send him next year. TSK. Don't be so polite with me." Lianxuan waved a hand dismissively. "If it wasn't for you saving me quickly back then, I'd already be dead. This little thing. No big deal." Zheng Haichuan didn't accept the credit, saying it was the doctors who did well. Standing high, able to see far, Lianxuan noticed Zheng Haichuan's lips which appeared more swollen than usual. Surprised, he asked, "What happened to your mouth? Looks like it got bitten by mosquitoes." Zheng Haichuan, immediately, he turned again facing the pillar, muttering a quiet explanation, "It's too hot, got a bit fiery inside." Indeed, people say, a calm heart keeps naturally cool. But what kind of nonsense is this goddamn weather? No matter how calm, it's not cooling down. These few days I've also felt fiery and am planning to buy Ma Yinglong. Haha, aren't you dumb? If constipated, you should buy glycerin suppositories. Ma Yinglong treats hemorrhoids. More or less, the same. Aren't you affected either? The bunch of workers, rough-edged men, spoke without filter, drifting 10,000 miles away on Zheng Haichuan's comment. Thus, Zheng Haichuan escaped further attention and sighed greatly relieved. He pursed his lips, lightly making a hiss sound, releasing them, then bending down picked up his water pot and took a big drink. Dr. Lu truly. While drinking water, Zheng Haichuan reminisced about these past few days of torment to his mouth, generating some resentment. He had lost count of how many times he had said not to kiss, but whenever the two were together, it seemed only moments passed, before the man kissed him again. But recalling the comfort he felt during their kisses, Zheng Haichuan found it embarrassing to blame Qiyu anymore. Actually, he didn't hate it. It was just that his lips hurt a little. And, lately, the frequency of washing his underwear was too high. With the recent hot weather, daytime temperatures sometimes reached over 40 degrees Celsius. Their construction site adjusted work hours accordingly. What used to be a start time around 7 or 8 a.m. was now advanced to begin work at 5:30 a.m. Thankfully, lunch breaks extended longer, avoiding the hottest period. Because of this, Zheng Haichuan went to bed earlier, switching off the lights and getting to bed by 10 p.m. In the past, such a routine was quite normal for Zheng Haichuan. After finishing work, all he had to do was cook meals, do housework, and take care of his child. There wasn't anything else demanding his time. Even if he filmed videos, it was synchronized with these activities, not affecting his early bedtime. However, now that he had a partner, evenings were no longer just for Xiao Hesileo, they also had to be shared with his wife, leaving little time. Last night was the same. He had planned to wait for Chiyu to finish his day's shift so they could eat dinner together, but while cooking, Chiyu called to say he had an emergency surgery. So Zheng Haichuan prepared a separate meal for Chiyu and ate first with his young nephew. By the time Chiyu got home after work, it was already past 9. Zheng Haichuan first put Xiao Hesileo to bed, handed the phone over to the boy so he could watch cartoons, then took the food to the neighbor's home, Chi's family. This warmth indeed reached its intended recipient, but his wife seemed overly moved, devouring the entire meal and then clinging to him and kissing him for a long time. As the kisses went on, the room temperature kept rising until he couldn't help but engage in another round of mutual assistance with Chiyu before calming down again. When Zheng Haichuan returned dazedly to his rental place to wash his underwear, his body still carried traces of the pleasure's aftermath. Now under the scorching sun, memories of the man's handsome features during his emotional moments caused Zheng Haichuan to feel even hotter. He immediately drank more water to calm his agitation and focused back on twisting the steel bars. Their construction project was reaching its middle phase. They would soon complete the reinforcement of all the steel structures, followed by pouring concrete and plastering. At that point, he could switch jobs for something easier, perhaps even having time to go on a date with his wife. Hey! A date! Just at the thought of it, Zheng Haichuan smiled widely, revealing a row of white teeth. The work on the construction site was exhausting and monotonous, but maybe it was because he had more to look forward to. Zheng Haichuan worked happily throughout, a cheerful expression lingering on his face even as noon break approached, sweat covering his forehead and back yet unable to dim his joy. It was too hot, so the site ceased operations at 11 a.m. Sitting under the shade of the concrete dam, Zheng Haichuan took the opportunity to open his live stream. Not many viewers watched at this hour, but Zheng Haichuan remained committed to fulfilling his monthly live streaming tasks for full attendance bonuses. Even without an audience, he streamed energetically. Besides, with more fans following him, even the least popular hours attracted dedicated supporters. Once he came online, dozens of viewers tuned in within minutes, and strangely, all of them brushed similar comments. Big Brother Daichuan without clothes, hello there. Big Brother Daichuan without proper attire, how are you? Big Brother Daichuan wearing proper clothes today, greetings. If a stranger stumbled upon his live stream, they might mistakenly assume it was some sort of male model, selling flesh, creating chaos by seducing fans with their bodies. In fact, Zheng Haichuan streamed entirely seriously. It was merely fans playing around, a meme stemming from his previous accidental gaffe. Zheng Haichuan's video platform username was Hardworking Big Brother Daichuan, and each video began or ended with the phrase, I am Hardworking Big Brother Daichuan, which became his personal signature. One morning, however, when Zheng Haichuan started a live stream, addressing the camera with his fans, his tongue tripped up. Hello everyone, I am, someone who didn't wear clothes, sorry, I am Hardworking Big Brother Daichuan. The fans froze briefly before erupting into laughter, overwhelming the chat with ha 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 ha, making the atmosphere incredibly jovial. Although Zheng Haichuan quickly turned red, correcting himself and saying it was due to seeing his young nephew getting up without clothes on, the fans didn't want to hear any explanations. Instead, they gleefully embraced the joke, playfully challenging Zheng Haichuan to really go on air without clothes one day. He sternly refused, but, thereafter, whenever the fans greeted him, they couldn't resist adding a significant prefix before Daichuan hello there, creating another wave of heated interest in his live streams. The origin of this mischievous meme actually lay with a certain doctor, known for early morning bird walking. That day happened to be the second day after Zheng Haichuan and Chiyu reconciled. The previous evening they had engaged in intimate interactions in the bathroom. That day, Chiyu was off duty due to rotational rest, and Zheng Haichuan's construction site was halted because of an extreme heat warning. Thus, after getting up early, Zheng Haichuan returned to the rental place to make breakfast for Xiao Hemao, assigned him a small task of looking at picture books and writing pinyin, and then returned to Chiyu's house with the ingredients. When Chiyu woke up, he saw Zheng Haichuan preparing to live stream how to make a traditional Pengcheng morning tea shrimp dumpling for the viewers. The two had an open conversation the previous night. Chiyu gave Zheng Haichuan the key to his house, and Zheng Haichuan promised that he would no longer treat his boyfriend as an outsider. Therefore, when Chiyu opened his eyes the next day, seeing the robust figure in the kitchen, diligently peeling shrimp and rolling out dough skins, brought endless happiness and satisfaction. He moved forward wanting to be affectionate with his lover but restrained himself upon noticing the ongoing live stream, instead leaning against the doorframe watching him. Chiyu was always comfortable being casual at home, and after stepping out of the bathroom last night, he pulled Zheng Haichuan straight into bed without bothering to wear sleepwear, leaving him completely vacuum-sealed at the moment, with everything on full display as he walked around. When Zheng Haichuan heard the sound and looked up, what greeted him was this image of a nude, handsome man just awakened. The disordered memories from last night flooded his mind again instantly. As Zheng Haichuan got distracted and wanted to speak to Chiyu, his tongue slipped. Chapter 92, Mind Your Own Business. The live broadcast at the construction site, to be honest, wasn't very exciting. It was the same old things, gray cement and steel, as well as gray-faced workers. Due to the scorching weather recently, most of the workers on the construction site wore long-sleeved clothes and pants that could protect them from the sun. Some even wore silk arm sleeves belonging to their wives, not minding if it made them look effeminate. After all, compared to looking girlish, suffering from heatstroke would be more embarrassing. There was still a small group who were less afraid of sunburn and more concerned about the heat. They simply went shirtless, wearing only the fluorescent vests provided by the site just to pass inspection. Once the site inspectors were gone, they would unzip the vests, revealing bare chests for cooling off. Zheng Haichuan belonged to the latter group. With his thick skin, he rarely got sunburned but disliked the feeling of sweating profusely. Therefore, these past few days, after arriving at the construction site, he took off his snug vest and wore only the small reflective vest. Additionally, he carried a large water bottle, dousing himself with cold water when too hot, which cooled him down for a while. Currently resting, Zheng Haichuan had unzipped his vest, exposing his chest to cool down. He didn't think much of it since everyone else on the construction site dressed similarly. However, some viewers in the live stream thought today's show came with unexpected benefits. Lost Wind, goodness, I'm giving you a thumbs up. Are you planning to go naked today? Moon less than my heart, Isn't this something we can watch without paying? Lost Wind, I'm the wind, huff 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 let's blow the clothes away, grin. Eyes want to go cross-eyed at _ does the host always go around half naked? Moon less than my heart, haha sisters, are you thinking of peaches? User 436233321, is the host in the good looks category? So fresh and unpretentious, I like it. Followed. Faint cloud, not really. The host is in the food category, strike out, the construction zone hehe. Zheng Haichuan originally thought that he might change job type soon, so he decided to give his audience a heads up during this live stream. However, he didn't expect that while talking about work, the chat section was filled with comments asking why he wasn't wearing proper clothes. This gave Zheng Haichuan quite the headache. He'd already explained many times about the slip of the tongue incident from that morning, but the audience wouldn't listen. There was nothing he could do, so he silently blamed Chiyu twice and ignored the comments. He raised his finger to point at different areas of the construction site, explaining to the viewers. Those working on the scaffolding are scaffold workers. Though they make it look stable, standing on it is actually quite terrifying. The gaps are wide, and if someone who isn't experienced steps wrong, it's big trouble. The concrete workers next to the mixer handle material transportation and pouring, which may look rough, but there's still a lot to consider. On the other side, those laying bricks and scraping mortar are doing masonry work. Once the main concrete structure is complete, masonry workers pull boundary lines and arrange hollow or solid bricks. Despite his earnest explanations, some young fans in the live stream didn't care at all, continuing their chatter in the comment section, discussing topics that only they understood. Moon less than my heart, we're all friends here. With such hot weather, brother Dutchwan, don't feel shy. Take off the vest, and we'll fan you and splash water on you. Lost Wind, reconsider. Reconsider. Eyes want to go cross-eyed at _ watch out, the live stream will get blocked. You won't see anything then, snicker, dot. Laser eye and $, is anyone else noticing the little red dot on the side of the host's waist? Hehe, I know what it is but I won't say. When Chiyu entered the live stream, this was the chaotic scene in the comments section he saw. Lately, he had been busy romancing his boyfriend, not logging onto the live streaming platform for days. He didn't expect to find unfamiliar people drooling over his partner. His face darkened instantly like the bottom of a pot, and he started typing furiously on his phone. LV, can't you watch your own house? LV, why shouldn't they be considered outsiders? Originally, Chiyu planned to go home after his night shift and catch up on sleep. But upon seeing these perverted comments, he was now fully awake. Eyes want to go cross-eyed at who is this person? Does he think the host is his personal property? Lost Wind, a stalker fan? A toxic one? Laser eye and $, from what I see in the account info, it's a man. Tisk tisk, unbelievable. The male fans have stronger combat power. Moon less than my heart, it's the big brother at the top of the donor list. Big brother, please, shut my broke mouth, dot. Chiyu saw someone still questioning and was about to reply with a few more sarcastic sentences but then stopped after seeing the last comment. He let out a cold snort, brought up the gift panel, and quickly tapped through a row of high-end gifts. So when Zheng Haichuan finished introducing the trades at the construction site and turned to look at the live stream, all he could see were dazzling special effects and a very conspicuous notice text. Thank you to LV for gifting the broadcaster, Big Dutchwan striving to earn money, an ice cream truck. Thank you to LV for gifting the broadcaster, Big Dutchwan striving to earn money, a box of super sweet watermelons. Thank you to LV for gifting the broadcaster, Big Dutchwan striving to earn money, a bundle of confession balloons. Thank you to LV for gifting the broadcaster, Big Dutchwan striving to earn money, a love blimp. Thank you to LV for gifting the broadcaster, Big Dutchwan striving to earn money, a romantic castle. The chaotic chatter from other viewers was instantly wiped out by the flood of gifts, leaving silence for a moment before they timidly popped back in. Lost Wind, hello, Big Brother Donor. Eyes want to go cross-eyed at hello, Big Brother Donor. User 436233321, hello, Big Brother Donor. Laser eye and $, hello, Big Brother Donor. Faint cloud, hello, Big Brother Donor. Zheng Haichuan had no clue about the dramatic changes in the live stream. He scratched his head and greeted this generous old fan. Boss LV has arrived. Welcome, welcome. I already told you not to spend so much money on me. These gifts are way too expensive, and the platform takes half as commission. Zheng Haichuan sincerely advised, I really appreciate it, but you should save your money and spend it on your family. Qiyu stared at the lips of the young man on screen opening and closing, his gaze shifting from the youth's face to his unbuttoned vest and the chest muscles visible on camera. He wished he could use his eyes to zip up the man's clothes. At this point, this fool still hadn't realized his identity. Qiyu wanted to laugh at how stupid he was. Who spends so much money tipping off a rebar worker just because they have too much cash? But Qiyu didn't want to reveal himself just yet. He wondered how long it would take for this dimwit to realize. At that moment, Qiyu simply typed silently. LV, what do you care? LV, button your shirt. After his comments, some active viewers couldn't resist chiming in again. Lost wind. Eyes want to go cross-eyed at. User 436233321. No one dared to say anything against the big spending top donor except for one loyal fan who exploded. Moon less than my heart, double standard. Annoying rich person. Using their wealth to mistreat our honest brother Duchuan. Qiyu curled his lips into a smirk. Even though no one knew his account was nearly empty by now, that didn't stop him from savoring this perfect moment where only he deserved the simpleton in the live stream. Seeing his lover still refusing to button his shirt, Qiyu typed again. LV, prolonged exposure under the blazing sun can cause heatstroke. LV, with high environmental temperatures and increased human body heat production, internal organs may be damaged. LV, a certain level of ventilation is necessary, but exposing the skin directly to sunlight also increases heat absorption. Initially, Qiyu was just trying to guide the fool to follow his advice. However, the more he typed, the more he felt like tempting fate. Under the sun, Zheng Haichuan's skin did indeed look redder than usual, it was masked by his dark complexion and thus not easily noticeable. Now, Qiyu lost interest in being jealous of those indifferent viewers in the live chat and gave a stern command. LV, put your clothes on, Chuaner. LV, go home and rest soon. Chapter 93, A Family. Zheng Haichuan always felt that the tone of this old fan of his sounded somewhat familiar, calling him a bit too intimately. Although his audience called him all sorts of things, most still referred to him as Duchuan. Being called Chuaner. Zheng Haichuan instinctively recognized a voice line with a certain cold sharpness. He was about to ponder this further when the owner of the voice line from his phone called. Zheng Haichuan promptly cast aside other people and matters, quickly ended his live stream, and answered his wife's call. Hello. His voice was very lively. Are you taking a lunch break? The man on the other end of the line asked. These days I'm let out early at noon, can rest until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Zheng Haichuan replied honestly. Have you eaten lunch yet? Qiyu knew that Zheng Haichuan had the habit of bringing his own food. Not yet. Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, watching as the surrounding co-workers gradually went to buy their meals, only then did he remember, it's been too hot these days. Since there's no place for me to store it, I'm afraid it might spoil, so I didn't prepare lunch. Come back to eat. It could be done. In fact, going back and forth twice during the noon, plus the time spent cooking and washing dishes, was quite tight, so Zheng Haichuan usually wouldn't go back home. But upon hearing Qiyu's invitation, he also felt that coming home would be nice. Forget it, it's a hassle. Instead, the man on the other end gave up on this idea. Qiyu glanced at the time, thought about his recent work arrangements, and casually asked, do you want to come to my workplace for a meal? After speaking without waiting for Zheng Haichuan's reply, he added another sentence, swipe an employee card, it's free. Actually, there is a charge, but the hospital subsidizes healthcare workers, giving them hundreds of yuan per month as meal subsidies directly loaded onto the card, and they can recharge if it's insufficient. However, such trivial matters don't need to be told to his honest guy. Qiyu merely learned from their previous Cold War, changing to a way of loving that may be less familiar to him but perhaps more acceptable to Zheng Haichuan. Really? Can we eat for free? As expected, Qiyu heard joy and happiness in the sound coming from the earpiece, with absolutely none of the previous hesitation. If you have enough time, just come. After some thought, Qiyu added another incentive, I'll bring, after eating, it'll be just the right time for him to get rechecked again. The cafeteria food is always cooked in large quantities, not aiming for deliciousness but merely enough to fill one's stomach. In the past, Qiyu never took any interest in eating at the unit, but this day unexpectedly brought some anticipation. Not for tasty food, but for the anticipation of seeing the person eating with him. Uncle Green, shall we go find Uncle Yeo? Close to noon, the sun blazed down making walking on the road akin to being in a steamer. Qiyu had a child holding onto his hand and felt like he was smoking from head to toe. We'll go find him for a meal. Qiyu had little patience with children because most of the children he encountered were noisy and annoying. But little Himai was an exception. This child was too well behaved, usually quiet, and even now being dragged along by him on a scorching street didn't make a single peep. Still, Qiyu noticed his little face was red hot from the heat, wiping sweat secretly with his sleeve. So, he simply stopped, bent over, and picked up the little one. Thank you, Uncle Green. Chi glanced at him once, flipping a tissue from his pocket. Wipe yourself. Okay. Zheng Jiahe accepted it with his left hand, wiped himself first, then extended his arm upward to ask the tall Uncle Green, does Uncle Green need to wipe as well? Chi tilted his head and avoided the short arms of the little one. No, thank you. He wasn't used to touching things others had used. Although bacteria from children aren't as many as adults, it's best to minimize contact. Meanwhile, Chi thought inside, carrying this little member of the Zheng family to the hospital, when Zheng Haichuan sees it, will he rush over first concerned about the little one or him? Seeing how much sweat he produced, will he voluntarily wipe for him? Indeed, Zheng Haichuan arrived at the hospital a little earlier than Chi. His construction site was only a few hundred meters from Chi's working unit. Stepping out and walking for a few minutes got him there faster than the man who had to cross through the urban village. He was glad that he worked shirtless in the morning, allowing him to put on a tank top later, and his whole appearance didn't look too dirty. When Zheng Haichuan saw the tall, upright figure of a man walk into the hospital with one hand in his pocket and the other hugging his young nephew, a sudden surge of warmth flooded his chest. This feeling was something he'd never experienced before. It was warm, but not as scorching as the blazing sun overhead. It was like adding a few perfectly measured ice cubes to hot water, bringing an unparalleled comfort and joy even in such sweltering weather. Dr. L.V. He quickened his steps toward the big and small figure ahead, breaking into a light jog by the time he got closer, just like someone who has been long away rushing back home. Chi led Zheng Haichuan up to the rooftop and went to the canteen to get 3 trays of food packed full. Zheng Haichuan kept muttering about how cheap the prices here were while carrying the dishes to the table. All 3 meat dishes cost only over 10 yuan. At their construction site's mobile food carts outside, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable would already be 15. So will you come over for meals from now on? Chi handed him the chopsticks and gave a spoon to Zheng Jiahe sitting obediently beside him, asking casually. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Zheng Haichuan hesitated a bit. This is supposed to be a benefit for doctors and patients' families. What's so inconvenient? Chi replied indifferently, your family too. Zheng Haichuan was biting his chopsticks and remained silent after hearing this. He looked up and stared at Chi for quite some time before bowing his head and munching down on his rice in a quiet manner. Sitting across from him, Chi couldn't help but smile when he saw Zheng Haichuan not responding. What? You don't admit it? I do. Zheng Haichuan raised his head from the meal tray, revealing a blackened yet flushed face, and seriously told Chi, you're also my family. Chi seemed pleased with that response. On the other hand, Zheng Jiahe struggled to scoop a meatball, glanced at one person then another, and wondered silently. Why doesn't he ask? Isn't he also Ba and Uncle Green's family member? Teacher Lu had said they are one family. The 3 family members enjoyed a sweet lunch together in the hospital canteen. Behind them, several young nurses a few tables away whispered among themselves. Didn't Dr. Chi just finish his shift this morning? Why did he come back? Perhaps there's an emergency surgery. Not likely. The head nurse didn't mention anything. Is the person eating with him the friend from last time? Yes, I remember the little boy. He was pretty well behaved. Hey Meng, didn't you say before that you wanted to pursue Dr. Chi? Why not go say hi? Maybe starting from being friends could lead to support. Girls' conversations always revolved around gossip. One of the little ladies nudged her companion who was serving herself, encouraging her quietly. Su Meng looked over in that direction for a while and drew her complex gaze back, continuing to fiddle with her lunchbox cover. No thanks. They're having a nice meal. Why should I bother? The other few girls exchanged glances and felt something off in Su Meng's tone. Her good friend took the initiative to ask out of concern, Meng, does that mean you're giving up? Even though they often complained in private about how Dr. Chi was handsome but unapproachable and not someone a normal person could win over, they still expected Su Meng to eventually soften the aloof doctor with her persistence. Maybe. After closing her lunchbox, Su Meng cast another glance towards the man who was usually cold and unfriendly toward her. This time, he actively picked a piece of meat from the dish and passed it to the young man opposite him, smiling effortlessly in a way she had never seen. Let's go. There's only one person left at the nurse's station. After we've served ourselves, let's head downstairs. She withdrew her focus, called out to a few colleagues, and walked downstairs. On the way, flashes of images she had secretly glimpsed upon crossed through Su Meng's mind. It was a night shift, and that young man brought a child for examination. Dr. Chi took both of them into an empty ward to rest. Back then, without thinking much, she tiptoed past and couldn't resist peeking through the little window on the door. In that single glance, she just happened to see Dr. Chi, the normally tight-lipped and untouchable man, bending down and pressing a kiss onto the lips of that youth. It was like watching icy glaciers melt into spring streams. Chapter 94, It's Your Dad. Actually, Zheng Jiahe had already undergone of his health condition a while ago. The results from that time weren't particularly good or bad. The area on the right arm of Zheng Jiahe's X-ray where the lesion was present was still growing. There was spindle-shaped swelling in the local bone shaft, but it hadn't yet reached the stage where surgery was necessary. Chi-Yu's conclusion at the time was to observe for a bit longer. If that part of the bone became thinner or if there was any osteolytic destruction, immediate surgery would be needed to stop the process. For now, there wasn't an urgent need since the little one's body was still growing, and with the bones not fully formed, many things were uncertain. Also, the minimally invasive research project he was involved in was in its final preparatory stages before clinical trials, waiting for equipment and approvals. But after careful consideration, Qiyu had already added Jing Jiahe's name to the list beforehand. He personally guided Jing Haichuan in filling out the volunteer patient application form, and the materials were prepared by himself on behalf of the little one, complete and symptom matching. Just a few days ago, they received a notification that the application was approved. This had nothing to do with insider connections related to his involvement in the project team. The criteria for experimental patients were jointly determined by domestic and international experts, and the registration review was handled by renowned industry figures. Qiyu told Jing Haichuan that ultimately it was just good luck for the little one, but Jing Haichuan was so excited that he hugged him several times. Well, this kind of sweet favoritism, he didn't mind experiencing more often. I'm going to take him out to check his AKP levels shortly. He's had too many x-rays taken over the short term, so we'll skip that this time and just monitor the fluctuations in alkaline phosphatase, said Qiyu as he took Jing Haichuan and Jing Jiahe to the 12th floor where he worked after dinner, giving instructions to Jing Haichuan as he went. The child was too young and also suffering from bone disease, so within reasonable medical practice limits, Qiyu tried his best to reduce his exposure to radiation. Although the radiation from taking x-rays isn't much, accumulated exposure could still harm the body. Qiyu, rarely showing compassion towards a patient, almost endangered the little one due to this very kindness. From a professional standpoint, Qiyu's judgment and decision-making at that moment were actually not wrong. Bone development is slower than muscle development. Sometimes, other indicators could serve as evidence for the disease's progression. The test results showed that the child's AKP level only increased slightly. Not paying too much attention, Qiyu recorded the result in the file intending to continue observing for some time. After that, he took the two uncles and nephews of the Jing family home. It wasn't until one evening several weeks later. That day was a very ordinary day. Jing Haichuan was working, Qiyu was on the day shift, and Jing Jiahe was drawing at Sister Hong's place. After weeks of high temperatures, the heat finally started to subside, and the construction site returned to its usual rhythm. The rebar structure of the main part of Jing Haichuan's engineering work was basically completed, leaving only a few days for the rebar workers to wrap up. Everyone was relaxed, chatting during work about how they would spend their wages or where their next job would take them. Jing Haichuan now had someone to care for in Pengcheng, so he didn't think about leaving at all. Instead, he was mentally calculating how to divide his salary. The tuition fees for little Hemiao must definitely be saved. The daily expenses at home should be allocated in cash. He needs to go back and check if the kid has finished the calcium tablets. If he has, I'll leave another 200 yuan. And back home, he must send some money to Dad. He doesn't know if his elder brother's leg is getting better. Lost in thought, Dr. Lu's face popped into Jing Haichuan's mind. Dr. Lu. Does Dr. Lu need anything? In fact, Jing Haichuan really wanted to do something or buy something for Dr. Lu, but he always felt like Qiyu had everything, making him feel redundant. He decided to sneak a peek at the man's ID card to find out when Qiyu's birthday was, so he could prepare a birthday gift in advance. But, what should he buy for the birthday gift? As Jing Haichuan fretted, he walked to the old building entrance carrying the vegetables he bought. Outside the building, a red Toyota was parked on the street, narrowing down the already narrow road to half. When the weather gets cooler, you have to quickly clear away that thing. Understood. If anyone comes to check, I'll hide it. The stairwell entrance is not supposed to have stuff stacked. You're here now, but if you leave, remember to cut off the power for me. Uncle Qi, are you getting older? Why do you talk so much now? Do you know what kind of person I am, Sister Hong? Don't worry, I won't start any fires. You're the one whose temper worsens with age, unlike my Feng at home. The iron gate of the old building was wide open. Sister Hong and Uncle Qi, their landlord, were standing at the hallway entrance talking. As Jing Haichuan stepped inside and greeted them, he suddenly realized that it was much cooler inside the building compared to outside. He glanced around and quickly spotted a standing air conditioner in the corner of Sister Hong's triangular space under the stairs. Wow, Sister Hong, we've got an air conditioner now. Jing Haichuan exclaimed in admiration, praising her. That small fan on your sewing table couldn't really handle this heat wave before. Now with a cooling machine blowing, it's much more comfortable. Sister Hong shot him a sidelong glance. If I didn't want little Hemiao to get heatstroke, I wouldn't even bother with it. It's all because of my Hemiao. Jing Haichuan was surprised and delighted, scratching his head sheepishly. Then, Sister Hong, shall I contribute some money for the air conditioner fees? The little one tucked away inside the triangular area heard his uncle coming, and enthusiastically packed up his school bag before launching himself at Jing Haichuan like a firecracker. Uncle. Jing Haichuan patted his little head and had him greet others. Then Jing Jiahe looked up and called out to the elderly man with already graying hair, "Hello, landlord grandpa." Qi Guangji hadn't interacted with such young children in a long time. Seeing this little boy who only reached his thigh reminded him of himself when he had just become a father over 20 years ago. A smile forcibly squeezed its way onto his face that rarely showed happiness. After rummaging in his pocket for a long time and only finding car keys, Qi Guangji dryly responded, "Good, little friend, you're good too." Sister Hong watched coldly from the side without saying a word, and Qi Guangji, trying to ease his own embarrassment, continued on the previous topic with Zheng Haichuan. Don't listen to her boast. The air conditioner was a gift from her husband, so why would you give her any money? This revelation truly shocked Zheng Haichuan. He was curious but also happy for Sister Hong. You have a partner too. Who is it? Have I met him? Sister Hong was currently mending a pair of trousers. They were work pants, looking as if they'd been worn for quite some time, with knees and sides worn white, and the button barely hanging on. While she used her needle to lock the edges, she rolled her eyes. Is having a partner that rare? When I was young, people lined up from the village entrance to the end to chase me. She suddenly realized what she said and sharply turned her gaze towards Zheng Haichuan. Also, Dachuan, when did you get a partner? Who? Zheng Haichuan felt a lump in his throat, not expecting to expose himself so easily. Actually, Zheng Haichuan wasn't hesitant about being honest about his relationship with Dr. Lu. He had never thought there was any difference between two men or a man and a woman. Weren't they all in love? However, after hearing Teacher Lu's story that day, he became somewhat worried. It wasn't that Zheng Haichuan was afraid of gossip from others. But he didn't want Dr. Qi to be maliciously talked about by others. The last time in the live streaming room, seeing those strangers misunderstand Dr. Lu made him very angry. If these were people they knew, Dr. Lu would probably be heartbroken, wouldn't he? With this thought, Zheng Haichuan didn't immediately confess to Sister Hong. But just at that moment, a source of warmth appeared behind him, and a hand slid around his waist. What are you blocking the door talking about? The man's voice was casual yet chilly, but it burned hotly in Zheng Haichuan's ears. Zheng Haichuan immediately discarded his hesitations and happily turned around shouting, Dr. Lu, you're off work. Qi Yu was also smiling lightly, but this smile vanished instantly when he saw the person standing inside over Zheng Haichuan's shoulder. TSK, bad luck. Why is old man Qi here? You've grown so big, and you don't even know how to greet people properly. The two silently stared at each other for a while until Qi Guangji couldn't help opening his mouth first. Humph. Qi Yu snorted coldly, unmoved but unwilling to talk either. He only pushed Zheng Haichuan inward. Let's go home. What's for dinner tonight? Completely ignoring the older man standing nearby who somewhat resembled him. Ah. Oh, winter melon soup. There's still plenty of meat in the fridge, and I plan to make a braised beef rib dish. That cut of beef should be grilled. Why are you cutting it into smaller ribs? Hee, I don't have a non-stick pan, so I'm afraid it'll burn. Such an expensive thing shouldn't be wasted. It won't be wasted. Qi Guangji watched as his long unseen son passed by him indifferently, intimate with others yet a stranger to him. His chest felt clogged and wanted to stop his son for a proper chat, but the words that slipped out of his mouth were contrary to his feelings. Damn fool. You're studying for dogs. I'm your dad, not your enemy. By this time, Qi Yu had already climbed several steps and stepped onto the first floor. Hearing this, he abruptly turned around, glaring at Qi Guangji with narrow, long eyes filled with hatred and disgust. You harmed my mom, and you're not my enemy. After finishing, he directly grabbed Zheng Haichuan with one hand and lifted up little He Miao with the other, taking rapid steps upstairs without giving Qi Guangji any chance to argue further. Downstairs, Sister Hong, seeing the dilapidated state of her old neighbor, wanted to throw in a sarcastic remark. If only you had known this would happen, why didn't you change your ways earlier? But looking at Qi Guangji, who should be enjoying his golden years, now all alone, she sighed and offered some comfort instead. Brother Ji, you know. Yuzi and his mom were very close. These past few years, he's never fully gotten over it. He blames me. The man not yet 60 but aged like one much older, he blames me for not taking care of Auntie Feng, for not saving her. Sister Hong also knew about their family affairs, and right now there was no way for her to objectively say who was wrong or right. She just knew that Qi Guangji had indeed betrayed Auntie Feng and her son in many ways, so she said, one can't chase after the dead. Besides, with the broken roads in the village, you did your best back then. Qi Guangji shook his head, not wanting to talk more. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered Sister Hong one, lit one for himself, took a long drag, and continued silently going floor by floor checking meters and collecting rent. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zheng Haichuan, having just entered the house, couldn't help but ask with curiosity, tugging on Qi Yu's sleeve, Uncle Qi, is your dad? So it wasn't Uncle Qi as in Qi, but rather Uncle Qi as in Qi. You finally noticed. Qi Yu looked exasperated. The irritation he felt downstairs upon running into the old man instantly disappeared due to his simpleton partner's antics. Chapter 95, Can't Move. Qi Yu didn't go home after going upstairs. Instead, he followed Zheng Haichuan into the Zheng family's rented apartment. Recently, whenever he wasn't working the night shift, he would come here to eat dinner. During his years away, Qi Yu only required that dry food be clean and healthy, not expecting much pleasure from eating. But after having a meal cooked by Zheng Haichuan, Qi Yu realized it wasn't that he didn't expect pleasure, it was just that since his mother had passed away, he hadn't met anyone who could provide the taste of home. Now that he has met someone, he fell in love with this kind of daily life. So, Auntie Shi. In the small kitchen, while preparing dinner, Zheng Haichuan listened as Qi Yu briefly explained why he and his father now faced each other like enemies. After hearing the story, Zheng Haichuan felt deeply upset and couldn't even cut the vegetables on the cutting board anymore. He put down the knife and looked earnestly at Chiyu. "What are you looking at me for?" Chiyu's expression remained unchanged as he reached out and tousled the young man's hair. "It's been so many years," he said in a calm tone. "With the old man no longer around causing trouble, my mom should be living happily in heaven." But Zheng Haichuan grabbed his hand tightly, wanting to say something but finally managed only to blurt out, "But you won't be happy." Dr. Lu must have been really upset upon encountering such an event, right? Zheng Haichuan didn't know how Chiyu endured those hardest days after learning about his mother's death. His own mother had also passed away early, but Zheng Haichuan could still recall the envy and indignation he felt as a child watching neighboring kids being taken care of and nagged by their mothers. "Auntie must have been thinking of you all the time." Not skilled at consoling others, Zheng Haichuan tried his best to make his lover feel better in the ways he could think of. He dried his hands on the apron and opened his arms to give the man in front of him a hug. He remembered how every time Xiao Hemiao cried, all it took was one hug from him and his little nephew stopped crying. Zheng Haichuan wanted to convey through this embrace that Chiyu shouldn't feel sad because he was still here. The moment the hug started, the person who rarely touched warmth got burned unexpectedly by the sudden act. Chiyu hesitated for a moment, subconsciously lifting his arm and pressing the youth's back, pulling him deeper into his chest. Chiyu rested his chin on Zheng Haichuan's shoulder. "She loved me very much." There was no lust in this embrace, only the soundless tenderness that made one's heart soften. After quite a while, when the ribs simmering in the iron pot started bubbling and thickening, Zheng Haichuan broke free to stir the pot, awkwardly patting Chiyu's back with his other hand. "So, you need to take good care of yourself. Your aunt will be happier in heaven. Do you know?" Chiyu walked behind Zheng Haichuan, leaning against him and continuing to speak. "Do you know what my mom expected most before she passed away?" What? Chiyu chuckled softly, biting lightly on the neck of the diligent young man cooking in front of him and said faintly, "She expected me to bring a daughter-in-law home. Now, her wish can be considered fulfilled." Due to repeatedly interrupting the chef while cooking, Zheng Haichuan reluctantly pushed Chiyu a bit further away and stood at the entrance of the kitchen. At least 3 meters away from him. After his heart settled from its constant pounding, Zheng Haichuan finally managed to continue cooking and pulled back the conversation topic that had been diverted earlier by the man. "So, your dad, Uncle Chi, where does he live now? What is he doing?" After learning about Chiyu's past, some fragmented details Zheng Haichuan had encountered gradually pieced together to form a complete picture. Why did he insist on helping Uncle Chi rent the house next door, and why did Uncle Chi refuse? Why did the garbage left outside by the man when he first moved in contain a frame holding Uncle Chi's young photo? Why did Chiyu ask which Chi when he introduced the landlord with the surname Chi for the first time? And why, after Xiao Hemiao fell ill, Dr. Lu remarked, "There are too many pitiful people, heaven can't handle them all." All of this had its reasons. From Zheng Haichuan's perspective, he actually hadn't interacted much with the landlord Uncle Chi. In the past, he just thought that the landlord was quiet and a bit mean, but still kind and accommodating to these tenants. But after hearing Chiyu's experiences, Zheng Haichuan changed his view. He believed that Uncle Chi wasn't a qualified father, nor a qualified husband. If it were him, after learning that his loved one was sick, he would definitely want to stay by her side every day. How could he possibly go out and have fun instead? Even if he entertained himself for a moment, ignoring the messages from home and causing his wife's rescue to be untimely. That was simply too disheartening. But, phew. He didn't want to even think about such assumptions. Zheng Haichuan glanced at the tall man standing by the kitchen and thought, his partner must be healthy and live a long life. Chiyu originally didn't want to continue talking about old Chi, but when Zheng Haichuan looked over, he continued. "Living in Pengcheng as a landlord, do you think he'd have no place to live?" Well, it's just that I've never seen him around normally, only during rent collection. Zheng Haichuan asked this because he had an idea. Would Dr. Lu's rented house next door be reclaimed by Uncle Chi if they kept arguing? If Dr. Lu had nowhere to live, should he offer a place to sleep on his floor? He's either at the mahjong table or the card table. Chiyu had long since lost any hope for his biological father. Speaking unpleasantly, do you actually expect him to do anything decent? Zheng Haichuan picked up the annoyance in Chiyu's tone and decided not to bring it up again. However, he suddenly remembered what one of his co-workers mentioned casually when renting this house. The co-worker said that the landlord might be running some kind of online car service. Zheng Haichuan thought he might have misunderstood that. After all, with so much rent collected monthly, why would someone deliberately choose the exhausting job of driving taxis? The pork ribs in the iron pot had already finished reducing to a thick sauce. Zheng Haichuan took them out into a bowl and quickly washed the pan, adding the pre-cut winter melon to stir-fry vegetables. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyu approached again, helping their head chef by fetching bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard. The two worked together harmoniously. To be honest, cooking in the kitchen without air conditioning during the start of summer provided no comfort besides the stifling heat, not to mention this old, narrow kitchen in the rental house. Two people squeezed together only intensified the warmth in the air. But for couples deeply in love, even the sweat trickling from their pores became a different kind of sweetness enhancing their interactions. So, these two lovers remained close as they prepared dinner in the kitchen, while Jing Jiahe, left playing in the living room, ran into some trouble. Uncle Green frequently came over to eat lately and brought along many exciting new toys, like the flying spinning top ball in his hand now. Just by placing the small spinning top on the base and pressing hard, it could shoot out with a swoosh and spin in cool patterns on the ground. Today, Jing Jiahe completed his homework and was allowed by Jing Haichuan to play for a while. He happily planned to make an incredibly long spinning circle today. Last time, while drawing at Auntie Hong's, he happened to see two boys across the street playing with the same toy. They made several fancy spins, looking very skilled. Jing Jiahe quietly memorized their techniques and wanted to try them out today. But somehow he didn't remember correctly. After pressing the launch button, the small spinning top didn't spin beautifully. Instead, it tumbled under the couch. Peering under the couch for quite a while, he finally spotted his spinning top wedged in the far corner. Jing Jiahe was a bit worried, his arms were too short to reach it. He stood up and was about to ask his uncle for help, but upon seeing his uncle chatting closely with Uncle Green in the kitchen, he shyly stepped back. My uncle is busy, and so is Uncle Green. I'll do it myself. With that thought, Jing Jiahe lay flat on the floor, stretching his little arm as far as possible toward the corner, trying to reach his little toy. Recently eating well and playing often made Jing Jiahe sometimes forget that there was something wrong with his right hand, which occasionally caused a dull ache. Without thinking, he instinctively used his habitual hand to find things, straining forward, feeling, touching. Finally, his fingertips brushed against the sharp tip of the spinning top. Jing Jiahe's eyes sparkled with joy, he thought he could get it out by himself. Just need to stretch a little more inside. Thinking that, Jing Jiahe gathered his breath, exerting strength to stretch forward. Click. As the spinning top hit the floor with a flick, Jing Jiahe felt as if he faintly heard another sound coming from within his body. He didn't pay attention, focusing only on getting the spinning top out as quickly as possible. But the next second, Jing Jiahe's confident little smile turned into panic. His fingers, why couldn't they move? Chapter 96, Can't Wait. 96, Can't Wait. It was Qi Yuxian who first noticed that Jing Jiahe was acting strange. He had just brought the dishes prepared by Jing Haichuan from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table, about to go back to serve more food, when he caught sight of the little one with his butt sticking up in the air, crouching beside the couch on the floor. There was no air conditioner in the rented apartment of the Jing family, only a second-hand standing fan swaying its head to stir the air movement, providing some relief in the stifling weather. Qi Yuxian thought that Jing Jiahe might be enjoying the coolness of the floor, so he called out, "Don't stay down there too long, it can easily cause diarrhea." The little guy was turned away from him and remained motionless for quite a while. Qi Yuxian furrowed his brows, thinking that children were indeed hard to manage and didn't listen to adults. The child usually seemed pretty well behaved, but surprisingly, there was still a mischievous side to him. In the past, upon encountering such troublemaking kids, he would have kept far away. But how could he do that since this child belonged to the Jing family? So Qi Yuxian put down the bowl of food, took 2 steps towards the living room, and stood behind Jing Jiahe. "Get up." He bent over and patted the boy's fluffy head. Qi Yuxian was still pondering in his mind that if the little one still wouldn't obey, he would simply pick him up and find Jing Haichuan. However, he noticed that the small head in front of him turned with great difficulty towards him, revealing frightened eyes filled with tears. "Uncle LV. My hand. I can't move it." What followed was a state of pandemonium. Upon learning the situation, Jing Haichuan was so shocked that he dropped his bowl, while Qi Yuxian carefully laid Jing Jiahe flat on the ground while instructing Jing Haichuan to call emergency services. His preliminary observation suggested that the fibrous bone disease in the child's right hand had worsened. The diseased bone had hardened and expanded at an accelerated pace, coupled with the sudden stress exerted on Jing Jiahe's arm earlier, which led to a malignant periosteal reaction and pulled the nerves. He needs immediate surgery. It might also involve fractures at the lesion site, so Qi Yuxian quickly decided they couldn't wait any longer. "All right. Surgery, let's do it." Jing Haichuan felt like a headless fly, all confused and flustered, not knowing what to do without Dr. Lu present. Now, he was completely following Qi Yuxian's orders, doing as he commanded, bring the ID documents, loose clothes for Jiahe, and the pre-approved application form. "Okay, I'll get a bag immediately." After listening, Jing Haichuan instantly went to pack everything. Qi Yuxian calmed the child down with a few words, then checked the time on his wristwatch. Almost 5 minutes had passed, and the ambulance hadn't arrived yet. Just then, Jing Haichuan's phone rang. It was the driver of the ambulance. "Hello. Can't get through. Your village is packed with people in the evenings, lots of cars too. This is a big vehicle and it's stuck halfway." With trembling hands due to panic, Jing Haichuan gripped his phone tightly. But Qi Yuxian took over the phone, calmly asking for their exact location before instructing them to prepare a stretcher at the village entrance. "We'll be coming out, we should reach the exit in about 5 minutes. There was no more time to waste. Qi Yuxian wasn't aware of Jing Jiahe's internal condition and could only plan for the worst scenario. He instructed Jing Haichuan to open the door and follow from behind, while he secured the child's numb right hand with a wide cloth strap across his chest. Then, steadily, he lifted the child into his arms and walked out of the rental apartment. Before descending the stairs, he reminded Jing Haichuan, "Check the kitchen, make sure the stove is off." Oh, okay. Thus, the two men descended the stairs front and back. Luckily, they encountered no one in the corridor and made their way down smoothly. However, just as they were about to exit the old building's door, they almost collided with Aunt Hong, who was returning home after work. "What's going on with you two? Are you done eating so quickly?" Aunt Hong was originally smiling as she greeted the two, but upon seeing little Jiahe's pale and terrified face in Qi Yuxian's arms quietly shedding tears, her smile immediately turned into a serious look. "What happened to little Jiahe?" "There's something wrong with his arm, he needs to undergo surgery at the hospital." While answering briefly, Qi Yuxian stepped out of the iron gate, but stopped when he saw the narrow two-lane street outside crowded with pedestrians rubbing shoulders. He knew it would be impossible, even in 15 minutes, to safely get the child out amidst this chaos. "It's rush hour for people heading home for dinner." Aunt Hong peeked out and furrowed her brow, but then came up with an idea. "Isn't Mr. Gui supposed to have a tricycle used for carrying goods? Let him take you out." Qi Yuxian thought this plan good too. Before he could say anything, Zheng Haichuan rushed across the street behind them and loudly shouted into the food shop, calling for help. "Looking for Wei Ming?" Only Grandma Gui was present in the shop. She slowly walked out with her walking stick and said to Zheng Haichuan, "He's out on the street picking up goods." Unluckily, Gui Wei Ming happened to be at the stall fetching ingredients at this moment. Someone from the kitchen did come out upon hearing the call. It was their familiar Mr. Lu, who seemed to be helping Grandma Gui set the dishes and clear the plates. He immediately spotted Qi Yu holding little Jiahe and promptly pulled out his phone, saying, "Let me give him a call, and he'll rush back right away." "Forget it, Mr. Lu." Qi Yu shook his head and stopped Mr. Lu's action. "We can't wait. Let's go." Saying that, he signaled Zheng Haichuan to follow, while he himself quickly carried Zheng Jiahe towards the village entrance. The neighborhood folks all liked little Jiahe very much, and now seeing him pale-faced lying in Qi Yu's arms, they felt quite anxious. At this time, no one noticed that there was still someone hiding in the corner of the old building. He had been busy reading the water meter earlier and wasn't entirely clear about what happened, but when he saw his son carrying a child in such urgency, he approached Aunt Hong to inquire about the situation. After listening to Aunt Hong's explanation, Qi Guangji's expression momentarily turned dazed. It was as if time had rewound, bringing back an event from a few years ago before him. He dropped the account book he hadn't finished recording and hurriedly ran 2 steps over to the red Toyota parked by the roadside. Trembling hands fumbling with the car keys, he unlocked the door, sat inside, started the engine, shifted gears, released the clutch, pressed the gas pedal, all in one swift breath. Qi Guangji drove right next to Qi Yu and Zheng Haichuan, who were striding fast down the road. Beep, beep. The honking echoed through the street, startling the pedestrians in the middle of the road who rushed to hide behind the steps of nearby shops. Only Qi Yu, face devoid of emotion, turned his head toward the lowered window, where the aged man urged him inside. "Still waiting? Hurry up and get in." Chapter 97, Lend a Hand. With Qi Guangji's horn and four-wheeler leading the way, Qi Yu and Zheng Haichuan arrived directly at the hospital with Zheng Jiahe. Qi Yu had already contacted Director Qiu Guoyang on the road. Director Qiu was currently abroad attending a conference and directly instructed Qi Yu to take full responsibility for the clinical trial work of the minimally invasive project team. Although Qi Yu accepted this over the phone, after reviewing Zheng Jiahe's latest imaging results and conducting a consultation with the on-duty physician, a rare trace of doubt arose in his heart. Should he really let the little one be the test patient? The conventional bone replacement and bone graft surgery was already very mature, and the cost of the surgery could also be borne by him for Zheng Haichuan. Although the new minimally invasive method had undergone multiple evaluations, simulations, and validations, the number of trials on humans could be counted on one hand, and it would be the first case conducted at their hospital. In fact, in the 6th hospital, apart from Qi Yu being familiar with the operational procedures of this minimally invasive surgery, only a few young backbone doctors had received relevant training, and most of the support staff were medical students still in school. Compared to traditional surgery, this minimally invasive approach might seem simple, but the risks during the operation were no less than those of other high-difficulty surgeries. Since everything was new and there was nothing to learn from or refer to, this moment especially tested the doctor's own mindset and ability. Before going up to the operating table, Qi Yu explained all these considerations clearly to Zheng Haichuan, who was waiting anxiously in the hospital corridor. At this moment, they were not lovers but doctor and family member of the patient. One raced against life with a scalpel, while the other could only passively wait despite wanting to help. Their positions were equal yet unequal, therefore, before starting the surgery, the doctor had the responsibility to inform about all risks, and the patient's family had the right to make a choice. Perform the minimally invasive. Zheng Haichuan didn't hesitate too long and told the man who had already changed into a white coat and put on a mask of his decision. After discovering Xiao Woma's little seedling condition, Zheng Haichuan had communicated with his older brother since he was actually the child's father. Zheng's older brother was much more open-minded compared to Zheng Haichuan, who was caught in hesitation. He told his younger brother that if a better way appeared, then they should give it a try. Having been bedridden with an injured leg for half a year, he knew how painful broken bones could be. If the child could be treated without needing a bone replacement, he would naturally prefer it. Besides, the family simply did not have the financial means to afford major surgery. Zheng's older brother thought silently, it was just up to their son's fate. Who asked Xiao Woma to be born in his home? Children from poor families seldom have opportunities to choose from the moment they are born. How far the path pointed by heaven leads depends on one's own tenacity. As for Zheng Haichuan, even though he was torn inside, his final decision-making process was pure compared to his older brother. He simply believed in Qiyu. Believing in Qiyu's medical skills, believing in Qiyu's character, and believing that Qiyu would do everything possible to heal their Xiao Huoma. Dr. LV, you once said, people must rely on themselves and snatch life back from fate. In a hurry, Zheng Haichuan still had an apron tied around his waist that he hadn't taken off in time. During the anxious drive to the hospital, when he personally saw Xiao Huoma being wheeled into the operating room, his overall state gradually calmed down. His brother was indeed right, sometimes in life, you do what you can and leave the rest to destiny. Xiao Huoma has suffered since birth. Everything he has endured until now was purely self-managed. I originally thought that through me, I could make things a bit easier for him. Zheng Haichuan looked into the calm eyes behind the man's golden-rimmed glasses, and his heart seemed to stabilize as well. He didn't say anything extra to pressure Qiyu, he merely gave the man's wrist a light tug, conveying trust and reliance he himself hadn't fully realized, and said to Qiyu, I'm unable to exert effort anymore, I don't know how to help. So I'll trouble you to make the effort for me and bring Xiao Huoma back from fate's hands. Doctors seem to inherently bear all the hopes and grievances of patients and their families. Once they put on that set of white clothes, they transform from ordinary individuals into gods who cannot make mistakes. And once the results slightly fail to meet expectations, they face questioning and negation from both patients' families and various parts of society. Qiyu had heard countless cries and demands before getting onto the operating table, witnessed too many people seeking promises and guarantees from him, but he never heard anyone simply tell him, just lend a hand and try. Zheng Haichuan didn't seek any promise from him. The two only briefly locked gazes in a disinfectant-scented corridor, and under the nurse's prompting, Qiyu walked toward the sterile room. He left Zheng Haichuan with only a single word, mm. But hidden within it was Qiyu's entire belief and promise as a doctor. Turn on the shadowless light. Prepare the anesthesia. Argon knife on, adjust equipment. The operating room light snapped on, leaving Zheng Haichuan alone outside in the corridor. He sat blankly on one of the waiting chairs, his mind suddenly empty. After a while, he remembered to call home. Father and elder brother Zheng Haishan promised to set out immediately upon receiving the news. Zheng Haichuan dazedly replied, but after hanging up the phone, he realized that his father and brother would take over a night on the train ride to get here, by which time little Hemiao's surgery would be long over. Zheng Haichuan picked up the phone again, thinking that perhaps his elder brother shouldn't bother coming all this way, and he could simply wait here and inform them of the result once it was done. But at that moment, someone sat down next to him. Let them come. In matters like these, if you don't stand watch yourself, your heart won't settle. The person consoled him. Ah, Uncle Qi, Zheng Haichuan turned his head and saw their landlord Qi Guangji who had been speeding them to the hospital earlier. After arriving at the hospital, Qiyu had rushed upstairs with little Hemiao for examination, unintentionally leaving the elderly man behind. When Yu's mother was being resuscitated, I also told him not to return, it would have taken a whole day to fly, but he still came back. Qi Guangji stared at the three bright words, surgery in progress, seeming somewhat lost in thought. After 4 hours of emergency treatment for a phone, we still couldn't save her, he continued. When you returned, he didn't even get to see his mother one last time. As Zheng Haichuan listened, his brows furrowed. Even though he had heard about this story from Qiyu once before, hearing it now from another person made him feel immense sympathy for Qiyu. Although he was very grateful to Qi Guangji for driving them over today, he could also deeply empathize with the pain this man had caused to his lover. Unaware of Zheng Haichuan's thoughts, Qi Guangji seemed just eager to share these long-suppressed emotions with someone, finally getting a chance to vent years of pent-up feelings. You fought me right in front of all the mourners at the funeral, with his own father. Qi Guangji gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I was quite a jerk back then. Feeling disgraced, I claimed to sever our relationship. Then, did you cut ties? Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but ask. Of course, Qi Guangji tugged at the corner of his mouth. That kid has always been precociously independent. I certainly neglected my concern for both him and his mother during those years. It's understandable that he disliked me. What happened later? After the funeral ended, he flew abroad again and only returned a few years ago. Qi Guangji pulled out a cigarette from his pocket wanting to smoke, but since it wasn't appropriate, he could only hold it in his hand. At that time, to force him to admit his mistakes, I cut off his funds. I never knew how he got through those years. It was only now that Zheng Haichuan learned of this and gave an indignant glare towards Qi Guangji. He was still a student back then. And you, so rich. Just the rent from their old building brought in 6 figures every month. Yes. I was so wealthy. Qi Guangji lowered his head, his gray hair revealing his advanced age. Back then, I always thought money could bring happiness, and after gaining wealth, I began indulging in such happiness, only to later realize I had already lost true happiness. With his wife gone, his son refusing to recognize him, what use were the numbers in his bank card? Those brothers and friends he met during card games and drinking sessions, their flattery barely brushed past his lips. Once they left the gaming table or the bar, they had homes to return to, but what about him? Qi Guangji regretted it. After his son returned to China, he had secretly visited this hospital many times. But no matter how often he came, there was never any place where regret pills were sold. Chapter 98, You're So Nice. Operation in progress, light dimmed 2 hours after it had lit up. Kiguangzi was the first to leave the hospital. He did not let Zheng Haikuan see him off. Zheng Haikuan could only watch as Kiguangzi took the elevator down to the ground floor. The old man's back was slightly hunched as he walked, his shadow elongated under the hospital's fluorescent lights. Zheng Haikuan looked away with some discomfort and stared at the drink and bread in his hand. That was what Kiguangzi had shoved into his hands before leaving, as if he had known they hadn't eaten dinner. Or perhaps he too had once experienced waiting anxiously like this. The operating room door opened, drawing Zheng Haichuan's attention back. 2 doctors in full green surgical scrubs and caps walked out, one of them tall and lean. After speaking a few words to the other doctor, he turned his head to instruct the oncoming nurse, seemingly arranging postoperative care. Zheng Haikuan tensely stood up, standing uneasily by the corridor side, hesitating to approach. Until the man in golden wire-frame glasses glanced over, gesturing for him to come closer. Only then did Zheng Haikuan hurriedly jog forward. Remember to inform the next shift these coming days. Strictly monitor the changes in AKP and bone morphogenetic protein indicators. Don't forget to follow up on the condition of soft tissues. Chiyu explained several technical details to the nurse before turning to speak to the anxious Zheng Haikuan. However, the young nurse did not leave immediately but instead covertly observed them both from behind her mask. Chiyu glared at her. What are you standing there for? Are you anesthetized too? Do I need to arrange your bed? Su Meng quickly shook her head. I'll go and make arrangements right away. She rushed off with the medical chart to catch up with the surgical bed being wheeled out not far away. In the corridor outside the operating room, the 2 men were now alone. Chiyu softened his gaze, looking towards the tense young man who dared not speak up. Did you wait long? Not long. Zheng Haikuan shook his head. As he ran over just now, he noticed a dark circle along the brim of the man's surgical cap, where sweat had soaked through the cloth. Zheng Haikuan reached out to wipe away the faintly visible sweat from Chiyu's forehead, but his hand retreated halfway through its movement. Zheng Haikuan remembered how clean his partner preferred to be. Chiyu noticed Zheng Haichuan's action, his fatigue from standing for a long time at the operating table instantly disappearing. He curved his lips slightly upward, lowering his head. Wipe me. Huh. Zheng Haikuan didn't react immediately. Chiyu simply wiggled his still-gloved hand to indicate further. Take off the cap. It's hot. Oh, all right. Finally understanding, Zheng Haikuan followed his partner's direction, pulling off the cap from Chiyu's head and using his somewhat cleaner hand to wipe Chiyu's forehead a couple of times. He even fanned some air for him afterward. Feel better? At that moment, Chiyu resembled a content cat, his eyes slightly closing behind his glasses. If it weren't for their location in a hospital, he might have leaned directly on his lover. Don't worry anymore. The surgery was very successful. All lesions have been fully eradicated. In the end, all he did was gently squeeze the youth's palm, delivering the reassuring result. He will be observed for a while in the hospital, but the prognosis should be good. Zheng Haichuan's heart, which had been on edge all night, finally settled at that moment, casting a bright glow over his honey-toned face. That's great. Unable to resist, he stretched out his arms and tightly embraced the man who brought him such good news, Dr. Liu. Thank you. Thank you. Chiyu felt as though he had been bound by steel bars, yet made no attempt to struggle free. He simply raised one hand to remove the gloves, placing it on top of the young man's head, allowing those rough hairs to nuzzle against his palm. Am I someone you need to thank? He patted lightly. Well, that. Zheng Haikuan also felt that thanking his own family member wasn't quite appropriate. Yet without doing something, he couldn't express the joy welling within him. Thinking for a long time while hugging Chiyu, Zheng Haikuan finally came up with another way to express his gratitude. He loosened his grip on the man a little. Then, his head moved back and forth, peeking left and right. Seeing no one around, he puckered up and planted a heavy kiss on Chiyu's cheek, then broke into a wide grin, revealing his white teeth. Wife, having you is so wonderful. Chiyu still had some professional reports and records to write, plus he had to arrange Qingjiahe's hospital bed and intravenous drugs, so he went off to attend to his tasks. Zheng Haikuan sat by the bedside, watching the child whose arm was wrapped heavily in bandages, concern filling his eyes. Hey there, little sprout. He carefully avoided touching the wounded area and gently touched his young nephew's cool face. Does it hurt? The effect of the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet, and Qingjiahe obediently shook his head. No pain, Uncle Yo. Qingjiahe could now feel movement in his fingers, which brought him joy as he gave his Uncle Yo a pale smile. Uncle Green said that I'll be back to normal after 2 months. Initially, he was a little scared when he went onto the operating table, but seeing that Uncle Green was wielding the knife calmed him down. Even though Uncle Green had only revealed his eyes, Qingjiahe recognized the man from his glasses frame. Before the injection, Uncle Green blinked at him and then covered his eyes with cloth. He only felt a quick sting, and after that, everything was painless. Uncle Yo. All the doctor uncles in the operation room were wearing green all over. Qingjiahe, recalling the men and women in the surgery room, looked curious. So do they all have the surname Green? Zheng Haikuan paused, then couldn't help laughing. So his little Jiahe must have inherited his inability to read because he mistook Dr. Lu. No, Dr. Chi for Dr. Green. Huh, little sprout, they're wearing green surgical uniforms. The color has nothing to do with their surname. Oh, so is it just Uncle Green who has the surname Green? Uncle Green doesn't have the surname Green, his surname is Chi. Zheng Haikuan continued, pulling up the child's left hand, drawing characters on his palm. This is Chi, this is Lu, you. Zheng Haikuan silently made up his mind never to call Dr. Lu by the wrong name again, it would easily mislead the kids. However, some habits are hard to break. It's like once someone enters your heart, no outside skepticism can change your loyalty. Zheng Haikuan talked a bit more with Zheng Jiahe and told him that tomorrow he would be able to see his dad and grandpa. Zheng Jiahe visibly lit up with anticipation and excitement. Alright, it's time for the good little boy to sleep. Sleep well, and when you wake up the next morning, you'll see daddy and grandpa. At this moment, the little one wasn't hungry, so Zheng Haikuan tore off a bit of bread, soaked it in hot water, and had him eat it before encouraging him to go to sleep. Will Uncle Yo be here too? The little boy in bed opened his big eyes wide, his face, nourished these past few months by Zheng Haikuan, finally gained some baby fat. But now that he was sick, the weight might drop again. Definitely. Uncle Yo will come to see our little sprout every day and bring delicious food for him. Zheng Haikuan pinched the little one's chubby cheeks and promised. Alright, sleep fast. Ah, good night Uncle Yo. Zheng Jiahe pulled the blanket up to his nose and obediently closed his eyes. Zheng Haikuan smiled, adjusted his blanket around his neck, and tucked him in tightly. Good night, little sprout. With the child asleep, Zheng Haikuan began to worry about Chiyu, who had been busy all night without having dinner or resting. Holding a drink, he stepped out of the ward, wanting to ask if the man wanted any late-night snacks so he could buy them for him. It was almost midnight, and outside the hospital ward, only a few families of patients could be seen walking or washing. Zheng Haikuan passed through them, following the memory from last time, finally finding the doctor's office where Chiyu was. The door to the office was closed, but perhaps the person closing it didn't notice, leaving the latch open with a small gap. Dr. Chi, the patient from the previous surgery, is he your relative? Does that have anything to do with work? Just as Zheng Haikuan was about to knock and look for someone, he heard voices inside. He thought that if Chiyu was busy talking with colleagues, he'd wait until later to interrupt. But then he couldn't help stopping because of the next question posed by another person inside. If others know that he became a test subject because of his connection to you, it could harm your reputation. That female voice was very young, likely belonging to the little nurse from outside the surgery room earlier. Dr. Chi, I don't want to harm you. I just think you have a bright future ahead, and you shouldn't give up your principles because someone uses physical favors. You shouldn't let this affect your career. Chapter 99, Only One. Su Meng, I remember you being a nurse, not a member of the disciplinary committee. Inside the office, Chiyu frowned as he looked at the young nurse in front of him, but if you want to report me, feel free to do so anytime. No, no. Su Meng quickly denied, I'm just worried that others might affect your work. You're so excellent. Others? Who are these others? Chiyu's sharp gaze swept over her, staring at Su Meng for a while until her body went rigid. Then he said with a half smile, oh, I see. You know. How did you find out? Guesswork? Something you saw. Su Meng was momentarily too scared to say anything and could only stiffly nod. Nurse Su, first of all, let's get one thing straight, he is not some random person. Chiyu didn't have a shred of denial in mind, coming out to his colleague without any reservation, he is my boyfriend, my partner. Secondly, the position I've reached is due to my competence, not favoritism. And the name of my sole patient remains, those in need of emergency care. Chiyu remained calm-faced, the surgery today strictly adhered to protocol from start to finish. If you believe I abused my power for personal gain, feel free to have our leaders investigate. Su Meng hesitatingly explained, Dr. Chi, I'm not trying to report you. Su Meng admitted that her revelation about this matter carried personal motives, the idea of such a quality man she'd long harbored feelings for being taken by a male laborer left her somewhat resentful, yet her original intent was still to hope Dr. Chi would develop better given how exceptional he was. Seeing that Chiyu seemed completely unperturbed, she gritted her teeth and mentioned a recent truth she had heard, do you know? A doctor from neurosurgery was reported just the other day for improper relations with a patient's family. He has been suspended already. Not to mention your case involves, well. Su Meng's sentence trailed off under Dr. Chi's chilling glare which froze her mid-word. Dr. Chi probably realized what the young girl was thinking, but he was far from welcoming these finger-pointing comments disguised as well-meaning advice on his personal life. Nurse Su, I'll reiterate this once again. The person in question is my partner, not someone involved in some improper relationship, Chiyu said firmly. If there indeed is an accusation made regarding this kind of relationship not meeting the hospital's professional standards, I am willing to accept any arrangement or disposition. But, Dr. Chi placed his hands in the pockets of his white coat, lowering his eyes to look at this nurse whom he barely remembered, his tone cold, what does this have to do with you? Su Meng's face turned ghostly pale within the instant. Yet, Dr. Chi held no chivalrous thoughts towards her, he stepped toward the door, walking out of the office without hesitation. As he passed her by, he threw his final words to Nurse Su Meng, being a doctor is just a job. Jobs can be lost and found again, but the person who lives their life with me will always be the same. Understand? The now quiet office left Nurse Su Meng standing dazedly alone in place. Today marked the most interaction she'd ever had with Dr. Chi, but it also made her feel like she was further away from the person she liked in her heart than ever before. So, the real Dr. Chi was this kind of person, really cold and unfeeling person. Previously, Su Meng always believed that although Chi appeared cold on the outside, he was warm-hearted deep down. Now she realized that such warmth was only reserved for those few individuals Dr. Chi cared about, and she was evidently never going to be among them. This man was like a mighty ship sailing across glaciers, forever adhering to his principles and direction. People like him were never swayed by others' opinions, the only thing able to sway his course being the iceberg surrounding him. When the ice melts into water, the ship naturally sails with the flowing current to reach a better destination ahead. Su Meng understood this lesson but was still hurt by Chi Yu's attitude moments ago. She hadn't even demanded anything. She had given up hope, all she wanted was to kindly remind Dr. Chi to pay attention to certain personal emotional issues. How come, she felt treated like some malicious bad person? Unable to help herself, she gave a couple soft sobs, her dry eyes suddenly filling with moisture, and tears dropping down upon blinking. After all, she was just a rather naive girl who had not long stepped out of school, holding on to simple and beautiful hopes for the person she liked. But now, she was rudely splashed with a bucket of cold water, making Su Meng realize for the first time the cruelty of life. Wah! With no one left in the office anyway, Su Meng began crying aloud, mourning the end of her unrequited love while releasing her suppressed frustrations and pain. Hey, stop crying, little sister. Su Meng sat alone on the bench, sobbing quietly when she suddenly heard a male voice overhead that startled her. She looked up, and through her blurry teary eyes, saw a simple-looking face with 2 tissues being offered to her. Little sister, don't cry. Lu. Dr. Chi didn't mean to scold you, he's just like that by nature. Please don't take it to heart. Zheng Haichuan himself wasn't quite sure why he had stayed put earlier and inadvertently overheard the entire conversation inside the office. When Chi Yu exited, he nervously sidestepped, but later couldn't help walking in after hearing the young woman crying. He came in to defend his wife with a few words. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping on your conversation, Zheng Haichuan continued as he saw the girl was still weeping. I can assure you that my ZOS surgery was all conducted according to protocol. There's nothing fishy going on here, so I hope you won't misunderstand Dr. Chi. But. Yes, Chi doctor and I are in a relationship. Wah. Su Meng sniffled again. What had she done wrong to be repeatedly hurt like this? Oh. Don't cry, such a pretty little sister. Your swollen eyes won't look nice. Zheng Haichuan lacked experience consoling others, so he could only tear off more tissues from the desk and handed them over while soothing her gently. Chi doctor is straightforward, sometimes his words may hurt, but please don't mind. I understand your concern for him and appreciate you caring so much about him. If our relationship indeed leads to problems at work. Although Su Meng was crying, she was still listening carefully to what Zheng Haichuan was saying. The more she listened, the less jealousy she felt towards the man before her. He might look very ordinary, clearly someone who does physical labor without an ounce of the intellectual aura she favored, but his demeanor and speech conveyed genuine respect toward her. She accepted the tissue and wiped her tears before asking back curiously, if real issues arise, what will you do? Would you leave him? Having already given up on the cold-hearted Chi Yu, Su Meng no longer had any intention of creating trouble. She simply wanted to know how the young man would choose, curious about this person capable of melting the iceberg, and his attitude toward it. Leave? Zheng Haichuan scratched his head, shaking it. I don't think so. Unless he personally tells me to. Listen, little sister, you've heard him say it, he'd rather lose his job than leave me. How could I possibly leave him due to something he doesn't even consider worth giving up? But do you know how hard-earned his current title is? Su Meng thought Zheng Haichuan did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. It's not easy getting into our hospital either. I know. Dr. Lu is really good. In his explanation, Zheng Haichuan returned to referring to Chi Yu's usual nickname habit, smirking proudly. He has learned many top-notch skills. He's among the best in your field. He then gestured a thumbs up to Su Meng. Su Meng found Zheng Haichuan's logic somewhat baffling, unintentionally losing her urge to cry and could only stamp her foot. My point is, he may affect his future career because of you. This time Zheng Haichuan fell silent momentarily. He remained quiet for a bit with pursed lips before telling Su Meng, he is very talented. If your hospital dismisses him because of such matters, then it's your loss. Anyway. I follow him. Recalling Chi Yu's indifferent tone floating out of the crack in the door moments ago, Zheng Haichuan's cheeks flushed involuntarily with warmth and pride. He said he was willing to accept any disposition, so I'll go with him too. If I can change sites if a construction place refuses to hire me, why can't he find another place to practice medicine? Zheng Haichuan added optimistically, he already managed to cure our difficult Zio case. Can't he surely find other places to treat patients? Feeling irritated, Su Meng couldn't fathom how Chi Doctor's partner could also be so unyielding. What if no one wants to hire him? Once your relationship is exposed, and patients refuse to see him for treatment, what then? She tried pushing him to reveal his most vulnerable thoughts. Ah. Zheng Haichuan hesitated for just a second over Su Meng's scenario. But just for a second. Next moment, he slapped his chest and declared confidently, then I'll support him. I'll work more jobs, earn more money, and fund his private medical clinic in the future. Chapter 100, Very Special. Zheng Haichuan didn't stay in the office for long. Seeing that the little girl had stopped crying, he decided to look for his Dr. Lu. He still remembered that Qiyu hadn't eaten dinner. Su Meng called out to Zheng Haichuan before he left and asked him one last question. Why do you call Dr. Qi Dr. Lu? Zheng Haichuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that he might have called it wrong again. He scratched his head to explain, but Su Meng no longer seemed curious. The girl said to herself, Dr. Qi is very detail-oriented in the hospital usually. If we get the drug names wrong by even a single character, he will definitely scold us. Last time, a new colleague called him Brother Qi, and he ignored it as if he hadn't heard. Su Meng thought, one must really care about someone to tolerate their strange nickname for them. Even tolerating misspelled words without correcting and choosing to accept it as something special. He must really like you. Su Meng handed over the employee card that Qiyu had placed on the desk and forgotten, gently saying, I hope you two last forever. Zheng Haichuan held Qiyu's employee ID while walking back to the ward. As he looked at the name printed on it, his mind kept replaying the final few sentences spoken by the young nurse. After knowing each other for so long, Zheng Haichuan just realized that apart from himself, no one else ever referred to Qiyu as Dr. Lu. Patients and colleagues called him Dr. Qi, friends and elders would call him Yu Zai, only he, from the beginning had mispronounced Qiyu's name. Later, despite knowing the correct pronunciation, he continued with his habit of deliberately making the same mistake, until now. Dr. Lu, did he ever correct him? Zheng Haichuan couldn't recall any instance where this happened. Every time he called Dr. Lu, the man always responded promptly, never reprimanding him for getting his name wrong. And Zheng Haichuan further pondered, if a friend mistakenly addressed him as Zheng Meichuan or Zheng Haizhou, would he be happy? The answer was no. He'd simply think the person was dumb and couldn't even remember someone's name. With belated realization, Zheng Haichuan felt a deep sense of apology and guilt toward Qiyu. He wasn't doing it intentionally. He just got used to calling it that way, feeling comfortable and close talking to the man this way, completely ignoring whether such behavior disrespected Qiyu. What are you spacing out for? Standing in the corridor outside the ward, Zheng Haichuan suddenly felt a warm, steaming thing slapped against his face. A sweet aroma of food wafted into his nose. Earlier, while engrossed in his own thoughts, Zheng Haichuan didn't pay attention to the road ahead, failing to notice the man he constantly worried about already arrived in front of Xiao Hemei's ward. Baffled, he accepted what Qiyu handed him and muttered awkwardly, sweet potato. I remember last time you both ate it so happily. Qiyu recalled the first time when uncle and nephew squatted outside the radiology room eating sweet potatoes during their examination. Back then, Qiyu's attitude towards Zheng Haichuan was still quite conflicted, not truly accepting the emotions stirring within him. However, at the time, hearing Zheng Haichuan mention that the sweet potato was expensive, he wanted to buy it for him. Now that they were together, Qiyu could finally give this simpleton the sweet potato openly. Where did you go just now? Qiyu gestured for Zheng Haichuan to sit down. The corridor was nearly empty, so both men sat side by side on the bench outside Zheng Jiahe's ward, peeling their sweet potatoes. I just wandered around a bit, Zheng Haichuan said while lowering his head and using his finger to peel off the burned parts of the sweet potato skin, not daring to look at Qiyu. Oh. Qiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing mid-motion of peeling the food. His fingertips smeared with sweet potato mash, he curved his knuckles, pressing lightly under Zheng Haichuan's chin to lift it up slightly. Zheng Haichuan, do you know that every time you try to lie, you tend to stutter? Ah. Is that so? Zheng Haichuan immediately replied, realizing it was true, and quickly chuckled awkwardly twice. The man's gaze was too piercing, Zheng Haichuan found that even through his glasses, the penetrating stare that seemed to read his inner thoughts couldn't be obscured. With heat rushing to his ears, he felt like he had been caught doing something bad by his partner. He rubbed his nose and confessed honestly, I just went to find you, and accidentally overheard your conversation with that nurse. There was a smudge of ash on his nose, but Zheng Haichuan didn't notice it as he kept confessing to Qiyu. She cried later, so I consoled her a little. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, you seem to have a good heart. I'm just afraid she might really complain about you. Zheng Haichuan smiled with his lips pressed together and rubbed against the man's shoulder with his arm affectionately, I heard everything, hee. Sweetheart, you're amazing. Qiyu glanced at him, now do you realize how important you are? Are you still going to belittle yourself? This fool always felt like he didn't deserve him, and Qiyu had long wanted to straighten out Zheng Haichuan's thoughts. Now hearing his attitude this way was also quite nice. Yes. Zheng Haichuan nodded vigorously, then shook his head repeatedly, dared not. That little sister said we were a perfect match. Extremely perfect. Qiyu felt less resentment toward Su Meng. Looking at the clumsy yet cute idiot in front of him, he rewarded Jing Haichuan by feeding him the first piece of peeled sweet potato. You're pretty obedient. Jing Haichuan realized he had been talking too much and hurriedly lowered his head to continue peeling the sweet potato. He was still preoccupied with the nickname issue that Su Meng mentioned last time. Since the atmosphere was great right now, while peeling, he casually asked Qiyu about it. In Jing Haichuan's view, since he became aware of his mistake, he should correct it promptly. The most taboo thing in a relationship was keeping secrets from each other. If they couldn't be open about what makes them happy or upset, how could they live happily ever after? Are you mad? Qiyu found this rather novel. He glanced over and saw Jing Haichuan anxiously waiting for his response. His naughty side emerged as he smeared the ash on the young man's nose even more. What am I mad about? He tapped Jing Haichuan's forehead. If I got mad because you call me like that, I would have been dead a long time ago. But, you could tell me, and I would change. Jing Haichuan shrank his neck, muttering weakly. Change? Change what? Don't always listen to others. Qiyu broke off another piece of sweet potato and stuffed it into Jing Haichuan's mouth, saying slowly, this is the name you gave me, you need to see it through. See it through? Jing Haichuan swallowed the sticky softness in his mouth with effort, sounding confused yet sweetly dumb. Qiyu felt that the idiot in front of him was like the steaming sweet potato in his hand, so dense that unless he broke it down clearly, he would never figure it out. Therefore, he put the sweet potato aside and pulled one of Jing Haichuan's hands. Under Jing Haichuan's perplexed gaze, Qiyu lifted his fingertip and wrote stroke by stroke on the youth's rough, dark palm. I was alone before, Qiyu, ... Horizontal fold, horizontal, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, horizontal. A U character appeared on Jing Haichuan's palm. Later, when you insisted on asserting your presence before me, you became the troublesome LV for me. One slant, one vertical line. You gained a single person radical. Then later. The little one inside was also brought into my life by you. Above the single person radical, he added another slanted stroke. You, thus turned into LV. I haven't corrected you because I realized there was no need for correction anymore. Qiyu's elegant fingers firmly gripped the stiffened joints of the youth due to shock, lightly caressing his coarse fingertips. Jing Haichuan. Qiyu's life has gone astray because of you long ago. Now your Dr. LV life inexplicably includes two more people. You must see it through and take responsibility. Chapter 101, This Lifetime. Responsible to the end is not just a verbal promise, it is something that takes a lifetime to accomplish. At this very moment, in the sleep-enveloped night, in the dark and quiet corner of the hospital room, Jing Haichuan could only respond to Dr. Lu in a different way for now. He hastily shoved the sweet potato in his hand into his mouth and then abruptly pulled Qiyu, dragging the man into the ward where Jing Jiahe was staying. The room housed only one patient, Xiahimio, with an empty bed remaining and two bedside couches. Jing Haichuan dragged Qiyu to stand in the narrow space between the bedside couch and the wall. What are you doing? In the darkness where visibility was zero, Qiyu remained completely unfazed, leaning back against the wall as he asked softly at the person who had cornered him. The man's rough actions made the muscles bulging on his chest press firmly against Qiyu's chest, making his heart itch. I want you. Afraid of waking up the child, Jing Haichuan kept his voice very low. Yet his burning breath was even heavier than his voice, making it hard to hear clearly. Qiyu's voice carried a trace of laughter as his hand reached out to touch the slender waist of the youth before him. How do you want me? Jing Haichuan was already filled with complex emotions brought on by the words the man had spoken earlier. Now, as he was touched by Qiyu, he gave in completely, pressing the man down and muttering hoarsely. I want to kiss you. As he said this, he puckered his lips and sealed them over Qiyu's lips. The sweet scent of the sweet potato dispersed between their mouths. Their intertwined breaths and the rhythm of their bodies merged together, colliding, dissolving, boiling, ultimately solidifying into silent air currents and whispers within the hospital room. Drip, drip. The medication from the 4-rack dripped along the winding tube into the pouch, while occasional fine raindrops tapped against the glass by the window sill. After being hot for a long time, the late summer night finally experienced a refreshing sudden rain. As the sound of the rain grew louder, the fervor in Jing Haichuan's body also gradually subsided. He released his lips, resting his heated head against Qiyu's neck and nudged slightly. Qiyu. Dr. Lu. I'll be good to you. His arms still wrapped around Qiyu's waist, his mouth moved close to Qiyu's ear and earnestly assured, I'll be really good to you. It's not because of Hemiao's illness that I'm trying to please you or agreeing to be with you. Still mindful of what the young nurse had said to scare Qiyu, Jing Haichuan was afraid Qiyu might believe it, so he hurriedly revealed his true thoughts. Truly, she was guessing randomly, it makes no sense. Qiyu's hand rested lightly on the slim waist of the youth, gently kneading occasionally. Of course, in his heart, he knew the honest man before him wasn't like that, but he didn't say anything, simply tilting his ear to listen to Jing Haichuan's rare voluntary confession. I just like you. Jing Haichuan nibbled on his lips which were reddened by the kiss, murmuring softly, I wouldn't kiss someone I don't like. This nibbling inadvertently captured some of Qiyu's neck skin. In the dark, Zheng Haichuan couldn't see Chi-Yu's expression at the moment, but he bowed his head again following his heart and kissed Chi-Yu's neck, tightening the hands encircling the man's waist more firmly. So tightly that the two hands clasped together. Tightly enough that his fingers from one hand poked the palm of the other, reminding Zheng Haichuan of the characters drawn by the man in the palm of his hand earlier. Dr. Liu, rest assured. He pledged solemnly and genuinely, using the most serious tone of his life for Chi-Yu's future. I will see it through from start to finish. For this lifetime, it's you. The rain fell all night, until dawn when it gradually withdrew into the clouds, leaving layers of clouds and a cool breeze behind. Zheng Haichuan spent the night on the bedside couch in the ward, and Chi-Yu simply didn't go home. During the first half of the night, they lay squeezed on the narrow bed, indulgently exchanging meaningless talk. Most of the time, Zheng Haichuan was the one talking, while occasionally Chi-Yu would respond. Zheng Haichuan chatted with Chi-Yu about his family, about the fields he used to cultivate back in his hometown, the pears and peaches he picked from climbing trees when he was young, and various types of dishes he had learned to cook before working construction. The bedside couch was only 1.2 meters wide, and two adult men had to lie side by side. Although Zheng Haichuan wanted Chi-Yu to rest in a more spacious and comfortable doctor's lounge, after Chi-Yu expressed unwillingness, he obediently let himself be held warmly in the man's embrace. At one point, Zheng Haichuan attempted to turn and hold his beloved, but upon sensing the pressure against his legs, he stopped moving quietly. Cough. His wife was perfect in every way, except that she was a bit too impulsive. Though, cough. While Zheng Haichuan pressed his back and buttocks against the wall, he thought to himself that he seemed to be getting heated up as well. Fortunately, the slight snores rising and falling in the ward acted as the best coolant, gradually calming the feverish bodies of the two men. They quietly embraced each other, their necks intertwined as they fell asleep amidst the pitter-patter of the rain. In the middle of the night, Chi-Yu rose quietly and left the ward, returning to the office to finish writing the experimental report for the surgery. He continued writing until the morning shift changed the next day, then started a new day of work at the hospital. By the time Zheng Haichuan woke up, he had already received the message that his older brother's train had arrived. Zayahimio was also awake, and after Zheng Haichuan helped him wash his face and take care of his bathroom needs, the big and little one sat together in the ward eagerly waiting for the family to arrive. The morning air was extremely fresh. When Zheng Haichuan opened the ward window for ventilation, he unexpectedly smelled the aroma of breakfast from the neighboring room. He turned around and noticed his young nephew looking at him expectantly, both of their stomachs growling loudly. Zheng Haichuan smiled, and upon seeing his uncle's smile, Zheng Jiahe also broke out into a white-toothed grin. What do you want to eat? Zheng Haichuan walked over to the bedside and pinched the rosy cheeks of his nephew, asking, soy milk or porridge? Either one. Zheng Jiahe had always been easy to please. After licking his lips, he felt like he could eat anything right now. Alright, let uncle go check. As Zheng Haichuan reached into his pocket, he found that his wife's employee card was still in his clothes. So he went up to the rooftop and used Chi-Yu's card to swipe for 2 eggs, 4 buns, and 2 bowls of porridge, which he then brought down to the ward. Wow, so much. One of Zheng Jiahe's hands was still wrapped in bandages and couldn't move, so he could only use his left hand to grab the spoon. Don't move, uncle will feed you. Zheng Haichuan moved his hand aside, allowing Zheng Jiahe to sit comfortably. Then, he placed half of the food on the bedside table and said, this is also for Uncle Liu. Okay. Zheng Jiahe nodded to show he understood. Then his eyes fixed intently on the bowl of porridge Zheng Haichuan was holding, swallowing secretly. Zheng Haichuan pulled over a chair and sat down, opening the lid to scoop a spoonful of porridge, which he blew on before feeding it to Zheng Jiahe. Ah. Zheng Jiahe obediently opened his mouth, then bit onto the spoon, feeling warmth from his throat all the way down to his belly. With one feeding and the other eating, the bowl of porridge was almost half gone. Seeing that his nephew was nearly full, Zheng Haichuan peeled an egg and quickly took advantage of the moment when Zheng Jiahe hadn't closed his mouth yet to shove half of an egg yolk inside. Ugh. The little guy's face immediately crinkled like a bun. Swallow it, Zheng Haichuan wouldn't negotiate on this matter, so Zheng Jiahe could only swallow it unhappily. But children have their own clever ways of thinking. While chewing, Zheng Jiahe mentally counted the items packed in the breakfast bag his uncle carried. Amidst the discomfort of being choked by the egg yolk, he asked Zheng Haichuan, Uncle, what about Dad and Grandpa's breakfast? Zheng Haichuan paused mid-spoon. Cough. They probably ate already. If not, we'll deal with it when they come. Preoccupied solely with thoughts of his wife, Zheng Haichuan realized guiltily that he had completely forgotten to arrange meals for his father and older brother. Chapter 102, Can Keep Warm. After taking over, Chi-Yu's first task was to make the rounds of the wards. The director is still on a business trip and hasn't returned yet, so Chi-Yu took the lead. He led the on-duty physicians of his department and the interns following their positions toward the inpatient ward for inspection. When they reached Zheng Jiahe's ward, Chi-Yu found there were already 2 more people inside. They weren't new patients but rather 2 men who looked somewhat similar to Zheng Haichuan. One was in his 30s, sitting by the bedside talking to the little guy on the bed, a pair of crutches leaned beside him. The other one appeared much older, with a slightly hunched back likely from years of hard work. He was shorter than his son beside him, but his complexion still looked quite ruddy. Yu lightly knocked on the door, interrupting the conversation within. Under many pairs of eyes observing from various directions, he casually inserted one hand into his pocket, calmly and quietly walking into the room. Jia. Symbolically flipping open the medical record book, Yu greeted the little fellow lying on the bed. Have you had breakfast? I have. Jia sounded spirited after just finishing his meal. Looking at Uncle Lu dressed in white again today, his eyes sparkled. Uncle Lu, my uncle left some breakfast for you. Before Jia could finish speaking, Zheng Haichuan quickly covered his mouth from the side. The doctors trailing behind Yu couldn't help but glance curiously. What did the little patient call? It seemed that this young patient was quite familiar with Dr. Qi, as he wasn't afraid of his stern face. Not understanding why his uncle covered his mouth, Jia innocently blinked at him. To cover up his actions, Zheng Haichuan coughed faintly and said to him, call him doctor. Oh. Although Jia didn't understand why Uncle Lu now had another name, he obediently followed instructions, looking up at Yu and shouting, Dr. Uncle. My uncle left breakfast for you. Once again, Jia's sentence remained incomplete. Because Zheng Haichuan had covered his mouth once more. Now even Zheng Haishan and Grandpa Zheng turned their attention, making Zheng Haichuan feel extremely uneasy. It was Yu who saved his awkward situation with a chuckle, calling over a distinguished disciple of Director Chiu to the bedside. Xiao Gan, you also participated in last night's surgery, explain the process to them and then perform the examination. Understood. A young doctor responded to Yu's request, hanging an intern badge around his chest. Despite his internship status, he carried himself very steadily. Patient Jia, male, 4.5 years old. Suffering from fibrous dysplasia, lesion located at the midsection of the right upper arm humerus. Last night, there was an acute episode of nerve compression leading to hospitalization. The impressive aspect of minimally invasive surgery not only lies in its significantly smaller wound but also because post-surgery, the patient recovers much faster and better than traditional surgeries. In cases like Jia's, if bone graft replacement were done traditionally, there would initially be several weeks of hematomas, inflammation, and ossification, followed by forming primitive calluses in 1 or 2 months. Half a year later, these calluses might transform into plastic remodeling before ultimately fusing. However, through new techniques, on the second day after surgery, Jia could eat without any obstacles and showed good condition, surpassing all expectations. Today, among those making rounds, several young doctors from the Minimally Invasive Research Project group participated and approached the bedside upon seeing the boy. They asked him about his current physical condition kindly. Chen Haishan and Grandpa Zheng also joined them, standing attentively. Even though they understood little, they tried to memorize everything the doctor said. Yu stepped back to the end of the crowd smoothly, giving a calm look at the man still feeling awkward. Ahem. Zheng Haichuan noticed Yu too, hastily adjusting his position and standing closer to Yu. He subtly indicated with his lips towards the bedside table next to the bed, whispering to Yu, I've left breakfast for you, come eat it when you're free. Yu glanced over briefly, withdrawing his gaze back down to look at Zheng Haichuan. How do you know I haven't eaten? Zheng Haichuan scratched his nose, stealthily fishing something out from his trouser pocket and swiftly pushing it into Yu's lab coat pocket. Your card is still with me. How can you eat without your card or money? Fool. As Zheng Haichuan attempted to withdraw his hand, Yu acted quicker, inserting his hand back into the pocket and catching a few hot fingers. Oh. He gently squeezed the rough, dry finger pads of the youth, muttering lowly, by the time you eat, it'll all be cold. Zheng Haichuan also thought it was a problem. With so many wards to check, it'd definitely take more than an hour for the man to go around. Shall I reheat it for you later? There's no microwave. Yu lied with his eyes open. Then, what should we do? Zheng Haichuan was stumped. He contemplated buying an insulated bucket to bring for Dr. Lu to use at work. But Yu apparently had a better idea. You warm it up for me. Taking advantage of the lack of attention from those around him, he continued playing with the youth's fingers. There's nothing here in the ward to heat things up with. Zheng Haichuan worried, but suddenly heard the person beside him chuckle lightly. There is. What is it? At this point, the group's discussion about Jia's condition was nearing its end. Everyone had gained a lot, and there were many questions regarding the new minimally invasive technology that they wanted to ask the young expert Yu, so some glances shifted towards the two individuals at the back. Zheng Haichuan quickly withdrew his hand still tucked inside Yu's coat pocket, while Yu remained calm as ever. Before joining the professional discussion, he leaned over and whispered something into Zheng Haichuan's ear. It caused Zheng Haichuan's entire face to turn red. He said. Put it inside your clothes, it'll warm up. Chapter 103, Sleeping on the Floor. Zheng Laodai and Zheng Dejia's arrival greatly alleviated Zheng Haichuan's feeling of being stretched too thin. With two people watching over little Hamao, Zheng Haichuan took the opportunity to go home and pack some things, while also preparing dinner for the little one. Although the hospital has a cafeteria, the food is not very nutritious. A child who just underwent surgery must eat well. Zheng Haichuan planned to go to the market to buy 2 caddies of marrow bones, as well as black fungus and yard-long beans, vegetables that Dr. Lu said could help promote bone healing, and then use a pressure cooker to make a rich pot of bone soup for the little one. At the construction site across from the urban village, workers were still busy carrying bricks and working despite the night's downpour having passed. The weather wasn't as hot after the rain, and everyone seemed more energetic, with occasional laughter echoing from the suspended steel platforms. Zheng Haichuan had already called the foreman last night to take a few days off, so he didn't have to work today. Rarely did he pass by this familiar construction site with such a light-hearted mood. From the wasteland where excavation pits were dug in the soil to the now imposing buildings taking shape, Zheng Haichuan watched every step of how these structures came into being. One by one, excavators and tower cranes worked around the clock, and hundreds of workers braved the wind and sun from winter to summer. Although his job was tiring, watching such massive constructions gradually take form right before his eyes filled him with an indescribable sense of pride. He heard that there would be a beautiful mall in the future here, and underground it would be connected to a transportation hub serving millions of residents in the city. Sometimes, Zheng Haichuan felt that human strength was so insignificant, it couldn't withstand the forces of nature or the cruelty of fate. But when many people pooled their efforts together, they could achieve extraordinary feats. For instance, he and his co-workers, the rebar they tightened might one day carry countless people. For instance, Dr. Liu and his colleagues could save countless children like little Hamel. That's really wonderful. Back at the rented apartment, Zheng Haichuan realized there was much left to do. First, he dealt with last night's leftover food that hadn't been eaten because of the rush to leave. It doesn't last long in such heat, so Zheng Haichuan reluctantly threw all the spoiled food into the trash can. Thankfully, the rice in the electric rice cooker was still edible, so he found the preserved sausage in the fridge and steamed it in a steamer basket. He then blanched the large marrow bones he bought and put them in the pressure cooker to prepare a bowl of soup with a side of preserved sausage rice for his young nephew. After finishing the kitchen tasks, Zheng Haichuan returned to the living room to tidy up. His father and brother were coming, and it wouldn't be practical for them to stay in the hospital forever. Leaving one person to watch little Hamel would suffice, so Zheng Haichuan decided to clean up the house for his family members to stay. However, looking at the bed that was only 1.5 meters wide, Zheng Haichuan was perplexed. This bed was left by the previous tenant. When he and the child lived alone, it felt spacious enough. But if both his brother and father had to share, it would likely be uncomfortable. Moreover, his brother's leg needed extra care. If it got injured by accident, it would be troublesome. So Zheng Haichuan looked around the living room and decided to clear away the small coffee table. The clutter on the table was stuffed into bags and stacked in the corner of the wall, and the coffee table itself was stood upright beside the hallway. This freed up a large area of the living room, enough to lay down a big mattress. Zheng Haichuan planned to buy 2 mattresses later, sleep on the floor himself, and let his father and brother take turns sleeping on the bed when they returned. This arrangement was what Zheng Haichuan considered the best solution. No additional expenses were needed, yet it ensured his family could eat well and live comfortably while he continued working and earning money. How convenient. Zheng Haichuan thought his plan was perfect. Only, this perfect plan lasted until evening when Qiyu finished work and returned home after delivering dinner to the hospital. Qiyu stood at the door, pointing at the familiar coffee table placed in the hallway, raising an eyebrow at Zheng Haichuan. So, have you finally come to your senses and decided to get rid of all this junk? He had long been dissatisfied with the worn-out furniture in Zheng Haichuan's place. Some were even things he used as a child, with wooden bases half-rotted, but this stubborn guy still clung to them happily. What junk? They're perfectly fine. Zheng Haichuan gave Qiyu a gentle push, turned the key, and opened the door to show him. I'm clearing space to lay down a bed on the floor. At a glance, Qiyu understood Zheng Haichuan's intention. In a cold, indifferent tone, he asked, You're going to sleep on the floor? Yeah. Zheng Haichuan didn't think there was anything wrong with his decision, but he still gave an extra explanation to Qiyu, My brother's leg isn't good, and my dad sometimes has back pain. The floor is hard. Qiyu couldn't say Zheng Haichuan hadn't considered everything thoroughly. Yet irritation simmered within him, even directing his annoyance at the coffee table as he nudged it with his foot. Sleeping on the ground? I thought you were going to flatten the coffee table and sleep in the hallway. This wouldn't work. Zheng Haichuan mistook Qiyu's words for a joke and grinned, I've already prepared a mattress on the floor. Qiyu laughed. It was just a forced laugh without real amusement. Oh, so the mattress on the floor is very comfortable? Not too bad. Originally, Zheng Haichuan wanted to say that sleeping on the construction site's communal bed or directly on the ground felt about the same, but he finally caught the sarcastic undertone of his partner after hesitating half a second and quickly shifted his tone, cough. Not really comfortable. He cautiously glanced at Qiyu's expression, lifting his hand to grip the slightly cool fingers of the man. Dr. Liu, please don't be mad. Qiyu was itching to get angry, but upon seeing the earnest look on the person before him, his anger dissipated. Do you know why I'm mad? At first, Zheng Haichuan intended to reply that he had no idea. But after recalling his own actions and words, he started to grasp a tiny bit of what might have caused the trouble. I shouldn't have put the coffee table in the hallway. Qiyu let out a cold chuckle. Shouldn't I have informed you in advance? The second sneer from Qiyu. I shouldn't sleep on the ground. Finally, Zheng Haichuan tuned into the iciness in his lover's laugh, unable to miss it this time. Zheng Haichuan. Qiyu turned the key in the lock and flung the door open, then grabbed the flushed cheek of the young man with his other hand, tugging slightly. Do you have any sense of self-awareness? That I'm your boyfriend? Zheng Haichuan dared not struggle, nodding sincerely and obediently. Then, do I lack food or clothes that made you hesitate to move in? As Chi Yu spoke, he flipped on the ceiling light which was evidently brighter than the one in the neighboring house, revealing the clean and tidy living room and bedroom. Or. He turned his head to look at the person beside him, eyes dark, voice heavy. Are you afraid that if you move in, you'll be devoured? Chapter 104, On Purpose. Zheng Haichuan eventually obediently packed up his belongings and moved into his boyfriend's home. He felt there was something strange about Chi Yu's last words, but Zheng Haichuan didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a joke from his partner. Dr. Lu really could be silly. He's such a big guy, how could he possibly be afraid of being eaten by someone? Not even a ghost's belly could fit all of his meat. Zheng Haichuan should actually be glad that his inner thoughts weren't heard by Chi Yu. Otherwise, his flesh might not have lasted until a few weeks later, it could have been devoured on the same night. Zheng Haichuan had visited Chi Yu's place many times before, but for some reason, this time moving in made Zheng Haichuan feel an indescribable mix of tension and anticipation. It was like what? When he came out of the bathroom at night after taking a shower, and saw the man casually leaning against the headboard wearing a robe, quietly flipping through a book, Zheng Haichuan suddenly realized the answer. It was like he finally had his own home, a harbor that would always welcome him with open arms. What are you standing there gawking at? The man on the bed put down his book, took off his wire-rimmed glasses and placed them aside, then beckoned him gently with calm eyes, come over here. Oh. Zheng Haichuan awkwardly approached the bed. Due to his unfamiliarity with the structure of the large bed, he accidentally bumped his leg on the edge, losing his balance and toppling onto the bed. Deliberately throwing yourself at me? Chi Yu stably caught the young man falling into his embrace, teasing in his tone. Chi Yu remembered how that person, while repairing the water heater in his rented apartment, accidentally broke the stool and fell into his arms too. Back then, he didn't realize how special this seemingly clumsy person was to him. Were you intentionally doing that back then? Chi Yu deliberately brought up the past event, joking around with the person in his arms, sneaking into my embrace. Zheng Haichuan was confused by Chi Yu's remark. After pondering for a long time, he recalled the scene and turned bright red, denying it, of course not. That was an accident. Oh, is that so? Chi Yu curved his lips upward, his hands sliding backward to grasp two firm, round parts with clear strength, pinching slightly. Why don't I feel the same? His voice became deeper, and the movements of his hands changed meaningfully. Back then, your chest pressed onto my face, your butt landed on my lap. Zheng Haichuan, do you think I'm a saint, huh? At this point, the heat in Zheng Haichuan's neck surged all the way to the top of his head, while another part grew hotter under the man's hand. He never thought the reliable Dr. Lu in his mind would fabricate nonsense while looking right at him, yet every word and sentence entering his ears now left him speechless. Nonsense. Nonsense. Zheng Haichuan used his hands to cover Chi Yu's mouth, hurriedly trying to flip off him. I didn't, Dr. Lu, you must have remembered it wrong. But how could he know about fighting an unaware battle? At this moment, Chi Yu was like a hunter waiting for prey, except his rabbit was a bit burly and required extra effort to catch. Although Zheng Haichuan managed to turn over successfully, Chi Yu supporting his bottom followed suit, pressing him down onto the bed completely. Remembered it wrong. Chi Yu leaned down, half-damp bangs sliding along his prominent brow bones and falling onto Zheng Haichuan's cheeks, tickling him. Then can you take me, reminisce a bit? That night, they did nothing more than cuddle and sleep. Chi Yu knew better than anyone else how much Yababa Zheng cared about Hemyao still in the hospital ward. Though feeling a tad jealous, Chi Yu was crystal clear that at this moment when Zheng Jiahe had just undergone surgery, Zheng Haichuan's heart must certainly hold more concern for that little one. He lured him back under the pretext of giving space to the Zheng family. The little guy was still recuperating in the hospital room, and the elders of the Zheng family had just moved into the next door. Chi Yu was patient enough to wait for a while longer. Until this honest guy willingly, peacefully, and wholeheartedly handed himself over to him. A few happy things happened during this period. First, Zheng Jiahe's physical recovery post-surgery went exceptionally well. The minimally invasive procedure performed by Chi Yu not only scraped out the lesion to the minimum extent but also implanted BMP, bone morphogenetic protein, through a high-precision catheter, which promoted bone formation and fusion at the diseased site. This allowed the originally deformed part of the little one to start healing and growing normally. Based on the results of several postoperative examinations, the normal bones around the lesion had already regenerated. With proper care, the young child's right arm would be fully restored in about half a year. The second good thing that happened concerned the compensation for work-related injury that Zheng Haichuan had been requesting on behalf of his elder brother, which had finally arrived. It was quite coincidental that just a few days after elder brother Zheng arrived in Pengcheng, Officer Zhao contacted Zheng Haichuan to discuss the aftermath of the assault incident. Since it involved the crime of intentional harm, the group led by Lai Tuchen faced criminal litigation. Officer Zhao called to notify Zheng Haichuan of the court date. Many things were previously discussed between Officer Zhao and Chi Yu, but as it came to testifying in court, the parties involved had to be notified to appear in person. Officer Zhao casually informed Zheng Haichuan that the opposing side agreed to reimburse all the treatment costs of brother Zheng's initial work-related injury in order to reduce their sentencing considerations. They would also compensate with a certain amount of damages for mental distress. The medical bills from when Brother Zheng first received treatment had always been carefully kept by Zheng Haichuan, and with Brother Zheng himself present now, under the witness of public servants, both sides quickly reached an agreement on the reconciliation and compensation. Brother Zheng also received a significant lump sum in compensation. Back then, to pay for the treatments, Zheng Haishan had emptied his savings. Later, due to lack of funds, he discharged himself from the hospital and returned to his hometown to recover on his own, leaving his leg untreated ever since. If they could get this sum of money, there might be hope for treatment. This leads us to the third piece of good news. Taking advantage of his work, Qiyu gave Brother Zheng a checkup and found out that the reason why Zheng Haishan's leg had never healed wasn't because it couldn't be treated, but because the convalescence following surgery was not properly followed up. Due to insufficient protection of the damaged area, it got infected, inflamed, and accumulated fluid, thus increasingly affecting his ability to walk. After making the diagnosis, Qiyu soon provided two treatment options. One was conservative treatment, using drug therapy and massage to let the accumulated fluid absorb slowly. The other option was to perform a small operation to drain the accumulated fluid. One would take more time, while the other would cost more money. In the past, Brother Zheng would have definitely chosen the former, but now with the compensation, he generously chose to undergo the surgery. Isn't it better to recuperate and start earning sooner? Once again, the operating doctor was Qiyu, but this time, Zheng Haichuan waited outside the operating room for only half an hour before seeing his elder brother. The worries on his brother's face were gone, replaced with ease and anticipation for future life. Zheng Haichuan looked at Qiyu, who was calmly removing his surgical gown, and felt like the man had real shining wings behind him. Was this actually his partner? How many good deeds must he have done in his previous life to find such a great partner? Actually, Qiyu has performed countless surgeries of this level for patients like elder brother Zheng. The operations are smooth and accurate, not requiring much effort. But when he met Zheng Haichuan's bright eyes gazing at him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. This was the satisfaction derived from a lover's admiration towards his man. This was also the belief in professional value held by a physician. Post-operatively, old Zheng thanked Qiyu profusely in the ward, calling him the life-saving benefactor of their family, rescuing both the young and the old, with a heart akin to bodhisattva. Originally, Qiyu had become immune to these expressions of gratitude from patients' families, but since he was the one who had taken away the only healthy adult male of the Zheng family, upon hearing old Zheng's gratitude, he became slightly uneasy. Regardless of how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bear to accept old Zheng's gratitude. Still, Zheng Haichuan diffused the situation beside him. Surprisingly, this method of diffusing it was telling old Zheng how much help Qiyu offered during the beatings Zheng Haichuan endured while demanding compensation for his elder brother's workplace injury, making old Zheng unwilling to let go of Qiyu's hand afterward. He continuously praised Qiyu as the honored guest of the Zheng family and even had the idea of letting Xia He recognize him as godfather. Qiyu politely declined immediately. He didn't want to be a godfather. He just wanted to be that little guy's daddy. In summary, the persistent cloud troubling the Zheng family dissipated completely thanks to Zheng Haichuan's continuous efforts and assistance from Qiyu. The ward that used to only accommodate Xiao He Miao was now occupied entirely by members of the Zheng family, but the sound of laughter often resonated within. Zheng Jiahe had his father personally accompany him in the ward. His father was bandaged just like him, which made him incredibly curious. Every day, he acted like a little adult, attentively focusing on Zheng Haishan's recovery progress just like those visiting doctors. Dad, does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. Did you pee today? Yes, I did. What color was your pee? Zheng Jiahe, don't ask these questions during meals. Oh. Then I'll ask after I finish eating. Who says hospitals can only be filled with anxiety and gloom? This place is not only the closest to death but also the closest to hope. Chapter 105, Asking for a Meal. Since two family members had been operated on one after another, Zheng Haichuan simply asked for more days off to take care of Xia Hisel and his older brother before worrying about anything else. After all, although making money was important, it only made sense to spend it on family, right? However, Zheng Haichuan also knew that asking for consecutive leaves during the rush period wasn't appropriate. Fortunately, the foreman was nice and did not mention deducting his absence fee. Instead, he settled the wages for the previous period first. But the foreman also frankly told Zheng Haichuan that the construction site didn't lack workers at the moment. If he took leave like this, he might not get a job upon returning. Zheng Haichuan agreed readily, only asking the foreman to let him know when there were vacancies. He had always thought for others. While working hard daily on the construction site, he tried to complete the day's workload as much as possible. Now, he understood that the construction process couldn't stop because of just one person. He only hoped that when the cement pouring no longer required rebar workers, he could still pick up other jobs. But Zheng Haichuan wasn't worried about finding ways to earn money. He had previously asked an upstairs neighbor, old Yang from the 5th floor, to introduce him to a part-time position in a home maintenance company. Lately, with rebar work being busy, he occasionally took some odd orders during holidays. But surprisingly, the homemaking services app developed by that company had plenty of business, with many waiting order requests popping up every day, unclogging drains, fixing wires, deep cleaning, moving. The information behind each notification represented a series of income, which made Zheng Haichuan greedy. Now that he was no longer on the construction site, he could take orders on the side while preparing nutritious meals for the 2 patients at the hospital. Zheng Haichuan was someone who couldn't stay idle. Saying he would do it, he did it immediately. Soon enough, Qiyu found that Zheng Haichuan, even without going to the construction site, was busier than himself, often seeing him only late at night. Finally, on the night when Mr. Zheng left Pingcheng, at least they saw each other earlier. In the morning, Zheng Haichuan handled 2 orders, then went down to send his father to the train station. He returned home to prepare dinner, packed nutritious meals into an insulated bucket, and sent them to his older brother and Xia Hisel. Just as he was about to leave, his wife finished her shift and came home. Mr. Zheng cared for his son and grandson for nearly half a month, seeing that both were recovering well, and started clamoring to go back. He claimed that there were vegetables to be harvested in the field, but Zheng Haichuan knew that his father disliked the high cost of living in the city and didn't want to spend too much. Fortunately, after brother Zheng's leg was reset with plaster, he could walk around using crutches. And with Xia Hisel also sharing the same ward, it was easier to take care of him. Therefore, the 2 brothers let their father return to their hometown, confident that they could manage taking care of the child themselves. On the way home, Zheng Haichuan was telling Qiyu funny stories from his childhood. Back then, his family was very poor, and whenever it was time for the new semester to start and pay tuition fees, he and his brother felt tense. Because asking their father for money meant getting scolded. His father would frown tightly, smoking tobacco, pulling out loose change from his pocket while simultaneously cursing at them for being debt collectors. The coins were mostly 10-cent or 50-cent pieces, and for each one pulled out, they'd hear a curse. By the time the tuition was accounted for, their heads buzzed from the verbal onslaught. At that time, I hated having to go to school. Holding an empty thermal bucket, Zheng Haichuan spoke casually, the bucket swinging with his movements. Before he could finish, the bucket was suddenly snatched away by the man beside him. Qiyu held Zheng Haichuan's hand firmly in his own and said, "Don't put the blame of disliking school on your father." Qiyu knew that Zheng Haichuan didn't love studying. The books piled on the bedside table hadn't been touched by this guy for days. Compared to texts, he preferred dynamic visual content like TV or short videos. That was only one of the reasons. Zheng Haichuan didn't care that his excuse had been exposed by Qiyu and gave a silly smile, "I simply couldn't focus on reading. Plus, our teacher was really strict, and I'm so stupid that I got scolded every day, which made me even less interested in studying." Just as it was twilight transitioning into nightfall, the urban village gradually dimmed. The flickering streetlights cast shadows, illuminating the outlines of passers-by but not capturing the details of their gestures. Autumn was setting in, yet Zheng Haichuan was still wearing short sleeves despite the cooling weather. Qiyu had already put on a light windbreaker. At this moment, their arms brushed against each other, and Qiyu openly grabbed Zheng Haichuan's hand under his long sleeves, unnoticed by anyone. Dislike studying, but enjoy twisting rebars. Actually, since Qiyu started to have feelings for Zheng Haichuan, he began to feel sorry for the hard work Zheng was doing. He worked hard all the time and suffered a lot, but no one knew why this simpleton was so enthusiastic about it. "It's not that bad. I just feel twisting rebars is quite handy." Zheng Haichuan chuckled again. "Back then my brother had just divorced his ex-wife. Actually, the family money had been spent on the dowry, and later they also had to take care of Xia Hisel. Anyway, there was nothing left in my brother's hands. I used to be an apprentice at a restaurant in town and was about to become a fully trained chef. But with my level and experience, it would take me several more years to be the head chef at the restaurant, which wouldn't help my family at all. So later I simply followed my brother to work on construction sites." Zheng Haichuan spoke with ease, but Qiyu still picked up a bit of small regret from his words. "Do you want to be a chef?" He squeezed the fingertips of the person next to him. The fingertips were rough, and the edges of the nails carried broken skin, but the meals cooked by this person were delicate and delicious. "Let's talk about it later." Zheng Haichuan lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking. He took advantage of no one paying attention around them, grabbing Qiyu's fingers and showing him a mouthful of white teeth. "Actually, I just love watching others eat the dishes I cook, enjoying their expressions when they find the food tasty. Whether I become a chef or not, I can still cook for you and Xia Hisel at home." His expression was relaxed, but it made Qiyu's heart flutter. Qiyu did not mention this topic again but kept it in mind. When the two of them slowly walked back to the old building, they found the tailor shop at the entrance of the first-floor staircase empty. It wasn't that Ms. Hong wasn't there, but all the tailoring tools had been completely put away, leaving behind an empty triangular space. Zheng Haichuan thought something must have happened and rushed over to knock on Ms. Hong's door loudly. After waiting for a while, the door opened, but it wasn't Ms. Hong who opened it. It was a middle-aged man with tattoos on his arms. The man looked plain, dressed in a familiar blue outfit. The sleeves were rolled up, revealing a prominent red flower tattooed on his arm. "What do you want?" Li Fei was basking in some soft pleasure inside the room. Suddenly being disturbed made him look fierce. However, upon seeing Qiyu behind Zheng Haichuan, his face immediately brightened. "Oh, young nephew. Long time no see. Uncle Fei." Qiyu pulled Zheng Haichuan behind him and greeted the man indifferently. "So, it seems like you've officially become Aunt Hong's husband." Li Fei's eyebrows shot up with joy, clearly boasting. "That's right. It had been a month or two since the last time Li Fei had helped him deal with Chen Lai Tu in the alley. However, Qiyu hadn't forgotten about this guy. Li Fei might look ordinary, but someone who could hang out with a gang in the urban village was not a simple person. Moreover, Qiyu had a good memory. He remembered how Li Fei had wielded a steel rod angrily before breaking up with Ms. Hong to deal with those local hooligans. However, as the saying goes, even the fiercest beast has its leash. Clearly, Li Fei's leash was firmly in the hands of Ms. Hong inside the house. The aroma of spicy Sichuan cuisine wafted out as the dishes were being prepared inside. Ms. Hong turned down the stove flame to the minimum and came out, kicking Li Fei aside with her foot. Li Fei didn't get angry at all. Instead, he shamelessly fastened the apron for Ms. Hong and stepped aside for her. "How's little Hazel?" The woman nearing 50 already lacked the good complexion she once had when she was young. Even the trendy eyeliner she had once worn appeared to be low-quality black-blue now. Yet, if you looked carefully, her previous drooping corners of the eyes and brows seemed less pronounced than before, and her once skeletal body regained some charm, showing the allure of a mature woman. "The surgery was very successful," replied Zheng Haichuan. "In about a month, we should be able to discharge him from the hospital." "That's great, it scared me half to death that day." Ms. Hong poked Zheng Haichuan and scolded him. "You, as an uncle, should keep a close eye on kids, know that. They're easily prone to accidents." She didn't spare Qiyu either. "And you, a full-fledged doctor, how come things got so serious that surgery was necessary?" Since technical jargon wouldn't make much sense, Qiyu simply remained silent and let himself be lectured. Neither Qiyu nor Zheng Haichuan had female elders, and hearing Ms. Hong's nagging now actually felt intimate rather than irritating. "Alright, young people don't know enough. We'll go visit little Hazel another day." Recently, Li Fei often visited this old building, and he'd seen Jing Jiahe plenty of times. He liked the obedient little figure that stayed quietly in the staircase with Ms. Hong very much. "Do you have the face to talk about them?" Upon being interrupted, Sister Hong immediately turned her attention to Li Fei. "Do you think you were any better when you were young? If you had been more considerate back then, you wouldn't have." Seemingly recalling some unpleasant past events, Hong's voice involuntarily became sharper. Seeing this, Li Fei quickly hugged her. Shoo. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, everything is my fault. It's all right now, I'll be with you from now on, letting you vent your anger." His tone was low and soothing, continuously apologizing without caring about exposing his care for the woman in front of others. Seeing this, Zheng Haichuan and Qiyu felt awkward and decided to quietly go upstairs to return home. But Sister Hong quickly composed herself, pulling Li Fei by the arm. Li Fei promptly handed over something he had just taken out from the room to Qiyu. "Cough, in a few days, I've booked a few tables at the restaurant next door. I'd like to treat you guys to a meal." Sister Hong didn't say much, just glancing sideways at the man beside her, then turning to the two youngsters and saying, "It's not that I want to invite you, but he does. Come if you have time." Chapter 106, Red Rose. Zheng Haichuan was still flipping through the invitation in his hands even after sitting down in Qiyu's room. Although his father had moved out leaving the neighboring room vacant, Zheng Haichuan did not mention moving back. For one, he figured that when his elder brother and were discharged from the hospital soon, it would be too troublesome to move again. And secondly, he feared his wife might get upset for no reason again. Cough, although there is a saying in southwest China about bark ears, Zheng Haichuan felt he wasn't a bark ear. He was just nice to his wife. "Is this a wedding invitation?" Zheng Haichuan had only received one wedding invitation before, while he was an apprentice at a town restaurant. Back then, due to shifts, Zheng Haichuan just gave a 200 yuan present but didn't attend the ceremony. Half. Qiyu returned to the room, took off his windbreaker, approached the sofa, grabbed the invitation, and glanced through it. "It's definitely Li Fei's idea, he's been looking forward to this for years." Upon hearing this, Zheng Haichuan sensed a story brewing inside, with bright eyes turning to look at Qiyu. "He's known Big Sister Hong for a long time. Tell me quickly." Each time Qiyu saw Zheng Haichuan's shining eyes, he felt itchy inside. He pinned him down on the sofa and kissed him for a good while before saying contentedly, "Quite early actually, they were together since I was in junior high." "So early? Isn't that?" With lips kissed red, Zheng Haichuan looked surprised upon hearing this, his mouth forming a perfect circle. Seeing this, Qiyu couldn't help himself and pinched his cheeks again for another nibble until Zheng Haichuan pushed him away forcefully, having been kissed enough. "We haven't eaten dinner yet." Flustered, Zheng Haichuan hurried to heat up food in the kitchen, and Qiyu could only regretfully suppress his desire and follow into the kitchen. Qiyu discovered, his honest person still clung to some old-fashioned ideas, seemingly believing certain things could only happen at night in bed. But that's okay, he has plenty of time to teach people slowly. It's also quite hard for them two to reach where they are now, Auntie Hong. Qiyu used to call her Auntie Hong, but now being together with Zheng Haichuan, it felt like it dropped a generation calling her that way. The meticulous man simply switched to Zheng Haichuan's term of address. Big Sister Hong and Li Fei made quite a big fuss back then, even involving a murder case. Ho! Although Zheng Haichuan was trying to dodge Qiyu earlier, hearing this, his curiosity surged instantly. As he put the prepared meal into the microwave for heating, he turned around to ask Qiyu, "What kind of murder?" Qiyu decided to take advantage of the moment, stepping forward to wrap his arms around his lover's waist and started telling the story of the downstairs neighbors. It's actually a pretty common tale. Poor boy falls for a beautiful girl. However, when the main characters are respectively the burglar who climbs windows and a woman who survives by selling her body as a prostitute, the story takes on a more peculiar twist. Li Fei came to Xiask Water Village following his master. He'd been abducted as a child and learned business with his hands under his master. The few apprentices usually stayed in one place for several months, stealing what they could, and when done, moved to another location. Li Fei, then 15 or 16, was told by his master to practice in the village. He would target money in others' pockets near markets and bazaars. Later, emboldened, he began breaking into houses, sometimes pocketing cash, other times nicking watches and necklaces. His small frame and quick wits ensured almost every job went smoothly. However, one incident went awry. One night he squatted all night in a woman's ground floor house, legs numb, and ultimately left empty-handed, blushing. This was how Li Fei first noticed Sister Hong. At that time, Sister Hong was called Little Hong. Many villagers knew Little Hong as a stunning sister from Harbor City's dance halls. It was rumored that she had followed a rich boss back to mainland China but got dumped later. She eventually rented a place in Xiask Water Village, occasionally engaging in sex work. Sister Hong never seemed to think her profession was anything to be ashamed of. She brazenly wore miniskirts and smoked by the roadside waiting for clients. She would reject men if they smelled bad or were dirty, booting them out without doing business. There was even a rumor that one time, a customer came without money but handsome, and Sister Hong willingly let him in. One day Li Fei got himself into trouble. Instead of stealing money, he got chased and beaten. In his escape, he stumbled right under Sister Hong's window. The pursuers stormed past. Sister Hong casually opened the door leaning against the window watching with amusement, but subtly kicked him behind the flower pot, allowing him to avoid a brutal beating. That was how they first met. Back then, Sister Hong only regarded Li Fei as a half-grown kid. Occasionally, out of pity when she saw him starving, she would invite him in for a meal, but never once did it occur to her that this little brat had already harbored secret desires for her. Li Fei back then was slim and small, like a monkey. With no money and an unimpressive appearance, he thought he stood no chance with Sister Hong. It was akin to a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Yet sometimes, looking at the men coming in and out of Sister Hong's place, his heart welled up with indignation and defiance. He felt sorry for Sister Hong. Wandering through alleys and streets, he constantly heard nasty rumors about her spread by various people. Some of the insults were so vile he couldn't bear to listen, yet these gossips always portrayed Sister Hong as if she were the filthiest one. Li Fei thought to himself, Sister Hong was clearly the most dazzlingly beautiful red rose. Such a fragrant flower naturally attracts those who yearn to get close and sniff it. If anyone deserved criticism, it should be those unable to control their lust, not the gorgeous flower. What fault does the flower have? Starting from then, Li Fei began imitating those men, offering all sorts of things Sister Hong liked. Fancy clothes, beautiful jewelry, intense perfumes. The money he used to offer his master gradually dwindled, while more and more went into buying gifts for Sister Hong. Sister Hong scolded him, pulling his ear and shutting him out sometimes, but none of that stopped Li Fei's stubborn persistence. Eventually, Sister Hong pulled Li Fei inside her room, trying a different way to send him off, thinking once his purpose was fulfilled, he'd leave her alone. But contrary to expectations, Li Fei only clung to her even more tightly. He started blocking other customers from entering. Sister Hong finally had a proper conversation with Li Fei. She didn't seek much, just decent food and shelter to live comfortably. If Li Fei wanted to monopolize her life, he'd better prove he had the means to take care of her properly. Li Fei agreed. From then on, he stopped petty thefts and began dabbling in riskier businesses, which also brought him into contact with some shady individuals in the village. Despite this, he protected Sister Hong better than ever. They stayed together happily for several years. Li Fei treated Sister Hong sincerely, and even her stone-hard heart softened. They planned to have a child and settle down into a stable life. Li Fei intended to transfer his side business and start a renovation company to give his brothers something legitimate to do. Sister Hong, on the other hand, planned to open a tailor shop. She had learned a lot of sewing skills from the dance hall sisters and enjoyed working with colorful fabrics, making clothes and cheongsams. It seemed like they had found a peaceful and content way of life. But sometimes heaven loves to toy with people. Or perhaps the path is laid down as soon as choices are made. The illicit business Li Fei had entered for quick money infringed upon the territory of the local gangsters, and Sister Hong became their scapegoat. When Li Fei returned after dealing with his mess in business, all he found was his lover bleeding heavily. Panic-stricken, he rushed Sister Hong to the hospital, but the doctors ultimately informed him that his lover could no longer bear children. Li Fei lost his mind. He brutally punished and tortured the local gangsters who had touched his lover, but in the process landed himself in jail. During those years behind bars, the thing Li Fei regretted most wasn't doing wrong, but failing to protect the person he loved. Upon release, he found everything changed. His beloved Ah Hong lived poorly in a cramped few square meter triangular room, struggling to make ends meet. Li Fei wished to rekindle the care for his lover, but Sister Hong refused to see him, treating him as the person responsible for her loss. Li Fei despised himself. He knew no amount of effort on his part could mend the pain inside Sister Hong's heart. In penance, he silently watched over her from places unseen in the village, ready to help whenever she needed him. After so many years of watching and waiting, the day had finally come, the clouds parted to reveal the moon. They've gone through too much. After hearing Chi Yu's recounting, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but share the same sigh of emotion as Chi Yu. He remembered bumping into Ms. Zhang, the janitor upstairs, once before, and how she quietly spread some nasty gossip about Sister Hong. At the time, he had been deeply shocked, unaware of this story behind Sister Hong's past. Later, his own daughter Hemiao ignorantly asked why Sister Hong couldn't have babies. Dr. Lu was the one who explained it to them. Zheng Haichuan remembered feeling puzzled back then why Dr. Lu knew so clearly, but now, looking back, it made sense because Dr. Lu grew up here. This story has quite a few versions, you can just listen casually, don't bring it up in front of Sister Hong. Chi Yu wasn't the type to indulge in gossip, but alas, the people in Qingzhong village were quick-tongued. Red Sister's past was particularly prone to wild speculations and rumors. Just by walking through the village each day, he could hear countless idle remarks. That means this big brotherly Fei treating everyone surely is standing up for Red Sister. Zheng Haichuan said while stroking his chin. The two had already finished dinner by this time and were lounging on the couch, watching TV while chatting. Chi Yu casually played with Zheng Haichuan's hair as his hand rested on the back of the sofa, yeah, something like that. Zheng Haichuan turned his head, sensing there might be a different perspective from the man. Chi Yu, under his gaze, felt an urge of affection stir within him. He leaned down and bit Zheng Haichuan gently before sharing his thoughts. Declaring dominance. Chi Yu really understood Li Fei's mindset. Alongside, flaunting some love. After all, with a lover now in his arms, he himself was itching to show off their affection too. Chapter 107, Everything Has Changed. Sister Hong and Li Fei chose a location for the banquet in the urban village, at a local restaurant not far from the old building. When Chi Yu and Zheng Haichuan arrived on time, several tables had already started eating. Cheng Zijuan was sitting at one of the tables waving to them, patting the empty seat beside him, "Hurry up, we're just waiting for you too." There were also quite a few familiar faces at that table, including Gue Weiming, Lu Jun, the young couple from the second floor, and the Zhang sisters from the fourth floor with her husband. Zheng Haichuan couldn't help but lean over to Chi Yu and whisper, "Are we the bride's family?" They were all Sister Hong's neighbors. Chi Yu glanced at him with a faint smile. However, Zheng Haichuan noticed that old Yang from the fifth floor wasn't there. After looking around, he found him at another table. And surprisingly, that table was full of people Zheng Haichuan recognized. They were repair workers he'd met while doing part-time jobs at a home services company. How does Sister Hong know them? Zheng Haichuan was still surprised even after sitting down, occasionally glancing at that table. Chi Yu calmly unpacked the bowls and chopsticks set before them and washed them with tea water, saying, "Didn't you listen carefully to the story last night?" Zheng Haichuan was a little confused. He tried recalling but still couldn't connect the dots between the two events. Chi Yu patiently dried the utensils and reminded him again, "Do you remember what Li Fei wore when he opened the door that day?" Finally, it clicked in Zheng Haichuan's mind. He remembered, Li Fei had been wearing the same uniform as their home service repair crew. He smacked his palm, suddenly enlightened, "He also takes orders from our company." Chi Yu sighed speechlessly and poured a cup of pu'er tea, handing it to his honest one and correcting him. "Haichuan, he's your boss who dispatches work." Li Fei hadn't been idle since he left many years ago. Aside from protecting Sister Hong, he'd found other ways to make a living. While it wasn't as easy to earn money now that he'd reformed, someone with quick wit can always carve out their own niche. The cheapest resource in the urban village isn't rent, it's cheap labor. So, Li Fei leveraged his past connections and his familiarity with every corner of the village, starting a business in intermediary services. Although this business didn't expand much these years, it gained some recognition in Pengcheng due to its keen industry insight and reliable service. Zheng Haichuan was truly amazed now. Even when Sister Hong and Li Fei came around to their table to toast, he felt somewhat uneasy and didn't dare to clink glasses with Li Fei. Chi Yu drank for him and presented a wedding gift prepared for the newlyweds. When drinking separately with Li Fei, he asked the new Uncle Hong to take better care of their honest one. Li Fei happily agreed, but Sister Hong kept scrutinizing him and Zheng Haichuan suspiciously several times. If the timing weren't off today, she would have interrogated the two about their relationship thoroughly. Chi Yu wasn't too evasive, those who understood knew, and those who didn't could see nothing special. People at the table took turns returning toasts, and Sister Hong and Li Fei accepted all invitations, cheerfully raising their cups. Today, they invited mostly friends and familiar neighbors. What Chi Yu didn't expect was that Sister Hong would be generous enough to invite Mrs. Zhang from upstairs, given that she used to gossip about her frequently. Mrs. Zhang probably didn't anticipate it either. Though invited with her husband to attend the banquet, she seemed a bit awkward. However, during the toast, she kindly wished Sister Hong and Li Fei well and apologized for spreading rumors before, asking them not to hold a grudge. Since the restaurant wasn't large, conversations from other tables floated into Mrs. Zhang's ears right from the moment they entered. Mrs. Zhang, who loves gossiping, now learned that Li Fei ran a big business and even several of her cleaning friends worked under his company. She started calculating mentally. She and her husband worked in sanitation, which is relatively stable because it's outsourced by the government, but the salary wasn't high. She had plans to pick up some side jobs, but now with ready connections available, wouldn't it be foolish not to cultivate them? Mr. Chen, Mrs. Zhang's husband, was the opposite of her. He hardly said a word since sitting at the table, only smiling humbly and cheerfully eating peanuts while sipping on his wine. In contrast, Mrs. Zhang was adaptable and willing to lower herself for money. She even praised Sister Hong's hardworking and honest nature to the people at the neighboring tables. Her enthusiasm made Zheng Haichuan involuntarily rub his ears, suddenly feeling that the things he had previously heard from Mrs. Zhang were like illusions. Mrs. Zhang's apology went unanswered by Sister Hong, who simply nodded slightly to show she acknowledged it. When Sister Hong turned around, she gave Li Fei a teasing look with a smile in her eyes. She was asking why this man insisted on sending out invitations to this family until now, so he could get back at them for her. Sister Hong has long been past caring about others' idle talk. But someone cared about her, and it warmed her heart. Chi Yu, as usual, didn't talk much, just quietly observing the interactions at the table and calmly eating his meal. Cheng Zijuan occasionally chatted in Chi Yu's ear, either complaining about how his dad kept pushing him to learn business at the company or telling tales about how he tipped some pretty younger women recently. Meanwhile, Zheng Haichuan struck up a conversation with Teacher Lu, discussing the ins and outs of enrolling their little one, Xiao Himiao, in school next year. Lu Jun carefully inquired and informed Zheng Haichuan about the advantages and disadvantages of nearby elementary schools and what conditions were needed if Xiao Himiao were to attend. The whole restaurant buzzed with festivity and excitement, though the mixed voices were somewhat noisy. Despite this, Chiyu felt unusually unbothered. He even patiently searched through a big dish full of fiery red peppers for bits of rabbit meat hidden inside, although after trying 2 bites, he found it too spicy but didn't hesitate to pass it to the young man beside him who enjoyed spicier food. Chiyu faintly remembered attending similar banquets as a child with his parents. Back then, his mother would socialize with unfamiliar female neighbors despite being sick, and old man Chi would ignore everything and just bang the table drinking with his meat and wine friends. Alone in a noisy environment, young Chiyu felt that everything around him was detestable. The aunt from the first floor dressed revealingly and smoked, the gossipy woman on the 4th floor who always spoke ill of others, the gloomy poet on the top floor, and the uncle upstairs who constantly hammered pipes, everyone irritated the small teenager deeply. It seemed that every part of everyone could be criticized by him. Back then, all Chiyu wanted was to escape such a place. Now, years later, finding himself back in this environment, his heart was calm as if returning home. It seemed nothing had changed. Except there was someone more by his side. But everything was different because of that. At a distant corner across from their table, a thin elderly man with gray hair was slowly enjoying wine with several men of a similar age. Perhaps alcohol erased worries, making the face of old man Chi, which usually looked intimidating, softer. From time to time, he even stole glances at their direction. Chiyu ignored his father, glancing at him coldly for a moment before lowering his head again to eat. But Zheng Haichuan seemed to notice the silent quarrel between the father and son. He glanced at Chiyu a few times and, emboldened, took a glass of wine and ran over to old man Chi's table, saying a few words. It wasn't clear what he said, but old man Chi kept nodding, and after putting down his wine glass, his smile became even broader. After Zheng Haichuan returned, he cautiously checked Chiyu's expression. Seeing that the man didn't show any annoyance, he relaxed and leaned close to Chiyu's ear, saying, "I told Uncle Chi that you'd prefer him to drink less." Chiyu actually guessed what happened and didn't feel angry about Zheng Haichuan's actions. He only used the table to cover his hand as he roughly rubbed Zheng Haichuan's supple waist twice and remarked, pretending to speak on my behalf. Zheng Haichuan's waist trembled, but he still managed to straighten up, then flatteringly placed a large dumpling in Chiyu's bowl and grinned, "Last time in the hospital, he gave me snacks too. I call this, borrowing flowers to present a Buddha." Chiyu didn't expect much from his partner's command of the Chinese language. He only replied indifferently, "Don't expect me to forgive him. I know. You two have cut ties already, and I'm also mad on your behalf." Zheng Haichuan quickly promised to side with his wife, secretly bumping his belly against Chiyu's hand. "Let's just think of him as an ordinary elder, alright? He's so old, it's not good for him to drink too much." Chiyu's eyes darkened. "Do as you please." He muttered these words but couldn't help but pinch and rub the youth's restless abs several times before lifting his hand to pick up the dumpling from the bowl and eat it. However, Zheng Haichuan always felt that the man's gaze on him was as if he had been regarded as a chewable pill as well. Chapter 108, Beg Me. This evening, Chiyu didn't drink much alcohol, but Zheng Haichuan consumed a fair amount. Chiyu let Zheng Haichuan flit around like a dragonfly between several tables. He would go up to one table and say a few words, sit at another for a while. The entire venue felt as though only brother and sister Hong were busier than him. Gui Weiming, having eaten his fill, laughed and asked beside Chiyu, "Why is Dutchwan so energetic today?" Since Xia Hisom's hospitalization, several familiar neighbors had visited the little one in the hospital. They later found out that Zheng Haichuan's older brother was also hospitalized for surgery, and they had privately worried whether the young Haichuan could withstand all these blows and troubles of life. It seemed that heaven wouldn't allow this simple-hearted young man any peace. Whenever he tried hard to climb towards a better life, falling rocks would try to crush him. Fortunately, by the young man's side was a reliable partner who could help him bear some of the load, and it seemed now that they should have overcome the hardest phase. Sure enough, Goe Weiming heard Chi Yu say, next week, his brother and Zia Hisom will be discharged from the hospital, and he's feeling happy. That explains it. Goe Weiming nodded, good news, worthy of a few more cups of wine. Chi Yu supported himself with one hand on the table, watching the youth's jovial and amiable demeanor no matter whom he was speaking with, and smiled faintly, Goe Weiming, upon seeing Chi Yu's obviously lovesick expression, felt an ache in his cheeks. He couldn't resist teasing the boy he'd watched grow up, hey, when are you and Dutchwan going to treat us to a banquet? Goe Weiming remembered not long ago this kid was suffering from love woes in his shop. How had he managed to resolve things so quickly? Unable to resist, he glanced at the person beside him who was unaware and earnestly eating, feeling even more heartache. Goe Weiming thought Chi Yu would be teased speechless, but unexpectedly this young man turned his gaze fixed on Zheng Haichuan back toward Goe Weiming. He gave him a once-over, then tilted his head with a half-smile and glanced at Lu Jun beside him. Goe Weiming realized it wasn't good, but already couldn't stop this stubborn child's retort. We're not in a rush. Chi Yu swirled the wine in his cup and toasted Goe Weiming, we'll wait until Uncle Weiming and Teacher Lu do first. Goe Weiming. He shouldn't have indulged himself in saying this. What's wrong? Lu Jun, who was still pondering Zia Hisom's schooling matters, hearing his name called, looked up toward the two of them. Goe Weiming quickly put some vegetables into his bowl, nothing, I'm just joking around with you Z. Eat more. Oh. Lu Jun didn't sense anything unusual and continued eating, but he didn't forget to put a chopstick full of meat in Goe Weiming's bowl, you eat too. Good, good. Goe Weiming immediately became cheerful, drank all the wine Chi Yu toasted, and then started digging into the meat in his bowl. His face beneath the stubble was full of rosy cheer, I'll definitely eat more. Li Fei chose a vintage fine wine for his treat. It was strong and fragrant, making people feel good after drinking without causing discomfort, just giving a pleasant buzz. By the time Chi Yu and Zheng Haichuan left their seats and slowly walked home, most of the alcohol smell on their bodies had dissipated. Zheng Haichuan still had energy to discuss important matters with Chi Yu. Teacher Lu said that second elementary school 2 streets away is the best primary school around here. Zheng Haichuan's voice carried a bit of echo as they stepped on the stairs. There's also a private one, but the tuition fee is almost 5 times that of public schools. I think the public ones are just fine. The purpose of going to school is to study, not to compete for being wealthy, right Dr. Lu? The man's voice was cool and clear, yet reassuring. In fact, it's also because I don't have money. If I did, I'd sign Zia Hisom up for some aviation modeling class. Now, just let him piece together building blocks, hee. Though Zheng Haichuan wasn't completely drunk, his thoughts were a bit more scattered than usual, talking erratically, building blocks, practicing brain power. I still remember when I began training for stir-frying. The master said you should practice flipping the spatula with both hands, which also helps train the brain. While talking, he gestured wildly, demonstrating to Chi Yu how he flipped the spatula. Chi Yu helplessly reached out and held onto the hands flailing around, pulling him up the stairs. Oh, that's right. Teacher Lu also mentioned that you need hukou, household registration, to attend school here. Without it, many schools won't accept him. What do you suggest, Dr. Lu? I've heard that you can only get the household registration if you're considered talent. The youth's excited voice suddenly turned despondent, as he hung his head and muttered dejectedly, I'm not talent, I just twist steel rods, there's no way I can qualify. By this time, they were almost at their 3rd-floor apartment when Chi Yu couldn't resist ruffling the hair of the person beside him. He was about to say a few words to comfort this simpleton, but Zheng Haichuan had already seemingly found a new solution and eagerly said to him, otherwise, my brother could find a sister-in-law from Pengcheng. This will surely work. Chi Yu. He pulled out his keys, unlocked the door, and dragged the half-drunk man inside. Click. The door closed. Dr. Lu, you haven't replied yet. What do you think of this idea? The half-drunk person didn't wait for Chi Yu's reply and started muttering to himself again, but it might be too late for Hisom to attend school next year. And it's no good, it wouldn't be fair to those girls. All along, Chi Yu felt as if he were listening to a solo comedic performance, unsure if this simpleton had been influenced by someone like Cheng Zijuan. He chuckled here, pulling Zheng Haichuan toward the bathroom and saying, why look far when something closer works? Once the showerhead was on, he pushed the person against the door and whispered hoarsely. Ask me nicely. I'll let you and Hisom join our household registration. Chapter 109, Try a Little. This evening, Zheng Haichuan deeply experienced the difference between calling someone spouse and being someone's spouse. The next day, Zheng Haichuan woke up groggily when the sun was shining on his butt. He had been used to getting up early for a long time, so his body already had a biological clock. However, it seemed that he was too tired from last night, and the alarm didn't go off this morning. Zheng Haichuan lay in bed and heard the noisy sound of street vendors outside, estimating that it was almost 9 o'clock. Are you awake? Suddenly, Chi Yu's voice came from the door, and Zheng Haichuan happily raised his head. Dr. Lu, you're still here. I have a night shift today. Chi Yu was wearing an apron around his waist, holding a plate with 2 freshly made sandwiches. Zheng Haichuan was a little stunned by Chi Yu's appearance. Get up and eat. There was still porridge boiling in the pot. Chi Yu went back to the kitchen first. Zheng Haichuan watched his orderly back through the diagonal view area between the bedroom and the kitchen. If Chi Yu turned around at this moment, he would see a pair of shiny black eyes. He would find the youth lying by the bed like a big dog whose fur was stroked gently, wagging his invisible tail and looking forward to breakfast with great interest. For Zheng Haichuan, it was always him who cooked for others. In the countryside before, he cooked for his father using firewood stove. Later, as an apprentice, his cooking objects became the guests at the restaurant. After bringing Xia He out to wander, he had to feed milk and food to the kid every morning, and the task of cooking was indispensable. Zheng Haichuan never thought that there would be a day when he waited for others to feed him. Dr. Lu, who usually lived a refined life and looked aloof, actually got up early in the morning to cook breakfast for him. And the appearance of the food wasn't bad at all. Zheng Haichuan noticed that Chi Yu's clothing was not as formal as usual. The man wore the same singlet and shorts as him, and the apron he wore outside was the earthy red one Zheng Haichuan borrowed from the neighbor, giving him a very grounded and domestic look. But Zheng Haichuan thought this Dr. Lu was even more handsome. Chi Yu made 4 sandwiches, which contained lettuce, fried eggs, and ham. He was meticulous in both life and work, even cutting vegetables and frying eggs neatly into squares or circles. His sandwiches were just as good as those bought from the supermarket, looking extremely appetizing. Although Zheng Haichuan could have finished one sandwich in one bite, once it was in his hand, he was reluctant to devour it and nibbled on it bit by bit. Each bite was chewed thoroughly before swallowing. It's delicious. The sandwich was smeared with some kind of sauce, blending well with the fragrant taste of ham and fried eggs. The flavors burst in his mouth, making Zheng Haichuan light up with delight. Although Chi Yu had helped him while he was cooking before, Zheng Haichuan had never tasted any dish personally made by him. Zheng Haichuan originally thought Dr. Lu was the type who never touched water in daily chores. After all, those precious hands were for performing surgeries and saving lives. Cutting himself while cooking would be quite disadvantageous. Zheng Haichuan really couldn't imagine that the man not only knew how to cook but also did it pretty well. How about it, do you think I can only order takeout? Chi Yu wiped away the egg yolk sauce that accidentally got onto Zheng Haichuan's mouth with his thumb, licking it casually without showing any disgust, and said, I've been studying abroad for so many years, if I didn't know how to cook, I would have starved to death long ago. His natural actions made Zheng Haichuan feel restless inside, and he quickly swallowed the sandwich in his hand in one gulp. Unexpectedly, he almost choked due to swallowing too fast, and he hurriedly grabbed the bowl of porridge and drank it down. Be careful, it's hot. The porridge had just been scooped out from a pressure cooker, and Chi Yu felt it probably hadn't cooled down yet. However, his words came a little too late as Zheng Haichuan had already drunk 2 mouthfuls. Now, Zheng Haichuan didn't have any lascivious thoughts anymore. Instead, he opened his mouth and kept breathing out hot air. Chi Yu was speechless. He put down his chopsticks and reached out to pinch Zheng Haichuan's chin, pulling him closer. What are you thinking all day? Last night, he hit his buttocks, not his head. If it was someone else, Chi Yu would have started hurling insults by now. But why should he when this fool was his own? Chi Yu simply asked him to open his mouth to check if it was scalded. No. Zheng Haichuan's tongue wanted to say no, but his head obediently moved closer to Chi Yu. Your tonsils are a bit red. Chi Yu checked under the window's light and finally relaxed. He took away the porridge in front of Zheng Haichuan. Don't drink it, wait until it cools down and have it for lunch. Oh. Zheng Haichuan had no intention of eating anymore, the sandwich had already filled him up. It was at this moment that he noticed the cup in front of Chi Yu. The man wasn't drinking porridge but instead sipping on a cup of coffee. The coffee was a translucent dark brown, different from the milky brown coffee that Zheng Haichuan usually saw white-collar workers drink on the roadside. It looked pure with ice cubes floating on top. Zheng Haichuan had never tasted coffee before, and now with his throat feeling like it was smoking, he suddenly craved this icy drink. Would you like to try? Chi Yu followed his gaze and picked up the mug, waving it in front of Zheng Haichuan. A rich aroma of coffee beans filled the air. Is it good? Zheng Haichuan licked his lips. His lips were naturally full, something Chi Yu adored, and now slightly red from the heat, making them even more alluring. Some people are not used to the taste. Chi Yu lightly rubbed his fingertips against the youth's jawline where stubble had started to grow, seemingly casual as he said, would you like to give it a shallow try? Without hesitation, Zheng Haichuan nodded. He thought Chi Yu would hand him the mug for a sip, but instead, Chi Yu put the mug back on the table. Instead of the mug, what came near for a sip were the cool lips of the man, infused with a strong coffee fragrance. Chapter 110, He Loves Me. This whole day, Zheng Haichuan stayed in the house with Chi Yu, seemingly doing nothing much, and yet time flew by until it was dusk. Zheng Haichuan didn't check the repair order app that kept popping up messages today. Instead, he followed Chi Yu around, sometimes washing dishes in the kitchen, sometimes lounging on the sofa watching TV. Later, out of concern for his sore waist, Chi Yu made him lie down to take a nap. When he woke up, the window was full of the sunset's afterglow. The warm orange light streamed through the windows, heating up the thin blanket on him warmly. Zheng Haichuan looked against the light at the person beside him enveloped by the lingering twilight glow, feeling a sudden sense of unreality. Was this beautiful day real? Was it not just his imagination? But soon, the entangled twilight moved. The light divided into delicate threads on the man's eyelashes. A gentle breeze carried a scent of urban life from the cracks of the window, flowing over the man's brows and eyes, then quietly landing on his nose. What time is it? Chi Yu's voice, still rough and warm with sleepiness, sounded softer than usual. Zheng Haichuan felt an arm circling his waist under the covers. He moved closer to Chi Yu, raising his eyes to look at the clock. It's almost 6 o'clock. Are you going to work on time? Chi Yu had slept for too long and wasn't fully awake yet. He pulled Zheng Haichuan to snuggle closer. We'll go after dinner. My shift changes at 8, we have enough time. As he continued speaking, he fell silent again. Then Zheng Haichuan felt a head burrowing into his chest. The slightly longer strands of hair tickled his chest as slow breaths brushed over his belly, making it itch. Zheng Haichuan didn't push the man away but raised his hand while maintaining the posture to browse some short videos. When he estimated they were running out of time, he woke the other man up and went to the kitchen to reheat their meals. They had prepared several dishes at noon, and Zheng Haichuan had also specially stir-fried a pot of slightly spicy rabbit chunks for their 2 patients at the hospital, keeping half aside to bring along later as a midnight snack. After dinner, the 2 of them headed to the hospital against the tide of people coming home from work. Chi Yu rushed to do the shift handover, while Zheng Haichuan entered the ward where his older brother and little Hemiao lived. Dad, when can I get discharged? When you can lift this bucket of water with your arm. Dad, you're lying. Uncle Yi said adults are the only ones who can lift it. So eat more, and you'll grow up faster. Dad is so dumb. I haven't even turned 5 yet. Uncle Yi said one has to be 18 to be considered an adult. And now, I'm still, 1, 2, 3, 13 years away from being an adult. Oh dear, our little Hemiao is really good at counting. Open your mouth. Ah. So what will our Hemiao do when she turns 18? Go to university. Good, ambitious goal. If you can pass the exams, Dad will definitely support you. Alright. And once I find a job and start earning money, I'll be able to support you and Uncle Yi. Oh, Grandpa too. And Green Uncle. Green Uncle? Is that the doctor who operated on you? Yup. Green Uncle is so nice, he buys me toys and lots of yummy food. Jing Jiahe, did Dad and Uncle Yi tell you not to accept things from strangers? It should be us giving gifts to the doctor since they treat you, how come you're accepting things from them? But, Green Uncle isn't a stranger. So who is he? Isn't he still your neighbor? He's my second father. Zheng Haichuan originally stood outside the door ready to surprise both of them. But as they spoke more, the conversation somehow drifted towards the relationship between himself and Dr. Lu. Zheng Haichuan could have interrupted and stepped inside to cut off little Hemiao, but he ultimately chose not to. He waited until the child dropped a bombshell of sorts on brother Zheng Haishan before pushing the ward door open and walking in. Sure enough, brother Zheng Haishan met his gaze with a bewildered and shocked look. Cough, have you guys finished dinner? At that moment, Jing Jiahe leaned against the hospital bed. Zheng Haishan, who was already capable of walking with crutches, sat next to him, feeding the young boy. Zheng Haichuan quickly went over, opening the meal box he brought. Here, Hemiao, let's see what delicious things Uncle Yi brought you. Wow! It's rabbit. Zheng Jiahe sniffed and detected the rich aroma of soy sauce. Although he couldn't really distinguish between chicken, duck, and rabbit meat very clearly, he remembered the smell of the Sichuan peppercorn rabbit stir-fried by Uncle Yi. Exactly the same. Having been on a bland diet throughout his hospital stay, Zheng Jiahe, who was born and raised in the southwestern part of China, had long since lost all sense of taste. Now, seeing the big pot of diced rabbit meat, his mouth started watering uncontrollably. Eagerly, he looked up at his dad, waiting for him to spoon-feed him some of the rabbit meat. But Zheng Haishan wasn't really thinking about the food right now. His mind kept circling back to the second father mentioned by his son earlier. Those 2 words paired with this meal of rabbit meat had shaken him to the core. Zheng Haishan stared at Zheng Haichuan, his eyes complicated yet filled with anger as he demanded aggressively, did you turn into a bunny boy? After a brief pause, Zheng Haichuan understood what his brother meant by bunny boy. He sighed in exasperation, big brother, I just found myself a male partner. It's no different from how men date women. And that's it. There's no difference. Zheng Haishan glared furiously, almost driven mad by his younger brother. There are huge differences, all right. Zheng Haishan was a few years older than Zheng Haichuan and had traveled more extensively. He knew that in some places where women were scarce, men could make do with each other. But surely, the Zheng family wasn't so poor that they couldn't afford a bride for their son. Why then would his little brother choose another man? Speak up. Is it because of Hemiao's illness that you compromised yourself? Zheng Haishan recalled that his younger brother used to be normal, he didn't notice any such tendency before. After racking his brain, this seemed to be the only possible reason. Big brother. What are you saying? Zheng Haichuan noticed the little guy on the bed was also curiously listening to their conversation, so he quickly handed the ladle over to let little Hemiao eat by himself. Then he stood up and pulled his brother out of the room. "You're way off base. This is completely voluntary. I'm already grown, can't I fall for someone?" As soon as the door closed, it blocked out the adult conversation unsuitable for the child's ears. Outside the ward, Zheng Haichuan recounted his life over the past year to his brother. He didn't rush to praise Qiyu but instead began from the time when he brought little Hemiao to Pingcheng to look for a house and a job. He broke down the daily trivialities and difficulties and narrated them to his closest elder brother. He talked about his current work at the construction site, the short videos he posted online, and the various new orders he'd recently received. He did not hide the numerous difficulties and dangers he faced in trying to collect medical fees. At the end of the story, Zheng Haichuan finally told his brother, "Brother, without him, I might have been dead a long time ago." And little Hemiao might have never discovered his condition until much later, or even if it did, there would have been a slim chance of being cured. His elder brother opened his mouth, wanting to say that even if so, one should not repay favors by offering oneself to another person. However, Zheng Haichuan interrupted his unspoken words. "Big brother, it has nothing to do with repaying kindness. It has nothing to do with money either. Big brother, I simply want to be with him." Zheng Haichuan lowered his head, looking at his own dark, rough hands. If it weren't for the hospital disinfectant covering everything, Zheng Haishan probably would have smelled a fresh fruity fragrance. That was the scent of the hand cream Qiyu applied onto his hands after dinner when washing the dishes before leaving. On the man's foyer cabinet stood a small box holding keys and a few scattered trinkets. These items were all marked in English, which Zheng Haichuan could not read and had thus never touched. However, today before heading out, Qiyu took out an elegant soft tube from within, squeezed out a pea-sized amount of lotion, and carefully smoothed it over his hands. The light fragrance clung to both their hands, even making their fingers more slippery when they held hands as they went downstairs. "Big brother." Zheng Haichuan looked up, and for the first time in all these years, Zheng Haishan saw an unyielding seriousness and determination in his younger brother's eyes, a determination that seemed like he wouldn't settle for anyone else. "He cares for me. I want to care for him too. I want to be with him. To live our lives together." Chapter 111, Providing Books for Education. 111, Providing Books for Education. No matter how much elder brother Zheng had to say, it all got choked back by the sight of his younger brother's appearance. He touched his trouser pocket, wanting to pull out a cigarette to smoke, but remembering that this was a hospital, he withdrew his hand. "Well, how will you two handle your retirement in the future?" Zheng Haishan lacked modern ideas and always felt that one needed a child in order to have someone take care of them in their old age. It's such a distant issue. Why worry now?" Zheng Haichuan blurted out carelessly before getting hit on the head by his elder brother. Seeing his brother's disapproving face, he quickly added, "Isn't there little Hema? I've been so good to him. When I'm old, if he doesn't take care of me, I'll lie down in front of your door and ask the neighbors for justice." Zheng Haishan had been furrowing his brows with a serious expression since just now, but Zheng Haichuan's words broke through that solemnity. He gave his younger brother another half-hearted slap and muttered, "Why say these things? If he ever dares not be good to you, I'll break his legs." Little Jia Zheng, who was engrossed in eating rabbit meat in the hospital room, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He shivered twice and hurriedly buried himself deeper under the blanket. Dad said that during seasonal changes, it's important to stay warm. If he caught a cold, he'd have to stay here longer. Little Jia didn't want to stay any longer in the hospital. He wanted to go back to the village, see little Ni who would blow bubbles while sleeping, and listen to Teacher Lu tell stories about ancient wars. He also wanted Teacher Lu to teach him how to do calculations using an interesting abacus. Outside the room, Zheng Haichuan, who was already out of the closet with his older brother, brought up the subject of little Hema's studying and reading. "A few neighbors helped me inquire." Zheng Haichuan mentioned the schooling situation in Pengcheng to his elder brother. "Without the local hukou, household registration, attending school is difficult. Nowadays, admission to schools involves point accumulation systems where having a registered hukou gives points, owning real estate adds points, and having paid social security for at least a year is required. There are quite a number of miscellaneous requirements." Actually, during this period, Zheng Haishan was also pondering over the schooling issue of his own son. Zheng Haichuan had taken some picture books and toys little Hema played with at home to the hospital to entertain him. Having worked outside for a long time, rarely staying for long periods with his son, Zheng Haishan realized his son was quite smart. Many things were remembered after being told once. Puzzles he hadn't yet understood could already be assembled by his son. Zheng Haishan experienced the bitterness of having no education and decided firmly to support his son's schooling. As long as he could read, let him keep going. Wherever, he'd provide the support until then. "What if we let little Hema return to our town and study?" At first, Zheng Haichuan bringing the little guy out was only a temporary arrangement. Now, if truly there was no way for the child to receive education in a first-tier city, Zheng Haishan planned to let his son return to their hometown. Through connections, he was confident he could get him into a school. No. Zheng Haichuan's resolve surpassed his elder brother's at this moment. The educational resources little Hema gets access to here will definitely be better than in the town, much better. "Big brother, just across from here is Hong Kong, Fragrant River. Little Hema would definitely gain more exposure and insight here. With good grades, he might even have the chance to study across the border or even abroad in the future. Every parent harbors hopes for their child to excel." Zheng Haishan also agreed with his younger brother's argument, but, we cannot compete with hukou and real estate here. Pengcheng's housing prices were dozens of times higher than their hometown. Zheng Haishan believed he'd earn enough in a lifetime for barely the cost of a toilet. As for settling down with household registration, it was an even greater stretch without qualifications. They were just the lowest level brick carriers. A first-tier city certainly wouldn't loosen its policies for people like them. It's fine. I found out clearly. As long as there is stable social security and a rental proof, we can enroll in the school. There are so many schools, and not everyone has a local hukou. Surely, there will be a spot available for our little Hima. In his heart, Zheng Haichuan was more optimistic than his elder brother. He thought, if 1 year isn't enough, then try 2 years, if 2 years don't work, wait another year. Within these few years, he would strive to find a better job and see if he could settle sooner. Once settled, the point accumulation could increase, giving a greater chance for the little kid's schooling. Actually, there was another thing Zheng Haichuan hadn't told his elder brother. Today, Qiyu also spoke to him about this matter. Zheng Haichuan didn't know where Dr. Lu's confidence came from, but he calmly assured him there wasn't much worry about enrollment issues once little Hima reached the appropriate age. Zheng Haichuan busily pressed further, asking whether there was a method, but Qiyu shut his mouth and stayed silent. Even when Zheng Haichuan tried hard, pinning him down on the sofa for a good kiss, Qiyu did not open his mouth to reveal anything. Qiyu simply smiled and said to him, relax, after all you're the youngest uncle now. Without giving a little renaming fee, how could you be worthy of such an honorific? In the end, this matter was left unresolved in a muddled state. Zheng Haichuan didn't know what Qiyu had planned, so he decided to proceed by applying for fee points according to the regulations and wait for his ranking. Even if Qiyu had another method, it wouldn't affect their plan. This is fine too, let him stay here for a while longer. Zheng Haishan didn't have much hope. But he felt his son was still young, a couple of years wouldn't be much delay. The city's opportunities and development would benefit the next generation, and the little guy would live better here. Only. Dechuan, Hima still needs your care. Zheng Haishan found it hard to express his feelings. As the elder brother in charge, he had to trouble his younger brother to beg for money and take care of the child, and he also troubled his aged father to look after him, showing no dignity as a family head at all. After breaking his leg, having spent all his savings, he originally had lost all hopes about life. His wife had left, and his son had someone else to raise him. Sometimes he thought he might as well die to stop being a burden to his family. But now that his legs could recover, and he also received a significant compensation payment, Zheng Haishan once again looked forward to the future. He had already carefully planned in the hospital ward. After discharge, he would work hard to establish a business to provide a good living for his son, father, and younger brother. I plan to gather a construction team and undertake some small projects. Over the years working outside, Zheng Haishan had made friends with quite a few people. Although none of them were high-ranking figures, they had all been involved in various engineering projects for a long time, and many of his co-workers were experienced in this field. You don't need to come along. Stay in Pengcheng and work properly. I can gather enough people, and we've got a few project resources, but we'll need to travel across the country, not knowing when we'll secure a job around here. Zheng Haishan explained his detailed plans to his younger brother, marking their first heart-to-heart conversation in a long time. They openly shared their expectations about the future. This feeling of security in life hadn't been present for a long time. By the end of the talk, both brothers' eyes sparkled with fiery passion. It was the ordinary people's aspiration towards the future, the yearning for stability among those who constantly wandered due to making a living. It was the simple wish of these robust men, who relied on rough hands and broad shoulders to bear the weight of family responsibilities, wanting to live earnestly and support their families. The two brothers were speaking intimately outside the ward, not noticing the door slightly opened and revealing a child who had finished eating dinner inside. The little one peeked through the gap, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. Toward the end, tears slowly welled up in the child's eyes, dripping down one by one. Zheng Haichuan noticed first. Oh, what's wrong with our little Hima? Hastily, he picked up the child. Why are you shedding tears? Wah, Dad, do you not want me anymore? Zheng Jiahe only overheard the last few sentences and thought that his father would, just like before back home, go far away and never come back to see him. Though Zheng Jiahe was young then, he remembered every time he ran crying to the village entrance waiting for his father, yet his father never came back. Who said that? Of course, I want my little Hima. Zheng Haishan stood up to comfort his son, seriously promising the little one, Dad will definitely visit you at least once every half year, alright? Whimper, really? Burp, will you really come back? Of course. Dad is going out to earn tuition fees for you. Zheng Haishan explained the rationale to his son, little Hima, look, right now you're staying with Uncle One. He provides you food, clothes, and shelter. When you start school, we can't rely on Uncle One for money anymore, right? Dad goes out to work so that little Hima will carry a beautiful big backpack and play with the most fun toys, okay? I don't want toys or backpacks, Dad, can you not leave? I won't study either, wah. Though Zheng Jiahe liked Uncle One, he couldn't bear to part with his father. He wanted all the people he loved to live with him forever, never separating. No way. Upon hearing his son refusing to study, Zheng Haishan immediately became stern. Zheng Jiahe, who said you want to be a real man and earn money to support dad and uncle one day. If you don't study, how will you make money? Zheng Haichuan hurriedly added from the side, that's right. Look at Uncle One, even though he works tirelessly morning and night, he earns very little money. And take a look at Dr. Lu. Because he excelled in studying, he can now work in such a prestigious hospital and help others. Jing Jiahe was still sobbing, but he did listen to what Uncle One had said. With teary eyes, he moved toward his uncle's back and asked softly while hiccuping, Uncle Lu, studying, hiccup, does studying really earn a lot of money? Only after hearing the little one's words did the two Zheng brothers follow Jing Jiahe's gaze and turn to look behind them. There, a man in a white coat stood with his hands in his pockets. No one knew how long he had been listening by the corner of the wall. Sure. Qiyu first politely nodded at Zheng Haishan, whose expression was complex, before stepping forward and very naturally taking the little being from Zheng Haichuan's arms, cradling him in his own. If you study well, you might become a big boss in the future. Qiyu painted a grand picture for the child with the most serious face, then you can not only support your father and Uncle One, but also arrange jobs for them. Let them stay home and sleep in every day instead of working. The two Zheng brothers looked at Qiyu as he comforted the child, feeling somewhat speechless, but Jing Jiahe was truly brightened by his words. Great. Then he must study. He would become a big boss, give salaries to his father and Uncle One, and let them sleep every day. Chapter 112, Bowl Chicken. 112, Bowl Chicken. With the big decisions in the family being made by his elder brother and a beautiful future planned for the young ones, he also introduced his loved one to his closest relatives. This series of happy events had Jing Haichuan beaming with joy all the way home from the hospital. He noticed a manhole cover on the concrete road slightly ajar, so he jumped up and stomped it shut. While waiting at the traffic lights, he saw a food delivery rider's helmet with rabbit ears tilted to one side, so he instinctively lifted a hand to straighten the ears. On returning to the village street, he happened to meet his neighbor closing down their noodle shop. Zheng Haichuan helped them quickly move the tables and chairs back inside before cheerfully heading upstairs towards home. Even though his body still bore some soreness from last night, Zheng Haichuan felt strangely lighthearted at that moment. This lightness spread from deep within him. From his chest, to every limb and bone, even his shoulders which were always tense felt relaxed as if they were soaked in hot water. Zheng Haichuan felt like himself was a toy he once bought for little seedling, a small figure whose limbs could rotate 360 degrees. Twisting its body a few times allowed it to fly into the sky with its hands and legs turning into propellers. He thought he might float away if he hopped a couple more times. Hee. Smiling foolishly while hopping up to the third floor, Zheng Haichuan pulled out the key given to him by Qiyu and opened the door to his place. Next to the entrance is the light switch, pressing it will illuminate the entire house. Zheng Haichuan changed into slippers and sat by the couch. Although this room wasn't large after being partitioned off from the adjacent room where he lived with Qiyu, during the day, he didn't notice anything unusual when they watched TV together on the couch. However, Zheng Haichuan suddenly felt a bit empty sitting alone now. He didn't turn on the TV either, but just sat on the sofa spacing out for a while. His gaze followed the white walls upward until he noticed the 4 added columns at each corner of the living room. The beautifully finished light beige wood was meticulously planed, with the natural grain extending from the ground to the ceiling. Looking at those pillars, Zheng Haichuan recalled hearing a calm yet decisive voice in his mind. That voice had once told him when he couldn't hold on any longer. If you can't hold on, then don't hold on anymore. Go back and have a good sleep. Maybe when you wake up, the roof beams would already be reinforced. Then you wouldn't need to be the main pillar. Now, reflecting back, Zheng Haichuan realized that he truly didn't have to carry that burden anymore. Ever since Qiyu said those words to him, the weight on his shoulders had gradually diminished until it became virtually non-existent now. What supported him instead wasn't the twisted steel bars he carried himself, but rather a sturdy and elegant fur timber. The fur silently shielded him, solving all the difficulties directed at him. Undefeated, invincible. Emotions welled up in Zheng Haichuan's chest. He belatedly realized that the person he liked cared for him more than he imagined and was better to him than he knew. Zheng Haichuan wished he could rush back to the hospital and kiss Qiyu again, regretting not agreeing to all the poses the man requested the previous evening. Why should he feel ashamed? Dr. Lu never meant harm. He was so good to him. Zheng Haichuan secretly vowed to make sure next time to please Dr. Lu more and make him even happier. Qiyu had no idea that before he even needed to persuade, his silly partner had already worked through things on his own. Otherwise, tonight he might have asked a colleague to cover his shift, rushed home, pinned the person down on the bed, and tasted how sweet it was to not feel shy. However, he was destined to spend the entire night in the office. Meanwhile, Zheng Haichuan, who took an afternoon nap at home earlier, didn't feel sleepy near midnight and turned on the video app he hadn't live streamed on for several days. He started chatting and chattering with fans while doing housework. Hello everyone, I'm Dechuan working hard. There've been quite some changes at home lately, so I haven't live streamed much. My apologies. Zheng Haichuan placed his phone on the cabinet in the living room, greeting the fans entering the live stream. User 648342231, hello Dechuan. Misplaced Wind, good evening host. Long time no see, is everything okay? Heart Moon, brother Dechuan is online. Midnight Treats, hee. Blinded eyes at underscore it, feels like the background is different from before. Nothing's wrong, nothing happened to me. I'm doing great. Hee, and it'll only get better in the future. The background is different. This fan really has eyes as sharp as his username suggests. This isn't my little rundown rental apartment, it's, my wife's place. Zheng Haichuan picked out a few comments to reply to while also busying himself tidying up the living room for Chiyu. However, the chat seemed extremely curious about his partner, continuously asking questions about the two of them. My family was recently hospitalized, and there wasn't enough space, so I moved here to accommodate them. Cough, it's not cohabiting, just temporary residence. I'll move back after my elder brother leaves. Where is he? Oh, he's working the night shift. How many beds do we sleep in? This you don't need to know. Zheng Haichuan saw the conversation veering off course, hastily blushing as he tried to bring it back. Alright, no more questions like that, or my live stream will be shut down. Chiyu liked cleanliness, and there weren't too many items in the house, so Zheng Haichuan didn't have much to do before feeling useless. Everything looked clean and tidy, making him appear the most out-of-place element in the picture. He simply sat back on the sofa, looking directly at the barrage of questions from the live stream. Zheng Haichuan wasn't naturally good at creating atmosphere, especially with an audience behind a screen whom he didn't personally know. In the past, he worked while speaking, which felt very natural to him. Now, with nothing to do but chat, Zheng Haichuan found himself unsure of where to put his hands. As more fans entered the live stream, their questions grew increasingly bold and exaggerated. Amidst all sorts of impossible-to-handle inquiries like, does the streamer exercise, will the streamer try a lightsaber transformation, can the streamer open bottles with his abs, Zheng Haichuan finally spotted a normal one. Ms. Zhu, are you going to make a late-night snack tonight? Zheng Haichuan quickly read it aloud, asking the audience, do you want to see it? He normally avoided snacks, but then he changed his mind. If you guys want to watch, I can prepare something simple, exactly what I'll make for my wife when she returns home tomorrow morning. Zheng Haichuan thought, and immediately believed it to be a great idea. Upon hearing this, a group of single dogs in the comments section began lamenting about refusing to eat the dog food being dished out, though this didn't deter them from wanting to watch some cooking. After all, given today's emphasis on healthy eating, preparing a midnight snack for those staying up could indeed help satisfy hunger well. Alright then. Zheng Haichuan got energized as soon as he had something to do. He bounced off the couch, bringing the phone to the kitchen. Let's see what's in the fridge, I'll prepare something simple for all of you. Before Zheng Haichuan came, Chiyu's fridge was barren, stark white except for ice cubes. But after Zheng Haichuan moved in, not even a few days later, it was already gradually filling up. Some were condiments Zheng Haichuan brought over from next door, others vegetables and meats bought to supplement nutrition for the two patients at home. Anyway, there were now plenty of ingredients stocked in the fridge, and even in the freezer were some broths he cooked a few days ago for recuperation. Facing such an abundance of ingredients, several dish ideas popped into Zheng Haichuan's head, but in the end, he decided to keep it simple. He needed to consider if Dr. Lu would enjoy it upon returning in the morning, so he planned to make something that would last well overnight. Zheng Haichuan snapped his fingers and made a decision. I'll teach everyone how to make bowl chicken. Bowl chicken, as a snack from the southwestern regions, resembles cold pot skewers but is actually easier to prepare than cold pot skewers. Originally sold by rural vendors using hand-woven bamboo trays with a ceramic seasoning bowl placed nearby, the tray contains skewered vegetables, chicken meat, and giblets, all boiled plain, but once soaked in the seasonings in the ceramic bowl, they absorb the fragrant spicy sauce, resulting in an incredible flavor when eaten. The longer they soak, the tastier they become. In the chat, those who had heard of bowl chicken were now brushing, anticipation, craving, across the screen, of course alongside some deliberately disruptive viewers posting, "Stop talking about chicken, let's be civilized towards each other." This almost made Zheng Haichuan choke while glancing at the screen and explaining. Previously, he may not have fully understood these internet slangs, but now, whether due to immersion or for some other reason, he quickly reacted. Zheng Haichuan hastily looked away, focused on introducing the method for making bowl chicken, and rolled up his sleeves to start the work. He first washed the wood ear fungus, bean curd skin, shiitake mushrooms, green beans, broccoli, and other vegetables. He sliced the potatoes and lotus root for later use. A large wok was placed on the stove, filled with a pot of clear water, which he brought to a boil. Zheng Haichuan then used a large perforated ladle to add all the vegetables in batches into the boiling water to blanch them until cooked. At the same time, he took out scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns from small plastic bags, carefully measuring out appropriate amounts and setting them aside on a plate for later use. To make delicious bowl chicken, the dipping sauce is key. Nowadays, supermarkets offer many pre-made seasoning options for convenience, but Zheng Haichuan still preferred doing it from scratch step by step. He enjoyed the process of transforming simple spices into a pot of exquisite dishes. It gave him immense satisfaction. First, heat up the wok, add some oil, then sauté the scallions, ginger, and garlic along with different types of peppers. Oh, don't forget to add 2 tablespoons of broad bean paste. After fragrant, pour in the stock. This is the chicken soup I prepared earlier for my young nephew at home, using it now as a base. The chicken broth is already very flavorful, but if you're using bone broth, you could also add a teaspoon of chicken essence to boost the taste. Salt, sugar, 5 spice powder, soy sauce, oyster sauce. With the phone standing in a corner nearby, Zheng Haichuan systematically added seasonings into the pot while explaining to the viewers. His movements were swift, but the long-sleeve shirt he wore would often slip down his arms, proving somewhat cumbersome. Zheng Haichuan simply stepped out of frame, removed his jacket, and hung it on the hanger before returning to continue cooking. By the way, bowl chicken has one indispensable step: spiced hot oil. Spiced hot oil, commonly used as an everyday seasoning, had been made by Zheng Haichuan in large quantities ahead of time. Now he opened the jar, scooped out 2 large spoons, and added them into the mix. The layer of sesame seeds floating on top looked inviting enough to let everyone smell the rich aroma. Zheng Haichuan was incredibly focused while cooking, yet he didn't notice that after changing his clothes and re-entering the kitchen, the atmosphere in the live stream had shifted slightly away from anticipation for the food. Many viewers' eyes were now fixated on the bulging muscles beneath his undershirt. Each time Zheng Haichuan flipped the ingredients with his spatula, his biceps swelled prominently in the camera's lens. Similarly well-defined chest and abdominal muscles glistened under the bright lights of the kitchen, impossible to overlook. At the same time, a few sharp-eyed fans noticed something unusual about Zheng Haichuan's physique. Eyes about to glaze over at, am I hallucinating this time? Eyes about to glaze over at, what's on the streamer's chest? Right there next to the neckline. Eyes about to glaze over at, left chest. 5 centimeters below the collarbone. Moon not as bright as my heart, sisters upstairs, check out if there's something around his neck too, hee hee. My mouth runs wild, big brother Chuan, is your wife that spicy? Envious, envious. Chapter 113, always has been. Zheng Haichuan pays little attention to his body except for when he's showering or shaving. He always puts his appreciation of appearance after satisfying his hunger and supporting his family. He feels that as a big man, he doesn't need to wear perfume or makeup, nor is there any necessity for him to look in the mirror every day. Thus, naturally, he didn't notice that last night after a vigorous battle with Dr. LV, there were plenty of battle scars left on his body. It was as if Dr. LV had declared his presence in an aggressive yet subtle way. Zheng Haichuan was putting the finishing touches on his boiled chicken with spicy sauce. Originally, the meat and vegetables for this dish would be skewered with bamboo sticks, allowing diners to easily pick them up from the dipping bowl. But at home, there was no need for such formalities, so Zheng Haichuan used a strainer to scoop out the cooked vegetables, drain the water, and then immerse them all in a large glass basin full of his specially prepared seasonings. At this point, the dishes were still hot. After cooling naturally and soaking for several hours, they would taste the best. At that time, all the dishes would have fully absorbed the fresh fragrance of the seasoning: red oil, chili peppers, garlic paste, sesame seeds, a mixture of dozens of spices creating a refreshing spicy flavor, paired with 2 steamed buns or a bowl of plain rice, which could make people finish their meal in no time. Alright. Now it's ready to eat. Zheng Haichuan held up the glass basin under the camera, showing it off for a circle, before noticing the comments in the chat that were different from what he expected after teaching how to cook. Looks like someone got eaten. Hee hee, strawberries are good, I like eating strawberries. This color doesn't seem like a strawberry but more like a waxberry. How hard must one have sucked? Shoo. Haha, don't talk nonsense. You guys stop overthinking, it must be mosquito bites. Sorry, where I live, we've already started wearing cotton-padded jackets, mosquitoes have all frozen to death. What thing? What about strawberries or waxberries? What about mosquito bites? Zheng Haichuan didn't understand, he was making a dish, not some fruit salad. After asking, he continued wrapping the large glass basin tightly with cling film, preparing to put it into the fridge to chill overnight. Then he scooped 2 bowls of rice, rinsed them with water, and soaked them, planning to start cooking immediately the next morning. So that Dr. LV can eat right away when he gets off work. A few meddlesome viewers, hearing Zheng Haichuan's question, quickly pointed out the strange, red marks on his body. From neck to arm muscles, they were listed out one by one. Zheng Haichuan finally gave a bit of attention to the live broadcast. After browsing through a few comments, the audience was waiting for the usual, I'm not, I haven't, don't say nonsense, triple denial. However, Zheng Haichuan's expression didn't change, looking utterly perplexed. It was also because he didn't associate these sudden red marks on his body with Chiyu. After all, last night the two of them were passionate and intense. All he could remember were things that made blood rush to his head. Things like being bitten by Chiyu leaving some red marks on his body were completely overshadowed by deeper pleasures. Ignorance is bliss. Zheng Haichuan, with great ease, leaned forward directly to align the phone screen as a mirror, looking at those supposed strawberries that the viewers mentioned. He tilted his neck to check the side of his neck, lifted his arm to check the back of his upper arm. With Zheng Haichuan's naturally darker skin tone, the strawberries planted by Chiyu weren't supposed to be that obvious. But thanks to the keen eyes of netizens, he indeed found some dark marks different from his normal skin color at the spots indicated by the online users. Zheng Haichuan poked at them with his finger, feeling neither pain nor itch, and shrugged them off. It's autumn now, mosquitoes are numerous. What's the big deal? He didn't understand why netizens were so excited. When I lived in the village, bugs in the grass stack once bit my legs and caused 2 knee-sized bumps. Zheng Haichuan gestured with his hand. They were as big as my knees, looked like my leg had been folded into 3 parts. Ha! Chest. The one on your chest. Those can't possibly be mosquito bites, right? Some viewers were trying hard to get a sugary reaction out of Zheng Haichuan and insisted that he should look at the red marks on his chest. Left chest. Yeah, pull it apart a bit. Zheng Haichuan is rather straightforward. Following the fan's request, he really pulled his tank top open to check. TSK, this covered by clothes, how could it get bitten? Using his index finger to lift the collar of his tank top, he bent down and carefully examined the flesh on his chest. Unknowingly, this sight appeared extremely suggestive to the audience watching the live stream, sparking many imaginations and bright eyes. Just as Zheng Haichuan finally became aware of the fact that no one other than himself had visited the area near his chest in recent days, Dr. Qi returned to his office after finishing the night patrol and turned on his phone, entering the live stream. Dr. Qi remembered he once saw a question on social media. Someone asked, "What should I do if others covet my lover?" The most liked answer was, "Lock your partner up so that no one else can see them." At the time, Dr. Qi thought both the person who asked the question and the person who answered it were quite extreme and perfect for each other, and thus didn't need to disturb others. However, times have changed. When Dr. Qi looked at the screen now, where originally only he could enjoy all these beautiful dishes and scenery but now hundreds of people were craving over them, he suddenly wanted to give that most liked reply another like. The entire screen was filled with comments like, "Slurp slurp, spicy spicy, so want to grab." Dr. Qi held back many times but couldn't help typing a few lines eventually. "Lawyer, what's spicy about it? Eating too much spicy food will accumulate heat in spleen and stomach and cause inflammation of meibomian glands. Lawyer, people are valuable when they have self-awareness. Lawyer, don't think what you can't imagine." Rarely did this man, who usually typed concisely without even bothering to add punctuation marks, use an exclamation mark today. By then, Zheng Haichuan had already pulled down his tank top, looking at the screen and camera again. His face, however, was tenser and more awkward than before, because Zheng Haichuan finally remembered whose actions caused those marks on his body. Dr. Lu is such a trouble. Zheng Haichuan complained about his spouse a bit in his heart but wasn't really angry. After realizing how deeply this man loved him, he felt delighted by every action Dr. Lu took to express his affection. But, well, Zheng Haichuan believed such intimate matters should be kept between them and not shared with fans and viewers. Therefore, Zheng Haichuan planned to say a few evasive sentences in front of the lens and then go offline to sleep. However, he noticed a familiar account's comment in the message board. It was Dr. Qi's fans who teased after criticizing him, targeting the broadcaster himself this time. "Lawyer, what's with the exposed shoulders in cold weather? Lawyer, go put your coat on." In Zheng Haichuan's memory, this fan named Law had accompanied him for a long time. Many of his videos received likes from this veteran fan, although he didn't often appear in the live broadcast room, but whenever he appeared, there would always be a large number of rewards. Zheng Haichuan used to treat him as a rich fan who he didn't know personally, thanking him repeatedly every time Law rewarded him, yet always feeling that he hadn't provided anything worthy of such generous rewards. But that was just it. His life wasn't confined merely to what was displayed in the videos, his interactions with these online fan friends also ended there. On regular days, they might have passed by each other on the street or fought over vegetables in the same supermarket, but such situations must have been where neither recognized the other, unable to associate the stranger in real life with the online identity that only had a name and avatar. But that was before. It was before Zheng Haichuan thought lawyer was Dr. Yu, and lawyer fan was lawyer boss. However, on that night, when Dr. Qi pulled him to sit on the chair outside the hospital ward and carefully wrote down the meaning of lawyer, that word meant something different to Zheng Haichuan ever since. It was like an umbrella raised beside him when the rain poured down heavily, the most beautiful cloud in the morning after the storm cleared up, and the towering tree always standing by the flowing river and sea. It was the most special, cherished, and beloved word in his life. At this moment, Zheng Haichuan's dull mind finally caught a glimpse of a hint of cleverness from the man who had shared the same bed with him for several days. He pieced together countless clues from the name of this account, the words this account once said to him, and the deeds it did. It was Law who first discovered the abnormality in Hemiao's arm. It was Law who gave him the first big reward when he was struggling financially. It was Law who defended him when many viewers doubted his hardships after he was beaten. It was Law who worried about him being exposed to intense sunlight while streaming at construction sites, urging him to protect against sunburn and heatstroke. It was Law. Always Law. It was his lawyer, Dr. Lu. Chapter 114, Big Changes. Zheng Haichuan put his long-sleeved jacket back on and didn't take it off again before the live stream ended. Even though many viewers were yelling at him to show his bare chest in a tank top, Zheng Haichuan ignored them completely and kept himself bundled up from the neck down. A few old fans joked that the streamer now only listens to the #1 patron. In his mind, Zheng Haichuan said, "He's not just your top patron, he's my wife." However, these jokes among old fans made some new fans mistakenly think Zheng Haichuan was the type of streamer who craved money, so they tipped a lot of gifts to make him take his clothes off. Zheng Haichuan quickly refused such tips, but the audience who had already given their money wouldn't acknowledge this, telling Zheng Haichuan not to be two-faced. Zheng Haichuan, who didn't have time every day to familiarize himself with internet slang, didn't understand what they meant, but Qiyu did. After understanding, Qiyu immediately showered Zheng Haichuan with even more expensive gifts than the aforementioned viewer, forcing the other party to mute themselves. This scene was very familiar enough for old fans to shout out loud that Patron 1 is generous, then they urged Patron 1 to tip more so they could see three-dimensional fireworks. Only Zheng Haichuan covered his chest and suddenly felt a little pain. Wow, it's so late. My midnight snack is ready. Everyone, go to sleep now. I'm off. Let's talk another day. Bye, good night. Zheng Haichuan didn't give the audience any time to chat idly. He even forgot to announce the end of the broadcast, turning off the live stream as if there was a fire burning behind him. Finally, he physically stopped Dr. LV from throwing money recklessly. After going offline, Zheng Haichuan let out a sigh of relief and opened WeChat to send a long voice message to Qiyu. The voice message lasted exactly 60 seconds and throughout it, Zheng Haichuan was babbling non-stop. He lectured Qiyu, asking if he was stupid for spending so much money tipping online platforms. Most of the gift's platform fees were deducted by the platform itself as handling charges. Why waste so much money like that? Then Zheng Haichuan remembered that Qiyu had tipped him many times before, prompting him to send another voice message scolding his wife for being extravagant. Even though their positions seemed to have shifted a little in bed, it didn't change how Zheng Haichuan cared about and cherished his wife, Dr. LV. However, Zheng Haichuan hadn't realized that his own words and actions at this moment were more like those of his wife's. After sending the messages, Zheng Haichuan couldn't help reopening the video platform to look at the account of the boss he had followed but never paid much attention to, Lu. Qiyu's WeChat name was Yu, while his live streaming platform account name was Lu, which only followed Zheng Haichuan. Previously, Zheng Haichuan hadn't connected the two together. Now, he suddenly realized, it turned out that Dr. Lu had revealed his feelings long ago, but he had been too dense to notice. Lu was the person who tipped him the most. When Zheng Haichuan had fewer fans, he enthusiastically reciprocated every tip by following the givers back, which was the only way he knew to express gratitude. However, he would often shoot videos and then log off to handle other things without ever trying to seriously learn about the people behind these accounts. For the first time, Zheng Haichuan opened Lu's homepage. It was empty, without a single posted video. Only the prestigious crown emblem on the default avatar indicated how much this person had spent here. Zheng Haichuan still felt physical pain in his heart, but when he swiped right and saw the list of videos liked by the man, this pain transformed into an overwhelming sourness and deep emotion. Since the beginning of the year when he started posting videos until yesterday, Zheng Haichuan had released a total of 86 videos. And on Lu's homepage, there were exactly 86 likes, no more, no less. Zheng Haichuan didn't know when Dr. Qi began following him or how much money Dr. Qi specifically gave him. All he saw was a screen full of small hearts. As he looked through the list of videos where his ignorant, smiling face popped up one after another, he felt as if something deep inside him had been touched. Zheng Haichuan switched back to the chat interface with Qiyu. He pressed the voice recording button, hesitating for a while without knowing what to say. Because it seemed like there was nothing he could say, yet also everything he wanted to express wasn't enough. Fortunately, at this moment, his phone vibrated. It was the reply from the man who had pierced his heart. Zheng Haichuan hurriedly opened it to listen. Normally, when listening to others' voice messages, Zheng Haichuan would hold the phone right next to his ear. But today, after live streaming, the settings on his phone hadn't been switched back. As soon as he opened it, the sound came out loud on speakerphone, with a volume so high that it even echoed slightly in the living room. Alright, no more online tipping from now on. The originally calm and frosty male voice played from the phone, slightly distorted. Zheng Haichuan thought it was because of the poor quality of his phone speaker. Otherwise, how could he have detected the evident laughter in the man's tone? The man on the other side seemed to agree with his view about wasting money and thus proposed a new idea, saying, "Let's switch to on-site tipping in the future." On-site tipping? Zheng Haichuan was stunned by Qiyu's comment. Before he could press for details, another voice message popped up. On-site live streaming, on-site tipping. It seemed like the other party had visualized the future scene and sent over yet another voice message filled with even more obvious laughter. Don't let middlemen earn their cut. Zheng Haichuan was shocked by Qiyu's unique, money-saving mindset. This led directly to him feeling flushed all night while lying in bed, constantly dreaming of the man live streaming himself facing him. Fortunately, upon waking, his phone wasn't hot at all. After opening it and checking inside both his own video posts and draft section, Zheng Haichuan found no strange unapproved livestream recordings. Meanwhile, on the other side at the hospital, Dr. Qiyu didn't go off duty immediately after the morning meeting ended. Their department head, Director Chiu Guoyang, had returned from a business trip, so Qiyu took Director Chiu along with several intern doctors to Jing Jiahua's ward, where Director Chiu personally conducted a comprehensive re-examination of the young patient. This was not only the first clinical patient using this new technology in their hospital but also possibly the first nationwide or even globally. Director Chiu Guoyang paid close attention, repeatedly asking questions about the surgery results and recovery status. Even during his business trip, he didn't overlook anything. Now back, Director Chiu personally inspected the treatment prognosis, expressing satisfaction with the result. The vitality of children is really strong. After the examination, the group of doctors quietly exited the father-son ward. Director Chiu still held the candy shyly handed to him by the little patient, a rare smile gracing his face. All the other doctors had also received sweets proactively offered by the child, colorful ones that perfectly mirrored the world seen through a child's eyes. Such small tokens don't constitute bribery, they are merely expressions of a child's innocence. The candies were tiny, and most young doctors carelessly placed them in their chest pockets, except for Chiyu, who subtly put his into the pocket of his jacket. Because little Jing Jiahua had only given everyone else one piece of candy, but to him, he used his little fist to push a whole handful, carefully selected, mostly green. Chiyu believed it necessary to find time and educate the little guy properly with Zheng Haichuan around. He can beat law, but certainly not green. Leaving the ward, Director Chiu finally turned his head to talk to Chiyu, walking beside him, about Jing Jiahua's condition. I originally thought the wound would be much larger, but unexpectedly, the recovery period was very short. It's almost invisible. And the internal lesion was cleared exceptionally clean. Great job, little Chi. Several young doctors trailing behind had been at the hospital for a while. During rounds and rotations, they had all been caught and scolded by Director Chiu. This was the first time they saw the usually stern director speak so kindly to a doctor, making them secretly envy each other. The surgery was successful, said Chiyu indifferently. But mainly because the patient discovered the disease early, still in the early stages of lesion. The area needing minimal invasive intervention and ablation was relatively small. For mid-late stage patients, the situation would be far more complex. That's correct. The next research direction will focus on treatment plans for different stages. After all, later stage bone fibrosis tissue tends to increase, easily causing fractures and nerve compression. Okay, subsequent laboratory studies will continue to combine with clinical applications. The two continued talking as they walked. Later, Director Chiu dismissed the rest to conduct rounds, taking Chiyu to the office alone. How's it going, little Chi? I've noticed quite a change in your spirit lately. Director Chiu pointed to the chair beside him, gesturing for Chiyu to sit down. He then sat himself, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked, is there good news in your personal life? As an experienced expert in his 50s, Director Chiu had broad experiences and extensive knowledge. He had been observing the changes in Chiyu's work state all along silently. In his heart, he felt comforted by such transformations. Previously, he always thought this young man was too cold and aloof. In reality, the differences in character wouldn't affect his judgment of people. However, as a doctor, empathy and professionalism were both indispensable. They held cold surgical instruments in their hands, but what they did should be the warmest actions. Chiyu's technical expertise had always been solid. There weren't many young people who could become attending physicians at his age, and even rarer was Chiyu's steadiness during surgeries, exuding an unusual calmness and composure beyond his years. This had impressed Director Chiu greatly. Yet, at the same time, the sense of distance that made colleagues and patients find it hard to approach him somewhat restricted his development. Being a doctor meant that without a firm belief in one's heart, the path ahead would only get narrower and more difficult. Previously, Director Chiu had been constantly worried about this aspect of Chiyu. But he never expected that after being abroad for a short business trip, he found Chiyu changed so much upon returning. Based on his experience, the only thing that could change someone in such a short time was a life-changing event. And this change was, to a large extent, due to feelings. As expected, Chiyu nodded, I'm dating someone. Director Chiu silently praised himself for predicting accurately. Still, he kept his face calm as he blew off some tea leaves, that's good. Establishing a family is essential. When your home stabilizes, it helps in career development too. Chiyu didn't know how to respond to these words. He feared revealing the actual situation might startle his director, so he chose silence. Director Chiu sipped his tea and continued, during the conference I attended, I also ran into your former mentor. He praised you as an excellent research talent. You led the whole project from its initiation to clinical application. Everyone saw the process and results clearly. How about continuing to pursue research? I can reserve a spot for you here. Do you mean, exclusively focusing on research? Rarely did Chiyu show a flicker of surprise on his face. He knew that Director Chiu, also the doctoral supervisor of medical university, no longer accepted doctoral or postdoctoral students, yet he hadn't anticipated receiving such an exception just for him. Indeed. You must feel it too, we encounter countless complicated situations while practicing clinical medicine. One part is the heavy workload, but time and energy are also severely restricted. If you dedicate yourself entirely to research, the projects you're interested in will undoubtedly advance faster. The olive branch extended by Director Chiu was indeed tempting. If Chiyu had heard these words a year ago, he might have agreed right away. His life was simple, with nothing worth investing his time into on a daily basis. Moreover, Chiyu had always been passionate about medical research. Such a rare and valuable opportunity would naturally attract him. But things were different now. What he liked, what he loved, and what he cared about, wasn't merely medicine anymore. His time was no longer solely devoted to an empty but clean room and a monotonous routine. Let's keep things as they are now. He lifted his eyes, where the usual tranquility expected of an excellent physician remained, but it carried more warmth hidden beneath coolness than before. I prefer my current work. As he spoke, scenes flashed before Chi Yu's mind, EKGs, ambulances, lights in the operating room, and familiar faces. Among them were workers hugging their legs and wailing in pain, a tear-streaked little girl clutching onto his clothes, a foolish-looking man smiling despite bruises on his face, and a child who sweetly called him Uncle Green. Chi Yu returned the words Director Chiu had once told him to his teacher. With a steady tone, they echoed with great resonance. Be able to carry the hopes of more people, and give hope to more people. Chapter 115, Deserved. After being discharged from the hospital, Zheng Haishan stayed in Pingcheng for more than a month. During this time, Zheng Haishan was with his son Zheng Jiahe the entire time. He accompanied his son while he drew pictures, read books, took him to play at the amusement areas inside shopping malls, and bought him lots of food and clothes. Since the birth of Xiaowei, Zheng Haishan had been working away from home, having very limited time to be with his son. He always felt that his relationship with his son was not as close as the one between his younger brother and nephew, which made Zheng Haishan feel somewhat jealous deep down. Fortunately, blood ties cannot be severed naturally. The time they spent together during their hospital stay helped them rekindle their bond. The following month of full dedication allowed the little one to finally put aside his fear that Dad wouldn't want him anymore, and his face regained the innocence and joy appropriate for his age. However, unlike the carefree happiness of children, adults have many more things to worry about. As winter approached, Zheng Haishan decided to leave Pingcheng. He had already mentioned to his younger brother before that he planned to form a construction team and become a foreman. Over the years of hard work outside, Zheng Haishan had come to understand that being an ordinary laborer would never make much money. Sometimes, you needed the courage to take a bold step forward to carve out your own destiny. Now that the family was stable, he no longer had any worries at home. During the time he recuperated from his leg injury, Zheng Haishan hadn't idled around either. He had contacted many old friends, and resources were negotiated almost entirely. He now planned to head straight to the project site, finalize the deal, and strive to wrap up a big red envelope for his son and younger brother by the spring festival. Oh yes, it also included sister-in-law. Zheng Haishan's feelings towards Chi Yu, his sister-in-law, were a bit complex. On one hand, he was extremely grateful for her care of his younger brother and son, and thankful that she saved his leg in his son's life. On the other hand, whenever he thought about his younger brother sleeping next to a man every night, it left him uneasy. But Zheng Haishan also knew well that human relationships need nurturing. If Chi Yu didn't treat his younger brother well, no matter how clumsy or simple-minded Chai Haichuan might be, he wouldn't willingly spend such a long time with another man. During the time he lived in his younger brother's rented apartment, Zheng Haishan personally witnessed the attitude Chi Yu had towards Zheng Haichuan, the disgustingly sweet way the two big men interacted. Chi Yu was never stingy when it came to treating his nephew, even knowing the child's preferences better than himself, the father. In short, by the time of his departure, Zheng Haishan had largely accepted Chi Yu's identity as sister-in-law. But he still harbored doubts about these two's future together. That could only be proven over time. The night before his departure, Zheng Haishan treated his younger brother and sister-in-law to a meal. The location was a seafood-themed restaurant where the walls were embedded with large glass fish tanks. From the entrance to the dining tables, visitors could see various marine creatures, fish, turtles, jellyfish, all capable of captivating young eyes with wonder. The three adults catered to the child's preferences, eating was secondary. The restaurant was filled with children, and seeing Xiao Wei's head turn everywhere, eyes brimming with curiosity and amazement, Zheng Haishan knew he'd picked the right place. Sure enough, the little guy barely looked away from the aquariums on both sides throughout the meal, finishing his food faster than usual, eager to get closer to watch those fascinating aquatic creatures. It was then Zheng Haichuan stepped in, eat first. He turned his nephew's face toward him, stuffing everything from his bowl, rice mixed with meat and vegetables, into the child's mouth. Then he watched carefully until the boy chewed thoroughly and swallowed, before getting up and taking Zheng Jiahe closer to the fish tank to observe the fish closely. With no one left to interject playful banter, Zheng Haishan and Chi Yu sat silently at the table. Chi Yu wasn't bothered, but Zheng Haishan, who was used to boasting and chatting with friends, found it a bit awkward. His friends were all uncouth commoners. Compared to them, Chi Yu was the most highly educated and accomplished person he knew. He still couldn't understand why someone like him would look up to his brother, Haichuan. It wasn't because Zheng Haichuan wasn't good enough, but Zheng Haishan always felt they weren't from the same world. But even if they were not from the same world, it was none of his business. All Zheng Haishan hoped for was that his younger brother lived well, and he didn't want excessive interference leading to a rift between them. His own family life was already a mess. Zheng Haishan didn't feel qualified to judge others. At least for now, it was clear that his younger brother was indeed living better than he was. You could tell just by looking at the energy and good-natured cheerfulness on his face. Was this a case of fools having a fool's fortune? Zheng Haishan chuckled inwardly, shaking his head as he finished his meal and got up first to go pay at the counter. Chi Yu originally intended to cover the cost of the dinner himself, but before they left, Zheng Haichuan had pulled him aside, insisting he only needed to focus on eating. Zheng Haichuan knew his elder brother had a bit of a macho streak, and with little he Mao's care in the future entrusted to the two of them, letting Zheng Haishan foot the bill would make his older brother feel more at ease. So Qiyu didn't argue. However, once they exited the restaurant and stood waiting outside for the uncle and nephew still watching the fish inside, Qiyu took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Zheng Haishan. No, Hongtashan is fine for me. Zheng Haishan quickly declined, pulling out a lighter and half-pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket. Smoke it, I don't smoke. In fact, Qiyu had bought these cigarettes specifically for his brother-in-law, neither he nor Zheng Haichuan smoked. They're too expensive. Zheng Haishan waved them away, refusing again. For those who earned their living through physical labor, they couldn't afford to squander hard-earned wages on luxuries like cigarettes. But they all still liked to smoke a few puffs here and there to relieve stress, so they kept cheap cigarettes instead. Some thrifty workers even smoked homemade tobacco or pipe tobacco because the addiction could build up over time, making it harder to quit. There's no such thing as too expensive. Qiyu simply tore open the packaging, opening the box and holding it before Zheng Haishan. It's about whether something is worth it or not. Cigarettes were like this. People were similar as well. After hearing Qiyu's words, Zheng Haishan fell silent for quite some time. In the end, he returned the Hongta Shan he had already pulled out back into his pocket, reaching out to grab a cigarette from the Zhonghua pack. Alright, I'll have one. But he refused to take any more. Qiyu didn't insist, putting the cigarette pack back in his pocket. Zheng Haishan lit the cigarette and took 2 puffs, then broke the silence with a conversation starter, "That Kwai will still need your care after this." In Zheng Haishan's eyes, despite being male, Qiyu was essentially his sister-in-law, the wife of his younger brother, and therefore responsible for taking care of his younger brother's daily needs. Zheng Haishan didn't know that while his younger brother cheerfully called Qiyu wife, behind closed doors, Qiyu acted nothing like one. Of course, it's my duty, Qiyu nodded, reassuring Zheng Haishan, "Don't worry about Himayo, he's a good kid." "That boy is just too soft-spoken." Zheng Haishan wasn't entirely satisfied with his son, "I just hope he speaks up more and acts more decisively in the future. Everyone has different personalities." Qiyu didn't see anything wrong with how Jiahe turned out, especially considering how much the child's environment in the past affected his behavior. Still, he chose not to dwell on the subject. In any case, Dekwai and Himayo still need you to look after them more. You have my number, call me anytime if anything happens. Okay. Just then, Zheng Haichuan also emerged after viewing the marine life exhibit with Himayo. The little one rarely jumped around so animatedly, still enthusiastically gesturing as he walked alongside Zheng Haichuan. The 2 men standing outside simultaneously turned around, one catching his leaping son in his arms, the other gripping the hand of a grinning youth. Together, they walked under the moonlight toward home. Chapter 116, Waiting for Him. 116, Waiting for Him. When they returned to the urban village, it was just 9 o'clock at night, still the busiest time in the village. Residents who had eaten their evening meal strolled through the narrow alleys, while groups of young friends gathered together drinking and eating kebabs. They casually sat by roadside stalls, shouting and making toasts. Although most of the shops on either side of the street were old and broken, some even with faded door plates that were no longer legible, this did not hinder their practicality. Stores selling hardware, repairing electrical appliances, making curtains, as long as you could think of it, everything from life's necessities could be found in this area of less than 1 square kilometer. Of course, the most numerous establishments here were restaurants, offering cuisines from all directions, flavors both sweet and savory, spicy and bitter, available here. Around the old building where Qiyu and Zheng Haichuan lived, there were at least 20 to 30 eateries within 100 meters or so. There were those selling breakfast, roasting clay chickens, cooking river cuisine, making homemade hamburgers, and countless takeout stores hidden deep in small alleys without any signs. All of these businesses vied for survival in their limited spaces. For the residents living inside, such a lifestyle was evidently very convenient, but for businessmen, the increase in competition would always leave some behind, ultimately forcing them to quit due to the inability to bear the high rent and costs. When they arrived downstairs, they noticed that one of the stores beside the old building had hung a closing sign. The roller shutter was half down, the chairs and tables inside already cleared out, and some decorative walls had bricks knocked off. Workers were constantly carrying out construction debris. Qiyu remembered that this used to be a Shandong cuisine restaurant with a large storefront that had been around for many years. However, perhaps people's taste buds got tired over the years, or more and more young people favored simple fast food. The business here had been declining steadily over recent years, reaching the point where it could no longer sustain itself. Qiyu usually paid little attention to the streetscapes along the roadside, irrelevant to his own life. But he clearly remembered this shop because it belonged to his family. This location was originally part of an extended ground floor space for Agong to live in comfortably during retirement. After Agong passed away, Chi's father decided to renovate it into a commercial store to make more money. The easygoing mother had argued fiercely with her father-in-law about this decision. Back then, seeing only dollar signs, the elder Mr. Chi disregarded leaving the house behind as a memory and wanted to exploit every corner that could be turned into cash. Qiyu never liked the way his father handled things, but being young, he could do nothing about it, and eventually, no one wanted to deal with the old man anymore. Brother Zheng carried little heat, a transliteration, leading the way up the iron gate of the old building upstairs, while Qiyu and Zheng Haiquan followed 2 steps behind, coincidentally meeting a thin 50 or 60-year-old man bent over coming out of the closed shop. It was none other than Qiyu's father, Qi Guangji. Zheng Haiquan called out Uncle Qi, instinctively turning to look at Qiyu's face. He knew there was a great rift between Dr. Lu and his father, fearing the two might suddenly start arguing. Fortunately, Qiyu looked normal today, still with his usual cold expression, but Zheng Haiquan could detect some emotions beneath that mask. It seemed his wife-to-be was in quite a good mood today. You go back first, I'll have a few words with him. Indeed, Qiyu's mood was excellent. After all, what happened between him and Zheng Haiquan seemed to have gained approval from his brother-in-law, making the sight of the old man less detestable. Moreover, the unexpected vacancy gave him an idea for something hanging over his mind. Qiyu had originally planned to discuss matters with the old man sometime soon. Since he was now with Zheng Haiquan, the two of them, plus a child, would have to plan how to live in the future. And tonight, it was merely coincidence. Qiyu handed over the fruits he bought on the way back to Zheng Haiquan to carry, telling his lover to return home first. Zheng Haiquan, noticing the decent atmosphere between the two, nodded in agreement and let go of Qiyu's hand to ascend upstairs. Still, he was slightly worried and intended to keep the window open once at home so he could rush downstairs if anything unusual happened. After Zheng Haiquan left, Qi Guangji kept staring at the hand which Qiyu had held with the young man earlier. Qiyu saw this but had no intention of explaining, instead bringing up another topic. I'll repenetrate the partition walls of the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor and refit them into a single suite. His tone was calm, leaving no room for negotiation, it was merely a notification. The locks will be changed later, and you won't have to worry about that floor anymore. There might be some noise during the renovation. I'm just letting you know in case any tenants ask questions. Back then, Grand Uncle had been kind-hearted enough to bring his parents close, and eventually gave this prime piece of land to the young couple. Nowadays, a single apartment here could cost more than many people could earn in a lifetime, let alone an entire building. This building was originally part of the shared property of Qi's couple. After the mother passed away, the ownership of the house was divided into 2 portions, one inherited by him and one by old man Qi. At that time, while studying abroad, Qiyu hadn't dealt with these affairs. However, old man Qi, whether out of guilt or a genuine change of heart, had transferred a significant amount of money to his account over the years. After severing ties with old man Qi, Qiyu never touched a single penny from that account. During his studies, his mentor would provide him with allowances, and his post-work salary was sufficient for his daily expenses. Hence, even though the sum in that card was substantial, in Qiyu's eyes, it couldn't match the handmade gifts given by Zheng Haiquan. All Qiyu wanted now was to take back what rightfully belonged to him, the 3rd floor. It was the home where he lived since childhood. But over time, the people and events in this place increasingly repulsed him, causing him to drift farther and farther away. His family also fell apart. Now, there resided someone he loved, and because of this person, he developed a different affection for this place once again. He once again had a home of his own. Qiyu's plan for the 3rd floor undoubtedly offered the best explanation and proof of his relationship with Zheng Haiquan. Qi Guangji's expression suddenly changed. The rumors surrounding teacher Lu upstairs back in the day had circulated quite a bit within a limited circle, and landlord Qi Guangji naturally had some knowledge of it. He completely failed to understand the community of male homosexuals. At the time, Qi Guangji had even considered driving Lu Jun away to avoid affecting his house rental business. If it hadn't been for his wife, A Feng, who felt pity for Lu Jun, and Lu Jun paying rent on time, Qi Guangji would have distanced himself from such people long ago. Though their interactions during all those years of collecting rent made Qi Guangji familiar with Lu Jun and aware that male homosexuals were not much different from ordinary people, this did not mean that Qi Guangji could accept his son becoming one of them. With disbelief, Qi Guangji looked at his son with whom he hadn't had contact for many years, wanting to ascertain if Qiyu was joking with him. Unfortunately, Qiyu's expression remained coldly unyielding, offering no opportunity for Qi Guangji to determine the truth. A young family of 3 strolled by after finishing dinner. The little boy, holding hands with both parents, demanded to be picked up. The young couple exchanged glances, helplessly exerted force on their arms, and each hoisted their son off the ground from either side, hearing their child's giggle successfully. This laughter was crisp, reaching the ears of the 2 people standing in opposition in front of the building, yet sounding slightly jarring. All the rage inside Qi Guangji suddenly dissipated. He realized that he no longer had the right to get angry or the ability to make his son listen to him. Many years ago, he lost both his wife and child. His son no longer recognized him as a father, and he could no longer interfere in the major or minor events of his son's life. All the energy and spirit within Qi Guangji vanished in an instant. He lowered his head, searching through his bag with trembling hands, wanting to find a cigarette to smoke. But perhaps the cigarette box had been left in the shop. Despite rummaging through his bag for a long time, Qi Guangji didn't find it, only extracting a lighter. Qi Guangji had initially planned not to smoke, but suddenly, a pack of Zhonghua was tossed into his arms. He quickly raised his head, a bit of light sparking in his eyes again. If you're not going to smoke it, throw it away. Qiyu moved fast, swiftly returning his hand to his pocket, his tone still icily distant. I was going to throw it anyway. Qi Guangji hurriedly took out a cigarette and lit it. "Hey, let me smoke." "I'll smoke," he hastily said. The lighter clicked open with a snap. Under the flashing colored lights of the roadside shops, wisps of smoke spiraled upward from the lit cigarette, blurring the faces of the two men, and blurring the estrangement and alienation between them that had accumulated for so long. Qi Guangji deeply inhaled a puff of smoke, suddenly feeling as if he had come back to life. "You too." He opened his mouth, wanting to ask how they ended up together and what they planned to do next. But Qi Yu didn't give him the chance. "There's one more thing." Qi Yu raised his arm to check the time, feeling he'd wasted too long here and just wanting to get back home upstairs quickly. He pointed at the shop where workers were going in and out and asked Qi Guangji, "Is this shop rented out?" Qi Guangji shook his head, "Not yet, it's just been vacated." Qi Guangji took the chance to talk with his son a little longer and hurriedly asked, "Do you want to rent it?" "Then Dad will keep it for you." The word "Dad" came easily from Qi Guangji's lips, but Qi Yu didn't feel like responding. No matter if people said he was indifferent or lacked a conscience, after his mother had left, Qi Yu unilaterally severed the father-son bond between him and old man Qi. He could take care of Qi Guangji's old age, but there was no way he could ever return to that childhood natural reliance and respect for his father. At that moment, Qi Yu suddenly looked up toward the upper floors. On the right side of the third floor, a bright room reflected the silhouette of someone rather foolish. Beside the slightly opened window of the familiar room, there was a big head stealthily peeping outside, looking like a large dog waiting patiently for its master to come home. Save it for me then." A trace of warmth finally entered Qi Yu's tone. Even when heard by Qi Guangji, there seemed to be an unrestrained smile inside it. "What do you plan to do?" Qi Guangji hadn't seen a good expression on his son's face in so long, immediately volunteering, "Dad can help, construction, renovation, anything." "No need, I've got my own plans." That hint of warmth disappeared instantly, but at least Qi Yu explained one sentence more to Qi Guangji. "It'll be for your daughter-in-law to do business." For the first time in years, Qi Yu acknowledged his father's identity again. Only, it was done in a manner that shocked Qi Guangji to the core. Qi Yu did not believe he had reconciled with old man Qi because of this. He merely reconciled with his past self in a happier, more serene way. Because above his head, the house was lit by a lamp. And in that house lived a person he loved who also loved him, waiting for him to return home. Chapter 117, It's Delicious. The plan to refurbish and restructure the house on the third floor was not kept a secret by Qi Yu from Zhenghaichuan. After all, it would be hard to keep such a thing hidden. Any surprise Qi Yu had in mind was certainly not going to involve this place. This was where the two of them, plus a little one, were going to live long-term, so naturally it was best if they involved someone with skill right from the beginning of designing the whole house. Qi Yu knew that Zhenghaichuan wasn't just a steel worker when working construction sites. When there was no steel work to do, his partner could also set up scaffolding, paint walls, or handle plumbing and electricity. That's why Qi Yu had originally planned to entrust the renovation and adjustment of the house to Zhenghaichuan for supervision and arrangement, while he himself could simply provide financial support and logistical assurance. For example, buying some good food for his honest guy to improve their meals, or giving a tired youth a massage after work. As for what could happen after massaging, that would depend on the situation. Zhenghaichuan's reaction to learning about the house remodeling was better than Qi Yu had imagined. There was first astonishment, then delight, although during the process, he had bombarded him with a series of questions, such as whether the landlord had any objections, how they would stay during the renovation period, and whether they should add more rooms, but at least there was no scene where he firmly rejected the idea. Actually, if it had been when they first started dating, Zhenghaichuan definitely wouldn't have accepted things so easily. At least he would obstinately refuse to take advantage of Dr. Lu's generosity, and might even have made the solid move of paying rent every month. But after everything they'd been through, Zhenghaichuan had now come to realize that liking someone and living together with the person you love isn't about being overly clear-cut about everything. They were meant to walk through life together forever. Dr. Lu could choose to make their living space more spacious by knocking down the two houses, and Zhenghaichuan could contribute by cleaning the house and cooking meals for the sake of making his loved one's life more comfortable. Both were giving each other something better in their own way. Decided to act, Zhenghaichuan happily accepted the commission from his spouse and began preparations for the renovation. In fact, he had previously done renovations with his brother and could completely take charge on his own. However, Qi Yu expressed strong dissatisfaction at Zhenghaichuan's insistence on handling everything himself. On the bed, he explained various reasons, finally managing to convince Zhenghaichuan. Zhenghaichuan switched roles and started taking on directing responsibilities. He called a few familiar acquaintances who were currently unemployed, spending several days breaking down the walls and redoing the overall walls of the rental unit next door. The remaining workload wasn't great. Originally, the two rooms were part of a single set, only divided due to added wiring. Structurally, there weren't significant issues, so redecoration mainly focused on interior soft furnishing after breaking through the dividing walls. During this time, Qi Yu took Zhenghaichuan and the little one to temporarily reside in an apartment across from the urban village which Qi Yu had originally rented. Zhenghaichuan had visited that apartment before. It was a wonderful place. For the convenience of Zhengjia, the small child, Qi Yu even transformed the study into a children's room by adding a kid-sized bed. Zhengjia absolutely loved the new setup. In the spacious study, he clung to his toys and could carry out reading, studying, gaming, etc., within this room, falling asleep soundly at night without trouble. This relieved Zheng Haichuan, who had always worried about co-sleeping. Quietly switching off the bedside lamp beside the little nephew's bed, Zheng Haichuan tiptoed out of the study, returning to the bedroom shared with Qiyu. I told you it would be fine. Qiyu had already finished washing up, wearing glasses perched on his nose, clad in pajamas, and leaning against the headboard reading a book. Once Zheng Haichuan also finished washing up and climbed into bed, he put down the book and hugged him for a kiss. I was just worried he'd get uncomfortable with a new bed. Zheng Haichuan thought himself destined to worry, chuckled softly, and initiated another kiss on Qiyu. By the way, are you still renting this place? Zheng Haichuan thought Qiyu must have returned this apartment after moving to the village but didn't expect it was still rented. I thought we'd return here soon. Qiyu did not tell Zheng Haichuan about his previous clumsy struggles with emotions when contemplating moving back, simply holding his lover and saying, once the place is fully renovated, we'll terminate the lease here. The rent here must be quite expensive. Concerned for Qiyu's finances, Zheng Haichuan grasped his hand earnestly reminding him, once the spaces are connected, surely there will be a need to replace furniture and kitchenware. When you stop renting this place, don't throw away all the stuff. Zheng Haichuan still remembered the large bag of kitchenware and daily necessities that Qiyu had thrown outside when he first moved next door. Alright, won't throw them. Qiyu also recalled that event and couldn't help but mess up Zheng Haichuan's spiky hair with a smile in his voice. You can choose whatever you like. If it looks good, just take it. Don't dig through garbage bags anymore. I didn't dig. Zheng Haichuan straightened his back to deny it, then muttered, I thought someone had mistakenly thrown it. They were all perfectly fine things, you're just too wasteful. I'm wasteful. Instead of defending himself, Qiyu admitted this accusation. He massaged the strong waist of the young man while saying, in the future, you'll manage it. In the high-end apartment's bedroom, at this moment, only the recessed lamps around the walls remained lit, casting a warm, dark hue onto the bed. Zheng Haichuan rested against Qiyu, sporadically recounting to his lover the amusing anecdotes and issues that had arisen during the days of renovation. Qiyu took off his glasses and listened quietly, occasionally responding, as their relationship unknowingly exuded an atmosphere of easy intimacy and warmth under the soft light. What kind of cuisine did you learn when you worked as an apprentice at the restaurant? As the conversation went on, Qiyu subtly redirected the topic towards Zheng Haichuan's past. It was just an ordinary restaurant where they served all kinds of cuisines, Zheng Haichuan said without a trace of wariness, sharing with Qiyu, in such places, the chefs cook whatever the customers order, we'd finish our work and learn by standing nearby. How could we be so picky? Dream on. And what do you excel at? Qiyu asked again, what do you enjoy doing most? The one I'm good at, well, it must be dishes from my hometown. Zheng Haichuan paused to think, Yanbang cuisine, Jianhu cuisine. Actually, home-style cooking is fine too, but speaking of what I love most. I really enjoy researching cold dishes. Zheng Haichuan got spirited talking about cooking. He began counting examples on his fingers for Qiyu. Just look, halal food alone can be divided into red halal, salt-roasted, and soy sauce aroma among several types. Each type has different methods for different meats and parts, but they're all super delicious. Cold mixing doesn't need mentioning either, different seasonings go inside, chili oil, Sichuan pepper, sesame seeds, soy sauce. In my childhood, when my family was poor, a few sweet potato leaves could make a meal. Back then, adding some seasoning made our meals feel much tastier. After finishing his explanation, Zheng Haichuan summed up beside Qiyu's shoulder, reflecting, Dr. Lu, I always feel that cooking doesn't have to be too grand or fancy. As long as you make something people can afford and enjoy eating, you've completed its mission. Qiyu hadn't expected that preparing a surprise for Zheng Haichuan would instead result in him being surprised by his honest guy. Indeed, isn't the act of cooking exactly like that? He remembered when he was young and the family didn't have much money, his mother, in the kitchen under the steam, would prepare a 2-dish one soup meal costing only 10 to 20 yuan, yet it tasted incredibly flavorful. The flavor of those tasty meals, before meeting Zheng Haichuan, he hadn't tasted for many years. Very well said. Qiyu bent down and kissed his lover's forehead, probing, then if later I ask you to sell cold dishes, would you feel tired? Zheng Haichuan exclaimed, what's there to be tired about? Compared to laying bricks or twisting rebar, making dishes takes no effort at all. Zheng Haichuan truly felt this way. Of course, he knew being a chef was hard work, especially handling the wok all day. But for himself, cooking was more like relaxation after a day of physical labor. Because it was something he found enjoyable to do, his mood was relaxed, and consequently, his body followed suit. However, as Zheng Haichuan spoke his mind casually, he realized that there was something inherently wrong with Qiyu's question. Dr. Lu, your hypothesis is far-fetched. With my level, making food at home for us to eat ourselves is enough. He hadn't even graduated from his culinary apprenticeship, how could he dare to sell it? If he did, he wouldn't be able to sell anything. And what's your level? Qiyu pinched Zheng Haichuan's cheek, thinking that someday he must change this silly person's habit of undervaluing himself. Flipping over, he enveloped the man beneath him, slowly rubbing the muscular frame with one hand, confidently stating. If I say it's delicious, then it's delicious. Chapter 118, Keeping Secrets. 118, Keeping Secrets. Qiyu prepared a big surprise for Zheng Haichuan. Given his limited energy, he roped in 3 neighbors as advisors and support. Gue Boss, who owns dozens of properties, acted as the chief advisor. Uncle Hong Fei, with his own renovation team, provided manpower support, while Sister Hong was responsible for design and renovation guidance. Thus, without Zheng Haichuan realizing it, every day as he passed by one particular shop right under his nose, renovations had already begun. The Shandong Cuisine restaurant originally occupied a large space. At first, Qiyu planned to leave the entire area for Zheng Haichuan's use, whatever he wanted to cook or sell. But after understanding his honest fool's preferences, Qiyu changed his mind. Making cold dishes and preserved foods didn't require such a large space. Too much would only make him worry about making full use of it. Dividing it in half would make things easier for him. He didn't want Zheng Haichuan to tire himself out daily by selling food and not get enough rest. So, the other half of the shop was generously allocated by Qiyu to Sister Hong, allowing her to move her sewing machine from the narrow staircase triangle room into the shop, creating her very own tailoring and clothing studio. Before Sister Hong could voice her opinion, Li Fei enthusiastically raised both hands, and even metaphorically his feet, in agreement. Li Fei even offered to cover all the renovation costs and labor expenses for the whole shop, purely because of the brilliant idea that Qiyu had thought up for his wife. Li Fei had long been saddened by his beloved spouse's poor working conditions in that cramped staircase room. With insufficient lighting, limited space, and constant foot traffic, he used to feel heartache just watching from afar. After they reconciled, he once even wanted her to stop working altogether and simply enjoy spending money happily. However, over time, Li Fei realized this kind of life made her unhappy. His Ah Hong thrived better outside in the sunlight, blossoming in her specialized field like a vibrant red flower. This operation of Qiyu's was nothing short of offering a pillow when someone is sleepy, delighting Li Fei endlessly. It was indeed different having a highly intelligent nephew whose brain moved swiftly, gifting romantic ideas more to their liking than his ever could. With this assistance, Qiyu systematically prepared the gift for his lover. Zheng Haichuan, on the other hand, was busy renovating his new home and never imagined that Dr. Lu had another surprise waiting for him. In fact, during this period, Zheng Haichuan did notice the shop downstairs undergoing redecoration after closing its business. He even saw Sister Hong and Gue Boss coming in and out. But he assumed Sister Hong had rented the place. During his breaks from supervising, Zheng Haichuan occasionally descended to cheerfully chat with Sister Hong and even gave some suggestions regarding the interior decoration materials. Sister Hong, truly a woman who had experienced much turbulence, revealed nothing at all. Instead, she skillfully probed Zheng Haichuan to learn more about his preferences, which she then incorporated into the store decorations. After the banquet that day, Sister Hong immediately recognized the relationship between these two boys. She was momentarily surprised but quickly accepted it. First, because of her open-minded views, and secondly, because Qiyu and Zheng Haichuan looked so well suited together. Not just in appearance and gender but also the aura around them, the moment they stood together, others couldn't wedge themselves in. One warm, one cold. The warm one could bring life to the cold, while the cold kept the warmth within sensible limits. Together, they were perfect. Speaking of which, an incident almost blew the cover off the gift preparation, but it wasn't caused by any of the adults, it was the child, He Miao. After being discharged from the hospital and recovering, Zheng Jiahe continued to be looked after alternately by Sister Hong and Teacher Lu. But since Sister Hong was still preoccupied with the shop affairs, Teacher Lu became the primary childcare provider. Every day, Teacher Lu would teach young He Miao some Chinese and math knowledge. When he was busy writing and rushing for deadlines, the little one would quietly draw or read picture books nearby, making her very easy to take care of. But no matter how well-behaved a child might be, they can still act mischievous at times. Zheng Jiahe knew his youngest uncle was renovating downstairs, so he always wanted to go down for a look. However, the third floor was dusty and cluttered with various construction materials, so Zheng Haichuan, worried that his young nephew might get hurt, unrelentingly chased young He Miao upstairs. Most of the time, Zheng Jiahe was obedient. But one evening, Teacher Lu was suddenly invited by Gue Weiming for dinner, so he handed the child over to Sister Hong, asking her to watch over her temporarily until either Zheng Haichuan or Qiyu came back from work. Sister Hong readily agreed and even took the little one back to her own home for dinner before returning to the shop. Recently, Sister Hong had been fully dedicated to the renovation of her shop. She wanted to stay here all 24 hours a day, which made Li Fei regret his decision a little bit. If he'd known that his wife so desperately wanted a studio, he should have prepared it for her before. Now she was busy every day, they were almost losing their married life. If Sister Hong knew what Li Fei was thinking, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. But on the surface, Li Fei still appeared very supportive. He even washed the dishes after dinner and then followed his wife into the shop, working as labor for his beloved. Both Sister Hong and Li Fei were sharp individuals, but neither of them regarded Zheng Jiahe, who was only over 4 years old, as someone they needed to be wary of. That evening, they were discussing how to partition the middle of the shop, whether to build a wall, install full glass panels, or leave a door. Sister Hong eventually decided to reserve a side door for easy communication, speculating that she could also collaborate with Haichuan in the future. Sister Hong remembered how precocious Xiao He was, so she spoke cautiously, avoiding mentioning Zheng Haichuan explicitly. But Li Fei paid no attention and directly mentioned in front of the child that he would discuss with Duchuan, the neighboring store owner, how things would go. By the time Sister Hong tried to stop him, it was already too late. The little one trotted over, big eyes wide as he asked, "Is my uncle going to be the boss here?" Wow! Zheng Jiahe couldn't help but reveal an excited and happy expression. He wasn't yet a big boss himself, but his uncle became one first. Uncle really is so cool. Sister Hong had never expected this. She and Mr. Gui had been keeping such a good secret for you, but in the end, it all fell apart because of her own husband. She fiercely pinched Li Fei, intending to quickly tell the little one a small lie when she saw Qiyu walking towards them from not far down the street. Apparently, he had just finished work and come to pick up the Zheng family nephew and uncle. "You, hurry." Sister Hong sighed in relief, passing this hot potato to Qiyu. "What's wrong?" The tall, well-built man bent down naturally and caught the little boy rushing into his arms, hoisting him up easily with one arm. "Uncle Fei said that my uncle is the boss of the neighboring shop." Zheng Jiahe looked at Qiyu with expectation on his face, asking, "Green uncle, is that true?" Qiyu shot a glance at Li Fei, marking this red uncle-in-law's reliability with a huge X in his mind. Yet, he didn't follow Sister Hong's intention to deceive little he. "Do you want to know?" The little one nodded quickly. "Then you need to promise something first." "What, Green uncle? You can't call me Green uncle anymore. You can only call me young father." "Oh." Zheng Jiahe tilted his head and thought about it, finding nothing amiss. Green uncle was originally young father, and Uncle Haichuan had already told him that. However, he secretly felt that Green uncle sounded cooler, so he hadn't changed his address. But now since Green uncle, young father didn't want him to call anymore, he wouldn't. Although the young child did not know why Qiyu required this, he still obediently nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Qiyu carried Zheng Jiahe to the shop front where renovations were nearly complete. Pointing inside, he earnestly told the little guy, "Your uncle will be the boss here in the future. But this is a gift for your uncle, so we must keep it a secret. No one can know. Not even uncle. Nope. Not even daddy. Only we two know. Can you keep a secret?" Qiyu asked seriously. "I'm a big kid now. I can keep secrets." Zheng Jiahe immediately covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Able to observe everything quietly, Sister Hong couldn't help but whisper to Li Fei, "He's better at handling kids than Duchuan. One's a dad, the other's a mom. How can they be the same?" Li Fei quickly replied. But as soon as the words left his lips, another sore spot appeared on his waist, pinched by his wife. Chapter 119, Making a Living, complete. Chapter 119, Making a Living, complete. By the very end of the year, just before New Year's Day, the gift was finally ready. The spacious shop had been partitioned into 2 rooms by firwood panels, with a door in between that could be used for passage. In one of the rooms stood the latest semi-automatic sewing machines, and in the corners were several dress forms and mannequins. A long clothes rod extended from the wall, draped with an entire row of exquisite ready-to-wear clothes and skirts. The other room remained empty. The vacant storefront had its front area separated by glass to create a sales section, while the surrounding walls were painted a bright and eye-catching yellow. This color was based on Zheng Haichuan's own suggestion, as it not only made people feel like the food was fresh but also stimulated their appetite. He had merely mentioned it casually to Sister Hong in conversation, but she had taken it seriously and directly applied it. The kitchen of this shop underwent complete renovation, guided by Mr. Gui, who set up an expansive cooking station suitable for multiple chefs to work comfortably, enough even for a tall and strong male cook to show his skills. There were still many things left unarranged in the shop, just waiting for the store owner to take over personally and arrange them according to his heart's desire. On New Year's Eve, Zheng Haichuan also got the new home on the 3rd floor ready. All the decoration and furnishings were already in place. Even though they were still living there, Zheng Haichuan was willing to call it the new home in his heart. A brand new home where he would live with Dr. Lu and little Hamao. On the daytime of December 31st, Zheng Haichuan, together with Qiyu who was taking leave, moved all kinds of daily necessities from the apartment to the new home. From sunrise to sunset, they finally finished arranging everything in the new home. Qiyu did not get involved in the preliminary hard construction, but he participated a lot in the soft furnishings and furniture arrangement. Together with Zheng Haichuan, bit by bit, they reorganized this house filled with history into a brand new one belonging to them. Climbing onto the 3rd floor stairwell platform, only one door remained in sight, the other had become part of the white wall, blending seamlessly into the house itself. Opening the security door, Zheng Haichuan leaned on his waist, gazing at the house that had doubled in size compared to the original, feeling a sense of inexplicable fullness in his heart. His former rented apartment sleeping area became the child's bedroom for his nephew. The narrow and long kitchen of his place connected with Qiyu's balcony, creating ample space for him to cook 10 large dishes. The couple's bedroom expanded outward towards the living room, and a separate bathroom was installed, accommodating 2 adults easily. Some things changed, others stayed the same. Connecting the living room and the bedroom was a doorway archway. This originally existing pillar touched the ceiling, with a straight height measuring tape extending from the bottom all the way to the top, faded but still showing traces of children's heights marked years ago. This was marked by my mom. Chiyu didn't expect Zheng Haichuan to keep the sticker, walking forward to touch it. I guessed so. Zheng Haichuan grinned, pointing out a more recent mark below his finger. This one I marked for Xiao Hamel. 2 generations, separated by decades, overlapped with the silhouette of small figures. Now, one of those children has grown up stably to become the new master of this house, while the other child, after experiencing harm, has been nurtured back to being carefree and happy through love and warmth. With her godfather's approval, Jing Jiahe had already rushed into her own private children's room and began playing around gleefully. Chiyu embraced Zheng Haichuan, standing at the doorway and quietly enjoying the surging satisfaction and peace within his heart. Are we staying here tonight? Yeah. The kitchen hasn't been used yet. Should we go downstairs to buy some food to eat? Good idea. Is there anything else to buy? Let's get it all at once. No. But there's a place I want to take you to first. Where? You close your eyes first. Zheng Haichuan closed his eyes as instructed. Zheng Jiahe, who was originally playing in the children's room, peeked her head out secretly now, full of anticipation looking toward Chiyu. Chiyu gently nodded to her. Zheng Jiahe quickly pulled out a strip of cloth from her dungarees, specially obtained from Auntie Hong, tiptoeing to try and tie it around her godfather. But since she was too short and her godfather refused to pick her up, she tugged the cloth strip herself and tied it around her godfather. Humph, she must grow taller than her godfather one day. Zheng Haichuan never expected that the mysterious destination would be somewhere where even his eyes needed to be covered. With some curiosity, he asked, where are we going? Just follow us. Chiyu simply said. Us? Zheng Haichuan wondered in his mind who else was there. Me. Zheng Jiahe immediately held onto her uncle's hand and excitedly pulled him forward. Without warning, Zheng Haichuan's upper body was moved, but fortunately, Chiyu held onto his other hand, steadily leading him out. 3 flights of stairs, not many but not few either. Zheng Haichuan couldn't see a thing with his eyes completely blocked, yet his heart felt not the slightest bit of panic. He had one hand gripping his lover, the other holding the small person he adored, both palms were hot and tightly clutched around him without letting go for even a second. Zheng Haichuan could feel himself stepping over the old building's iron gate. They walked out a few steps, turned right, then stopped after walking about 5 or 6 meters. Uncover your eyes. This time, Chiyu bent down and lifted the little one into his arms, letting little Jiahe personally remove the blindfold from their uncle. The bright yellow but not blinding warm light poured down from the top of the shop, illuminating Zheng Haichuan's face. Zheng Haichuan vigorously rubbed his eyes, finally realizing where he was standing. Isn't this the store Red Sister has been busy with lately? When the store was being decorated earlier, it was also surrounded by barriers, so Zheng Haichuan didn't get to see its entire interior. Only now did he notice that this large shop had been partitioned into 2 smaller storefronts. All the tailoring items belonging to Red Sister were piled up on one side. And the other side was still empty, only the glass counter reflected his bewildered face. Uncle. After waiting many days, Zheng Jiahe finally received a signal from his father. He no longer needed to hide the secret. So he immediately leapt off Chiyu's arm and pounced on Zheng Haichuan, hugging his uncle's neck. I'll secretly tell you. In the intertwining backdrop of night and lights, the small boy leaned toward the youth's ear. Raising his hand vertically, he quietly revealed a secret belonging to their trio to uncle. Behind these 2 individuals stood an elegant man. One hand tucked in his pocket, a cold pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose bridge. Yet beneath the glasses were smiling eyebrows and eyes softly focusing on the large and small figures in front of them. The trio's shadows were projected by the shop's lighting onto the uneven cement road surface of the urban village. Within the flow of light and time, the dips and slopes on the road seemed smoothed out. Under such quiet gazes and the bright color of lamp decorations shining, Zheng Haichuan's facial expressions vividly fluctuated according to his nephew's whispers. These fluctuations ultimately settled into complex feelings of gratitude and disbelief. Zheng Haichuan opened his mouth several times, but eventually just dumbly grabbed Chiyu's hand. Dr. Lu, wife. Here. Zheng Haichuan wanted to say many things, but recently, it seemed he was always rendered speechless by Chiyu. Do you like it? Chiyu took over the half-spoken words, stroking the rough finger pads within his hand while asking. I like it. Zheng Haichuan realized what the man's previous inquiries regarding his preferences were for. But he hadn't anticipated that his lover would turn his offhand comment into reality. But. There's no but. Chiyu brought the person inside the store, taking a full round inside and out before saying, if you like it, let's do it. If you don't, we'll rent it out. Chiyu looked at the dazed expression on his clumsy guy, and smiled. Here, mine, he pinched Zheng Haichuan's cheek that appeared foolishly stunned. My place, do you want it or not? Want it. The heavy burden in Zheng Haichuan's heart was instantly transformed into gentle spring breeze by Chiyu. He reciprocated by holding Chiyu's hand and said, then. I'll give it a try. Feel free to try. Zheng Haichuan once carried rebar back and forth between the construction site and his rental home every day, all for survival and raising himself and the young child in his family. He never thought that in those daily journeys, he'd encounter someone who helped take the rebar off his shoulders, turning the rental house into a home for him and little Jiahe, and offering him a wonderful future he'd never imagined. Zheng Haichuan knew that in the future, he would still work diligently and strive to make a living for his family. But it wouldn't be merely for survival anymore, rather, it would be for life. Living together with his beloved one, supporting each other and enjoying life. Chapter 120, Bonus Chapter 1, Opening a Store. After switching careers from being a rebar worker to the young owner of a cold dish shop, Zheng Haichuan adapted surprisingly quickly. Qiyu was originally concerned that Zheng Haichuan might be overwhelmed at first when taking over, but unexpectedly this seemingly clumsy guy had learned not to fight unprepared battles. On the night before the trial operation, the young man stood in front of him with a crumpled piece of paper, nervously asking him and Little to act as customers so he could simulate the entire process of tomorrow's opening. Hello, what would you like to order? Wearing a custom-made bright yellow apron, the tall and sturdy youth standing in front of the sofa appeared honest and somewhat uneasy. What do you have here? The picky customer leaned against the sofa with his arms crossed. With his legs crossed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he scanned the shop owner from top to bottom, clearly looking like someone who was hard to please. There's a menu here for you to take a look at. We offer braised chicken wings, braised chicken feet, spicy rabbit cubes, 5-spice rabbit heads, numbing spicy ear slices, dry mixed beef, couple's lung slice, and Sichuan pepper duck gizzards. The store owner stammered through the menu for a while but eventually managed to recite all the signature dishes smoothly. Slurp. However, as he announced each dish, a little one watching TV on the sofa couldn't help but make noises as their saliva ran down. Uncle, I want to eat chicken wings. Zheng Jiahe licked his lips. We're about to sleep. What are you going to eat? Zheng Haichuan interrupted his own flow abruptly, pinched his little nephew's cheek. I'll save some for you tomorrow. But I'm hungry. In the past, even if the considerate child was hungry, he wouldn't have complained and would just endure it until morning by holding his belly. But now, Zheng Jiahe faintly sensed a change in the atmosphere at home. It wasn't as tense anymore, nor were they overly calculating every cent spent. There was an additional generous person who always bought him lots of delicious food and fun toys. Thus, Zheng Jiahe became bolder. He started to express his thoughts openly. However, speaking up didn't mean Zheng Jiahe felt certain about whether Uncle would agree. He felt that when it came to what he ate, Uncle was particularly strict and tough to negotiate with. It doesn't digest well at night, predictably. Zheng Haichuan frowned and didn't give in. I'll only eat 2 pieces. Zheng Jiahe pleaded pathetically. Still no, Zheng Haichuan said. Do you forget? Last year, one night, after you ate a few extra ribs, your stomach got upset all through the midnight. You threw up and had diarrhea. I didn't. I only ate 2 more pieces, and they barely had any meat on them anyway. Zheng Jiahe was so aggrieved. And didn't you say later that it might be because the ribs were left out overnight? You wouldn't have gotten sick if you hadn't eaten greedily. Oh. The result of the showdown between the big and small ones was evident. Qiyu seldom saw his usually amiable boyfriend being so stubborn and enjoyed being a spectator, fully amused by it. He generally kept quiet about the family disputes between uncle and nephew. To put it bluntly, Zheng Jiahe had no blood relation with him. If not for Zheng Haichuan acting as a bridge, he had never considered living with a child. Zheng Haichuan has his own way of educating, and as a stepfather, he could provide material security for Zheng Jiahe, but how to teach the child was something beyond his expertise or interest. Yet, despite having such ideas, when his clothes were gently tugged by a little hand, Qiyu still said a word for the little one. He is in his growing phase. Eating a bit won't hurt. LV doctor. Zheng Haichuan was surprised that his partner took little S side and glared at him irritably. This guy. Not cooperating at all with his parenting. Isn't he supposed to drink milk every night anyway? Just give him 2 more pieces of chicken wings along with the milk, which will balance it perfectly. LV doctor calmly employed the authoritative tone of an expert, saying, it's fine to supplement protein and vitamin A at night. The small head beside Qiyu lit up again with a smile, and he completed the rest of his sentence that he hadn't finished earlier. If he gets hungry again, cook an egg for him. Zheng Jiahe's smile instantly disappeared. Little Bean looked woefully as Uncle stood up, dragging his own uncle towards the kitchen, only managing to declare in time, I'm not hungry, don't need the egg. Inside the closed kitchen door, Big Brother Dutchwan, who would start work tomorrow, selected 2 of the smallest chicken wings to put in a bowl for his little nephew. Then he opened the wall cabinet, took out a milk can, and scooped 2 spoonfuls of powdered milk. While waiting for the water to boil, Zheng Haichuan was embraced from behind by Qiyu, who was dressed in casual home attire. The man buried his head and lightly sniffed at his neck. A smell of braising spices. Can't help it. I spent all day downstairs in the kitchen, just to get the flavor to its best. Let's shower after a while. Is it that bad? Then I'll wash my hair tonight. Not too bad. But what? Just that you're somewhat scented with it. The man's voice was low and tinged with a laugh as his lips grazed the youth's neck after speaking, I'm hungry too. Hungry for, what? Zheng Haichuan's ears reddened, he pulled away shyly, then let me make some milk for you. He knew the man was teasing him, but his retort sounded like an invitation instead. No need to mix. A hand slipped under the bright yellow apron, massaging gently in a suggestive manner at a particular spot, drink it directly later. Ha! No, no way, we need to wake up early tomorrow for the opening. Then when? Change it to another day, wait until things are smoother in the store. TSK. I'll mark this down. At 10 in the morning, the urban village reached its liveliest time of day. Stalls on both sides of the street were fully set up with goods brought in earlier. Supermarkets were filled with colorful fruits and vegetables. Stores selling daily necessities had stacks of pots and pans. Recorded hawker calls boomed through loudspeakers, going out of business clearance, 3 items for 10 yuan each. Elderly men and women, carrying baskets or shopping bags, pushed their way through the crowds, raising their purchases aloft to bargain fiercely, making transactions here and there. In such a bustling and lively setting, there was a small shop tucked away on a street corner that drew a particularly large crowd. If someone stood on tiptoe to crane their neck and look inside, they would see the shop's prominent bright yellow interior design, as well as a line of celebratory ribbons and flower baskets outside. But because the crowd was so thick, most passers-by could only see the shop's new sign hanging overhead, bearing 4 bold square characters, De Chuan Hao Wei, Great Chuan Braised Flavors. Ah, a new braised flavor shop has opened. Many people formed this thought. As soon as the idea crossed their minds, they could faintly catch a whiff of a savory aroma blending meaty richness and the density of braised broth escaping from the glass windows of the little shop, weaving its way into their noses through the air. Smelling that makes one really hungry, I should buy some to take home next time to try. This plan arose in the hearts of many who left due to the crowd's congestion. And some real foodies, lured by the scent, refused to wait until next time. They couldn't move their feet after smelling the genuine braised fragrance and joined the throng rushing toward the shop entrance. Big promotion for the opening, buy £1 get half a pound free. Don't miss out as you walk by. Exclusive recipe, specially made braised dishes, meats and veggies available. If you don't eat more rice because of it, come find me. If you eat more rice, don't blame me. Authentic braised flavors, delicious and not expensive. Cool mixed 5-spice, sold out immediately. Above the door of the braised flavor shop hung a large speaker. The speaker played cheerful, folksy music combined with a vibrant young man's voice advertising their products, letting anyone within earshot know what was being sold. On both sides of the storefront, 7 or 8 congratulatory floral baskets for the grand opening were neatly arranged. Since there were so many well-wishers, the flower baskets extended even to the adjacent shop entrance. Next door was a tailor's shop, owned by a gaudily dressed middle-aged woman. Her own business might have been slow, yet she didn't mind the contrast with her neighbor's popularity one bit. Rather, she also helped greet customers outside her own store, showing a very familiar relationship with the store owner. Line up here, take a number first. What do you want? Vegetables are still available now, but the chicken wings and feet are all gone, they will be available again in the afternoon. What tastes good? Not boasting, but our De Chuan skills are unmatched, whatever you buy will be great. If you really must choose, personally I love the marinated pig's ears. Crunchy, dipped in oil and chili powder, chew on a peanut or two. That taste. TSK, those who enjoy drinking won't miss this perfect side dish. Don't want to wait. Feeling hungry? Why not check out Gui's Family Bakery across the street? Old Gui's pastries are also a local old brand here. Compared to the bustling scene outside the shop, the activities inside the braised flavor shop seemed more orderly despite the busyness. 2 young men dressed in aprons printed with the shop name were busily selecting dishes and weighing them. One moved deftly, while the other looked flustered, muttering aloud, "Hey, Yuzi, how many pieces are there in a pound of this?" "No, wait, it's half more." "Out of potatoes." "Out of potatoes." "Hey, miss, let me add 2 slices of kelp for you instead, okay?" At the cash register stood a taller and more imposing man, calmly but steadily typing in orders and charging based on the dishes and weights reported by the 2 young men. Some of the young girls in the queue noticed that the staff at this store were quite eye-catching, and couldn't help but open their phones to sneak some photos. However, one of the youths handling the dishes spotted this soon enough. Instead of stopping them right away, he neatly tied up the food and handed it over to the girl, then pulled out a card from his apron pocket. "Don't snap him, snap me. I'm De Chuan, You can follow my short video account too. I stream during downtime and give out discount coupons and freebie vouchers." "Wow, okay, sure," the young girl blushed as she took the card, quickly finishing her payment before turning back to the youth. "Boss, you're so fashionable doing live streams. I'll definitely follow your page. Wishing your business prospers." "Hee, thank you." The youth grinned widely, saying cheerfully, "And may you enjoy your meal. Come again if it's good." Chapter 121.121. Epilogue 2, After School. In the summer when Zheng Jiahe turned 6, he put on a brand new blue and white school uniform and started primary school. The school was only 2 streets away from the urban village. Every day, there were dedicated security personnel placing barriers to guide traffic and ensure that vehicles would not affect the safety of the children, also providing parents with a designated waiting area at the entrance. Ding-ling-ling. At 4:50 in the afternoon, the dismissal bell rang. Parents who had been waiting outside all along stretched their necks, looking toward the gradually opening school gate. Among them were some full-time mothers, some housekeepers, and some grandparents who voluntarily picked up their grandchildren because their children were busy working. They were gathered together, chatting idly. Of course, there were also fathers among the crowd, but overall, the number of men present was small. Therefore, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar tall young man today caught everyone's attention. The young man was wearing a sleeveless tank top, exposing muscular arms, but over his elbow hung a large basket filled with bread, fruit, and a thermos of drinks. He had a plain-looking face that wasn't strikingly handsome but was likable and approachable. An elderly grandma waiting beside him for her child took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Are you here to pick up your kid after school?" The grandma smiled and asked in the local dialect. Although Zheng Haichuan had been in Pengcheng for 2 or 3 years, he still found it hard to understand the local dialect. He vaguely understood a bit and nodded dully with a foolish smile, "Hee, yes, yes." The grandma smiled and gave Zheng Haichuan an orange, "Give this to your son to eat." "Ah, thank you, grandma, no need, I've got some," said Zheng Haichuan. He wanted to respond using the broken dialect he had learned from Chi Yu but realized he wasn't very proficient. So he switched back to Mandarin and instead pulled an apple out of the basket to give to the grandma. "For you, grandma." While they were being polite, many elementary students had already finished packing their bags and were happily running toward the school gate like homing birds. Zheng Haichuan's attention was instantly drawn by the little ones in blue and white uniforms, scanning through them with wide eyes trying to spot his seedling sprout. Since the old lady couldn't squeeze through the crowd due to her age, she waited where she stood. Watching how excitedly Zheng Haichuan waved his arms to beckon his child, she couldn't help but smile and exclaim, "What a good big brother." Not a brother. As everyone's focus was on the kids coming out of the school gate, there was suddenly another person standing beside the young man. The bespectacled man bent down slightly, helping the elderly grandma fit the large apple she almost couldn't hold into her basket while replying to her in fluent dialect, "He's actually an uncle." "Is that so? Then you must be the father, handsome lad." Chi Yu raised an eyebrow with a faint smirk and didn't answer. It was only when he followed the young man walking toward the small figure rushing out of the school gate that he left the elderly lady with an ambiguous sentence, sort of. "Younger uncle. Daddy." Zheng Haichuan saw his sprout from afar and upon getting closer, bent down to catch the little one who threw himself into his arms. "Whoa, why are you so heavy?" Zheng Haichuan bounced the little nephew slightly in his arms, exclaiming, "Wow. Our seedling sprout has stuffed so much knowledge into his belly after just one day of school." Giggles. Zheng Jiahe laughed at his younger uncle's exaggerated expression, "Uncle is silly. It's the textbooks we received, there are so many that the bag is almost full." At this point, Chi Yu reached out from behind and lifted the small backpack off Zheng Jiahe's back, significantly reducing the weight in Zheng Haichuan's arms. "I said it before, this is only the first day of school," Zheng Haichuan chuckled, raising the little nephew and spinning him around, teasing, "If you learn so much, your uncle should go bang his head against tofu." "Why tofu?" The shop's dried tofu didn't sell out today, so it won't be a loss if I bang my head against it." "Don't do that, uncle, I want to eat tofu sticks." Alright, we'll have dinner tonight. Your uncle also saved your favorite chicken wings for you." "Yay." Chi Yu listened silently to the offbeat conversation between uncle and nephew, speechless yet amused. Today, he had his colleague take over his shift early just to keep the promise he made to Zheng Haichuan recently, to pick up the little one from school. Uncle Zheng Haichuan was deeply worried that his young nephew might feel inferior or upset after seeing other students being picked up by their parents while he wouldn't. He spent several sleepless nights worrying about this before the school year began, to the point where he couldn't rest properly. It wasn't until Chi Yu had physically tired him out by making him do various tasks on the bed that Zheng Haichuan finally stopped overthinking. Yet when Zheng Jiahe actually started school, Uncle Zheng Haichuan still decided to temporarily close his bustling ready-to-eat flavoring shop in order to take the time off in the afternoon to pick up his nephew. In fact, Chi Yu believed that Zheng Jiahe was such a sensible child that he could find his way home without needing them to pick him up. However, since it would make Zheng Haichuan at ease, Chi Yu didn't mind taking a few more steps to bring the little one back home. This could be considered an unintentionally developed parent-child activity. By now, the older grade students were also gradually dismissed from school. The school gate was crowded with students' parents and all kinds of vehicles coming to pick up children, soon filling the street completely. Chi Yu slightly raised his arm behind Zheng Jiahe to shield him, using the other hand to pat the youth's waist, urging him, "Let's go. If we don't hurry, the tofu will get squeezed away." Oh, alright. Zheng Haichuan quickly carried the little guy and followed, talking about everyday trivialities with Chi Yu. Today, the 2 pots of braised dishes have been sold out again. Fortunately, I prepared the cold mixed ingredients in advance last night. People who came in the afternoon could buy other stuff. Dr. Liu, I think it's not good for me to keep asking Qingzi for help. Do you think I should hire another person? Do you remember Xiaowan who secretly recorded a video for me when I was beaten up by those ruffians? She recently lost her construction job. Do you think it's okay if I ask her to come try working here? The youth walked and talked with the man beside him while carrying the child in his arms. The man carried a cartoon-patterned small school bag in one hand, and the other hand was in his trouser pocket. Although he didn't say much, he carefully listened, occasionally pulling the somewhat dull youth back toward the sidewalk as he wandered too close to the road. It's up to you to decide. Qingzi isn't reliable, he's made quite a few calculation mistakes. Next time, let him treat us to dinner. Braising 2 pots a day is enough. More is tiring, and for those who can't get it today, let them come tomorrow. Chapter 122.122 Bonus Chapter 3, Precious. Jing Jiahe was able to successfully enroll in primary school in Pengcheng, thanks to the 2 adults at home who took a lot of care. There was no need to mention Jing Haichuan, who had been trying to figure out how to get the little one into school ever since he started working hard in Pengcheng with his young nephew. And the other parent, while not talking much on regular days, was always very reliable and reassuring when it came to important family matters. In fact, even Jing Haichuan usually followed his opinions. However, Qiyu seemed way too calm regarding Jiahe's enrollment. He had informed Jing Haichuan long before that he had a plan, so there was no need to worry. But as Jing Haichuan saw his little bean grow taller and approach 6 years old without any concrete news about school, doubts began to creep into his mind despite his trust in Qiyu. Dr. Lu. Is he really capable? After hearing former co-workers talk again about how difficult it is to secure schooling in Pengcheng, Jing Haichuan couldn't help but wonder. By this point, after nearly 2 years together, Jing Haichuan had more or less figured out Qiyu's personality. If you were to say his partner was silently flirtatious, then he certainly wasn't quiet around him, just quieter when speaking with others. As for being venomous-tongued, yes, Qiyu did like teasing him, enjoying watching Jing Haichuan blush furiously before finally stopping. Jing Haichuan knew that to outsiders, Qiyu might seem difficult to approach, but in his heart, his spouse was undoubtedly the best partner in the world. It was just that sometimes, his well-educated lover liked keeping certain things to himself, which left Jing Haichuan anxiously waiting. After celebrating their son's 6th birthday, Jing Haichuan could no longer hold back. One night after finishing his bedtime routine and getting into bed, he stretched out his hand to block the book Qiyu was reading, bringing his big face close to the man's. Dr. Lu, what are we gonna do? The other day, I calculated our son's points for school enrollment, and I think he won't be accepted this year. Enrolling children in Pengcheng schools felt almost like an adult competition, where scores depended on various qualifications held by the parents. The higher the score, the better the chances for selection. This system also indirectly made them compete against each other's resources. Since Jing Haichuan wasn't from Pengcheng and didn't have good education credentials, he felt like he was holding the child back. More worried than ever, Jing Haichuan discussed the matter with Qiyu, or maybe I should spend a bit more money and send him to one of those international schools. As soon as Jing Haichuan said that, he felt a tap on his forehead. Have you made that much money recently? Asked Qiyu with raised eyebrows, and yet you're aiming so high, international schools. Ah. Well, no, not really, Jing Haichuan rubbed his nose, but I thought, if public schools don't work, they said some private schools take cash. Do you think the little money you make from selling marinated foods can sustain sending him to a private school until high school? Qiyu lifted an eyebrow. I'm making decent money now. Jing Haichuan widened his eyes. Good grief, isn't that enough for tuition fees? Qiyu laughed softly and pinched his thick-head partner's face gently. Not enough. Private schools aren't just double or triple, but tens of times costlier than public ones. Challenged by this reality check, Jing Haichuan immediately became dispirited. He had assumed that becoming a shop owner from being a steelworker meant he had already taken a significant step forward. From eating sparingly and often being owed wages to having hundreds to thousands of net profits daily, during the first few months of opening his marinated food store, Jing Haichuan would wake up happily dreaming about counting his money. Even though he gradually adapted to this new life, inside, Jing Haichuan still sometimes felt it was unreal. Thankfully, someone beside him constantly reminded him all these things were true, so real, and beautiful to the extent he even dared to consider things he never dreamed of before. But with Qiyu puncturing his secret hopes like a burst soap bubble, Jing Haichuan was pulled right back down to reality. Alright, forget all the daydreams. He should focus on figuring out ways to save more points for school admission so that little Hima could enroll in a public primary school sooner. Jing Haichuan planned to ask around his fellow townspeople tomorrow to find out if people like them, without diplomas, could earn additional points. He heard that obtaining technician certificates, paying social security premiums for a full number of years, paying taxes to a set amount, or buying property locally could all add points. Although the last few items were off limits for him, if there were exams he could take for certifications as a steelworker or electrician, he would go through the process just like preparing for final exams. Feeling optimistic again, Jing Haichuan leaned against the bedside and told Qiyu his plan. The man absently stroked his nape while listening attentively. After Jing Haichuan yawned loudly indicating he was sleepy, he finally heard Qiyu whisper in his ear. There's no need to rush. I'll take you to increase your points tomorrow. Jing Haichuan had never imagined that Qiyu's seemingly confident method would be this outrageous. Are you crazy? Do you know how much that apartment is worth? Jing Haichuan, standing in front of the notary staff, pulled Qiyu aside and whispered loudly. The two were currently at their district's real estate transaction center, where Chiyu was still holding a bright red property deed. Zheng Haichuan hadn't understood why his spouse asked him to bring along his ID and household registration earlier when they left home, but now, after hearing Chiyu's conversation with the staff, he finally grasped everything. Chiyu intended to add Zheng Haichuan's name onto the property deed of the house they currently lived in. As he spoke, Zheng Haichuan's face turned completely red from shock, yet in those dark, glaring eyes brimmed an unusual shimmer of moisture. I know. So what? Chiyu simply let Zheng Haichuan act childishly. This was exactly the reaction he expected. He merely raised his hand and rested it on the youth's stubbled head, saying, "Didn't you always say that once Jiahe grows up, he'll repay us? He's definitely not worth this much money." Zheng Haichuan stomped his foot. Amusement seeped into the corners of Chiyu's eyes. "Are you sure you want to tell the little one this?" I'm just speaking the truth." Zheng Haichuan realized it wasn't good to underestimate his nephew's future like this unless by winning the lottery or becoming a big boss. He truly couldn't fathom any way for their boy to afford a commodity housing in Pengcheng before retirement. "Alright, let me handle this." Chiyu pressed his hand firmly on Zheng Haichuan's nape, pulling the young man's face closer to himself. He leaned close to Zheng Haichuan's ear and murmured softly, audible only to the two of them, "Joint marital property, don't you want it?" At this, Zheng Haichuan lost his words. His lips moved for quite some time, but in the end, he could only bump Chiyu's shoulder lightly with his forehead twice, heavy and gentle alternately. "You always do this." Mumbling, Zheng Haichuan's voice carried no trace of anger but an indescribable sense of moving complexity. "What?" Chiyu tugged on his hair again, asking. "Just always catching me off guard suddenly." Zheng Haichuan looked up at Chiyu accusingly but without much force, his eyes full of tenderness. "Gifting rewards for me is sudden, helping me open the shop is sudden, and now even something as valuable as the house." Zheng Haichuan genuinely felt unworthy. Doesn't his Dr. Chi fear he'll abscond with the funds someday? "You are the most precious thing." With just 4 words, Chiyu silenced all Zheng Haichuan's protests. He led the dazed young man back to the notary office. And even after they finished handling everything and returned home, Zheng Haichuan couldn't forget what Chiyu said while handing over the property certificate bearing both their names. "This house only becomes a home with you. Without you, I wouldn't want it either." Chapter 123.123 Bonus Chapter 4, Jun Gui, 1. 123, Bonus Chapter 4, Jun Gui, 1. Gui Weiming was a particularly ordinary citizen of Pengcheng. The only special thing about him was that his family were descendants of some landlord's household. His father died early, leaving behind quite a bit of farmland for his mother and him. Later, the farmland turned into bungalows due to urbanization projects, and then eventually transformed into high-rise buildings. During her youth, Grandma Gui was busy raising children and had no time to take care of the fields, so she handed them over to the village committee for unified management while running a tea snack stall to make ends meet. After growing up, Gui Weiming studied for a few years but soon grew restless. He worked in a factory on the assembly line for a while, finding it uninteresting. Later, he joined some fellow townspeople, known as water guests, crossing over to Hong Kong to do some business. At that time, the market was chaotic, and in order to command respect, Gui Weiming started growing a beard. Strangely enough, he had always been a big eater, strong-built, and with abundant body hair. When other people his age had just a few sparse whiskers on their chins, Gui Weiming already needed soap and a razor to deal with his thick stubble. As the years went by, his beard grew longer and longer, and he stopped trimming it, simply letting it grow into a full-size style beard. Coupled with his towering and robust physique, nobody dared to question his age or underestimate him when he stepped out. If it weren't for Grandma Gui's poor health later on, Gui Weiming might have stayed out longer before returning. By that point, he had seen enough of the world, and his youthful playfulness gradually disappeared, replaced by a stronger sense of responsibility toward his family. So Gui Weiming returned home and took over his grandmother's tea house. Making dim sum, collecting rents, though still in his 30s, Gui Weiming became a leisurely rich man who wasn't overly ambitious in this bustling metropolis where everyone seemed to be rushing around. Gui Weiming was lucky, but most people living in the urban villages were not as fortunate. They lived there only because it was cheap enough to live at minimal cost. Lu Jun was one of them. Lu Jun initially came to Pengcheng to work and earn money. As a developed coastal city, Pengcheng offered more opportunities for young people than 3rd or 4th-tier towns did. Lu Jun also had several younger sisters at home to support, so as the eldest brother, he carried a significant amount of family pressure, dropping out of school in his teens because the family couldn't afford his education anymore. In fact, he had excelled academically. His teachers visited multiple times when they heard he wouldn't continue studying, even his parents wavered in their decision. But Lu Jun himself told the teacher that he didn't want to study further. "Education can be pursued anywhere," said the young boy, eyes brimming with bright determination. "Rest assured, teacher, I will not abandon my books even if I go out to work." And so, Lu Jun started by sticking saws in a local shoe factory, then moved on to tightening screws in a factory, and later went to a neighboring city to fill cotton quilts with goose down. Wherever workers were needed, wherever money could be earned, that's where he went. Eventually, he settled in Pengcheng. During all these years of working, Lu Jun never broke the promise he made to his teacher. he never put down his books. At first, he bought second-hand textbooks to study on his own. Gradually, he realized he couldn't understand the more complex math and physics, so he delved deeper into literature, which had always fascinated him more. He began to not just read books. He would immerse himself in reading late at night after finishing his shift, during dawn before starting work, sitting in the corner of his bed or hiding on the deserted rooftop of the factory to read, write, and recite poetry. These were his happiest moments. It was during one of these moments that he encountered that person. At the time, Lu Jun was quietly reciting a poem by Yeats on the rooftop, the famous, When You Are Old. Lu Jun had a bilingual version, but since he hadn't studied English, he could only read the Chinese translation. When you are old, your hair gray and your sleep heavy, how many loved your moments of glad grace, admired your beauty, false or true? Only one loved the pilgrim soul in you, loved the sorrows of your changing face. Although Lu Jun did not know the circumstances under which Yeats wrote this poem, he was deeply moved by the passion and sincerity within its words. This was exactly the sincere affection he had long yearned for. Lu Jun read the poem several times, feeling only a slight regret afterward. The translated version was already moving and melodious, but he wondered what elegance and beauty the original might possess. Just as Lu Jun lamented missing the opportunity to delve deeper into the poet's soul due to his lack of knowledge in foreign languages, an elegant British accent came from behind him. H. W. Manvel. Ved v. U.R.M. Mens. F. Glad Grace, N. L. Ved v. U.R. Bove W.J.H.L. V. False. R. Ru, Bu. Any man L. Ved he P.J.L.G.R.J.M.S. Ul J.N.V. U. N. L. Ved he S. R. W.S. F. V. U. R. Changing face. When V. U. R. L.D. He never expected to meet someone who liked Yeats in the country. A young man walked up and leaned his hands on the rooftop edge, turning his head to lock eyes with a startled Lu Jun, raising an eyebrow and smiling. In that instant, Lu Jun felt himself fall. Lu Jun had not returned home for many years after leaving to work, for another reason. He harbored a secret deep inside. It seemed he wasn't attracted to girls. When his coworkers would secretly watch videos in the dormitory and satisfy themselves, Lu Jun only felt disgust, without the slightest urge. On the contrary, sometimes when he saw those gentlemanly and handsome men on TV, his heart would race. For a long time, Lu Jun thought of himself as a pervert, but through his voracious reading, he gradually understood that there was no essential difference between himself and others. He simply happened to be interested in the same gender. Love itself did not differentiate by gender, and love, such a beautiful thing, should not be restricted by any conditions. But this was just a thought hidden deep within him. Lu Jun knew what the larger environment was like. He had always carefully concealed what made him different from others. Moreover, for so many years, he hadn't truly met anyone who touched his heart. Sometimes Lu Jun even wondered if he might live alone forever. But fate delivered a man who fit all his preferences right before him. Lu Jun thought it was a gift from heaven, but he didn't know that sometimes destiny played tricks. It deliberately wrapped poison like honey and hid the true honey in the ordinary corners that he could always see but often neglected. In fact, Lu Jun could no longer remember that man's appearance or name. Even the deepest memories fade over time, let alone the ugly nature of such a person. Lu Jun didn't even retain much hatred towards him. After many years, the only thing he could recall was the foolishness of himself at that time. He remembered how he was deceived by sweet talk and false affection, how he misinterpreted and deeply indulged in so-called love. Much later, Lu Jun finally realized what kind of love he yearned for when he read Yeats. Some people deceived him with words, while others silently stood firm in front of him like a solid copper wall without uttering a word for years. Lu Jun had actually been aware of Gue Weiming earlier than Gue Weiming himself assumed. Such a tall, muscular man with a full beard roamed around the streets where Lu Jun lived every day. With his sharp eyes, how could Lu Jun fail to notice? At first glance, Lu Jun's feeling toward Gue Weiming was fear. Since childhood, Lu Jun had been slender and spoken softly, and when he started working, some colleagues bullied him because they disliked him. One of those colleagues also had an intimidating face, towering and massive, picking him up as if he were a chick. Although Lu Jun didn't suffer much loss, afterward, he learned to stay away from such people. He always felt too small in their presence, unable to independently control his actions or speech, and thus couldn't gain a sense of security. Back then, Lu Jun never imagined that in the many years to come, his sole sense of security would come from precisely such a man. Lu Jun had only arrived in Pengcheng shortly before, still getting familiar with the strange city. The factory provided meals, but only during working hours. Thus, during off-duty and vacation periods, he needed to resolve his own food needs. Lu Jun originally planned to cook in the dormitory, but all the roommates were lazy bums who always freeloaded whenever he cooked. Over time, Lu Jun's wallet couldn't handle it. So, he usually cooked only when he was alone, solving many meals outside. Fortunately, where he lived was an urban village, where everything was available, especially countless food stalls and shops. Though Lu Jun worked at the bottom level, he still cared somewhat about the quality of his life. After wandering aimlessly around the village after work, he quickly discovered the poor hygiene conditions of most roadside stalls. He observed for a long time and found that only a few vendors were truly conscientious in their business. So, he eventually fixed his meals at those few places. The Goe family food shop downstairs was one of them. Neighbors said the food shop had been open for 20 or 30 years. The owner, Auntie Goe, had started with a small snack stall when she was young and gradually expanded it into a permanent shop. The old neighbors loved her authentic Chaozhou flavors. In recent years, as Auntie Goe got older and couldn't handle everything alone, her son came back to help. The mother and son duo managed the modest food shop, yet they always had thriving business. After moving here, Lu Jun could smell all sorts of fresh aromas from the steaming baskets at the Goe family food shop every day when he returned home from work. But every time he glimpsed the man who stood by the counter serving dishes, his stature resembling that of a gorilla, he instinctively withdrew his foot, hesitating to step up onto the shop stairs. Until one day, when Lu Jun went downstairs, he overheard Miss Hong, a neighbor on the first floor, chatting with the man. She teased him about inheriting such a valuable property but still continuing to serve dishes. The deep male voice laughed heartily and replied, "Serving dishes isn't anything to be ashamed of. My mom doesn't like sitting around idle, she has so many acquaintances here among the neighbors. If serving dishes makes her happy, why shouldn't I do it?" Lu Jun suddenly wasn't afraid of the man anymore. Chapter 124, Extra Chapter 4, Jun Goe, 2. When Goe Weiming rescued Lu Jun from that embarrassing confrontation, Lu Jun only felt like he was an absurd clown. For many years after that incident, Lu Jun remained immersed in the tragedy of his past. Alone, he repeatedly replayed his pitiful and laughable monologue. Lu Jun has been self-conscious and even self-loathing, to the point where he began questioning everything about himself. He believed he wasn't good enough, not attractive enough. He thought his humble origins and education determined why he could never be together with the other person. Even though that person also had faults, Lu Jun always felt that he was the root cause of the problems. It was him who voluntarily entered the whirlpool but lacked the strength to free himself. Lu Jun vaguely realized his thoughts were becoming increasingly extreme, but by then, he had already imprisoned himself. The failed romance erased any objective understanding of love from his mind. Though love had never been truly objective to begin with, he merely curled up within the abyss of sorrow and melancholy, refusing to look upward for sunlight or stars. Until someone reached out to stir the stagnant water around him, using sheer force to pull him from the suffocating depths of the lake. That night, the cool breeze made it perfect for enjoying the evening wind on the rooftop. Lu Jun ascended to his usual perch, sitting at the edge of the rooftop terrace. Several empty beer cans lay scattered beside him. The last can had just been finished. No matter how much he shook or tilted the can upside down, not a drop came out. Lu Jun's head was already spinning. Without the alcohol for solace, he simply collapsed face down on the concrete railing, muttering jumbled poetic lines in a dazed manner. Awake. Jumping out of a dream. Everything burns. Lift your arms high and listen. Listen to the rhythm of the water pump. He sinks into summer. He slowly sinks toward a dazzling chasm. Unfold. Unfold your wings. In the final moments of the day. As Lu Jun recited these lines, his body swayed with dramatic motions. A drunken man never knows how drunk they are, but seen through the eyes of someone below, the scene was breathtakingly terrifying. Goe Weiming had just finished tidying up at the shop and was preparing to close when, while stretching his tired limbs and glancing up, he suddenly noticed someone half hanging precariously off the roof opposite. His heart tightened instantly, not allowing any thought to linger as he hurried up to the rooftop with long strides. Are you crazy? Are you ready to die over some man? From the entrance of the staircase, Goe Weiming recognized the lanky figure as Lu Jun. He rushed forward, pulling the person back from the perilous brink. Yet Lu Jun's mouth still mumbled nonsensically, after crossing the death vortex, will there be a great light, spreading overhead? Great light? I see that if you drink 2 more, you'll ascend directly to heaven. Goe Weiming could easily lift Lu Jun with one hand, especially since this version of Lu Jun was far thinner than when they first met. He effortlessly dragged him to the inner corner of the rooftop next to a water tank, turned on the cold water faucet, splashed it on the intoxicated man several times, and asked, "Are you sober yet?" Lu Jun only felt an ominous shadow covering him. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have been afraid, but at this moment, his heart was set on death, and instead, this shadow gave him an inexplicable sense of safety. So vast, so boundless, it enveloped him entirely. It hid him from everyone else's sight, hiding him from their judgmental fingers pointing. Lu Jun curled up under this shadow like a newborn, silent and unmoving. Only his tears fell incessantly, plop by plop, creating a watery stain on the cement ground that merged seamlessly with the shadow. Goe Weiming had no experience dealing with such matters. With his stern appearance, having never been in love himself, when his buddies went through breakups, all he did was invite them to shout and drink until they felt better. Goe Weiming had neither consoled women nor men who acted like women. At that time, Goe Weiming encountered homosexuals for the first time. While doing business in Xiangjiang, he had seen rich bosses engage in such fashionable affairs. Goe Weiming disdained those effeminate men, feeling extremely uncomfortable around them. But Goe Weiming didn't realize initially that Lu Jun was part of this group. Lu Jun looked quiet and scholarly, much like the exemplary students in his class during school days. He knew Lu Jun worked at a nearby factory, but unlike other workers on the production line, Lu Jun always kept his back straight. Only when reading or eating would he lower his head, revealing a neck as pale and graceful as a swan's. Since Goe Weiming himself couldn't focus on reading, he had a particular admiration for bookish individuals. He would even serve Lu Jun an extra half-spoon of meat when he came over for dinner. Later, realizing that Lu Jun had a light appetite and couldn't eat much, he changed it to adding a few more vegetable slices instead, which made the young man quite happy. Goe Weiming was also glad to see this. This went on until he noticed Lu Jun was acting intimately with another man. Goe Weiming wasn't sure what he was thinking. With so many daily tasks in the shop to manage, how could he still find time to care about other young couples' affairs? At first, he was merely shocked to discover Lu Jun was a gay, but later, he never expected that Lu Jun's boyfriend was so cowardly, letting his mother cause a scene in the village. Goe Weiming watched as Lu Jun's face turned pale yet remained resolute in explaining to the woman that he wasn't sick and hadn't done anything wrong, all while witnessing the neighbors look at the young man with strange and disdainful eyes. Goe Weiming felt extremely unsettled inside. He thought Lu Jun was right. What was so wrong about liking a man? Just because someone likes a person, should they be punished by being drowned? Pfft. Why don't they drag the man he likes into the water too? Goe Weiming watched as people began avoiding Lu Jun like he carried a plague, and saw him locked up in his room for weeks without coming out. The more he observed this lack of resistance, the angrier he became. In the end, he decided to have someone trace down the location of the man so Lu Jun could go clear his head. It's just a partner. If one doesn't work out, can't you simply switch to another? Goe Weiming thought this through very simply, not foreseeing that his well-meaning intentions might have caused harm. After that man and Lu Jun split up in a fierce confrontation, Lu Jun lost his spark entirely, becoming lifeless. With many things to keep himself occupied, Goe Weiming could only send landlord's son, Yuzi, upstairs every now and then to check if there was still anyone answering at Lu Jun's place, though he did worry somewhat. Speaking of which, landlord's kid was pretty annoying. No amount of candy could pacify him. Instead, he rolled his eyes at Goe Weiming and said, "If you want to chase him, why don't you do it yourself?" Ha! What a joke. How could he, Goe Weiming, a grown man, possibly like a man? Chapter 125, Extra Chapter 4, Jun Goe, 3. Goe Weiming thought of himself as just being a person. Being neighbors, what was wrong with him caring about the neighborhood environment? Goe Weiming may have had a rough appearance, but inside, he possessed an intuition akin to that of a wild beast. He always felt that the quiet Lu Jun who stayed cooped up at home would one day do something earth-shattering. But he never imagined that in the end, Lu Jun would try to stun the world by attempting to end his own life. To die for a man, is it worth it? Goe Weiming glared furiously at the young man who had almost fallen from the rooftop earlier, anger burning through his veins. Your parents raised you to this size, and now you're willing to jump off a building because of a man. It was utterly incomprehensible. Goe Weiming wanted to shake some sense into Lu Jun, but when he finally grabbed the young man's shoulders, he realized just how skeletal the hands under his grip were. It was as if he wasn't holding a 20-something adult male, but rather a walking corpse on the verge of drying up. You. Goe Weiming suddenly stopped speaking. This person had practically worn himself out already. What use was it for an outsider like him to say all these things? Even if today hadn't involved such desperate acts, this person might have just collapsed in his rented apartment one day, lifeless. A person like me. The emaciated young man sat on the ground, slowly raising his head as Goe Weiming questioned him. Under the moonlight, the little moisture left in him seemed to be concentrated in his tear-filled eyes. A person like me, living in this world anyway, has no meaning. Lu Jun chuckled sadly as clarity returned to him, tilting his head towards the burly figure before him. Every day, I assemble parts on the production line, whether I am there or not makes no difference. The parts will always be assembled into products, while someone like me, who has nothing, is more like a part that can be discarded at any moment. Huh, with one less of me, the world doesn't even ripple. Even though drunk, the youth spoke in a cultured manner. Yet, Goe Weiming still understood his meaning. He frowned disapprovingly. Work isn't everything. At least in your family's eyes, you are irreplaceable. My parents, they also have my younger siblings. Apart from sending money home, I have no other value. Lu Jun bitterly laughed at himself. In my entire life, I haven't lived up to the value of the money I've earned. Goe Weiming momentarily lost his words. Your ability to earn money means you're valuable. What's wrong with money? Whether black cat or white cat, the one that catches the rat is a good cat. But now I've been fired, and I can't make money anymore. Lu Jun's expression turned nihilistic, indifferently saying, a person like me existing in this world only adds trouble for others. Once upon a time, Lu Jun believed there was someone who thought he was special, someone who cherished him. But now, everything has become a joke. In this world, he stands alone, without anyone missing or loving him. Lu Jun actually knew that Goe Weiming had misunderstood his situation earlier. He wasn't trying to commit suicide tonight. He just wanted to drink away his sorrows. However, he didn't really feel like fighting hard to live either. TSK. Why do you think so extreme? Goe Weiming was exasperated by Lu Jun's defeatist attitude, but with Lu Jun's logic firmly rooted, it seemed like nothing could change his mind. So Gui Weiming decided not to engage further in the debate. Instead, he simply hoisted the listless man sitting on the ground over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jun found the world spinning upside down. The world he saw flipped itself around. Neon lights twinkled above. Darkness fell beneath him. He was carried, step by step, from the rooftop to the first floor by a sturdy man resembling a gorilla. At a time when everyone else around him had rejected and abandoned him, during the silent night devoid of people, someone placed a bowl of steaming hot soup noodles in front of him. I don't understand your sophisticated phrases, nor can I comprehend any lofty talk about flying or retreating. Gui Weiming casually wiped his hand on his apron before forcefully shoving a pair of chopsticks into Lu Jun's hand. All I know is that every person has their way of living in this world. It's just like sleeping when you're tired, drinking water when you're thirsty, eating food when you're hungry. If you think you have no value, then find something that allows you to create value. Gui Weiming's words had at least a bit of an effect on Lu Jun. Though Lu Jun continued to immerse himself daily in a depression he couldn't lift, at least he was willing to try doing something. He picked up the pen. For Lu Jun, he currently had no job, no money, and no one who loved him. The only thing he seemed to have left was himself, the books he had read since childhood, and the words still leaping in his mind. Lu Jun began writing day after day. He wrote poetry, essays, novels, and everything he could put on paper. Gradually, Lu Jun started to realize that when he poured his thoughts onto the pen tip, his pain, confusion, bad mood, and melancholy also seemed to be transferred to the paper. What the words written stroke by stroke gave back to him was a cage full of security woven with intangible strips he had created himself, enveloping him from outside to inside. Others couldn't get in, and he didn't want to go out. Among all genres, Lu Jun favored poetry the most. He felt that poetry was the embodiment of freedom. Even if one's physical body was bound by reality and propriety, in the world of poetry, one could soar freely. Words were concrete, but poetry could bear his inner void. His written words could be deconstructed, sung, serve as metaphors for all ineffable emotions, and express the obscure struggles within his heart. Lu Jun almost wrote poetry every day. Sometimes it was a sudden burst of a sentence, sometimes fragmented leaping words, sometimes narratives that filled both sides of the manuscript until there was no more space, spreading from the desk to the foot of the bed. They piled up, clogged, until his bookshelf bent under their weight. But Lu Jun did not make money from poetry. Poetry was his self-consolation, yet it was more like incomprehensible moaning to others. In order to eat and continue having a place to live, Lu Jun had to cater to the demands of the market. Thus, he started submitting some popular manuscripts and writing or revising drafts for others. Even though he despised it, found it suffocating to write, he had to do it anyway. Because he wanted to survive, he needed to make a living. Just like once he stepped out of the rented room, he pretended to be a normal person, who wasn't attracted to men. Lu Jun thought he was contradictory. He resisted many things internally, but always cowardly compromised for reality. He felt that living had no meaning, yet he was afraid to die. His inner conflict tormented him every day, and the result of this torment was that he tried to compromise in ways he could accept. Such as rarely going out. Such as avoiding dealing with people as much as possible. Such as closing off his emotions so he wouldn't get hurt again. But Lu Jun never thought that someone would care about such a terrible version of himself. Would cherish him deep in their heart year after year. Would like him deeply and ardently in a clumsy and straightforward way that they couldn't hide. Chapter 126. Extra Chapter 4, Jun Gui, 4. 126, Extra Chapter 4, Jun Gui, 4. Gui Weiming couldn't pinpoint when he had started to like Lu Jun. For a long time, his attitude toward Lu Jun was that if he didn't keep an eye on him, one morning he might wake up hearing police sirens downstairs. Gui Weiming found out that Lu Jun woke up very early. Sometimes, when he returned from the supplier at dawn and opened his store's shutter in the last moments of darkness, looking up would reveal that a light in the old building across the street had already lit up. Sometimes after kneading dough in his shop and placing it in the steamer as daybreak arrived, leaning outside for a breath of fresh air before office workers rose to buy breakfast, Gui Weiming could faintly hear recited poetry drifting down from upstairs. Lu Jun's life was very routine, reciting poems, writing, reading, buying groceries, cooking. It only took Gui Weiming a few months to memorize his neighbor's schedule. Due to its extreme regularity, any disruptions immediately caught Gui Weiming's attention. It was a rainy day. Summer rain often came fast and hard, large raindrops pelting down noisily and soon forming pools on the village roads. Gui Weiming and several shop owners near the street spent quite a bit of time sweeping the water into drains. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. Since there were still employees in his store, Gui Weiming decided to head home first for a shower. Before leaving his shop, Gui Weiming looked up. To his surprise, the sixth-floor kitchen which usually emitted smoke by midday was unusually quiet today. Gui Weiming felt strange about it and even thought about it after getting home. It was mainly because Lu Jun always gave off an air of uneasiness. If it weren't for the fact that gas tanks weren't used in rental apartments anymore, he'd constantly worry about finding a smell of gas by someone's door. Gui Weiming owned multiple properties in the urban village, but the one he lived in most often was just above his food shop. He had also bought an elevator apartment for his mother in a nearby complex, but the elderly woman clung to her memories and insisted she would continue living there as long as she could manage the stairs. So Goe Weiming followed his mother's wish and stayed here for convenience. After finishing his shower, Goe Weiming sat on the sofa drying his hair. This kind of old urban village housing had no aesthetic design, no balcony in the living room, only a large window facing the opposite farmer's building. As Goe Weiming dried his hair, he rested his head and looked across. From his side, he could directly see a window on the other old building. Sometimes, if the curtain wasn't drawn, Goe Weiming could even catch sight of Lu Jun bending over a desk, pen in hand. Although this behavior might seem somewhat abnormal, Goe Weiming's intentions were pure. He simply wanted to check if his mentally unstable neighbor was alright. And upon looking, Goe Weiming spotted something that nearly stopped his heart again. That skinny person actually climbed onto the roof again and was leaning dangerously over the edge with their head and hands stretching downward. Without hesitation, Goe Weiming grabbed an umbrella and rushed out. When he reached the top floor of the opposite building, he happened to see Lu Jun bending down and heading back into the corridor. Goe Weiming's anger flared up, and without thinking, he began scolding Lu Jun, "You're always lighting lanterns in the latrine, looking for death. Are you really so intent on risking your life every day?" Such harsh words were bound to offend anyone who heard them. But what Goe Weiming didn't expect was that the man who had stumbled into his arms raised a wet face, stared at him for a moment, and then, unexpectedly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" The bearded man looked fierce when angry, not an ordinary kind of fierceness. But Lu Jun looked at Goe Weiming with delight, repeating the riddle that Goe Weiming had said earlier, lighting a lantern in the latrine, lantern, latrine, shining on feces. Indeed that's the logic. While pondering, Lu Jun found it even more amusing. A face usually filled with gloom now radiated with unexpected sunlight, even under such a rainy day. Goe Weiming thought that this guy must have read too many books and gone dumb, but all his frustration was instantly dissipated by Lu Jun's reaction. He had once heard, when scholars encounter soldiers, reason can't get through, but he didn't know why in his case, it reversed, becoming, when soldiers meet scholars, nothing makes sense. Goe Weiming simply stopped talking, dragged the not-so-heavy man off the rooftop, and easily retrieved the door key from Lu Jun's pocket, taking him back to the rented apartment. Upon entering, Goe Weiming noticed wet marks on the floor and coffee table. Next to the wet traces were several books that appeared to have been drenched in rain and were now being dried with paper. At this moment, the young man brought in 2 more books from his arms. Kneeling carefully on the ground, he began spreading them out and wiping off the rain stains with clean tissues. "You were out collecting books earlier." Goe Weiming realized after a while that he had probably misunderstood Lu Jun. Lu Jun continued wiping the books and softly said, "There was a musty smell in the house, and this morning, I thought the sun was gentle enough, so I took the books out to dry." However, when he woke up from his nap, it had turned into a heavy rainstorm outside. Goe Weiming coughed awkwardly and also squatted down to help wipe the books. Although he looked rough and burly, he was actually very meticulous in his actions. Goe Weiming didn't rush into helping right away but first observed Lu Jun's method before drawing 2 sheets of paper and gently pressing them onto the book pages. Initially, Lu Jun was a bit uneasy, fearing that Goe Weiming might damage his precious books further. But looking over, he unexpectedly saw a tender and considerate side to the man who seemed like a big gorilla. He glanced at Goe Weiming's careful movements for a while and decided to continue organizing his own readings quietly with pursed lips. For a while, no one spoke in the room. Only the soft rustle of turning pages could be heard, as if new sprouts breaking through the soil after the rain, swaying slowly in the breeze. After tidying up for some time, Lu Jun couldn't resist glancing at Goe Weiming again. This wealthy and formidable person was wiping books for him in his tattered little room. Would he fear getting too close and catching something dirty? Was he worried about the nasty rumors or possible misinterpretation? Lost in his thoughts, Lu Jun stared at Goe Weiming. This was the first person to stay around him for an extended period after his sexual orientation had been revealed. Perhaps sensing that he'd been staring for too long, Goe Weiming gave him a curious look back. Lu Jun quickly averted his eyes, focusing intently on the book in front of him and said somewhat stiffly, "I don't want to trouble you anymore, Mr. Goe. I can manage these myself." The book Lu Jun was wiping was Jane Eyre, which he had been rereading recently. He adored certain quotes within, such as, "We stand beneath God's feet, equal, because we are equal, and, if you cannot avoid it, you must endure it," or, "The more solitary I am, the fewer friends I have, the less supported I am, the more I respect myself." But right now, another sentence popped into Lu Jun's mind. "I can't control my eyes, unable to stop myself from looking at him, just as a thirsty person knowing the water is poisoned yet drinks it anyway." Lu Jun wasn't sure why this particular thought occurred to him. He hurriedly embraced the book in Goe Weiming's hand protectively and dismissed him. "Thank you today." For the first time, Lu Jun seriously explained his behavior to someone, trying to prevent Goe Weiming from worrying too much about him by assuring, "You can rest assured, I won't attempt anything reckless. Therefore, you don't need to come back anymore." Goe Weiming noticed Lu Jun's discomfort. "All right." He didn't force the issue, wiped his hair which had gone dry and damp again, then stood up to bid Lu Jun farewell. "You tidy up at your own pace. Let me know if there's anything else." Before leaving, perhaps unsure about Lu Jun's promise, Goe Weiming walked to the only desk in the living room and left his phone number on a sticky note. The youth's workspace was meticulously organized, every stationary item having its designated place. Goe Weiming took a sticky note from the top right corner, bent down to write, but accidentally brushed against the manuscript in the center of the desk with his elbow. The manuscript was spread open, with words written on it, seemingly part of the young man's unfinished creation. Goe Weiming hadn't intentionally tried to read it, but the table was small, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of words Lu Jun had never shown anyone. A screw cap that doesn't meet specifications is bound to be destroyed, or utterly defeated by hammers and pliers, turned into silent fence posts. Above is a rain of iron, water and oil. And shadows wander on the streets, snarling ferociously. I dig up ashes in the gaps of human existence, dig up coffins. Then wake up when? What happens when waking up? In his idle moments afterward, Goe Weiming always pondered what the last half of that sentence was supposed to be, yet he could never come up with anything particularly fitting. He attributed this to his lack of education, but in truth, Goe Weiming also had a vague understanding that perhaps the latter half was something Lu Jun himself hadn't intended to perfect. It wasn't until many years later, when the two were together, that Goe Weiming finally got to read the complete poem. The last half of the poem had been written and then erased with a fountain pen. Ultimately, its owner rewrote it with a golden ink pen used for formal invitations, starting a brand new chapter. Chapter 127, Bonus Chapter 4, Jun Goe, 5. 127, Bonus Chapter 4, Jun Goe, 5. When working on the production line, Lu Jun's days passed by as if he were counting every second. He even got bored enough to count how much time it took to assemble each part, and the happiest moment of his day was when the number reached the edge of his workload. At that time, Lu Jun thought, the white colt passes through a gap was nothing but an abstract rhetorical metaphor used by literati. How could time pass as quickly as a horse galloping through a gap? Clearly, every minute and second felt so agonizing. However, after Lu Jun settled in a city slum, living cramped in a rented apartment year after year, life did start passing by like the white colt. Perhaps some people couldn't bear being confined to a small space day after day, unable to imagine spending over 1,000 nights alone without socializing with others, but for Lu Jun, such a state made him comfortable, allowing him not to think too much, fully immersing himself in his quiet world. Lu Jun knew that in the eyes of others, he must be considered abnormal. But once he closed the door, he heard nothing else. He was willing to cover his ears and steal the bell, and he was happy to deceive himself. Lu Jun thought he was doing just fine, satisfying his inner needs while not getting in the way of others. Yet, he didn't understand why there were those who would make efforts to pull him out of such a world, stubbornly throwing stones that disturbed the calm surface of his lake of tranquility. It all started when he would read poetry on the rooftop terrace early in the morning, and from the corner of his eye, he would always see a busy tall figure under a half-open roller shutter below. He recited texts upstairs while that person cleaned chopping boards downstairs, preparing ingredients. Later, one day, he noticed that the figure would pause during the intervals of their work and leisurely sit at the stall entrance, brewing an early tea like a guardian deity. Sometimes, their heads would glance upward or downward and meet, and the person would raise their cup from afar. Lu Jun would hurriedly avert his eyes back to his book, yet inside he wondered, how many beards had been dipped in tea? Surely little remained to drink into the mouth. Even later, when he avoided the crowd and went down late at night to buy groceries, he would always encounter the man closing his stall. The old plastic tables and chairs were wiped clean by the man's thick hands, but occasionally steam still rose from the steaming baskets on the chopping board. The man would pick out 3 or 4 shrimp dumplings and steamed buns, forcefully shoving them into Lu Jun's shopping bag. Lu Jun refused many times, but ultimately, those exquisite pastries ended up in his stomach. In this manner, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Or rather, Goe Weiming entered Lu Jun's life with a straightforward yet non-coercive approach. Lu Jun considered himself to be an unsophisticated reader, incapable of physical labor or argumentation, so how could he resist someone with immense strength? But later, when Lu Jun reflected on the years they had spent together, that gorilla only ever exerted force twice, to rescue him. Afterward, all that strength seemed to be directed outward for other people's sake. Lu Jun remembered one time when Goe Weiming urged him to attend a book club meeting. It was a sharing session of books by one of Lu Jun's favorite authors, and he didn't know where Goe Weiming had found out about it, but the man gleefully showed up at his door, shoving a flyer into his hand and asking if they could go together to experience cultural enrichment. Lu Jun laughed at his enthusiastic appearance and secretly harbored a desire to participate in the book club, so he rarely agreed to step outside his house. The book club event attracted a lot of people, but perhaps because of Goe Weiming's imposing figure and striking appearance, the host called on him first for an on-site interaction. Lu Jun immediately wanted to leave with him. He thought he couldn't answer the host's question himself, let alone expect Goe Weiming, a rough man who never read books and didn't even know if the author was male or female, to do so. People like them had no business discussing profound philosophical thoughts like, suicide is the only serious philosophical problem, with the intellectuals present. Lu Jun awkwardly tried to drag Goe Weiming away, but the man stood straight up from his seat, furrowing his brow and saying, what's there to discuss about suicide? How to live should be the more worthy topic. A rustling murmur swept through the venue. The voices were low, but they made Lu Jun feel like thorns piercing his back. This reminded him of the comments around him when his ex-boyfriend's mother exposed his sexual orientation publicly, making it hard for him to breathe again, as his body stiffened. At that moment, his cold wrist was caught by a large palm. A scorching hot large hand pulled him behind, blocking the sight of everyone. Lu Jun could only stand in the shadow cast by a broad back, forced to listen as the man blurted out nonsense. Living gives you something to strive for. I don't understand all this talk about whether life is absurd or meaningful. All I know is that people who commit suicide may die quickly and easily, but they leave all the pain behind for others. Death solves no problems, living might help you find the answers you're looking for. Gue Weiming could only speak plainly, and his thoughtless comments not only sparked heated discussions among the attendees but also drew some dissatisfaction from the invited guest on stage. This is a book club, not a vegetable market. If you don't understand philosophy, it's really unnecessary for you to force yourself to listen here. It was said that the guest was a teacher, who looked extremely elegant. Lu Jun had always held him in high regard before this moment, but now looking at the person on stage, he felt even the spotlight on him seemed inferior and pale. Excuse me. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lu Jun stepped out slightly from the protection of the burly man's shadow, revealing half of his thin face. Life itself is a kind of philosophy. His voice was gentle but clear and powerful. No truth says that a teacher educating others is necessarily more noble or capable than someone slaughtering pigs in the market. Gue Weiming quickly chimed in, exactly. Even if I don't fully understand, I'm willing to listen. So what? Lu Jun standing behind Gue Weiming wanted nothing more than to pinch the man. This guy, please don't make things worse. The guest clearly wasn't used to such straightforward refutation, his face turning red with anger. He snorted lightly, humph, don't bother trying to teach summer insects about ice. The guest firmly believed that these two had no idea what today's discussion theme was about, simply being two uncultured spectators. Therefore, he took it upon himself to act on behalf of the host and ask them to leave. Both of you should leave. This occasion isn't suitable for people like you. Lu Jun could feel the gazes on him increasing, along with the murmurs among the crowd getting louder. The tall and strong man in front placed his hands on his waist as if trying to shield him more thoroughly. Lu Jun could sense through the clothes back a wave of heat coming toward him. That heat warmed up his stiff limbs, making him warm enough to dare take one step forward and show his face from between the man's arms, which later made him feel deeply embarrassed when reflecting on the situation. But at that moment, Lu Jun summoned his courage and continued, we will leave, but not because the occasion doesn't suit us. It's because we choose to leave. There is no right or wrong in discussion. You say summer insects can't understand ice, but who knows if summer insects might comprehend birth and death. We are indeed not as smart as the teacher, but we still have control over our own lives. Before leaving, my friend and I just want to send back to the teacher with 2 sentences from the book he shared today. Gue Weiming tilted his head slightly downward, looking at the youth whose complexion appeared rather pale. Though frail-looking, the words spoken by the youth were firm and full of weight, every word like a pearl shining with wisdom. Like a solitary yet resilient young bamboo, always swaying under the dim stormy weather but never bending or breaking. People judge others hastily to avoid being judged themselves. It's actually quite laughable. We can deny something, but we don't have to defame it. Your words just now aren't much wiser than ours, summer insects. After finishing his speech, Lu Jun pulled Gue Weiming by the hem of his clothes and led him away. As the two rushed toward the exit, Lu Jun heard clapping from behind. At first, there was 1 clap, then 2, and soon applause broke out everywhere, eventually filling the entire venue. In the unseen darkness, Lu Jun couldn't help but smirk awkwardly, while Gue Weiming forcefully pushed open the big door of the exit, letting the bright lights outside flood into the artificially profound venue. Hey, Jun. As the two walked out, Lu Jun suddenly heard an overly intimate nickname being called near his ear, causing the redness that had risen to his cheeks to immediately spread to his ears. He turned his head, intending to stop the man from calling him that way, but he unexpectedly bumped into a grinning face, filled with unrestrained joy despite the stubble that couldn't hide its cheerfulness. What you just said was great. Gue Weiming beamed excitedly, gesturing wildly with his hands like a gorilla proudly showing off the fruit he'd just picked. That was truly amazing, our literary giant. Our great writer. The eloquent Mr. Lu. He even got that guy confused. You see how everyone recognized your words. Let me tell you, that guest should step down and let you go up there and speak. I bet you'd do a much better job than him. Lu Jun quickly withdrew his eyes, spat at him and said, stop talking nonsense. How about you come to my shop later and read some books there? You can tell some historical stories to enlighten my customers. Probably no one will come to eat then. Nonsense. If we cooperate, the place will definitely be crowded with customers. You even know the phrase, crowded with customers? Hey, don't underestimate me. I did go to school for a few years, okay? I used to deal with big bosses. Oh. So what do you think of this idea? Jun. Don't call me Jun. Then what should I call you? You said we're friends, right? How about teaching? Little Jun. Junzi. Ah Jun. Gue Weiming. Yo, I'm here. Stay away from me, you're blocking my light. Okay. But you can't call my full name next time, that's too formal. And you're getting closer again. Not until you promise. What should I call you then? Big brother Wei Ming, I'm a few years older than you. Go away, we're not that close. Ah well, then how about Wei? Everyone calls me that. Before we knew it, Mr. Liu and Boss Gui's story had so many chapters. It's about time for an update in present tense. From the last chapter's poem. Before they were together. The heavens poured molten iron and oil/shadows prowled the streets, grotesque and wailing/I dug through the cracks of humanity to unearth ash and coffins/when I awoke again/the graveyard held no spring. After they were together. The heavens poured molten iron and oil/shadows prowled the streets, grotesque and wailing/I dug through the cracks of humanity to unearth ash and coffins/when I awoke again/a lush spring crowned my head. Chapter 128, Extra Chapter 5, Jealousy. 1. Before meeting Zheng Haichuan, Qiyu almost went to the gym 3 to 4 times a week without fail. But after moving to the urban village, as his focus on the young man grew, the time he spent on fitness gradually decreased. Qiyu's own explanation for this was that exercise promotes the production of dopamine, which brings short-term pleasure. However, falling in love with someone can stimulate endorphins in the body, bringing long-lasting joy. This reason seemed very reasonable, but after their relationship progressed further into intimate exchanges, Qiyu reinstated fitness into his routine. No choice. His wife had such a great figure, if he didn't put more effort into his own body, it would be hard to pursue some more interesting exchanges later on. Qiyu had an annual membership at the gym, and the store even included a secondary card to encourage customer retention, allowing him to bring one additional person for workouts. After they started living together, Zheng Haichuan was quite curious about Qiyu's gym habit, and on this day, the store closed early, so Qiyu invited Zheng Haichuan to join him. Shall I bring any special equipment? Zheng Haichuan had only seen fitness enthusiasts in short videos before. Everyone looked so professional, with straps on their hands and barbells in their grasp. No need. Qiyu changed into quick-dry athletic wear and also picked out a piece of his own clothing for Zheng Haichuan to wear. The two were similar in height and build, and the sportswear was loose enough. It fit Zheng Haichuan perfectly. However, as soon as Zheng's head emerged from the collar of the shirt, he hesitated again. Maybe you should go alone, I don't know how to use those machines. He remembered seeing gym equipment featured in short videos, all looking high-end and advanced, equipment he did not know how to use. Don't delay. Qiyu already had a hold of Zheng Haichuan's hand at the entrance, pressing a palm onto the young man's head to have him bend over and put on shoes. Under the pressure, Zheng Haichuan squatted down and fetched a pair of sneakers that the man had bought him during a recent shopping trip. Qiyu quickly laced up his own shoes. If anyone paid close attention, they'd notice that the pair's sneakers were the same model, one black and the other dark gray. Together, they formed a subtle yet harmonious look. I'll be here. As Zheng Haichuan tied his shoelaces, he felt his head being gently patted, hearing a calm voice above him. These 3 simple words settled his heart instantly. All right. He stood up, feeling no more hesitation, bouncing slightly in his well-fitting shoes and grinning broadly at Qiyu, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Let's go, Dr. Liu. 2. At the gym, there were plenty of muscular men, along with others who clearly shared common interests. In the past, Qiyu had come and gone in a hurry and never paid much attention. But today, with Zheng Haichuan by his side, he noticed many eyes glancing at his naive partner. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen sports vests before? Haven't you seen 5-inch shorts or people lifting barbells? As Zheng Haichuan tried different pieces of equipment under the coach's instructions, surrounding gazes became increasingly obvious. Qiyu's face turned grim as he followed these gazes to Zheng Haichuan's body. He observed the youth's already prominent chest muscles becoming even more striking as they struggled against heavy weights, the taut waist and abdomen, and the thighs clearly outlined because of the supine position on the long bench. His expression turned darker than ink. Handsome guy, is that your friend? Qiyu was originally working on his shoulders and back, but he stopped mid-exercise and sat idly on the shoulder press machine, watching intently as Zheng Haichuan trained. Next to him, another person continued their workout. When Qiyu paused, this person stopped as well and leaned closer to whisper, straight or gay? Can you introduce us? Qiyu's frozen face finally found its release. He suddenly turned his head, staring directly at the other person for several seconds. His gaze was razor-sharp, openly radiating disdain and rejection, making the other person feel as though needles were piercing their skin. Unable to bear it, this person backed off first, muttering, I guess no introduction is fine. They were merely curious, nothing more. Qiyu snorted coldly. Mine. It was his curt response to the earlier question. The other person was silenced momentarily, glancing between Qiyu and the distant young man, eventually turning envy into jealousy on their face. Best wishes X99. Qiyu, thanks. That day, Qiyu finished his workout earlier than any other previous session. 3. Jing Jiahan knew from a very young age that his Uncle Yababa and Uncle Yezi were a couple. Back then, his understanding of a couple was simply 2 people eating and sleeping together, but as he grew older and began noticing the differences between men and women, he realized just how special the bond between his uncles was. Jing Jiahe didn't struggle much to come to terms with this. It's hard not to accept it when you witness two elders at home behaving affectionately without a care, speaking and acting like any ordinary married couple. In fact, both Uncle Yababa and Uncle Yezi were pretty considerate. When he was around, they wouldn't get too intimate. But Jing Jiahe had grown up accustomed to reading between the lines. Even though he rarely voiced his thoughts, whenever his uncles weren't paying attention, he would quietly observe their interactions. Uncle Yababa was always open and straightforward, his feelings displayed all over his face. Sometimes when Uncle Yezi teased him too much, Uncle Yababa would blush, his ears and even his neck turning red. At such moments, Jing Jiahe knew it was time to stealthily step back. He'd run to his own room, close the door, and everything would be fine. Uncle Yezi, on the other hand, was actually very steady. This term was coined by his classmate Little Fat to praise his dad, but Jing Jiahe felt that while Little Fat's dad was steady because he was heavy, his Uncle Yezi wasn't heavy at all yet could still carry and walk around with his rather hefty Uncle Yababa, making him way more stable than Little Fat's dad. Shoo, he only saw these things through the keyhole and couldn't let Uncle Yababa know. Otherwise, Uncle Yababa's neck would definitely turn red again, and he'd chase him to feed him egg yolks. 4. Most of Jing Jiahe's parent-teacher meetings were attended by Zheng Haichuan. Qiyu was busy with work, whereas Zheng Haichuan, despite owning a shop, could always manage to find someone to cover for him. Besides, matters concerning his little nephew's studies were of utmost importance. Hail from heaven wouldn't stop Zheng Haichuan from attending. This time, however, instead of hail, Zheng Haichuan carried a cold expression on his face. As soon as Qiyu came home after work and opened the door, he saw his wife sitting beside the dining table, pouting furiously. The table was filled with an abundant dinner, clearly waiting for his return. Qiyu knew it was the day of the parent-teacher meeting. While changing his shoes, he subtly gestured to Jing Jiahe, silently asking, "Did he do poorly? Did he upset your uncle?" Jing Jiahe always excelled academically, so neither of them worried much about him. The last time Qiyu attended the parent-teacher meeting, the teacher praised him for being a good parent, even letting him go up on stage to collect a red certificate of merit for the child. So how did things suddenly take a turn in just half a semester? Jing Jiahe hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. It wasn't his fault. This time, he was still first place. Qiyu acted as if he hadn't seen it, walked to the dining table, bent down, and pinched his sweetheart's face, saying, "What's wrong? Your face is blacker than soy sauce." Seeing that Zheng Haichuan seemed unwilling to talk to him, he added, "Did Jiahe not do well? I'll check his test papers later and give him some practice questions." Though years had passed since graduation, Qiyu, who attended a prestigious university, could still handle junior high school problems with ease. Beside him, Jing Jiahe, realizing his explanations were futile, gloomily went to the kitchen to serve rice. At this point, Zheng Haichuan finally raised his head and glared at Qiyu, saying, "It has nothing to do with Jiahe, it's your problem." "Me?" Qiyu arched his eyebrows, pulled out a stool and sat next to Zheng Haichuan. "What's my issue?" He leaned back casually, lifting his arm and resting it on the backrest behind Zheng Haichuan, playfully scratching the back of his lover's neck with his long fingers, a tender gesture. If it were any other time, Zheng Haichuan would have given a powerless glare before instinctively leaning his neck into the man's hand. But today, he leaned forward, leaving Qiyu grasping at air. Now, Qiyu finally realized something was seriously off. He straightened up, grabbed Zheng Haichuan's hand, pulled him to face him directly, and asked seriously, "What exactly is wrong?" Over the years, they had certainly experienced disagreements. The differences in their living habits and past experiences inevitably led to occasional clashes in daily routines. However, Zheng Haichuan usually had a broad mind and a straightforward personality. When he made a mistake, he'd readily correct it. Meanwhile, Qiyu, having remembered the crisis they faced during the early stages of their relationship, would always pause to think from his lover's perspective before getting angry. As a result, many issues were easily resolved. This time, though, Qiyu was completely at a loss, unable to understand the situation no matter how much he tried to see it from Zheng Haichuan's point of view. Zheng Haichuan, for his part, seemed tongue-tied and unwilling to state the reason outright. It was only when Jing Jiahe, who had just served 3 portions of rice from the kitchen, grew tired of the strained household atmosphere that he volunteered himself as a messenger. "Uncle Yezi, today at school, many of my classmates' mothers and older sisters were asking about you." Recalling the scene still made Jing Jiahe hesitate involuntarily. All the questions were focused on who the handsome male relative was last time at the parent-teacher meeting. Details like where he lived, what he did for work, whether he was married. One question after another had left him utterly flustered, let alone Uncle Yezi, who was surrounded by a sea of perfume. "Qiyu." Zheng Haichuan. Unable to cover his mouth fast enough, Zheng Haichuan gave up attempting any denial after his nephew unintentionally revealed his jealous streak. He decided instead to lower his head and focus intently on eating. Today's stir-fried cabbage seemed overcooked. So it's this matter. Finally understanding the cause, Qiyu also realized what kind of tantrum Zheng Haichuan was throwing. His lips curved slightly upward. Noticing Jing Jiahe giving him a knowing wink, Qiyu secretly returned the gesture with a big thumbs up. "Jing Jiahe, start eating first." Qiyu reached out, placing Zheng Haichuan's chopsticks and bowl back onto the table. Under Jing Jiahe's curious gaze, he then forcibly pulled Jing Haichuan toward the bedroom. What? We're still eating. Eating what? Looks to me like you're already full of rage. Nonsense. I'm starving. Before I'm too hungry, I need to diagnose the condition of this patient whose face has turned dark. Get off me. My face isn't dark at all. True. Now your face is red instead, but there's still an issue. Lu. Chiyu. Here. No rush. I'll take my time explaining later. Click. With the master bedroom door shutting, Jing Jiahe quietly turned away and resumed earnestly tasting the dishes on the table. Based on his experience, whenever this sort of heart-to-heart occurred between Uncle Yezi and Uncle Yababa, it usually lasted no less than an hour. He might as well finish his meal quickly and retreat to do his homework. The sooner he finished his summer assignments, the quicker he could bring little Fat back to their hometown to play. The end.